Traitor, if you have the ability, come at the master. Just let go of your little junior sister. How foolish. Master, the little junior sister is mine, and you can't escape either. Don't be anxious, you're next. You, person, your junior sister is still so young. Can you bear to harm her? With tearful eyes, the master kneels before you and pleads softly. You can do whatever you want. The master is willing to give you everything. Come at me. Just let your junior sister go, okay? She's still just a child. Annoyed, you waved your hand, and a loud slap landed on the master's face. Master, how can you be so selfish? Do you want to monopolize everything? Just because you have the ability to devour the source, you can plunder others' special physiques through dual cultivation, and you can also forcibly seize through killing, and you can even replicate others' weapons in a short time. Coincidentally, Master Daichinga was unable to withstand the heavenly tribulation, resulting in a failed breakthrough and becoming immortal. The senior brothers and sisters who joined her under her tutelage also abandoned her and turned to other elders. The only ones left are you, who is unwanted, the third senior brother with average talent, and a newly initiated little junior sister. Looking at the increasingly distorted and lewd reflection in the mirror, you couldn't help but grin, truly living up to the title of the first beast in the cultivation world. Alright, master, stop crying. It's not a big deal. You keep crying like this, it's really annoying me. You casually tossed a handkerchief to Daichinga, hoping she would keep her mouth shut. If it weren't for the master possessing a celestial spirit body, how could I have the patience to persuade her like this? Looking at your lewd grin, Master Daichinga seemed to understand the meaning in your eyes, and her delicate hands trembled as she slowly began to loosen her clothing. But just then, a sudden knock on the door interrupted. Junior brother, are you done? It's been so long, isn't it my turn now? Have you found someone else? Daichinga's already disappointed gaze turned even colder, and then she suddenly produced a blazing talisman from who knows where. Warning, if you dare to force me, none of us will have a good ending. You frowned tightly and sighed helplessly, wondering why you had such a bad affinity with this third senior brother, both of you staying behind with the same purpose of coveting Master's beauty. Interrupted in your good moment, you instantly felt deflated and walked towards the door with a sullen face. At this moment, outside the door, the third senior brother Long Yang was rubbing his hands together with an expectant look. Name, Long Yang, cultivation, early stage Dao Palace, origin, innate sword bone. Upon receiving this information, you were taken aback. Wasn't the third senior brother's talent extremely poor? You didn't expect him to hide it so deeply, so he could only be sent to his death. However, you didn't act rashly, but instead skillfully tidied up your clothes and said, Senior brother, you're too anxious. I haven't had enough fun yet, and you're already rushing me. He. Junior brother, you know I like what's been used. It saves me effort, especially when it's our beautiful master. Oh, look at me. I can't help but drool when I think of my master. Long Yang wiped his drool while meaningfully patting your shoulder. Junior brother, I have already made an agreement with a senior from the sect. Once I finish my business, I will bring back the head of Master Daichinga. By then, we will be direct disciples, and that treatment will be much better than being around a useless person. Hearing this, you took a deep breath. It seems that this cheap senior brother's standards are much lower than your own, so thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother. Long Yang smiled while suddenly applying force with the hand on your shoulder, his sinister gaze fixed on you. Junior brother, what's the matter? Aren't you going to let your senior brother pass? You said you just finished, but I didn't find any signs of a struggle on you, and I didn't hear a sound outside the room just now. Oh no, I should have activated the soundproofing formation. You cursed inwardly and awkwardly scratched your head. I said I'm a fast boy. Do you believe me? Believe you, you big-headed ghost. Long Yang was furious and directly threw a punch at your chest. You, who originally wanted to take the opportunity to sneak attack, were instantly blasted away, crashing hard against the edge of Daichinga's bed before coming to a stop. Junior brother, do you now realize that pretending to be aloof is not going to work? You usually bully the weak and fear the strong, so why are you acting serious now? I'm really not used to this, my senior brother. Suddenly, a somewhat panicked Daichinga hurried over to check. What happened to you? Can't you see this? Of course, I got beaten up. You, who are in a bad mood, are forcing yourself to stand up despite the pain. TSK, what a loving master and disciple pair. But don't worry, after I finish my business, I will send you both on your way together. As the words fell, Long Yang waved his sword and pointed it at the injured you. I advise you to watch carefully from the side, otherwise, I won't mind sending you on your way first. Hearing this, you frowned tightly. You originally wanted to observe and learn on the spot, but it seems that you are bound to die anyway, so you have no choice but to fight back. Thus, you squinted your eyes, locking your gaze directly on the opponent's killing sword. Pseudo-creation. Activate. In an instant, Patterns spread across your pupils, and the meridians throughout your body boiled, with spiritual energy continuously overflowing from within. What's going on? The butterfly beside you stared in disbelief, as you quickly formed 2 killing swords in your hands, identical to Long Yang's killing sword. My sword is not without its advantages, you shouted loudly, raised your twin swords, and lunged at Long Yang. Humph, just a pair of fakes, yet you dare to be so arrogant. I was originally going to let you enjoy yourself before you leave, but now it seems you are eager to seek death. In the next second, Long Yang only felt 2 white lights flash by rapidly, and then his pupils constricted as he fell to the ground with a face full of disbelief. How is this possible? You really deserve to die. Lying on the ground, Long Yang howled in pain. He didn't even see how he was struck by the sword, but you didn't give him a chance to question it and charged at him again with a fierce expression. I didn't expect this pseudo-creation to be able to replicate others' abilities, and even enhance its own physical skills. It's a pity that at the moment of death, Long Yang activated the sword bones within him, and the sword energy surged towards you in an instant. With a crack, the 2 killing swords in your hands broke apart, while Long Yang's killing sword pierced into your chest. How careless of me. You watched as Long Yang twisted the killing sword in his hands, instantly feeling a pain that was unbearable. Senior brother, you don't think I only have 2 killing swords, do you? You suddenly grabbed Long Yang's hands, and then the 4 killing swords behind you responded and directly pierced into Long Yang's body. Congratulations to the host for killing the innate sword bone cultivator. Reward, personal domain. Note, if the domain is fully expanded, the host is invincible of the same rank within its range. In an instant, you felt a blood-red crystal filled with overwhelming killing intent appear in the wheel C of your abdomen, within which seemed to hide a space, and you could vaguely hear the wails of wronged souls. Could it expand on its own as my cultivation improves? But before you could think more, you felt your vision darken and gradually lost consciousness. Dai Chinga looked at her former disciples, one dead and one injured, with a complex expression. Even the flame talisman in her hand trembled slightly. Should she go up and deliver the final blow? After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it and let out a long sigh instead. Then, a pill was stuffed into your mouth, and instantly, the large hole in your chest began to heal rapidly. It wasn't until deep into the night that you woke up amidst the fragrant aroma. Could it be that my master saved me? Feeling much lighter in body, you slowly got up. You're awake. The voice of my master Daichinga suddenly rang out, startling you, and you hurriedly clasped your hands in thanks, only to see Daichinga already sitting by your bedside. I just went to check on your junior sister, she's fine. Fortunately that person didn't touch her. Looking at your master so close, you couldn't help but feel that it was unreal, especially in this cool outfit, which made you a bit restless. Seeing your foolish expression, Daichinga shook her head helplessly. I originally planned to kill you while you were unconscious, but in the end, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Now there are only 3 of us left on the entire mountain peak, and apart from the clueless junior sister, you are the only one who understands anything here. Speaking of which, Daichinga frowned tightly, and a blush suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Do you want me? Yes, very much. You never expected Daichinga to be so direct, so you decisively agreed. On one hand, Daichinga possesses a celestial spirit body, which is a unique constitution that is rare throughout the ages. If it were to merge with it, the rewards triggered would surely be substantial. Besides, which man can refuse such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, especially when she is his own master? Daichinga didn't expect you to respond so decisively. Her shyness, which was already present, became even more pronounced. I can give it to you, but you must promise me one condition. Daichinga directly stated her request in an irresistible tone, which was to not harm your little junior sister. Can you do it? Rest assured, master, I will definitely not harm the little junior sister. You answered incredibly quickly, as if you were somewhat eager. After Butterfly Chinga resigned herself with a hum, she lay straight down on the bed, looking like she was ready to be picked at will, which truly made one feel a bit of pity. But when you instinctively leaned closer, a mark was directly branded onto your body. What does master mean by this? Does he not trust his disciple? This is a gift for you, something that can save your life at a critical moment. As Butterfly Chinga spoke, she passively took the initiative, not planning to give you another chance to ask. It wasn't until the next day when the sun was high in the sky that you finally stretched comfortably. You, this rebellious disciple, are simply too terrifying. While covering her pretty face, Butterfly Chinga softly accused with a hint of resentment, wondering how there could be such terrifying things in this world. I clearly let my guard down, so why won't he just let me go? After cleaning up the surroundings, you began to recall the series of events that happened yesterday. According to Long Yang's information, there is an elder in the sect who wants Butterfly Chinga's life, and Long Yang just happened to die here. It is estimated that the elder will soon come looking for trouble, so you must have the ability to protect yourself. At this moment, The system also reminded you that the reward has been credited, since the host protected the master from being killed. The immortal martial and immortal spirit are of the same origin. Congratulations, the host's immortal martial body has awakened. The immortal martial body truly brings what is needed at the right time. Instantly, you felt ecstatic. Carefully comprehending the essence of the immortal martial body, you saw transparent chains of laws wrapping around your entire body, and in an instant, the essence deep within your soul erupted with powerful willpower. A breath from the primordial era instantly spread, and at this moment, your physical body was sublimated. Even the wheel sea and the consciousness sea expanded several times. The shy Daichinga beside you was also drawn by this source, so excited that her whole body began to tremble. When did this rebellious disciple awaken the immortal martial body? Could it be that he had been holding it in for too long before, and now it was released that he awakened? Awesome! With your sudden roar, you unexpectedly broke through to the Dao Palace stage in a daze. Qin Shao felt his strong physical body. If he faced Long Yang now, he was confident that he could kill his opponent with 3 punches. But why is my body hot and dry? Qin Shao twisted her body. The blood chi of this immortal martial body was a bit too majestic. He looked to Daichinga, who was standing next to him. At this moment, Daichinga was tightly wrapped in the quilt. Her hair was messy, and her bare feet were stepping on the floor, like a kitten that just woke up. Qin Shao slowly walked towards Daichinga with a smile on his face. Yoo-hoo, master baby, you're awake. Daichinga's face became horrified. Adversary, what are you doing again? Nothing. The reverend disciple's origin is unstable now. I don't know how to deal with it, and I want to ask the master for advice. Adversary, then what are you hugging me for? The adversary is afraid that he can't hear his master's voice. He. Chapter 3, Second Senior Sister's Visit. Remnants of the Female Emperor? The warm sun shines through the window into the room. With an evil smile on his face, Qin Shao hugged the disoriented butterfly Lovesong tightly from behind and buried his head in his scattered purple hair. Daichinga, on the other hand, was drenched in sweat. Her eyes were dull, her body was tingling, and her thoughts had long since flown to the clouds. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. Who is it? Qin Shao shouted with a very impatient voice. It's me, Luo Qingyu. A clear female voice came from outside the door. Second sister? What's she doing here? Qin Shao was puzzled, remembering that when second senior sister left, it was so dry. Not only that, but he also joined forces with his eldest senior brother and raided the entire mountain peak of its treasures. Adversary, let go of me. Daichinga hurriedly put on her dress and straightened up her makeup. Qin Shao could only stop, put on his robes, and clean up the surrounding area, after which he looked at the doorway with a mischievous expression on his face. I'm coming in. Luo Qingyu pushed open the door to her room. She was dressed in a pink neon dress, her jade legs hidden underneath the dress, and she stepped on the lotus steps. She is graceful and tall, like a lotus flower, and carries her own aura of purity. Just entered the room, her agitated brows knitted tightly as she looked at the haggard-looking Daichinga, feeling as if she hadn't slept all night. Rocking rain, cultivation level, mid-period on the other side of the river. Origin, mortal. Qin Shao shook his head in disappointment. He knew that his second senior sister was gifted, but he didn't expect that she was a mortal body. What are you doing here? Qin Shao glanced at Luo Qingyu with an unfriendly tone. Luo Qingyu sighed and said to Daichinga in a cold tone, I have been ordered by my family teacher, Lu Hongyu, to inquire about the whereabouts of Master Long. At those words, Qin Shao and Daichinga stared at Luo Qingyu dead in the face. Yesterday, Long Yang had said that there was a senior who wanted to kill Daichinga. Today Luo Qingyu came to ask about Long Yang. In Qin Zhao's memory, Lu Hongyu had always been at odds with Daichinga. So much for that. The senior who thought it was necessary to kill Daichinga was Lu Hongyu. Dead. I don't know why. In a blur, Daichinga sat on the edge of the bed and tried to stand up, but her body was unsteady and she sat back down. Ugh. Luo Qingyu looked at Daichinga's appearance and sighed one after another. Having expected Daichinga's answer, she turned her head to Qin Shao and said, Senior brother Qin, are you willing to follow senior sister to worship under Peak Master Lu? The conditions are the same as yesterday's. Scum! It's amazing how brightly regicide is spoken of. Qin Shao cursed in his heart and his face was gloomy to the extreme. After glancing at Daichinga, who had a complicated face, Qin Zhao's tone was like 10,000 years of cold ice. I'm not interested. You go. Luo Qingyu frowned, a little surprised by Qin Zhao's reaction. After all, the previous Qin Shao didn't even dare to raise her head in front of herself, typically bullying the soft and fearing the hard. Now he dared to speak to himself like that and show his killing spirit. Luo Qingyu scanned Qin Shao back and forth, suddenly seeing something and smiling contemptuously again, dropping a token towards the ground. It's fine if you don't do it. 3 days from now is the Heaven Sealing Tower trial. I see that you, senior brother, have also broken through the Dao Palace stage, and have the qualifications to participate in the trial. But then I don't know whether you can survive or not. After all, eldest senior brother looked at you unfavorably in the first place, and this time, his men will also participate in the trial. You'd better think it over. Don't make any mistakes for yourself. Of course, you can also not participate. After all, you are the only seedling of Guanghan Peak. But rumor has it that the leader of this time can obtain the qualification of the Sex Saint Son candidate. Oh, Luo Qingyu's tone was mocking, not even glancing at her former master. She turned around and left after saying that, looking at Luo Qingyu's back as she left. Dai Qingge stood up trembling and picked up the token from the ground. Her heart felt sad, not understanding why her former disciple had become like this. Qin Shao took the token from Dai Qingge and smiled faintly. Heaven Sealing Tower. Sounds not bad, but it's not that easy to kill me. Dai Qingge sighed softly and asked, "Are you going?" "Aha." Qin Shao replied without hesitation. Dai Qingge had a smile on her lips as she cupped Qin Zhao's handsome face. "Your senior sister's advice is good. Lu Hongyu is the Heavenly Sword Peak Master and a good teacher, isn't she?" Qin Shao took Dai Qingge's unmanageable waist in one hand, and his hands began to be unruly. Apprentice only wants to be an impulsive and rebellious disciple, and doesn't want to commit regicide. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. He was not stupid. Since Lu Hongyu wanted to kill Dai Qingge, why didn't she do it herself? The fear of the patriarch's chastisement was one aspect. Most importantly, Dai Qingge was at least a saint. There must be some means to save their lives. At the very least, they can still die together. It was simply impossible to let yourself die. Doesn't it smell good to be an honest, rebellious disciple? Master, let's continue. Qin Shao picked Dai Qingge up by the waist and placed her on the bed. Dai Qingge knew that she couldn't escape the clutches of this retrograde disciple, so she could only passively accept it. Come on, evening. Qin Shao looked at his master who was resting on his arm in front of him and had long since passed out. The heart felt a surge of relief. Qin Shao gently withdrew his arm and covered Dai Qingge tightly with the quilt, after which he walked out of the room. The evening sun dyed the whole mountain yellow. Qin Shao sat on the top of the mountain in the evening, stroking his chin. The cultivators who participated in the Heaven Sealing Tower were all at the Dao Palace stage, and there were also their own eldest senior brother's men inside. Speaking of that cheap elder brother, Qin Shao felt sad for his own self in this world, because Big Brother is a typical moralistic, brutal by nature and narrow-minded person. On weekdays, he often used Qin Shao as a sandbag to practice under the pretext of instructing cultivation. However, Dai Qingge was often protective of Qin Shao for some reason. This resulted in the eldest senior brother not targeting Qin Shao in private, causing Qin Shao to nearly perish several times. According to Luo Qingyu, eldest brother's people would also be going to the Heaven Sealing Tower, which forced Qin Shao to pay attention. Having flicked Lu Honyu's face twice, she definitely holds a grudge against me. The trip to the Heaven Sealing Tower will be tough. Qin Zhao's face gradually turned cold as he looked at the bustling cultivators at the bottom of the mountain. But there should be many special bloodlines there, right? He. The Heaven Sealing Tower would gather disciples with outstanding talent from the younger generation of the clan, and there were few special bloodline cultivators in it. And once you enter the Heaven Sealing Tower, no matter what your status is, you must be prepared to fight to the death, just in time to trigger system rewards with those grievances. Click! The sound of a branch being stepped on came. Who? Qin Shao snapped her head back and saw a little girl with a baby face who seemed to be only 15 or 16 years old. The little girl hid behind a tree and poked out a small head. The big watery eyes blinked, timidly looking at Qin Shao. Little sister? Dragon Sakura. Cultivation, Early Chakra C. Origin, Dragon Empress, one of the remnants of her soul. Dragon Empress. Qin Shao wiped her eyes to make sure she hadn't misread it. As far as one could remember, the younger sister's talent could be described as pathetically weak. I didn't expect it to be the remnants of a Dragon Empress. Master doesn't let me hurt my sister, but he didn't say he wouldn't let me love her. This was a treasure maiden. In case if she recovered, there was still a possibility that he could obtain the inheritance spell of the true dragon lineage. This silly look should be easy to fool, right? It's a bit young, but you can go with the foster system and feel comfortable raising it yourself. Qin Shao secretly nodded, feeling that it was feasible, and hooked a finger to Long Cherry. Junior sister, come this way. Senior brother has something to say to you. He. Chapter 4, Silly Sweet Dragon Cherry. Master's weird behavior. The little sister hiding behind the tree could not stop her delicate body from trembling after hearing Qin Zhao's words. But still, he dutifully walked over. Dragon Sakura's little head was tied in two large braids that fluttered in the wind. Her chin was slightly pointed. Her small white face still had some baby fat, and her red nose was slightly arched. Clutching a roasted chicken leg in her hand, her big watery eyes kept looking at the ground out of fear, like an aggrieved beast. Small steps. Qin Shao looked at the porcelain doll in front of her that wasn't even as tall as her neck and felt a wave of speechlessness. After all, The predecessor hadn't bullied Long Cherry much, especially after Daichinga was injured. Junior sister, don't be afraid. Senior brother is a good person. Qin Xiao stroked Long Cherry's furry head and said softly. Long Sakura's body was shaking like a sieve. Slowly, he took out a storage ring from his bosom and handed it to Qin Xiao, his voice glutinous. Senior brother, I still have some spirit stones here, so don't bully senior, okay? Ha! Qin Xiao looked at the storage ring in front of him and realized that Long Cherry was looking at him with disgust as well as fear. When did I bully master? Dragon Sakura sniffed. Her eyes were dropping little pearls. Why didn't you? I heard it all outside. Master said she's dying and you're still bullying her. I also heard strange noises. You must have hit master. Qin Xiao rubbed the tip of his nose, a little embarrassed. I should have known to add a soundproofing system. That said, is this little girl really the remnants of the Empress? It doesn't look like it. It's a bit stupid and cute. Take the storage ring back. It's not like I don't have spirit stones to spend, and I'm not bullying master. It shouldn't be considered bullying. Qin Xiao directly refused. He is not so much, but Qin Xiao suddenly froze as he realized that the storage ring on his finger had disappeared. Where's my storage ring? Qin Xiao rummaged through her sleeves and found nothing. It couldn't be Master Shifu's doing, could it? Qin Xiao looked toward the door of Daichinga's room and shook her head. Forget it, if it's not there, it's not there. One more reason to go to the Heaven Ceiling Tower. The cultivators in there should be quite rich, and grabbing just a little could take ages. Senior sister, what are you doing here? I came to see master. Long Cherry looked at Qin Xiao warily, fearing that the other party would make any moves. Master is still resting. You can go back later. I'll leave first. Qin Xiao waved his hand and turned away with his head hanging down. Dragon Sakura was still too young, and had been brought up to tell herself she couldn't do that. What's more, this little sister had a bad impression of herself. I'm not a good person, but I'm still a human being, and I can't do things that aren't human. So, it's better to wait until the senior sister grows up. Looking at Qin Xiao's back, Long Cherry let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the storage ring in his hand, he was a bit bewildered. The former Sifu doesn't seem to be like that. Guanghan Peak was surrounded by immortal qi, and all sorts of spirit beasts ran through the mountain. The original medicinal garden had long been dug up, leaving only a deep pit. Even the rest of the disciples of Guanghan Peak were scooped up under other elders as well as the peak master. Only Qin Xiao, Daichinga, and Long Cherry remained in the entire mountain peak. It was no wonder that Daichinga had been in seclusion for years and was not good at socializing with people. The personnel within Guanghan Peak was pitifully small, and it was likely that it had long been infiltrated by people arranged by other peak masters. As for the reason why Qin Xiao and Long Cherry didn't leave, because no elder dared to accept the peak master's true disciple under his door, and no peak master was willing to accept two losers unconditionally. Qin Xiao walked through the mountains, his frown deepening, because Guanghan Peak was full of prohibitions. The prohibitions looked like they were fused with Guanghan Peak. You can't even notice it without looking closely. Based on his predecessor's memories, Qin Xiao wanted to distinguish the types of forbidden systems. However, due to the limitations of his cultivation, Qin Xiao wasn't able to see all of it, but he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Upon observation, this was both a defense prohibition and an attack, and if necessary, they could even die together. The predecessor was uneducated before and didn't notice it, but now Qin Xiao noticed it. No wonder Lu Hongyu didn't dare to do it herself. It turns out that she was afraid that her master would blow up the entire mountain peak and die with it. Qin Xiao's expression became grave. The current master has no cultivation though. However, as the peak master, he should still be able to use external objects to manipulate the prohibitions. If he were to blow up the entire mountain peak, I'm afraid that it would be a great blow to the entire cloud soaring sect. I'm afraid that this is also the reason why Lu Hongyu bought Long Yang in the first place. In fact, it is for Long Yang and himself, to try to see if master can blow up the entire Guanghan Peak by himself. Good calculation. Lu Hongyu, still talking about accepting himself as a true disciple. If Guanghan Peak blows itself up, it is questionable whether he can reincarnate or not. However, since master teacher has a card in hand, why is he willing to be bullied by me? Qin Xiao was puzzled, remembering the mark that Daichinga had left inside her body back then. It feels very uncomplicated and may have something to do with it. After all, they are all old things who have lived for who knows how many years. Who doesn't have some heart? Be careful in the future. After all, this is the cultivation world, not a harmonious society. Qin Xiao took a long breath, feeling a little hard on her body. Hey, having just awakened the immortal martial body, I'm still a bit uncomfortable. There are still 3 days until the Heaven Ceiling Tower opens, so let's first properly sensitize the immortal martial body. The leader of the Heaven Ceiling Tower can become a candidate for the Sex Saint Sun, and if I become the Sex Saint Sun, then I will receive more resources in the future. Not only that, even the resources for cultivation in the future will be plentiful. The night was shrouded in color, and the night sky was flooded with a little starlight. Moonlight shines on the top of the mountain. Qin Shao sat cross-legged under the tree, like an old monk in meditation. His mind completely settled in the depths of the Sea of Chakras in his abdomen. The Sea of Chakras was where the cultivator's mana was located, and the size of the Sea of Chakras also determined the cultivator's strength. Most cultivators' chakra seas look like a small stream from the inside, and the larger ones look like a long river. But Qin Shao's chakra sea was very different. It was flooded with golden waves, boundless and unbelievably large, like a golden ocean full of vitality. It's good to have a big wheel sea, but this is too big. Qin Shao felt distressed because the bigger the chakra sea also meant the stronger the foundation. The more resources you need when you break through, the more resources you need. It's just a matter of making the best of it. If you don't have the resources, you can rob them. If you can't rob them, you can steal them. If you can't steal them, you can cheat them. There's always a way. The blazing origin deep within the divine soul rushed forth, slowly flowing through the meridians and nourishing the entire body. The warmth of the sensation caused Qin Shao to grunt out. 2 days in a row, Qin Xiaodu sat unmoving under the tree as the fallen leaves fell on his shoulders and head. Suddenly, hurricane! The fallen leaves around them were blown away. Qin Shao opened his eyes and a golden light erupted from his eyes. The slim body was suffused with golden Dao lines, and a crackling sound could be heard just from clenching his fists. Well, it's not fully acclimatized, but at least it doesn't affect the enemy anymore. Tomorrow is the Heaven Sealing Tower trial, so I need to get some rest today. Qin Shao stretched and felt a surge of pleasure as he prepared to go find his master. But when he turned around, he saw Long Cherry's baby face, sniffing at himself. Little sister, what are you doing? You're going to eat me? Long Sakura came back to her senses and hastily backed away, her head lowered in a slightly aggravated manner. Senior brother, you smell too good. I didn't hold back. Qin Shao straightened the corners of his mouth, feeling that the other party's head was truly somewhat problematic. That, master told you to go to her. She has something to say to you. Long Sakura lowered her head and finished quickly, before fleeing as if to leave. Master wants to see me? Shouldn't it? Hey! After pondering for a moment, Qin Shao took large strides towards Daichinga's room. Without caring about anything, Qin Shao directly pushed the door in. Feeling unsafe, he added a few more soundproofing prohibitions around the area, then waltzed in. You, looking at Qin Shao's rude behavior, Daichinga wanted to say something. Master, what is it that you are looking for my apprentice? Qin Shao took Daichinga's small hand and played with it. Who knew that Daichinga did not say a word, but even directly pasted Qin Shao with her mouth? Qin Shao was surprised, not realizing that his master teacher would take such initiative, so he enjoyed it as well. But that's when a cold and aura-emitting object slowly slid down from Qin Shao's mouth, into his body, and eventually disappeared. Nope, something was very wrong with that thing. Like a flame, Qin Shao's tone was a bit cold as she pushed Daichinga away. Master, what is the meaning of this? Isn't it enough to plant a seal inside me? Chapter 5, 2 Special Bloodlines. Reasons for not helping Master Teacher. Daichinga didn't care about Qin Zhao's icy expression and her tone was soft. It's too dangerous for you to go to the Heaven Sealing Tower this time. This will save you in a critical time. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, questioning Daichinga's statement but unable to refute it, because that thing disappeared inside Qin Zhao's body just like the last seal. It's like it never existed. You can go. Daichinga turned around and left, ignoring Qin Zhao's reaction. Humph, planting a mark in my body and still want me to leave? Qin Zhao coldly grunted, stepped forward and hugged Daichinga from behind, and his hands began to be unctuous, caressing that white and beautiful back. Adversary, no! Daichinga struggled and turned around to face Qin Zhao. She was still startled by Qin Zhao's wolf-like eyes, her eyes a little evasive, her tone softened and tinged with fear. You asshole, let go of me. Qin Zhao's eyes were on Daichinga, and she didn't want to force her too much. I don't care. I'm here and I have no intention of leaving tonight. Butterfly Chinga had messed around twice in a row, much to Qin Zhao's displeasure, decided to punish her hard tonight. As for morality, Qin Zhao thought that stuff got in the way and sometimes it was better not to have it. Daichinga knew that she had no ability to resist now, and she was afraid that it would be difficult to escape today. Her pretty face blushed and she said very quietly, go up and lie down first. I'll help you. After Daichinga finished speaking, she walked onto the bed and sat cross-legged on the soft bed. Qin Zhao scanned Daichinga's fair skin back and forth and suddenly smiled, smoothly lying on Daichinga's lap. It's soft. Qin Zhao couldn't help but praise it. The purple hair fell on her face with its fragrance, scratching Qin Zhao's heart. Qin Zhao's fingers were entwined between her hair as she said in a teasing manner, Master, my disciple is ready. Adversary, if I had my training, I would have expelled you from the division. Daichinga forced back the indignation in her heart and looked at Qin Zhao who was lying on her lap, slowly stretching out her jade hand, giving birth to a feeling of wanting to tear the other party apart. Qin Zhao felt a surge of relief while asking, Master, is the heaven ceiling tower dangerous? Qin Shao rubbed his head, wanting to know more about the heaven ceiling tower. Are you afraid? Don't go if you're afraid. I heard that there are 2 special bloodline cultivators among the disciples going to the heaven ceiling tower this time. You'd better prepare. Daichinga wore a sneer on her face as she leaned down to look at Qin Shao through the gap. 2 special bloodline cultivators? Then I'm looking forward to it. Qin Shao sneered. It was just the right time to make good use of the system. And he didn't know who those 2 disciples were. Both special bloodlines. Who's afraid of who? The winner of this heaven ceiling tower would be one of the candidates for the holy sonship. If one were to become a candidate for the sacred son, then one's current situation would be much better. At least it wasn't explicitly targeted by eldest brother and the others. It might even help the master. Senior, now that you've lost all your cultivation, why aren't the patriarch and the other peak masters helping you? Qin Shao remembered something and asked. I don't know about the patriarch's side, but do you think that with Lu Hongyu around, the other peak master's side would dare to help me? Daichinga laughed coldly and looked at Qin Shao with a grudge. You rebellious disciple, do you want to help me? Then why don't you say so, master? Qin Shao laughed cozily. Smoothly, the mind was secretly thinking. It seems that master's current situation isn't too good either. With Lu Hongyu watching from the outside, the patriarch doesn't make a move. Hey, these old monsters are too deep in their minds. It is simply deeper than the heavenly abyss, and if you are not careful, you will fall into the path. No, he had planted himself twice with this woman. Qin Shao felt a bit aggrieved, so she began to hold up her body and measure the figure for her master. From time to time, a few words of praise were uttered, causing Daichinga's faces to turn red. What's so shy about it? Master and I are an old married couple, Qin Shao said shamelessly, her fingers tangling in her purple hair. You retrograde disciple. Daichinga was so enraged that she couldn't wait to cut this retrograde disciple alive. Get the hell out of here. Daichinga pushed Qin Shao away while she herself ran to the pool as if fleeing. Qin Shao was lying comfortably on the big bed with her arms resting on her head, looking at Daichinga. Daichinga came to the edge of the bed, her almond eyes glaring roundly, her tone gloomy. What are you still doing here? Why don't you go? Qin Shao said provocatively as she lay on her back on all fours. I told you, I wasn't going to leave tonight. I'm sleeping here. You get out. Poor Daichinga, a peak sage powerhouse, was currently gnashing his teeth in anger by his own disciple. Hey, I'd better go look for little sister then. Qin Shao got up and pretended to leave. Okay, but you're not allowed to move, Daichinga said with difficulty. Okay. Qin Shao laid down obediently again and looked at Daichinga expectantly. He certainly wasn't going to hurt Dragon Sakura. Age aside, that's an Empress remnant. Who knows if Dragon Cherry will suddenly wake up, then slap Qin Shao to death. Still, it's a good idea to bully the master. Daichinga took a deep breath and slowly laid down next to Qin Shao. But the next second, Qin Shao even directly lay on Daichinga's arm, acting like a scared little baby. Master, put me to sleep. Daichinga cursed in her heart. A rebel. Adversary. How unloved are you that you need a woman to put you to bed? If it is possible, the cultivation must be abolished, and then expelled from the master's school afterward, in order to solve the hatred of the heart. I, Daichinga, have lived a life of honor. How could I have taken in such a rebellious disciple? It's not enough for the jockey to defy his ancestor. He has to insult his master. Qin Shao lay comfortably on Daichinga's arm. I let you plant imprints indiscriminately. I let you put things inside me indiscriminately. Being planted with a mark indiscriminately in one's body by a saint, one was afraid that one wouldn't even know how to die. Fortunately, Daichinga did not have any cultivation now. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Looking at Daichinga's aggrieved face, half of Qin Shao's depression disappeared. As for the other half, it depends on your mood. Qin Shao thought of something. While enjoying herself, taking out a drop of blood from his own body, he took out another drop of blood from Daichinga's body. Focus on the 2 drops of blood. The 2 drops of blood were touching each other, and then quickly melted into 1 drop of blood, indistinguishable from each other. That drop of blood emanated the aura of both the immortal martial body and the immortal spirit body. It's like they've never been apart. Interesting, it really is from the same lineage. It is known from the system that the 2 physiques used to be of the same origin, and it is not known why they were separated. His eyes fell on Daichinga's delicate face. Don't look at me. I only know that these 2 physiques are in the same vein. I don't know the rest. Daichinga glanced at Qin Shao and replied impatiently. Qin Shao didn't expect Daichinga to answer something either, so they relaxed their minds and gradually relaxed. Daichinga felt the breathing of Qin Shao in her arms gradually stabilize, and her tense body relaxed. Her gaze looked around Qin Shao's handsome face, and she carefully felt the imprint planted within Qin Shao's body. But that's when, Master, I'm hungry. Qin Shao, who had already fallen asleep, let out a dreamy whisper, after which she very consciously dove headfirst into her master's fragrant arms. When Daichinga heard this, Her petite body trembled, and she was on the verge of crying with anger, so she could only allow herself to be bullied by the adversary. Chapter 6, Going to the Heaven Ceiling Tower. Yi Wuchen appears. Daichinga looked at Qin Xiao in her arms and wanted to kick him off the bed, but he was afraid that Qin Xiao would wake up and torture himself a little more. After thinking about it, I can only stop. Daichinga forced herself to endure the discomfort and hugged Qin Xiao in her arms as she also fell asleep, but she didn't notice. Qin Xiao didn't sleep at all, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning. Get up. It's time for you to go to the Heaven Ceiling Tower. The sleeping Qin Xiao felt someone pinching her face and couldn't help but rub into Daichinga's arms. Just a little more sleep. Just a little more. Get up and give it to you when you get back. Qin Xiao reluctantly left the soft jade pillow and was met with Daichinga's grudging gaze. Master, you're awesome. Qin Xiao stood up and stretched. He also didn't forget to touch Daichinga twice before putting on his robe. Adversary. Daichinga turned around and didn't look at that jockey-scorned ancestor's rebellious disciple. Qin Xiao would smile and walk out of the room. The morning sun was draped over the ridges, coloring the entire mountain range red. The auspicious immortal qi was inhaled into Qin Xiao's mouth, nourishing his flesh. Qin Xiao turned around and saw that Long Cherry was hiding behind a tree, staring at herself with an indignant expression. Not thinking much about it either, Qin Xiao headed down the mountain, preparing to head to the Heaven Ceiling Tower. Under this era where great emperors fell, quasi-emperors did not come out, and great saints were hard to come by. The Cloud-Soaring sect, which possessed a Saint King Realm cultivator, was one of the top forces in the desolate domain. The main spirit peaks of the Cloud-Soaring sect were divided into 5. They are, respectively, Broad Cold Peak, Heavenly Sword Peak, Vast Misty Peak, Miaoyin Peak, and Tai Peak. With the exception of Tai Peak, which was sat upon by a peak Saint King sovereign, the rest of the peaks were sat upon by saints. Each spirit peak towered into the clouds, with colorful haze and immortal mist steaming up, and even though they were far apart, they could still be seen. Qin Xiao walked on the green stone steps and looked at the cultivators coming and going. The cultivation levels of the cultivators were all at the Dao Palace stage, and it seemed that they were all going to attend the peak Heavenly Tower. As soon as Qin Xiao appeared in front of the eyes of the disciples, he triggered an uproar and the crowd began to clamor. Isn't this Qin Xiao from Guanhan Peak? He's also coming to the Heaven Ceiling Tower? I've heard that Qin Xiao was still at the Wheeling Sea stage after more than a decade of initiation, but now he's even broken through the Dao Palace stage? Broad Cold Peak Master is seriously injured. The eldest disciple and the second disciple are all gone. The third disciple is nowhere to be found. If Broad Cold Peak Master doesn't favor him, who does? Is it possible that he's acting as a gigolo for the Broad Cold Peak Master? Ha ha ha. The people around them were whispering, thinking that Qin Xiao couldn't hear them. However, since Qin Xiao had awakened his immortal martial body, his perception was several times stronger than before, and he heard all of this clearly. He scanned the crowd, realizing that most of them were ordinary inner disciples, and retracted his gaze with contempt. He walked on his own. These taunts were just sprinkles to him. A group of ordinary disciples. He hadn't put it in his eyes yet. But what saddens him the most is that his former self was a little too mixed up. It was just a matter of bullying and being afraid of being soft, but he was also laughed at behind the back by some inner disciples. What kind of food is this? Butterfly Chinga didn't kick him out of the division. It was all considered merciful. Look guys, Elder Yi is here, someone exclaimed. The crowd looked to the sky in unison, only to see that a man dressed in a gorgeous robe with a feminine look stood high in the sky. He had a warm smile on his face and seemed down to earth. That's Elder Yi Wuchen, simply like an exiled immortal. Yeah, isn't he Qin Xiao's former senior brother? Looking much stronger than Qin Xiao. The surrounding female disciples looked at the man in the sky and began to spring, and some even went so far as to start making secret glances. And with all this, Yi Wuchen responded with a slight nod without losing his measure. Leaves without dust. Cultivation level, mid-heavenly silence. Origin, body of pure yang. Qin Xiao retracted her gaze from the panel and looked at Yi Wuchen ghostly. He wasn't worried about Yi Wuchen discovering the secret of the immortal martial body because the immortal martial body was just like a mortal body if it wasn't stimulated. Unless it was a Saint King Realm cultivator who could tell a cultivator's origin at a glance. Yi Wuchen detected Qin Xiao's gaze, to which he only felt a contemptuous smile. Qin Xiao curiously sized up Yi Wuchen, under the impression that this senior brother could be described as having a mixed fate. Although he looks good, it is a pity that he is a man without roots. A long time ago, Yi Wuchen left the clan once, after which he became a eunuch. The rumor was that it was related to a woman, and that the injuries were so severe at the time that they could not be cured. Yi Wuchen hated Qin Xiao's gaze, but he couldn't snap. After all, so many people were watching. He was very concerned about his face. Don't worry everyone, this exam will be presided over by my master, Peak Master Lu, and I will also send out several ministries to escort the clan's heavenly pride. so everyone can rest assured that they don't have to worry about safety. Yi Wuchen's face always had a warm smile on it, but his eyes looked towards Qin Xiao. If anything, Elder Yi is wise. The disciples chimed in. Qin Xiao's mouth was almost skimming the sky, and she was bellyaching in her heart. Why don't you just say you sent someone to kill me, and say all those grandiose things? I don't seem to have messed with him much, and he wants to kill me so badly? Qin Xiao shook his head and left the crowd to walk towards the peak heavenly tower on his own. Click! A crisp shattering sound came from high in the air, and the saintly pressure came overwhelmingly, pressing down on the shoulders of the crowd. Qin Xiao looked up in shock, only to see a warship smash the void into smithereens as it slowly sailed out of the rift. A woman stood at the bow of the boat, her red skirt swaying in the wind. Smooth jade-like calves were hidden under the skirt, glistening with white luster, and the proud figure was close to bursting through the long skirt. She locked eyes with Qin Xiao through the air, her veil covering that thrilling visage, revealing only her star-like eyes. Ryu Hongyu, cultivation, peak sage, origin, embodied spirit. Qin Xiao frowned and retreated behind the crowd, but no matter how he retreated, he could always feel a powerful will enveloping his body. It was a feeling of being on pins and needles, like a man's back, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Lu Hongyu looked at Qin Xiao, who was looking around below, and was instantly amused, shaking her head repeatedly, but the words coming out of her mouth were frightening. Qin Xiao, in the blink of an eye, you white-eyed wolf has grown so big. Not only that, the guts have gotten bigger. How dare you refuse my solicitation? Looking at the entire desolate domain, you are the first. Butterfly Chinga killed my senior sister and you are her disciple. How does this make this seat better? Lu Hongyu wrapped her arms around herself and looked down on Qin Xiao from above, a sneer appearing at the corner of her mouth under her veil. If I remember correctly, the Cloud sect doesn't allow fellow disciples to fight each other, and it's a capital offense if you're caught. And since you killed your senior brother, I, the Peak Master, couldn't just stand by and watch, so I had to ask you to die a death. Good Master Nephew, if you want to blame it, blame your dear master. Chapter 7 Heavenly Sword. Peak Master Lu Hongyu, entering the Heaven Sealing Tower. Although what Lu Hongyu said, Qin Xiao did not hear. However, Qin Xiao's face still became grave. The woman on the warship was Daichinga's archenemy, the same woman who had pulled herself together several times to kill Daichinga. It was still the woman who had taken Yi Wuchen as well as Luo Qingyu under her tutelage. I didn't expect her to come in person. Greetings, Master. Yi Wuchen arched his hand and saluted, looking incredibly respectful. Lu Hongyu withdrew her gaze and sat on the throne, not even looking at Yi Wuchen. Qin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hongyu was able to subdue Yi Wuchen. This was something that even the Daichinga couldn't do back then. You can see how powerful their tactics are. Let the trial begin. Lu Hongyu sat lazily on the throne, her voice clear and cold. Yes, the elders below replied, leading the disciples in the square away. Qin Xiao was also in the crowd. Without looking, he could feel that he had been locked by several killing thoughts. Eldest brother, you really went to great lengths to kill me. Qin Xiao craned his neck, his battle spirit high. However, the people here should be quite rich, and there should be quite a few special bloodlines. Soon the crowd came to a stone tower. The stone tower stood majestically at the top of the mountain, its appearance flickering with runes and faintly radiating imperial might. Just that wisp of imperial might was enough to make the legs of the disciples present tremble, not daring to raise their heads to gaze, afraid of offending the majesty of the great emperor of the ancients. Qin Xiao felt his origin boiling, as if it wanted to compete with the emperor for glory. It was rumored that the Heaven Sealing Tower was forged by the Cloudy sect's old ancestor, Cloudy Emperor, and was specifically used to give low-ranked cultivators a trial run. Qin Xiao felt the immortal martial origin and was speechless for a while. Is this a way to get yourself into a fight with a great emperor? An old man sat in front of the stone door of the Heaven Sealing Tower and impatiently said to the crowd, there are many small spaces in the Heaven Sealing Tower, and there are entrances between each of them. The entrances are randomly distributed, and it's up to your luck to find them. The spirit medicine and opportunities inside are yours to fight over. And most importantly, there is a soul fall pearl in the tower, and whoever can capture the soul fall pearl will be the leader this time. Of course, if anyone dies inside, it has nothing to do with the clan. It's all you losers who are unlucky. Don't try to pin your hopes on others. The only one who can save you is yourselves. Well, old man, I've said what I had to say, so get your asses in there. A token appeared in the old man's hand, casually pointing it, and the stone door slowly opened. A blue barrier appeared in front of the crowd. No one could see inside. Qin Xiao looked around and rushed into the barrier with several consecutive dodges. After all, Qin Xiao didn't want to be blocked at the door and beaten up. The old man outside the door of the stone tower watched as Qin Xiao rushed in unhesitatingly, somewhat surprised before nodding appreciatively. The rest of the crowd also looked at each other before rushing into the barrier as well. On the warship, bored and somewhat bored, Lu Hongyu played with her hair and asked Yi Wuchen, how are things arranged? Yi Wuchen arched his hand in a salute, a sinister smile on his face. Don't worry, master. I'll send several attendants. That little bastard definitely won't survive. Lu Hongyu nodded her head in satisfaction. Well, since he's not willing to kill Dai Chinga, let's get rid of him. After that, I'll find a way to take Long Cherry under my tutelage, and that little girl will be yours from now on. Yi Wuchen was overjoyed and swallowed his saliva, almost kneeling on the ground. Many thanks, master. Inside the heaven ceiling tower, an endless desert. The wind and sand rose without wind and struck Qin Xiao's face. Qin Xiao flew through the yellow sand, frowning darkly. What about elixir and chance? It's not like there's a chance in this whole desert. Qin Xiao looked behind him and realized that no pursuers had yet arrived. In the entire desert, there was only one person, Qin Xiao. Could it be that after passing through the barrier, one is randomly transported to a side of space? You were unlucky enough to be transported within a desert? Qin Xiao straightened the corners of her mouth, but now was not the time to complain. It was better to find a way to find other space entrances, as there is no obstruction around. Qin Xiao simply utilized the pseudogenesis to replicate a killing sword, and stood on the killing sword himself and began to fly with the sword. Looking at the flying swords under his feet, Qin Xiao stroked his chin. It looks like pseudogenesis can replicate every weapon it's ever seen. Of course it has to be something you've seen with your own eyes or you simply can't replicate it. Interesting. Qin Xiao urged the killing sword under his feet and turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. It didn't take long. A high mountain appeared in sight. The mountains stood out in the desert, like the only splash of green in a yellow fabric. Spirit trees were all over the mountain, and one could smell a medicinal fragrance from a long distance away. Come what may, go in and take a look. The killing swords under his feet disintegrated inch by inch, and Qin Xiao landed on the soft ground. Qin Xiao crouched down to look at the ground and found several rows of footprints on the ground. The footprints were neat and looked like they had just been produced not long ago, and there were only 5 of them. Qin Xiao stood up and walked along the footprints in the forest. There are numerous deep and shallow potholes in the road. There was also an aura and medicinal scent emanating from inside. It's still too early to tell if it's one of Yi Wuchen's people. So, if you can, then grab it together. What if there's someone from Yi Wuchen? Qin Xiao secretly nodded his head. After all, he was very short of spirit stones right now, and there was a wailing little senior sister at home. The forest was narrow and the branches scraped against Qin Xiao's face. Qin Xiao held the killing sword and cut down all the surrounding trees. Afraid people won't know they're here. Sure enough, the corners of Qin Xiao's mouth rose. The killing sword in his hand clanked, and in a gentle tone, he called out to the boulder not far away. Come out, a few fellow Taoists. Qin Xiao maintained a gentle expression. Ever since awakening the immortal martial body, Qin Xiao's perception was already incomparable to that of an ordinary cultivator. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiao sensed a cultivator's aura fluctuation in the boulder not far away, and not just 1, but 5. However, the other didn't answer. AI. In that case, Mr. Qin can only ask a few of you to come out. Qin Xiao sighed, his eyes filled with Dao lines, and he directly unleashed the pseudo-creation. In an instant, more than a dozen killing swords appeared behind him. Qin Xiao flicked his fingers and more than a dozen killing swords stabbed at the boulder at the same time. Boom! The boulder exploded. Fellow Daoist, be merciful. In the dust, 5 figures appeared and shouted in unison. Qin Xiao's eyes slightly condensed. After observing them, he realized that these 5 people's cultivation levels were all at the early stage of the Dao Palace. 2 of them, after seeing Qin Xiao's face, clutched the killing swords in their hands tightly as their faces turned unkind. Yes, senior brother Qin? A female cultivator asked. Yes, that's good. That's who we thought it was. That female cultivator forced a smile. Qin Xiao nodded with a smile as more than a dozen more killing swords appeared behind him and slowly said, since senior sister knows it's me, I'll be impolite. He. Robbery. Hand over anything of value you have on you. The 5 cultivators froze in unison, having never seen someone so direct. Not talking? That's not taking me seriously. Qin Xiao's voice turned ice cold as he maneuvered his killing sword to stab at the 5 men. Give face. Chapter 8, Abusing Cultivators of the Same Rank. Icy Underworld Body Han Shui. Qin Xiao suddenly snapped and his main targets were the 2 male cultivators. This was because Qin Xiao had felt threatened by 2 murderous auras ever since he saw this group of cultivators, adding to the fact that these 2 already had bad looks on their faces. So Qin Xiao didn't hold back at all. More than 10 killing swords shot in unison. With a miserable cry, 3 cultivators were penetrated by the killing sword and fell limp on the ground, their eyes filled with panic. They couldn't believe they were losing just like that. Qin Xiao's gaze fell on the duo who were still standing in place. Both of them were injured, but neither of them were serious, merely spilling blood from the corners of their mouths. You are Yi Wuchen's people? Qin Xiao's face was flat as he looked at the sword chi on those 2. That was precisely the sword chi of Yi Wuchen's lineage. Humph, count yourself wise. Lord Yi said that you have been taken over by a demon. so he sent us to get rid of the demons. A male cultivator's tone was sarcastic and his face was gloomy. Put, Xin Xiao really couldn't hold back and sprayed in place with laughter. I didn't expect Yi Wuchen to be able to moralize like this. Those two looked at each other. Then they were ruthless and shouted in unison. Demons suffer death. Looking at the attacking duo, Xin Xiao's eyes were contemptuous as he gently spat out two words. Waste. Xin Xiao threw a punch. Under the crowd's astonished gazes, accompanied by a thunderous sound, fists and sword blades clashed. But bizarrely, Xin Xiao's fist was unharmed while the man's sword became shattered. Not only that, even that person's arm was shaken into bloody mud, and his body flew out backwards. He hit a tree trunk before stopping, and lay on the ground breathing in and out. Xin Xiao looked to his left hand, which was clutching a killing sword. The killing sword was incomparably sharp and the Dao lines clanked, but it couldn't even scratch the Dao lines on Xin Xiao's skin. On the other end of the killing sword, another person was holding the hilt of the sword, and at this moment, his lips were trembling. He couldn't believe that there was someone who was able to smash a person and his sword together without utilizing divine powers. Don't you want to kill me? Kill! Xin Xiao wore a sardonic smile, his eyes bursting with brutality. No, poof. Xin Xiao grunted coldly and swung his fist, denting the man's chest with one punch. It's just the early stage of the Dao Palace. How dare you kill me? Xin Xiao didn't stop, lifting the man by the neck and dropping him to the ground, after which he slammed down punch after punch. There were no divine abilities, based solely on the strength of the physical body. The man was soon smashed into a puddle of flesh. The remaining three saw this scene and their legs trembled. They wanted to run, but they were afraid that Xin Xiao would catch them back and hammer them again. Xin Xiao glanced at another person who was already dead in the distance, and with a warm smile on his face, he said to the remaining three, "They said I'm a demon. Do you believe them?" Those three winced in unison and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. "No, don't believe it." "Well, get it." Nodding in satisfaction, Xin Xiao reached out and grabbed the dead duo's storage rings, sucking them into his hand. Another bloodstained hand was extended to the trio, and nothing was said. The three of them glanced at each other, or the female cultivator stood up trembling and handed over her storage ring to Xin Xiao. Those two also trembled their hands and offered their storage rings. Xin Xiao looked at the storage ring full of items and smiled faintly. "Senior brother Qin, can we go now?" The female cultivator was on the verge of crying in fear, asking with red eyes. Do you guys know where the entrance to the other dimension is?" Xin Xiao asked as she cleaned the blood from her hands. The three men wanted to talk. Xin Xiao's eyes turned cold. "I said, the entrance is within a cave not too far away. We had wanted to gather some spirit medicines before we went there, and after that, we met senior brother Qin," a male cultivator hurriedly replied. I see. You guys want to come with me?" Xin Xiao replaced that gentle smile again. "No, we still have to collect some spirit medicines, so we won't bother senior brother Qin." Those three shook their heads like rattlesnakes. "Okay, I'll go then." Xin Xiao rolled her eyes and turned around to walk into the distance. After watching Xin Xiao leave completely, the three of them sat paralyzed in unison. Fellow disciples say that Xin Xiao is a waste of space for the ages, but why is he so terrifying? Yeah, his battle technique seems to be able to copy our magic treasures, shaking a spirit weapon with his bare hands. His fleshly body is even more terrifying than a demon race. Feeling unsafe, the three discussed for a moment before fleeing into the distance in unison, but just as they wanted to leave, more than a dozen killing swords stabbed in unison from the shadows, and before they could react, their bodies were pierced through. The three of them were also losing their vitality. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth rose slightly as she swaggered away. Tada! Inside the dark cave, only the sound of Qin Zhao's footsteps could be heard echoing. The cave was humid and many dead bones could be seen, even freshly dead cultivators. Bright red blood pooled and formed a small puddle. It wasn't those three monks, was it? Qin Zhao stroked his chin, feeling that he was still too merciful, and that these few people really deserved to die. After all, in the cultivation world, it was normal to kill people for treasure. Ugh! Qin Zhao sighed softly and continued to walk deeper. It didn't take long for a huge crack to come into view. The crack was a dozen feet long, pitch black from the outside, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted inside. Qin Zhao pondered in place for a long time, feeling unsafe. Tie a freshly dead body to a rope, throw it into a crevice, and pull it out later. Only after seeing the body unharmed did Qin Zhao let go of her heart. While you have to be bold, you can't be too reckless. Qin Zhao's rule is not to do anything without certainty unless there is no other choice. Qin Zhao took a step into the crack. A feeling of dizziness came over him. When he came back to his senses, Qin Zhao was already standing in a grassland. The grasslands were dotted with spirit grasses, but they were all worthless. Qin Zhao looked back and realized that there was a violent fluctuation of aura at the back, and it seemed that someone was fighting. Go do another job. Qin Zhao would smile and leave in a few dashes, but after getting closer, Qin Zhao's expression became strange. Not far. A woman is going toe-to-toe with a man. The man licked his bright red lips and looked at the woman with an icy look in front of him. The woman pinched the spell in her hand, but noticing Qin Zhao at the back, she dispersed the spell again. Looking at Qin Zhao at the back, she said with a smile, "Senior brother Qin, how have you been? Do you still remember me?" Han Shui. Cultivation, Early Dao Palace. Origin, Ice Stygian Body. Looking at the panel in front of him, Qin Zhao nodded. So it was her. Han Shui, the personal disciple of the Hao Mao Peak Master. In terms of seniority, Qin Zhao should indeed call her a senior sister. Surname Qin, I advise you not to mind your own business, or you'll be the one to die. The man standing on the opposite side said in a cold voice. Qin Zhao looked at the man in disgust and grabbed one hand in the air. Noisy, die. With a movement of Qin Zhao's mind, more than a dozen flying swords appeared around the man, then stabbed down in unison. Before that man could react, he was penetrated by the killing sword and fixed in place. Blood dripped onto the turquoise grassland. How is that possible? The man was stabbed into a hedgehog, his eyes full of horror, unable to believe what was in front of him, but the sharp pain in his body reminded him that it was real. Senior brother Qin, the men, I don't care to hear it, die. With a wave of one hand, more than a dozen killing swords churned inside the man's body, not stopping until they had churned him into a puddle of blood. Qin Zhao's gaze rested on Han Shui's exquisite and delicate body. Her long, well-proportioned jade legs were half exposed under her skirt, and it was hard to hide her proud figure even with the plain skirt. Hair flowing, pupils like sapphires, skin as beautiful as jade, ethereal and dusty. Han Shui looked at Qin Zhao with unfamiliar eyes. In her impression Qin Zhao could be a real big trash, but now he had abused an early Dao Palace cultivator with the lift of his hand. Meet senior brother Qin. You're hiding very deeply. Han Shui owed a bow. Qin Zhao towered over Han Shui's deep gully and laughed. Isn't senior sister the same? I've never heard of senior sister being in ice underworld body before. Han Shui sniffed and her face suddenly turned cold. Hiding her hand behind her back and gazing at Qin Zhao, she said, how did you know? Chapter 9 Han Shui's tip. Scars on the prairie. With a smile on his face, Qin Zhao locked eyes with Han Shui and didn't answer. Han Shui was like an enemy, her eyes filled with vigilance. The breeze brushed Han Shui's light hair and slid across the tip of Qin Zhao's nose. The fragrant breeze between the hair strands was inhaled into Qin Zhao's nostrils, and there was a feeling of cold wakefulness. Ugh! Han Shui sighed, pouting and slightly petulant. Her pretty face flushed red, and said as if in reproach, yes, I am indeed the body of ice underworld. Could it be that senior brother is interested in me? After all, the ice underworld body is able to help cultivators heal their dark wounds. Qin Zhao swept Han Shui's petite body back and forth and replied unapologetically, it's best if senior sister agrees. If not, you're going to die. Han Shui kicked at Qin Zhao's knee like a frenzied kitten. You're really getting bold. Is that what Butterfly Peak Master taught you? Qin Zhao bristled, her brain thinking about what to do with Han Shui. After all, the system's rewards were really rich, but the condition for triggering the rewards, besides killing the opponent, was with fusing up the bloodline. But how could it be so easy to devour the bloodline of a large living person? Directly killing is definitely not an option. This is a Peak Master's personal heirloom. Rumor has it that the Lord of Vast Mist Peak is extremely protective of Han Shui. Either that, or knock them out with a stick and drag them into a cave. Neither can it. Han Shui's strength is extraordinary. Just now, Qin Zhao could feel that even if he didn't make a move, Han Shui would be able to take down that man. Most importantly, just the protective treasures on Han Shui's body were enough for Qin Zhao to drink a pot of water. Take your time with a good meal. Yi Wuchen looks like he wants to kill you, Han Shui said as she looked at the puddle of blood. He's Yi Wuchen's man? Qin Zhao frowned. Well, he was going to block you here, but then he saw me, so he saw the color and tried to fight me. Han Shui shrugged. Qin Zhao's frown deepened, feeling that something was not right. You have to be careful. There are too many of them. They're basically spread throughout every small space. If you're not careful, you'll be surrounded and killed. Han Shui's words carried a reminder. Thank you, senior sister. I will be careful. Qin Zhao nodded her head in gratitude while secretly thinking in her heart. It looked like there was only one way to go if you wanted to get out of there in one piece. That is to capture the Soul Drop Pearl. It was rumored that the Soul Drop Bead could lead the K through the barrier and directly to the top of the outside world of the Heaven Ceiling Tower. If he was outside, even if Yi Wuchen was ruthless, he wouldn't dare to make a blatant move. Senior sister Han, do you have any information about the Soul Drop Bead? Qin Zhao felt that Han Shui knew a lot. After all, her master was in existence at the peak of the Sage Realm. It's normal to give your apprentice a little kick in the pants. You want to know? Han Shui wrapped her arms around herself and looked at Qin Zhao as if she was teasing. Of course I do. Under Qin Zhao's expectant gaze, Han Shui stroked her chin and pointed to the north, then quickly withdrew her finger. Make a you-know-what look at Qin Zhao. Qin Shao raised her eyebrows and looked around. Before he came, he had heard Dai Chinga say that it was possible that the patriarch would always be monitoring every move of the disciples in the tower. Qin Shao was a bit unconvinced at first. After all, the heaven sealing tower was cast by the great emperor of the ancients. How could the sovereign, a peak saint king, mobilize the heaven sealing tower? Is she really watching? Qin Shao asked in a whisper in Han Shue's ear. Nonsense. Before that, my master personally went to Tai Peak to seek an audience. And when he came back, he told me to keep a low profile. And when it's unnecessary, don't kill fellow disciples indiscriminately. Han Shui didn't move to avoid it and replied in a small voice. Qin Shao was speechless. He was being hunted up to the sky and down to the ground. Why don't you see Mr. Zong in charge? It seemed that it was because he was too much of a waste in the past to be worthy of the patriarch's concern. However, it was fortunate that he didn't make a move on Han Shui just now. Well, I told you, shouldn't you give me some payment? Han Shui raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Shao. I'm so poor I'm going to pick up trash to eat. What can I give you? Qin Shao was laughing at his own poverty. So how could he still pay Han Shui? Giggle covered Han Shui's mouth and laughed. I didn't say I wanted your spirit stones. It's okay to owe me a favor, right? Qin Shao raised an eyebrow, not knowing what the other party wanted, but still agreed. Alright then, but not against my Taoist heart. Han Shui pulled up Qin Zhao's hand and high-fived her own small hand, smiling brightly and squeezing 2 dimples out of her face. It's settled. I'm leaving, so be careful. Han Shui's expression turned serious when she said the last sentence. Don't worry, that group of trash still can't kill me. Qin Shao bristled. Under Qin Zhao's gaze, Han Shui transformed into a blue stream of light and flew away from this place. The ice underworld body. There's something interesting about it. Qin Shao rushed towards the north with a smile on his face, but secretly in my mind, would the patriarch step in if the immortal martial body was exposed? If the patriarch stepped in, the situation of master and sister would become better. Even the master has the possibility of recovery. But knowing people, one had never even seen the face of the patriarch. Who is to expect people to bail themselves out, just by virtue of being an immortal martial body? Before he came, Dai Chinga had repeatedly explained to Qin Shao that he should try not to expose the immortal martial body. The immortal martial body was majestic in qi and blood, making it a good material to use as a medicine guide. Qin Shao was an early stage of the Dao Palace, and if he fell into the hands of a strong person, there's no chance of survival. Then again, let's talk about Dai Chinga. That woman was now furious with Qin Shao. If his cultivation was restored, the best-case scenario was all about expelling Qin Shao from the division. The most serious ones could even personally refine Qin Shao into a furnace of great medicine. No matter where you are, the only person you can ultimately count on is yourself. Qin Shao inexplicably shivered. Let's first find out if there are any spirit medicines. The resources consumed during the cultivation of the immortal martial body simply has to be described with the word terrifying. Walking on the lush green grassland, Qin Shao's mood relaxed. In the process, several elixirs came into view. Although most of them weren't of much use to the immortal martial body, they should be useful to Dragon Cherry. If you can't, you can still take it out and exchange it for some spirit stones. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao collected all the surrounding valuable elixirs into his storage ring. After that, it turned into a golden stream of light again and rushed towards the north. Almost all of the spirit medicines along the way were scavenged by Qin Shao. Some of them didn't even spare the land, all of which were loaded into Qin Zhao's storage ring. What is it? A large crack suddenly appeared in the originally flat grassland. Like scars on the skin, it looks out of place, and a strong sword chi could be felt in it, which turned into needles and stuck inside the skin of the correspondent. The stinging sensation caused Qin Shao to stifle a grunt. Gel! Qin Shao roared lowly as the Dao line solidified on the surface of his body, forming a pair of translucent golden outer armor. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Shao still decided to go down and take a look. After all, he had come all this way. The outer armor on the surface of his body shuddered under the sword chi, and it actually had a tendency to fall apart. Qin Shao mobilized the mana in the sea of chakras to make the outer armor more solid. At the same time, the mind couldn't help but wonder what was down here. Even though they were so far apart, they could still emit such a strong sword aura. The golden stream of light that Qin Shao transformed into swooped down. In the bottomless abyss, it was like a shooting star in the night, cutting through the dark night sky. Knock! Qin Shao landed on the ground and looked up, only to see only a crack above his head. Light came out of the crack, telling Qin Shao that it was now daytime. How deep is this? With trepidation, Qin Shao took a step towards the depths of the darkness, but the deeper he went, the more furious the sword chi became. On top of that, there was a strong medicinal fragrance that reached Qin Zhao's nostrils. Qin Shao stimulated all the mana in his body and added it to the outer armor on his body surface as if it didn't need any money. But even so, Qin Zhao's skin was still cut open several times. Still, Qin Shao gritted his teeth and continued to walk deeper. until the end of the walk. A patch of dead bones appeared in front of him, and between the dead bones, a 9-leafed grass grows. The grass looked plain and ordinary, but it emitted an amazing sword might, as well as a strong medicinal fragrance. Just by smelling it, the injuries on Qin Zhao's body surface healed instantly. It can't be a holy medicine, can it? Qin Zhao's eyes gradually widened with unspeakable excitement. Sacred medicine. That's a heavenly treasure rumored to be able to bring forth the dead and flesh to white bones. Possessing a holy medicine was equivalent to having a few more lives. If it's a holy medicine, can it save Master? Chapter 10, Encountering a Cultivator's Threat. Killing Origin appears. Qin Zhao stared at the 9-leaf grass, his heart flooding with shock waves. There was absolutely no mistaking that medicinal scent. It was definitely a holy medicine. In the past, there were a few sacred medicines in Guanghan Peak, but with Dai Qing's injury, all of those holy pills were scooped up by Yi Wuchen as well as Luo Qingyu. Qin Zhao couldn't hide her excitement, but she quickly came back to her senses. Eyes rested on the countless white bones around them. There were no wounds on the surface of these white bones, and they looked as if they had been destroyed by something that instantly destroyed the divine soul. But this is near the holy pill, and the holy pill can still kill? Qin Zhao didn't dare to act rashly as he felt the raging sword chi around him, having both a killing sword aura and an auspicious medicinal aura. It's really contradictory. Qin Zhao frowned. The sword chi around him was extremely powerful. If he didn't have the breath of the holy medicine to mend his body, if you don't die, I'm afraid you'll be seriously injured. You can't let the benefits go to your head. Get out there and look around first. Looking at the skeletons around him, Qin Zhao forced down his greed and slowly retreated backwards. It was too unworthy to die for a holy medicine. Might as well get out and find the right way to get back in. But that's when a blood-colored light cut through the darkness. It came straight at Qin Zhao. Nope. Qin Zhao turned around openly and replicated more than a dozen killing swords to strike hard with him. But unexpectedly, the killing swords exploded into pieces in unison under the bloodlight. The bloody light also pierced into Qin Zhao's chest. Pust. Qin Zhao's chest was penetrated, and when he looked down, he realized that it was actually a long spear. The long gorgon filled with monstrous blood chi and nailed Qin Zhao to the stone wall. The blood chi invaded the body, like a poisonous needle running through the body. Longo faded into nothingness. However, the killing aura within Qin Zhao's body did not decrease at all, and he could not stop spewing blood from his mouth. Humph. This kid's life is really hard. Surprisingly, he didn't die. Don't worry, we'll kill him slowly. The sorrowful voice came from the exit. Qin Zhao wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth as a cold aura emerged from his eyes. 5 men in Taoist robes walked slowly from with sneers on their faces, looking at Qin Zhao like he was an ant. Late stage of the Dao Palace. Qin Zhao's pupils trembled slightly. Surprisingly, they were at the late stage of the Dao Palace, and there were still 5 of them. If he was in the outside world, Qin Zhao wasn't particularly afraid. But now Qin Zhao was now severely injured and had to resist the surrounding sword chi. Although it was said that the breath of a holy medicine could repair injuries, that was after all the breath, not the holy medicine itself. It had no effect on Qin Zhao's current injuries. What's more, these 5 people were Yi Wuchen's men, and their strength should not be underestimated. A tall man with an average appearance said, I didn't expect you to be able to react and carry the blood golem talisman hard, but you should know that even if we were to receive it hard, we would still fall. What's the point of wasting words with him? Lord Yi said that as long as Qin Zhao is dead, hurry up and do it. A man next to him urged. Yi Wuchen. Qin Zhao gritted her teeth. The Lord Yi in the mouths of these 5 people did not need to guess that it was Yi Wuchen. Just now, if not for Qin Zhao's strong perception, I'm afraid that the spear would have pierced through the head. How dare you? Lord Ye's name is something you can call out directly. A delicate woman was furious and hooked her finger towards Qin Zhao. Come over here and beg me and I'll make your death comfortable. A man wrapped the woman in his arms and said with a doting smile, Senior sister, it's a holy medicine inside. Why don't we let this kid pick it and offer it to us? The remaining few nodded in agreement. The man said to Qin Zhao, Kid, give you a chance to pick up the holy medicine and we'll consider giving you a chance. Qin Zhao's face sank as he slowly turned around and walked towards the 9-leaf grass in front of him. At the same time, the mind was secretly thinking. Just now, while exchanging blows, the blood-colored crystals that were originally silent in the Sea of Wheels shook slightly. The blood crystals shook with excitement as if summoned. This dissimilarity had never been there before. When Qin Zhao first obtained this blood crystal called Personal Domain, he thought that it was expanding as his cultivation level increased. But when he broke through the Dao Palace stage, the blood crystal didn't change. Until just now, Qin Zhao clearly sensed that the blood crystal had been summoned, and the feeling was very intimate, and the source was in the direction of the 9-leaf grass, as if it was covered by that monstrous sword chi. But it still feels powerful. Could there be something alive down here? What would happen if it was released? Qin Zhao looked at 9-leaf grass with a grave expression. It's just that it's a death anyway, so the big deal is to drag them along for the ride. What's more, The blood crystal is now of the same origin as me. What's in there couldn't be any more vicious than taking out something that's the same source as itself. Take a gamble. Qin Shao secretly resolved to resist the sword chi with all his might. At this moment, Qin Shao's body was already bruised and battered, and even with the assistance of the holy pill breath, he was unable to recover in a short period of time. But luckily, it's just a flesh wound and hasn't broken any bones yet. The woman outside stuck out her crimson tongue and licked her lips. This kid's body is really hard. This is no big deal. Could it be that he deliberately hid his strength before? The man scratched hard on the woman's body and snorted coldly. Humph. So what? It's still reduced to being our puppet. That's right. Who doesn't know that Broad Cold Peak is not as good as it used to be? The Peak Master Daichinga has been completely reduced to an invalid. And I heard that long cherry is stupid. I feel like anyone who gives her a piece of spirit stone will be able to cheat her out of it. Someone chimed in and said with some regret, it's a pity that Guanghan Peak is closed. All people can't get in without permission. Otherwise I would really like to go and take a look. I heard that Dragon Cherry is only 16. He. The woman hurriedly interrupted it and said sternly, I advise you not to have any crooked thoughts. The Butterfly Peak Master has been reduced to an invalid. Do you think the Patriarch doesn't know about it? Why the Patriarch doesn't care about Broad Cold Peak? This we don't know. But if someone goes to Broad Cold Peak to cause trouble, then wait for death. Qin Shao heard the latter's words clearly, but remained flat-faced. Getting angry now is just impotent rage, and it's important to find a way to break the situation as soon as possible. The golden outer armor outside his body had already crumbled. With his strong physical body, Qin Shao had now walked to the vicinity of the 9-leaf grass. It's a ban. Qin Shao gasped for air as his sight fell on the densely packed Dao lines around him. The prohibition was arcane, not something that the current Qin Shao could crack. But he could still tell that it was a seal. Qin Shao slowly extended his hand towards the 9-leaf grass, but just for a moment when the fingers touched the 9-leaf clover, a tingling pain came from the divine soul. Ah! Qin Shao screamed out miserably as the intense divine soul impact caused Qin Shao's 7 orifices to bleed. The divine soul is like a piece of paper, torn to shreds by someone holding it in their hands. Qin Shao's consciousness became blurry. At this point, the blood crystals in the original Silent Will Sea underwent a mutation. The surface of the blood crystal was permeated with strands of murderous aura, which nourished Qin Zhao's divine soul. A cool sensation surged through Qin Zhao's entire body. Qin Zhao opened her eyes again and looked at her feet. The prohibition under his feet was already showing signs of loosening, and the bright Dao patterns were becoming dim. Part of the killing essence has been detected. If it is fused with it, it can turn the personal domain into a small killing domain. Qin Zhao looked at the panel and smiled. I didn't realize the system had this feature. Qin Zhao's gaze was placed on the 5 people blocking the exit, a grim smile on his face. You've pushed me into a corner, and instead you've even made me whole. After saying that, Qin Zhao exerted all his strength and ran his body's mana to the extreme. After that, punch after punch was thrown at the already broken prohibition, and underneath the seal, the blood-red killing origin became excited and desperately impacted the seal. Drive me! Qin Zhao duplicated more than a dozen killing swords, which had blood-colored killing chi wrapped around their surfaces, stabbing in unison on the already dimmed prohibition. Click! The restrictions crumbled and a monstrous killing aura filled the surroundings. All within sight was shrouded in the color of blood. Not seeing the light of day, the other 5 winced in unison, their faces turning purple. Qin Zhao's icy voice rang out. Gentlemen, aren't you trying to kill me? Chapter 11, Fusing the Killing Origin. Tyrannical nature emerges. System, fuse the killing origin. Qin Zhao meditated in his mind. In a flash, the blood crystals in Qin Zhao's chakra sea rushed out of his body. The blood crystal was like a bottomless pit, crazily absorbing the origin breath. The killing origin was absorbed into the blood crystal, forming a huge blood-colored vortex around it. In the meantime, the prohibition had long since crumbled, and the piercing sword aura had disappeared. The 9-leaf grass gradually transformed into a fist-sized piece of seed. Qin Zhao took the seed in her hand and scrutinized it. So it's just a seed, not a mature divine medicine. It's fine, at least it can heal my injuries. Qin Zhao gave a vicious inhale to the seed, and the pure medicinal power flowed through the veins of his entire body. In an instant, all of Qin Zhao's injuries were healed, and even his physical body was slightly stronger than before. The blood crystals that stayed in the air also finished absorbing the killing essence. It turned into a bloody light and drilled into Qin Zhao's chakra sea. The blood crystals were vibrant at the moment, and the space inside was much enlarged, with miserable howls of grievous souls coming from them. A killing sword appeared in Qin Zhao's hand, its body covered in blood-red Dao patterns. It turns out that transferring the blood crystal's killing aura to a weapon can have an effect on the enemy. To Qin Zhao's regret, he was unable to fully utilize the killing domain to create a side of space right now. After all, this belonged to the laws of space and was not something that the Dao Palace stage could withstand. However, it's enough to deal with a few Dao Palace stages. Qin Zhao's manipulated the killing aura, and his skin diffused a blood-colored demonic pattern. At this moment, Qin Shao looked like a devil who had stepped out of the abyss, exuding a piercing murderous aura all over his body. Kid, I advise you to hurry up and hand over your stuff, or I'll kill you alive. The woman on the opposite side was also shocked by this scene, and after adjusting her mind, she threatened Qin Shao. Noisy, Qin Shao directly threw out the killing sword in his hand, which flew towards the woman with corrosive blood chi. The woman raised her hand to resist, but the killing sword suddenly shattered. There was a click. The killing sword crumbled into thin fragments. The shards stuck into the woman's otherwise enchanting face with blood. Ah! The woman covered her face and let out a scream. The shards seemed to come to life, scurrying through the woman's body. The corrosive blood gas eroded the woman's flesh and blood, sending out blood-colored smoke through the wound. Dead pussy, so hard to kill. Qin Shao cursed, not expecting a late-stage Dao Palace to be so difficult to kill. If an ordinary cultivator was hit by this move, he would surely die. Sister! The man let out a cry of grief and looked at Qin Shao with eyes full of resentment. Go! The man roared and directly attacked Qin Shao. The rest of the crowd also took out their own magic treasures and suppressed them towards Qin Shao. Just because there are a lot of magic treasures is a big deal? Qin Shao snorted and raised his hand, copying all of the magic treasures in his opponent's hands. It blew up in unison afterward. The remaining few soon encountered the same problem as the woman. The killing aura that invaded the bone marrow made the four people suffer. They were guarded, though, and weren't much of a mess. Qin Shao once again duplicated more than a dozen killing swords and circled around a few people. After all, Qin Shao had just stepped into the Dao Palace stage, while the remaining four were in the late Dao Palace stage. It's hard to tell the difference in a short period of time. Pust! Qin Zhao's back was pierced through, and the sword poked out from his front chest. Annoying! Qin Zhao's eyes turned scarlet, as if he couldn't feel the pain. He turned back to his sword and slashed through the man's abdomen, narrowly missing his waist. The eyes rested on the already disfigured woman. Qin Zhao's face became frantic as he transformed into a bloody light and arrived in front of the woman. The woman just came back to her senses, but Qin Shao knocked her to the ground again with a punch. Qin Shao didn't let up and turned back to the man who had sneaked up on her. You're fond of sneak attacks? Then I'll kill and torture her in front of you. Ha! For bloody lights swept by. The woman's limbs had disappeared, cut into sticks. Qin Shao grabbed her hair and carried it in her hand to the remaining few people. Brother Wang, save me. The woman couldn't even let out a scream. Only intermittent cries for help. The murderous aura became stronger, churning her insides to pieces. Sister! The man covered the large gash on his stomach and killed Qin Shao regardless. Alas, it's really a Lang Lang. I'm a bit embarrassed. Qin Shao had a trace of apology on his face and a gentle smile. Afterwards, use both hands with force. Pust! The woman's head was ripped off hard. Here, it's your reward. Qin Shao patted the non-existent dust on his hands and said in a serious tone, get a grip. They're still. He. The man stared blankly at the head on the ground that was still weeping blood and tears. He didn't move a muscle, and his Dao heart was vaguely tending to fall apart. The rest of the crowd looked at Qin Zhao's appearance and also swallowed their saliva, not daring to take a step forward. They felt that Qin Shao had gone off the deep end. Ah. Qin Shao laughed maniacally, the murderous aura on his body even greater than before. The killing aura corroded the surrounding rocks with a nuisance sound. Nope. Qin Shao quickly sensed that something was wrong and was alerted. I didn't used to be like this. Qin Shao quickly looked within himself, his gaze resting on the blood crystal in the sea of wheels. It's you! The murderous aura that permeated the blood crystal filled Qin Zhao's meridians, even in the sea of consciousness, giving Qin Shao more power and a tyrannical mind at the same time. Qin Shao was greatly alarmed in his heart, feeling that he couldn't go on like this. If he didn't control himself well, what if he killed his master? Qin Shao wanted to exit this state, but simply couldn't. The blood crystal was still emitting a murderous aura, and there was a murderous aura that didn't seem to belong to the blood crystal or the killing origin. That was why the blood crystal had incorporated that killing aura into Qin Zhao's body. He was screaming now, feeling like he had a pit bull living in his body. Rumble. The sound of mountains disintegrating came from all around them. Look up. Boulders the size of small mountains fell like rain. The entire canyon was held in place by the original prohibition, which was now crumbling away. The valley is going to collapse with it. Qin Shao cried out in dismay, realizing that the crack above him, which was permeated with light, was slowly expanding. No, it's too late. Qin Shao suppressed his killing intent while desperately thinking. The mountain collapsed too fast to fly to the meadow. The rest of the crowd also realized this problem and did not fight any further. Only one man was left in place. He was kneeling in a splash of blood, holding a head in his arms, his eyes frozen, his mouth muttering something. What to do? Qin Shao felt that he was somewhat unable to suppress his killing aura and had to look for a way out again. At this point, a crack of several dozen meters appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Space entrance. The crack wasn't too far from the group. having been buried in the mountain before. The mountain collapsed before it was discovered. Qin Shao looked at the remaining few people and forcefully suppressed the idea of slaughtering the crowd. It was decided that after leaving this layer of space, he would look for a way to break the killing aura. Qin Shao made a flying dash towards the crack. The remaining two followed suit. Go, did I tell you to go? Qin Shao turned around and bellowed, replicating a huge killing sword that ruthlessly slashed at the mountain. Boom! A bigger boulder fell, directly smashing into the duo. Qin Shao, you shall not die. The two roared, dodging the boulders, and when they came back to their senses, realizing that the passage had been buried in boulders, the mountain also accelerated its collapse at this moment. Several people were soon killed in the collapse of the mountain as well. As for Qin Shao, he had long since drilled inside the crack. A feeling of dizziness came over him. When Qin Shao opened his eyes again, he realized that he had already arrived in the middle of a mountain forest. Well, Qin Shao covered her head and grunted in place. That murderous aura hadn't been able to vent for a long time, and at this moment, it was already running amok in Qin Shao's sea of consciousness. It was close to tearing the sea of consciousness apart. Senior Qin, why are you here? Han Shui? Qin Shao looked over. Han Shui was found standing not far away, and it didn't look like it was in particularly good shape at the moment. His little face was white and blood was spilling from the corners of his mouth. Qin Shao was surrounded by more than 20 cultivators behind him, who were currently staring at him with murderous anger. Isn't that Lord Ye's former punk senior brother? Yeah, he actually delivered himself. He. Someone shouted, and Qin Shao's expression became twisted and hideous, and a maniacal sound came out of his mouth. Yi Wuchen's people? Hey, it just so happens that I haven't killed enough of them. Chapter 12, Yi Wuchen's Killing Heart. Han Shui is misbehaving. The murderous aura within Qin Shao's body did not show the slightest sign of decline, but instead grew stronger. The people present, including Han Shui, all looked strange after seeing Qin Shao's appearance. The 20 or so cultivators on the opposite side even subconsciously took a few steps back. What are you afraid of, goon? Qin Shao's eyes blossomed with bloodlight as more than 10 blood-colored killing swords flew in unison. The opposite cultivator raised his hand to fend it off, but the killing sword seemed to have an independent consciousness, transforming into a bloody light, weaving between the crowd and bringing up a spray of blood. Something's not right with this kid. Do it! Some people shouted and offered their magic treasures to give Qin Shao killing moves. Pust! Several large holes were made in Qin Shao's body, but the murderous aura was mending Qin Shao's body again. The wound healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Interesting. Qin Shao smiled grimly, his body surface filled with bloodlines, and he swung at the crowd with his killing sword in hand. The crowd's harsh attacks continued to fall on Qin Shao. Blood spattered on the ground, and as if Qin Shao couldn't feel the pain, he chose to fight the crowd by exchanging injuries for injuries. The surrounding area was soon filled with a mist of blood, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. All that could be heard was miserable wailing and maniacal laughter. Look at this scenario. Han Shui's throat rolled as a revolting feeling surged through her. Something's wrong. Qin Shao is not right. Han Shui was the first to see Qin Shao's strangeness. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings, only to find that the ones around her had long been placed under a ban. There's no way to escape on your own. I hope you haven't gone completely off the deep end. Han Shui clutched a talisman in her hand and hurriedly restored her own state, feeling bad in her heart. What if Qin Shao finished killing these cultivators and then turned the tables on himself? He himself was still in the body of Ice Underworld, in case he fell into his hands. Han Shui couldn't help but shiver and her legs went a little weak. In the meantime, outside on the warship, Lu Hongyu's jade legs were folded as she sat on the throne, lazily resting her chin as a heavenly voice came out of her mouth. Wuchen, how did things go? Yi Wuchen knelt down on one knee with an evil smile on his face. Don't worry, Master. I'll send out 6 late-stage Dao Palace, and more than 20 early-stage and mid-stage cultivators. That Qin Shao won't survive at all, unless he's some kind of junior supreme. After Lu Honyu gave a she closed her beautiful eyes and didn't speak, never looking at Yi Wuchen. Luo Qingyu appeared inside the warship with a hint of worry on her face and transmitted her voice to Yi Wuchen. Senior brother Yi, Qin Shao just didn't help us. His crime isn't to death, right? Yi Wuchen mockingly transmitted his voice back. Humph. Since you're heartbroken, why don't you let him be a gigolo for you? Luo Qingyu ignored Yi Wuchen. The other party's mockery was something she had long gotten used to. Her gaze was placed on the heaven ceiling tower and she seemed to be able to see Qin Shao, sighing in her heart. I didn't think you'd show up. Intentional? That's not like Qin Shao. Silence reigned in the warship, but it was quickly interrupted by a roar. No way. Yi Wuchen's face was astonished as 5 broken fortune tags appeared in his hand. That was precisely the name tags of the 5 late Dao Palace cultivators who had surrounded Qin Shao. The shattering of the fate tags meant that the 5 cultivators had fallen. Yi Wuchen didn't believe it and took out another 20 or so jade tiles from his storage ring and suspended them in front of his eyes. Click! Those 20 or so life tiles shattered piece by piece in front of Yi Wuchen. It's definitely not that punk's doing. I don't believe it. Lu Hongyu and Luo Qingyu also looked at Yi Wuchen, their complexion becoming a bit puzzled. Lu Hongyu looked at Yi Wuchen. Her expression turned cold, and her jade finger lightly tapped the armrest of the throne. In an instant, the pressure of a peak saint destroyed Yi Wuchen's body. Master. Yi Wuchen couldn't resist the wrath of the saint at all. His legs softened and he directly fell to his knees. His mouth and nose spurted blood and his body cracked inch by inch. These are your men. They better kill Qin Shao before they die, or else. Lu Hongyu's tone was flat, but it hid a monstrous killing intent as she scorned Yi Wuchen. Master, calm your anger. Disciple has also sent out his own personal disciple who has a trace of pure Yang body bloodline and will definitely be able to kill Qin Shao. Yi Wuchen's complexion changed greatly. Ignoring his injuries, his mouth spoke quickly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongyu's expression was different, and her tone became somewhat teasing. Humph, he'd better make it. Luo Qingyu looked towards the heaven ceiling tower with doubt in her gaze and muttered under her breath. Did you make this? Inside the heaven ceiling tower, a mist of blood, pieces of the spell were scattered all around. Blood stained this part of the woods red, and limbs and arms hung from the branches. Qin Shao stood in the center, bathing in blood, a smile like enjoyment on his lips. The blood crystals were still emitting a murderous aura. Now Qin Shao's sea of consciousness was filled with evil thoughts, and good thoughts had long been driven to the deepest depths. Qin, Senior Qin? Han Shui's remaining light was placed on the surrounding prohibitions and tentatively asked Qin Shao. Qin Shao turned around and recklessly sized up Han Shui. Injuries or the common cause of fear. Han Shui's pretty face was now white, but it didn't affect her stunning looks in any way. In the splash of blood, she was like a delicate white lotus flower, which was pitiable. The slender and slim figure was wrapped in a plain skirt, and a pair of crystal snow-white calves were revealed under the skirt. Black hair cascaded over a bulging upper body and a smooth back. Those originally soulful big eyes were slightly trembling at the moment, and her jade lips were slightly open, frightened by Qin Zhao's appearance. Am I horrible? Qin Shao wore an evil smile on his face as his body shook, dispersing the blood foam on his body and revealing his jade-like skin. Han Shui. Cultivation, Early Dao Palace. Origin, Ice Stygian body. Getting rewards both ways. It seems I'm still too merciful. Can't both rewards be triggered together? He. Qin Shao withdrew his gaze from the panel and walked towards Han Shui, stepping out in a trail of blood-colored footprints that corroded the grass beneath his feet. How could Han Shui still hear Qin Zhao's words? Feeling that she was being targeted by a ferocious beast, she raised her hand and sent out a talisman. Elder sister, you're misbehaving. Qin Shao grabbed the corpse next to him and fended off the talisman. That corpse instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Han Shui's pupils trembled. If it was in the past she would still be able to fight with Qin Shao, but now that her chakra C had been damaged, her strength was greatly inferior to before. The fight just now had also depleted the protective spells in her hands. The current her was a little white rabbit in front of Qin Shao. Senior brother Qin, be reasonable. Han Shui's tears were almost scared out of her eyes as she droned, but in Qin Zhao's opinion, it rather added a touch of fun. Don't worry, senior sister. You'll be my senior after you're done. But before that, I still have things to do. When Qin Shao said this, the good thoughts immersed in the depths of the sea of consciousness trembled violently, trying to fight against the evil thoughts. But that's when the immortal martial body's origin also began to rebel, and the origin seemed to be familiar with the killing aura on Qin Zhao's body. It actually helped the evil thoughts to suppress the good thoughts together. Senior brother Qin, what are you talking about? Han Shui's lips trembled, her legs were weak, and she wanted to run but couldn't. Elder sister, you are beautiful. Qin Zhao's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Han Shui. Before Han Shui could react, Qin Shao directly pressed Han Shui onto the nearby boulder from behind. Don't! Han Shui screamed in terror as 2 lines of tears slid down her face, trying to get out of Qin Zhao's clutches but unable to do anything about it. Qin Zhao's fingers traced across Han Shui's white back. Denizen, my master won't let you off the hook. Woo. Han Shui sobbed, having given up struggling, and resigned herself to lying on her back, burying her head in her arms. The good thoughts in Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness struggled hard, but in the end, they could not resist the suppression of the immortal martial origin. What's the point of having so many good thoughts? Qin Shao cursed, intending to kill Han Shui afterward, thus triggering the system rewards multiple times. But just as Qin Shao was planning to go all the way to the end and make a long drive, the Shogun sand at Han Shui's wrist suddenly lit up, and a rune rushed out from it. The runes were wrapped in monstrous pressure, and they pressed toward Qin Shao with great vigor. Saint's spell. Qin Zhao's pupils clenched as he was fixed in place by this spell, losing his ability to move. Chapter 13, Sage Spell Seal. Making a deal with Han Shui. The true tradition of the saints is truly extraordinary. Qin Shao felt bad in his heart. The incantation didn't stop and rushed straight into Qin Zhao's brow. vowing to block Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness as well as the sea of chakras. Dao lines filled Qin Zhao's body, dispersing the killing aura, but this angered the immortal martial origin. Unwilling to show weakness, the immortal martial origin carved out arcane golden Dao patterns on the surface of Qin Zhao's body, fighting off the outsiders out of instinct. Immortal martial body. The eyes of Han Shui, who had already gotten out of the trap, were filled with horror and trance. The majestic and ancient aura of the immortal martial body, her ice underworld body involuntarily sent out a shudder. No, what am I doing? The evil and good thoughts in Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness gradually smoothed out, and his sanity was restored. But after recalling what he had done, he felt a pang of fear in his heart. I'm fighting against the power of the saints? Crazy? The immortal martial origin could not withstand the power of the incantation after all, and it quickly calmed down and the killing aura dissipated. A quarter of an hour later. Phew! Qin Zhao was paralyzed in place, gasping for air. The sea of consciousness and the sea of chakras had been sealed. Couldn't help but sigh softly. Luckily it wasn't a big mistake. This killing aura was so terrifying that it was impossible to control it after fusion. Qin Zhao looked at Han Shui. Han Shui's eyes were red at the moment as her small hands gripped the corner of her coat tightly. The exquisite jade-like cheeks were hung with tear stains, making Qin Zhao unable to bear to look at them. I'm sorry. When it came down to it, Qin Zhao didn't know what to say and forced 3 words out of her mouth. Snap! Han Shui didn't use her mana and slapped her across the face. She wanted to kill Qin Zhao, but the immortal martial body was 1 in a million, and it was too useful to the entire clan. It would even concern the future of the entire clan. If he killed him rashly, the patriarch would definitely have something to chastise him. Qin Zhao's entire body cultivation was sealed, so he couldn't dodge Han Shui's slap at all. Certainly didn't try to hide. After all, coercion and voluntariness are 2 different things. After Han Shui vented the anger in her heart, she didn't say anything and took out a plain dress to put on. From time to time, he also gave Qin Zhao a warning look. Thanks to me giving you candy when you were a kid, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Han Shui said coldly as if it was ice after finishing her makeup. A far cry from her previous image. Qin Zhao was like a child who had done something wrong, not daring to look Han Shui in the eye, afraid that Han Shui would be upset and slap herself to death. Say, what was that about you just now? Han Shui sat high up and looked down at Qin Zhao. My gong method is a bit special, and it blinded my mind just now. It was impossible for Qin Zhao to expose the killing domain. The killing aura in the blood crystals was too heavy and was bound to cause unnecessary trouble. Han Shui was silent for a long time before she spoke. Do you know why that spell didn't kill you? Qin Zhao shook her head, but it didn't feel good. Han Shui continued. I was the one who told my master not to kill when planting the spell, and to just confine the person who was struck by the spell. For the purpose, because I want to torture a denizen like you to death with my own hands. Qin Zhao sighed darkly, but there was nothing he could do, saying, what do you want to do? Han Shui laughed lightly and threw Qin Zhao a knife, saying slowly, you are an immortal martial body. I won't kill you. Take what you have on you in exchange. Qin Zhao stared wide-eyed at the dagger stuck in the ground, felt a chill in his lower body, and swallowed his saliva. Elder sister, can we change the place? I haven't gotten married yet. Han Shui sniffed, her pretty face flushed, and she scolded. What are you thinking? I don't even want that thing of yours for making herbs. Han Shui was about to be infuriated by Qin Zhao and stood up, picking up her dagger. Under Qin Zhao's surprised gaze, Han Shui made a vicious slash at Qin Zhao's wrist. All of a sudden bright red blood came out of his wrist, and with excitement in her eyes, Han Shui opened her jade mouth and sucked in a mouthful. The cold tongue touched the warm wrist, causing Qin Zhao to frown. For a moment, the mind understood something. The immortal martial body could be used as a medicine guide, as well as to help one's cultivation breakthrough, or even as a secret medicine for healing injuries. You're using me as a secret medicine. Qin Zhao looked at the vampire like Han Shui and slandered in his heart. After being moisturized by the immortal martial blood, Han Shui's injuries healed instantly, and she even had the tendency to break through to the middle stage of the Dao Palace. But the bloody battle just now had consumed too much of Qin Zhao's essence and blood, and now he was already feeling fuzzy in his consciousness, and his entire body was close to passing out. Seeing this, Han Shui hurriedly stopped sucking blood. Continuing like this would severely damage Qin Zhao's foundation, and once the foundation was destroyed, the cultivation career would also herald the end. Han Shui stretched out her cold little tongue and gently licked the wound on Qin Zhao's wrist. The wound healed in the blink of an eye, but Qin Zhao still felt groggy, and it was hard to even sit. Han Shui stretched out her jade finger to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth, and looked at Qin Zhao with somewhat strange eyes. I don't smoke much. Why does this guy look like he's overdrawn? But unbeknownst to him, Han Shui had just nearly sucked the essence blood in Qin Zhao's body clean, and any further sucking would be the blood of the origin. Qin Zhao hurriedly stuffed an elixir into his mouth and looked at Han Shui, who was refining her essence blood, and said, Is it done yet? You're not really going to refine me as a great medicine. are you? Han Shui, who had recovered from her injuries, changed her mood quite a bit, shook her head and smiled, saying, not yet, I want to make a deal with you. Trade? Qin Shao frowned. That's right, the deal is that when you break through the Sate realm, how about you share some of your origin blood with me? Han Shui blinked her beautiful eyes. Do I have a chance to say no? Qin Shao held his forehead. It seemed that this Han Shui really thought of herself as a big medicine. Then it's a deal. Han Shui took Qin Shao's hand and high-fived herself. After that, she threw Qin Shao a jade bottle and smiled sweetly. This is the ice spring of creation that I just obtained. I'll share half of it with you. It should be enough for you and Long Cherry. Qin Shao received the jade bottle and was slightly surprised. The ice spring of creation was one of the heavenly treasures used to refine the immortal martial body for cultivation. Originally, he was still bitter about fusing the killing origin, but the system didn't issue any rewards, but now his mood was a bit better. Thanks, no need to thank me. The faster you reach sainthood, the faster you can give me the source blood, Han Shui said with a smile, her fingers lightly tapping to unlock the seal on Qin Zhao's body. Qin Xia straightened the corners of his mouth and stood up, bidding farewell to Han Shui. Senior sister, if there is nothing else, then I will leave first. Get back here. Han Shui grabbed the back of Qin Zhao's neck collar. What do you want again? Qin Xiao was a bit dissatisfied. This woman is bleeding him dry. What else is she going to do? It wasn't the evil thoughts that were acting up. Qin Xiao felt that it was better to bully Han Shui lightly. Sometimes evil thoughts were still quite useful. Han Shui leaned over and whispered in Qin Zhao's ear. Don't you want to go and capture the soul fall pearl? Qin Zhao's body shook at his words, and he hurriedly turned his head sideways, and inadvertently, his lips crossed Han Shui's delicate white face. The soft and silky feeling almost made Qin Xiao open her mouth and take a bite. You're taking me to the soul drop pearl? Qin Xiao returned to his senses and transmitted his voice to Han Shui. Han Shui, who was unexpectedly kissed, covered her face, and her tone when she transmitted her voice was a bit annoyed. Or else what? Are you going or not? Qin Zhao's eyes dribbled, and as he took Han Shui's soft little hand, he said with a smile, Go, of course I'll go. Senior sister is so nice. Han Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and her face collapsed at once as she raised her palm and slapped it fiercely. Snap! Denizens! Chapter 14 Han Shui's mind. Qin Zhao's acting skills. Qin Zhao obediently followed behind Han Shui, surveying Han Shui's delicate back. The plain skirt that Han Shui was now wearing was even more transparent, and her thighs were hidden underneath it. The loose skirt didn't constrict its figure, outlining the curvature of two full petals as Han Shui walked. The ungainly waist swayed like a willow in the spring breeze. It's hard to imagine how amazing the curvature of the front can be. Was it good? Han Shui noticed Qin Zhao's gaze and deliberately slowed her steps. Very bouncy and moist. Qin Xiao nodded appreciatively. Han Shui tried to control the urge to slap Qin Xiao again. This square space is the space where the soul fall pearl is located. Do you know what the test for capturing the soul fall pearl is? Han Shui transmitted her voice. There are still tests? Qin Xiao was puzzled, but did not avert his gaze. That's for sure. My master said that if you want to get the soul drop pearl you must go through a test. The test is set by the patriarch. It could be a test of the Tao heart or a test of battle strength. Han Shui pulled up the broken hair at her temples and guffawed. However, I don't know about the test this time, so I'll have to rely on senior brother to take more care of me when the time comes. I'm about to become your personal guard. Qin Xiao complained. Han Shui continued to walk, ignoring Qin Xiao, secretly mocking in her heart. Before she came, the Hao Mao Peak Master had long ago told her that the test this time was the strength of the chakra sea and the sea of sense. However, her sea of consciousness was weak and could not carry the soul drop bead. That was why she needed someone to bear the burden for her, and Qin Xiao of the immortal martial body was the best candidate. In her opinion, Qin Xiao's current look of emptiness probably made it a struggle to hit the middle stage of the Tao Palace. When we find the soul beads, then we will find a chance to kick Qin Xiao away. A denizen is just a man, nothing to worry about. Qin Xiao continued to admire the famous painting in front of her, feeling something wrong in her heart. What a change in attitude from this woman. How can a woman who was almost raped get along with her abuser? There must be something wrong with her. Qin Xiao probed his divine sense into his storage ring and observed the unknown holy medicine seed. There was still a lot of medicinal power left on the seeds, enough to replenish the lack of essence in blood. Qin Xiao had felt suspicious ever since Han Shui proposed to search for the soul drop pearl together. That's why there has been no use of the holy pill seed. Always assume a position of vulnerability, thus reducing the opponent's guard. I'd like to see what tricks you can play. Qin Xiao coldly laughed in his heart, which is not for the purpose of showing goodwill, only eternal and unchanging interests. But what to do with Han Shui afterward was difficult for Qin Xiao. After all, it was the Peak Master's true successor, and he himself had almost overpowered someone. At that time, the Hao Mao Peak Master would definitely come looking for trouble. Qin Xiao secretly shook his head. In this way, the two men, each carrying 800 heart eyes, went running together in the direction of the soul drop pearl. Along the way, the two didn't talk much. Qin Shao was also happy to be at ease, carefully observing the enemy situation from the rear, until you come to a ladder. The steps were wide, almost spanning the entire square of space. At the top of the ladder, a turquoise bead was emitting a dazzling light. The light illuminated most of the space and was visible even at the very bottom. Above the bead there was a crack that was emanating from the outside world. We're here. At the very top is the Soul Fall Pearl. Only by capturing the Soul Fall Pearl can we enter the spatial entrance and thus return to the outside world. Han Shui inclined her body towards Qin Shao, deflating her mouth and putting on a pitiful expression. As you can see, senior brother Qin, the aura on this ladder targets the Sea of Sense and the Sea of Chakras. Speaking of this, Han Shui tugged at Qin Zhao's sleeve. Senior sister's Sea of Consciousness is very weak. It definitely won't be able to carry the test. Senior brother won't leave people alone, right? The acting sucks. Now if she still didn't understand Han Shui's intentions, then Qin Shao would really be a little cutie. But now is not the time to tear it apart. There may be enemies ahead, and it's good to have an extra helper. If Han Shui temporarily turned against him, Qin Shao would not be afraid. After all, he had the sacred pill seed in his hand, and the protective magic treasure on Han Shui had been depleted. Qin Shao forced a smile and said softly, "Don't worry, senior sister. I can share the pressure on myself. Senior brother won't let anything happen to you." After saying that, and regardless of whether Han Shui objected or not, Qin Shao directly got on and carried Han Shui on his back. The softness of her back made Qin Shao feel like she was leaning into cotton. "What are you doing?" Han Shui was confused, her eyes wide. "I'm helping senior sister." Senior sister's thighs are so slippery. Qin Zhao's hand rested on the bouncy jade leg through the hem of her skirt. "I endure." Han Shui gritted her teeth and put on a flattered expression. "Thank you, master." Qin Shao sneered in his heart and took a step on the ladder. At once, Qin Shao felt his Sea of Consciousness and Sea of Chakras being squeezed by an inexplicable force. But these were just sprinkles to the immortal martial body. The immortal martial body's Sea of Chakras and Sea of Consciousness were like an endless ocean. Not fearing these pressures at all, Qin Shao took a step towards the top. The process also mooched on Han Shui from time to time. For all of this, Han Shui chose to grit her teeth and endure, convincing herself with the fact that she couldn't turn her back on Qin Shao right now. If the current one left Qin Shao, the Sea of Consciousness would definitely suffer a heavy blow. It would also be completely disqualified from playing the game with Qin Shao. There are 3,000 steps in total. The pressure also expands as the steps increase. When you get to 2,000 steps, Qin Zhao's face grew paler and paler, and blood even began to spill from the corners of her mouth. This scene was seen by Han Shui, and her expression became worried. "Senior, are you okay?" "It's fine. Senior sister doesn't have to worry about me." Qin Shao burned the blood at the corner of his mouth. It's weird to have something going on. This mouthful of blood was still made by Qin Shao himself by shattering a meridian. The purpose was to make Han Shui drop her guard. A trace of guilt arose in Han Shui's heart, feeling as if she hadn't gone a bit too far. "Elder sister, hold me tighter. I'm afraid I can't control the pressure," Qin Shao said, not forgetting to release a trace of pressure to fall on Han Shui. After Han Shui hesitated for a moment, she slowly wrapped her arms around Qin Zhao's neck and rested her chin on Qin Zhao's shoulder. "That's all. Think of it as compensation for him, and if you really can't go out and give him some pills to enhance his divine sense." Qin Shao displayed a battle-hardened look and craned his neck. During the process his face couldn't help but rub against Han Shui's delicate face. The cold fragrant breeze was inhaled into Qin Zhao's nostrils. The body of ice underworld was truly extraordinary. Qin Shao took large strides forward, forcing out another mouthful of blood in the process. "Are you okay?" Han Shui was really a bit worried, feeling that she had overplayed her hand, and made a low sound of concern to Qin Shao. "It's okay, only 100 steps left." Qin Shao knows that you have to do a full set of drama, and his eyes are that bleak, and his mouth is still saying words of reassurance. Han Shui pursed her lips lightly and hugged Qin Shao a little tighter again. The softness in front squeezed tightly against Qin Zhao's back, allowing Qin Shao to relax a little. Taking heavy steps, Qin Shao could be described as coughing up blood with each step, a look of being unable to live. The guilt in Han Shui's heart was deep. He's not going to get played by me, is he? This guy is just a little more horny, but still quite righteous. He was almost defiled by him, but that didn't come from his intention. Han Shui buried her small head deep into Qin Zhao's shoulder. "Senior sister, we're here." The pressure suddenly disappeared as Qin Shao took a step to the very top. After putting Han Shui down peacefully, Qin Shao directly collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Instead, his divine sense was placed on the soul drop bead not far away, ready to take out the sacred pill seed at any time. Always keep an eye on Han Shui's movements. But Han Shui did not move, stood still and stared blankly at the seriously injured Qin Shao. Her pink fists were clenched, and she was in a deep inner tangle. What to do? Going to kick him off? But he'll be seriously injured for ages if he goes on like this. No, you can't get carried away. He's just a tool. Han Shui took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Qin Xiao. Chapter 15 Yi Wuchen's son. Qin Zhao's insults. Master Qin, I'm sorry. Sister will make it up to you afterward. Han Shui looked at the paralyzed Qin Xiao and her gaze became firm. This time, the leader was a candidate for the holy sons and daughters, and there was only one spot, so she had to fight for it. Han Shui slowly lowered her body, trying to push Qin Xiao down. He didn't want to let Qin Xiao, an uncertainty, to influence him to capture the soul drop pearl. Get out of the way. But at this point, Qin Xiao bellowed and pushed Han Shui away. Pust. A white light swept by. Qin Xiao's chest was penetrated and he followed the gaze. A spear went through his chest and pinned him to the ground. How come? Han Shui couldn't believe the scene in front of her, but the warm blood on her face told her it was true. She knew deep down that without Qin Xiao's push, she would be the one pinned to the ground right now. Who did this? Come out here. Han Shui's gaze turned cold as she looked into the distance. Humph. Pretty quick reflexes. Much better than the wasteful you of old. A man's voice came quietly. Looking around, he found a man with a white mask on his face coming from the shadows. It's you, Yi Wuchen's disciple, North Star. Han Shui's beautiful eyes were on fire, and her tone was like 10,000 years of cold ice. Qin Xiao used to be your senior uncle after all. He usually treats you well. How dare you put down this killer? Beichen let out a contemptuous laugh, his eyes hidden under his mask full of disdain. Humph. He, a loser who was my accompanying fighter in the first place, is also worthy of being my senior uncle? Dozens of talismans floated around Beichen's side as he looked toward Han Shui. I advise you not to mind your own business. There's no one my master wants to kill that can't be killed. Otherwise you die as well. Although my master is not the peak master, he is at least an elder, and is not afraid of your Hao Miao peak. Han Shui snorted coldly, resolutely blocking in front of the severely injured Qin Xiao. You're too high on your heavenly sword peak, so I'm going to take care of it. What can you do? The talisman around Beichen glowed with a golden light, and his tone turned cold with it. Then you can go to hell. But the next second his pupils tightened. A spear flew in and shattered the talismans around him. Qin Xiao stood in place gasping for air as blood continued to flow from his wounds. North Star. Cultivation, Late Tao Palace, half-step God concentration. Origin, body of pure yang, half, body of pure yang? Looking at the panel, Qin Xiao fell into deep thought. This was the first time I had seen such a panel, and I hadn't known that North Star had a pure yang body bloodline before. Yi Wuchen was also a pure yang body, and Beichen was only a baby when he worshipped under Yi Wuchen. The timing was also exactly 1 year apart from the time Yi Wuchen lost his lifeblood. This guy can't be Yi Wuchen's son, right? Qin Xiao's face became strange. Qin Xiao, you're still as resistant to beatings as before. Beichen gritted his teeth, seemingly insulted by Qin Xiao. Han Shui immediately blocked in front of Qin Xiao, her face firm. Senior brother Qin, let me deal with him. Qin Xiao patted Han Shui's fragrant shoulder and shook her head. You're no match for him alone. Beichen was now a half-step condensed god, giving Qin Xiao a feeling that he was stronger than the 5 people who had surrounded him combined. Qin Xiao was the same age as Beichen and grew up with him, and was more than aware of the other party's power. Tatsuer, I'm curious, who exactly is your father? Qin Xiao was secretly absorbing the medicinal power of the sacred pill seed. In an instant, the large hole in his chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene gave Han Shui, who was in front of her, a dumbfounded look and a trembling voice. You're crazy, to burn the blood of your origin in order to recover. Ha! Qin Xiao was dumbfounded by Han Shui's amazing imagination, but he couldn't expose the matter of the holy pills, and replied perfunctorily, it doesn't matter if it burns. With that, more than 10 blood-red killing swords were replicated and shot towards North Star. When Beichen heard Qin Xiao's question, his face under the mask turned grim as he manipulated the talisman to answer the attack. Rubbish, I think you've forgotten the time when you were beaten by me and begged for mercy. Boom! The killing sword collided with the talisman, erupting in a series of explosions. Ugh! Qin Xiao sighed, inexplicably missing the time when he was affected by evil thoughts. Now, although he was able to utilize the killing aura in the blood crystal, there was no way it could be as powerful as it was back then. Otherwise, the current North Star would most likely not be able to stop the killing sword. Not bad, better than before, but that's about it. North Star laughed contemptuously and threw a punch. Qin Xiao's eyes blossomed with cold lightning as he threw out a hard punch. As the two fists exchanged blows, golden ripples spread, causing Han Shui, who was on the side, to retreat back and forth, her eyes shocked. However, she quickly reacted and struck a spell, forcing North Star back. You're really still the same trash that only hides under a woman's pants, North Star said mockingly after standing firmly. Why fight alone when you can fight in a group? Qin Xiao held the killing sword and attacked forward as a golden stream of light. Han Shui also assisted Qin Xiao from the sidelines, bringing out a sheet of ice crystals between her raised hands, constantly interrupting Beichen's spell casting. The talismans around Beichen continued to explode, and the killing swords around Qin Xiao continued to shatter. Just how many killing swords do you have? Just how many talismans do you have? Beichen and Qin Xiao bellowed in unison, simultaneously struck with true fire, both feeling that the other party was a piece of dog skin, and Han Shui found the right moment to slap Northstar across the face. There was a click. The mask on Northstar's face shattered in response. A clear face came into Qin Xiao's eyes. Holy, you really are Yi Wuchen's child born outside. Qin Xiao shouted in shock. Northstar's face was surprisingly 7% similar to Yi Wuchen's. Same old underdog. No one would believe me if I said it wasn't my own. Han Shui's face looked strange, smelling the flavor of gossip for a moment, hesitating for half a day before asking Beichen, who is your mother? Beichen seemed to be brought up with memories in his heart that he didn't want to recall. His clear face became more and more distorted, yelling, both of you dogs and men, give me death. Beichen was like going crazy as he tangled with the two of them. Qin Xiao, without the slightest regard for his own safety, he was even unaware of being slashed several times by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had a bright idea and called out, I say, according to Yi Wuchen's thin-skinned character, he wouldn't have killed your mother for the sake of fame, right? Northstar instantly exploded at the words, and the fight became unruly. Saying that, Qin Xiao hurriedly replicated the killing sword again and stabbed it into Beichen's body, his mouth not accumulating any virtue. If it were up to me, I would have loved your mother well. You seek death, Beichen roared, turning his main spearhead towards Qin Xiao, the talismans around him vaguely tending to fall apart. Seeing this, Qin Xiao turned and ran with Han Shui. In his mouth, he still did not forget to insult the entire North Star family. I was wrong. After all, your father's lifeblood is gone. What if it's your mother's masterpiece? I'm not that powerful. Ha ha ha. Beichen was completely ignited with rage and chased after Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao, do you only know how to run? But just after North Star shouted, he felt a coldness in his lower body. It's like something fell. Looking down, he realized that it was the very root of what made him a man, and now it had fallen to the ground. Qin Xiao's killing sword appeared underneath him at an unknown time and sliced it neatly, and there was also a blood chi that kept invading his meridians all over his body along the wound. Ah! North Star covered his crotch and kept wailing. Qin Xiao turned around with a conspiratorial smile. Quite good. From now on you'll be like your father, a man without roots. The blood-red killing sword reappeared, and Qin Xiao wore a fierce smile on his face. If we take his head out, Yi Wuchen should be very happy. He he he. Chapter 16, Capturing the Champion, Immortal Martial Body Exposed. The killing sword emitted a corrosive blood aura and stabbed into North Star's body. Ever since he had determined Beichen's identity, Qin Xiao had been determined to kill him. The purpose was to make things difficult for Yi Wuchen for a while. Ah! The bone-devouring blood chi caused North Star to wail continuously. This wail for Qin Xiao that is like listening to fairy music ear temporary bright. Shen'er, shout louder. Maybe your eunuch father can hear you outside. Ha ha ha. The smile on Qin Xiao's face was hideous to the extreme, causing Han Shui next to her to frequently glance sideways. Soon, North Star's body was filled with sharp swords. At this moment, he was like a hedgehog, being run through all parts of his body by the killing sword. The killing sword went through his body and pinned him in place. The blood dripped down the sword like a small stream and slowly flowed to the bottom of the steps. Qin Xiao smiled contemptuously. If it wasn't for North Star's mind losing its grip, it would have taken some effort to take it down. Shen'er, don't worry. In the future I will send Yi Wuchen down to accompany you. Qin Xiao grabbed with one hand, trying to maneuver the killing sword to churn the North Star into pieces. But that's when the mutation is sudden. North Star, who was already cloaked and on the verge of death, looked like he was returning to his senses, and his body was ablaze with white flames. His body shook violently, shattering all the killing swords within him. Fire of origin! Han Shui exclaimed in shock. Qin Xiao, I will kill you. Beichen's tone was icy cold, and the flames on his body grew stronger. Qin Xiao was like an enemy, pulling Han Shui back in a hurry. But the next scene was unexpected for the duo, only to see Beichen snorted coldly, turned around and shot out as a stream of light. I thought you were going to fight me. Qin Xiao straight tugged at the corner of his mouth, originally all ready to fight to the death, but the other party just ran away. Senior brother Qin, he's trying to grab the soul drop bead, Han Shui urged. Beichen's figure kept closing in on the soul drop bead. He knew that he couldn't fight with Qin Xiao right now. He had to go out as soon as possible to inform Yi Wuchen. Did I let you go? Qin Xiao's figure flickered and suddenly appeared at North Star's side. You're a bully. Beichen was furious, and the talismans around him exploded in unison, but they were all resisted by the killing sword. When it came down to it, the duo didn't hide and offered up kills frequently. Bloodstained talismans as well as fragments of killing swords fell like rain. Qin Shao kept closing in on the soul drop bead while exchanging blows with Beichen, and Beichen knew this well. If Qin Shao won the top spot, it would be difficult to kill him in the future, so he directly chose to fight with his life. Han Shui knew deep down that the two were now fighting red-handed and didn't bother to get involved. She was afraid that Qin Shao hadn't enjoyed the fight and would give her a sword as well. Relying on the power of the origin flame, Beichen continuously repaired his injured body, and Qin Shao relied on the strong physical body of the immortal martial body to carry North Star's attacks. No, you're a special physique too. Beichen was stunned as he felt his origin trembling, and even the origin flame was on the verge of extinguishing. In front of Qin Shao, his pure young origin was as cheap as grass, and as if Qin Shao was tireless, his state grew stronger and his attacks became even more severe. What kind of body is this? Beichen's heart trembled as he watched Qin Shao about to touch the soul drop bead. Solely with a heart, he forced out most of the origin blood in his body and transformed it into a white spear, directly stabbing at Qin Shao's heart. Qin Shao hit a jolt, knowing full well that behind him was the soul drop bead, and there was no way to avoid it. Thus, he also mobilized all the murderous chi that could be operated in the blood crystal, and the killing sword in his hand was suddenly filled with bloodlight, stabbing at North Star's brow. Pust! There was only the sound of a body being pierced. The killing sword in Qin Shao's hand had pierced through Beichen's brow, with the sword poking out from the back of his head. Beichen's sea of consciousness was stirred up by the killing aura, and his body gradually turned into a puddle of blood, and the spear in North Star's hand stopped stiffly in the air. A closer look revealed that the spear was wrapped in crystalline filaments. On the other end, Han Shui was clutching the source of the crystal wire in a death grip. Apparently she was the one who helped Qin Shao stop that fatal blow. Host kills pure Yang bloodline. Reward demonization, using the killing aura within the killing field to strengthen one's battle power within a short period of time. It looks a lot like when it went off the rails, and I don't know how effective it is, so let's go out and talk about it. Qin Shao retracted her eyes from the panel and thanked Han Shui before her other hand was already pressed on the soul drop bead. Han Shui sighed and spoke words of congratulations on her lips. Congratulations to senior brother Qin for winning the top spot. Qin Shao shattered Beichen's corpse with a shake of his hand. However, the soul drop bead suddenly rioted and fixed Qin Shao firmly, sending out a wisp of breath to probe into Qin Shao's body, trying to probe the condition of Qin Shao's body. Not good. Qin Shao's heart was in great awe. At this rate the secret of the immortal martial body would be exposed for all to see. What will happen to the situation in the future will be a matter of luck. Qin Shao wanted to resist, but the soul fall bead was exceptionally powerful, not something that could be shaken by an early stage of the Dao Palace. Swish! The soul drop bead carried Qin Shao into a stream of light and rushed into the crack at the top, and the cracks healed. Han Shui looked at this scene with a complicated expression, and as if she remembered something, she rushed toward the bottom of the steps. Due to the disappearance of the soul drop bead, the pressure on the ladder disappeared along with it, and she had an unobstructed journey. Outside, inside the warship, click, there was a crisp ringing sound. North Star, Yi Wuchen exclaimed, looking incredulously at the name tag in his hand. No way, no way. His mouth mumbled a low sound, and a tear slipped from the corner of his eye, and his gaze darkened a little. Waste, snap. Lu Hongyu slapped Yi Wuchen's face in the void with a look of disdain. You didn't recognize him in the beginning, but now that you're dead and know that you recognize him, you should pray that Qin Shao will die inside. Yi Wuchen was knocked against the wall, but his eyes were still lifeless, and he clutched the broken name tag in his hand. The plaza, the crowd of disciples gathered, and the elders sat high on top of the mountain, their eyes all on the top of the heaven ceiling tower. You guys say, who can the leader be this time? An elder asked. That would definitely be senior brother Beichen, then senior sister Han Shui. Both of them are known as the pride of heaven. A disciple replied. Aha. Elder nodded, thinking the same thing. That's not necessarily true. An old voice came. Looking around, it was the old man who had opened the door for Qin Shao and the others. The old man holding a cigarette stick in his mouth. I think that Qin Shao is not bad. He was the first one to rush in among that group of losers. He has a few moments of my style back then. One of the elders cast a sidelong glance at the old man and snorted with a smile. Qin Shao? He's just an early stage of the Dao Palace. I don't think he can carry a slap from Beichen. And your style back then. Have you forgotten that you're the gatekeeper now? The old man in front of the heaven ceiling tower smoked a cigarette. His face was flat, and he didn't say anything else. Rumble. Shasta. The heaven ceiling pagoda erupted with godless might, permeating the entire cloud-soaring sect. All the cultivators' legs went weak and their knees were about to make contact with the ground. The emperor's might was so vast that it even caused Lu Hongyu's worship to fall to the ground. How could this be? The heaven ceiling tower has never appeared so different. The old man in front of the heaven ceiling tower was stunned. Countless disciples and elders raised their heads to look at the heaven ceiling tower. The heaven ceiling tower suddenly lit up with dazzling golden light, and a pillar of light shot out from the top of the tower. tearing the sky apart. The leader has appeared? But how did the heaven ceiling tower do this? The old man in front of the heaven ceiling tower's brow wrinkled into a pimple. He had watched over this place for a long time and had seen numerous heroes, but this is the first time. What the hell is this thing that can revive the heaven ceiling tower? Look guys, the name of the leader is announced. Someone shouted as they pointed at the heaven ceiling tower's body. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, a few lines of large characters slowly appeared on the tower. The script engraved on the tower like a pale pine, diffusing wisps of imperial might. Head, Qin Shao. Physique, immortal martial body, emperor's grade. Enlightenment, a rotten tree is hard to carve, poor quality. Perseverance, cold plum, proud of snow, divine. It was silent, and the only sound that could be heard in the square was the wind blowing through it. Immortal martial body. That punk is actually an immortal martial body. What does perseverance divine pin mean? I've never heard of it before. Someone shouted. Lu Hongyu, who was standing in the square, looked at the big words on the heaven ceiling tower and stretched out her fragrant tongue to make circles around her lips. Interesting. I didn't pay attention to this kid before. I didn't expect it to be an immortal martial body that has the same origin as Daichinga, that immortal martial body with majestic chi and blood. If I take and use it, Daichinga that should be greedy and cry. He. Chapter 17, Running Away and Being Blocked. Lu Hongyu's solicitation. The plaza. The leader is really Qin Shao? I feel like I'm dreaming. Someone scratched his head. In the eyes of the crowd, Qin Shao was a worthless piece of trash. Such a big shift was unexpected. Was your previous slow cultivation because of the immortal martial body? Luo Qingyu's beautiful eyes gazed at the large words on the heaven ceiling tower and murmured in a low voice. Under the gaze of the crowd, the light pillar at the top of the heaven ceiling tower slowly dissipated, leaving behind only an attic. And Qin Shao, who was covered in blood, was standing inside the pavilion. The attic was empty, with only Qin Shao standing alone in it. His face was green and purple, and he was slow to get to the crowd. All he could think about was how to run away. Looking at it like this, Qin Shao is quite handsome. Upon seeing Qin Zhao's appearance, some female disciples even committed nymphomania, no longer having the mocking attitude they had before. But Qin Shao didn't make much of a stop and didn't even take the stairs. Jumping off the top of the tower in one step, with his feet on the flying sword, he steadily landed on the ground, after which he turned around and was about to run, but he was pulled back by an old man. Looking back, it was none other than the elder who was guarding the heaven ceiling tower. Kid, I wasn't wrong about you. There's spunk. I like it. The old man patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. Many thanks, elder. Qin Shao replied perfunctorily. At this point, the other disciples within the heaven ceiling tower had also stepped out one after another, and each of them looked at Qin Shao with the eyes of a monster. The words of congratulations were still on his lips. Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to them, his eyes scanning through the crowd, trying to find Han Shue's figure, but strangely enough it wasn't found. Forget it, let's not look for it. We'd better hurry back to Guanghan Peak. Ignoring his injuries, Qin Shao rushed out of the crowd, wanting to return to safety as soon as possible. Broad Cold Peak was guarded by a prohibition, and without permission, ordinary cultivators simply couldn't enter. But just as he stepped out of the crowd, he was confronted by two women. Qin Shao instantly stiffened in place, not knowing where to go for a moment, because those two women were none other than the Heavenly Sword Peak Master, Lu Hongyu, as well as Luo Qingyu, who was currently looking at Qin Shao with a smile on her face. Greetings, Heavenly Sword Peak Master. Qin Shao forced himself to act calmly and bowed his hand. Aha! Lu Hongyu nodded her head and came to Qin Zhao's eyes in an instant. Her voice as melodious as heavenly music. Not bad. Blood chi is majestic. Roots are strong. Enlightenment not to mention. Perseverance is surprisingly of divine quality. A good seedling. Lu Ruyu's jade mouth exhaled an aroma that blew out through the veil. That sheep's white jade-like blown-out skin looked whiter and whiter in the daylight. The long red split dress couldn't even wrap around her proud figure, and her sassy thighs were exposed in a way that gave off a soft light. Her pupils were blood-red in color, like a seductive chimera that struck straight to the heart. For a moment, it caused Qin Shao to be so enamored that she nearly lost her footing. Ryu Hongyu. Cultivation, peak sage. Origin, embodied spirit. The inner spirit body is truly terrifying. The inner spirit body could be called the fox charms physique, and just standing here could make a man make a mistake for it. But Qin Shao didn't have the slightest intention of daring to offend the other party right now. This was the pinnacle of sainthood. Even the cloud-soaring sect patriarch had to give her a few moments of respect. Even when Daichinga was at her peak, she didn't dare to say that she could take down Lu Hongyu with complete certainty. Moreover, it was rumored that Lu Hongyu had an eccentric temper and was also Daichinga's mortal enemy. If he annoyed the other party, Qin Shao was afraid that he wouldn't even know how to die. If a peak sage wanted to kill Qin Shao, there was no need to find all sorts of reasons like Yi Wuchen did. Seeing that Qin Shao did not speak, Lu Hongyu took 2 steps forward, pressed herself tightly against Qin Zhao's chest, and said slowly, I only have a grudge against Dai Qingge. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you so afraid of me? Qin Zhao didn't dare to think of blasphemy and backed up one after another, saying in a hurry, the latecomer is covered in blood and doesn't want to dirty senior's clothes. LOL. Lu Hongyu's laughter was like big pearls falling from a jade disc, seemingly satisfied with Qin Zhao's answer, and asked with a smile, your master she is too self-inflicted to give you what you need. Am I right? Qin Zhao spoke, unaware of the other party's intentions. What if I said, I could give it to you? Lu Hongyu approached, her jade mouth spitting out fragrant wind, once again making contact with Qin Zhao's chest. Qin Zhao sucked in a mouthful of cool air, almost losing his soul, and tried to back away, but realized he couldn't move, so he frowned and asked, Senior, what is the meaning of this? Lu Hongyu's tone suddenly became serious. As long as you worship under me, I'll provide you with the resources for your future cultivation. I can give as much as Dai Qingge can, and I can give what I can't. Qin Zhao sniffed and froze in place. Lu Hongyu frowned and said once again, you don't need to worry about Yi Wuchen. With me around he wouldn't dare to touch you. Speaking of this, Lu Hongyu suddenly switched to voice transmission. Of course, provided that you can bring Dai Qingge's head, which shouldn't be too difficult for you who lives by her side all day. If you agree, let me plant a seal in your body, and you also make a heart demon Dao oath here, swearing never to betray or deceive me, or else your divine soul will be destroyed. Qin Zhao's sweaty hair stood on end and cold sweat ran down his forehead, feeling that Lu Hongyu was really a madman. I've finished my words, what have you considered? This is only one chance. Lu Hongyu wrapped her arms around herself, thinking that the offer she had given was rich. Her main purpose was actually that she needed Qin Zhao's immortal martial body, the majestic blood chi of the immortal martial body, if used by her for a long period of time, would greatly help her break through the same king realm. Of course these things can't be said in plain sight. Then again, she wanted to use Qin Zhao to test Dai Qingge. If Qin Zhao died, it would have little impact. Anyway, she would plant a mark in Qin Zhao's body, so when the time came, she would just do something to leave the immortal martial origin behind. Afterwards, transplanting the immortal martial origin into another person was not as good as Qin Zhao's original body, but it could still make do. It was best if she wasn't dead, and she could spare Qin Zhao from the chastisement by using some means. She didn't really want Qin Zhao to die. After all, he was also a good seedling to be grasped in her hands. Qin Zhao fell into deep thought. It would be a lie if it didn't move. However, when he thought of that pitiful master teacher, as well as the dumb little senior sister, his heart inevitably twisted a little, though he had known his master for a short time and was still mostly in bed. This was also the first person Qin Zhao had known since he came to the cultivation world. What's more, Dai Qingge's undercard was hidden too deeply, and Qin Zhao didn't dare to make a move against her. If he agreed to Lu Hongyu's words and Qin Zhao killed Beichen, Yi Wuchen would know sooner or later. With Yi Wuchen's character, he would definitely strike in the dark. The only thing that could save Qin Zhao was Guanhan Peak, which was guarded by a prohibition, and Lu Hongyu did not dare to go there easily. But there's no going back now. It seems like it's a dead giveaway either way. Qin Zhao was in a tangle. Senior brother, what are you hesitating for? Dai Qingge's power is gone. You will only delay yourself by staying at Guanhan Peak. Luo Qingyu's hateful voice transmission came from his ears. Qin Zhao looked at Luo Qingyu and realized that Luo Qingyu's aging brows were furrowed and she was constantly giving herself a look. Lu Hongyu impatiently urged, have you considered it? I want to hear your answer now. Qin Zhao took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Hongyu. My master is seriously injured, and the youngest sister is still young, so the late generation is really uneasy, so I want to stay at Guanhan Peak, otherwise the late generation's thoughts will not be able to get through. When these words came out, Lu Hongyu as well as Luo Qingyu froze. Not only that, even the crowd watching from the side froze, all thinking that Qin Zhao was a cutie. Are you sure? Lu Hongyu asked coldly. Later generation is certain. Qin Zhao's reply was in no way regrettable. Ha! Lu Hongyu suddenly laughed, a self-deprecating laugh, and said, it's true that he's worthy of being Dai Qingge's disciple. He's just as emotionally attached. If only I had a disciple like that. Qin Zhao didn't say anything, feeling uneasy in her heart, as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast. Lu Hongyu suddenly laughed softly, uttering words that caused Qin Zhao's body to tremble. Your perseverance is of divine quality, but I wonder if your Dao heart is solid? What does senior mean? Qin Zhao stepped back. It's easy, I'll try it. Lu Hongyu extended her jade finger and directly pressed it towards Qin Zhao's brow. Well, Qin Zhao felt an inexplicable pressure pressing down on her shoulders, and her knees couldn't help but weaken. Lu Hongyu had a sneer on her face. She just wanted to humiliate Qin Zhao. Kid, if you can carry through, I'll turn around and leave. If you don't carry it through, hey, your Dao heart will fall apart, and you'll become my puppet then. Chapter 18 Dai Qingge's anger. Lu Hongyu, do you dare to bet? Qin Zhao's eyes widened as Lu Hongyu's finger did not bring any pain. The pressure alone was just enough to break his spirit. It felt like an instant explosion of dark memories hidden in the deepest recesses of the heart. A voice growled deep inside, telling Qin Zhao that what she was doing was wrong. Vaguely, something was touched. Qin Zhao knew that it was his Dao heart, and if his Dao heart was broken, he wouldn't be able to cultivate in the future. It was all he could do to desperately block out the growling inside him, but to no avail. No way, you can't take it anymore? Lu Hongyu stroked Qin Zhao's face with her jade hand and said contemptuously, "Stop." A middle-aged man's drink came, causing Lu Hongyu to frown. Looking at the sound, a middle-aged man with a handsome face stood not far away. Han Shui, who was standing beside him, was currently looking at Qin Zhao worriedly. From the time Qin Zhao had seized the Soul Fall Pearl, she had felt that the Lu Hongyu lineage would make things difficult for Qin Zhao. So he hurriedly went back to send a message to the Hao Miao Peak Master to come and help Qin Zhao out. But I didn't expect to be a step too late. Senior brother Qin, Han Shui shouted anxiously. But Qin Zhao was near to losing consciousness now, and there was no way to pay attention to her. Heavenly Sword Peak Master, you've gone too far. Are you so fond of bullying the small with the big? The vast Mist Peak Master's face was flat and unperturbed, not even glancing at Qin Zhao, and only said to Lu Hongyu, "What I can't have, no one can have. What's more, I said I'd turn around and leave as soon as the kid could carry it off." Lu Hongyu did not show any weakness. In her eyes Qin Zhao was just like an ant, letting her play with it as she pleased. Not today. I promised my disciple that I would save this brat's life. I still hope that the Heavenly Sword Peak Master will give me face. The Hao Mao Peak Master showed some weakness and didn't want to annoy Lu Hongyu. Your face isn't worth anything. Go back. Lu Hongyu had no intention of giving the other party face at all. Lu Hongyu, do you want to do it? The vast Peak Master was interrupted in the middle of his sentence by Lu Hongyu's slightly murderous aura. The vast Peak Master's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat afraid to face Lu Hongyu's blood-colored pupils. After all, he was only a mid-saint and still only an alchemist. As for Lu Hongyu, she was a sword cultivator, #1 in offense and attack, and her cultivation level was even at the peak of saint. In a real fight, he would definitely lose. Peak Master Lu, aren't you afraid of the Patriarch's wrath if you do this? Han Shui was furious, pointing at Lu Hongyu and shouting, "Girl Han, you're not looking at this kid, are you?" Lu Hongyu asked with slight curiosity, not taking Han Shui's threatening words to heart. Lu Hongyu had long known that Patriarch was looking here, and the spells she cast were only at the introductory level. If you can't even carry this off, then don't even mention being a holy son. It would be better to turn Qin Zhao into a puppet with a collapsed Dao heart first, and then stay by his side and use it for 100 years afterward. Finally, the immortal martial origin was dug out and transplanted into a suitable person. The cultivation world was inherently weak and strong, and this couldn't be more normal. You, clenched Han Shui's teeth as she tugged hard on the Hao Mao Peak Master's sleeve. Heavenly Sword Peak Master, if you stop, I'm willing to exchange 10 Tinglong pills. You should need these very much if you want to break through the Saint King realm. The vast Peak Master said with a face full of reluctance. I'm not interested. I'm going to try this kid today to see if he's worthy of the immortal martial body. Lu Hongyu balked. The Hao Mao Peak Master, who had been thrown off his face, was also a bit angry, but he didn't say much. No matter how much Han Shui pulled, she didn't speak again and only watched silently. At this moment, Qin Zhao was already bleeding from his 7 orifices, and vaguely, he felt that something was on the verge of breaking. It felt like watching someone smash a window and stab themselves with a sword, and the feeling of despair that one can't fight back and can only wait to die. Lu Hongyu lowered her head, looking at Qin Zhao, who was already on the verge of collapse, and let out a demonic-like whisper. Little fellow, I'll give you another boost. The finger Lu Hongyu placed on Qin Zhao's brow emitted a red glow. It was going to send out a final wave of attack on Qin Zhao's Dao heart. This kind of offense was to completely negate everything that Qin Zhao had done since he had practiced monasticism. What to do? Qin Zhao anxiously searched for a way to break it, but it felt like he was a mayfly and Lu Hongyu's was a piece of green sky. Couldn't resist at all. Can't resist? Qin Zhao despaired, feeling so powerless for the first time. However, just then, a female voice that was cold and carried boundless anger came from within Qin Zhao. Lu Hongyu, you've gone too far. Along with that female voice, purple flames ignited on Qin Zhao's body surface. The blazing flames burned Lu Honyu's fingers that were placed on Qin Zhao's brow. This is the Violet Luo Extreme Flame. Lu Hongyu withdrew her hand, her pupils lightly trembling as she looked at Qin Zhao whose body was ablaze with fire. The blazing flames didn't harm Qin Zhao. Instead it was like a fragile and incomparable barrier. Do your best to defend it from outside attacks, Master. Qin Zhao looked at the flames on her body with a complicated expression. At this moment, he finally understood. This flame was exactly what Dai Qingge had left in his body before he came. At first, Qin Zhao didn't find any trace of it. He also gave Dai Qingge a beating for it. This was because the violet luo extreme flame was hidden in a seal by Daichinga. Since Qin Zhao's cultivation level was too low, he could only discover that Daichinga had moved it first, but failed to discover the exact location of the mark and the flame. It was only now that Qin Zhao was in distress that the mark and the flame manifested. As for Daichinga, although she did not have any cultivation in her body, she could keep an eye on Qin Zhao's state through the violet luo extreme flame, because this violet luo extreme flame, which was the innate flame of Daichinga, was connected to her heart. Master, did you keep these two things to protect me, or to control me? But why did you do it? Qin Zhao had mixed feelings. He could feel that right now if Daichinga wanted to, he could use the violet luo extreme flame to exterminate himself from the inside out at any time. Lu Hongyu's jade face under the veil became hideous. Daichinga, you're in trouble yourself and you still don't forget to protect him. Daichinga's voice was emitted from the violet luo extreme flame. I'm not really a match for you right now, but to tell you the truth, the entire Broad Cold Peak's prohibitions are all controlled by the violet luo extreme flame. If you want to target my disciple, then I will scatter this violet luo extreme flame, and then the entire Broad Cold Peak will be buried for me. Lu Hongyu, do you dare to bet? Daichinga's voice was weak, but it caused everyone present to be shaken. Even if she didn't have an ounce of cultivation now, she was still like that 9 heavenly immortal, holy and majestic. Lu Hongyu did not speak for a long time, only glaring at the flames on Qin Zhao's body. She wouldn't dare bet on it. The current Daichinga only needed one thought to blow up the entire Guanghan Peak, before she blew herself up. It took some time for Lu Hongyu to even enter Guanghan Peak. She was simply too late to stop Daichinga from going crazy. If Guanghan Peak disappears, the cloud-soaring sect's chi would also lose a lot as a result, and the result would be that it would be besieged by other sects. Daichinga, count yourself ruthless. Lu Hongyu gritted her teeth. Chapter 19, Half a Month's Taoist Heart. Cloud-soaring patriarch flower pouring down. Qin Zhao wiped the blood from his face and stood up straight with difficulty, his face flat as he stared at Lu Hongyu. Daichinga, don't leave Guanghan Peak if you can. Lu Hongyu's tightly frowning willow brows slowly unfolded, snorted, and said to Luo Qingyu by her side, let's go. Yes, master. Luo Qingyu did not move and glanced at Qin Zhao before following Lu Hongyu into a stream of light to leave this place. Watching the duo leave, Qin Zhao let out a sigh of relief and nearly went limp. However, Lu Hongyu's clear and cold voice lingered in Qin Zhao's ears through voice transmission. Your obsession is too deep. If you don't lift it as soon as possible, you'll still be a waste. Too much obsession? Qin Zhao frowned. Could it be the reason there were two memories belonging to him? The violet luo extreme flame also gradually extinguished, once again lurking in the shadows. Senior brother Qin, are you alright? Han Shui came to Qin Zhao's side and asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Zhao felt a warmth in his heart for Han Shui's help and thanked the Haomao Peak Master. Many thanks, Senior. The vast Mist Peak Master let out a lightum without looking at Qin Zhao and said to Han Shui, Apprentice, we should go. Got it, Master. Han Shui spat out her tongue mischievously, then took out numerous pills and stuffed them into Qin Zhao, saying worriedly, the injuries on your body haven't been healed, so these pills can help you. You shouldn't go out of Broad Cold Peak lately. Lu Hongyu won't stop. Many thanks, Senior sister. Qin Zhao was a bit surprised, but still accepted the elixir. During the process, his fingers couldn't help but touch Han Shui's small hand. This caused Han Shui's pretty face to blush slightly as she said, I'll visit you at Guanghan Peak when I have time. I'll go first. After saying that, Han Shui left with the Haomao Peak Master, peeking at Qin Zhao from time to time in the process. Only Qin Zhao was left behind in the original spot, while the crowd of people watching around them hadn't left yet. This kid is quite tough. The old man guarding the heaven ceiling tower nodded and shook his head, somewhat puzzled. This kid's perseverance is so high, but why is his Dao heart a bit fragile? This shouldn't be. The surrounding crowd looked at Qin Zhao with inexplicably some admiration and snickers. In their opinion, Qin Zhao had given up a great opportunity. For the sake of the moral righteousness in his heart, he refused Lu Hongyu and gave up the opportunity to be able to leap into the dragon. Ugh! Qin Zhao sighed darkly, feeling too weak. In the face of a saint, one is like an ant to be held by others. The status in the cultivation world is tied to strength as well as background. If I don't have strength as well as a strong background, no one will help me. Qin Zhao left the crowd and walked alone on the road back to Guanghan Peak. On the way he also met people who paid him compliments, people who sighed for him, and of course people who mocked him. But Qin Zhao all chose to be indifferent and continued on her own path. Tai Peak. Inside the Patriarch's hall, a woman in a white dress sat on a high platform. Her thighs were exposed and she was barefoot, her pearly toes tapping the ground. The body is like a beautiful fairy music, with plump curves, slim waist and rounded hips, which is unique. Her jade hands were resting on her face, and her cherry lips were like the petals of a cherry blossom. This woman was none other than the cloud-soaring sect patriarch, Hua Qingluo, whose jewel-like eyes were gazing at a mirror. The person reflected in the mirror was none other than Qin Xiao. It's not bad, the Dao heart is at least passable. I just didn't expect that in this age of the end. Immortal martials and immortal spirits would still be able to reunite. It's just a pity that the immortal martial is too overbearing and takes a lot of time to grow, so you probably can't afford to wait. It would have been fine if it was before. Hua Qingluo's agar eyebrows slightly furrowed as she fell into deep thought. This little doll is somewhat interesting. A slightly teasing female voice came out. Hua Qingluo looked over and realized that a pair of huge eyes had appeared behind her at some point. Those eyes had no pupils. They were pitch black, only endless emptiness. The eyes seemed to see through everything, and no falsehood in this world could be hidden from those eyes. Old patriarch, you've come out of the gate? Hua Qingluo got up. It's not exactly an outing. It's just waking up from a nap and taking a look at the outside world. As her eyes quivered, the female voice became languid and resonated within the empty palace. When I came out, I saw this amazing little guy. What does the old patriarch mean by this? Is it because of Qin Zhao's divine quality perseverance? Hua Qingluo was a bit puzzled. She also couldn't figure out why Qin Zhao's perseverance was clearly a divine quality that could not be found in the ages. But why was his Dao heart not very strong? The eyes of the void trembled, and a woman's laughter came from them. The heart of the Dao is not entirely tied to perseverance. The heart of the Dao is the cultivator's desire to cultivate. It is enhanced with the increase in years of one's cultivation. Hua Qingluo didn't say anything and continued to listen. If I say that Qin Zhao's years of proper cultivation are less than half a month, now do you still think that his Dao heart is not tough enough? Surprised, Hua Qingluo looked at the pupils of those delusional eyes. What? How is this possible? As a peak Saint King, Hua Qingluo certainly knew that a person's Dao heart at the very beginning of cultivation was nearly equivalent to none. At that time, the heart of the Wei was like paper, breaking at the first poke. If it's true what the women say, that meant that Qin Xiao had resisted most of Lu Honyu's attack with an otherwise fragile Dao heart. The woman's voice came again and asked, Flower girl, you are one of the few peak Saint Kings in this desolate domain. Then let me ask you, if you had just cultivated, would you have been able to resist the furious Lu Honyu like Qin Xiao? Hua Qingluo didn't answer because she knew she couldn't block it and was a bit puzzled. But Qin Xiao worshipped under Qinggu at a young age, and his cultivation days had been more than 10 years at least, so how could it be? Could it be seizing the body? When she said the last sentence, Hua Qingluo's tone suddenly turned cold, because although taking over the body can obtain all of another person's memories, it cannot replace the years of another person's cultivation. The woman's voice came out. I've already looked at Qin Xiao with my void eyes. The divine soul and the physical body breath are exactly the same, and it's not a case of taking over the body, but for some reason, it's like a different person. After my observation, Qin Xiao has indeed been practicing for less than half a month. Flower Dump mused. The voiding eye was claimed to be able to see all the illusions in the world, and Qin Xiao at the early stage of the Dao Palace was simply unable to conceal the detection of the voiding eye. But why is that? The woman said once again. Don't think about it so much first. Does it really matter if he is Qin Xiao or not? He's not harmful to my cloud sect anyway. Although his enlightenment is poor, his perseverance and physique is unbelievable. You should understand what to do next. Hua Qingluo organized her thoughts and replied. It's the old patriarch. I'll be observing him in the shadows. The woman was satisfied with Hua Qingluo's answer and said, well, if there's nothing else, I'll go on to bed. After all, it's troublesome to make a trip out right now. Hua Qingluo hesitated for a moment before saying, Old patriarch, there is something else for the late generation. Say it. Void Eyes looked at Flower Pouring and made a puzzled sound. Broad Cold Peak Master Daichinga is now losing her cultivation, and the entire clan is eyeing the Peak Master position. There have already been numerous elders advising me for the dismissal of Butterfly Chinga's Peak Master position, so Hua Qingluo's tone was unnatural, and she didn't want to do that. But the current Daichinga was indeed incapable of holding the Peak Master position. She also wanted to help Daichinga, but the Dao injuries that Daichinga had suffered came from heaven's wrath, and it wasn't something that could be saved by an ordinary divine medicine. At least the Cloud sect couldn't be saved. It would still be unfavorable for the Cloud Soaring sect if other forces knew about this. Although Guanhan Peak's prohibition was tricky, it wasn't impossible for her to break, so now she's in a deep tangle. I don't know if I want to dismiss Butterfly Chinga's Peak Master position, but if we were to dismiss Butterfly Chinga's Peak Master position, Daichinga will surely die. Chapter 20, Confessing with Daichinga. Daichinga is counted again. Those false-eye pupils gazed at Hua Qingluo, and after a long time the woman let out a light laugh. If you dismiss Butterfly Girl, what will you let Qin Kid do? Hua Qinglu frowned, a little puzzled by the woman's words. The woman said once again, Butterfly Girl was too anxious and tried to forcefully break through the Saint King realm before her realm was consolidated in the age of the last Dharma, resulting in a backlash. But this isn't necessarily a bad thing. It also happens to be a good opportunity for her to consolidate her Dao fruit. After all, there's an immortal martial body around. And I want to know what's so bizarre about immortal spirits and immortal martials. Hua Qingluo nodded slightly and bowed to the pupil of her eyes. Late generation understands and knows what to do. Aha! The pupils of the eyes faded into nothingness, and the woman's voice and shadow disappeared into the great hall. Only Hua Qingluo was left behind in the great hall, observing Qin Shao through the mirror. Slowly speaking, quite a wizard. But in this side of heaven and earth right now, the time given to you might be a bit insufficient. She was a bit regretful, not knowing what to do next, and how exactly to make Qin Shao progress faster in his Dao heart. Soon there was a brilliant flash in her eyes. Why don't we force you for once, and force you to progress in a difficult situation? Just as the Holy Sun election is about to start. Let's take this to force you. The night is like ink. There was only the whistling evening wind on the cold and clear Guanghan Peak. Qin Shao walked on Guanghan Peak. He naturally understood the meaning of Dao Xin, but there was no way around it. The memories in his head were like foreign to him. The style of doing things is completely different, and that's not at all the real him. Naturally, he couldn't fuse perfectly, and now he was a half-assed cultivator, which was his biggest shortcoming. Qin Shao looked at the prohibitions on the mountain and felt a sense of security in his heart, but when he thought that the key to controlling Guanghan Peak's self-detonation was in himself, his body shivered coldly. He came to Dai Chinga's palace. Fallen leaves are colorful as far as the eye can see. There was only a bonfire burning outside the pavilion, on which were 7 or 8 roasted spirit chickens. Dragon Sakura was sitting next to him, holding a whole leg of lamb in her hands and gnawing on it. Qin Shao pulled the corners of his mouth straight after seeing this scene. This little senior sister looks so cute. How can she be so able to eat? As far as I can remember, Dragon Sakura can eat more than a dozen people in one meal, the kind that can knock themselves up. Elder brother, you're back. Long Cherry immediately stood up upon seeing Qin Shao. Although she was only 16 and the childishness of her face had not yet faded, she was still a beauty. The double ponytail behind the small head, fluttering in the wind, the skin is snowy, the willow eyebrows and almond eyes are clear and beautiful, and the eyes reveal clarity. Slender and delicate curves bulged the pink bodice. Elder brother, you got beat up again? After seeing Qin Shao, who was covered in blood, Long Cherry was a bit terrified, so she clutched the leg of lamb and ran towards Qin Shao, her eyes a bit wary as well as worried. This little sister is really good at talking. Qin Shao rolled her eyes and had no way to refute it, so she asked, is the master okay? Senior hasn't gone out for the past few days. Senior brother, you wouldn't have been beaten by North Star again, right? Long Cherry blinked her big eyes and innocently asked, he's not worthy yet. Qin Shao replied impatiently, feeling that there was a reason why he had bullied his little sister in the past. Qin Shao thought about it and handed half of the creation ice spring given by Han Shui to Long Cherry. This is for you. It can help you break through your realm. Long Cherry didn't pick it up and looked at Qin Shao with unfamiliar eyes. As far as she could remember, it had never been this senior brother who had grabbed her things. When was it her turn to give her things? Take it if it's for you. Qin Shao shoved the jade bottle into Long Cherry's hand. Senior brother, you owe spirit stones again and want to borrow them from me? Long Cherry asked tentatively. Qin Shao was speechless, so he ruthlessly rubbed Long Cherry's furry head, after which he turned around and left. Am I that bad? Long Cherry looked at Qin Shao and then at the jade bottle in her hand, feeling somewhat unreal. Has brother really changed? Qin Shao came to the door of Dai Chinga's room and made an exception and knocked. Come in, came the voice like spring water. Qin Shao sighed darkly before pushing open the door to the room. When they met each other, they saw that Dai Chinga, who was wearing a long purple open skirt, was sitting on a chair. Even if she had no cultivation now, she was still as dignified and gorgeous as an iceberg snow lotus. Looking at Qin Shao, who was covered in blood, Dai Chinga frowned slightly. Bare little feet, only the smooth insteps of which could be seen under the skirts, and a section of crystalline, delicate calf, trod the floor. Many thanks to master for saving me today. Dai Chinga's jade finger scratched the wound on Qin Zhao's chest and said softly, there's no need to thank me. Didn't I also use you? Qin Zhao's eyes lowered. Dai Chinga was indeed using him, and had begun laying out his plans from the first time he left Qin Zhao here for the night. That seal, as well as the Shura ice flame, were the tools to control Qin Zhao. Master, you're really old and wise. Butterfly Chinga's eyes gradually darkened. Her petite and delicate body began to tremble, and her voice was as sad as the autumn wind. What could I do? I had to gamble myself on your conscience, and now it seems that I was right. Qin Shao looked at the disheveled Dai Chinga in front of her and for a moment wanted to hold her in her arms, but considering that there was still blood on his body, he could only stop and asked, Master, what do you want from me? Dai Chinga raised her head, her purple pupils gazing at Qin Shao as she said hopefully, I want you to help me restore my cultivation. Me? Qin Shao was stunned. He was just a small child of the Dao Palace. What virtue could he have to help Butterfly Chinga restore her cultivation? Dai Chinga added, I don't have anyone I trust anymore, so I can only put my hopes in you. It's not like I'm asking you to help me now. I just want you to take a chance and help me find something later. Qin Shao asked, what can help you restore your cultivation? Dai Qingge sighed softly and replied, I want you to help me find the harmonization flower. Only that can help me regain my cultivation. Ha! Qin Zhao's eyes widened. The harmonization flower, which had only appeared once in the entire desolate domain, was rumored to be a divine medicine that could allow one to directly break through to sainthood. Letting Qin Shao look for that thing, what's the difference between that and taking his life? Even if he could find it, it would be hard enough to have the life to bring it back. Dai Qingge was amused by Qin Zhao's reaction. It's not like I'm asking you to find it now. I don't have any cultivation, but my lifespan is still intact. You only need to find it before my lifespan is exhausted. If you don't find it, my violet luo extreme flame will be given to you. When she said the last sentence, Dai Qingge's tone became disheveled. Qin Shao sighed slightly and grabbed Dai Qingge's hand, smiling miserably. Am I qualified to object? Now that the violet luo extreme flame is inside me, you can finish me off at any time. Master, let me ask you, if I promise Lu Hongyu today, will you burn me to death with the violet luo extreme fire? Butterfly Qingge did not reply. Instead, she used both her hands to hold up both of Qin Zhao's cheeks and said seriously, Disciple, remember, in this cultivation world, don't trust anyone. After saying that, as if he felt unsafe again, he added, especially pretty women. The prettier they are, the better they are at cheating, remember? Qin Shao could barely hold back her laughter, forcing a mournful-like expression. Yes, just like a beautiful woman like you. Master, for example, I've been sold by you and still have to count the money for you. Dai Qingge froze, then stood on her tiptoes and got close to Qin Shao. Qin Shao immediately held that slender waist with her hands, and her mouth responded. During the process, a purple flame slowly returned from Qin Zhao's body back into Dai Qingge's body. Butterfly Qingge blushed, her jade mouth spitting out fragrant wind that blew on Qin Zhao's face as she asked, What about now? Qin Shao laughed coldly in his heart. This woman finally fell for the trap. Ever since he first entered the room, he had maintained a vulnerable attitude just to make Dai Qingge withdraw the violet luo extreme flame. It's never a good idea to have that thing inside you. Moreover, it was now in Guanghan Peak, and there was no need for that thing to protect himself. Now that it was out of his body, he could finally bully his master. Under Dai Qingge's surprised gaze, Qin Shao smiled evilly and pulled Dai Qingge away. His mouth was still speaking obscene words. Master, let's go take a bath. I haven't seen you for many days. I don't know if you've gained any weight. Come and show your apprentice. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao said, grandly extending those big sinful hands to the master baby. Butterfly Qingge was in a bit of a trance, letting Qin Shao pull her along, feeling that something was wrong. How did this rebel transform so quickly? Bad. I seem to have been counted again by this rebel. Chapter 21, Bathing with Butterfly Qingge. Breaking through the middle stage of the Dao Palace. Inside a bath piled with cold jade, the walls of the pool emitted a greenish-blue ethereal light. The water mist was dense, and the spiritual liquid tumbled and rolled over, filling the road to the edge of the pool and leaving a row of water stains. Qin Shao had recovered from his injuries and was now cradling Dai Qingge in his arms. Adversary. Inside the bath, Dai Qingge's eyes were currently mesmerized. Her body was wet, and she was leaning on Qin Shao like a kitten. This rebel, how dare you let me move on my own? What do you take me for? She tried her best to pinch Qin Zhao's waist with her fingers, but she couldn't do it because Qin Zhao's flesh was too strong. Master, what is this? Qin Shao took out the seed of the holy medicine that he had obtained at the heaven ceiling tower, and his master should be able to recognize what kind of holy medicine it was with his extensive knowledge, because holy pills are different, their medicinal effects are different, and even some holy pills have side effects. This made Qin Shao, who had inhaled so much medicinal power, a little scared. Butterfly Qingge raised her head tiredly, and after looking at the fist-sized piece of seed, she was a little surprised and reached out to pick it up, saying, This is the 9-leaf sword grass. How did you get this? Qin Shao simply told Dai Qingge everything that happened within the heaven ceiling tower. Of course certain things with Han Shui were left unsaid. Upon hearing that Qin Shao had survived even after coming into contact with that killing origin, Dai Qingge couldn't help but scan Qin Shao up and down. That killing origin was originally kept by a certain patriarch of the cloud-soaring sect, and I didn't expect it to be found by you. Dai Qingge handed the sacred pill seeds to Qin Shao and said, Don't worry, the 9-leaf swordgrass doesn't have any side effects, just use it without worry. Qin Shao let out a sigh of relief and hugged Dai Qingge a little tighter again. Dai Qingge said with a smirk, The pills refined by the 9-leaf swordgrass are of great help to sword cultivators, and Lu Hongyu was looking for this 9-leaf swordgrass not long ago. Qin Shao laughed lightly and picked Dai Qingge's chin with his hand and said face to face, She's not as good as Master, and Master can still play with me. He. Dai Qingge broke free from the large hand on her chin and helplessly rolled her eyes greatly, but also, She was quite satisfied with this answer as well, and rubbed herself into Qin Zhao's arms again. Feeling the smooth and white delicate body in his arms, Qin Zhao's gaze became fiery. After all, having experienced this so many times, Daichinga instantly read Qin Zhao's eyes. No, I'm too tired today. Daichinga shook her head pitifully and moved her body to the side again to avoid irritating Qin Zhao again. Ugh, Qin Zhao sighed. When he came out from the heaven-sealing tower, he felt that his cultivation had loosened up and he might have to break the boundary. Plus the ice spring of creation given by Han Shui, and the spirit stones that were snatched. He was certain that he could break through the middle stage of the Tao Palace in one fell swoop. Now it's even more important to build up your strength, so you can't bully your master. Forget it, I'll bully you when I come out of seclusion? Qin Zhao let go of Daichinga and was about to leave. You just advanced to the Tao Palace stage less than half a month ago, and you're about to break through again? Daichinga was surprised and asked with some concern. Well, I have to. Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders. After coming into contact with Lu Hongyu, he understood what it meant to be powerless. If you don't have enough strength, then you're just at the mercy of others. Then go ahead and remember, there are no absolute good guys in this cultivation world. So don't trust anyone, not even me. Daichinga gazed at Qin Zhao and suddenly smiled. There was both relief and sadness in her smile. Disciple understands. Qin Zhao was unsure and didn't ask too many questions as she turned around and walked into the back hall. The back hall was where Daichinga was in seclusion, and originally had numerous pills as well as magic treasures, but now it was empty, and all the things inside had been moved by Yi Wuchen and Luo Qingyu before they left. Are you two starving ghosts? Qin Zhao rummaged around, but ended up not even finding a hair, so the door to the back hall was closed tightly, and hundreds more prohibitions were laid down. Only then did Qin Zhao sit down on the futon with a sense of relief and slowly closed her eyes. Open! As Qin Zhao let out a low gulp, the blood crystals in the sea of wheels became active, and a blood-colored Dao line appeared on his skin. A blood-colored killing aura filled his entire body, and a seal appeared at the center of his brow. This is demonization? Since killing North Star, the system's reward was this skill. It felt much like when he had gone off the deep end, but Qin Zhao's sanity was not buried by the killing aura. Every aspect of the body is enhanced. Qin Zhao carefully felt that at this moment, both his physical body and his divine sense had expanded several times from their original bases. However, there was a time limit. If not, it would be an overdraft of Qin Zhao's life force. It's a short period of time to add to the battle power, but it's enough. Qin Zhao nodded his head and took out the creation ice spring from within his storage ring and drank it in one gulp. After that, they piled all the spirit stones they had gotten around. Benton time. The spirit stone burned rapidly, and the aura came towards Qin Zhao like a tidal wave. Qin Zhao felt like she was being burned by a blazing fire, but there was an ice-cold spring that was helping to expel that burning sensation. The spring water also turned into a bit of aura, nourishing the flesh. Qin Zhao's eyes were tightly closed, as motionless as an old monk in meditation. Time passes day by day. For Qin Zhao, who was in seclusion, time had long since lost its concept. Heavenly Sword Peak. Yi Wuchen was staring at Luo Qingyu. Get out of the way. Yi Wuchen's tone was icy cold. Luo Qingyu's aging brows knit tightly, her tone somewhat impatient. Senior brother, there's no proof that Qin Zhao killed Beichen yet. If you go and deliberately make things difficult for Qin Zhao, beware of the other elders' side taking this matter to you. Snap. Ah! Yi Wuchen slapped Luo Qingyu fiercely, knocking Luo Qingyu to the ground. Bitch, get out! Luo Qingyu's eyes dodged a bit as blood spurted from her mouth and nose from this slap. Enough! What's all the noise? Lu Hongyu's voice came. Senior. Yi Wuchen and Luo Qingyu saluted. Lu Hongyu looked at Yi Wuchen with a cold snort. If I didn't see you as useful, I would have killed you. A waste of space. Yi Wuchen's legs instantly went limp and he almost sat on the ground. Lu Hongyu said in an unquestionable tone, the patriarch just told me that until the sacred son is elected, no one shall make things difficult for Qin Zhao. Do you guys hear me? Yes. Luo Qingyu covered her face and responded, but Yi Wuchen was slow to speak. Lu Hongyu retracted her gaze contemptuously and smiled grimly. I don't care what you think, just don't move him and leave him to me. This medicine is a must for me. It's also time to take the time to visit my old friend Daichinga, and ask the one who is the master what he thinks. Guanghan Peak, the back hall. Qin Zhao was still sitting in the middle of the spirit stone. The surrounding spirit stones had long since burned away, leaving only a pile of empty shells. Break! Qin Zhao let out a low gulp as something unlocked inside his body seemed to break. There was a clicking sound in the underworld. At this moment, the sea of golden wheels within his body expanded by several times, and his divine thoughts also became much more substantial. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth as red and blood-colored Dao lines emerged on his body surface. The two types of Dao lines intersected and parted to resonate. A couple months should have passed, right? Qin Zhao stood up, stretched and cozied up. Finally the middle stage of the Dao Palace. And I don't know where Master is. Chapter 22 Old Wise Butterfly Chinga. Xin Xiao was counted against her. Early morning. Xin Xiao walked out of the back hall and looked out the window. The warm sunlight on his face gave him an inexplicable feeling of exhaustion. How long have I been in seclusion? Xin Xiao was puzzled and walked straight out the door. What came into view was Dai Chinga, who was sitting on a stone chair and was lost in thought. The shimmering light of dawn hit her delicate skin, even reflecting a layer of radiance, and her luscious figure could be coveted just by sitting there, but her eyes were lifeless, like a lost child, staring blankly at the cold Guanhan peak. Xin Xiao slowly walked behind Dai Chinga and reached out to hug her. Dai Chinga, who was suddenly hugged, was a bit startled, and turned surprised after sensing that it was Xin Xiao. You've come out of the customs so soon, and you've even broken through the middle stage of the Dao Palace? Xin Xiao said shamelessly, I'm a heavenly divine warrior. Isn't breaking through simple? Dai Chinga rolled her eyes in contempt and didn't say anything. Instead, she made an exception and leaned into Xin Xiao's arms, like a kitten looking for warmth. Am I a bit less than a master teacher? Dai Chinga hid in Xin Xiao's arms and said in a thin voice, other people's masters shelter their disciples, while I can't give you anything but myself. Xin Xiao sighed in his heart. It seemed that this period of time had dealt a great blow to Dai Chinga. I don't know. All I know is that if Master hadn't saved me in the first place, I would have been torn apart by the demonic beasts. Xin Xiao said and hugged Dai Chinga a little tighter again. Dai Chinga gazed at Xin Xiao and said, what if I say that it wasn't me who saved you in the first place, but Lu Hongyu? Ha? That crazy Lu Hongyu saved herself? Xin Xiao was confused, carefully recalled also, when the age was too small, simply cannot remember who saved himself. He only knew that he looked at Dai Chinga as beautiful, so he followed her and pampered her. At that time, I went out with Lu Hongyu and met you, and after Lu Hongyu saved you, you were so afraid of Lu Hongyu that you had to follow me. I also took you under my tutelage for the same reason I confronted Lu Hongyu. Butterfly Chinga broke away from Xin Xiao's embrace, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Lu Hongyu wanting to take you as her disciple may not be a bad thing. At least she can ensure that you have a path to follow in the future. If you want, you can go. I won't control you with the violet Luo extreme flame. Xin Xiao looked at Dai Chinga suspiciously, feeling a bit strange. Why does Dai Chinga look like she's been hit today? How have you considered it? Dai Chinga's eyes misted with water. Well, who knew that Xin Xiao had directly kissed him? And Dai Chinga's beautiful eyes widened. Soli also directly took Xin Xiao's neck with her arm and did not resist. Although Xin Xiao didn't know why Dai Chinga had become like this, he had some conscience. He knew that if he left, then Dai Chinga would really have no hope. There were too many people within the clan who coveted the peak master position, and without the harmonization flower, Dai Chinga would have died sooner or later from the power struggle. Dai Chinga allowed Xin Xiao to stretch out her hand, rarely resisting. Are you really not leaving? Butterfly Chinga was in a state of love and confusion. Her charming eyes were like silk as she arranged Xin Xiao's long hair. No go. Xin Xiao shook his head and still wanted to kiss Dai Chinga. Ha! Dai Chinga suddenly stopped and looked at the foot of the mountain, her gaze somewhat complicated as she looked at Xin Xiao. Han Shui is here. Do you think we should let her in? Xin Xiao was confused by the question and replied, she should be here to see me. Let her come in. Oh. Dai Chinga tied up her sash and resumed that cold expression. She closed her eyes and used a talisman within her body that emitted an icy aura to create a connection between her and the violet Luo extreme flame, opening the mountain peak's restriction. Afterward, he got off Xin Xiao's lap and sat on the stone chair without saying a word. Xin Xiao felt a little flustered, not understanding why Dai Chinga suddenly asked herself. Just now, she knew that he had been in seclusion for 3 months. Could it be that during these 3 months, someone had come to Dai Chinga and said something to him? Butterfly Chinga has suffered a blow and that's why she turned into this disheveled look today? The two men looked at each other with 1,000 words in their eyes. Xin Xiao was the first to sidestep her head, and Dai Chinga's eyes narrowed slightly. It just stays that way. It wasn't until Xin Xiao was on the verge of taking the initiative to give an explanation that Han Shui's voice came from the distance. Senior Qin. Han Shui happily ran to the duo like a little rabbit. Greetings to Peak Master Guanhan. Aha. Butterfly Chinga placed her hands on her lap, dignified and generous, as if she had returned to her peak. That aura, which belonged uniquely to her, was making Han Shui a little breathless at the moment. How did this woman transform so quickly? Xin Xiao stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Something felt wrong, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Senior is here to look for Senior Qin with regards to my agreement with him. Han Shui looked at the stone chair next to her and hesitated to sit down, keeping her little head down. She didn't know why. It was as if she had come to someone's house to steal a man, and now she didn't even dare to look directly at Dai Chinga. You made a pact with her because of what? Dai Chinga immediately changed her expression to one of concern and asked Xin Xiao in a soft tone. That. Xin Xiao looked at Han Shui and realized that this little girl was now close to burying her head in the dirt. Where's the high-flying stance? Like a child who's done something wrong. because senior sister Han saved me in the heaven ceiling tower. Yeah, that's right, Qin Xiao said seriously. Dai Qingge nodded in realization, and her attitude towards Han Shui seemed to soften quite a bit. That's a big thank you to senior nephew Han. Han Shui felt a lot less pressure on her body, but Dai Qingge's next sentence made her fall to the bottom of the sea again. Master Han's nephew has come to find my disciple, so it can't be that he's taken a fancy to him, right? Ha! Not only was Han Shui confused, but Qin Xiao was confused as well. Something's not right with this woman. Something's definitely not right. It's better for senior sister and I to talk outside. Right, senior sister? Qin Xiao hurriedly interrupted Dai Qingge's spellcasting. Yes. Han Shui hurriedly nodded her head and cast a grateful gaze. Well then, let's hurry up. Qin Xiao was a bit dazed and wanted to flee the battlefield in a hurry. Wait, Dai Qingge's rather imposing voice fixed the two of them. She walked with lotus steps and graceful poise, gently arranging Qin Xiao's clothes. He also did not forget to wipe away the saliva she had just left on Qin Xiao's face, his tone full of worry. Come back earlier, for the teacher nothing else, but if you are not okay, I will destroy this Guanghan peak. Dai Qingge leaned over Qin Xiao's ear and exhaled hot air. Reverse disciple, remember, don't trust any pretty women. After saying that, he didn't forget to sneak a kiss to Qin Xiao where Han Shui couldn't see him. Remember. Qin Xiao nodded in a daze. After that, he pulled Han Shui toward the mountain. But the more he walked, the more wrong he felt. He always felt like he was being counted. Logically speaking, with Dai Qingge's peak sage state of mind, who could make her so disheveled? And since Han Shui had arrived, Dai Qingge's before and after had changed especially drastically. That look wasn't even the Dai Qingge of old. It was as if it had been rehearsed beforehand, simply to spite Han Shui. Did she already know that Han Shui was coming, and that she knew about me and Han Shui? Qin Xiao snapped his head back and realized that Dai Qingge was currently sitting on the top of the mountain, looking at himself with a smile on his face. That expression was as if he was mocking Qin Xiao. Bad. Really counted on this woman. What to go and worship Lu Hongyu as a teacher? All is this woman pretending to be pitiful. Pretending. She had known about Han Shui for a long time and knew that Han Shui was coming. So who told her? Could it be Lu Hongyu? Qin Xiao finally realized what it was like for Dai Qingge to be teased by herself back then. Butterfly Qingge, who was sitting on top of the mountain, lightly sipped a mouthful of tea with a sly smile on her face. She looked down the mountain as if she could see Qin Xiao, who had fled in haste. Adverse disciple, do you think you're the only one who can act? If master can't act, can't he learn? You're still too tender. You still need to practice more. I didn't think you'd find out in the end. Try to act better next time. Chapter 23, Going to the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion with Han Shui, accidentally bumping into the patriarch. Qin Xiao and Han Shui hurriedly ran down Guanghan Peak. Senior brother Qin, Peak Master Guanghan seems to care about you a lot. Han Shui took a deep breath. That feeling was so horrible that she didn't even dare to go to Guanghan Peak in the future. Always feeling like an outsider and then licking his chops to go to someone's wife and say he'll borrow her man for a few days. It's okay. Qin Xiao nodded awkwardly and asked, hey, by the way, what are you doing here looking for me? I wanted to come and see if your injuries were healed. Han Shui's face turned slightly red and she stammered a bit. By the way, I'd like you to accompany me to the cache. Han Shui's appearance made Qin Xiao a bit surprised. This was completely different from the White Lotus Han Shui in the Heaven Ceiling Tower. Taken over? Qin Xiao dispersed a strand of divine sense to scan Han Shui and found that she hadn't been taken over. You've broken through to the middle stage of the Dao Palace. Han Shui didn't resist that strand of divine sense. Instead she was surprised by it. One must know that Qin Xiao had only broken through to the early stage of the Dao Palace not long ago. It's only been 3 months now, and he's broken through the middle stage of the Dao Palace again. Surprisingly, it was higher than her as a senior sister. Yeah, surprised? Qin Xiao bristled. If it weren't for my physique, I could have made a breakthrough as well. Han Shui muttered. Alright, let's go. Let's go to the Heaven Ceiling Tower. Qin Xiao turned around and left. Aha! Han Shui followed Qin Xiao like a little daughter-in-law, having long since lost that White Lotus look. This scene could make the passing disciples look dumbfounded, and all of them cast unfavorable gazes at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao didn't care about that, although the violet row extreme flame was not on his body right now. But Butterfly Qingge is still alive, as long as that woman wants to pull a few back anytime. That day in front of the Heaven Ceiling Tower, Dai Qingge's attitude had been obvious. If Qin Xiao had an accident, then there would be no need for Guanghan Peak to exist. Moreover, Qin Xiao had long wanted to make a trip to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. Something had been troubling him ever since he came here. The tomes in the Hidden Scriptures should be able to give him the answer. With the company of a beauty on the road, Qin Xiao was naturally happy to enjoy himself, admiring Han Shui's figure. Han Shui wore a long purple open skirt, and her two encased peaks sent out waves as she stepped. A pair of white and slender thighs, floating frequently in the openings, reflected the sunlight into Qin Zhao's eyes. Excellent. Why didn't you realize it then? Qin Zhao's eyes turned reckless. Denizen. Han Shui blushed at Qin Zhao's look. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Qin Zhao mumbled under her breath. You. Han Shui exploded and went up to tug on Qin Zhao's ear. The duo jostled around like this until they entered the hidden scriptures. The Tibetan scripture pavilion was divided into 9 floors, with a strict hierarchical division. For example, outer disciples could only enter the first floor. On the other hand, a peak master true successor like Qin Zhao was able to enter the 7th floor. As for the top 2 floors, only holy sons and daughters, as well as peak masters and patriarchs could enter. Qin Zhao's eyes were suddenly spent as she looked at the piles of scrolls inside. There's a helplessness that comes from memorizing books for school but dying to do so. Senior brother Qin, what do you want information related to? Han Shui could see Qin Zhao's helplessness. Qin Zhao replied after a brief moment of thought. Those related to history. It would be best to find scrolls documenting the dragon race. Dragon race? Han Shui was puzzled, but she didn't ask too many questions, pulling Qin Zhao's hand directly to the 7th floor. Then he rummaged through the sea of books and found a piece of worn bamboo scroll and handed it to Qin Zhao. No, the dragons left very little behind. I could only find one. Many thanks, senior sister. Qin Zhao took the bamboo scroll and thanked her. Well, I'm going to the 6th floor, so remember to come find me later, Han Shui said, before leaving in 3 steps. Aha! Qin Zhao lay on the floor, flipped through the old, moldy bamboo scrolls, and began to browse. He had always been curious about Long Cherry's origin. After all, it was a remnant soul of a female emperor. It should be very powerful. But then I don't know why it turned into this goofy look. He also asked Daichinga, but he didn't get any useful information either. So the only way to find it was to come to the cache. Looking at the contents of the bamboo scroll, Qin Zhao's expression was extremely wonderful. According to the bamboo scrolls, dragons are brutal by nature and take pleasure in abusing their enemies. Scarce in number, but all gifted. They are one of the living beings that are nurtured by heaven and earth and are called true spirits. Inherently, they were a great deal stronger than the human race. This is Dragon Sakura? Unconvinced, Qin Zhao continued to read on, and was instantly captivated by the bamboo scroll. It says, there was only one female emperor of the dragon clan, named the Eastern Wasteland Empress. It was claimed to anticipate things as if they were gods, and its methods were incomparably ruthless, and the moment it struck, it was to exterminate a race. But then some people said that the Empress blew herself up, and others said that the Empress had inexplicably disappeared. Regardless, the dragons went into decline as a result until they were exterminated. The bamboo roll ends here. Qin Zhao rubbed his chin. Dragon Cherry is the Eastern Wasteland Empress? It doesn't look like it. How can she be an empress with such a foolish look and a ruthless heart? When Dragon Sakura started a fire, the most likely thing she could do was dig a hole and bury herself in it. As for anticipating things, it's better to forget about it. This girl has been initiated for almost 10 years, and by now she can't even recognize all the words. Could it be that the remnants of the souls are the reason why they fought someone in life and were beaten silly? It wasn't that Qin Zhao didn't want to touch Dragon Cherry, he also wanted the system reward. But Long Sakura being too young is one thing. The most important thing was the fear that Long Cherry would recover her memory one day and destroy Qin Zhao again. She is an ancient and unrivaled empress of the Gaishur. How can she allow her body to be desecrated by ants? Forget it, let's find a way to trick Han Shui. Qin Zhao nodded. His ability to defend himself was about equal to nothing right now. One had to get stronger quickly in order to survive under Lu Hongyu. As for Lu Hongyu's inner spirit body, he didn't dare to hit on it for fear of being sucked dry by that crazy. Qin Zhao shook her head and prepared to go downstairs to find Han Shui, but a turnaround. He just froze in place. Not far away, on a wooden chair, sat a woman. She wore a white lotus dress and crossed her legs, her embroidered shoes hanging from her pearly toes, swaying in the air. Just sitting there seemed to blend in with the surroundings. Her beautiful eyes were sizing up Qin Zhao curiously. Flowers falling, cultivation, peak Saint King, origin, mortal, sovereign. Qin Zhao's eyes widened, not expecting the patriarch to appear before his eyes. Although he had never met the patriarch, he had seen his portrait. Moreover, the patriarch, as the #1 powerhouse in the desolate domain, was still a mortal body. Nope, Qin Zhao quickly sensed that something was wrong, because the immortal martial origin was trembling. It seemed to have encountered some powerful opponent. This feeling was not like this even when facing Yi Wuchen's pure yang body. But why is it like this when you're dealing with flower dump? This was not a cultivation sense, but a connection between the origins. Surprisingly, it will cause the immortal martial origin to move. What the hell is this woman made of? Disciple Qin Zhao, meet patriarch. Qin Zhao put down the doubts in his heart and gave a respectful bow to Hua Qingluo. Aha! Hua Qingluo nodded her head in satisfaction, put on her embroidered shoes and looked at Qin Zhao and said, I've wanted to find you for a long time. but you've been in seclusion. But it just so happens that you and I happened to meet today, and I wanted to ask you something. Puzzled, Qin Shao replied, there's no harm in the sovereign speaking. Hua Qingluo asked, can you be sure that you can advance to the pilgrimage stage within 3 years, thus obtaining the position of Saint's son? 3 years. Qin Shao frowned and didn't answer. You only have 3 years. The requirement for the Holy Sun is the pilgrimage stage, and the Holy Sun election is also in 3 years. If you miss it, you will have to wait for the Saint Sun to fall before you can compete for the election. Hua Qingluo's expression was flat, but the words she uttered caused Qin Shao to tremble. But you don't have that chance. Your chance is only in 3 years. If you haven't achieved the position of Saint Sun by then, I will dig out your immortal martial origin and transplant it into the current Saint Son or Saint Daughter. With a flash of her figure, Hua Qing violently appeared in front of Qin Zhao's eyes, her beautiful eyes like stars as she said softly, now what? Are you sure? Chapter 24, White Lotus Han Shui. Master Qin is a good person. Qin Shao looked straight at the rare beauty in front of him and laughed miserably. I have to be sure. I don't want to go through the pain of having my origin dug up. Hua Qingluo was quite satisfied with Qin Zhao's answer and smiled sweetly. There is some ambition. Don't worry. If you didn't obtain the position of Saint Sun by then, for Qing's sake, I'll leave you alive. As for the future, that's up to you. Disciple understands. Qin Shao let out a light sigh. Hua Qingluo swept Qin Shao with her divine sense, seemingly checking for something. Then his eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to lay down several isolation spell formations around him, so that others could not see the internal scene. Finally, he stretched out his jade finger to point at Qin Zhao's abdomen and took out a blood crystal from it. Qin Zhao's pupils trembled. The purpose of this blood crystal was still unclear, but it gave him a strong feeling, so it was also regarded by him as one of his biggest secrets besides the system. But now that it was taken out of his body by someone else in a dignified manner, it made him a little fearful. Hua Qingluo's eyes stared at the blood crystal without blinking, after which she shook her head and let out a light sigh. This is actually a crippled world seed. It's a pity that it has already recognized you as its master, and it won't change masters in this life. World seeds? Qin Shao frowned. Hua Qingluo put the blood crystal back into Qin Zhao's body and said, as the name suggests, this is the prototype of a side of a broken world, and looking at the murderous aura contained in this, I think it must be from the heaven sealing tower. Qin Shao nodded her head and didn't deny it. Hua Qingluo reached out and left a seal on Qin Zhao's body with a finger, but after seeing that there was still an internal seal in Qin Zhao's body, somewhat stunned, even the eyes that looked at Qin Shao became gossipy and said with a smile, this seal will protect you within the Cloudsoar sect, and if someone bullies you in a big way, I'll be able to sense it in the first place. With that, her figure turned rapidly dim and disappeared from Qin Zhao's field of vision. The world seed is not to be underestimated even if it's crippled. It's good that even if you don't have an immortal martial body, then you'll be able to use it to awe a party in the future. The formation collapsed with it. Hua Qingluo glanced meaningfully at Qin Shao before dissipating, muttering to herself in a voice that only she could hear. Hopefully, my methods are effective, and you can grow under high pressure. Qin Zhao's sinking heart finally dropped. Just now he was afraid that the patriarch would kill and seize the treasure. Why are you here? Did you see everything just now? Qin Zhao's face looked strange. Han Shui was found not far away, and at the moment, her small face was filled with worry. Han Shui quickly walked over to check if Qin Shao was injured. She originally wanted to come up to find Qin Shao, but she ran into Hua Qingluo here head-on, so he could only hide in the corner and peek. But the next formation Hua Qinglu laid down completely blocked the line of sight. She thought that Qin Shao would be in danger and was so frightened that she almost went to call out for her master again. Well, aren't I fine? Qin Shao bristled. When Han Shui heard this, she actually got a little angry and said in a delicate voice, it's still fine. You only have 3 years left. 3 years to break through to the other side of the world, and to obtain the position of Saint Sun. Who do you think you are? The ancient emperor reborn? Qin Shao didn't care about Han Shui's flirtation and continued that dangling attitude. What about if I'm stronger than the great emperor in the future? It's only 3 years. It's not that hard. It's not just breaking through the pishy stage and killing a few mole crickets afterward. How big of a deal? Look how scared you are. Han Shui felt that Qin Shao was talking big. Senior brother Qin, why don't I go back and persuade my master to take you under his tutelage? Qin Shao hurriedly interrupted it. Stop. I almost poked you through the window paper. I guess your master's father is annoyed when he sees me. It's purely looking for death for me to go. Qin Shao sighed in his heart. The vast peak master hadn't even looked at himself squarely, and he was still scared to that extent by Lu Hongyu. Even if he went to vast Misty Peak himself, he would probably be forcibly taken away by Lu Hongyu. After all, no one was as protective as Dai Qingge, nor would they have the vigor to blow up their own mountain peaks. In this cultivation world, ultimately the only person you can rely on is yourself. Han Shui also knew that this method wasn't feasible and didn't say anything else, keeping her little head down. Qin Shao remembered something and said, "Isn't there another agreement between you and me? How do you want to use it?" Han Shui looked up in shock, her eyes a little angry. "You want to clear the air with me?" Qin Shao straightened the corners of his mouth, rendered speechless by this little girl's whole brain circuit, and said, "I like freedom. I don't want things to bind me, and these 3 years are too important to me. I don't want to be interfered with." Han Shui sniffed and felt the same. She also didn't want to tether Qin Shao with one thing and said, "Well then, I'm going to the Medicine Valley tomorrow afternoon to collect medicine, so you'll accompany me, and after this is over, you and I will agree to disappear. Deal?" Qin Shao took Han Shui's hand and high-fived herself. After that, the two of them left the hidden scripture pavilion. The two of them walked aimlessly within the Cloud sect, chatting without a word. "Stay chatting about the practice?" Qin Shao asked doubtfully. "Senior sister, you started earlier than me, but why haven't you broken through to the early stage of the Dao Palace yet? This is completely inconsistent with your talent." Han Shui sniffed, her face blushing, not answering Qin Shao's question, and said with some embarrassment, "What are you asking blindly? It's getting late. Send me to Hao Miao Peak." Oh, it was indeed getting late, and the duo played until dark without realizing it. Qin Shao led Han Shui towards vast misty peak, and his eyes couldn't help but brighten as he looked at Han Shui. Under the moon, Han Shui's lotus skirt danced, revealing her slender jade legs and outlining two tight, rounded curves at the back. The jewel-like pupils were even brighter in the moonlight, causing the bright moon in the sky to lose its luster. Feeling Qin Shao's gaze, Han Shui gently pulled her fingers through her hair that was messed up by the evening breeze and said, "Senior brother, am I beautiful?" "Beautiful," Qin Shao said honestly. "Then, who is prettier between me and the Broad Peak Master?" Han Shui looked straight at Qin Shao, and she didn't know why she was asking. "It's like a climbing competition that must be divided." Qin Shao was stumped for words, facing the fatal question and thinking for a long time before putting on a guilty expression in reply. "My answer is my master, who raised me, passed on my skills, and fought to the death to protect me, so I must choose her. After all, beauty is not something that lurks on the surface, much less for comparison, and if it is, it doesn't mean much." That's right. Han Shui was a bit frustrated, but in his heart, he also thought that Qin Shao was a good person. After all, that was the master who spelled to protect him. What's more, one's friendship with Qin Shao was not deep, and it was normal for people to answer like this. Moreover, people are now in crisis, but they still choose to stay in Guanhan Peak, just to do their filial duty to their master. For this reason, he even went so far as to offend Lu Hongyu, just to take care of his master and little sister. To summarize, Senior Qin is a good person. Where can I find such a good man who is so sentimental and honors his teachers? Han Shui now felt a bit unintelligent. How could she be compared to Butterfly Peak Master? After seeing Han Shui's reaction, Qin Shao felt a sense of fluke in his heart, thanks to the fact that he had learned some tricks to trick girls in the past, or else he really wouldn't have been able to take this little ninny. But Han Shui was definitely still unconvinced in her heart. It was about her dignity as a woman, so she walked quickly, using that proud and soft and tender arc to force Qin Shao into a corner. She said seriously, "Senior brother Qin, my master told me that if someone looks at my naked body, then I must marry him in the future. To do otherwise would be to be irresponsible, and if Fan is in the mortal world, it would be ungodly, so what do you think I should do?" Han Shui said, then turned into a dainty look with little pearls falling from her eyes. Qin Shao was appalled for a moment in his heart and also felt a wave of familiarity. Masterful. This is masterful. Told you. This girl cannot take the normal route, must take the White Lotus route. That's the Han Shui I know. But you can't pin me down yet, Qin Shao. He. Chapter 25, Pinpointing White Lotus. Han Shui. Hao Mao Peak Master looking for the door. Qin Shao immediately changed her attitude to one of guilt and put her head down. Elder sister, I know what you mean, but right now I can't help it. There are too many people who want me and Elder to die. I have no guarantee that I will survive. Han Shui's face turned disappointed, and in her heart, she cursed Qin Shao for being a heartless man. As a senior White Lotus, she felt that Qin Shao was putting on a show at the moment, but the next second, she didn't think so. Clank! Qin Shao replicated a killing sword, sighed, and said to Han Shui, "Elder sister, I know you're still holding a grudge over what happened last time, but don't worry, Qin Shao, will give you an explanation." The killing sword clanked. "I used this hand to tear off Elder sister's clothes last time, so I'll break it off today and give Elder sister an explanation. Don't worry, senior sister, I'll use a forbidden technique to seal the wound afterwards and won't let it grow out." Qin Shao choked with one hand and pinched out a spell that surprised Han Shui. He then made a gesture to cut off his left arm and give it to Han Shui. "Don't, senior brother, calm down." Han Shui was completely stunned and rushed on to tear. The spell in Qin Zhao's hand was terrifying, and the murderous aura within it caused even her to break out in a cold sweat. This would have killed or wounded if it had hit the wound. There was nothing she could do if she didn't believe it now. If Qin Shao came for real, then this arm would be completely ruined. This was fatal to the cultivator, and all future cultivation would be affected. She didn't dare to gamble. After spending time in the Heaven Ceiling Tower, she felt that Qin Shao was a madman. Moreover, Qin Shao was now acting like she was going to fall out with her, which was something she couldn't accept. Senior sister, don't stop me. Qin Shao pushed Han Shui aside with an uptight look. I'm kidding you. I don't want your hand. Han Shui was completely scared and clung to Qin Zhao's left arm, refusing to let go, trying to block Qin Zhao's sword with his body. Elder sister, let go. I won't let go. Your sister, what are you doing? Qin Zhao leaned back inside, not bothering to look at Han Shui to prevent herself from suppressing the corners of her mouth. Senior, I'm messing with you. Han Shui held Qin Zhao's face with both hands and pulled out a smile that was worse than crying. Senior sister is just testing you. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Qin Zhao's eyes turned cold as he gazed at Han Shui and said, Senior sister, I don't like being tested by others, and I don't want others to know my bottom card even more. Right. I'm sorry. Han Shui didn't dare to look directly into Qin Zhao's eyes, a little scared in her heart. Then shouldn't senior sister give me some compensation? Qin Zhao threw away the killing sword and lifted Han Shui's chin with his hand, wiping away her tears. Well, go ahead. I'll give it to you. Han Shui's voice sounded like a thin mosquito, but the next second she couldn't speak. Qin Zhao directly pasted forward and blocked her mouth. Her mind suddenly turned blank and she could only respond in a raw manner. Nei-san, still trying to pin me down? Qin Zhao sneered in his heart. He didn't even know how to use that spell himself. It was purely condensed from the killing chi in the blood crystal. The purpose was to scare Han Shui. Ever since Han Shui had come to Guanghan Peak to look for Qin Zhao, Han Shui had been passive. This, coupled with Dai Qing's oppression during the day, made Han Shui even more passive. And at this moment, she had already developed a dependence on Qin Zhao. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked who was beautiful between her and Dai Qing. She was afraid that Qin Zhao would really leave and really break with her. And Qin Zhao had utilized this to make her completely dependent on herself. Han Shui's mind was in a daze right now, so how could she search for anything true or false? She jumped directly onto Qin Zhao, like an octopus, her arms wrapped around Qin Zhao's neck. Qin Zhao also supported Han Shui with both hands to prevent her from falling. Senior brother. Not now. Han Shui, who had regained her senses, exhaled hot air. She was tickled with the thought. Okay, then I'll wait a little longer. Qin Zhao said softly. Well, just put me down and I'll give it to you when I'm ready. Han Shui felt that if she continued like this she would lose her grip completely. Qin Zhao also knew that now was not the time to make a move, or else it would backfire. What's more, it's still out there. It's not good to be seen. Han Shui's legs were already weak, and just after she was put down, she didn't stand still and fell directly into Qin Zhao's arms. Qin Zhao also hugged him, stroking Han Shui's soft and tender back and smelling the cool and refreshing fragrance. Denizens, it's getting late. I really need to get back. I'll see you tomorrow. Han Shui left Qin Zhao's embrace and smoothed out the folds of her dress. Well, I'll walk you. The two quickly cleaned up the marks on their bodies. Qin Zhao led Han Shui's cold little hand down the verdant stone steps. Han Shui, on the other hand, was blushing and her mind was full of nonsense. I've even thought about the name of my future child. Is this the body of ice underworld? Qin Zhao secretly thought that Han Shui's body was cold and had the effect of waking up the mind, making Qin Zhao feel refreshed now. With that thought, Qin Zhao grasped the ice spirit soft jade in her hand a little tighter. Senior brother, I'm here, Han Shui whispered. Well, I'll just drop it off here. Qin Zhao looked at the crowd of people yelling in front of him and sighed in her heart. The lights of the Haomao Peak were brightly lit, and the laughter of the cultivators could be heard at the bottom of the mountain. The towering mountain peaks are like a paradise at the moment, full of vitality, and the fragrance of the Dan can be smelled from a long way away. A stark contrast to the cold and clear Guanghan Peak. Han Shui saw Qin Zhao's expression and said comfortingly, I believe that one day you will be completely free from the oppression of those people, so that those who want to harm you will all prostrate themselves at your feet. Qin Zhao swept over Han Shui's waist and sipped on her mouth, saying, what a sweet little mouth. Denizens. Han Shui reluctantly left Qin Zhao's arms and walked toward the mountain, changing from 3 steps and a turn back to 1 step and a turn back, until it completely disappeared from sight. It's kind of cute, too. Qin Zhao turned and walked off into the distance, feeling a pang of amusement when he recalled Han Shui's transformation. I didn't realize that this little girl would be so wild that she would jump right on top of me. Interesting. Oh, you want to leave after teasing my disciple? A calm and heavy male voice entered Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. Qin Zhao froze in place, her body feeling like it was rusting, and she turned her head stiffly, realizing that at some point, the vast Mist Peak Master was standing behind him, his unruffled eyes shining on Qin Zhao like an inquiring mirror. Dan Chuko, cultivation, middle sage, origin, general. At this moment, how could Qin Xiao have the heart to care about the panel? Just that middle-aged face gave him a chill. Qin Xiao's current feeling was the same as going to someone's house to seduce their daughter and being caught by their father afterward. Wanted to run, but felt that he wasn't even qualified to do so, and could only stand obediently where he was. Disciple Qin Xiao, meet the Hao Mao Peak Master. The Hao Mao Peak Master finally managed to spare a proper look at Qin Xiao, but his tone was as cold as ice. I saw you two getting all mushy from a distance. Come on, I want to talk to you. There is something about my apprentice. Chapter 26, Hao Mao Peak Master's Suppression. Different ways do not meet. Come on, what's coming is coming. Qin Xiao bemoaned the fact that the Hao Mao Peak Master was already looking at him in a bad light, and now he was even more caught in the crossfire. Poof! The Hao Mao Peak Master coldly grunted, ignoring Qin Xiao's reaction, and with a wave of his hand, he directly took Qin Xiao and disappeared in the same place. When Qin Xiao came back to his senses, he realized that he was at the edge of a cliff, and the vast expanse Peak Master was standing in front of him, his back turned to Qin Xiao, with no intention of turning around. Vast Misty Peak Master didn't seek out latecomers to kill them, did he? Qin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Hua Qinglu had left a seal inside him before she left. Within this cloud sect, no one could bully him in a big way, let alone the Hao Mao Peak Master. So Qin Xiao didn't have much fear. The last time I spoke with your master, I told you to stay away from Snowy, but it seems your master didn't tell you, the vast Peak Master said as he turned his back to Qin Xiao. So it's my senior who came looking for my master. Qin Xiao suddenly realized that he originally thought that it was Lu Hongyu who had come to Daichinga, but he didn't expect it to be the Hao Mao Peak Master. The vast Peak Master was dissatisfied with Qin Xiao's answer and said in a deep voice, "Do you think you're highly talented? Since you're an immortal martial body, don't you know that it's several times harder to cultivate an immortal martial body than the rest of the cultivators?" Qin Xiao frowned. He didn't feel any difficulty anywhere when he cultivated. Instead, it was smooth. The vast Peak Master added, "Immortal martial and immortal spirits suffer from heaven's jealousy and are prone to heaven's wrath, and your master is a prime example. If your Dao heart is unstable, you won't be able to pull through at all. Do you think you can pull through with just your Dao heart that was almost destroyed by Lu Hongyu?" Qin Xiao bristled. He wanted to reply that he could, but he was sure to be greeted with ridicule from the other party. Naturally, he would not look for discomfort and simply did not respond. To his surprise, the body of immortal martial arts had a saying of being envied by heaven. How jealous! That's something I've never heard Daichinga say. Qin Xiao was a bit puzzled and frowned in place. However, when this scene was seen by the vast Mist Peak Master, he thought that Qin Xiao didn't even have the courage to answer and couldn't help but snort. You may have a high level of perseverance, but your Taoist heart is unstable, which means that you haven't put any perseverance into your cultivation at all. Of course it doesn't matter even if you have that perseverance. As you look down the mountain, the Hao Mao Peak Master pointed to the outer disciples at the bottom of the mountain and said, "Each one of them is a person with high perseverance, cultivating day in and day out. But what is the result? There's no shortage of geniuses in the cultivation world. Of course you're not considered a genius. You're just someone who luckily awakened the immortal martial body. A true genius is one who can see the situation clearly, knows how to make trade-offs, is not tripped up by the world, and most importantly, has a strong background. Apparently one of these traits you don't relate to." The Hao Mao Peak Master turned his head and looked at Qin Xiao with a face full of disdain. In his opinion, Qin Xiao was a rash young man who was without the blessing of his master and couldn't even keep his own origin. The immortal martial body was strong, but it also depended on the person, and it was obvious that Qin Xiao was not worthy. How could a loser who had nearly shattered even his Dao heart harness the immortal martial body? It would be better to take the initiative to offer the origin and hand it over to someone else, so that he himself could end up in a good place. The only thing that Qin Xiao had to offer was perseverance. But what good was that? In his opinion, perseverance was just something that bottom-level cultivators used to talk about themselves, without an illustrious background. Is not. If Qin Xiao had agreed to Lu Hongyu's solicitation that day, then he would still be able to think highly of Qin Xiao. But now, Qin Xiao was not even qualified to enter his eyes. Not long ago, the patriarch had said to him not to touch Qin Xiao until the saint's son was elected. He was puzzled by this. Was an immortal martial progenitor really that important? Plus, after he happened to see Qin Xiao seduce Han Shui today, he was furious. The girl she raised herself was just vaulted over by a wild boy. That's why he came here today to strike Qin Xiao. However, in response to these words, Qin Xiao smiled faintly. I have never said that I am a genius. My perseverance is the only thing I am proud of, and that I have nothing to say. But Senior looks down on those bottom cultivators. Senior, don't forget that if you don't have them, you're just a loner. It is even said that Senior, you also cultivated from the bottom. Senior cultivated for so many years. It would not be possible for you to mess up and forget your original heart, right? Qin Xiao did not feel any shame. but only felt that the paths were different. Even more so, he didn't want to argue anything more with the other side. No amount of persuasion in the face of an old codger was going to help. The vast peak master was shocked by Qin Zhao's reaction. This kid is insinuating me? He was a bit annoyed. You're saying I'm not? Qin Zhao smiled. I didn't mean it like that. I'm just discussing the matter as it is. If Senior really thinks like that, I can't do anything about it. The vast peak master's face became increasingly gloomy. When Qin Zhao said this, it appeared as if he, an old-timer, was being unreasonable and making things difficult for his juniors, but he was powerless to refute it. He had thought that after Qin Zhao heard these words, he would make grand wishes and aspirations, and then fiercely retort with him afterward. And then you end up beating up on the other side a little bit harder yourself. But Qin Zhao was like a hobnailed piece of meat, with no intention of losing his temper at all. It also turned around and darkened him as an old-timer, which gave him no place to use his energy. Seeing that the situation was still a bit off, Qin Zhao prepared to take his leave. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. Wait. The Haomao Peak Master bellowed Qin Zhao to a halt and let out a cold smile. I don't want you to have any more relations with Schwerer. If I find out again, I won't be able to do anything about you in a short period of time, but after 3 years, I've got it covered. Qin Zhao turned his back to the Haomao Peak Master and said coldly, the two of us have a pact in place. If we don't fulfill it, it will be harmful to both of our Dao. If Senior wants to stop it, I can't do anything about it. The latecomer can only go against Senior, a sage, across realms for the sake of Senior sister's Dao heart, without being self-conscious for once. After saying that, Qin Zhao took large strides toward the distance, not caring about the vast expanse Peak Master in the back. You, the vast Peak Master gritted his teeth. This kid didn't boast in every sentence, but every sentence was mocking his incompetence as a sage. But he can't do anything about this kid yet. I just don't believe you'll be able to break through the pilgrimage stage within a 3-year period. After the vast Peak Master finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and flew away from this place. Click! A crack appeared in the void. The two women slowly walked out and stood at the edge of the cliff where the original first Qin Zhao and the vast Mist Peak Master had confronted each other. It was clearly Lu Hongyu and Hua Qingluo. Hongyu, how does it feel about this little guy? Hua Qingluo said. Lu Hongyu snorted coldly, but also recognized that Qin Zhao's character was good. If he had promised me that day, then what happened today would still have happened. And if I had stepped in, Dan Qingzi could have cleaned Han Shui and sent her to his bed. Besides, it's not like I have to use him as a tool. If he has my guidance, he'll definitely achieve no less. In his opinion, I'm not a good person, but Dai Qingga has killed more people than me. Where are there any good people in the cultivation world? It's even possible for me to marry him when I step into Saint King. Chapter 27 Immortal Martial Bodies Holy Tribulation. Han Shui's life event. Hua Qingluo was surprised by Lu Hongyu's answer. A little child of the Dao Palace can even enter your eyes? Lu Hongyu snorted, arrogantly. I, Lu Hongyu, don't like to rely on others, nor do I like to owe others. And I also like this kid's perseverance. If he had gone through my tutelage, his Dao heart wouldn't have been a problem. But he stomped on his nose and dared to not give me face. Hua Qingluo covered her mouth and laughed lightly. In all these years, this was the first time she had seen someone who dared to not give Lu Hongyu face. Maybe you should recruit Qin Zhao in a different way. Just to remind you, Qin Zhao's body has Qing Ji's mark. After saying that, Hua Qingluo transformed into a stream of light and dissipated into the same place. Dai Qingga's mark? Lu Hongyu was a bit puzzled. Then after that, she suddenly realized and sneered. So that's how it is. Dai Qingga, you're really good at calculating. She had always suspected that Dai Qingga clearly had no cultivation. And how did she leave the violet Luo extreme flame on Qin Zhao's body? As a sage, Lu Hongyu naturally had a lot of insight. And in a near instant, she associated Dai Qingga with using some special means, connecting Dai Qingga's life with Qin Zhao's life. One glory for all, one loss for all. This led to Qin Zhao not being burned to death by the violet Luo extreme flame. And it also ensured that Dai Qingga would be able to step in at a critical time. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One by one, how do you all like that? Humph, Dai Qingga, don't you like him? Since you like it, I had to grab it for you. Lu Hongyu's face was gloomy as she disappeared into the area. Broad cold peak. Qin Zhao had the imprint left by Dai Qingga inside his body, so the prohibitions on the mountain peak didn't attack him at all. Just after walking to the top of the mountain, what caught his eyes was Dai Qingga and Long Cherry. The master and disciple were like a pair of sisters, squatting by the campfire and whispering. Upon seeing Qin Zhao, Long Cherry instantly acted like an enemy, protecting Dai Qingga behind her like a chicken protecting its pups. Turning fierce, Senior brother, you have something to punch up. Don't bully Senior. Qin Zhao rolled her eyes. This empress was definitely struck dumb by others. Even Dai Qingga rolled her eyes, touched by this little apprentice's intelligence. Alright, Long Cherry, you go back first. I have something to say to your senior brother. Long Cherry hesitated for half a day before gauging that she was no match for Qin Xiao, and her tone softened. You're not allowed to bully your master. Nozomu ran to his room. Qin Xiao shook his head straight and pulled Daichinga into his arms with a flash. Daichinga sneered out. Humph. Go hug your senior sister Han and don't come to me. A yellow-faced woman. Qin Xiao changed into a smirk. She's not as good as master. He. Daichinga didn't resist and stayed silent, letting herself be held by Qin Xiao. Master, are immortal martial immortal spirits envied by heaven? I've heard that there will also be heavenly wrath. What does that look like? Daichinga glanced down and sighed softly. I didn't want to tell you, worrying about blowing you off, but it's better to tell you now. The so-called heavenly condemnation is the thunderbolt that the heavens will rain down on you after you reach the pilgrimage stage. And not only that, but also in the future when you break through each great realm. And the lightning tribulation is stronger than ever. I just didn't carry it through, causing myself to become like this. Qin Xiao buried his head in Daichinga's purple hair, sniffing the long-smelling fragrant breeze, and his thoughts became calmer. He had only heard that ordinary cultivators would have thunder tribulation when they broke through the saint stage, but he hadn't expected the immortal martial body to be so miserable. There will be a thunder tribulation even after breaking through the Pishine stage. What kind of heavenly anger has this done? A lightning tribulation that even a master teacher would have to suffer from sounded not to be underestimated. It was better to wait until the pilgrimage stage, and right now he was still a Daogong stage. You're afraid? Daichinga said contemptuously. Qin Xiao said furiously. Isn't it just a thunderbolt? I'm not capable of much. I just carry a beating. If you want to be invincible in the world, what thunderbolt is there to fear? Just blast it with one punch. Daichinga was satisfied with Qin Xiao's answer and snuggled into Qin Xiao's arms like a kitten. Take me back to my room. Qin Xiao smiled at the words and intercepted the waist, picking up Daichinga and arriving at the room with great excitement. Early morning. It's so smooth. Qin Xiao gently placed Daichinga in her arms on the bed, and after settling everything down, Qin Xiao walked down to Guanhan Peak. On the way, he searched for ways to break through the Pisgah stage in 3 years. There was also the issue of the Taoist heart. He had only been practicing for a few months and belonged to the realm of cultivation that he had just stepped into. However, he considered himself not much worse than cultivators of the same period. As for getting stronger, this could be handed over to the system, and he felt that every time he received a system reward, it would help him greatly in his realm advancement. From the very beginning of the immortal martial body, to the later demonization, even including that world seed, it was subconsciously helping him raise his realm. Qin Xiao nodded secretly. Senior Qin. Han Shue's crisp voice came from the bottom of the mountain. She wore a glazed dress and her face was magnificently made up, even more beautiful than yesterday. It looks well-groomed at first glance. After seeing Qin Xiao, he also raised the hem of his skirt a bit, if at all, so that his white and tender calves were exposed, just as if he was going out to see his sweetheart. Why does it have the feeling of going to school and falling in love? Qin Xiao shook her head and lost her smile. With this makeup, Han Shui doesn't look like she's going to pick herbs. She looks like she's coming to get married. Senior brother Qin, is senior sister pretty today? Han Shui pursed her lips slightly, her face full of anticipation. For today's makeup, she had been preparing since last night and had been thinking about what to wear. Pretty. Qin Xiao smiled and lifted Han Shui's chin as he swept her over. Senior brother, let's go. Han Shui said shyly, having long since lost her white lotus appearance. She still had some regrets in her heart. If only she hadn't told Qin Xiao to go to the Medicine Valley yesterday. We can go somewhere else. Last night's events had been tickling her and even in her sleep she had started having strange dreams. But the agreement has been used up, and breaking it would have an effect on one's Taoist heart. Just last night, the Hao Mao Peak Master told her that she wouldn't be allowed to come down the mountain after today, and that he wanted to sever her connection with Qin Xiao. She also went out of her way to have a big fight with the Hao Mao Peak Master, but it didn't help. Therefore, today, she decided to play a big game and do something big against her master's orders to keep Qin Xiao firmly in her grip. But for now, she could only go to the Medicine Valley, which was disappointing. Han Shui quickly lit up before her eyes. There weren't a lot of people in the Medicine Valley either, and really, it wasn't a no-no. She looked at Qin Xiao's handsome face and remembered Daichinga's oppression, and inexplicably treated Daichinga as an opponent. The moment he thought of not being able to see Qin Xiao for a long time in the future, he would have to watch Daichinga, that great beauty, by Qin Xiao's side. It stopped her from shivering. It's just a matter of giving up the child and taking the wolf. It's exciting to think about. Ha. Chapter 28, The Death of the Outer Disciples. One of the candidates for the Sacred Son. Looking at the giggling Han Shui, Qin Xiao was a bit stunned. This girl is stupid, isn't she? Why don't you just change back to that white lotus flower? I don't recognize some of them in this form now. Senior sister? Qin Xiao reached out his hand and waved it in front of Han Shui's eyes. Cough. Let's go. Han Shui pulled Qin Xiao and left. All the way. Han Shue's makeup stunned the passing disciples, who looked dumbfounded. Isn't that senior sister Han Shui? So pretty. What's the use of being pretty? That's not yours. Can't you see Qin Shao next to someone else? Qin Shao, what right does he have? Isn't he just a bit more handsome than me? Just because Qin Shao refuted Peak Master Lu's face, he can still survive. The crowd was dumbfounded. Since the last Heaven's Ceiling Tower incident, Qin Shao's name had spread throughout the entire inner sect. It's not like no one's messed with Lu Hongyu in the past few hundred years. The result is either to die in a man-made accident or to be slapped to death by Lu Hongyu. Qin Shao was the only one who was now alive and well. Qin Shao didn't care about that. Han Shui also didn't even pay attention to the gazes of the crowd, as her gaze remained on Qin Shao. During the process, Qin Shao was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by Han Shui, and it felt like he was about to strip him naked right now. What's wrong with this girl? Why does it feel like she's in more of a hurry than I am? A look of female hooliganism. It's better to hurry to the Medicine Valley and talk about it. Last time, he had gotten spiritual pills, and nearly all of them had been distributed to his little sister, and not many of them were useful for the immortal martial body. Only the sacred pill seeds were useful, and now they were also planted in Guanghan Peak. This time, we should pay more attention to the distribution of spirit medicines when we go to the Medicine Valley. Qin Shao thought darkly. The duo finally arrived at the Medicine Valley, but the result was unexpected to the duo. The Medicine Valley was a large canyon that was so desolate and overgrown that there weren't even a few demonic beasts. Such conditions also gave birth to many rare elixirs. In normal times, no one would even go there, and only some disciples who were proficient in alchemy would choose to come here to practice. But today, somehow, the whole canyon became as full of people as a mortal morning market. Looking closely, they were basically all outer disciples. What's with all the people? Han Shui hugged Qin Shao's arm tightly and pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Find someone to ask. Qin Shao frowned as he grabbed over an outer disciple and began to interrogate him. That disciple almost gave a knee after seeing that Qin Shao and Han Shui were the Peak Master's personal heirlooms. Tell what you know as much as you can. Not long ago, a strange change erupted within the valley, becoming a surge of colorful haze, suspected to be a holy medicine descending into the world. The news spread to the outer sect, attracting the attention of all the disciples, who all wanted to come and compete for the holy pills, thus leading to today's appearance. Han Shui rolled her eyes as she listened. How could it be the turn of an outer disciple to grab a holy medicine? This is something that even inner disciples can't get. If it were true, those Peak Masters' true transmitters and even the elders would have already blown up and turned the place upside down. Ignorant. Han Shui looked contemptuous. They're just outer disciples. How could they possibly know this? Qin Shao sighed. Most of the resources and news within the sect are controlled by the major peaks, leaving only a very small portion for the outer sect. The purpose is to keep the outer gate from developing so that it can cut leaks wave after wave. In the eyes of the major peaks, the outer gate is just a bunch of worthless mole crickets. Just die a batch to train the next batch. Han Shui nodded her head. Looking at the outer disciples also became compassionate, but she didn't say anything and followed Qin Shao towards the distance. There is no such thing as the right way or the devil's way. It just depends on the strength of the strength is strong enough to say anything is right. Qin Shao didn't care about the so-called holy medicine here. In his opinion, that was most likely a misreading by the outer disciples, or else those old things in the inner sect wouldn't have ignored it. He wouldn't bother with meddling. Sometimes the hookups of the bottom-level cultivators were more troublesome than the upper-level shura. Han Shui knew this as well, and all she wanted now was to find a place to be honest with Qin Shao. Along the way, there were also a few disciples who were attracted by Han Shui's beauty and were hiding in the shadows, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. But after being punched to death by Qin Shao several times, they all became honest. Disgusting. Han Shui kicked away the dead body of a disciple. As Qin Shao looked at these dead disciples, a bold idea surged in his mind. The system can trigger rewards by killing special physiques. Then in the future, if possible, wouldn't it be fine to cultivate a group of alien special bloodlines? Let those alien special bloodlines grow freely, and then keep harvesting them yourself afterward. You'll be able to keep triggering system rewards. This method seems to work. Qin Shao's eyes flashed with brilliance, feeling that he had discovered a business opportunity. It's just a little dismal. It's just a matter of catching foreign cultivators. They're not human anyway. In the cultivation world, the better you are, the faster you die. Not bad, that's what you do when you're powerful later. Had ha. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth. Han Shui looked around and after confirming that no one was there, her small face flushed as she pointed toward the cave in the distance. Senior brother Qin, there seems to be something there. Let's go take a look. Qin Zhao looked and realized that it was just a cave with no other features, but there was something strange about looking at Han Shui, so he decided to check it out anyway. Go! Han Shui followed behind Qin Zhao, a deer in the headlights in her heart. When he reached the cave, Qin Zhao suddenly stopped, his face becoming grave. Ouch! walking with her head lowered. Han Shui bumped headfirst into Qin Zhao's back, somewhat puzzled. Senior brother, what's wrong? Qin Zhao didn't reply, his gaze resting on a boulder. Loro, cultivation, Lake Dao Palace. Origin, indestructible devil body. Loro? This name Qin Zhao had some impression and had seen it a few times. Lu Luo was originally an elder's true disciple and one of the Holy Sun candidates. However, half a year ago, Lu Luo's master teacher unexpectedly fell. Lu Luo, who had lost his shelter, could only be uprooted and become a little more low-key. There were even rumors that he had been captured by one of the elders and his life and death were unknown. It doesn't seem to be now. What surprised Qin Zhao was that half a year ago, Lu Luo was clearly only at the early stage of the Dao Palace, but now he was at the late stage of the Dao Palace. This is hardly odd. The other party was of a special bloodline, or a candidate for the Sacred Sun. These two reasons had already established Qin Zhao's killing intent towards him. Trigger system rewards while getting rid of competitors. Why not? Lu Luo was no longer an elder true successor, so he should have some protective treasures or something. Be careful how you respond and try to test the waters first. Qin Zhao secretly nodded his head and replaced it with a harmless smile. Fellow Taoist Lu Luo, don't hide. Mr. Qin has seen you. Better hurry up and come out. Han Shui was like an enemy after hearing this, her eyes becoming alert as she followed Qin Zhao's gaze. However, there was only Qin Zhao's echo within the cave. It looks like it's time for Qin to ask fellow Taoist to come out. Qin Zhao replicated a huge killing sword and directly slashed at that huge rock. Boom! Debris was flying around. From it came a male voice, which was slightly helpless and with a hint of murderous intent. Alas, brother Qin, your temper has become violent. Could it be that you want to fight me? Chapter 29, Weird Lu Luo. Another Qin Zhao appears. As the dust and smoke cleared, Lu Luo's figure came into view. Qin Zhao frowned, looking up and down at the person in front of him. The impression of Lu Luo can be described as a jade-like, untainted, worldly figure, like an exiled immortal. The current Lu Luo, with his cloaked hair and withered face, looked like he had overindulged. It's completely at odds with the previous image. Senior brother, Lu Luo has a very scary poisonous aura on him. Try not to come into contact with him. Han Shui transmitted her voice in a grave tone. She was in contact with pills all day long, and was also an ice underworld body with extremely strong perception. Her perception of poisonous gas was much sharper than Qin Zhao's. When she saw Lu Luo for the first time, she guessed that Qin Zhao wanted to kill Lu Luo, and that the Battle of the Holy Suns deserved it. Qin Zhao was surprised and puzzled. The previous Lu Luo had studied righteous Gong Fu, and now that he had become like this, there must be a reason. A poisonous gas that could make Han Shui feel terrible must not be easy to deal with. I'll test the other party first and find an opportunity to do so later. Qin Zhao transmitted his voice back. Once we parted half a year ago, I thought that Brother Lu would sink down, but I didn't expect that Brother Lu would become stronger. It's really something to be congratulated. Qin Zhao put away his giant sword and complimented. Isn't Brother Qin also? Ahem. Lu Luo didn't say a few words before he started coughing, and his face was bruised like fresh worms crawling under his skin. He stepped back alertly, clutching a talisman in his hand that was suffused with arcane runes. Sage period talisman. The doubts in Qin Zhao's heart deepened. This should be given to him by the Myriad Peak Master. Lu Luo's master is on better terms with the Myriad Peak Master. Han Shui stood at the back and transmitted her voice. Don't worry too much, senior brother. The talisman my master gave me will disable the one in his hand, but we have to find the right time. Qin Zhao's face was anxious, a look of wanting to go forward but not daring to do so. Brother Lu, what's wrong with you? Do you want me to take you back to the inner sect to take a look? Lu Luo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and didn't understand what Qin Zhao meant. He certainly knew about the things about Qin Zhao during this period of time. He looked warily at Han Shui in the back, worried that the other party would offer a talisman, and his uncontrollable face pulled a smile. Don't mention it. I've been having a bit of a bad time lately. I happen to want to go back to the inner sect as well. Can Brother Qin give me a ride? Qin Zhao patted his chest, with the air of being two for his brother. Since it is possible, Mr. Qin is obliged to do so. Han Shui in the back probed her divine sense out of her storage ring, ready to find the right moment to suppress her opponent. Give Qin Zhao a chance to get rid of his opponent. Thanks to Brother Qin. Let's go. Lu Luo and Qin Zhao kept a safe distance and walked out of the cave. His skin was covered in a spider-like web, and with every step he took, he could hear worms squirming in his body. Qin Zhao had a fit of revulsion. He originally thought that it was a blood vessel, but he didn't realize that it was one worm after another. Is this even human? This is some sort of forbidden technique that can boost battle power in a short period of time. If he explodes now, he can have the strength of an early stage of god condensation. Han Shui transmitted her voice. She had read about this forbidden technique in an ancient book, and the process was so painful that she didn't even have the desire to read on. Early stage of god condensation. Qin Shao didn't act rashly. Demonization could raise his battle power to the late Dao Palace stage. However, the early stage of God concentration and the late stage of the Dao Palace were not of the same magnitude. One realm in one day, not to mention a large realm. To find an opportunity to sneak in, the trio traveled without words, always keeping a safe distance. Qin Shao tried to close the distance several times, but was dodged by Lu Luo and had no choice but to stop. Twilight. Lu Luo opened his mouth, his tone gentle. Brother Qin, is senior sister Long Cherry alright? Qin Shao rolled her eyes. Lu Luo was courting Long Cherry before, but Long Cherry was stupid and thought that Lu Luo would steal her food, so she ran when she saw Lu Luo. Lu Luo is also a talented person. He's like this, and he's still thinking about his little sister? One more reason to kill Lu Luo. Qin Shao sighed, as if recalling sweet memories. Please don't worry brother Lu, after my care, senior sister is about to become an adult, and will invite you to her bat mitzvah when the time comes. Lu Luo's heavy footsteps stopped and his eyes turned dull. Han Shui was alarmed that she had forgotten that there was a little sister, so it looked like she had to act fast before she could do so. So good. Lu Luo sighed lightly and continued walking. The three fell silent again. The only sound that could be heard in the vast mountain forest was the clicking sound of the three of them brushing against the branches of the trees. Nope. Qin Shao and Han Shui looked at each other, simultaneously seeing oddities in each other's eyes. Where are the disciples who were packed when they came? With so many people, it would take a while to kill them even if they were killed one by one. Now how come none of them can be found? A little shouting and killing was heard all around. These disciples didn't die, so where would they be? Where's Loro? Qin Shao originally wanted to confront Lu Luo, but turned around and realized that Lu Luo had disappeared. The place where Lu Luo was originally located only left a pile of fallen leaves. Senior brother, there are only the footprints of the two of us here, not Lu Luo's. Han Shui's voice trembled as she pointed to the way she came. Qin Shao looked over and realized that there were really only two lines of footprints. There is no third line of footprints. A big living person just disappeared right under the duo's noses. Senior brother, is that still Lu Luo? I'm scared. Han Shui's voice had taken on a sobbing tone, recalling Lu Luo's appearance as a living dead man. Her tears were about to fall. Don't be afraid. I don't know if that's Lu Luo or not, but it can definitely be killed. You're an immortal cultivator. What filth are you afraid of? Qin Shao pulled over Han Shui's cold and trembling little hand. He could be sure that one was Lu Luo because the system panel wouldn't lie to him. The system was able to recognize even peak Saint King Hua Qing Luo, let alone Lu Luo who was only in the late stage of the Dao Palace. Qin Shao replicated a killing sword and led Han Shui through the mountains. Han Shui gripped Qin Shao's hand tightly, as if this was the only way to feel safe. She was too well protected by her master during the day and had developed a White Lotus personality. It was the first time she had ever encountered such a scene, and this terrible sense of the unknown struck fear into her heart. I'm looking for master. Han Shui loosened her grip on Qin Zhao's hand and took out a summoning talisman from her storage ring, wanting to summon her master. As she punched a spell into the talisman immediately rose with a brilliant light up the whole mountain, but it only lasted an instant. The talisman quickly turned dim, and in the end, it even turned directly into ashes. How is that possible? Han Shui mumbled something out of her mouth and couldn't stop the tears from falling. Qin Shao realized in his heart that it looked like this place had the effect of blocking the transmission. There should be a blockade formation here. Senior sister, do you have a saint stage summoning talisman? Han Shui shook her head frantically, crying and coming up for air. No, master only gave me life-preserving talismans, and attack talismans aren't something I can drive. Qin Shao sighed. It seemed that she could only rely on herself, and prepared to go forward and pull Han Shui so that she could calm down. However, Han Shui surprisingly dodged, her pupils turning pinhole-like as she pointed at Qin Shao and trembled. Who are you? Qin Shao was stunned, feeling that this girl was scared silly. I'm your Qin Shidia. Nope. Han Shui shook her head frantically and quickly stepped backward, pointing at Qin Shao and shouting, there's a you behind you. What? Qin Shao snapped her head back and her eyes widened as well, because there was indeed a Qin Shao behind him, who looked just like him and was now looking at him with a smile on his face. But this Qin Shao was wearing the same clothes he wore in Blue Star, casual pants, high basketball shoes, white short sleeves, and a head of yellow hair. Qin Zhao's lips were dry and her voice trembled. Who are you? Chapter 30, Strange Black Smoke. Meeting Han Shui on the way to breaking the formation. The other Qin Shao remained smiling and did not answer. Qin Shao locked eyes with her other self. Why is he wearing my old costume? Speak. Qin Shao drank low. The other Qin Shao's mouth curved wider, gradually evolving into a sinister smile. Pretend to be a god and die. Without saying a word, Qin Shao slashed his sword at himself in front of him. The other Qin Shao did not resist, but allowed himself to be chopped off at the waist, with the same weird smile on his face. Qin Shao raised his killing sword high, ready to chop his opponent into pieces, but at this point, the other Qin Shao suddenly exploded into a cloud of black smoke, which quickly filled the air. The speed was so fast that before Qin Shao could react, he was engulfed in black smoke. Sister! Qin Shao shouted, unable to dodge in time, hoping that Han Shui, who was on the periphery, would save herself. But Han Shui didn't give a response. There is no concept of time in the black smoke that reaches out, much less be able to tell the direction. Just know that you are alive. Qin Shao gasped, feeling like she was being carried by something that was moving. It's like being wrapped up in the waves, drifting aimlessly in the dark sea, not knowing where the end is. When I looked up, there was only infinite darkness, and suffocating waters. Only the active brain tells itself that it is alive now. How could the outer sect have something so evil? The black smoke emitted an aura full of fury, obviously evil. This was simply not allowed in the Cloud sect, which held itself out as the righteous path. It would make sense if it was the inner door, but this is the outer door. The Cloud Soaring sect was the #1 force in the desolate domain, and even ranked in the 3,000 great realms. The inner sect's rule had long been solidified, and it was impossible to allow something so powerful to spread to the outer sect. There are cultivators from outside the Cloud sect here? Knowing that he couldn't resist the black smoke for the time being, Qin Shao simply forced himself to calm down and think quickly. It would be fine if it was a cultivator within the clan, but I was afraid that it would be a cultivator outside the clan. Those who dared to come and do something under the eyes of the Cloud sect and could still utilize such black smoke, their cultivation would definitely not be low. Qin Shao had spent his time in the Cloud sect since his cultivation of the Tao, and had very few chances to come into contact with outside cultivators, and did not yet understand them. The enemy is highly cultivated and hiding in the shadows. Since he was able to utilize the bizarre black smoke, he thought that it wouldn't be difficult to exterminate a Tao Palace child. Unexpectedly, the other side didn't make a move. Is there something compelling, or is there something to be afraid of? Qin Shao let his breath steady and inhaled a mouthful of black smoke. I found that there was nothing different, and I actually felt refreshed. I don't know how sister is doing. The feeling of going with the flow fades away, ushering in the solidity of feet on the ground. The black smoke also gradually dispersed, and Qin Shao's sight became open. It's still the same mountains, and the sun is hiding in the overcast. Everything around him was foggy, as if rendered by a gray dye. The fallen leaves underfoot were not dampened by the mist, but rather drier. It's not fog, it's that black smoke. Qin Shao infused his killing chi into his killing sword, ready to deliver a blazing blow at any time. He may be powerless in the hands of his enemies, but doesn't want to be cowed without a fight. Click, click, click. Qin Shao could only hear the sound of branches breaking as she walked through the branch-strewn mountainous terrain. When Qin Shao had asked Han Shui for help just now, Han Shui hadn't answered, and had most likely met an untimely end. If elder sister dies, the Hao Mao Peak master will probably be able to train me into a great medicine. Qin Shao looked at the road beneath her feet expressionlessly. He was the only one with footprints in the spot. Even the footprints of Han Shui on the road at the very beginning had disappeared. Qin Shao sat on a rock and rolled a cigarette with spirit grass, smoking it one puff at a time. He did this whenever he had a problem he couldn't solve, and it had become a habit. A dizzying sensation traveled through his mind, making thinking more sedate. Han Shui had a life-preserving talisman on her body given by the Lord of Hao Mao Peak, so she shouldn't be able to die for a while. It's better to figure out what's going on here first. Qin Shao looked around through the smoke from the burning cigarette and realized that everything around him hadn't changed. That was what puzzled him the most. The feeling of going with the flow when wrapped in black smoke was absolutely real and impossible to fake. Or is this a misty formation? Or an illusion formation? What kind of person could lay such a huge formation under the eyes of the Cloud Soaring sect? Could it be that someone from the inner sect of the Cloud sect had received them? Or perhaps that person was originally from the inner sect? Then again, there was originally a broken big formation here, only that it had been improved by that person. These kinds of things are fatal to Qin Shao. Since it's a big formation, it can be broken, as long as we find the center of the formation. Qin Shao stomped out the cigarette, picked up the killing sword, and continued walking into the distance. It's a good thing you can't use the book when you need it. The previous Qin Shao practiced cultivation for 3 days and 2 days, and he didn't know anything about formations or anything else. Now it was only possible to find the center of the formation with a passion. As for whether or not you can find it, that's up to the nebulous luck of the draw. I must learn more about formations and such when I get out. Qin Shao made up his mind and exhausted his eyes trying to make out the formation patterns here, but found nothing. Now he wondered if he was lost, running around like a headless fly. There was also no fear of triggering the Great Formation's prohibitions, as he had no idea where he had gone at all. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Qin Shao slashed the large tree blocking the way to smithereens with a sword. Senior brother Qin, is that you? A clear female voice caused Qin Shao to look over with a grave expression. Not far away, a young girl came out from behind a tree. The young girl's gorgeous makeup was messed up by tears. Her glazed dress was dirty, and her hair was a mess, adding a poignancy to her tantalizing figure. Qin Shao stuck his sword on the ground and put a smile on his face because the young girl was none other than Han Shui. Elder sister, are you alright? Han Shui came trotting along as if she had seen her savior, a loving smile on her face. Senior brother, scared me to death. I thought you were taken away by that black smoke. Ooh-hoo. Han Shui directly jumped into Qin Zhao's arms and began to cry loudly. Qin Zhao picked Han Shui's chin and wiped away her tears. It's hard to explain. Let's not talk about me for now. Senior sister, where were you just now? Han Shui placed Qin Zhao's hand on her face. Her little face flushed. I was going to save you, but I was also taken by the black smoke and woke up like this. Qin Zhao swept over Han Shui's waist and held her broken hair as she softly said, do you know what kind of grand formation is here, senior sister? Han Shui shook her head. Her small mouth deflated with a sob. I don't know. I've never seen it. After saying that, Han Shui wanted to stay close to Qin Zhao, as if this was the only way to ease her fear. Qin Zhao's smile was gentle, touching Han Shui's dirty little face as if in pity. So, senior sister is refusing to tell senior brother? Pust. Han Shui's petite body was penetrated. A large, bloody hand, poking out of her back, still holding a heart. Senior brother, you? Asked Han Shui incredulously as blood spurted from her mouth and her eyes turned dim. Qin Zhao smiled gently, squeezing the heart of his hand out of shape, and slowly pulling his hand out of Han Shui's body, bringing out a piece of broken flesh. The unsupported Han Shui collapsed onto the cold ground and quickly lost her life. Qin Zhao squatted down and used Han Shui's glazed skirt to wipe the blood from her hands, closing Han Shui's dead eyes. It's quite a pretense, and it even manages to mimic the icy coldness of the ice underworld's body. Unfortunately, you don't have a system panel on your head. Chapter 31 Analyzing the Operating Principles of the Great Formation. Counterfeit Living Dead. Qin Zhao's gaze remained on Han Shui's corpse. A quarter of an hour later, a wisp of white smoke rose from Han Shui's corpse, intensifying. By the end, the body looked like it was burning from the inside out, covered in white smoke. Qin Zhao covered her mouth and nose and watched this with an expressionless face. Wait for the white smoke to clear. The corpse had already changed its appearance. A female disciple with a clean look and wearing the uniform of an outer disciple. Without hesitation, Qin Zhao stepped forward and stripped off the corpse's clothes. An examination of the body revealed no injuries other than the large hole in the chest. Did it die of poisoning? Qin Zhao's face grew more and more grave, starting with the appearance of the second Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao then thought that this place might automatically read his memories, thus creating illusions that would eventually kill him. Han Shui just now is the best illustration. In that case, Han Shui's own situation turned bad. Qin Zhao could distinguish between the living and the dead with his system, but Han Shui didn't. If Han Shui had encountered another Qin Zhao, or someone else, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As of now, those outer disciples, they've most likely already lost their lives. The dummy conjured up by the big formation should be based on a dead person. So if it was dead, it just fit the bill. Without a dead body as a base, it would be like another Qin Zhao. There was no combat power, and even the body was a cloud of black smoke. It's a little hard to do. There were 1,000 or 800 outer disciples in this valley, although their cultivation levels rarely exceeded the Dao Palace stage. If they were to lash out at the same time, even the late stage of the Dao Palace would have to avoid them. Qin Zhao rubbed her temples and stood up to burn the body into ashes before leaving with peace of mind. It is better to find Han Shui first. If something happens to that girl, the Hao Mao Peak Master will not lift the Guanghan Peak. As for the reason for the deaths of those inner disciples, they couldn't figure it out for a while. Now we can only fend off the group of living dead to cause trouble. Along the way, Qin Zhao had also encountered a few living dead without conscious autonomy, all of which were resolved by his sword. Qin Zhao frowned sadly and skillfully flung out a handful of fire, burning the surrounding corpses to ashes. These living dead didn't turn into Han Shui's likeness again, and were now more like walking corpses without thoughts. It's not a good idea to go on like this. A few more living dead came in the distance, and Qin Zhao sighed darkly. Not afraid of thinking creatures, but of brainless things. These living dead simply can't be killed. If we keep killing like this, sooner or later we'll stab their nest. Qin Zhao's killing sword was thrown out, and the killing sword quickly disintegrated into pieces, churning those few early-stage Wheeling Sea living dead into pieces. Just after killing these, another dozen or so Wheeling Sea stage living dead came towards Qin Zhao. It never ends, does it? Qin Zhao fought with real fire and walked forward with his fists, wanting to tear those ungrateful things to shreds. But to his surprise, these living dead did not pay attention to him, and even made a turn to the left, a look of not seeing Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao froze for a moment and quickly sought out a generalization. Had they found someone else and were going to gather to attack that person? After a brief moment of thought, Qin Zhao was struck by an idea. Directly after those living dead, with their hands down, they limped off into the distance, following their example. The group of living dead were already clueless and didn't even realize that there was a strange thing mixed into the group. It's kinda exciting. Qin Zhao's eyes dripped with the feeling of lurking among the zombies. Did you really die of poisoning? These living dead can be described as gold and jade. There were no injuries on their body surfaces, but the sea of chakras in their bodies looked like they had been corroded, and gusts of poisonous gas rose up. Then why wasn't I poisoned? Qin Zhao frowned and limped along, looking more like a zombie than the living dead. In his heart, he was worried about Han Shui again, worried that that girl would also turn into the living dead. Half an hour passed. Qin Zhao frowned slightly and looked into the distance. The large trees in the distance trembled violently and even began to collapse, with a few faint aura fluctuations faintly coming from them. It seemed like someone was fighting. Aside from me here, it seems like there are only two people who might still be alive, and that's Han Shui and Lu Luo. A red light flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes as he punched the living dead around him and shattered them. Thank you all for showing me the way. Whether it was Han Shui or Lu Luo, Qin Zhao was all for finding one of them. There were a lot of living dead around them leaning into the distance, and the sounds of fighting intensified in the distance. There is no time to lose. Holding the killing sword, Qin Zhao charged straight into the group of corpses, bathed in blood, and killed all the way to the place where the fight was taking place. Eventually jumping up a large tree, he observed the situation below. Han Shui, cultivation, early Dao Palace, origin, ice Stygian body. After seeing Han Shui's panel, Qin Zhao smiled. Luckily he didn't die, and the reward wasn't yet available. But Han Shui wasn't in a good state. She was covering the wound on her stomach and blood was spilling from the corners of her mouth. She seemed to be seriously injured. Opposite her stood three Qin Zhao, all of whom were at the early stage of the Dao Palace. Where did you get the imposter? Qin Zhao was furious and rushed straight down, replicating a giant sword and splitting an imposter in half with a single stroke. Han Shui was a bit confused after seeing this scene. The other two imposters were also a bit surprised when they saw Qin Zhao's original self coming, and together they offered a sword to stab at Qin Zhao. Act like it, don't embarrass me here. Get out! Qin Zhao blasted out with a punch, meaning the killing sword and smashing half of an imposter's body. Another randomly chopped out a killing aura, splitting another in half along the brow. Don't think it's insured yet. Qin Zhao burned the two corpses to ashes before turning her head to Han Shui with a sense of relief. Elder sister, are you okay? Han Shui didn't answer. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she pinched a talisman in her hand and gritted her teeth. Here comes another imposter. Qin Zhao smiled awkwardly, remembering that the grand formation here would automatically read memories and conjure up fake bodies to confuse intruders. Han Shui realized that this Qin Zhao was much stronger than those two and turned suspicious. What do you have to prove that you're Master Qin? Qin Zhao's eyes dripped and turned, releasing a hint of murderous aura from the blood crystals. This killing aura is enough to give me self-incrimination, and if that doesn't work, I know a secret about you. You have a mole on your ass. Han Shui sniffed and her face turned red, remembering something embarrassing. Her small mouth deflated and she pounced like an octopus despite her injuries. Senior, I thought you were dead. Qin Zhao patted Han Shui's chubby buttocks and said with a smile, Senior sister, you're injured, so quickly treat your injuries. Aha! Han Shui obediently jumped down and carefully surveyed Qin Zhao. Senior brother, why are you fine at all? You're not poisoned? Poisoned? Qin Zhao was puzzled. What am I poisoned with? Han Shui hurriedly pulled Qin Zhao's hand and took out a drop of blood, feeling a bit strange when she realized that there was no abnormality. You were very close to that black smoke, but why didn't anything happen? Black smoke? Qin Zhao recalled, seemingly remembering something as he took Han Shui's hand. Senior sister, are you saying that that black smoke is poisonous? Did those outer disciples die at the hands of black smoke? Chapter 32, Lu Luo's true identity. Long cherry is really moist. Swish! Qin Zhao slashed out with his sword, destroying all the living dead around him, and jumped onto a tree branch with Han Shui in the midst of the living dead siege. Han Shui swallowed an elixir as she ran away, and the injuries on her body quickly recovered. Senior brother, that black smoke I once heard my master say is called air poison. As long as you inhale it, your divine soul will be quickly drawn away, leaving only a body of living death. Qin Zhao nodded his head, and while decapitating his pursuers, he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. That black smoke is so powerful, he inhaled so much, why there is nothing at all, and there is a feeling of refreshing. Then why are you fine, senior sister? Han Shui smiled mysteriously and said proudly, I've been following my master for years, so I naturally have the antidote on me. Do you know what kind of grand formation is here, senior sister? How should we get out? Qin Zhao felt that Han Shui had read a lot of books and should know a lot. Han Shui's good-looking eyebrows twisted into Chuan characters as she thought for a long time before speaking. This should be a misty trail formation, and it doesn't look like it was set up under a saint. What? Qin Zhao was astonished. A great formation that was not set up under a saint. Then wasn't he himself a fish on someone else's plate? Nope. If the enemy was really a saint, he would not be able to live now, and I'm afraid that the enemy would be able to smoke himself to death by blowing on his breath. Han Shui smiled sweetly as she sat on a tree branch and organized her makeup. Senior brother can also see that this place most likely had a remnant formation before, only that it's been fixed now. After Qin Shao saw that there were no pursuers around, she also stood still and felt that Han Shui had a point. How could the Cloud sect, which had always been known for its domineering nature, allow other saints to come uninvited? Does senior sister have a way to break the formation? Han Shui, still finishing her makeup, said, a grand formation used by someone who isn't a saint stage is also definitely incomplete, and that person manipulating the grand formation would definitely need to use some sort of magic treasure. Qin Shao thought that Han Shui had a point. The saint's majesty was untouchable, and even the remnants of the formation were not something that mere mortals could grasp. So now it's just a matter of finding the thing that controls the formation. But where to look? Han Shui added. Another guess I have is that that person is most likely making a blood sacrifice for the purpose of helping himself break through the realm. Qin Shao leaned against the trunk of the tree and bowed his head in deep thought. If it was really a blood sacrifice, that person should be hiding somewhere in seclusion absorbing the divine souls of the outer disciples. He was unable to manipulate the Grand Array while in seclusion, so he had an accomplice in the outside world to manipulate the Grand Array. That accomplice was most likely a cloud-soaring sect disciple. Before they came, they had heard that there were suspected to be holy pills within this valley. Thus most of the inner disciples came here in admiration. In hindsight, that was a pitfall. That accomplice was well acquainted with the inner workings of the Cloudsoar sect, making a false impression of a sacred medicine to trick the outer disciples out. Han Shui's gaze was ghostly as she said, senior brother should have guessed something. Who do you think that accomplice is? Qin Shao answered without hesitation. Lu Luo. Lu Luo's ghostly appearance was already suspicious, and he was also an inner sect elder disciple, so he must be familiar with the Cloud Sky sect. As for why Lu Luo had become like this, that was unknown. Han Shui looked at Qin Shao with admiration in her eyes. It looks like Lu Luo tried to use the black smoke to kill us when he suddenly disappeared. Only that black smoke is useless to you and me. Qin Shao nodded his head and dried the blood on his sword. That black smoke is closely related to the big formation. If the black smoke doesn't disperse, the big formation won't be destroyed. Only by destroying Lu Luo can we leave. After this, though, we may have to face the wrath of those behind it. Han Shui said helplessly. That can't be helped. We can only do so much. It's better to find a way to find Lu Luo first. But how are we going to find Lauro? Qin Shao was also a bit worried after hearing this. The current Lu Luo was highly powerful. Not only was he hiding in the shadows, but he also had the help of the living dead. It's a real pain in the ass trying to out him. Lu Luo's only weakness was Long Cherry. But Long Cherry wasn't here. He looks like he wants to kill us. The killing sword in Qin Zhao's hand clanked. Then let him kill us. I'm afraid he won't come. Soldiers come and go. Water comes and goes. Killing all the way down. You will eventually be able to kill the opposing general. A group of outer disciples who had become the living dead. Qin Shao was not yet in his eyes. Han Shui nodded, believing that Qin Shao had a point, and carefully took out a piece of jade from her bosom and handed it to Qin Shao. What is it? Qin Shao was a bit puzzled for a moment as he received the jade that emitted a clear fragrance and the Dao from Han Shui's body. This is the Lover's Stone. Han Shui clasped her fingers, her small face gradually turning red, her voice getting smaller and smaller. The jade has the lifetime Dao rules of both sides recorded on it, which can prevent the grand formation from illuminating another fake to confuse us. Qin Shao was stunned. A Lover's Stone was something that was given to a man of your choice, and he didn't expect Han Shui to just give it to himself. Han Shui took out another Lover's Stone from her bosom and handed it to Qin Shao. You drop your essence blood on it and give it to me. Qin Shao looked at Han Shui's lovely appearance and felt that the other party had turned into a love brain. There wasn't much nonsense. Qin Shao forced out a drop of essence blood and dripped it onto the Lover's Stone. The originally dull Lover's Stone was instantly filled with a golden glow. The brilliance of the light was even a dozen times brighter than the Lover's Stone that symbolized Han Shui. What a terrifying Dao! Is this the might of an immortal martial? Why can't I feel it myself? Qin Shao was a bit puzzled and handed the Lover's Stone to Han Shui. He. Han Shui joyfully received the Lover's Stone, then carefully placed it in her arms. We'd better hurry. Qin Shao put away the Lover's Stone. Aha! Han Shui nodded like garlic. Qin Shao held a killing sword, and wherever he went, not an inch of grass was left to grow, and the living dead of the Wheeling Sea stage were all pulverized by him. The living dead at the early stage of the Dao Palace were also chopped into limbs and broken arms under the killing sword, and Han Shui flung out a path of ice crystals between her raised hands, freezing the incoming offenders into ice sculptures. You can't freeze me into an ice sculpture later, can you? Qin Shao noticed the change in Han Shui's demeanor, looking a bit strange and feeling a chill in her lower body. Feeling Qin Zhao's gaze, Han Shui hurriedly put away her female Shura appearance and put on a delicate and lovely expression. Senior brother, this is only the occasional early stage of the Dao Palace, but what should we do if we encounter a late stage of the Dao Palace? What to do? Just kill it directly, Xin Xiao said helplessly. When he entered the valley, Xin Xiao had observed that there were no more than 5 late-stage Dao Palace disciples. If he himself were to enter the demonized state, he would have no fear of his opponent at all. It's just a bunch of living dead. It's not like they're alive. The only threat at the moment is Loro. Xin Xiao continued to weave through the corpses like a god of killing, bathed in blood. Madaka. Xin Xiao frowned. There was a living dead man in the middle stage of the Dao Palace in front of him who managed to block his sword. That living dead man stood amongst the corpses and stared at Xin Xiao. In this moment that living dead man looked like he had come back to life. Playing God, Xin Xiao threw out a punch, but unexpectedly, the living dead man blocked it again. Senior brother, be careful, that's a puppet. It's likely that Lu Luo controlled his mind. Han Shui transmitted her voice from the back. A puppet? Xin Xiao had a strange expression on his face. So, what I'm doing and saying now, Lu Luo can hear it through the puppet? The corner of Xin Xiao's mouth hung a lewd smile as he raised the killing sword in his hand and pointed it at the puppet. Brother Lu, you should really want to see Long Cherry, right? Don't worry, she won't see you. Xin Xiao's face put on a retrospective expression. You don't say. It's good to be small. It's moist. Chapter 33, Lu Luo's humiliated battle with Xin Xiao. Han Shui's poisoned body. Han Shui's face turned strange when she heard this, and another formidable enemy was established in her heart. The puppet controlled by Lu Luo's body shook. His eyes emitted a refined aura, and his tone was hoarse. Xin Xiao, what did you do to Long Cherry? Xin Xiao spread his hands and tilted his head in a disdainful attitude. It's nothing, it's just that I've figured it out. And elder sister, she's figured it out too. And the two of us were originally childhood sweethearts. So what do you care? Lu Luo could personally control this puppet, but he was only a late-stage Daogong, unable to personally control all the living dead. To the rest of the puppets, they were just giving orders, and Xin Xiao was utilizing this to stimulate Lu Luo through Long Cherry, trying to force Lu Luo's real body out. This may be fatal to Lu Luo, who is now covered in assholes, and the key to Xin Xiao's escape. Unsurprisingly, the surrounding siege of the living dead turned messy and was beaten back under Han Shui's ice crystals and the talismans in her hands. Xin Xiao was reasonable and stood in place with a compassionate attitude. Brother Lu, I don't know why you turned into this bird, but Long Cherry still misses you. I remember she kept yelling at that time, asking you to come and save her. Just in the end, pity the puppet's body trembled violently, and inexplicably laughed again, a sad and angry laugh, with blazing fire coming out of its eyes. Xin Xiao chopped out his sword with an evil smile on his face. Brother Lu, you better be able to kill me, otherwise when I get out, Long Cherry will suffer. Xin Xiao, you're despicable. The puppet shouted angrily and shattered Xin Zhao's killing sword with a punch. Lu Luo was now heartbroken, but he knew Xin Zhao's character very well. The only reason why he was able to hold out for so long under the moth's infestation was all based on his uneasiness towards Long Cherry, fearing that he would be eaten up by Xin Xiao. But things have come to this point, the truth he no longer want to distinguish. Anyway, Xin Xiao will have to die. It is better to do it as soon as possible. The puppet's body surface ignited a blazing fire as it directly killed towards Xin Xiao. Then I'll exterminate you before I go and exterminate your true self. Xin Xiao laughed rampantly, not forgetting Han Shui's voice transmission. Senior sister, pay attention to your surroundings. Demonization. The killing chi from the blood crystals flowed through his meridians and flowed throughout Xin Zhao's body, inscribing a magic pattern on his body surface, raising his battle power to the extreme. Xin Xiao, I will kill you. The puppet's mouth let out Lu Luo's roar as it punched out a fist shadow. Xin Xiao, as if he was facing a great enemy, did not utilize any divine abilities and blasted out with a single punch. In an instant, the puppet's fist shadow was shattered, and even sent the puppet, whose face was filled with anger, flying out. Unbearable, let your true self come. Xin Xiao was filled with disdain and directly chased after the puppet and pressed it underneath him for a brutal beating. He didn't choose to kill the puppet in the first place because he wanted to humiliate Lu Luo and make his real body come out. What kind of thing is worthy of fighting me? Tell me, are you worthy? Xin Xiao picked up the puppet's collar and punched the puppet's face, twisting its face. The surrounding living dead tried to support them, but they were all forced back by Han Shui. Xin Xiao, I will kill you. The puppet let out a furious cry, after which it began to expand rapidly. Not good. Xin Xiao could see that the puppet wanted to explode itself, so he hurriedly dropped the puppet and pulled Han Shui up to flee outside. But what he didn't expect was that the living dead in the periphery behind him also began to expand rapidly, and also had a tendency to blow themselves up. It looks like it's completely pushed him over the edge. Xin Xiao knew that he couldn't escape, so he hid Han Shui under his body, and then he opened one hand and copied the hardest shield he had ever seen through his battle technique, covering it over his entire body. Pseudogenesis, open. Xin Xiao, boom, boom, boom. Explosions came one after another, and the surrounding trees were destroyed by the explosions as much as possible. The shield in Qin Zhao's hand also became cracked inch by inch until it was completely destroyed, and he had no choice but to use his body to carry it hard. The explosion started from the living dead's chakra sea, splashing the venom from the chakra sea in every direction, corrupting the surrounding objects. After a long time, the mountains returned to silence, leaving countless deep craters in their place. Wow, that hurt. Qin Zhao struggled to stand up from Han Shui, and at the moment, the robe he was wearing was shattered beyond repair, revealing his bruised and battered body. Even Han Shui underneath her wasn't much better, and although her clothes weren't untorn, she was stained a bit by the venom. At this moment, her lips were purple and she had a poison look. If she hadn't taken the antidote beforehand, I'm afraid that she would have died long ago by now. Senior sister, are you alright? Qin Zhao asked. I'm fine. This poison is a product of the black smoke that had fermented before. I'm afraid I'll have to wait a while if I want to detoxify it. Han Shui spat out a mouthful of black blood, but she quickly realized that something was wrong and looked at Qin Zhao in surprise. Why are you okay? Ha? Qin Zhao was also a bit puzzled, checking his body and realizing that apart from the wounds, there was no discomfort. There was even something cozy about it. It felt like a bubble bath. Han Shui stared with wide eyes. The explosion just now was the result of Qin Zhao shielding her underneath his body, taking on most of the power of the explosion. Now there was nothing at all. And looking at Qin Zhao's expression, there was still some intent. It didn't blow up? What kind of monster is this? You're immune to these things? Han Shui asked tentatively. I don't know. Qin Zhao changed her clothes and shook her head in agonizing thought, concluding after a long time, maybe I've been vaccinated. What do we do now? Han Shui felt dizzy in her head and struggled to stand up. Qin Zhao supported Han Shui, his brows furrowed. Keep walking. It's important to heal your injuries first. Driving so many living dead to self-detonate. Lu Luo should have also damaged quite a lot and should be hiding now. Han Shui's condition wasn't very good either. What if the contraption died? The reward hadn't been triggered yet. Qin Zhao had some regrets. Originally wanted to kill Lu Luo in one fell swoop, but did not expect to end up in a lose-lose situation, walking through the potholes in the mountains. Senior sister, you really don't need me to carry it? Qin Zhao was puzzled, noticing that Han Shui's state was a bit off. No, don't bother senior brother. Han Shui braced her spirit and shook her head, her eyes a little bleak. Alright, then you follow me, Qin Zhao said. Aha! Han Shui struggled to follow behind Qin Zhao. At the moment her mind was filled with distractions, like something was gnawing at her thoughts. With her extensive knowledge, she could see that she had been poisoned quite deeply and would soon lose her own consciousness. She wanted to tell Qin Zhao, but there was a voice in her head that drove her to kill him, a feeling that she simply couldn't suppress. No, that's Senior Qin, I can't kill him. Han Shui desperately shook her head, trying to resist, but it felt like someone who was about to starve to death. Qin Zhao in front of him was the only living thing, and only by killing the other party could he himself survive. Han Shui's body and mind gradually lost control as a layer of frost condensed on her palms and traveled towards Qin Zhao's back. I'll just slap him. I don't think he'll die, right? Shidoshi is so nice. He'll surely forgive me. Chapter 34, The Very Unorthodox Han Shui. Both sides of the battle inspire. Han Shui took a step toward Qin Zhao, her gaze becoming lifeless. Her mind had been completely controlled, and she was now like a puppet, with only one goal in her mind. That is to kill Qin Zhao. With an expressionless face, she formed a claw with one hand to form frost and pulled out a palm towards Qin Zhao's back. Humph! I knew you weren't right. Tyranny flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes as he dodged the attack and turned back with a punch, sending Han Shui flying into a tree trunk. But Han Shui acted as if she couldn't feel the pain as she slowly stood up, muttering over and over, Senior brother, let me kill you. Qin Zhao's eyes were like ice. He had long sensed that Han Shui was out of sorts, or else according to Han Shui's nature, she wouldn't have refused without reason. It seems that senior sister has been controlled as well. This was a bit of a dilemma for Qin Zhao. Han Shui had a mark left by the Hao Peak Master on her body, which would be triggered once she died. You can't kill it for sure. In that case, it's just a matter of beating up the senior sister. Senior sister is so nice. Surely she'll forgive me, right? Without saying a word, Qin Zhao picked up his fists and went up for a whack. Han Shui was now like a consciousnessless puppet, unable to inspire the talisman given by the vast Peak Master, and quickly fell into a disadvantage. But the murderous thoughts in her heart were too deep, and Han Shui's face twisted as she slapped out a slap wrapped in cold air. Snap! Qin Zhao was a bit dazed and touched her face, as if she was touched with something she didn't want to recall. His eyes instantly became shadowy, and his strikes became careless. Anyway, just don't beat Han Shui to death. You're the third person who's dared to slap me, and my mom didn't hit me in the face. I deserved it last time, but not this time. Qin Zhao directly grabbed Han Shui's arm, swung it up, and slammed it hard on the ground. Several more spells were struck toward Han Shui's brow, sealing her consciousness. You started it, and it's not my fault. Looking at Han Shui on the ground, Qin Shao felt that her hands were a bit heavy. To be on the safe side, he tied Han Shui up again, after which he started rummaging through the storage ring on Han Shui's body, trying to find the antidote. But what he didn't expect was that there were so many jade bottles in the storage ring that he couldn't tell which one was the antidote. In case you give it to the wrong feed, it is likely to backfire. What's all this? Qin Shao was in deep thought as he held a bottle of harmonizer and several bottles of aphrodisiac pills. What's a little girl doing with all this stuff? Recalling Han Shui's unusual behavior when she was outside the valley, Qin Shao was somewhat enlightened in his heart. This girl, she's not coming for me, is she? But you don't have to take so many auxiliary items. It's too much of a look down. I need these things? Qin Shao glanced at the fainting Han Shui and confiscated all the Amatis pills, after which he continued to scavenge the treasures on Han Shui's body. There were also 5 Sage Stage life-preserving talismans in the storage ring, all of which served to guard as well as hide. It requires a bloodline as well as a divine soul imprint to be energized. The only thing that was expected was that there were no attack talismans. Attack talismans were different from other talismans in that the use of them by those with lower cultivation levels would deplete their origin and even their lifespan. Not to mention that they were saint talismans. Of course, Peak Master Hao Miao would not let his precious disciple take any risks. What surprised Qin Shao was how Han Shui's divine soul could be controlled so easily. The Hao Miao Peak Master would have definitely placed a guarding restriction in Han Shui's divine soul, but now it seemed as if that restriction wasn't working. Or maybe it worked, but not as well. Compared to those living dead who had lost their souls, Han Shui had at least not lost her soul. Now it's merely controlled. Qin Shao probed his divine sense into Han Shui's sea of consciousness. It was discovered that Han Shui's divine soul wasn't in any serious condition. It had just been eroded. But there was a golden light that always guarded the divine soul from perishing. What kind of poison can make a saintly prohibition avoid it? Qin Shao hastened to check his own body. The strange thing is that there is nothing at all, as if there are antibodies in the body. During the process of rescuing Han Shui, Qin Shao synchronized to apply a seal to her, completely suppressing her mobility. Again, he sacrificed immortal martial essence blood with a triancy attitude and dripped it into Han Shui's mouth, hoping to resist the unknown venom in Han Shui's body. Finally, he left carrying Han Shui on his back. It was reasonable that the person who laid the restraint could sense it when it was triggered, but his was isolated by the broken saint formation, and it was likely that the vast Peak Master wouldn't be able to sense the prohibition on Han Shui's body. One could only hope that the Hao Miao Peak Master would notice Han Shui returning late and find this place afterward, but Qin Shao didn't hold much hope for that. Daring to revive the sage formation at the Cloud Peak and pit so many disciples, it couldn't be done without a powerful backer in the inner sect. It was even possible that that backer was a Peak Master. It was getting late and there were no stars in sight. The mountains became gray, like a bottomless abyss. Qin Shao carried Han Shui on his back and walked towards the abyss alone. It looks like I'm on my own now. Qin Shao knew that darkness was often the most suitable for striking, but Lu Luo had been in the shadows, playing the role of the hunter. The feeling is disturbing, especially in the darkness of the night when you can't see your fingers. It's easy to get the feeling that you're going to be beheaded in a mask. Fortunately, Qin Shao still had divine sense at his disposal and did not become completely blind. Click, click, click. The sound of branches being trampled off came from all around. At first there was only one sound, then more and more, until it was impossible to tell if it was the sound of a branch snapping or a bone breaking. Qin Shao sighed. His divine sense range did not detect anything approaching, but the voices in my ears warned that something was coming, and there was a lot of it. The sound of branches breaking grew louder and louder, coming from all directions and spreading toward the center. Qin Shao threw more than a dozen illumination stones in all directions, and the surroundings were instantly illuminated by a yellowish light, forming a lighthouse in this pitch-black space. It attracted the attention of all the living beings in the space. Qin Shao's face was expressionless as he placed it on the tree after glancing at Han Shui. In the face of a great enemy, Han Shui without combat power would only be a burden, and bringing her along would only lead to a quick death. At the very center of the light stood Qin Shao alone, waiting for the enemy. You can't hide even if you want to now. You can only passively meet the attack. The broken saint's formation was strong, but it couldn't last for long. Otherwise, not to mention the outer sect, even the inner sect would be in chaos as a result. The group of old things in the inner sect wouldn't allow something this strong to last for long, and even if the Peak Master stepped in, he wouldn't be able to suppress it. This was what Qin Shao thought as he held his killing sword, ready to turn on his demonization. The sound of tree branches breaking was getting closer and closer, obviously a small sound, but at this moment, it was like 1,000 horses going out to battle surging into Qin Shao's ears. Through a yellowish shimmer, an expressionless living dead man came into view. In the darkness, its silhouette gradually became clear, and its eyes stared dully out of the darkness, walking towards Qin Shao in the light as if seeing food, followed by a second, A third. In an endless stream, they neatly manifested their silhouettes in the darkness and rushed toward the light. Qin Shao was expressionless as he twisted his neck and directly turned on demonization. Scarlet-colored demonic lines filled his body, and under the dim light, he stood like a Shura in the enemy's formation. He snorted as he spotted 5 late-stage Dao Palace living dead among them. Lu Luo, it seems like you're eager to kill me, so let's see which one of us kills who first. Chapter 35, Dawn of the Living Dead. Cute in size, Lu Luo was teased. Qin Shao took the lead, not hesitating to infuse his killing chi into his sword as he rushed towards the 5 late-stage Dao Palace living dead. From time to time in the process, he replicated his killing sword to fight off the encircling living dead. Other than Lu Luo, these 5 living dead at the Dao Palace stage were the strongest, but they were all dead corpses without the mana they had in life. All they possessed was to fight for their physical bodies. But how could the physical bodies of a group of mortal bodies be a match for an immortal martial body? Soon a living dead man in the late stage of the Dao Palace was split in half by Qin Shao. Qin Shao was also injured under the siege, but he grew more and more courageous as he continued to do confrontation with the remaining 4 late-stage Dao Palace living dead. The pitch-black space was torn apart by a bloody light, and the surrounding corpses and limbs tumbled around, staining the land red. Even the light emanating from the illuminating stone turned blood red, turning it into a Shura field. Blast! Qin Shao dispersed a large pile of talismans, and as he let out a low shout, the talismans were activated in unison, blowing the surrounding living dead to smithereens. Scarlet sword light flashed, and the head of a late-stage Dao Palace stage was chopped off. Qin Shao carried the freshly removed head in her hand, her gaze ghostly scanning the remaining living dead. Hundreds of living dead had died in the great battle before this. Now after this fight, there were only 3 late-stage Dao Palace stages left in the field, as well as more than 100 low-ranked dead bodies. Qin Shao's focus wasn't on this. He wanted to find out Lu Luo's figure, tackle the thief. As long as Lu Luo was taken out, these living dead will be leaderless. But there was no sign of Lu Luo now. Get out! Qin Shao replicated a giant sword and slashed out viciously, shattering the approaching living dead. Another killing sword was blown up, churning a late-stage Dao Palace into smithereens. How can that be? Qin Shao pondered while engaging in battle. Lu Luo is not a cutie. Would not be unaware that these living dead could not kill Qin Shao. But why does Lu Luo not show up after so many living dead have died? Deliberate avoidance? This wasn't like Lu Luo. And besides, Lu Luo was still harboring a will to kill Qin Shao. Could it be? It's coming for Han Shui. Oops. Qin Shao was no longer in love with the battle and directly exited the battlefield, running towards the trees where Han Shui was stranded. As expected, the remaining living dead began to attack suicidally as if they were given life after seeing Qin Shao preparing to leave. Qin Shao frowned tightly as he allowed himself to be stabbed with a sword, smashing a late-stage Dao Palace. Again, he sacrificed all the talismans in his hand to eliminate the low-ranked dead bodies around him. He didn't even look back as he continued to run forward. It was only now that he realized that Lu Luo had been transferring the tiger away from the mountain, using the living dead to attract Qin Shao's attention while Lu Luo went to find Han Shui. But Qin Shao had to fall for the trick, and Han Shui has been reduced to a puppet that doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. With a great enemy approaching, Qin Shao would be injured all by himself and would not be able to protect a Han Shui during the battle, and then the duo would die even faster. Qin Shao came to stand in front of the tree where he had placed Han Shui, his face as gloomy as water. At the very top of the trees, Han Shui closed her eyes tightly and lay quietly on a thick branch, and next to her, Lu Luo stood there expressionlessly with his killing sword in hand. The killing sword was pointed straight at Han Shui's throat, and the slightest mishap would cut through the delicate, snow-like skin. Lu Luo, you're really calculating. Qin Shao's tone was bland but contained a murderous intent. Lu Luo's face protruded dense and thin lines, as if he was suffering a great deal of pain. His face twisted. Facing you, I have to. What do you want? Qin Shao noticed the late-stage living dead man of the Dao Palace that had appeared behind him at some point. Han Shui has the Hao Mao Peak Master behind her. I don't want to cause trouble. Lu Luo's tone was icy cold as he looked at Qin Shao with abhorrence. I want your immortal martial origin. If you don't give it then we'll burn each other. Lu Luo said, stabbing the killing sword in his hand down Han Shui's throat some more. The bouncy skin began to dimple, nearly ready to bleed. Immortal martial origin? Qin Shao frowned, wondering why the other party favored the immortal martial origin over his life. Are you so sure that I'll dig out the origin and give it to you? Qin Shao looked askance, not caring about the living dead approaching behind him. Lu Luo's face twisted even more, the bugs under his skin nearly bursting out of his body as he raised the killing sword in his hand to pierce Han Shui's chest. The two of you gave each other lover's stones. Do you think I don't know the relationship between the two of you? Lu Luo pointed to Han Shui's lover's stone that was glowing through her chest clothes. The light from the lover's stone was bright, brighter than ever, even a little harsh. Unexpectedly, Qin Shao laughed, his smile sarcastic. Brother Lu, You wouldn't be unaware of another use for the Lover's Stone, would you? Lu Luo frowned at his words and looked at Han Shui in confusion. At this point, Han Shui, who had originally fallen asleep, suddenly opened her eyes, and the ropes binding her body directly crumbled. How is it possible? Lu Luo was surprised and swung his killing sword to chop down. Han Shui's face was grave as a killing sword appeared out of thin air in her hand, and a blood-colored killing aura permeated the killing sword. Without hesitation, she exerted all her strength to cut out the killing aura from the killing sword. The killing aura was so great that it turned into a ripple and chopped at Lu Luo first, forcing him back. Han Shui breathed a sigh of relief and rolled over to jump off the branch, and Qin Shao turned around and swung out a punch with a sardonic smile on his face, smashing the living dead in the back who had lost Lu Luo's control. It then caught the falling Han Shui and placed her on the ground. This little cutie doesn't realize that the Lover's Stone has another use, which is to enable both parties to contact each other no matter how far away they are. Han Shui snorted, her face still pale, desperately trying to suppress the bad thoughts in her head. It's a good thing you woke up in time and contacted me with the Lover's Stone, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do. Qin Shao carefully sized up Han Shui. It seems that my essence blood has worked, and you're in a better state. Qin Shao had fed Han Shui with immortal martial essence blood before this, and he didn't expect it to be useful. Han Shui pinched her temples. It still doesn't work. I can only suppress that poison temporarily. Well, but let's get this immediate trouble out of the way first. Qin Shao took the killing sword in Han Shui's hand, his gaze resting on Lu Luo, who was constantly coughing up blood in the distance. Lu Luo's current state was bizarre, as if something was about to come out of his body, his skin constantly protruding in abnormal shapes. There was also a constant stream of corrosive, foul-smelling gas coming out of his mouth and nose. Qin Shao didn't dare to step forward for a moment, fearing that Lu Luo would explode himself. There's something wrong with this forbidden art. Han Shui covered her nose and was about to throw up. Qin Shao. Lu Luo's voice was like a dried-up old tree, hoarse and desperate, with resentment. Pust. The thing on Lu Luo's body finally drilled out. It was countless fist-sized bugs, accompanied by miserable cries, crawling all over Lu Luo's body. The bugs kept nibbling on Lu Luo's flesh and blood, quickly becoming one with Lu Luo. 8 eyes sprouted from its head and 6 red tentacles extended from its arms. Lu Luo's trend is also rising to the extreme. God condensation stage. Han Shui's voice trembled. Qin Shao, on the other hand, had a strange expression on her face as she sized up the already unrecognizable Lu Luo. Why does it smell like Cthulhu? Chapter 36, Lu Luo collapses. The undefeatable hobnailed Qin Shao. Vomit. In the face of Lu Luo's stoned appearance, Han Shui, who had always loved cleanliness, couldn't stop dry heaving. That's no longer considered Lu Luo. Qin Shao's face was grave. The current Lu Luo was like a walking corpse being manipulated by bugs, and his own consciousness was almost being eaten away. Even Qin Shao didn't expect that a mere slash of the sword would be able to cut Lu Luo into this state. Senior brother, I'm in a bad state right now, so I might delay you, Han Shui said after hesitating for a moment. He's at the God condensation stage now. Should we retreat first? Qin Shao shook her head decisively. It was hard to force Lu Luo out. If she left now, it would be a waste of time. Lu Luo was an indestructible demon body. The system rewards triggered would definitely be rich. Not to forget, the control of the big formation was in Lu Luo's hands. No matter how he ran, he would be discovered by Lu Luo. It's a bad feeling to be on the chopping block. It's just the early stage of God condensation. I need to avoid him? Qin Shao coldly grunted and once again turned on demonization. The killing sword in his hand completely turning blood red as the sword emitted the wailing sound of an unjust soul. Bloodlight cut through the darkness as Qin Shao rushed to Lu Luo with a fierce smile on his face, followed by a sword chop. Lu Luo's monstrous body was chopped open with a large opening, from which turquoise blood flowed out, which quickly evaporated and turned into purple-black poisonous smoke. Qin Shao wanted to avoid the poisonous smoke, but he was unable to dodge as the tentacles were tightly wrapped around his limbs. One can only allow the poisonous smoke to invade one's body. This isn't the condensation stage. Qin Shao frowned, realizing that Lu Luo's current state was just an empty God condensation stage cultivation, and his battle power had not reached the God condensation stage. Otherwise it wouldn't have been an easy cut. But the poisonous smoke was not a vegetarian, and in an instant, it invaded Qin Shao's body like a maggot attached to his bones. Qin Shao, I'll let you taste what it's like to have your bones devoured by blood poison. Lu Luo's hoarse voice came through the poisonous smoke like a death knell. However, the face of Qin Shao, who had been eroded by the poisonous smoke, was unusually calm, and afterward, he even became enjoyable, as if he was taking a bath. It was unknown why. The immortal martial origin liked the poisonous smoke so much that it actually began to actively devour it. Qin Shao's cultivation level was slowly rising as he devoured it, which caused him to hum softly. Even this poison doesn't work on you? Lu Luo shrieked out in shock. This was the poisonous smoke that had tormented him for half a year. And the feeling was like being eaten by 1,000 worms and having his flesh extracted. He suffered this near collapse every day and every night. But when it comes to Qin Xiao, how come it's enjoyment? Looking at Qin Xiao's appearance, it seemed like she hadn't gotten comfortable enough and wanted to do it again. Damn you! As if Lu Luo had encountered something bad luck, he threw Qin Xiao out with one hand. With a rumbling sound, Qin Xiao crashed through several tree trunks before stopping. Qin Xiao wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and craned his neck cozily, provocation on his face. Brother Lu, do you have any more of that poison left? Give me some more. It's quite comfortable. You. Lu Luo gritted his teeth as his 8 eyes turned scarlet red. He was now eroded and the only divine ability he could use was poisonous smoke. But it was still useless to Qin Xiao, and became the other party's dowry. It made him upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. He then looked at Han Shui in the distance and decided to kill her first. Lu Luo's feet had been replaced by tentacles, and at the moment, he was crawling towards Han Shui like an octopus. Did I let you go? Give me some more poisonous smoke. Qin Xiao grabbed the slimy tentacle and swung it violently, sending Lu Luo flying. Before Lu Luo could land on the ground, Qin Xiao quickly rushed forward and punched Lu Luo's deformed face. How dare anything count on me? Tell me, are you worthy? Qin Xiao was unforgiving, the wind of his fists wrapped in bone-devouring killing aura, like rain on Lu Luo's body. The black smoke evaporated along with the blood and was then inhaled by Qin Xiao. Ah! Lu Luo yelled. If he didn't remember correctly, the last time a Qin Xiao also rode on his body and said the same thing. This was a deep shame for Lu Luo. He didn't understand how he couldn't defeat a mid-Dao Palace Qin Xiao when he was clearly at the God condensation stage. Qin Xiao laughed coldly in his heart. If it was the Lu Luo of the past, it really wouldn't have been possible to take it down in a short time. But the current Lu Luo had long since lost his heart, and the only poisonous smoke he could use was still useless against Qin Xiao. With only a God condensation stage cultivation but no combat power, it was now estimated that he wasn't even a match for Beichen in the first place. Qin Xiao absorbed the poisonous smoke and felt that it was not too much, so she took out another knife and kept cutting open Lu Luo's body so that he could more poisonous smoke. Lu Luo's body looked like it had been gnawed on by wild beasts, and his internal organs fell all over the place. But Lu Luo's remaining will suddenly remembered Long Cherry, remembered the dull little senior sister. Qin Xiao, you must die. The dying Lu Luo suddenly stormed up and sent Qin Xiao flying out. Lu Luo's gaze was icy cold. He couldn't wait to tear Qin Xiao into pieces in order to fulfill his heart's hatred. In Lu Luo's perception, it was Qin Xiao who had defiled his beloved little sister and used this as something to show off. He couldn't imagine how desperate Long Sakura must have been at that moment, being so young. Qin Xiao, Lu Luo's voice was hoarse, and at this moment, he couldn't care less about the immortal martial origin. He raised his hand and offered up a talisman that emitted a saint's aura. This was his last card, and he couldn't care less now. The talisman instantly ignited, forming a giant sword in the air, pointing downwards like a heavenly punishment. Humph, you're finally willing to use the sage talisman. Qin Xiao, who was locked by the talisman, was bleeding from all 7 of his orifices, but his tone was hung with mockery. Lu Luo was surprised and didn't understand why Qin Xiao wasn't afraid. But next, the answer would be given to him, only to see that another talisman rushed high into the air and burned out. The talisman formed a giant net, firmly binding that heaven punishment giant sword so that it could not fall. Looking back, the pale Han Shui was pinching her hands together, and it was obvious that she was the one who had offered the other talisman. Ever since Qin Xiao had just exchanged blows with Lu Luo, she had been waiting for the right moment at the side, ready to offer her talisman at any time to help Qin Xiao kill Lu Luo. The giant sword of heaven's punishment high in the sky soon dissipated under the effect of the giant net, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the dark night. Lu Luo, with all his thoughts, knelt on the ground, and the tentacles on his body gradually fell off, revealing his clear face. Attack-type sage talismans consume all of the user's blood, longevity, and cultivation. The current Lu Luo was like a mortal whose lifespan was approaching. Unbeatable. He looked down at the ground, his face continuously becoming old, as if he had changed from a teenager to a late bloomer in an instant. Qin Xiao's heart was devoid of pity. Ever since Lu Luo took Han Shui as a hostage, the conflict between the two becomes irreconcilable. Qin Xiao, you won. Lu Luo's tone was low and mocking. But don't be too happy. I'm just an accomplice. The real culprit is the piece on stage, killing you like slaughtering pigs and dogs. Qin Xiao was a bit surprised, but didn't say anything as he stood up with difficulty and took the killing sword in his stride. Oh, I envy you. Why do you always have someone to help you? Lu Luo's voice became old and unbearable, and his dim old eyes reflected Qin Xiao's young figure. I'm not convinced. Lu Luo's voice became maniacal as he hissed. The immortal martial body is truly magical. I just don't know if you can block this. Saying that, Lu Luo's body rapidly expanded and turned into a large meatball. this can blow itself up? Xin Xiao cursed and flung out a sword, piercing Lu Luo's brow and killing him. But the tendency to self-destruct did not weaken, but rather intensified. At this moment, Xin Xiao could no longer be bothered to look at the system rewards, and with a flash, he pressed Han Shui, who was not far away, under his body. Boom! The entire forest was filled with fire, and the poisonous smoke spread even more uncontrollably. Xin Xiao, on the other hand, was pressed tightly against Han Shui, and his body surface had already been burned by the fiery flames caused by the explosion. This blast, it hurts a little. Chapter 37, helping Han Shui to solve the evil poison, getting the twisted demon eye. The mountains and forests were leveled by the explosion, leaving nothing but huge blackened craters in their place. Cough, said Xin Xiao as he kept coughing up blood, first being shocked by the saint's talisman, and then carrying Lu Luo's self-detonation hard. Even the physically strong immortal martial body couldn't bear it. Elder sister, are you alright? Han Shui's state was very wrong. She couldn't be immune to poisonous smoke like Xin Xiao, and moreover, it was still the essence of poisonous smoke left behind by Lu Luo's self-detonation. At this moment, her eyes became scarlet, her shell teeth clenched, as she was trying her best to suppress the thoughts of killing in her heart. How can that be? Xin Xiao was puzzled, originally thinking that Han Shui would return to normal when Lu Luo died, but now it seemed that it didn't. Instead it worsened. Breaking or snapping, a shattering sound came from the underworld. The big formation is lifted? Xin Xiao took out the summoning talisman from Han Shui and wanted to send a message to the outside world, but strangely enough, the summoning talisman did not respond after it turned into ashes out of nowhere. The summoning talisman still doesn't work. Xin Xiao's face was grave. The poisonous smoke around him had dissipated, but he still couldn't see the moon in the sky. It's like a thin veil from the outside world now, but you can't get out no matter what. There should still be a boundary here, and it is that boundary that isolates the connection with the outside world. Han Shui was breathing heavily, drenched in fragrant sweat, and her mind was in a mess. Junction, Xin Xiao pondered. Lu Luo did have the key to controlling the maze in his body, and now with Lu Luo's self-detonation, the maze disappeared. But what about the knot? Lu Luo mentioned before he died that there was still a pilgrimage stage cultivator sealed here. Could it be that pilgrimage stage had laid a boundary? Perhaps that boundary was the true saint's remnant formation. Senior brother, I can't hold back any longer. I'm going to seal my own cultivation, so I'll rely on you next. Han Shui's face was complicated, and in her heart, she was afraid that Xin Xiao would leave her behind. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll take you out. Xin Xiao smiled. Aha! Han Shui put her heart down, and after punching a talisman into her body, her cultivation instantly disappeared, and she was now as mortal as a mortal. Xin Xiao also understood what Han Shui meant and pointed a finger at Han Shui's brow, causing her to fall asleep. One thing leads to another. Originally, he thought that he could escape by taking out Lu Luo, but he didn't realize that he would have to face the real mastermind behind the scenes next. The only useful information was that the person was at the pilgrimage stage, but that person should still be in seclusion right now. Otherwise, Lu Luo wouldn't have died. It's better to leave first. Xin Xiao carried Han Shui on his back and prepared to find a safe place. Not far away. There was something in the deep pit formed by Lu Luo's self-destruction that attracted Xin Xiao. After divine sense probing, it was discovered that it was actually a bug, and it had a very strange appearance. It had been dead for a long time, was only the size of a fist, emitted poisonous smoke, and was black and covered in slime. Xin Xiao sucked in the bug with one hand and grabbed it in his hand, realizing that the bug had the same aura as Lu Luo's when he mutated. It looks like it's the one that took over Lu Luo's body. After checking that there was no mark inside the bug, Xin Xiao took out the jade bottle with a sealing effect from Han Shui's body and put the bug in it. Xin Xiao quickly left with Han Shui after confirming that there were no more enemies around. It was back to the cave when we first entered the valley. Han Shui was lying on the ground, quietly sleeping. Xin Xiao sat at the entrance of the cave and opened the system panel. The host kills the undying demon body, rewarding the true spirit technique, Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana technique, boosting one's own chi and blood, forming the Heavenly Phoenix true flame in one's body. At once, an additional gong method that had never been seen before appeared in Xin Xiao's mind. It was as if it was innate, and did not require enlightenment to perform. Xin Xiao raised his hand and a golden fire phoenix appeared in his palm. The flames on the phoenix contained vibrant vitality as if it could burn everything. Interesting. If I don't need to participate in enlightenment, it's just the thing to make up for my shortcoming of poor enlightenment. That's not true. Xin Xiao's face turned strange as he recalled the gongfu in his mind. It was still an evil cultivation technique. According to the gongfu, the cultivator could use this gongfu to seize what he wanted within the cultivator's body. However, the cultivation level of the plundered cultivator must not be higher than their own, otherwise it will be counterproductive. Xin Xiao turned his head to look and realized that the poisonous smoke inside Han Shui's body was just fine. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Shao woke Han Shui up. Senior sister, I have a way to heal you. Han Shui opened her eyes in a daze, a little surprised, and forced herself to ask, what method? I have a kung fu, and according to it, I transferred the poisonous smoke from your body to mine, only in a somewhat special way. Qin Shao touched his nose and said awkwardly. Han Shui's small face turned red, not realizing that after going around in circles, she had still come here and still had to hand herself over. She also trusted what Qin Shao said. After all, it was this time, there was nothing to lie about, so she whispered, well, I trust you. I'll cooperate however you want to do it. Han Shui gouged her small hands. Qin Shao didn't expect Han Shui to agree so simply, so he tenderly cupped Han Shui's face. Han Shui was very green and didn't know how to respond at all, so she just let herself go and started to open her teeth and claws, leaving a scar on Qin Shao's back. Qin Shao also didn't forget to run the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method to absorb the poisonous smoke in Han Shui's body. The toxin has been transferred into Qin Zhao's body. Han Shui curled up in Qin Zhao's arms like a kitten, a happy smile on her tired face. Senior sister, let's take a rest and figure out how to leave, Qin Shao said as he hugged Han Shui, who was hanging on to his body. Aha! Han Shui nodded her head obediently, reluctantly leaving Qin Zhao's body, her legs still a bit soft when she first came down. Qin Shao organized her clothes properly, her heart still somewhat unsatisfied, but after looking at Han Shui, who was arranging her dress, she could only give up. For now it's better to escape with your life. Qin Shao opened the system panel again, trying to find a way to break the boundary from the system. The host is being fitted with the twisting eye, which distorts and destroys space barriers and can tear apart enemies. Well, Qin Shao couldn't help but stifle a grunt as she felt her eyes burning. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that nothing had happened. Qin Shao frowned and looked at a huge stone beside him, the structural veins of the stone suddenly appearing in his eyes. Immediately after the boom, the boulder violently crumbled, as if it had been hard twisted by a large invisible hand. That kind of power could not be fully perceived by Qin Shao at this moment, only knowing that it was the supreme power of the laws. That's the law of space. Qin Shao was surprised, not realizing that he, a small child of the Dao Palace, was able to utilize the weak power of the laws. If it was a saint, then wouldn't it be possible to break through the spatial barriers of the desolate domain and open up a passageway to the outside world? Qin Shao was suddenly struck by an idea. Boundaries were also a type of space. Even the saint's remnant formation here belonged to be a boundary. If you find the weakest corner of the boundary here, and then use the magic eye of twisting, you can break open a gap, then we can get the hell out of here. Qin Shao felt that this method was feasible, but his cultivation level was too low, making it difficult to do so. But try it once anyway, it's the only hope. Qin Shao shouted to Han Shui, Senior sister, I may have a way to escape. Chapter 38, The Real Mastermind. Finding the boundary cracks, the two walked on. Senior brother, does your method really work? Han Shui asked with a frown. After hearing that Qin Shao could utilize the laws of space, she was surprised, but she was still a bit skeptical about being able to break through the boundary with the demon eye of distortion. I'm not sure, but at least try. It's the only way. Qin Shao sighed and asked again after some thought. Senior sister, how many saint talismans do you still have? Han Shui directly took out 5 saintly talismans and said regretfully, there are only 5 guardian-type talismans, and no boundary-breaking talismans. She had some regrets. She should have known that she should have asked her master for a Sage Realm boundary-breaking talisman before she came. Otherwise a boundary would not have been able to stop her. Qin Shao nodded his head, a little puzzled in his heart. In theory, shouldn't the Hao Mao Peak Master be anxious when Han Shui didn't come home so late? Now I guess I'm looking for Han Shui everywhere. But why hasn't the Hao Mao Peak Master come now? That would be strange. It's a bit strange. My master didn't come. Was he held up by something? Han Shui also noticed the strangeness, and doubts flooded her heart. Everything that had happened from entering the maze indicated that there was clearly a big backer behind this mastermind. That backer was probably a peak master. In that case, everything becomes dangerous. The patriarch was the one who had given Qin Shao a seal, informing the people within the clan that no one else was allowed to bully Qin Shao in a big way. But when the patriarch left the seal in the first place, he didn't tell how to use it. If he encountered a few wily old things, or a few rash young men who had to kill Qin Shao didn't really know how to respond. Don't think about that for now. Go out and talk about it. There's another pishy stage here. If he wants to kill us, he can just move his fingers. Qin Shao was getting used to this sense of urgency, and was unusually calm at the moment, not having her judgment affected. The talisman Lu Luo offered before his death was clearly a saint talisman, and the pressure as well as the aura emanating from it made Qin Shao feel familiar. Could it be the Myriad Peak Master? From the moment he met Lu Luo within the cave, Qin Shao suspected that the talisman in his hand was given by the Myriad Peak Master. When Lu Luo completely offered the talisman, The suspicion in Qin Zhao's heart was once again confirmed, judging from the fact that he had met the Myriad Peak Master once before. The aura on that talisman was exactly the same as the one on the Myriad Peak Master. Qin Zhao and Han Shui looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. In that case, it seemed likely that the pilgrimage stage lurking in the shadows wasn't the real mastermind behind the scenes. The real mastermind behind this is the Myriad Peak Master? But why did she do it? Was it just to be a backer for that piece on stage? Or was it for something else? This inevitably caused Qin Zhao to ruminate, feeling that he had somehow gained another enemy. Alas, comparing brains with that group of old men is like overrating a tree. But let's hope it's all a coincidence. Qin Zhao shook his head and searched for the fragile cracks in the boundary on his own. Now we can only take one step at a time. The external enemies are put in the back of our minds first, and the immediate crisis is solved. Under the demon eye of distortion, which contained the laws of space, everything here became regular. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even the entire sky was covered by an extremely arcane power. The power was like a layer of red aura that enveloped everything. Qin Zhao reached out and tried to grab the chi rhythm, but was unsuccessful and could only use his magic eye to distort it, eventually destroying the chi rhythm and causing the object to crumble. It's still necessary to wait until one's cultivation is sufficient to master the laws of space. An hour passed. The sun shone through the mist and randomly through the canopy as pillars of light, making the floating dust visible. Prolonged use of the demonic eye of distortion caused Qin Zhao to feel his eyes glaze over, and his eyeballs were covered in blood. "Senior brother, why don't you rest for some time?" Han Shui asked with concern. The laws of space were difficult to control, and she was afraid that Qin Zhao would suffer a backlash. Found it! Qin Zhao was overjoyed as a crack, if any, appeared before his eyes. The crack was as small as a thin line, emitting an aura that was very different from the one here. Han Shui followed her gaze and didn't find anything. As far as her eyes could see, that was a bush. Qin Zhao walked quickly to the crack, and the moment his fingers touched it, a burning surged into the palm of his hand, nearly incinerating his fingers. "This," said Han Shui, attracted by the amazing scene. This was the first time she had come into close contact with the power of space. Without saying a word, Qin Zhao directly unleashed the demonic eye of distortion, and the rift began to tremble and even showed signs of distortion. Seeing that it was feasible, Qin Zhao added more effort and poured most of the mana in the sea of chakras into the demonic eye, trying to break the boundary in one fell swoop. The crack twisted even more, and the bright sunlight outside was faintly visible. "Drive me!" Qin Zhao drank lowly as his eyes began to bleed and there was very little mana left in his body. But it still didn't make the crack widen, so he could only stare out at the scene. Puff! Qin Zhao completely exhausted the mana in his body and collapsed to the ground powerlessly. "Senior brother!" Han Shui anxiously knelt down and placed Qin Zhao's head on her thigh. The current Qin Zhao was like a blind man as his eyes lost their luster and blood continued to flow from the corners of his eyes. Failed. Qin Zhao sighed lightly. His entire body's mana was exhausted, and now he even had no strength to even stand up. Recovery is important first. If not, we'll find another way to break the boundary. Han Shui hurriedly took out an elixir to restore her mana and carefully placed it into Qin Zhao's mouth. It might be too late. That pilgrimage stage cultivator will be coming out at any moment. Qin Zhao rested on her soft and tender thighs and said breathlessly, "There's got to be a way." Han Shui wanted to say words of comfort, but the next moment she was subdued by a wave of pressure. She stiffened and turned back, her petite body unable to stop trembling. That aura was that of a pilgrimage stage cultivator. Han Shui wanted to take Qin Zhao away, but that aura wasn't something the Dao Palace stage could resist. It felt like being targeted by a ferocious beast, and the piercing murderous aura around him turned into a cage and embedded itself into the skin. "He's still out." Qin Zhao sighed softly, her eyes staring off into the distance. As far as the eye could see, all that could be seen was the infinite black smoke filling the air. This time the black smoke, unlike before, was not wrapped in poisonous fumes. It was just that there was an erosive aura emanating from that, making the entire mountain forest become uninhabitable. Qin Zhao gritted her teeth and stood up with difficulty, looking at the black smoke with a grave expression. "Immortal martial body, you're surprisingly not dead." A middle-aged man with a cold face and only one eye slowly walked out from the black smoke. His eyes looked greedily at Qin Zhao, and after realizing Han Shui's presence, his eyes were even more glittery. "You killed my slaves, so let's make it up to you too." The middle-aged man didn't hesitate to manifest a large black hand that spread out and grabbed. Qin Zhao and Han Shui were oppressed by the large hand. Their divine souls wanted to shatter, and even the Sea of Wheels had a tendency to shatter. Qin Zhao shouted, "Senior sister, quickly use the Sage Talisman." Chapter 39, The Pilgrimage Realm. Forced to break the boundary. After hearing Qin Zhao's roar, the stunned Han Shui awoke with a jolt, shivering as she offered up the Sage Talisman. The talisman burned rapidly, forming a layer of light golden protection above his head. The large black hand touched the barrier and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared from sight. The barrier was filled with the pressure of a saint, and those who touched it would surely die. Sage talisman. The middle-aged man's expression was stunned. His face showed scorn, and he spoke coldly. Your senior Dan Xingzi's disciple, Han Shui? Han Shui took a deep breath and replied, yes. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, not expecting the other party to know the name of the vast Mist Peak master. It seemed that the previous guess was correct. This middle-aged man definitely had a connection with the inner sect. The middle-aged man didn't show too much surprise. His tone was flat. You can leave, but the immortal martial body has to stay. Senior brother Qin has the mark left by the patriarch on his body. Are you sure you're bullying senior brother Qin? Han Shui's petite body trembled, her tone not the least bit weak. Humph. The middle-aged man seemed to have expected this. Taking a jade seal in his hands, his eyes turned red, and his tone turned cold. If I have the immortal martial origin, I'll be able to break through the heavenly silence and even the sage realm, so what do I care about all that for? After saying that, the jade seal on his hand quickly turned into the size of a small mountain, after which it slammed down towards the barrier. Boom! There was no damage to the barrier, but there was a time limit, and every smash of the jade seal was making the time for the barrier to fade faster. I advise you to obediently get out of the way, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. The middle-aged man was like a madman, desperately urging the jade seal. Every time the jade seal collided with the barrier, it caused the earth to crack and the mountains to disintegrate. This person is going crazy. Qin Xiao shook his head. The middle-aged man knew the internal affairs of the Cloud sect well, and didn't dare to kill Han Shui because he was also afraid of the vast peak master. But this madman looked like he wanted the immortal martial origin. If he fell into the hands of the middle-aged man, Qin Xiao was afraid that it would be difficult for him to even think about dying. Just the immortal martial origin alone could make one's eyes redden like this. So what if the twisted demonic eye and the killing domain were exposed? By then, Qin Xiao was afraid that he would be dissected alive by the middle-aged man, and in the end, it would be hard for him to even think about dying. Is this madman really not afraid of the sovereign's wrath? Han Shui had just told the other party that there was a mark within Qin Zhao's body, but it was as if the other party had already known. Qin Xiao suddenly wanted to understand something, her gaze looking slyly at the already frantic middle-aged man. You knew I was going to come here, didn't you? The middle-aged man frantically urged the jade seal and continuously attacked the barrier, his tone somewhat maniacal. Ha ha, that's right, I didn't want to kill you, but I didn't expect that after laying out for so long, I still failed to make a breakthrough, so I can only drink your source blood and try to make another breakthrough. Qin Zhao's face was gloomy, and he understood in his heart that someone must have given his whereabouts to this madman. As for who? Lu Hongyu? Myriad Peak Master? Or Yi Wuchen? Having offended so many people, it's impossible to guess who did it anytime soon. Click! The barrier became dim, breaking through a crack as it was attacked by the jade seal. The middle-aged man got excited at this and looked at Qin Xiao like he was looking at his prey, and drool was still unconsciously flowing from the corners of his mouth. He's really crazy. Han Shui shook her head dully, already seeing that the middle-aged man had gone off the deep end, completely turning into a madman at the moment, devouring so many disciples' divine souls. It would be strange if they don't become completely demonized. Qin Zhao's mind spun frantically, trying to find a way to break this situation. Senior brother, what to do? Han Shui's voice trembled, her eyes containing tears. She wouldn't let Qin Xiao fall into the hands of the middle-aged man, but there was no way to solve the crisis at hand. A deep sense of powerlessness racked her. Alas, is that all that can be done? Qin Xiao pinched Han Shui's small face and said softly, Senior sister, I'll do my best to try to tear open the rift, and at that time, you'll find a way to send the summoning talisman out. If I fail, you get the hell out of here and leave me alone. Understand? What are you going to do? Han Shui was startled, feeling that the other party was in a position to die. Qin Xiao tenderly rubbed Han Shui's head without saying anything, then turned his head to look at the jade seal that was attacking the barrier. In an instant, bloodlines filled Qin Zhao's body, golden Dao lines blossomed in his eyes, and the construction of the jade seal emerged in his mind. Pseudogenesis, open. Qin Xiao drank lowly, trying to duplicate the jade seal in the middle-aged man's hand. However, the jade seal was the middle-aged man's original magic weapon, with the Dao of the Pishi stage, which the current Qin Xiao could not withstand. In an instant, the sea of consciousness felt like it was being torn apart, sending stabbing pains, but Qin Xiao did not stop, clenching his teeth and forcing himself to endure the pain as he attempted to replicate the jade seal. Aha! The backlash spread throughout Qin Zhao's entire body, and his body even cracked in layers as blood sprayed out from the cracks. The middle-aged man stopped his movements, looked at Qin Xiao suspiciously, and snorted. You don't think you're trying to break through the barrier? You're not qualified enough. You'd better be an honest blood meal for me. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiao ignored the middle-aged man's taunts and bellowed. Drive for me. Under the witness of the crowd, A jade seal identical to the one in the middle-aged man's hand floated outside the barrier. How? The middle-aged man looked at his jade seal and then at the jade seal that suddenly appeared. The two were found to be identical. Even the Tao was the same. Qin Shao spat out blood, forcing himself to endure the pain that was like his head being torn apart. Unleashed the demon eye of distortion at the rift. A heavenly phoenix appeared beside Qin Shao, its golden true fire igniting the last of the mana in the Sea of Wheels. The sound of porcelain cracking came faintly from the Sea of Wheels, and Qin Shao understood that it was his Sea of Wheels about to crumble. But he didn't have a choice, and he fully activated the demon eye of distortion. The crack twisted violently as he watched, and the bright sunlight of the outside world came again. Blast! Qin Shao controlled the replicated jade seal to slam into the crack, followed by a boom as the jade seal exploded. The strength of the power even forced back the frantic middle-aged man. The surroundings were all annihilated except for Qin Shao as well as Han Shui within the barrier. The crack widened into the size of a fist at that moment. Still healing fast. Elder sister, send a transmission talisman. Qin Shao yelled with the last of her strength. Han Shui came back to her senses and hurriedly punched a summoning talisman toward the cave entrance. The hole quickly healed as before after that. Qin Shao's chakra sea and sea of consciousness were all heavily damaged, and he watched the transmission talisman leave before closing his eyes in peace. Shidoshi. Han Shui hurriedly hugged Qin Shao, realizing that Qin Shao now had all his bones broken and none of his meridians were good, not to mention the chakra sea that looked like a broken tile jar. You deserve to die. The middle-aged man roared, desperately urging his jade seal to blast at the barrier. The barrier that had experienced an explosion became shattered and was still standing firm against the jade seal. Don't worry, senior brother, you won't die. Han Shui didn't pay attention to the middle-aged man and directly slashed her own wrist, releasing the ice underworld source blood and dropping it into Qin Zhao's mouth to renew her life. With each missing drop, her complexion paled and her long black hair began to turn white. Qin Zhao felt something cold and icy in her stupor, connecting the broken meridians, and the cracks in the sea of chakras gradually healed. Consciousness is also gradually returning. Rip! The sound of fabric being torn came as if someone had ripped through the knot with their bare hands. So it's the good nephew of the myriad voice peak master. What a big nerve to dare to run wild in front of me. A clear and cold female voice entered Qin Zhao's ears, and the voice was somewhat inexplicably familiar. Qin Zhao strained to open her eyes and look up. The woman wore a red dress and a veil, and her red pupils contained a stern sword intent. The originally hardened boundary was torn to shreds in front of her as if it were ragged fabric. Her surrounding sword intent spread across the landscape, cutting the entire mountains and rivers and shattering the heavens. As noble and lonely as an absolute female sword fairy, but also containing killing opportunities. Qin Zhao was greatly surprised, his bloodstained face covered in incredulity. Why you, Lu Hongyu? Chapter 40 Breakthrough in Qin Zhao's coma. Han Shui's other side. How come it's Lu Hongyu, master of Hao Miao Peak? Before Qin Zhao could think about it, a sense of heavenly rotation came, and his vision gradually became blurred. In a daze, he heard the middle-aged man seemingly pleading for mercy to Lu Hongyu, immediately followed by a sword sound whose power could not be judged. The valley seemed to be split in half by the sword. The rumbling was unrelenting. The unconscious Qin Zhao seemed to be resting on a warm, soft and fragrant jade. The familiar but unrecognizable scent was inexplicably soothing to him. The fresh scent soothed his weary body, causing him to drift off to sleep. Time is unknown. Qin Zhao regained consciousness once again and realized that there was a golden ocean in front of him. The ocean is boiling water, constantly churning and bubbling with intense heat. This is my chakra sea. Qin Zhao was puzzled, not understanding why the originally silent Sea of Wheels had become like this. He tried to open his eyes, but realized that his eyelids were as thick as mountains and he couldn't even move his body. Unexpectedly, he realized that the broken tendons and veins in his body had been connected, and he looked a lot stronger than before. I'm in nirvana? Qin Zhao felt strange as the Sea of Chakras continued to expand while boiling. A blood crystal was immersed right below the Sea of Wheels, surrounded by a heavenly phoenix. Not only am I not dead, but I've gotten stronger? Wheel Sea rupture. Sea of consciousness torn. This degree of serious injury. If the normal cultivator encountered, not to die will have to cultivation greatly reduced. However, nothing happened to Qin Zhao at all, and the most anticlimactic thing was that his cultivation level was actually breaking through. At this moment, he was in the final stage of breaking through to the late stage of the Tao Palace. Strange, the body is so hot, unable to move. Qin Zhao was wrapped in a sense of dryness and heat, feeling something converging within her body. Qin Zhao pondered for a long time, but ultimately did not think of a solution. You can only empty your mind and listen to the sounds of the outside world. Not long after, Han Shui's voice suddenly rang out. Senior, please save senior brother Qin. Look if he's dying. Han Shui, who had a head full of white hair, pulled the helpless Hao Miao Peak master into the house. Senior brother Qin is covered in hot air, as if he's been cooked. Han Shui shouted with an anxious expression. This, after the vast mist peak master saw Qin Shao, his helpless expression became surprised and he hurriedly came to the bed, carefully sizing up Qin Shao. This is the nirvana of the immortal martial body. Nirvana? Han Shui's aging brows furrowed. The vast peak master felt a bit incredulous, but his face was flat and said, "You don't have to worry. It's a game of chance for him." "That's good." Han Shui breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest straight. The Hao Mao Peak master looked at his disciple who had a head full of white hair, and in his heart, he felt unworthy for him. If he was not mistaken, Han Shui had infused a large amount of ice underworld origin in order to renew Qin Zhao's life. Now that it had resulted in a lack of one's origin, it would take a long time to recuperate back. Thinking of this, the Hao Mao Peak master could not wait to kill Qin Shao alive, and at the same time, he felt guilty for his dereliction of duty. The transmission talisman sent by Han Shui did not reach the Hao Mao Peak master, but was intercepted halfway by Lu Hongyu. Lu Hongyu also didn't notify the Hao Mao Peak master at the first time after intercepting it, but directly tore through the void and rushed to the Medicine Valley. Afterward, the reason is that it doesn't look good. A sword split the middle-aged man at the pilgrimage stage, along with the Pill Valley, into smithereens. When the Hao Mao Peak master arrived, he found Qin Shao, who was dying, and Han Shui, who had a head full of white hair. When he looked down carefully, he realized that the guardian sand on Han Shui's wrist was actually gone. It's obviously been eaten up by others, and that person who nourished his disciple was Qin Shao. This scene was so close to blowing his lungs out. At that time, he wanted to slap Qin Shao to death, but the raw rice was cooked, and if Qin Shao really died, Han Shui would definitely be sad. He had no choice but to pinch his nose and admit it, gritting his teeth and bringing Qin Shao back to Hao Mao Peak. And so it came to this. "Shui'er, is it worth it for you to consume so much origin for him?" the vast peak master said with a complicated expression. "It's worth it," Han Shui replied without hesitation, squatting down to tenderly wipe the sweat off Qin Zhao's forehead. "Senior, don't look down on senior brother Qin. He's highly talented." "Just him?" The peak master of Vast Misty had a look of disdain on his face, and his mouth was turned up to the sky. "I'd rather believe that a pig can become a saint than that he's highly gifted." As soon as Han Shui heard the disparaging words about Qin Shao, she instantly exploded, pointing at the Hao Mao Peak master's nose and shouting, "Then, do you think you can break through a saint's grand formation at the Dao Palace stage? Can you fight against thousands of living dead at the Dao Palace stage? Can you remain calm in front of an enemy that is 2 great realms higher than you? You talk?" The Hao Mao Peak master tried to speak, but every time he uttered the first word, he would be interrupted by the furious Han Shui. Don't you mean me? You're just jealous of senior brother Qin's talent." Han Shui crossed her arms with an attitude of being reasonable. The Hao Mao Peak master's face was green and purple, and he couldn't wait to slap Qin Shao to death. A few days ago, it was Qin Shao, this small person who did not know the sky in the sky, who darkened him, and after that, he nourished his most favored disciple. In the end, this precious disciple even sided with Qin Shao to count himself out. He couldn't say a word yet, because what Han Shui said really did make sense. The most irritating thing was that he now had to pinch his nose and heal Qin Zhao's injuries, or else Han Shui makes a scene. Then tell me, how come you didn't know to look for me when I wasn't back that late?" The vast peak master let out a cold snort in exasperation, and after glancing at Qin Shao, he flung his sleeve robes and flew away from this place. Han Shui snorted coldly and picked up her handkerchief to continue wiping Qin Zhao's sweat. At the same time, she felt the ice underworld origin within her body boiling as if summoned. Strange, could it be that the ice underworld origin in senior brother's body is fusing with the immortal martial origin? Han Shui's face was flushed, and even her eyes became imploring. Qin Shao also had the ice underworld origin in his body, which was currently fusing with the immortal martial origin. The source is born with the host, and the source changes, the host changes. At the moment, in Han Shui's eyes, Qin Shao became more attractive than ever. Because of the instincts acting up, she was now becoming very out of sorts. Han Shui exhaled hot air and stroked Qin Zhao's rolling face, feeling a little ashamed. Shidoshi's body is so hot, it should be very. Han Shui was inexplicably self-absorbed. She hastily flung out a few talismans, laying down dense prohibitions inside the house. Then stretching out his trembling little hand, he carefully wiped Qin Zhao's forehead. "This is so scary." Han Shui felt a pang of fear and at the same time some anticipation. Shidoshi is so nice, he'll surely forgive me. Moreover, senior brother's body is so hot right now. As a body of ice underworld, it is only right that I should help senior brother get through this. Anyway, Shidoshi is still unconscious and doesn't know anything. The more Han Shui thought about it, the more excited she became in her heart, and it felt like she was bullying a child with a deer in the headlights. After taking a deep breath, she decided to help her poor little junior brother and slowly lowered her head to come into face-to-face contact with Qin Shao. Unable to move, yet conscious, Qin Xiao felt something touch her lips. It felt so familiar. And the anomaly in the chakra sea returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Who's kissing me? This can't be senior sister Hans. Sister, you're too good at this, aren't you? You're usually quite reserved. How come you're still fully automated now? Chapter 41, Brave Han Shui. Qin Xiao breaks through to the late stage of the Dao Palace. The room was freezing, and the humidity turned to drips on the roof. Han Shui surveyed Qin Xiao's face like a curious baby, a happy smile on her lips. It really gets better and better the more you read it. Qin Xiao couldn't use her strength, so she could only be gloomy. It's true, when a woman is a rascal, there's nothing for a man to do. When I recover, I'm going to punish you. Qin Xiao composed his mind and began to impact the late Dao Palace bottleneck. With the passage of time, all of the heat in the sea of wheels dissipated, even the unknown energy. Could it be that there was some connection between the ice underworld body and the immortal martial body? Qin Xiao felt strange. The feeling was similar to when she was with her master, yet somewhat repulsive. If immortal martial and immortal spirit were of the same origin, then what was the relationship with ice underworld? But it turned out okay, and this nirvana was a success overall. It was also too late to think about anything more. The main goal now was to break through to the late stage of the Dao Palace. Qin Xiao snapped his eyes open, and the aura on his body rose, gradually coming to the late stage of the Dao Palace. Qin Xiao, cultivation, late Dao Palace, origin, immortal martial body. Phew, surprisingly advanced to the late stage. Qin Xiao teased the delicate body in his arms, reaching out to poke Han Shui's soft little face. Boing! Han Shui in her arms grunted and rubbed her head, opening her eyes in a daze. Senior sister, you're awake? Qin Xiao compassionately touched the white hair scattered on her body. Aha! Han Shui trembled and hastily looked up, her small face turning red, itching to dig a hole and bury herself. Senior brother. Morning. Good morning Qin Xiao tenderly hugged Han Shui tightly, his tone soft. Senior sister, thank you for renewing my life with source blood in the first place. Who made you my senior brother? Han Shui buried her head in Qin Xiao's arms, her heart turning over in shock waves. Elder sister, you've broken through the middle stage of the Dao Palace? Qin Xiao lifted Han Shui's chin and asked in surprise. Ha? Han Shui hurriedly sat up and felt the changes in her body, her expression gradually becoming surprised. Could it be that I relied too much on the ice underworld body in the first place? Now that half of the origin is missing, I've advanced instead. Han Shui stroked her chin. It seemed that the half of the origin released within the Medicine Valley was beneficial to her as well. Qin Xiao nodded, but Han Shui's ice underworld origin was still deficient, which wasn't a good thing, and required a long period of rest and recuperation. Ouch, probably due to lying down for a long time. Qin Xiao wasted a lot of effort to sit up. Han Shui's face grew red and she hurriedly helped Qin Xiao up. Qin Xiao spread out his palm, and a celestial phoenix whose body was ablaze with golden flames was perched in the center of his palm. It seems that the breakthrough in cultivation has also driven the heavenly wind true flame to become active for a few moments. While Qin Xiao was happy, she was also a little worried. His advancement was just too fast. It had only been a few months. He then came from wheeling sea perfection to the late stage of the Dao Palace. This had caused his foundation to be a bit unstable now, and his strength began to fluctuate. One moment it was the late stage of the Dao Palace, and the next moment it was a half-step condensing spirit. But he had to break through the pilgrimage stage within 3 years, or else he would lose his origin or perish. It looked like it was necessary to consolidate the realm as soon as possible, otherwise it would be difficult to successfully advance to the God condensation stage. Qin Xiao rubbed her eyes again, feeling like she had too many treasures on her. Which one of the immortal martial body, killing origin, and twisted demon eyes were placed in the outside world would cause cultivators to fight for their heads? Keep a low profile until you have the ability to defend yourself. Qin Xiao took Han Shui by the hand and asked, Elder sister, who are the people besieging us within the boundary? Han Shui was very good and answered in a small voice. That Pishy stage is the nephew of the Myriad Peak Master, but rest assured he's already been killed by Peak Master Lu with a single sword strike. Myriad Voice Peak Master? Qin Xiao muttered, feeling like he was being missed again. Senior brother, don't worry. Elder Lu said that she killed the person and it has nothing to do with us. She has already gone to find the Myriad Peak Master. Han Shui said, hopefully. Qin Xiao didn't quite believe that the Myriad Peak Master would be honest. There are some things where there's a first time, there's a second time. Senior brother, my master has asked you to meet him. Han Shui said hesitantly. Peak Hao Miao wants to see me? Qin Xiao was surprised. Aha. Han Shui nodded and said, it's okay if you don't want to go. I'll help you fool him. Qin Xiao searched for half a day and said, after all, Peak Master Hao Miao saved me. I deserve to thank him in person. It can't be helped if you don't see it. The temper of the Hao Miao Peak Master. Even if Qin Xiao runs to the ends of the earth, it is estimated that he can catch Qin Xiao, like a little daughter-in-law. Han Shui straightened up Qin Xiao's clothes. Qin Shao hugged Han Shui and warmed up to her for a while before she was willing to walk out of the room. Vast Peak was the sole peak for alchemists within the Cloud sect, and alchemists walked everywhere within it. The scattered attics were lined with buildings, and a few small spirit beasts clutching and gnawing on spent pills could be seen on the road. The entire mountain peak was like a hidden paradise, with surging immortal light and colorful mist, containing a rich fragrance, a thriving scene. It was much more lively than the already cold Guanghan Peak. Look guys, that's Qin Shao from Guanghan Peak. That's right, he's been in the limelight lately, being able to survive under the other side of the realm, and even breaking through the broken saint formation. It's still one of the Saint's son candidates, and the most annoying thing is that this kid seems to be close to senior sister Han Shui. Humph, what are you jealous of? If you can kill your way through thousands of living dead, you can be like Qin Shao. Qin Shao walked on the road, listening to the voices of the disciples around him, feeling somewhat helpless. Obviously, I want to keep a low profile, but every time, I am discovered by others, and afterward I am forced to manifest myself in front of people. Who the hell is spreading this story? What's all the noise? Don't you all know how to cultivate? The noisy crowd was interrupted by an angry shout. The surrounding crowd looked shocked and instantly dispersed. Qin Shao looked back and realized that the Hao Mao Peak Master was currently standing behind him. Upon seeing Qin Shao, the Hao Mao Peak Master's expression was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Qin Shao woke up so quickly. However, when his divine sense probed into Qin Zhao's body, his face instantly turned the color of pig's liver. Late generation Qin Shao, meet the Hao Mao Peak Master. Qin Shao was made uncomfortable by the look. It took the vast Peak Master a long time to hold his tongue. My name is Dan Qingzi. You can just call me Senior Dan from now on. Yes, Elder Dan. Come on, I still want to talk to you. Still about my apprentice. After saying that, and regardless of whether Qin Shao objected or not, Dan Qingzi flung his sleeve robe and brought Qin Shao to a bamboo forest. Qin Shao shook his head and realized that he was sitting on a stone chair, and it was Dan Qingzi who was sitting across from him. Dan Qingzi, in a rare act of lowering himself, poured a cup of tea for Qin Shao and said with a light sigh, Kid, let me ask you, are you willing to be a Taoist couple with Shuer? Chapter 42 Lu Hongyu summons Qin Shao, hard-mouthed female disciple. Qin Shao's hand that lifted the teacup froze in the air. He didn't expect Dan Qingzi to be able to ask this, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Is this because you don't want to answer? Dan Qingzi's tone turned cold, eager to get Qin Shao killed. This little in front of him slept with his disciple and still didn't he want to be responsible. Qin Shao drank the tea and took a deep breath and said, this is a major life event, so I would like to consider it for a while longer. Dan Qingzi stared at Qin Shao dead in the face, then remembered something and said, are you worried about your master? Qin Shao froze again, somewhat afraid to look up. Dan Qingzi sighed and said, you have Dai Qingge's mark on you. She has no cultivation right now, so she can only give it to you through other means. Am I right? Qin Shao nodded his head, secretly saying that these old guys knew a lot. Dan Qingzi added, then I won't force myself on you now. I'll come to you when the time comes. Anyway, Dai Qingge was now empty of a saint's lifespan and could only rely on Guanghan Peak to protect itself, and could be killed at any time. Once Dai Qingge died, then it would be logical to leave Qin Shao at vast Misty Peak. Dan Qingzi wouldn't do anything pointless. To him Dai Qingge had lost the value of helping. It would be better to preserve Qin Shao before Dai Qingge's death, and it would be considered to return the favor of so many years of friendship. On top of that, it can make Han Shui happy. Dan Qingzi nodded darkly and said, would you like to cultivate the Tao of Dan at Hao Miao Peak? Don't worry, I won't accept you as a disciple. You can come anytime you want. I won't stop you. Qin Shao was a bit surprised, not expecting Dan Qingzi, who had always looked down on him, to act like he had lost his mind today. The late generation is willing. Qin Shao replied without hesitation. He had long been obsessed with the Dan Dao. If you acquired an alchemist, you wouldn't have to think about buying pills all day long. That group of alchemists were more pitiful than one another. Pills with raw materials of only a dozen or so spirit stones. They dared to sell hundreds or even thousands of spirit stones. After selling and not guaranteeing the quality, being poisoned by the elixir is considered to be one's bad luck. If one had the materials, one could refine numerous pills. It would also solve the problem of consuming a large amount of resources when the immortal martial body was promoted. Well, that's it. Dan Qingzi got up and prepared to leave, then said with a smile, hey, by the way, Lu Hongyu said she's looking for you for something, so you should meet her sometime. Qin Shao shivered straight away, recalling the fear she felt when she was held by one of Lu Hongyu's fingers. Her voice trembled. What does her old man want with me? I don't know. She didn't say anything specific. It seems like it's something to do with something outside of the Cloud-soaring sect, and it's somewhat related to the lineage of the ancient great emperor. Dan Qingzi shook his head as he finished transforming into a stream of light to leave this place. Outside the Cloud sect? Qin Shao scratched his head and walked out of the bamboo forest alone. He himself, a little child of the Tao Palace, could still come into contact with things outside of the Cloud Source sect? Forces related to the Great Emperor's lineage, other than the Cloudy Sky sect, could be counted on one's fingers in the entire desolate domain. Is that what Lu Hongyu said? Qin Shao lowered his head and pondered bitterly. He hadn't been out of the Yunxiao sect since he was initiated, much less seen any cultivators outside of the Yunxiao sect, knowing very little about things outside the clan. If what Lu Hongyu said was true, he really wanted to get out there and see the world. There should be a lot of special bloodlines in the Great Emperor's inheritance, right? Qin Shao unconsciously walked out of vast misty peak, a hint of anticipation gradually rising in his heart. What you're doing is wrong. A dainty voice interrupted Qin Zhao's thoughts and raised her eyes. Only a few inner disciples were seen in a circle inside the Spirit Dan Pavilion, as if they were watching the spectacle. Qin Zhao frowned, feeling that there was something familiar about that petulant cry, so she planned to get together. The crowd was so large that it almost surrounded the entire Spirit Pavilion. Qin Zhao tried his best to squeeze to the front, and when he saw the situation clearly he was dumbfounded. Dragon Sakura? At this moment, Long Cherry was pitifully surrounded by a group of female disciples, clutching a storage ring in her hand. The Peak Master's true successor was bullied by an inner disciple? Qin Shao felt sad for Long Cherry, with more or less a bit of hatred in her heart. At the head of the group was a freckle-faced female disciple who pointed at Long Cherry's nose. I obviously bought this first. Why should I sell it to you? Dragon Sakura curled up her body, looking like an abandoned kitten in the crowd, pitiful and helpless. But I give more spirit stones than you. Why can't I buy it? Long Cherry deflated her little mouth, and tears immediately fell from her eyes. Does it make sense that you're rich? The freckled woman looked like she had been poked at some sore spot and said furiously, not forgetting to instigate the crowd. What do you say? She has the money to take what we want? It's not fair to us at all. Can't. A chorus of voices erupted around them, and when they fixed their eyes on them, they were basically all female disciples who had just entered the inner sect. For a moment, Long Sakura actually felt that she was at a disadvantage and was somewhat speechless. Give me the stuff. The freckled woman reached out to Dragon Cherry. Long Cherry clutched the storage ring tightly as tears fell indisputably. Having money doesn't necessarily mean you can do whatever you want, but if you have power, you can do whatever you want. Qin Zhao's sneering voice sounded behind Long Cherry. Ryasakura's body froze as if he had seen his savior turn back. Senior? Qin Zhao lowered his head, looked at Long Cherry's delicate appearance, and swallowed the words he originally wanted to curse in his mouth. Qin Zhao, you! The freckled woman's eyes widened when she saw Qin Zhao, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Even the surrounding crowd quieted down, their gazes all remaining on Qin Zhao. In the past few days, they had all heard about Qin Zhao's actions in the Medicine Valley, battling thousands of living dead in a bloody battle, shaking the pilgrimage stage, chopping the undying demon body, and breaking the saint's great formation. Instead of dying after all this, he's still alive and kicking. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, this is the inner sect, not your Guanghan Peak. It's no good even if you have the right. The freckled woman was intimidated by Qin Zhao's eyes, yet she still shouted loudly, trying to use her loud voice to show off her superiority. Qin Zhao rubbed Long Cherry's little head and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. After that, he took a step out and violently appeared in front of the female disciple in the lead, sneeringly speaking, finished? What? The freckled woman didn't even see how Qin Zhao appeared in front of her. Snap! Without saying a word, Qin Zhao swung up her palm and shoveled it fiercely into the woman's face. The freckled woman covered her face, spat out a few teeth from her mouth, and stammered out, how dare you hit me? Snap! With a look of disgust, Qin Zhao rewarded the freckled woman with another slap on the other half of her face. You! How dare you scold me? Qin Zhao was kind of appreciating the freckled woman, so he went straight to his fist and grabbed the freckled woman's collar and hammered it. Who taught you to dare to bully the Peak Master's true legacy? Tell me, who is it? Qin Zhao showed no mercy as his fists fell like rain. This scene gave the surrounding uproarious crowd a dumbfounded look. Even Long Cherry looked dumbfounded. Qin Zhao really dared to make a move. Only the old inner disciples were sighing. It's not good to mess with anyone. It's not good to mess with the Peak Master true successor. In this harshly ranked cultivation world, status and strength were everything. How did the inner disciple dare to call out to the Peak Master true legend? A skinny camel was bigger than a horse, let alone a lawless monster like Qin Zhao. Senior brother, stop fighting. She's going to be killed by you. Long Cherry couldn't even look at her anymore and rushed forward to tug on Qin Zhao's hand. Several law enforcement elders appeared during the period. After seeing that it was Qin Zhao, the madman who did things recklessly, each of them turned their heads in tacit agreement. Just ignore it. Qin Zhao, you'll get retribution. Put. The freckled woman had already been beaten up and her whole body was just a stiff upper lip. That's what I like about you. Tough. Qin Xiao secretly gave her a thumbs up, then the Dao lines flashed on his hands as he slammed down punch after punch. I'll give you a stiff upper lip. I'll make you talk tough. Chapter 43, Lu Hongyu's seduction. Master baby jealousy. Qin Xiao didn't say anything, only throwing punches. It wasn't until the freckled woman was beaten unconscious that she relented. Elder brother. Here. Long Cherry thoughtfully handed over the handkerchief. Qin Xiao tossed the freckled woman away like a piece of trash and took the handkerchief and wiped her hands as if it were nothing. Anyone want to fight for her? A gentle smile hung on Qin Xiao's face. No. No. The crowd that had been up in arms earlier shook their heads like rattlesnakes when they saw the faceless freckled woman. Okay, let's go then. Qin Xiao was still somewhat intent on leaving the Spirit Dan Pavilion, pulling Long Cherry's small hand. It was not until Qin Xiao completely disappeared from sight that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Only a few disciples from the Just Inside sect carried away the freckled woman who had already fainted to death. But for some reason, it was all male disciples and none of the female disciples came up to help. On the way, Qin Xiao kept sizing up Long Cherry, his doubts deepening in his heart. This girl was definitely beaten silly by others back then. Otherwise she couldn't have been so naive. Still a dragon empress, not even a little bit of empire. Senior brother, are you alright? Long Sakura's face was full of concern and her eyes were clear. I'm fine. What are you doing down the mountain if you're not staying at Guanhan Peak? Don't you know you don't have enough brains? Qin Xiao pinched Long Cherry's cheeks. I wanted to come down to take a look, and this is how it turned out. Long Cherry did not resist Qin Xiao, and her small mouth was cute. Alas, let's go home. Qin Xiao sighed and pulled Long Cherry towards Guanhan Peak. Long Sakura peeked at Qin Xiao from time to time. Elder brother seems to have really changed. He wouldn't hold my hand before, but he smelled so good. I wanted a bite. No, he was a rebellious disciple who bullied his master. He couldn't be fooled by his appearance. He's not a nice guy. Long Cherry was pulled by Qin Xiao all the way, her heart in a mess. Having just walked into the Guanhan Peak's prohibition, Qin Xiao's brows frowned slightly. There was an aroma from the base of the mountain to the top, and that aroma was familiar. It's not on Daichinga. It was on Lu Hongyu. Suffered. Qin Xiao directly pulled up Long Cherry and ran wildly towards the top of the mountain. Butterfly Chinga and Lu Hongyu were mortal rivals, so if the two were left alone, there would be a fight. Knowing that Daichinga had no cultivation right now, there was still nothing she could take except for the Guanhan Peak's prohibitions. Elder brother, slow down. I can't. Long Cherry was pulled all the way to the top of the mountain by Qin Xiao. Panting with exhaustion and dripping with fragrant sweat, Qin Xiao stood still, his expression grave, his eyes fixed on Daichinga and Lu Hongyu who were sitting in front of the stone table playing chess against each other. The two women didn't say a word, both constantly fiddling with the pieces in their hands. Daichinga sat solemnly, as if she had returned to her peak. The sunlight draped over her shoulders. Lu Hongyu pestled her chin. Her veil was blown by the cool wind, vaguely revealing that smooth and delicate chin. And you know to come back? Daichinga's complexion became complicated when she saw Qin Xiao return. Lu Hongyu also turned back to meet Qin Xiao's eyes, the corners of her mouth under the veil rising slightly. Greetings, master. Meet the heavenly sword peak master. Qin Xiao and Long Cherry bowed respectfully. Well, the protagonist has returned, so I should go too. Lu Hongyu stood up and stretched lazily, seemingly on purpose. She placed her proud body strip right in front of Qin Xiao. Lu Hongyu came with lotus steps, tightly sticking to dislike Qin Xiao's chest. When Daichinga saw this, her showy fists placed on her jade legs clenched and her eyes became gloomy. Senior, Qin Xiao wanted to retreat back, but was pulled by Lu Hongyu's hand. Lu Hongyu slowly took out a golden invitation from her bosom and placed it in Qin Xiao's hand. This is the invitation to the Yao Qi event. I can bring a disciple forward. Do you want to go? Lu Hongyu's seductive voice surrounded her ears. Qin Xiao's afterglow caught a glimpse of his master's face drooping to the ground, so he tried to refuse. Senior, but Lu Hongyu stretched out a finger and placed it in front of his mouth. You'd better ask your master first, hadn't you? Qin Xiao frowned and looked sideways, noticing that his master's eyes were actually a little red now. He. Lu Hongyu held Qin Xiao's head upright and said as she leaned over her ear, I'm going to leave first. Remember to come find me if you think about it. After saying that, Lu Hongyu gently pushed Qin Xiao away, after which she walked down the mountain with a twist. On who would have thought that Lu Hongyu, the desolate domain's #1 immortal of the Sword Dao, would look like this? Daichinga slowly said, Long Cherry, I have something to say to your senior brother. You go back to your room first. Oh, as stupid as he was, Long Sakura could sense that something was wrong, and ran into his room in a grayish manner. Qin Xiao touched his nose and tried to go forward to take Daichinga's hand, but surprisingly, he was dodged. Master? Daichinga's eyes were like inquiring mirrors and her tone was cold. What's going on with you and Han Shui? This. Qin Xiao was stumped for words, now sort of understanding why Daichinga was like this. Obviously, It was Lu Hongyu who had said what had happened in Medicine Valley, even including Han Shue's matter. This kind of thing simply couldn't be hidden from the peak sage Lu Hongyu. Master is jealous. That. The situation was urgent. I was also doing it for us to survive. Qin Shao hurriedly explained. Poof. Dai Qingge coldly snorted, her tone mocking. Really? Then why do you still look empty? You can't say you haven't gotten over it by now. Qin Shao was almost amused and swore. I was in a coma at that time. Senior sister was helping me. Not to mention, senior sister used source blood to renew my life when I was in Pill Valley. Poof. Dai Qingge sidestepped. Qin Shao obediently hugged him, burying his head in the ethereally scented purple hair. You roll. We don't know each other well, and I don't like other people's men. Dai Qingge desperately flailed, but to Qin Shao this seemed more like pampering and fighting for favor. If it was someone else's words, I would have believed them, but you are Dai Qingge, and your heart is much deeper than the heavenly abyss. I'm afraid that White Lotus, Han Shui, can't even compare to you. Qin Shao laughed coldly in her heart and didn't let go of her hand, but instead hugged her tighter. Master, what exactly does Lu Hongyu mean? Lu Hongyu had Yi Wuchen by her side, as well as Luo Qingyu, but why did she bring Qin Shao to the Yaoqi event? Butterfly Qingge twisted her petite body in a grumbling manner, and after it was fruitless, she did not have the good sense to say. Yi Wuchen has been given up by her and sent to the Thought Cliff. Luo Qingyu wants to prepare for the Holy Maiden selection, and compared to the other disciples, she wants to draw you in more. Qin Shao nodded his head, stroking Dai Qingge's white thighs, and said, then it's good that I'm not going. Butterfly Qingge was a bit anxious to speak and pursed her lips tightly. What's wrong, master? Qin Shao pinched with his hand. Butterfly Qingge lowered her head and said, the last time the harmonization flower appeared was at Yaoqi. What? Qin Shao shrieked out in shock. Butterfly Qingge had said that the harmonization flower could repair her shattered saintly foundation for her. At that time, Qin Shao was still worried about finding the harmonization flower. But now, looking at it, the harmonization flower was most likely in Yaoqi, and even if it wasn't there were still some clues to be found. Master, are you sure that Yaoqi has had a harmonization flower? Chapter 44, deciding to participate in the Yaoqi event. Butterfly Qingge passes on her skills. Dai Qingge nodded her head, her tone incomparably firm. Back then, when I went to Yaoqi as a guest, I had seen a petal of the harmonized Dao flower. Then I can only make a trip. Qin Shao frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. Master knew that there had been a harmonization flower in Yaoqi, and Lu Hongyu must have known about it as well. So why did he bring himself there? Lu Hongyu is very arrogant. She came here today just to humiliate me. Dai Qingge shook her head and smiled bitterly. Qin Shao nodded. Lu Hongyu was indeed arrogant and lawless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made things so difficult for himself when he was at the Heaven Ceiling Tower. In addition, let's not talk about whether or not Yaoqi had any harmonization flowers. Even if it didn't, it was still necessary to make a trip there. Even if it was to find some information about the Hapkido flower. If Master Teacher really recovers, he won't have to live a life of fear in the future. You have to be careful when you arrive. The Yaoqi Fest gathers all the major emperor clans and even Emperor Dao inheritances in the desolate domain. And the younger generation there are all much stronger than the ones of the same generation of cultivators you've come into contact with in the past. Butterfly Qingge said worriedly, her heart feeling a little bad. I understand. Qin Shao lay on Dai Qingge's jade leg, his heart somewhat agitated. The Emperor clan and the Emperor Dao inheritance, as their names implied, were both forces created by great emperors in earlier times. I wonder if they are really as invincible as rumored. Pushing across the younger generation, you advanced to half-step condensation. Dai Qingge cried out in surprise as she stroked Qin Zhao's forehead. Well, am I good? Qin Shao rubbed his head against it. You really only have poor grade enlightenment? Dai Qingge was a bit skeptical. Advancing from the Sea of Wheeling to a half-step god condensation in a few months. Even she couldn't do it back then. But to Qin Shao it was as if it was a breeze. Master, do you have a method to break through the god condensation other than eating pills? Qin Shao looked serious. Right now, his realm was very special, and he wasn't actually considered to be at the late stage of the Dao Palace, nor was he considered to be at the half-step god condensation. It felt like the strength was fluctuating up and down, and it was obvious that too many external objects had been used, causing the realm to become unstable. Qin Shao understood that the cause of this was most likely the consequence of drawing on Han Shue's origin and pulling up the seedling to help it grow. It was only now that the foundation needed to be consolidated as soon as possible, and taking any more pills would only make the foundation even looser. There is. Dai Qingge also saw the problem and nodded slightly. But it depends on your enlightenment. Good. Qin Shao sat up. I'll pass on the cultivating ice flame technique to you. If you cultivate it to this your current realm's extreme, you'll be able to consolidate your foundation and smoothly break through the god condensation stage. Butterfly Qingge also got serious. The cultivating ice flame technique was her crushing technique, and she had never said anything about it to her disciples. Now, she couldn't care less. After all, Qin Shao had become her initiated disciple. So Dai Qingge began to carefully preach and teach. Qin Shao listened to Dai Qingge ABA talk for a long while. The expression changed from seriousness at first, to plausible understanding, then to cluelessness, but in the end, he could only watch with bated breath. What does that say? The same human language is spoken, but why is it unintelligible when spelled together? Did you hear me? Dai Qingge's voice was hoarse. Qin Shao shook her head dully and naively. Then I'll preach again. Dai Qingge took a deep breath and started preaching tirelessly again. The process is also consoled by the fact that there are no wasteful disciples, only wasteful masters. But it wasn't until the sun went down that she couldn't help herself. Well, I'm a waste of space as a mastermind. How did this kid advance to half-step god concentration? Did you take drugs? She'd been talking since the morning, and now it was evening, and Qin Shao still looked brain-dead demented. Dai Qingge covered her chest and shook the empty teapot. Master, I seem to have understood a little. Qin Shao nodded seriously. Quickly show it to my master. Dai Qingge said in a hoarse voice as if she had seen a savior. Aha! Qin Shao composed his mind and stretched out a finger, trying to condense a wisp of cold flame according to the spell. But try as he might, he failed. Alas! Dai Qingge sighed softly, having expected this in her heart. This disciple couldn't have been beaten silly by someone else, could he? It's also my fault for not looking after Yi Wuchen and the others in the first place. It's my fault. I'm wasted. Dai Qingge fell into self-examination, feeling that her educational philosophy had gone astray. Look, master, it's coming out. It's coming out. Qin Shao let out an innocent laugh as a wisp of blue flame gradually ignited on her finger. Disciple, you finally made it. Dai Qingge was on the verge of tears, while also appreciating Qin Shao somewhat. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have quit and run away if they hadn't learned anything in a day. Qin Shao, however, was able to learn tirelessly for a whole day, and this perseverance was not comparable to that of a normal cultivator. Adverse disciple, how did you realize it? Dai Qingge asked curiously. After my tireless efforts to realize it, Qin Shao said after half a day of hesitation. In fact, he had just had an idea, and had tried his best to separate a trace of Han Shui's ice underworld origin. Afterwards, utilizing the origin's perception of the ice attribute, it was not easy to condense this small wisp of cold flame. As to why it had only just occurred to him, he couldn't explain. It felt like while listening to the master's sermon, all the orifices in my body closed up and I couldn't think of anything. The more I try to listen, the less I hear. That's also good. Dai Qingge nodded in relief. No matter what, the result was good. Master, what should we do next? Qin Shao blinked her big eyes. Dai Qingge pondered and quickly analyzed Qin Shao's advantages. Qin Shao belonged to the category of those who couldn't understand the reasoning in the books, but were able to quickly comprehend it in actual combat. It's not really mediocre, it's only exceptional. What you need to do now is to use the cultivating ice flame in actual combat and slowly sense it in the process, Dai Qingge said. Practical combat? Well, it doesn't have to be you fighting others, as long as you can use the Shura ice flame. Alchemy is fine. Alchemy. Qin Shao's eyes lit up, remembering that Dan Qingzi wanted to teach himself alchemy, but just by your own enlightenment. Would it be thrown into the Dan Qingzi's furnace in a fit of rage to be refined into a great medicine? What am I afraid of with my thick skin? Qin Shao was confident in herself. It was decided that tomorrow we would go to the Vermilion Peak. I heard from my master that the young generation of the Emperor clan that participated in the Yao Qi event were basically all at the God condensation stage. The date of the Yao Qi extravaganza was in 6 months, and one had to advance to the God condensation stage within 6 months. When the time came to meet the proud sons of heaven from the Imperial clan, they wouldn't be beaten up. There should be quite a few special bloodlines attending the Yao Qi event, and there should be unexpected surprises then. Qin Shao stood up and stretched, suddenly feeling a high fighting spirit. The line of sight rested on Dai Qingge. Dai Qingge's lips were on the verge of drying out after a day of preaching. Qin Shao was a little heartbroken when she saw it. Master, you've worked hard. Dai Qingge glared at Qin Shao with a grudging glance and assumed the appearance of a strict teacher. It's not because of you. Alas, the master is like this. The disciple's heart feels guilty. You still feel guilty? Dai Qingge raised her eyebrows with a look of contempt. Of course, that's why I'm going to make it up to my master today. Come on, let's go inside. An inexplicable smile hung on Qin Shao's face. Dai Qingge frowned. She didn't understand what it meant, but it wasn't a good thing anyway, so she ran barefoot, her voice trembling as she shouted, Adversary, what do you want? You guess. Adversary, get out. Master, don't run. I'm just giving you a massage. He. Do you believe yourself when you say that? Unbelievable. Chapter 45 Bullying the Master's Baby, Dan Changzi driven to collapse. Inside the room. Ahem. Dai Chinga crouched down by the pool and kept coughing. From time to time, he cast a sultry glance at the bed, which was full of evil smiles at the adversary. She wanted to run, but in the end, she couldn't run away from the adversary's big hands. And what broke her down the most was that she didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. Every time she was about to say something, she would be interrupted by this rebel interjecting, making her miserable. Sure enough, the world is only as good as the master. He. I should have burned you to death with the cultivator ice flame in the first place, so that you wouldn't have to deceive your master and look into the pot while eating from the bowl day after day. Butterfly Chinga said gamely. Qin Zhao's face immediately drooped, and he clasped Dai Chinga's arm so that he couldn't run away. You're going to die. Dai Chinga's tears were coming down from the pain, listening to what master teacher means. He wanted to use the cultivating ice flame to control me in the first place. Qin Zhao's voice was cold and unfeeling. The surrounding temperature gets colder as a result. Dai Chinga's petite body trembled. A little weak. Her tone weakened. I'm just kidding. Before the master baby could react, Qin Zhao was full of evil smiles and pounced on the master like a hungry wolf. You rebel. You haven't bullied me enough, have you? Certainly not enough. Qin Zhao smiled evilly and decided that he had to punish his master. Master baby, come over and give adversary a massage. If adversary is in a good mood, he won't bully you. Are you serious, adversary? You guess? There was no talk all night. Dai Chinga was frozen and paralyzed on the bed, unable to cry. His body was numb from the shock. This adversary's immortal martial body was invincible in the flesh, just like a furious Vajra. The shoulders are even more rock-like. They can't be pressed at all. Not only that, but he was also bullied several times in turn by that bastard rebel who had deceived his master. Qin Zhao let go of the sheep's white jade in her hand and hugged and kissed her master several more times before she was satisfied and left. Adverse disciple, you'd better not let me regain my cultivation, or else I'll. Dai Chinga gritted her teeth and couldn't say anything harsh. She could only watch the adversary put on his clothes and strut away. Qin Zhao walked down Guanghan Peak with a spring in his step, preparing to go to Vast Mist Peak. Last night, he had already sent a message to Han Shui, saying that he would be staying at Vast Mist Peak for a while. The purpose was to ask Dan Qingzi for alchemy lessons, which would be used to strengthen one's perception of the cultivating ice flame. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao pondered the next plan in his mind. Last night, Master Teacher said that the Myriad Peak Master was jealous of Lu Hongyu. With Lu Hongyu carrying things down in the Pill Valley, the Myriad Peak Master could only break his teeth and swallow his stomach at the moment. Yi Wuchen was knocked into the thoughtful cliff and couldn't get out for a while. It was just the right time to use to raise his cultivation and get Yi Wuchen when the time came. The rewards that can be triggered by the body of pure yang should be abundant. For now, everything was fine. Just raise your cultivation in preparation for the Holy Sun election. It was imperative to first master the cultivating ice flame and break through the God condensation stage. While going to the Yao Qi event, try to find a way to inquire about the whereabouts of the harmonization flower. As long as Master Teacher regained his cultivation, then everything would be fine. Qin Zhao secretly nodded his head, not realizing that he had already walked to Vast Misty Peak. Senior Qin, when he entered his eyes, he saw that the sweetly smiling Han Shui was waving her hand and shouting. Qin Zhao smiled, inexplicably remembering the Han Shui when she was in a coma, which was a different person compared to now. Sister. Han Shui hurried down and wrapped Qin Zhao's arm with her warm, moist softness. Just call me Shui from now on. Han Shui had the unique shyness of a small woman on her face. Qin Zhao rubbed Han Shui's head, and Han Shui squinted obediently. Master is waiting for us at the Dan Pavilion. Let's get going. Han Shui smiled sweetly. Good. The two of them walked intimately together. Han Shui's face was even more sweetly smiling, her long snow-white hair draped over her shoulders. Led by Han Shui, Qin Zhao entered inside the Dan Pavilion. Just as he stepped one step forward, a strong medicinal fragrance rushed into his nostrils, as if he was about to be feathered. The floating sensation made Qin Zhao's heart happy. There was not a single disciple in the Dan Pavilion, and the large and small rooms were arranged, and the interior was filled with all sorts of rare Dan formulas, as well as alchemy techniques. The door was covered with an extremely strong guarding prohibition. Inside, the floor consists of black and white colors, forming a huge yin and yang Tai Chi diagram. There was an alchemy furnace as big as a small mountain in the center of the Tai Chi diagram. There was a middle-aged man seated below, who was currently staring at the Qin Zhao duo without a single glance. The reflection of the blazing fire of the Dan furnace made his face look gloomy to the extreme. Meet Elder Dan. Greetings, Master. Qin Zhao and Han Shui parted in love. Humph. Pulling and tugging without shame. Dan Qingzi snorted coldly and raised his hand to fling out a jade slip. This is the basic common sense of alchemy, so take a closer look. Qin Zhao received it with both hands and probed his divine thoughts into it, his frown deepening, feeling like he was reading a dictionary, densely, and still cannot see the end of the words, as if falling into the sea of knowledge in general. Cannot break free? more difficult to participate in the realization. Seeing Qin Zhao's constipated appearance, Dan Qingzi nodded his head slightly, anticipating it in his heart. Since he said he wanted to teach Qin Zhao, he had to show his real skills, although he somewhat looked down on Qin Zhao. But for the sake of Han Shui, he also had to teach Qin Zhao a little bit, or else he would truly be sorry for his identity as a dance sage. Besides, he thought that with his own teaching, even a pig could learn more or less. Qin Zhao shouldn't be so bad that she can't even compare to a pig, right? If you can't read it, then you can't read it. You first try refining a furnace of pills according to the Dan formula. Don't be afraid of failure. Failure is a common thing in the military, Dan Qingzi said indifferently, flinging out a watermelon-sized Dan furnace. Yes. Qin Zhao took over the Dan furnace and meticulously added one medicinal herb after another to it according to the Dan formula. After that, he condensed the Shura ice flame and threw it into the Dan furnace. Shura ice flame technique. Dan Qingzi was surprised, then nodded in realization. Yesterday, he also saw that Qin Zhao's foundation was unstable and needed to consolidate his realm. It was just that I didn't expect Dai Qingge to take out her watchword for Qin Zhao. Boo! Unsurprisingly, Qin Zhao blew up the furnace. It's normal. Who hasn't blown up an oven? This is only the first time. Dan Qingzi nodded bashfully and pointed out the problem with Qin Zhao's maneuver just now, after which he asked Qin Zhao to try a few more times. Under this sky, there is no disciple I can't teach. Dan Qingzi spoke in a haughty tone. Aha! Qin Zhao nodded. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Zhao didn't say a word, only frying the stove. Dan Xinzi, this kid's comprehension is a real concern. No harm done. I'll show him how it's done. Boy, watch this. Dan Changzi raised his hand and offered a true fire to begin refining the pills, not forgetting Qin Zhao's narration of the effects of each herb in the process. It's almost too fine to be true. After reading it, Qin Zhao came to a realization and felt much more understanding, and then he began to proceed with the alchemy. But the truth slapped him and Dan Changzi hard in the face. Boom, boom, boom. Blow up the furnace a whole 100 times. Qin Zhao's skin was tan from the blast, leaving his eyes and teeth white. However, the good thing was that his perception of the cultivating ice flame had enhanced a lot during this period, and it wasn't considered unproductive. Dan Qingzi was about to collapse, feeling that he had met a living father, so he repeated the main points several more times and said, "You refine it for me." But the reality also gave him several slaps in the face. Qin Zhao listened quite carefully, but when it came to refining, it was like a brain in the water. Those who know are making pills, those who don't think they're setting off firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Dan Changzi was already afraid. He looked at the midnight sky, as if he had made some sort of determination and felt that he couldn't suffer any longer, and said to Han Shui with an unforgiving face, "Oh Shuier, it's getting late. Go and accompany Kid Qin to get some rest. Don't come and torture me today." Han Shui's eyes lit up. There's this good thing. Master teacher is enlightened. The corners of her mouth slowly lifted into a smile. She'd wanted to say it for a long time, but she just hadn't gotten around to it. Now that you finally have a chance, you have to take it. Chapter 46 Sudden Inspiration. Han Shui is very active. Dan Qingzi finished and left as if fleeing. Han Shui carefully wiped the dirt off Qin Zhao's face and said with a forced smile, "Senior brother, alchemy is about the manipulation of flames. You've only just condensed the cultivator ice flame. It's only natural for you to fail. Don't you comfort me." Qin Zhao smiled bitterly. Of course he knew this. If he used the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame, he was now 90% sure of success, but that would defeat the purpose. But what made it fortunate was that the Shura ice flame in his hand expanded a lot. I believe that if I fry the furnace a few thousand more times, I will be able to cultivate the Shura frost technique to the perfection of this realm. By then, the realm would be consolidated, and there would be more certainty of advancing to God condensation. What went wrong? Qin Zhao scratched his head and thought hard, always feeling that the Shura ice flame was not as easy to maneuver as the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame. It's like using a crutch. Senior brother, it's getting late. Let's rest and go. Han Shui's small face was flushed, a hint of anticipation rising in her heart. Qin Zhao raised her eyebrows. Why was this girl like a big hungry wolf? Could it still be the origin, causing her to become dependent on the immortal martial body? Qin Zhao had a flash of light in his head. If he compared Han Shui to the Shura ice flame, then he himself was the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame. Unskilled in the manipulation of the Shura ice flame, you can use the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame to pull it off. Without saying a word, Qin Zhao turned his head and started refining pills again. A Heavenly Phoenix emerged in his hand, wrapped in a ball of Shura ice flame, and entered the Dan furnace. Alas, Han Shui was a bit disappointed and appreciated Qin Zhao's persistence. Qin Zhao was more serious than ever before, secretly operating the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method, as if it was all familiar, as if it was engraved in his memory. He used the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame to manipulate the Shura ice flame, melting a portion of the herbs. It's all so easy. It's like it's etched in instinct. The melted medicinal liquid merged with each other, gradually forming a nail-sized pill. It's done. Master Dao, I've done it. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth were almost grinning to the back of his ears, and he was holding an elixir in his hand. How did you do it? Han Shui was stunned. Looking at Qin Zhao, it didn't look as tough as the previous times. I got the inspiration from my gongfu. He. Qin Zhao craned his neck cozily. Han Shui was speechless. How could she be inspired by this? Qin Zhao reached out, and the Shura ice flame in his hand took shape quite a bit more. It seems that successfully refining pills can speed up the perception of the Shura ice flame. Qin Zhao wanted to stand up, but realized that the mana in his body had long been squandered. It does look like a break is in order. Senior brother, let me take you to rest. Han Shui's eyes blossomed into an exquisite light. Okay. Qin Zhao winced, feeling like she had entered a den of thieves. Han Shui picked up Qin Zhao and hoofed it back to her room. After that, a hand threw Qin Zhao into the water. Senior brother, let me help you wash it. Han Shui wore a smile as she slowly walked down. The smooth hand lightly slid Qin Zhao's back and wiped the danash clean. Han Shui was very conscious of the soft flesh on her body, clinging to Qin Zhao's back, showing off her large capital to her heart's content. Qin Zhao sat quietly, the dirt and decadence on his body gradually leaving with the cool touch. In its place was a feeling of lethargy. Shidoshi, get cleaned up. He. Han Shui's red lips were slightly open, and she exhaled hot air in her ear, her cold little hands groping for something under her hands. Ever since learning about the Yao Qi extravaganza from Qin Zhao's mouth, she was then a bit uneasy, worrying that Qin Zhao had been seduced by the Yao Qi woman and stayed in the land of tenderness from then on. However, there was nothing that could be done about it. The immortal martial body's holy tribulation was too terrifying, and it had to be assisted by the innate Dao fetus in order for it to work. Therefore, she decided that she would cultivate hard and get that Bai Su dead in the future. TNT is not a good thing at first glance. Qin Zhao froze. I'm being taken? That's not good. That's it. Qin Zhao turned around and came face to face with Han Shui. 3 hours passed. Qin Zhao's fingers wrapped around the snow-white hair, and exhaustion wrapped him up as he gradually fell asleep. The next day, the sunrise filtered through the window. Elder sister, the sun is on your ass. Snap. Qin Zhao slapped towards Han Shui's honeyed buttocks, causing a shudder. Boing. Han Shui grunted, her little head rubbing one against the other as she said daintily, so tired. Qin Zhao pinched Han Shui's smooth and delicious face. Get up. Should I say no? Han Shui's skin is so good that it's like sleeping with a sorbet in your arms. The cool feeling soothes the heat in your heart. The main thing is that Han Shui is gentle, unlike Master Baby who can't move without cursing. Aha! Han Shui wrapped her arms around Qin Zhao's neck and obediently sat up, confusedly starting to get dressed. After organizing themselves, the two of them, Qin Zhao, went to find Dan Xingzi again. Dan Xingzi was surprised after hearing that Qin Zhao had successfully refined the pill, not forgetting to look out the window and realize that the sun was rising from the east. But upon hearing that it was from that time that he got his inspiration, he instantly understood what was going on, so he directly threw Qin Zhao and the two of them into the inner sect, allowing them to learn to recognize pills from the bottom. Qin Zhao was very unconvinced. What he wanted most right now was to condense the Shura ice flame. Alchemy was secondary. That's how Master Teacher is, so eccentric in his temper. Han Shui yawned, sleepy, itching to lie down where she was in huff and puff. Ugh. Qin Zhao shook her head and thought for a moment. It's just as well. I'm going to sell some things. Qin Zhao remembered that he had gotten a whole bunch of storage rings from the Medicine Valley, and he had seen everything inside. It's all stuff that's tasteless and discarded. Might as well sell it. It's taking up space there in a pile. Qin Zhao pulled Han Shui along the avenue, traveling through the various famous workshops. It was hard to sell most of what I was holding. You pulled off all the storage rings of those living dead? Han Shui looked strangely pale. It's only half peeled off. Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders, playing with a broken shield as he bargained with the shopkeeper. The shield made of blazing sun gold has a hard texture, but it looks like it was shattered by someone's fist, so I guess that person must be one of the physiques with strong flesh, such as the immortal martial body. Qin Zhao's bargaining was interrupted by a heavenly email voice. Looking back, he realized a woman was standing behind him. She wore a white lotus dress that was out of place with the surrounding disciples wearing inner sect clothing. The white and tender skin exudes luster, pure and dusty, with bright red lips and slender white jade legs half exposed, like a lotus flower. I feel sorry for you. White Su. Cultivation, early condensation. Source, innate Taoist fetus. Qin Zhao's eyes lingered on the panel above Bai Susu's head and did not speak. Bai Susu was also sizing up Qin Zhao with a curious look in her eyes, as if she had heard about him long ago. Han Shui was annoyed by Bai Susu's gaze and asked in a cold voice as she tightly hugged Qin Zhao's arm. You're not a disciple of the Cloud sect. Which sect are you from? Bai Susu pursed her lips and said, My name is Bai Susu from the Yao Qi Holy Land. I heard that there is an immortal martial body in the Yunxiao sect, and I have come to see it. By the way, let's have a chat about the matter of the Yao Qi extravaganza in the near future. Chapter 47, Innate Tao Fetus by Susu, Eternal Immortal Body Yan Lan Song. So it's a Taoist friend from Yao Qi. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Qin Xiao. I've met Fairy Bai. Qin Xiao retracted her gaze from the panel and said modestly, I heard that immortal martial bodies are born close to the Tao, yet they are envied by heaven. It's really contradictory. The curiosity in Bai Susu's eyes increased. What Fairy Bai wants to say? Mr. Qin is all ears. Qin Xiao's eyes were not slanted as he toyed with the invitation to the Yao Qi event in his hand. Sooner or later, Qin Xiao was going to go to the Yao Qi Fest, so he naturally wanted to also learn about the situation first, so that he wouldn't be defeated when the time came. Bai Susu had a smile on her brow, like a blooming white orchid. I was just about to say to Mr. Qin that my Yao Qi Fest has always had a tradition of allowing the younger generation to spar, and I'm afraid that Mr. Qin will have many enemies if he wants to go. I can hear that there are many people who want to try out the immortal martial body, which has been hailed as the #1 battle body in the future of the ancient and modern world, to see if it's true. Qin Xiao frowned, not realizing that Yao Qi still had this tradition. The Yao Qi event had gathered the imperial clans and imperial Dao inheritances of the desolate domain, so I'm sure there would be quite a few at the god condensation stage. By that time, a half-step god condensation cultivation might not be enough. Bai Susu added, don't worry, Mr. Qin. The Yao Qi ring only allows same realm battles. There won't be any battles that are one major realm higher. However, the Celestial Pride coming this time is basically at the God Condensation stage. With Duke Qin's half-step God Condensation cultivation Baisu swallowed in mid-sentence. Qin Xiao also understood the meaning and said, thanks to Fairy Bai for reminding me. I will pay attention. The Yao Qi Fest was really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. It seems that one must break through the God Condensation stage within these 6 months. And as long as one steps into the God Condensation stage, one will also have no fear of those emperor clans. Qin Xiao was confident in his strength in the same realm. Bai Susu seemed to suddenly remember something and asked again, I wonder if Mr. Qin has a marriage partner? What are you asking for? Before Qin Xiao could speak, Han Shui was anxious first. From the beginning she had looked at Bai Susu in a bad light, and at this moment she was even more like an enemy. Qin Xiao was also puzzled, not understanding what the other party's purpose was in suddenly asking such a personal question. Bai Susu realized that there was some rudeness. It was me who was abrupt. I apologize to Prince Qin. After saying that, he even lowered his body and bowed to the Qin Xiao duo. It's good that you know. Ha! Han Shui swore sovereignty as if she had interlocked her hand with Qin Xiao's hand with her fingers. Bai Susu frowned and was about to say something but was interrupted by a male voice. Senior sister Bai, you're here. Senior brother, I've been looking for you for a long time. A young man wearing a white robe with a handsome face came running and smiled to Bai Susu as if to curry favor. He was followed by 2 heavenly silence realm Yao Qi elders, both sizing up Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao looked at the panel above the man's head. Yang Lan Song, cultivation, late Dao Palace, half-step god concentration, origin, eternal immortal body. Yao Qi was very uncomplicated, as one could discover just by looking at these two. First there was the innate Dao fetus Bai Susu, and now there was the eternal immortal body Yan Lan Song. The origin of the two was not as good as the immortal martial body, but it was still considered one of the body types that could not be found in the ages, not to be underestimated. Bai Su, who was interrupted in the conversation, frowned slightly, but still introduced herself with a smile. It was my senior brother who was rude. This is Qin Xiao, Mr. Qin, and this is my senior brother Yan Lan Song. Qin Xiao smiled and nodded without losing her manners. When Yang Lan Song heard Qin Xiao's name, a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes and his words were tinged with excitement. You're the immortal martial body Qin Xiao? Yes, Qin Xiao replied indifferently. Yang Lan Song became even more excited and directly dispersed his divine thoughts to probe Qin Xiao's body. Humph. Qin Xiao coldly grunted and shook his body to disperse the alien divine thoughts. Cultivators were very particular about privacy amongst themselves and would not use their divine thoughts to probe each other until they had to. Not even the closest dogs would be like that. Not to mention the fact that Yang Lan Song, who had just met her, was undoubtedly provoking Qin Xiao by doing so. What does Brother Yang mean by this? Qin Xiao's tone was indifferent and his eyes turned cold. Ha ha ha, nothing, just want to try if the immortal martial body is as rumored. Now it seems that the name doesn't live up to its name. Your foundation isn't solid enough. It looks like you've used a lot of crooked methods, right? Yang Lan Song laughed out loud, contempt flashing in his eyes. Lan Song shut up and apologized to Prince Qin. Bai Susu's pretty face grew angry as she chided. That's right, the immortal martial body is inherently difficult to cultivate, and it's considered okay for him to cultivate to the late stage of the Dao Palace. Yang Lan Song nodded his head and said, but he didn't apologize in the slightest. Now even Han Shui couldn't stand to watch. This person dared to pick a fight in the cloud-soaring sect. She wanted to open her mouth, but was stopped by Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao wore a faint smile on her face. If you want to fight with me, just say so, don't fight for a crooked mind. I'm standing right here. If you can make me take a step back, then it will be considered that I've lost. Yang Lansan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he stood in place, hesitating about something. Qin Xiao added more fire. Don't worry, if you and I engage in a battle, no one else will be involved. Even if I lose, I won't say anything. Upon hearing this, Yang Lansan's body was filled with a high level of wariness, and he looked like he wanted to make a move. Yang Lansan, no, Bai Susu droned. Don't stop me, senior sister. I want to see how strong the immortal martial body is. Yang Lansan's face was covered in a sardonic smile, and his fist flashed with Dao lines as he blasted his fist. Hooked. Qin Xiao hated his opponent for coming over and delivering it, and threw a punch. A heavenly phoenix burning with golden flames flew out, with a hint of icy flames in the scorching heat. Melt the surrounding bluestone steps. Even the store was ablaze with golden true fire, and the store owner had long since fled, and at this moment dared to speak out in anger. Yang Lansan wanted to dodge, but an invisible body of laws imprisoned him all over, making him unable to move. Even the bones were gradually twisting. No good. He roared and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The heavenly phoenix had already rushed over. Ah! The burning of the heavenly phoenix true flame caused him to scream out miserably. Qin Xiao stood still and unleashed the demonic eye of distortion again, trying to break his opponent's limbs. Enough! The two Yaoqi elders who were originally silent shouted loudly, shattering the flames on Yang Lansan's body. Their hearts were astonished. Yang Lansan was a candidate for the holy son of Yaoqi. It's that easy to lose. Little friend Qin, you've gone too far. Are you trying to cause Lansan to die? The two elders were enraged, radiating a heavenly silent stage pressure. Qin Xiao was firmly fixed in place, and her body had a tendency to crack. Poof! Suddenly, a cold and unfeeling cold snort came from vast misty peak. A ray of light shot up into the sky, and the saintly pressure came splitting the sky, dislodging the might from Qin Xiao's body. People from Yaoqi, do you want to come to my cloud-soaring sect to spread their wildness? Dan Qingzi, the owner of the Hao Mao Peak, exuded an aura as majestic as the sea. He had been observing the movements of this place, and after seeing that the other party was planning to bully the smaller ones with the bigger ones in the cloud-soaring sect, he finally moved. With a flat face, he looked down at the crowd and stepped into this place from vast misty peak in a single step. Those two angry Yaoqi elders were instantly dumbfounded, replaced by a deep fear. Elder, calm down. There is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Dan Qingzi laughed coldly, standing high in the air, and said to Qin Xiao, Qin boy, tell me, what's going on? Qin Xiao hurriedly replied, Senior, disciple was shopping with my senior sister when I happened to meet Immortal White and had a few words with her. But, halfway there, another Yang Kanglin came out, and when he saw the disciple, he was going to strike without saying a word, and the disciple had no choice but to be forced to fight back. Qin Xiao's voice was so loud that he hated to make the entire cloud-soaring sect disciples hear it. Ha! The two elders of Yaoqi were dumbfounded, and even Bai Susu froze. Pust! Yang Lansan was even more infuriated and vomited blood. Didn't you tell us to do it? How come you're saying we have nothing to do with it? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Qin Xiao laughed coldly in his heart. Let you do it, you really do it. Ah! I've never seen you guys so dumb as you are. Chapter 48 Dan Changzi is unreasonable. Bai Susu presents Dao Lu. Mr. Qin, you, said Bai Susu, wanting to speak. Qin Xiao glanced at her contemptuously. This is the Cloud Sect, not Yaoqi, and you dare to be wild here? Dan Xingzi nodded his head in satisfaction and said in a cold voice, the honorable guests from Yaoqi, shouldn't they give us an explanation as far as this matter is concerned? What else do you guys want? Bai Susu and Yang Lansan are one of our Yaoqi's candidates for the Holy Maiden and Holy Son. Do you want to make things difficult for our Yaoqi? Yaoqi elder's face sank like water, desperately trying to resist the sage's pressure as his knees involuntarily dropped. They sort of understood that the cloud-soaring sect was still the same overbearing cloud-soaring sect. Just one little child from the Dao Palace dared to count them out. They had no reason to speak up now, and could only move Yaoqi as a backer. Want to fight? Then let's fight. Don't forget how badly Yaoqi was beaten by our cloud-soaring sect back then. Dan Changzi snorted and pressed on, not giving them any face, pointing at Bai Susu. Little doll, your master is that old man Yin Yang, right? Is he alright? He wasn't killed by me in the last battle, was he? At those words, the faces of the two Yaoqi elders completely turned into pig liver color, not expecting that their backers would not work well. Bai Susu's pupils trembled as something surged into her mind, forcing down her unwillingness and gritting her teeth. Thanks to Elder Dan's concern, my master is fine. A trace of regret appeared on Dan Xingzi's face, and he mumbled, It's a pity that he went light on it in the first place. Elder Dan. Okay. The two Yaoqi elders wanted to say something else, but they were interrupted by Bai Susu's chorus. Bai Susu sorted out her emotions, looked coldly at Yang Lansong on the ground, and said in an undeniable tone, "Senior brother, this matter is our fault. Quickly apologize to Prince Qin." Pust. Yang Lansong let out a wow sound and spat out another mouthful of blood, roaring in indignation. On what grounds? It was clearly Qin Xiao who told me to make a move, and I even got beaten up, so who am I to apologize? Snap. Bai Susu's face gelled with coldness and she flung over a slap. Yang Kanglin covered his face and looked at Bai Susu incredulously. Elder sister, why am I? Snap. Bai Susu slapped again and her tone became colder. Apologize. Yang Lansong was disheartened and slowly stood up and came to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao wrapped his arm around Han Shui, wearing a sneer on his face as he locked eyes with Yang Lansong. Yang Lansong's nails were deeply embedded in his flesh. His face was twisted, and his eyes were ablaze with fire. As much as he hated to admit it, Qin Xiao was indeed better than him. Even with an unstable realm, he was able to defeat him with a single move. It made him feel ashamed, especially since he had to apologize to the other guy for the beating he took. I'm sorry. Yang Lansong squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth, after which he lowered his head deeply. Alright, I'll take it. Qin Xiao waved her hand, full of disinterest. That's the end of it? Dan Xingzi said with hatred. Ha? Qin Xiao was puzzled, wondering what else Dan Xingzi wanted. Alas, Bai Susu sighed softly. A small jade bottle appeared in her hand, and with lotus steps, she came and presented the small jade bottle with both hands. This is the Samsara Dao Du, extracted from a wisp of the harmonized Dao flower's breath. It's very beneficial to consolidating one's cultivation, and I would like to use this to compensate Mr. Qin, so please accept it. Hito flower. Qin Zhao's pupils trembled slightly. That was the only hope for Butterfly Chinga's recovery, and it was also a divine medicine unique to Yaoqi. But this was just a wisp of breath. But it could also prove that Yaoqi most likely had the harmonization flower right now. This deepened Qin Zhao's desire to participate in the Yaoqi extravaganza. Many thanks to Fairy White. Qin Xiao nonchalantly took it, his hand making contact with Bai Susu's jade finger in the process. The two collided with a faint Dao pattern. Both Qin Xiao and Bai Susu frowned before simultaneously withdrawing their gazes. Han Shui's face was chilly, and in her heart, she cursed Bai Susu for being a demonic, blatantly seducing people. Bah! Shame on you. We no longer have the face to stay here, so we will leave first. Bai Susu owed a curtsy, her tone tinged with expectation. Mr. Qin, I look forward to meeting you at the Yaoqi event. After saying that, Bai Susu led Yaoqi and his group to leave. Yang Lansong suddenly turned around with a lion hidden in his eyes and said, Qin Xiao, there are many people who want to try you at the Yaoqi festival. Most of them are at the god condensation stage. He. Qin Xiao frowned slightly and clutched the small jade bottle. No matter what, the Yaoqi fest is a trip to take. Humph, it's only that white girl who can look better. Dan Xingzi skimmed his lips. Senior, you can still beat others? Han Shui asked tentatively, a bit disbelieving. As far as she remembered, among the 5 peak masters of the Cloud sect, her own master was the weakest. But just now, I heard that Dan Chengzi had actually seriously injured Bai Susu's master, Saint Yun Yang. That's a little unbelievable. Even Qin Xiao was a bit surprised, remembering that Dan Chengzi, but he didn't even dare to raise his head in front of Lu Hongyu. What do you two little dolls know? Dan Chengzi blew his beard and glared. After that, he took the small jade bottle in Qin Xiao's hand with one hand and opened it. At once, an aura that emanated the essence of life spread in all directions. Dan Xingzi nodded in satisfaction and handed it to Qin Xiao fondly. It's really the scent of the harmonized Dao flower. Qin Xiao hurriedly stuffed the small jade bottle into his arms. The Samsara Daodu can help you quickly consolidate your cultivation at the early stage of God condensation, but it's up to you to advance to the God condensation stage, Dan Xingzi said. Qin Xiao was astonished, originally thinking that pills were no longer useful to him, but the ginseng Taoist dew could actually help him. The Hito flower is truly magical. However, it was still necessary to rely on the Shura ice flame in order to advance to the God condensation realm. Having already offended Yang Lansong a bit, the trip to the Yaoqi Fest would definitely not be very smooth. At that time, there would surely be numerous heaven's pride coming to challenge them under the pretext of sparring, to step into concentration as soon as possible. Seeing Qin Zhao's frown, Dan Xingzi snorted, scared. It's fine if you don't go, but if you do, you'll most likely be humiliated by others. Qin Zhao's brows stretched as he smiled lightly. Dignity only exists above the blade of the sword. If I don't go, then there will be more humiliation in the future. Yes, master, why are you raising others' aspirations and destroying your own? Han Shui hugged Qin Zhao's arm and said indignantly. Dan Kingsley was all over the place at the sight of these two people you and I, and with a flutter of his sleeve, he left straight away. Old thing, Han Shui complained. When he finished speaking, he stood on his tiptoes, barked, and kissed Qin Shao on the face. Senior, you're awesome. Qin Shao picked Han Shui's chin in front of all the disciples and said with an evil smile, "It's not like you don't know how powerful I am. So many people." Han Shui pouted. Qin Shao laughed lightly, letting go of her hand, and said, "Senior sister, I need to consolidate my realm and need to make a trip back to Guanghan Peak." Han Shui seemed to recall something and nodded her head earnestly as if she had made up her mind. "I'm going as well. I'm looking for your master to have something to say." "You're looking for my master?" Qin Shao frowned. Han Shui walked in the direction of Guanghan Peak on her own, turning back with a mysterious smile. "Of course it's to find Peak Master Butterfly and have a chat about the three of us." Chapter 49 Master and Han Shui confess. Qin Zhao's union partner. Qin Zhao apprehensively led Han Shui down the avenue of Guanghan Peak. It always felt like Han Shui knew something. Could it be that Dan Qingzi told Han Shui about my affair with Master? That for old age thing could possibly do it. There were no words along the way, and the two of them soon arrived in front of the broad cold hall. Dai Qingge sat on the stone chair as she always did, her jade legs folded, her toes carrying her embroidered shoes as they wiggled in the air. No matter how many times he had seen it, Qin Shao would still be attracted to Dai Qingge. It's like it's etched into the essence. It's irresistible. Could it be the reason why immortal martial immortal spirits are of the same origin? Qin Shao mused that every time he was in the same room with his master, a soothing feeling of the two of them being indistinguishable from each other and their souls being intertwined would arise. Back. Dai Qingge gently caressed the broken hair on her temples and said gently, Qin Shao originally wanted to give her master teacher a good bullying, but considering that Han Shui was there, she could only give up, so he took out the Samsara Dao Du from his arms and handed it to Dai Qingge. "This is the scent of the harmonized flower." Butterfly Qingge was surprised and hurriedly inquired about the cause. Upon hearing that the Samsara Dao Du was just obtained, she couldn't wait to hold Qin Shao over and kiss her twice. The aura of the harmonized Dao flower won't exist for more than 10 years after it leaves its body, even if it's made into a Samsara Dao Du, Dai Qingge said excitedly. Qin Shao nodded his head. This trip to Yaoqi was at best a trip to investigate the state of the harmonized flower. It was impossible to take it blatantly, and the other Yaoji wouldn't give it. The only way was to steal the harmonization flower or snatch it away when one was strong. "Thank you," Dai Qingge smiled. A smile tinged with guilt. "Don't worry, Master, just stay alive." Qin Shao stood up and took the Samsara Dao Du and prepared to go forward to consolidate his realm. "Senior sister, what exactly is it that you're looking for, my senior?" Qin Shao suddenly asked. Han Shui was strange and hadn't said a word since coming here. "It's our women's whispers, isn't it, Butterfly Peak Master?" Han Shui said with a smirk. Dai Qingge frowned and replied, "Right." Qin Shao had a question mark on his face, so he simply didn't think about these things. It was still important to consolidate his cultivation, and took the Samsara Dao Du and walked towards Dai Qingge's back hall. Looking at Qin Zhao's departing figure, Han Shui sat up straight and snorted coldly. The Butterfly Peak Master, who has always been known for her holiness, has now been reduced to this? Butterfly Qingge said unhappily. "Senior nephew Han, what do you mean by this?" Han Shui laughed, her smile tinged with frustration. "Butterfly Peak Master, is the relationship between you and senior brother Qin merely that of master and disciple?" Dai Qingge froze, her head gradually lowered. She hadn't expected Han Shui to know about all this so quickly, and now it could only turn into a soft sigh. "Ugh, don't blame him. It was me who was shameless and went against the master's character to seduce him first, in order to get him to help me. I'm curious, though, how did you know?" Han Shui looked straight at Dai Qingge. This time she didn't give in at all. To be precise, it was Dai Qingge who stepped back. She replied, "A woman's intuition." When she was in the Medicine Valley, she had sensed that Qin Zhao's body was very wrong. Although Qin Shao was usually a bully, he was also considered to be clean, and there were no rumors of gossip with female disciples. Then, there was only one other suspicious woman. Recalling the last time she came, Dai Qingge's perverse attitude. Plus, Qin Shao still had Butterfly Qingge's saint seal on him. Han Shui's heart instantly understood, but she didn't want to talk about this with Qin Shao. Dai Qingge smiled frankly. "What are you doing here looking for me? Swearing sovereignty? Don't worry, there's nothing I can compete with right now." Han Shui sneered. "Planting a mark on your own disciple. Who knows what you have in mind? But I saved him, didn't I?" Dai Qingge sat down and said without a care in the world, "You thought that by forcing me back, you would succeed, but unfortunately you were wrong." Han Shui frowned. "What do you mean?" Butterfly Qingge's smile was poignant, as if it were a fading flower. "He will be married to Bai Susu of the Yaoqi Holy Land in the future." "Ha, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Han Shui sneered. If she hadn't been at Guanghan Peak, she would have hated to slap the cultivation-less Dai Qingge to death right now. Qin Shao and Bai Susu had just met not long ago, and they were still married as Dao couples. The ghosts didn't believe it. Butterfly Chinga shook her head and looked at Han Shui in pity, saying, I didn't lie to you. Only by Su Su's innate Dao fetus can save him. Don't you know that it's hard to cultivate an immortal martial body in the age of the end? Han Shui's delicate body trembled. Indeed, the immortal martial immortal spirit body was exceptionally difficult to cultivate, and the slightest mishap would result in death by heavenly wrathful thunderbolts. Not to mention it's still in the end times. Butterfly Chinga of the immortal spirit body was the best example. But what does this have to do with Pak Su Su? Bai Su Su is an innate Dao fetus, which can heal the wounds of the heavenly wrath, and they let Qin Shao and Bai Su Su become Dao couples, using the origin of the two of them to make up for the Dao wounds Qin Shao suffered. Dai Chinga tilted her head to the sky and said as if reminiscing, you all thought that I received a Dao injury when I impacted the Saint King realm, but it's not true. I already received a Dao injury when I became a saint, only that I've been unable to heal it. It could only be delayed until now, and I was too arrogant to risk my Dao injuries to fight against the Saint King's thunder tribulation, so I became what I am now. The matter of the marriage between Qin Shao and Bai Su Su was something that Lu Hongyu had specially come to Guanghan Peak to talk about last time, and it was also something that Lu Hongyu had arranged. This was also a way for Qin Shao to find a way back in case he failed in the Saint Sun selection. Lu Hongyu also didn't want to let Qin Shao die so quickly. The origin of the immortal martial primordial body was rumored to be extremely effective in breaking the boundary. She had been salivating over this for a long time. She also doesn't like to owe others anything. Really can't. When it's over, will Qin Shao secretly give Yao Qi on the line? If the patriarch had to dig into Qin Zhao's origin and go out of his way to offend Yao Qi for it, then she wouldn't care. She'd done her duty with kindness. It wasn't impossible to take Qin Shao as a disciple or as a Daoist couple, but it depends on how Qin Shao behaves when the time comes. Butterfly Chinga was furious and helpless when she first learned the news. The lightning tribulation of becoming a saint was too terrifying. She had experienced it herself and naturally didn't want Qin Shao to do the same. Being a Daoist couple with Bai Su Su was, in a way, the best choice for Qin Shao. There's no other way? Han Shui's eyes bloomed with cold electricity. It was only now that she figured out why Bai Su Su had asked Qin Shao if he had any marriages. So that was the intention. Not as far as I know at the moment. Dai Chinga shook her head and smiled bitterly. Unless you have the strength like Lu Hongyu that makes even the sect leader afraid, so that you can force Bai Su Su to stay in the Cloud sect. Han Shui sat still for a long time, and eventually her gaze became unusually vicious as she turned around and left Guanghan Peak without looking back. Dai Chinga could only let out a light sigh as she regretted why she was in a hurry to break through to the Saint King realm. How could she be so insouciant? Otherwise, one would not be in such a situation with Qin Shao. Have you seen enough? Come out. Dai Chinga shook her head and lost her smile, her gaze resting on the door of the room not far away. You heard it all, right? Ugh. A quiet sigh came from behind the door. Qin Shao pushed the door of the room open with a complicated expression, and it took a long time before she could speak. Senior, what you said today was so informative. Butterfly Chinga slowly came and cupped Qin Zhao's cheeks with her hands and said softly, what about you? Are you willing to be a Daoist couple with Bai Su Su? Chapter 50, Consolidating Half-Step God Concentration. Breaking through Master's last line of defense. Qin Shao and Dai Chinga looked at each other and didn't answer positively. I don't like being in someone else's hands. Butterfly Chinga's face rarely turned serious as she said, adversary, remember, the only way to not want to be controlled by others in your destiny is to become stronger. So strong that they don't dare to mess with you or tell you what to do anymore. Got it? Qin Zhao's eyes were firm as he nodded. Disciple understands. Dai Chinga smiled in relief. Standing on her tiptoes, her arms rested on Qin Zhao's neck, and her entire body pressed up. Qin Shao didn't answer her question, and in her heart she didn't want to know. In her opinion, Qin Shao would have a broad future in the future, while she herself was nothing more than a forlorn saint. It's hard to even defend yourself. Instead of dying with regrets, you should burn with indulgence and indulge yourself. What with the master-disciple ethic? It doesn't matter. Today there's Han Shui, tomorrow there's Bai Su Su, and there's a Lu Hongyu trying to steal food. He himself was clearly the first, so why should he be allowed? At least until you're dead. Qin Shao was confused by Dai Chinga's sudden move. It always felt like Master Teacher was hot and cold, and today was even more proactive. But at that moment, a milky voice rang out, extinguishing the duo's passion. Senior brother, you big bad guy, let go of Master. Ouch. Qin Shao was knocked away hard and took several steps back before stopping. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was Dragon Sakura. Master, are you alright? Did he do anything to you? Long Cherry worriedly helped Dai Chinga straighten her clothes, her eyes containing teardrops. For Master is fine. Dai Chinga hurriedly wiped away the corners of her mouth, and the blush on her face increased. Long Cherry protected Dai Chinga behind her like a chicken protecting its pups, pointing at Qin Shao with a face full of disappointment. Senior brother, I thought you had changed for the better. I didn't expect you to be like this. This is our senior. Qin Xiao was speechless and really wanted to open Long Cherry's little head to see if it was filled with soybean paste. Long Cherry, it's not what you think, Dai Qingge explained. Master, you don't say anything. Long Cherry clenched her teeth, seemingly making some sort of determination, tears falling indisputably as she cried out. Senior brother, don't bully senior. What do you have to come at me? Ever since the last time she had noticed that something was wrong, every time Qin Xiao came out of her master's room, the master would be shriveled up the next day, even with scars on his knees. After seeing what happened today, she could understand even if she was stupid. Elder brother actually gave elder. Qin Xiao raised her eyebrows and surveyed Long Cherry, who was shaking like a sieve. The inexplicable urge to make her cry arose. Even though Dragon Sakura is young, she's not small, and she's still fleshy. The master and disciple stood together and appeared to be comparing sizes. On this point Dai Qingge was clearly inferior to Long Cherry. Are you serious? Qin Xiao asked tentatively. No. Dai Qingge stopped it with a hand and pulled out a smile, explaining to Long Cherry, your senior brother has my mark in his body, and I can only take it out through a special way. She additionally cast a warning look at Qin Xiao. Upon hearing this, Long Sakura tightened her collar, somewhat disbelieving, and asked, really? Well, really, otherwise your senior brother would have been bullied by Lu Hongyu long ago. Dai Qingge nodded like garlic. Master, then let's go and ignore him. Long Cherry was only half convinced and pulled Dai Qingge to run back to her room. Dai Qingge turned back and said after half a day of hesitation, Apprentice, you consolidate your realm first, and I'll give you a new way to retrieve the seal at night. Qin Xiao, who was originally downcast, immediately came to life after hearing these words. It was a moment of clarity. Don't worry, master, disciple has figured it out as well. Qin Xiao waved his hand and walked towards the back hall of the retreat. On the way, he was still mentally complaining about Ryu Sakura. This dead girl, really get in the way. It seems that the previous bullying is light. In the future, to see I do not bully you hard, come to the secluded retreat. Qin Xiao sat cross-legged on the futon, forcibly suppressing the agitation in his heart. After that, he took out the ginseng toast dew and drank a third of it in one gulp. At once, pounds of life chi, the sea of golden chakras thus became choppy and a golden wave rose. Qin Xiao's face was expressionless as he carefully observed the strange changes in the Sea of Wheels. The heavenly phoenix true flame immersed in the depths of the Sea of Wheels and the cultivator ice flame ignited at the same time. Blazing heat and cold intertwined as the Shura ice flame gradually formed a true phoenix hatchling. The heavenly phoenix and true phoenix were like birds returning to their nests, flying around the blood crystal. Golden waves tumbled, the Sea of Wheels growing in scope, eventually coming to a halt as the waves fell flat and silent. Qin Xiao's realm was also stabilized at the half-step god condensation stage. Qin Xiao, cultivation, late Tao Palace, half-step god concentration, origin, immortal martial body. Not only has the realm stabilized, even the foundation is much stronger than before. Qin Xiao withdrew his gaze from the panel and spread out his palms as the golden heavenly phoenix and the light blue true phoenix emerged. However, the true phoenix was still just a fledgling form now, not as perfect as the heavenly phoenix. If he wanted to perfect it, he would still need to cultivate the Shura ice flame technique to the extreme of this realm before he could do so. How could the cultivating ice flame technique form a true phoenix shadow? Could it be the same as the heavenly phoenix nirvana technique? Both of which are true spirits techniques. Qin Xiao surveyed the true phoenix fledgling and thought about it for half a day but couldn't figure it out. Forget it, don't think about it. It's getting late. Master should be waiting. Qin Xiao stretched his waist, and the blood chi in his body became quite majestic again. Qin Xiao slowly stepped out of the retreat room and was greeted with the sight of Dai Qingge sitting in front of the mirror combing her hair. Purple hair fell to her waist and cascaded down her white back. Realm consolidated? Dai Qingge's face carried a tantalizing blush after seeing Qin Xiao through the mirror. Of course, but it still needs to be checked by master. Qin Xiao lifted her purple hair with her hand and put it to the tip of her nose to sniff it. But at that moment, Dai Qingge swept over Qin Xiao's neck and blocked Qin Xiao's next words with her mouth. Nope. Qin Xiao felt that an imprint was leaving his body and returning to Dai Qingge's body. This was Butterfly Qingge's saint seal, planted within Qin Xiao's body since it had just begun, now taken back by herself. Master, you. Dai Qingge wrapped Qin Xiao in her arms and said as if relieved, I originally wanted to control you with the mark and make you work for me, but I can't do it now, and now you're free. Qin Xiao sniffed the refreshing body fragrance, but she couldn't be happy, feeling that her master was very off today. Don't worry, I just don't want to let my conscience get the better of me, Dai Qingge said softly. After feeling that it was about time, Dai Qingge turned around, her back to Qin Xiao, and did not say anything else. Dai Qingge sighed in her heart. She wanted to tell Qin Xiao not to come back after going to Yaoqi. It was safer there, but she couldn't say it, and she was selfish. Couldn't bear the thought of Qin Xiao becoming her humane couple. Dai Qingge turned back, revealed a smile, and said, What do you want to play today, adversary? Chapter 51, Han Shui keeps silent, encounters brother-in-law at night. Sure enough, it's still master teacher who's good. Qin Shao put on his robes and said in praise, adversary. Dai Qingga slumped on the bed, feeling her lower body lose consciousness. This rebel doesn't know how to pity me at all. Is it that much of a tosser? Last night Dai Qingga had suffered a great deal, letting her live and die and flopping around one after another. But it still hasn't escaped the clutches of the devil, and it's getting worse. I should have known not to give it to this rebel. Dai Qingga huffed and twisted around, covering the quilt. Why don't you go find your Cheryl, and watch out for people waiting for you? Qin Shao didn't reply and mooched on Dai Qingga one more time. Stop playing. I'm sleepy. I need to sleep. Dai Qingga's voice was weak. You don't have to worry about Long Cherry. I'll take care of her side. Master is awesome. Qin Shao carefully left after putting Dai Qingga to sleep. Sitting on the lapis lazuli steps, Qin Shao touched his chin and thought hard about how to get along with Han Shui in the future. And what exactly is Lu Hongyu planning to do? Master is right. If I want to not be controlled, the only way is to keep getting stronger and stronger, and kill those people until they don't dare to think ill of me. Qin Shao's eyes became gloomy. Without realizing it, he had already arrived at the foot of Vast Mist Peak. What came into view was Han Shui in a white lotus dress, with white clothes and white hair. She looked like a 9 heavenly basilisk in the daylight. Senior brother, you're finally here. He. Han Shui ran down with a bounce. Good morning, senior sister. Good morning. My master, he's going to teach you how to manipulate true fire within 6 months. Han Shui hugged Qin Shao's arm. Qin Shao was overjoyed. What he lacked the most right now was how to control the Shura ice flame. Dan Xingzi had actually sent a gift in the snow at this time. On the way the two talked and flirted. The two had a tacit understanding that neither of them mentioned yesterday's events, as if they hadn't happened yesterday. Come into the Dan Pavilion. Dan Xingzi had originally shunned Qin Shao, but he still had to teach this kid. There was no other reason than wanting Qin Shao to come to the God condensation stage as soon as possible. Of course, as long as Qin Shao wanted to, he could also condense his mind by knocking a whole bunch of pills for promotion now. But Qin Shao didn't want to. If he relied on eating pills alone, he would still encounter the problem of an unstable realm when the time came. A dike of 1,000 miles collapses in an anthill. Pills are only supplementary effects. If you don't have a strong self, it's useless to take any pills. Instead, it will harm yourself. If you can refine the condensation Dan, you'll be able to advance to the God condensation stage. Dan Xingzi threw out a scroll of the Dan formula. Qin Shao received the Dan formula and his brows twisted into lumps. This was not to mention refining. He had never even seen the materials on the Dan formula. Don't be in a hurry. Take everything slowly, Dan Xingzi said indifferently. He realized that Qin Shao was overly anxious now, which was not a good thing. Although he could understand, if this continued, sooner or later it would harm Qin Shao. Qin Shao must be allowed to calm her heart down. The concentration pill can help cultivators break through the concentration stage. If you take this pill when you break through, the efficiency of breaking through the concentration stage will be greatly accelerated. Dan Xingzi said gently, the spirit medicine on it, you slowly recognize it. Remember, you must keep your mind still. Yes, elder. Qin Shao nodded his head in response and followed the Dan prescription. Going to search up the spirit medicine. After that it starts an infinite loop. Boom, boom, boom. Unsurprisingly, Qin Shao blew up the furnace again, and blew himself to dust. Schwerer, how many furnaces is this? Dan Xingzi rolled his eyes. It should be the 156th furnace. Han Shui forced a smile. Dan Xingzi nodded his head, and had to admit that he was now somewhat in awe of Qin Shao. Even fried more than 100 furnaces, and still like nothing, this perseverance is not ordinary people can compare. It was late. Han Shui had long since returned to her room to rest, and only Qin Shao and Dan Xingzi remained in the Dan Pavilion. Kid, it's already pretty good that you can come to half-step God condensation within a few months. Other cultivators would have to spend a few years, so just be content. Dan Xingzi held the wine gourd and spoke bitterly. With your current strength, you can definitely defeat an early-stage God condensation. What do you have to be so entangled about? When the time comes, if you can't beat them, just admit defeat. If they challenge you, just admit defeat. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. Dan Xingzi really couldn't understand why Qin Shao was so persistent and always had the strength of not turning back until he hit the south wall. Qin Shao wiped a handful of Dan ash from his face and sighed lightly. Admit defeat once, and in return you get hundreds of times of mockery and bullying. I've had enough of this kind of life. Dan Xingzi frowned, somewhat unable to understand what Qin Shao meant. As far as he remembered, besides Yi Wuchen and Beichen who dared to bully Qin Shao, no one in the entire Yunxiao sect had crossed the line with Qin Shao. Forget it. Good words, damn ghost. Just keep banging your head against the south wall. Dan Xingzi really couldn't listen to the sound of blowing up the furnace and turned around to leave the Dan Pavilion. Qin Xiao was expressionless as he continued to utilize the Shura ice flame to refine pills. Now the Shura ice flame is obviously molding a lot. I think that if this continues, it will definitely be able to reach the level of the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame. Another succession of blowing ovens. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Qin Xiao's mouth. Oh no! Too frequent manipulation of the immature ice flame actually caused internal injuries. The blackened dandelion ash had piled up into small mountains around them. Qin Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed bitterly. What goes around comes around. Let's call it a day. Go back and find Han Shui to help me heal my wounds. He. What did you do to Han Shui? A loud cry came from outside the attic. Qin Xiao turned around. A man was spotted, appearing in the doorway at some point, his eyes grim to the core. Hanning, cultivation, Lake Dao Palace. Origin, General, why are you yelling so loud? Qin Xiao said indignantly, feeling that the other party was sick in the head, or else who would bark in the middle of the night. You don't like Han Shui. I'm telling you Anan, don't hit on him, be careful I'll tear you apart. Qin Xiao was already in a bad mood, so she naturally wouldn't give the other party face. What the hell did you do to Han Shui? The man was agitated, as if he had met his father's murderer. You're sick, the two of us didn't do anything, we just ate a few times. Qin Xiao looked disgusted, feeling that the other party was a brainwashed fan. Who knew that the man named Han Ning was like having his tail stepped on as his eyes turned red and he blasted his fist. Little I'll kill you. You're really sick. What does it matter to you what we do? Qin Xiao's temper also came up, as the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame wrapped around her entire body. She swung up the nearby Dan furnace and smashed it over. I told you to pry, and you dare to make a move against me. I'll whip you to death. Ignoring the injuries in his body, Qin Xiao frantically swung the Dan furnace, giving Han Ning a beating that made him lose ground. Han Ning was also very strong, but in the end, he couldn't resist Qin Xiao's rogue fighting style. How dare you bully me to this point? Harpies? How dare you scold me? I'll beat you to death you little yakuza. Qin Xiao grabbed Han Ning's collar and punched him again and again, feeling much more relieved physically and mentally. Ah, I told you to scream and lie down for me. Boom! Han Ning gritted his teeth and was hardened into the Dan ash, only revealing a cloaked head on the outside. Qin Xiao clapped his hands and said contemptuously, Kid, pay attention in the future, or I'll beat you back. Ah! Han Ning stormed out, struggling to stand up. You can't really be some kind of brainwashed fan, can you? Qin Xiao looked impatient. I'm Han Shui's brother. Han Ning shouted angrily, itching to cut Qin Xiao alive. Ha! Qin Xiao trembled, anticipating something big. Great uncle? Chapter 52. Two fires fused into chaotic flame. Little green tea Qin Xiao. Who is your great uncle? Han Ning staggered, still wanting to make a move, and cursed in a broken voice. Didn't your master teach you not to touch women you shouldn't? Qin Xiao was speechless, not knowing what to do. Who would have thought that Han Shui had a brother, and had never heard of it before? Han Ning cursed harder and harder, and was about to curse Qin Xiao's 18 generations. You're not finished are you? Qin Xiao's face was grim as a killing sword appeared in his hand. Han Ning made a cold shiver, still wanting to continue cursing, but estimating that he was not Qin Xiao's opponent now, going up would most likely lead to hatred. Han Ning finally snorted coldly and asked, where is my sister? Back to her room. Qin Xiao put away her killing sword, hesitated for a moment, and asked, are you really brother Han Shui? Don't believe me? Han Ning laughed coldly and took out a token. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Tone's Peak Master. Why would I lie to you? Myriad Peak Master? Qin Xiao narrowed his eyes. The last time he was in the Medicine Valley, the Myriad Peak Master was secretly victimizing himself. He hadn't come into contact with the Myriad Peak Master before, much less heard that she had a disciple. But the matter of the other party being Han Shui's brother, how do I look at it? It doesn't look like Han Shui looks like a flower and a scourge, but Han Ning is the more you look at the more shabby. Looks plain, dark skin, just a tendon meat look good. Han Shui and I weren't born to the same father. Han Ning said, oh, then I can still understand. Qin Xiao nodded. I won't see eye to eye with you. If I wasn't injured, I would have beheaded you. Han Ning put down his harsh words and flung his sleeve robe. I'm going to find my sister, he added. My master's father holds a grudge against you because of what happened in the Medicine Valley. And even though you have Peak Master Lu to carry you, you should be careful. After saying that he left without looking back, Qin Xiao scratched his head. It was expected. Those old things were all eccentric in temper. My life is still worth a lot, and one by one they all want to get me killed. Due to the fight just now, the ashes of the Dan immersed in the Dan pavilion were raised everywhere. Looks like the plan to sleep with Han Shui is out of the question. Qin Xiao shook his head and patiently gathered up the Dan ash scattered around. As the Dan ash was swept clean, the yin-yang taiji diagram on the floor was once again revealed. Qin Shao looked at the yin-yang taiji diagram and seemed to remember something. If the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame and the Cultivator Ice Flame were fused together, wouldn't that power be even stronger? He understood the reasoning behind the intersection of yin and yang before, associating the blazing heat of the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame with the coldness of the Shura Ice Flame. According to the reasoning of yin and yang Tai Chi, fusing them is actually possible. Saying it is it, Qin Shao sat down on his knees, pulling up the two flames in the sea of wheels and began to collide continuously. Pust! The collision of the two flames caused the sea of wheels to tremble violently, and Qin Shao spat out blood as a result. Can't rush, calm down. Qin Shao didn't rush this time, and more gently tugged on the two flames like she was caressing a lover. Pust! Still failing this time. Much better than last time. Again! Qin Shao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A moment ago, he felt that those two flames had successfully fused for a moment. In that very moment, a new true fire was about to be born, and it was even stronger than the Heavenly Phoenix True Fire. Pust! Qin Shao failed several more times in a row, and blood stained the floor, but he could clearly perceive that the unknown flame was near. For the last time, with a burst of energy, Qin Shao braced his spirit and used two minds to merge with the two flame lines. The Heavenly Phoenix True Flame and the Shura Ice Flame slowly came into contact, and the Heavenly Phoenix and True Phoenix intertwined and gradually merged. Boom! The sea of wheels boiled once again, igniting a pale white flame, and the Heavenly Phoenix and True Phoenix had disappeared. Only a pale white fire was left behind. It's done! Qin Shao's eyes blossomed with essence as a white flame appeared in his hand. What kind of flame is this? The flames didn't have a temperature, but they contained an extremely terrifying power, and just by placing it on the floor, it could burn a big hole. It was stronger than both the Heavenly Phoenix True Flame and the Shura Ice Flame. Yin and Yang fusion. Let's call you Chaotic Flame. A smile appeared on Qin Zhao's haggard face. He had already become one with the Chaotic Flame, and the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana technique and the Cultivating Ice Flame technique that he cultivated were both able to reach the same height at this moment. If the Chaotic Flame was used to refine the God Condensation Pill, there was at least a 70% chance of breaking through the God Condensation stage. Puff! Qin Zhao collapsed to the ground and hemmed and hawed. Should I say you're a mediocre talent, or a ghost? Dan Qingzi kept appearing in the shadows. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe Qin Zhao. Stupid is really stupid, but it always has a mind of its own. That Chaotic Flame, in Dan Qingzi's opinion, might have a higher future achievement than his own Dan Flame. If you can get out of your own way, you can be considered a man of honor. Dan Qingzi sighed and disappeared into the shadows. Qin Zhao fell asleep in a daze. But I didn't sleep long before I heard a man and woman arguing. Han Ning, you've gone too far. Senior brother Qin is tired after a long day and you're still fighting with him. If anything happens to senior brother Qin, I won't be able to spare you. Han Shui's spiteful voice rang in her ears. I'm the one who was beaten. What's it to me if he turns out like this? Han Ning said indignantly. You were beaten by him, so how come you're not hurt at all? Han Shui gritted her teeth. Qin Zhao strained to open her eyes and was confused. What's going on? Senior brother, you finally woke up. How did you become like this? Han Shui asked worriedly. Han Ning shouted ferociously. Qin Zhao, tell me the truth. Did your fainting have nothing to do with me? Qin Zhao, still in a state of confusion, subconsciously took 2 steps back and nodded hesitantly. Well, it has nothing to do with you. Han Ning's stupid eyes. Why this kid looks like he has been wronged. Make it look like I really hit him. Han Shui was instantly enraged and shouted. I'll call you brother for the last time. You've gone too far, and you dare to threaten senior brother Qin. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Han Ning completely dumbfounded. I was the one who was beaten. Ah, sister, how you help outsiders? Han Shui pointed at her own brother's nose and shouted. Han Ning, come over here and apologize to senior brother Qin, or you won't want to see me in the future. When these words came out, Han Ning couldn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Qin Zhao was even more confused. I just slept. What happened? What are you two doing? Han Ning was enraged and shouted. Sister, you used to be quite smart. Have you been fooled silly by him? He's obviously pretending. Han Shui wasn't willing to show weakness either. Crossing her arms, I'm not stupid. I'm an alchemist. I can't tell if senior brother Qin is injured. The two were on pins and needles, not showing each other any weakness. Qin Zhao's brain buzzed. Wanting to rush away from the duo, he opened his mouth. Stop. You guys don't want to fight. I'm put. In the middle of her sentence, Qin Zhao spewed out a mouthful of blood in a very untimely manner. The body went limp with it. Han Shui was completely ignited with rage, and droned. Han Ning, I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to dare to lay such a heavy hand. After Han Shui finished speaking, she shot out a golden talisman towards her own brother without hesitation. You. Han Ning's eyes widened as his sister actually made a move on me for a wild man. He tried to resist, but the injuries in his body were too heavy for him to react in time, and he was struck directly by the talisman, heavily falling to the ground. He kept spitting blood from his mouth. Han Shui froze, then sneered, "Humph, you still want to play the bitter trick. You think I'm a little cutie, Put. Han Ning spewed blood one after another, and it was a cry. "I'm covered in wounds, all from that wild boy. Sister, are you blind? That asshole kid even hit me with a Dan furnace, which was cracked. Sister, you know what?" Qin Zhao's face looked strange, feeling that she had done something wrong. I seem to be a little green tea. Chapter 53, Refining Yuan Condensation Pill. Qin Zhao advances to early stage of God condensation. The siblings in front of them were in a death-defying stance, leaving Qin Zhao speechless. "Elder sister, be reasonable for a moment. Great uncle, elder brother, he really didn't hit me. I did it myself." Qin Zhao persuaded. "Really?" Han Shui raised her eyebrows, a little disbelieving. "Really, I swear." Qin Zhao had a helpless look on her face and didn't forget to help Han Ning up. "Now you believe it?" The tall Han Ning had a resigned look on his face at the moment. "Humph, forgive you for not daring to do anything." As soon as Han Shui pulled Qin Zhao's hand, she turned around and left. "Senior brother, let's go." Hanning sat down on the floor and almost vomited blood again. "This sister is absolutely larded." Qin Zhao walked on the lapis lazuli steps, her consciousness a little low, and said, "Senior sister, that is your brother after all. Aren't you going to take a look?" "Humph, I'm too lazy to go." Han Shui snorted coldly, her tone turning cold. "If it wasn't for him in the first place, my mother wouldn't have died." Qin Zhao frowned. It looked like the siblings had something else unknown to them. He didn't ask too many questions though. Everyone has their secrets, even those closest to them. Qin Zhao had originally planned to go back to Guanghan Peak, but then thought that at this time of the day, Master Teacher should be asleep. So the plan was to spend the night at Vermilion Peak. Han Shui's room was clean and carried the unique body odor of a young girl. Qin Zhao lay comfortably on the bed, wrapping her arms around the soft Han Shui, and mentally calculating what she was going to face next. "Tomorrow, I will refine the God condensation pill and prepare to break through the God condensation stage." With the cultivation level of the God condensation stage, there was a greater certainty of going to the Yao Qi extravaganza, or at least not getting beaten up. As for Bai Susu and Yang Lansong, both of them were of special bloodline. Bai Susu was fine. Yang Lansong's animosity towards the immortal martial body was strong. The big deal was to find a chance to get him killed for the system reward, and to do it without God knowing. The chances of being able to get a Hito flower were almost zero. The purpose of this trip was to find out some information about the harmonized flower and prepare for future plans. However, the most puzzling thing was that Yao Qi had the harmonization flower. So didn't the Cloud Soaring sect have any divine medicines? Or is it that the Cloud sect's divine medicine can't save Master? This question had always perplexed Qin Zhao, as his master was usually only friendly with the patriarch. But the sovereign had chosen to stand by and watch when his master was in trouble. The other peak masters were even more afraid of Lu Hongyu's strength and didn't dare to give a helping hand. What the hell are these old things thinking? Qin Zhao's mind was in a daze, and he fell asleep with his arms around the delicate body in his arms. Han Shui peeked her eyes open, a little disappointed. She had wanted to play something else, but after seeing Qin Zhao tired like this, she could only stop. Early the next morning, as soon as Qin Zhao opened her eyes, she saw that Han Shui was lying next to her like a little milk cat. Han Shui's jade mouth was slightly open, with a trace of scent slipping from the corner of her mouth, and one of her jade legs was unconsciously resting on Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao gently withdrew her hand and carefully left the room. The bright sun shone on the top of the mountain. Refine the condensed yuan pill today and try to break through the God condensation stage in one fell swoop. Qin Zhao flew to the Dan Pavilion with full fighting spirit. The chaotic flame in his body nourished his entire body, stronger than the previous heavenly phoenix true flame. It even managed to form a pair of pale white wings on his back, giving him the ability to fly quickly. Just as he arrived at the Dan Pavilion, he saw Han Ning sitting at the door. "Why are you still here?" Qin Zhao frowned. Han Ning's face was grim to the core as he forced himself to resist the urge to lash out and said, "If you dare to bully my sister, I will kill you. Big uncle, just don't worry." Qin Zhao said with a big grin, "Don't you call me brother-in-law. I came here to remind you of something." Han Ning said after hesitating for a moment, "My master, the Myriad Peak Master, has contacted people outside the clan and may want to disadvantage you at the Yaoqi Fest, so be careful." Qin Zhao sighed in his heart. "It's really an internal problem and an external problem. Even if the people outside want to pinch me, even the people inside the Cloud sect want to pinch me. Did I grow up with a face that needs to be punched? Thanks, I'll be careful." Qin Zhao thanked him heartily. "Also, in the future, if you dare to bully my sister, I'll let you die without a burial place." Han Ning emphasized once more before turning around and walking away without another word. Qin Zhao shook her head, feeling that Han Ning was not a bad person. It's better to hurry up and advance to the God condensation stage. Inside the Dan pavilion, there was no Dan Xingzi in sight, only small mountains of high elixirs that had obviously been prepared in advance. The old thing is dead set against teaching me alone. Am I that intimidating? Qin Shao bristled. With his knees, he knew that all these herbs were prepared by Dan Xingzi, but Dan Xingzi just didn't dare to teach Qin Shao alone. The purpose was to stabilize his own Dao heart from being struck by Qin Shao. Qin Shao moved a new furnace and meticulously began to try to refine the condensed Yuan Dan, with the chaotic flame, which was united with his mind. To add to his strength, Qin Shao took a lot fewer detours. While there were blowouts, the progress alone was much better than the previous times. What kind of flame is this? Dan Xingzi, who was hiding in the shadows, was surprised and felt that he had underestimated the chaotic flame. He could sense that Qin Shao's achievement in alchemy skills was very low, and that he was able to progress so quickly all thanks to the chaotic flame. In the future, you might actually have the potential to step into the realm of the Dan Sage. Dan Xingzi nodded his head. It's done. Qin Shao smiled broadly as a dense aura emanated from the Dan furnace, and a purple gold-colored pill emerged in it. After 10 blow-ups, the Yuan condensation pill was finally refined successfully. Qin Shao couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth as she held the coveted elixir. Originally, he had planned to practice the manipulation of true fire, but now it seemed like a lot of redundancy in all of this. With the chaos flame, everything was unbreakable. It made even Dan Xingzi start to wonder if his philosophy was right. Many thanks to Elder Dan for preaching. Qin Shao looked into the shadows and bowed respectfully. Although the pills were all made by him, the theoretical knowledge was all taught by Dan Xingzi. It even included the use of the Shura ice flame at the very beginning. Half of the creation of the chaotic flame was due to Dan Xingzi. Without theoretical knowledge to supplement it, plus countless attempts, the chaos flame could not be generated at all. Dan Xingzi nodded in secret. Qin Shao turned around, walked to the long-prepared retreat room, and sat down on his knees. After adjusting for a moment, he swallowed the Yuan condensation pill in one gulp. As the condensed Yuan Dan melted, the Sea of Chakras and the Sea of Consciousness were flooded with a huge wave. In the depths of the Sea of Consciousness, a little bit of light the size of a grain of rice was gradually born. This is my genjutsu? The corners of Qin Shao's mouth rose slightly as condensation represented the complete condensation of the Yuan Shen. It also meant that the physical body and divine soul could be completely transformed. It's not fully formed yet. Build on it. Qin Shao's mind settled and he began to condense his Yuan Shen. The sun and moon rolled over. Spring went by and fall came and went. And along with the passage of time, the Yuan Shen was also taking shape. A layer of dust fell on Qin Shao's shoulders as his eyes snapped open, blossoming with golden light. His eyes filled with golden Dao patterns and the power of laws. Qin Shao, cultivation, early condensation, origin, immortal martial body, finally condensed. A shrunken version of Qin Shao sat quietly in the depths of the deep sea. This was the Yuan Shen. Seemingly banal, it is actually the lifeblood of a cultivator. Qin Shao looked at the hourglass beside him and frowned slightly, then stood up and became battle-hardened. 6 months have passed. Yaoqi Fest. Here I come. Chapter 54, The Last 3 Days. Lu Hongyu's dagger in the sky. Qin Shao walked out of the retreat chamber and met Dan Xingzi sitting by the Dan furnace. It's still true that you've succeeded. Dan Xingzi bristled. And even now, he marveled at Qin Shao's advancement speed. It was Senior who taught me well. Qin Shao arched his hand in flattery. As soon as he lowered his head, 3 talismans emitting golden light and permeated with the Tao of the saints suddenly appeared before his eyes. Senior, what is this? Qin Shao asked tentatively. The talisman I refined for you will keep you from dying 3 times. Dan Xingzi didn't even turn his head back, arranging the elixir on his own. As soon as Qin Shao put away his talisman, he sincerely thanked. Many thanks, Senior. Hurry up and get lost. You still have 3 days left. Hurry up. Dan Xingzi waved his hand, signaling Qin Shao to leave him alone. Yes, Dan Xingzi was actually willing to take out a talisman, which was a bit of a surprise. Qin Shao stood in the mountains with a reminiscent face. Unknowingly, it had been almost a year since he came here. He came to Han Shue's room, but learned that Han Shui was in seclusion and couldn't be seen right now. This made Qin Shao a bit regretful, having wanted to find Han Shui to warm up for a while. It's just a matter of going to the master. The Yaoqi Fest wouldn't be open for long, but during that time it was important to stay by Lu Hongyu's side all the time. It was a bit dangerous. That woman almost didn't play Qin Shao to death last time with just one finger. This time it was a complete fall into that woman's hands, and I wondered if she had any strange fetishes. Qin Shao spread his wings and flew to Guanghan Peak, the cold and clear Guanghan Peak, but inexplicably have a feeling of peace of mind. Long Cherry wasn't there, and only Daichinga was sitting on the stone chair. She was smiling and teasing a large white cat, with none of her former majesty, as if she had long since grown accustomed to this humdrum life. Master, Qin Shao called out softly. Daichinga stared back. revealing a delighted expression as she dropped the large white cat and said, "It looks like you've successfully advanced to the early stage of god condensation." She went up and stroked Qin Xiao's cheek, which she had been thinking about day and night for the past 6 months. Both wanted Qin Xiao to quickly break through the condensed spirit and go to the Yao Qi extravaganza, and at the same time, they didn't want Qin Xiao to go. There were too many heavenly prides in the Yao Qi event. None of them were good, and besides, there were still people around who wanted to steal Lu Hongyu at any time. "I don't know if I'll live or die." Qin Xiao could see his master's concern and said softly, "Don't worry, master. I have the patriarch's mark on me. Lu Hongyu wouldn't dare to move me at will. As for those heavenly prides, I'm not afraid of them in a battle at the same realm." Aha! Daichinga did not say much and allowed Qin Xiao to lie on her lap. Qin Xiao secretly planned in her heart. To be honest, he didn't really want to join hands with Bai Su Su. What he wanted was an uninhibited life. Bai Su is good looking, but that's all it is. As for Bai Su Su's innate Dao fetus being able to save the Dao injuries under the sacred tribulation, he didn't care. If one was afraid of even a single thunderbolt, what was the point of cultivating? What Qin Xiao wants is just the reward of the system. As for how Bai Su Su has nothing to do with him. Anyway, the two of them have not known each other for a long time. It's actually not bad to join forces with Bai Su Su. Daichinga used her hand to rub Qin Xiao's temples. "I'm on the verge of becoming the top girl in the greenhouse, and I'm being missed by those old guys all day long for my body." Qin Xiao bristled. "Giggle," said Butterfly Chinga again seriously as she was amused. "Don't worry, if you really marry Bai Su Su, then if I regain my cultivation, I will definitely raise Yao Qi to the ground." Stop. Qin Xiao hurriedly interrupted Daichinga's grandiose words. "Master, you're a bit like a hot-blooded teenager in a talk book right now. You're so silly." "Adversary, who are you calling stupid?" Daichinga tugged hard on Qin Xiao's ear. Qin Xiao ate the pain as he held Daichinga in his arms and walked towards the room. "Master, you're very misbehaving. Disciple will apply a bit of stick education to you." Butterfly Chinga's face flushed red. Her mouth was almost skimming the sky. "Still educating with sticks? I think you're just being graphic. Shameless." Qin Xiao knew no shame, but instead thought he was honored, and bullied the fairy master several more times. Strangely enough, this time, Daichinga was extraordinarily cooperative this time, even doing her best to fulfill Qin Xiao's various strange and bizarre requests. For 3 days in a row, Qin Xiao stayed at Guanghan Peak. He had also inquired about when Han Shui was going to emerge, but the result he got was that it was going to be in 6 months. Han Shui had lost too much origin to save Qin Xiao in the first place, and even if she had replenished it later, she still couldn't make up for that big hole. Nowadays, one could only choose to meditate on the origin in a closed-door manner. Qin Xiao had no choice but to happily play with her master teacher every day. During the day, he enlightened his little sister so that she wouldn't be so stupid in the future. "Senior brother, you really didn't bully Senior?" Long Cherry blinked her big eyes and asked. "You guess?" Qin Xiao didn't bother to answer. "Humph, I've heard that the Yao Qi Fest is terrifying, so you have to be careful. Don't get killed by others," Long Cherry said with genuine concern. After many days of getting along, her wariness of Qin Xiao was lowered, and she was currently sniffing her nose vigorously. It was as if there was something delicious on Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had a look of disgust, always feeling like she was being watched by a little cutie. Stared at, just about to say something. A summoning talisman suddenly flew to Guanghan Peak, and a cold female voice came from inside. "The time has come to come out and meet me." Ugh! Qin Xiao sighed as he finally set off. Daichinga's eyes dimmed and said, "Be careful. Admit defeat if you can't. Don't look for the harmonious Dao flower if you can't inquire about it. Don't put your life on the line." Qin Xiao smiled back, his tone arrogant. "Admit defeat? The current me won't admit defeat. I'll do my best with the harmonized flower. Wait for me to come back." After saying that, he spread his wings without looking back and shot down the mountain like an arrow leaving the string. Daichinga muttered under her breath, "It's best not to come back. Yao Qi suits you well." Qin Xiao turned into a stream of light and flew in front of Lu Hongyu. "Greetings to Peak Master Lu." Aha! Lu Hongyu, still in a red dress and wearing a veil, nodded her head in satisfaction and scrutinized the wings on Qin Xiao's back. "You're intriguing me more and more. Come on, follow me to the boat." Yes, Qin Xiao followed behind Lu Hongyu. Looking at the twirling waist in front of her, he couldn't help but feel his blood surge. The inner spirit body was truly domineering. Just standing there could make one's blood boil. If Lu Hongyu took off her veil, she would probably be able to make a group of men make mistakes for her, but she had to rely on her sword to prove her sainthood. An inner spirit body that was useless to itself, yet it was able to rely on its own strength to go against the immortal spirit body of Daichinga for so many years without being defeated, and even vaguely gaining the upper hand. This was something that no matter which angle he stood on, Qin Xiao admired Lu Hongyu. Qin Xiao looked at the cloud sky sect under his feet getting smaller and smaller until it was out of sight. The warship broke through the void and plunged straight in. The reappearance was on top of a cluster of mountains. Lu Hongyu leisurely leaned against the side of the boat, the breeze blowing her veil, her cherry lips showing a corner from time to time. Qin Shao kept stealing glances, not daring to really look, for fear of being slapped to death. Lu Hongyu snorted and pointed at the mountains below. Do you know where this is? Qin Shao looked downward, feeling that the scene below was somewhat familiar, but could not remember it, shaking his head. The late generation is stupid. I really don't know where this is. Humph, heartless dog. Lu Hongyu snorted coldly, her tone suddenly turning cold as she stepped out, forcing Qin Shao to keep retreating with the large sheepish white jade, saying in a cold voice, "This is where I picked you up in the first place." Qin Shao froze, having previously heard his master talk about how he had been saved by Lu Hongyu. Now what is Lu Hongyu suddenly talking about this for? The late generation is here to thank Senior for saving their lives back then. Lu Hongyu grabbed the collar of Qin Zhao's coat and said as if she was teasing, "Then what do you want to use to express your gratitude?" Qin Shao cold sweat. This woman is really figure out. Should not want to play some excitement here? It's not good to have so many attendants on board watching. Chapter 55, Lu Hongyu preaching and receiving. Rumors of Cloud Emperor. Qin Shao spoke in a somewhat aggravated tone. What does Senior want? Lu Hongyu laughed lightly and turned around, leaving with a twist. Go, follow me into the house. Alas, what's done is done. Let's hope the woman is a little lighter. Qin Shao followed like a little daughter-in-law. The two came to the great hall within the worship. Lu Hongyu lotus steps, walked to the throne at the end of the hall. A caress skirt, round and plump curves call out. After the jade legs folded sit down. Qin Shao turned her head sideways, not looking at the white and fleshy large white legs, preventing herself from being completely seduced. Colored heart, no colorful guts. Lu Hongyu had a contemptuous face and hooked her finger in a slightly flirtatious manner. Come here. What exactly do you want, Senior? Qin Shao wimped out. She was really afraid of this crazy woman, afraid that she would be sucked into dryness. Lu Hongyu closed her beautiful eyes, leaned back on the throne, and slowly said, I saved you twice, and also found you a good place to go. Shouldn't you thank me? Why are you so afraid of me? She hooked her finger again, her tone a little cold. I'm tired. Pinch my shoulders. It's fine if you don't do it. Then I can only try your Dao heart again. Qin Shao winced, recalling the fear of being held by someone's one finger. He could only come behind Lu Hongyu with trepidation, placing his hands on the soft and tender fragrant shoulders and kneading them, a heady aroma that reached her nostrils. Qin Shao couldn't help but twist her waist. Lu Hongyu didn't know if she was comfortable or purposely grunted out and spoke. Do you like the marriage I arranged for you? Just be honest. Qin Shao kept the strength in her hand and hesitantly replied, not like it. Lu Hongyu wasn't surprised and continued to enjoy the massage, saying, is it because of Dai Qingge, or Han Shui? The late generation likes freedom. Qin Zhao's face did not change. Freedom. It's a good thing, but unfortunately you don't deserve it. Lu Hongyu replied without mercy, sneering, a god-condensing little child. What freedom do you come with? Without the patriarch's seal, I would have eaten you dry long ago. I know you're afraid of me, but don't forget that I only want your immortal martial body. I don't want to kill you. What about your master's father? I'm afraid that if you had worshipped me in the first place, your master would have burned you to death with the cultivator ice flame. Am I right? Qin Shao was speechless. Lu Hongyu was right. The condensed god's little child is not equipped with freedom. Moreover, when he was at the heaven's ceiling tower, he felt a killing intent directed at him from the Shura ice flame, and that was actually a warning. But the master had already withdrawn that seal when he arrived. Nice technique. Didn't help your master press it much. Lu Hongyu gave a long grunt. Is Dai Qingge that important to you? Lu Hongyu pulled out her backhand and yanked on Qin Zhao's collar, pulling him in front of her. Hiss. Qin Shao sucked in a breath of cool air. This woman was savage. The late generation won't take a shot at master. Lu Hongyu let go of her hand and laughed dumbly. Butterfly Qingge's death might be good for you. Qin Shao frowned. What does senior mean? Lu Hongyu looked at Qin Shao with interest. If an immortal martial immortal spirit is in an era, only one can survive. What? Qin Zhao's pupil shrunk slightly. He had never heard of any of this before, and neither had his master said anything about it. But there was no need for Lu Hongyu to lie. Our Cloud Sex creator, the Cloud Emperor, is of the immortal spirit body, and it's rumored that her Dao couple is of the immortal martial body. It was also she who killed her own Taoist couple in order to witness the great emperor fruit. Lu Hongyu said idly, as for whether the rumors are true or not, I think you should be clear. Wasn't the killing origin left behind by the Cloud Emperor obtained by you? Qin Shao was shaken and instantly remembered something as a strand of blood-colored killing chi appeared in his hand. This was what he had gained in the heaven ceiling tower back then, when he had almost gone off the deep end and poked the window paper with Han Shui. It does seem a bit suspicious when you think about it. When he had been suppressed by Dan Qingzi's mark and the killing aura in his body was about to be dispersed, the immortal martial origin suddenly flared up, as if it had been touched against the scales. Could it be that the rumors Lu Hongyu said were true? Immortal spirits and immortal martials defy the fate of heaven. Cultivating to the level of a quasi-emperor is even good enough, but if you want to break through to a great emperor, you have to completely merge into a single lineage, and the only way to do so is to kill one of them. Lu Hongyu continued to speak, all the while observing Qin Zhao's expression. The so-called mandate of heaven is nothing more than something for the weak to pity themselves. I don't need the approval of the mandate of heaven. If the road ahead is sealed and blocked, then I'll use my fists to punch through it. Qin Zhao replied unflinchingly. He didn't believe in those nebulous things. Even if there were, it was for surpassing. Lu Hongyu froze, her eyes surprised and with admiration. If you don't intend to kill Dai Qingge, then she might kill you later. Oh. Lu Hongyu's voice carried compulsion. If I'm strong enough, why am I still afraid of those? Qin Zhao's voice was resounding. Lu Hongyu didn't say anything. She felt that Qin Zhao had changed so much over the past year. No longer the trash that could destroy his Dao heart with a single finger. That's a good one. How come it didn't end up in my hands? After a brief thought, Lu Hongyu threw out a low-ranked killing sword and said, I've heard about your battle skill duplicating magic treasure. Show it to me. Qin Zhao didn't understand what it meant, so he did as he was told, and in the blink of an eye, he copied the entire 72 killing swords. Lu Hongyu nodded her head and picked up the real killing sword, without using any mana, and slashed at the replica. The replica broke with a click. What's the use of just having numbers? Lu Hongyu shook her head and swung one after another. Qin Zhao's replicas broke one after another until they cut down to the last killing sword. Click, click, two crisp breaking sounds, the killing sword body and the replica. All of them broke. It takes 72 replicas to top one original, so you might as well focus on replicating a killing sword and leave behind all the bells and whistles. Lu Hongyu handed the broken sword in her hand to Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao weighed the killing sword and thought that Lu Hongyu had a point. That flowery fists and wonders were ultimately no match for a real gun. In the past, I used to like to win with quantity, but sometimes too much quantity can hurt you instead. It would be better to focus on a killing sword and run pseudogenesis to the extreme. Battle skills are innate. Most people's battle skills are dispensable, while yours are strong. Don't waste them. Lu Hongyu said seriously. Yes, thank you senior for your guidance. Qin Zhao saluted to express his gratitude, feeling that he had discovered a new continent, and that he would be able to better use pseudogenesis against his enemies in the future. My words still work, and you can come to me anytime you make up your mind. Lu Hongyu nodded slightly and stood up to stretch, her proud curves nearly holding up her dress, almost disliking Qin Zhao's face. The crime-inducing fragrance was close to making Qin Zhao lose his mind. Lu Hongyu was a little surprised in her heart, not expecting Qin Zhao to last so long in her hands. Or was it fed by Dai Qingge that before coming? Lu Hongyu changed back into that cool stance, this time without twisting around, and walked to the door in a very dignified manner. Come on, we're here. Qin Zhao's eyes blossomed with essence and he jogged to keep up, and just as he went out the door, he was wrapped in a rich immortal aura. The richness of the immortal aura was practically on par with the Cloud sect. Look down. There was a huge lake that lay like heaven among the mountains. Countless pavilions stood on the surface of the lake, and spirit birds were perched on the surface of the lake, flying around the pavilions. Hundreds of warships tore through the cracks in the void and docked high in the sky. Qin Zhao's breathing became rapid. This was the first time he had seen a sect outside of the cloud-soaring sect. Is this the Yao Qi? So spectacular. Chapter 56, The Incredibly Wild Lu Hongyu. White boy Qin Zhao, come on, I'll take you down. Lu Hongyu ignored the entourage behind her and led Qin Zhao out in one step. Qin Zhao felt a heavenly spin, and it took him a long time to regain his senses and look up. This is a plaza that sits on the water, and the plaza is crowded with people. Looking at the costumes, they were all small sects. The real emperor clans as well as the emperor Dao inheritance should be inside. So grand. Qin Zhao raised his head to look at the statue of the female emperor that stood atop the sky in front of him. The statue stood there silently, and although it was not a living person, it still exuded supreme majesty. Yaoi Western Queen Mother. Even after exhausting his sight, Qin Zhao could not see the face of the statue, as if it was covered by a mist. Very strong? Back then, it wasn't beaten by our Cloud Sky sect and didn't dare to raise its head. Lu Hongyu said indignantly. Senior, many people are watching here. Qin Zhao reminded from the side. Similar to the cloud-soaring sect, Yaoqi was also one of the Emperor Dao inheritances, created by the great Emperor Shi Huangmu. Since the cultivation technique was on the softer side, there were more female disciples. Also due to the Gong method, Yaoqi's frontal combat power was not as strong as that of a clan like the Cloud sect, which majored in killing. The two hadn't had many conflicts in the past, and it wasn't until the cloud-soaring sect leader, Flower Pouring, came to power that the conflicts were alleviated. in order to grow its own rule. Yao Qi came up with the method of marrying with the emperor clan or the children of the emperor Dao inheritance. The Yao Qi fest also came from this, and to put it bluntly, it was an opportunity for the children of the major families to meet each other, relying on a marriage union to be able to protect themselves. The Western imperial mother's face has been disgraced by them. Lu Hongyu cursed as she walked. Qin Shao looked left and right, fearing that she would be heard by others. What's wrong with this woman? This is someone else's house, and she's not afraid of being knocked out. Don't worry, the peak Daichinga couldn't stop me. A Yaoqi would be even less likely to stop me, Lu Hongyu said proudly. Qin Shao frowned. What did this have to do with master? In front of them was a towering attic, with densely packed prohibitions pervading it, making it impossible for divine thoughts to probe into it. Let's go. Go see those old guys, still dead or not. Lu Hongyu took a step into the attic. Qin Shao helplessly also followed in, wondering in her heart why Lu Hongyu was like taking the wrong drugs, a look of looking for a fight. The inner structure of the pavilion was bland, the same as a mortal tavern, and inside sat hundreds of cultivators, both old and young. Lu Hongyu just came in and instantly attracted the attention of the entire crowd. Qin Shao looked east and west, looking like a fool entering the city, and then sucked in a breath of cold air. Good lord, there were at least 10 saints here, and 2 peak saints. Most of the rest were heavenly silence or pilgrimage realm cultivators, and only a very few were at the god condensation stage. What are you looking at? Still want to get beaten? Lu Hongyu tugged at Qin Shao, looking for a place to sit by herself. Qin Shao was dumbfounded. This definitely ate the wrong drugs today, otherwise she couldn't be this crazy. Unexpectedly, once Lu Hongyu's words left her mouth, no one refuted them. Even a few saints included chose to remain silent, with humiliated expressions still on their faces. Humph! Lu Hongyu snorted coldly, a sneer hanging from the corner of her mouth under the veil on her face. Qin Shao was on pins and needles, as if she was on the back of a bush. Feeling that there were dozens of unfriendly gazes fixed on her, Lu Hongyu frowned and gently held Qin Zhao's hand. The coolness traveled down his hand and spread all over Qin Zhao's body, and the feeling of being like a manacle quickly faded. Hey, Fairy Willow, it's been a long time. Is this the male pet you found? The thieving voice came from behind. Qin Shao looked back and realized that it was a short old man with an evil light in his eyes. The cultivation level was even at the peak of saints. Fairy Willow, you didn't agree to my courtship of you last time. I wonder what about now? The old man wiped a handful of saliva from the corner of his mouth. With a sneer on her face, Lu Hongyu didn't say anything and didn't even look at him squarely. Qin Shao also wanted to withdraw her gaze, but she realized she couldn't move. Since you like this boy so much, I'll try to see if his body and bones can withstand the tossing and turning. The jealousy on the old man's face transformed into a sardonic smile, and the pressure of a saint erupted from his body. Well, crackling sounds came from all over Qin Zhao's body, his bones snapping inch by inch, and the sea of wheels had a tendency to shatter. In a trance, he seemed to see a huge silhouette of the very same old man, looking down at him like a mole cricket. Give your face no face. Lu Hongyu's voice turned cold and echoed in her ears. Qin Zhao's shattered bones healed instantly, and when he opened his eyes, he saw that Lu Hongyu was actually holding an arm. Pust. There were frequent spurts of blood from behind. Looking back, he found the short old man, lying on the ground with blood continuously spurting from his mouth. His left arm was missing, and there was a large hole in his chest, as if he had been punched through with a slap. The surroundings were silent as everyone stared at Lu Hongyu with scornful faces. Gollum! Qin Shao gulped, shocked to the point of numbness from head to toe. When did she move? Obviously, they were both at the peak of saints, but the difference was so great. Humph, after so many years, you're still an old waste. Lu Hongyu threw the old man's arm out of the window in disgust and said contemptuously, you don't look at how greedy you look. It's a bargain for me to even look at you squarely, and you still dare to stomp your nose and move my people in front of me. An ugly bastard who only advanced to saint by eating pills. Even that trash Dan Xingzi is better than you. Lu Hongyu grandly put her leg on Qin Shao, with a look of disdain, afraid that the other party would not dare to make a move. Qin Shao looked at the crystal and jade legs on his thighs. The evil fire in his heart was doused for the most part, and he did not dare to get up blasphemous thoughts. This woman is too strong. Is she really a peak saint? It looks like the Holy King. The surrounding people, on the other hand, didn't even dare to raise their heads for fear of offending Lu Hongyu. The old man lying on the ground wanted to say something else, but he was pulled back really fast. Back then, you old undead hunted me for hundreds of years. Why are you all dumb now? Lu Hongyu was unforgiving and continued to clamor. Qin Shao guessed something in his heart that Lu Hongyu was an inner spirit body, which could be said to be a hearth physique. Yuan Yin could help cultivators break through great realms and even leap to become saint kings. It hadn't been coveted by other cultivators in the early years, and today, Lu Hongyu had come to avenge her pursuit back then. No wonder he's so grumpy. In Qin Zhao's eyes, Lu Hongyu was more than a man at the moment, and Qin Xiao was the little white boy that Lu Hongyu had raised. Squeeze my legs. Lu Hongyu wiggled her jade leg. Oh, Qin Xiao, who had received permission, was exceptionally obedient, contentedly placing her hand on Lu Hong's jade leg and kneading it. The surrounding cultivators, especially the 10 or so saints, each had fire in their eyes. They felt that the fairy in their hearts had been desecrated, and that denizen was still a griffin who was only at the early stage of god condensation, and that fairy was still enjoying herself, even trying to add more fire. The crowd was outraged, fearing that Lu Hongyu would raise her sword and kill indiscriminately. Fellow Daoist Lu, you're finally here. I've missed out on welcoming you. Inside the attic came an old crone with a white-skirted girl at her side. The young girl frowned after seeing Qin Xiao playing with Lu Hongyu's jade leg. Qin Xiao and the young girl looked at each other, and their faces became strange. Bai Su, it's you. That young girl was none other than Bai Susu, the object of Qin Xiao's union, and at the moment, Bai Susu's beautiful eyes carried a hint of jealousy. Bai Susu calmed down and spread her smile, saying, Mr. Qin, we meet again. Elder Lu should have spoken to you about what happened between us. Chapter 57, Bai Susu's Little Mind, participating in the gathering of heaven's pride. Indeed, Qin Xiao wanted to withdraw her hand, but under Lu Hongyu's warning gaze, she could only continue the massage. Yun Yang, your disciple seems to be jealous, Lu Hongyu teased. The crone next to Bai Susu forced a smile and secretly wiped a sweat. Fellow Daoist Lu, I came to find you in order to talk about matters concerning you. Lu Hongyu's jade leg suddenly froze, and her face under the veil did not know what expression to make. She retracted her jade leg fondly and put on her embroidered shoes. She kinda hoped that Qin Xiao would press a little more. After all, it was really comfortable. Good, then let's talk about it. Lu Hongyu spoke in a flat tone and raised her hand to strike a seal on Qin Xiao. Little Qin Zi, you go with Bai Susu first. This seal can protect you from high-ranked cultivators. I'll find you later. She looked askance at everyone present, her tone haughty. If anyone dares to bully the small with the big, then don't blame me for killing without blinking an eye. After saying that, he did not forget to throw winks to Qin Xiao, after which he left the attic with Yun Yang without looking back. Qin Xiao stole a glance at the fiery-eyed crowd in the room, and was apprehensive in her heart. It's like I'm really becoming a white boy. Mr. Qin, let's go. Bai Susu looked back and smiled sweetly. It's time to meet those heavenly prides. Aha! Qin Xiao followed behind Bai Susu. Bai Susu is still wearing a white lotus dress, a white jade belt wrapped around her waist, her jade legs lightly walking, her 2 petals of rounded curves twisting left and right. Sexy to the extreme. It's pretty. This was Qin Xiao's first reaction, but if it was a marriage, he immediately lost interest. Bai Susu noticed that Qin Xiao's gaze was surprisingly devoid of affection, and even had a touch of resistance. This made her a little chagrined. There were countless celestial pride chasing after her, including many sons of the imperial clan, and even her belief that her marriage to Qin Snapdragon had pulled down her status, and Qin Xiao would actually show a look of resistance. She felt insulted, but the upbringing she had received since childhood told her not to snap. It seems that Mr. Qin has a favorite in his heart, Bai Susu said with a smile as she walked lightly on her feet. Well, there are indeed 2 more. Qin Xiao admitted it graciously, with no intention of hiding it. You, Bai Susu was unsteady on her feet and almost fell, turning back to look at her angrily. I can't believe this kid admitted it. There's 2 more. What am I then? The original Bai Susu still had some good feelings towards Qin Xiao, but now it could be said that she was completely defeated. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just being honest. That group of Emperor clan children don't know how many confidants they have. Qin Xiao bristled, not caring about Bai Susu's feelings at all. You, prodigal son. Bai Susu clenched her showy fists, gritting her teeth in anger at Qin Xiao's appearance. Again, one had to admit that Qin Xiao had a point. That group of Emperor clan disciples might have a whole lot of confidants. Relatively speaking, Qin Xiao was more candid. Poof, Qin Xiao coldly snorted, her eyes filled with contempt. You don't like to listen to me when I tell the truth, so you like to listen to me when I lie? You are simply unbelievable. Bai Susu's almond eyes rounded. After so many years, this was the first time she had seen Qin Xiao speak without fear. In normal times, which heavenly pride would not be very attentive to her? Are all of you in the cloud sect sick? Each one of you looks like you've taken a wrong pill. Like the whole world owes you spiritual stones. Qin Xiao didn't pay any attention and continued walking. This time, Qin Xiao became the guide while Bai Susu followed behind. Up ahead it looked like someone was partying, and a cacophonous clamor could be heard from a distance. The celestial pride gathering. Finally, Qin Xiao walked on the steps with a flat face, gradually appearing in front of the crowd. It was a piece of high platform, where men and women of the younger generation were seated on the ground, and the outer side was even guarded by the elders of Yao Qi. What met Qin Xiao's eyes was a man, dressed in a gorgeous robe. His face was as handsome as a knife and axe, and his body stood like a pine, towering like the spine of a mountain, looking down on all the males. Jiang Mingfei, cultivation level, early stage of Pishong, origin, God King body. Qin Xiao and Jiang Mingfei looked at each other, speechless. It's true that there are a lot of talents. I just came and saw a God King body, but the cultivation level is at the pilgrimage stage. That's the young master of the imperial clan's Jiang clan. Jiang Mingfei, he has an open-minded nature and is cool with fighting. Do you want to challenge him? Bai Susu transmitted her voice from the side, her tone tinged with mockery. Qin Xiao stared back, and had no intention of crossing paths with the other party. Neither of them were in the same realm. Could they get into the ring? But when Jiang Mingfei saw Qin Xiao, a glint rose up in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were grinning to his heels as he staggered and shouted, "Immortal martial body! You are that immortal martial body!" At those words, the originally noisy party instantly quieted down, and their gazes rested on Qin Xiao in unison. Qin Xiao felt hundreds of gazes gazing at him, most of which contained hostility. The immortal martial body was known as the strongest physique, and there was no lack of people among them who wanted to break the rumors, wanting to defeat Qin Xiao and clarify their own Tao. Qin Xiao swept his eyes over and realized that most of them were at the God condensation stage, so naturally he had nothing to fear. He sighed in his heart, feeling that Jiang Mingfei was a stupid big man, who in their right mind would yell so much, and it didn't look like he was pretending. Bai Susu sneered, wanting to see Qin Xiao suffer. Aren't you crazy? Let's see how you'll end up later. Aya, we can see a living immortal martial body. Ha ha ha. Jiang Mingfei hurriedly ran over and carefully sized up Qin Xiao. My name is Qin Xiao. I have met the young lord of the Jiang family. Qin Xiao bowed his hand without losing his etiquette. Jiang Mingfei froze, realizing that he might have been a bit rude. His face began to flush, and after thinking about it, he also arched his hand in a salute. In my Jiang clan, Jiang Mingfei, I have met fellow Taoist Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's face was strange. Was this guy really the Jiang family's young master? How come he doesn't have the young master's demeanor at all? And how did he know that I was an immortal martial body? Jiang Mingfei ignored the gazes of the crowd and went up and patted Qin Xiao's shoulder with a big grin. My Jiang family's ancestor, Emperor Wuji, was an old acquaintance with the immortal martial body, and now that I've also encountered the immortal martial body, won't I become an emperor in the future? Ha ha. Qin Xiao was speechless. This guy really seemed to have some abnormalities in his brain. How could there be such a self-interested person? Jiang Mingfei had admiration in his eyes, being looked down upon by so many people, yet he was still standing tall, and even looked down upon all the males. This kid, he's a talent. I've long heard of Brother Qin's great name. I wonder where my family's teacher, Senior Lu, is? Seemingly remembering something, Jiang Mingfei looked east and west, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Senior Lu? My senior is not Lu Hongyu. Qin Xiao replied with a frown. No, that's good. Jiang Mingfei patted his chest, feeling grateful, and asked again, then what is Brother Qin's master? Fairy Qinga, Dai Qinga. Qin Xiao answered directly without even thinking. At once, there was silence all around, and you could hear a pin drop. Many people were looking at it like it was a little cutie, like looking at Qin Xiao. Even the Yao Qi elders who were guarding the side all looked at each other in unison, with bearish anger in their eyes. Jiang Mingfei also froze, then changed his expression to one of worship, and even gave a thumbs up. Qin, old brother, you're really not afraid of death. Old brother, I'll serve you. Qin Xiao winced, uncomfortable at being looked at and wondering what was going on. Looking at the crowd's reaction, it was as if Qin Xiao had done something outrageous and hurtful. Bad. Forgot that his master is Dai Qinga. Even Bai Susu gave a cold shiver and secretly transmitted her voice. Duke Qin, your master teacher didn't tell you what she did in Yao Qi back then? Qin Xiao frowned and shook her head decisively. Bai Su was nearly unsteady on her feet and transmitted her voice back. The last time your master participated in the Yao Qi event, he killed 4 saints of Yao Qi in a fit of rage, causing Yao Qi's battle power to plummet. And now there are only 2 saints alive in addition to the saint lords of the Saint King realm. Qin Xiao was completely dumbfounded, looking left and right, realizing that he was surrounded and could not escape. No, before I came here, my master didn't say that she also killed 4 saints in Yao Qi. Killing 4 saints in a row, that was close to knocking Yao Qi into a second-rate power. Qin Xiao swallowed straight up, feeling that things had gotten worse. Bad. Why does it feel like I'm in a wolf's den? Or I'd better run. Chapter 58. Lu Hongyu went wild. Bai Susu counted on Qin Xiao. Hey, this is the body of an immortal martial? I think it's just a rash, but the parents are still pretty white, so I don't know how it tastes. The many younger generations all looked down at Qin Xiao with expressions of contempt. One of Yao Qi's elders was furious, and the killing intent around him was so dense that it was going to turn into substance. His pale face became distorted and his long white hair was windless. Butterfly Chinga, that female devil is your master? She was the one who killed my father back then. Who do you think I should blame for this? The sound was like thunder, the entire sky became dark, and the platform was crumbling by inches. The marriage between Bai Susu and Qin Shao was privately decided between the saints, so the others did not know about it, and even if they did, it would be difficult for some of the elders to calm down their anger. Qin Shao couldn't speak at all, as if he had returned to the powerlessness he felt when he was suppressed by Lu Hongyu that time. Elder, is this your Yao Qi's hospitality? Zhang Mingfei on the side had an ugly face. Elder, that matter has nothing to do with Duke Qin. I still hope that Elder will think twice before acting and not draw fire. Even Bai Susu became pale, just as she was about to say something about joining forces with Qin Shao. A loud shout could be heard from that elder, shaking the consciousness of the people present. Kid, I'm not going to give you a hard time. If you make it through this, I'll turn around and leave. That elder stretched out a finger, wrapped in the pressure of the heavenly silence realm, and pointed it towards Qin Shao's brow. And Qin Shao is not qualified for the event at all. It could not be blocked, and this finger was not rushing to test the waters, but to tear through Qin Shao's sea of consciousness. Even Bai Susu and the others couldn't move or even speak. The elders of Yaoqi looked on with cold eyes and had no intention of intervening. Qin Shao clenched his teeth and forced himself to endure the pain of that sea of consciousness being torn apart, but he still couldn't stop his muffled grunts. Poof! A cold snort came from far away, carrying the overriding sword intent into layers of ripples that swam above the Yaoqi. That finger of Elder Yaoqi directly collapsed under the cold hum, and even his arm was shattered into a bloody mist. Ah! Sage! The Yaoqi elder covered his arm and backed away, his knees softening to the point of directly kneeling on the ground. Lu Hongyu's voice came through the air. Still, that's shameless. Even if you can't beat Dai Qinga, you still want to lay hands on young people. It's really as shameless as it was back then. The pressure on Qin Zhao's body plummeted, and Lu Hongyu's voice was like spring water, moisturizing every inch of his body. The person was killed by Dai Qinga. If you have the ability to go to our cloud-soaring sect to spread wildness, if you dare to bully the small with the big, I don't mind making a mess of your Yaoqi again like Dai Qinga did. Really, you don't look at what our cloud sect was founded on, and you still want to play mind games with us. Lu Hongyu's voice was cold and unfeeling, and even carried a hint of anticipation, while secretly transmitting her voice to Qin Shao. Kid, you owe me another life. It's payback time, yo. There was no movement after that. Gollum. The only sound that could be heard on the large platform was the sound of gulping, and everyone in the audience was startled by the cool female voice. Even the saints in the distance pinched their sweat, fearing that Lu Hongyu would go crazy and take them for practice first. Qin Shao locked eyes with that Yaoqi elder, desperately trying to suppress the slightly rising corners of his mouth. In fact, it feels pretty good to be a little white boy, and dogfighting is a really good feeling. Yaoqi's elders gnashed their teeth, itching to tear Qin Shao alive, unable to make a move when it was clear that their enemy's disciple was right in front of them. What infuriated them the most was that this kid seemed to be taunting them. Bai Susu's face was gloomy to the extreme as she blocked in front of Qin Shao. Elders, Duke Qin is the object of my union. If you don't want to be chastised by my master, please don't make things difficult for Duke Qin. What? When these words came out, not only the elders of Yaoqi were stunned, even the younger generation sitting around were stunned and had a look of jealousy flashing on their faces. Although Bai Susu could not be considered the most beautiful in the world, in terms of posture it was definitely not as good as Dai Qinga, but that was, after all, an innate Dao fetus, and the child born was surely one of the extremely strong bloodlines. It has also become the object of marriage that all the major families are fighting for, and the family has already given a dead order to the male cultivator before coming to get Bai Susu into his hands. It doesn't matter as far as the means are concerned. What he wants is the innate Taoist fetus. But now they were actually going to marry Qin Shao. That's not good news. The cloud-soaring sect's immortal martial body and Yaoqi's innate Dao fetus. Right now. But if one harmed one of them, they would be offending both sects. Yaoqi was fine. But if they messed with that group of lunatics from the cloud-soaring sect, even the imperial clan would probably be beaten to death. It was rumored that there were at least 3 emperor clans that were buried in the hands of the cloud-soaring sect. Qin Shao recklessly surveyed the back of the figure that stopped in front of him. The figure was indeed good. It had everything it should have. It was only a pity that it was inferior to the master. However, he was a bit surprised that Bai Susu didn't say anything earlier or later. Why did she let the crowd know at this time? The Yaoqi elder who had previously attacked Qin Shao was spewing blood from his mouth and nose, looking like he was going to die, his eyes filled with resentment. He was tempted to press Qin Shao to death with one finger, but he was pulled by the people around him and dragged away from the high platform. Zhang Mingfei's thumbs went up to the sky as he praised one after another. Old brother Qin, you're a tough guy. Even got this woman. Old brother, I'm ashamed of myself. Awesome. I told you, this kid must have something to hide if he dares to say that. First Lu Hongyu and then with Bai Susu marriage. This kid will not have any stunts. Otherwise it cannot put these two women to control. This is a man of honor and deserves a deep friendship. Jiang Mingfei decided that he must socialize with Qin Xiao and learn something. Qin Xiao was uncomfortable at the compliments, and very much doubted that the reason Jiang Mingfei could become the young master was probably because there was no one else in the family. Mr. Qin, let's go. Bai Susu intimately wrapped her arm around Qin Xiao and walked towards her seat. This scene could make the surrounding male cultivators red with anger. In their eyes Qin Xiao used to be a nobody, and it was only with the immortal martial body that he was qualified to be known by them. Now it's infuriating to be able to get Bai Susu to offer her body for the occasion. Bai Susu Duan sat down and poured wine for Qin Xiao in front of everyone. Looking like an old married couple, she sneered in her mind. It was all a deliberate act. Qin Xiao's attitude made her very dissatisfied, and it just so happened that there were so many heavenly prides here, so she would take these heavenly prides to suppress Qin Xiao's arrogance. She needs a man who listens, not one who is full of backbones and has the audacity to go back and forth. Aren't you great? In front of so many heavenly prides, I don't believe you can win to the end. When the time comes, I'll give you another piece of candy and see if you still dare to take out the dead look of the old man who was the best in the world. Bai Susu had a gentle smile on her face as she pondered in her heart how to keep Qin Xiao and Yao Qi. Qin Xiao took Bai Susu's willow waist in front of the crowd and laughed contemptuously in his heart. Bai Susu's plan was good, but it was still seen by Qin Xiao, who had just been annoyed with her stance, but now became so considerate. It would be strange if there weren't ghosts in your heart. Qin Xiao recognized Bai Susu's plan at a glance, which was nothing more than borrowing the hands of others to destroy her own prestige. Unfortunately, it was Qin Xiao who met him. The last woman who dared to play mind games was Han Shui, but now, it's turned into a complete female hooligan. As for Bai Su, she's still too young. Neither of these two women's hearts were as deep as Daichinga's, and Daichinga was the demoness who could figure out Qin Xiao's bottom. Alas, it's still the master who is right. The prettier the woman the better she is at deceiving people. Chapter 59, Female Cultivators Remarks. Qin Xiao instructs the marquis of 10,000 households of that year. Qin Xiao scanned the people in the audience, and one person caught his attention. That person had a clear appearance and looked like a girl, but the fury emanating from his body was extremely terrifying. The appearance and demeanor of an exiled immortal, but with a Shura-like aura of death. That's really weird. Underworld, cultivation, early stage of Pishon, origin, ghostly body. Another powerful person from the other side of the world. It's really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Qin Xiao gazes at the exile like pixie. The specter instantly noticed Qin Xiao's gaze, and without failing to be polite, smiled and nodded, and without saying anything, he quietly sat there and sipped his wine alone. Elder brother Qin, that's the Hidden Star Hall's young hall master. That kid has a lot of heart. Don't mess with him when you're fine. Jiang Mingfei came over at some point and whispered, "Thank you, brother Jiang." Qin Xiao moved to the side. The two men were so close that they were almost sticking together, making it easy for people to misunderstand. But fortunately, the underworld was in the pilgrimage realm, so Qin Xiao didn't worry too much about it. The other side shouldn't come looking for trouble. The mention of the Hidden Star Hall caused Qin Xiao to be somewhat aghast. It was rumored that the Hidden Star Hall was founded by a great emperor just like the Cloud-Soaring sect, and that it had existed for a much longer period of time. There were even rumors that the Hidden Star Hall existed the remains of gods above the great emperors after their fall. But no one can be sure if it's true or not. Gods? Are there really gods? Qin Xiao looked up at the sky and felt someone pulling his arm again. Elder brother Qin, look over there. Jiang Mingfei ignored the strange gazes of the crowd, wrapped his arms around Qin Xiao's neck, and pointed at the ring in the distance. That's the Heaven's Pride ring. If you don't like who you see, just go up and challenge him. Qin Xiao looked over. The vast ring was strewn with prohibitions, and there were two cultivators fighting bitterly. Both of them were covered in blood, but their gazes were gleaming. They did not show any sign of weakness, nor did they take a step back. Both of them were at the early stage of God concentration, fighting until their mana was exhausted, and the talismans of the God concentration stage were endless, and even the weapons in their hands were broken by an unknown number of people, until a thud was heard and a man fell in response. The other man, however, sat paralyzed with relief, his left arm held in his right hand. A female disciple wearing Yao Qi's costume quickly ran up to the ring, panically attaching the man's left arm, and stealing glances from time to time at the defeated man who was lying on the ground unattended. These two men just went to the ring to compete for this female disciple, and this is how it turned out. Jiang Mingfei snorted. It's really a shame to fight over a woman. Qin Xiao bristled. Isn't it wrong? If you men want to get a woman, shouldn't you all prove your strength first? Bai Susu was dissatisfied with the duo's reaction. Who am I to prove myself to others? Wouldn't it be better for me to snatch what I want myself? So long-winded and abrasive. Qin Xiao said contemptuously. Humph, that's what attracts women to you. And what if she doesn't like you? The more Bai Susu looked at Qin Xiao, the more displeased she became. Then kill it. Qin Xiao snorted coldly, his eyes turning ice cold. A person who is useless to me is a waste to keep. Bai Susu shivered and cursed in her heart that this man was a reckless man. Qin Xiao heart sneer. Come up with a worthy look to whom to see it. Also on the little cute. I can believe it. Putting your life on the line to fight for a woman who doesn't like you might as well be cut down to trigger a system reward. All of the cultivators present frowned at the words, especially the female cultivators, who all had obvious hostility in their eyes. A dull-faced female cultivator said with a displeased expression, Sir Qin, do you mean to say that we female cultivators don't deserve the effort you put in? Qin Xiao glanced at the female cultivator and realized that she was just a disciple of a second-rate power, much less a special bloodline. So with a bored look, he said, I didn't mean that. I'm just saying that some people don't deserve it, so why should I have to pay for it? It's better not to do things that take a lot of effort. You, the dull-faced female cultivator's face turned red and she wanted to point at Qin Xiao and curse him, but her upbringing told her not to do so. One can only move their lips to try to defeat the enemy. We gave ourselves to you male monks. What more do you want? Qin Xiao looked disgusted and hastily raised her hand to interrupt. Stop, 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 stop. Don't think of yourself as beautiful. You're at most 3 out of 10 if you rate yourself among the female cultivators I've seen. At that moment, another female cultivator with a fat head couldn't help herself and shouted, Qin Xiao, who do you think you are to grade us? Do you deserve it? Qin Xiao turned her head to look at the obese female cultivator. The dislike in her eyes pressed into her eyes and she stretched out 2 fingers, saying, 2 points for you. You look like a lazy toad standing up, and you still come out croaking. Don't you care if I'm worthy or not? I'm grading you guys. So what? Qin Xiao's hands encircled, his legs cocked, a gesture of pointing out the marquee of 10,000 households of the year, not putting the people here in the eyes at all. Just now, after his careful observation, other than Zhang Mingfei as well as the underworld, the rest of the celestial pride were all at the condensation realm or at a lower cultivation level, so he is not afraid at all. The big deal is to fight in the ring. Anyway, there is Lu Hongyu pocket. Looking at Lu Hongyu's appearance, coming to the Yaoqi extravaganza today was actually to look for something. In terms of finding things to do, Qin Xiao thought that she would not lose to anyone. Going out in the face is earned. It is not easy to be arrogant once this can be grasped. The female cultivators present all gritted their teeth, shocked by Qin Xiao's rogue-like behavior. How can there be such rampant people in this world? Are all the people of the Cloud sect like this? First, Butterfly Chinga caused havoc at the Yaoqi event, decapitating the 4 great saints in a row. And then there was Lu Hongyu's voice transmission to restrain the enemy in front of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. Now there's a Qin Xiao who doesn't know the sky and the earth, an early stage of the condensing spirit. How dare he? The elders of the Yaoqi don't come to control it? But they didn't know that it wasn't that elder Yaoqi didn't want to care, but that Lu Hongyu was secretly polishing her sword. Lu Hongyu nodded her head in satisfaction as she looked across the void at the disdainful Qin Xiao. Not bad. This is what an immortal martial body should look like. It didn't disgrace my Cloud sect. Qin Xiao still had the deadpan look of the old man who was number 1 in the world and hated to step on the crowd. Elder brother Qin is truly a god. Zhang Mingfei was on the verge of kneeling. He was so worshipful of Qin Xiao. Even the specter gave frequent sideways glances and nodded appreciatively. For her part, Bai Susu's face darkened completely, wanting very much to break off the marriage, but for the sake of Yao Qi's future, she could only endure. Qin Xiao, you've had enough. Bai Susu transmitted her voice. I haven't had enough. Qin Xiao shook his head and looked like you could beat me to death if you could. The crowd was speechless, only staring at the only alien in the room. Ha 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 ha, brother Qin really is so bold. A female cultivator laughed heartily, smiling. Qin Xiao looked over, his eyes coalescing slightly. The woman, dressed in a palace dress with a delicate body, was lying in the arms of a male cultivator like a kitten. Ice soft leaves, cultivation level, mid-stage god condensation, origin, dual life sword body. Qin Xiao placed her eyes on the man next to Yibing Ruo again. Leaves ice sky, cultivation, late condensation, origin, dual life sword body. That's not right. These two people's names seem to be the same. Even their origins are the same. Qin Xiao's face became strange. This man and woman looked extremely similar and looked like brother and sister. But what was done was not at all like brother and sister, but like that strange action. Even Qin Xiao wouldn't dare to do that to the master baby. Elder brother Qin. That's the twin-born sword body of the Yi family of the Imperial clan. Because of the special connection of their bloodline, the two of them have a rather special relationship. Well, you get the picture. Zhang Mingfei stifled his laughter and transmitted his voice from the side. Hiss. Qin Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air. Good man. So powerful. This, your brother and sister. It can't, or at least it shouldn't. Qin Shao originally thought that it was already heaven-defying enough for him to be a charge master rebel disciple, but I didn't realize that someone was even braver than him, and they're all playing the big family ethics game. Chapter 60, Yi Bingtian's Ignorance. Chaotic Flame's first time against the enemy. Qin Shao's face was extremely brilliant, and he could only sigh to himself in the face of the Yi siblings. When he first came here, he had noticed that something was wrong with the pair, and he hadn't expected it to blow up so much, but once you think about it, this is the cultivation world, and there are all kinds of things in a big forest. Brother Qin is so graceful, I just don't know how many percent of the luster of the immortal martial body can be brought out. Yi Bingruo's thighs were nearly all exposed as she leaned on the man's arms like a little birdie. Could it be that Fairy Yi wants to test Mr. Qin's strength? Qin Shao forced himself to endure his discomfort and said with a smile, "Brother, sister, I'm curious about what the immortal martial body is really like. Why don't you go and try him out?" Yi Bingru shamelessly leaned into her brother's arms and pouted with her small mouth. Alas, Yi Bingtian put on a helpless expression and said, "It just so happens that I have this plan as well, so why don't we let Nan Ming try it out for us?" Only Yi Bingtian raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A big man who was 8 feet tall and strong, with bronze-colored skin and muscles like small snakes coiled around his body, walked up. "Greetings, master." The big man knelt down on one knee and said with an expressionless face, "Well, Nan Ming, you're also in the middle stage of god condensation, so help me test how strong Brother Qin is." Yi Bingtian put his hand inside his sister's dress again, not caring about other people's gazes in the slightest. The order was given without a glance at Qin Snapdragon, with an impatient look on his face, as if he was doing something dispensable. At the same time, he secretly transmitted, "If you can, waste him, just shatter his chakra C, so that he can't cultivate." "Yes." A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the big man named Nan Ming as he answered, "Brother, do you really want to go to Nan Ming?" Yi Bingru said with some worry. "Nothing. I don't think Nan Ming should lose that easily." Yi Bingtian's face was full of unconcern as he looked squarely at Qin Shao. "Don't you think so, Brother Qin?" Qin Shao's face blackened completely. This was an insult no matter how you looked at it. Yi Bingtian himself didn't go on the field and let his servants deal with Qin Shao, a young lord of an imperial family, a true disciple of a sage, or an immortal martial body. The two identities were equal in the clear. Now, they were going to let Qin Shao face off against a servant, while Yi Bingtian even sat high on his throne and chose to watch the battle. "Fellow Daoist Qin, I still hope to teach you." Nan Ming walked up to Qin Shao, his face showing sincerity, but a hint of arrogance was hidden in his eyes. The big-headed Jiang Mingfei couldn't help himself a bit and said in a cold voice, "Yi Bingtian, what do you mean by letting a servant down?" Yi Bingtian sniffed, his face a bit bored. "I don't have time to go down there. Our family's dog slaves are enough." After that he ignored the crowd and proceeded to giggle with his sister. "I can't wait to get laid on the spot." Bai Susu sneered and gloated as she looked at Qin Shao. "Aren't you great? There are times when people look down on you." "Ha!" Qin Shao's cold as ice face gradually melted away, revealing a harmless smile. "Since fellow Daoist wants to ask for advice, then please do so," Jiang Mingfei said indignantly. "Elder Brother Qin." This, Qin Shao, on the other hand, patted Jiang Mingfei's shoulder, signaling not to say much, before walking towards the ring on his own. Before he came, Han Ning had said that the Myriad Peak Master had contacted the outer sect cultivators to make a move against Qin Shao here. Now, it seemed likely that it was the Yi siblings, and the rest of them were merely hostile, without clearly showing that they wanted to get into the ring. Qin Shao spread his wings made of chaotic flame and flew towards the ring at a gentle speed. At the same time, he glanced toward the loft in the distance, before quickly withdrawing his eyes. Knock! Nan Ming leapt up and slammed right into the ring, the entire ring trembling from his thick physique. He wore a fierce smile on his face as he looked at Qin Shao with a haunted gaze, clenching his huge fists as crackling sounds came from his joints. Rumor has it that the fleshly body of an immortal martial body is extremely strong, so I wonder how much worse it is compared to me, a body refiner. Qin Shao faced this man, who was a few heads taller than himself, straight on. His face was still as flat as ever, with no intention of speaking. One of the deacons from Yaoqi stepped forward, glanced at Qin Shao, and said in a loud voice to the two of them, "It's mainly a sparring match. No one is allowed to get hurt. Got it? I understand." Nan Ming responded, extremely excited in his heart. This was an immortal martial body, and if he defeated it head-on, he would not only reap fame. You can even get rid of your servant status and be completely free to pursue whatever you want. This was a battle he had to win. Alright, that's it. Start when you're ready. If you hurt your life, we at Yaoqi won't take it lying down. That Yaoqi's deacon walked out of the ring after giving his explanation, and his gaze stayed on Qin Snapdragon, unable to help but be a bit puzzled. Why isn't this kid answering? Does he want to kill someone? Fellow Daoist Qin, please enlighten me. Nan Ming assumed a stance of being on standby, wanting to test the waters first. Qin Shao smiled gently. Are you ready? Ha! Nan Ming was puzzled, not knowing what it meant, but the next moment, he knew, only to see that Qin Shao was filled with blood aura and instantly turned on demonization, followed by a flash that appeared in front of Nan Ming. Raising his hand, he struck a pure white heavenly phoenix. Ah! Nan Ming shrieked out in shock. He didn't expect Qin Shao to be so decisive. Nan Ming wanted to resist, but it was too late. The pure white celestial wind was extremely fast and struck directly at his face. Humph! Qin Shao grunted coldly and rode the wave of victory to strike another pure white true phoenix. Both the heavenly phoenix and the true phoenix carried chaotic flames that incinerated Nan Ming's body. Ah! Qin Shao! You engage in sneak attacks. You're despicable. All that could be heard in the ring was wailing. The chaotic flame had no temperature, but the pain of burning was far superior to the heavenly phoenix true flame, and it moved with Qin Shao's mind, flowing through Nan Ming's meridians, causing him to burn from the inside out. All that could be seen in the ring was the roaring of a white flame, and the wailing was endless. Enough! Qin Shao, stop! Yi Bingru shouted in panic. Qin Shao's face was cold and had no intention of stopping as a long sword with a blood-colored killing aura appeared out of his hand. After that, he quickly threw out the killing sword and stabbed into Nan Ming's chest with a poof. Ah! Nan Ming's wail was so loud that it nearly shattered the ring's forbidden system, because Qin Shao had just infused a large amount of killing chi into the sword. The killing chi had now flowed through the sword and into every corner of Nan Ming's body. All of this was even more painful than extracting the soul and refining the spirit. Ordinary people could not endure it at all, and there was not even a chance to beg for forgiveness. There was only endless pain, but Qin Shao had no intention of stopping it, only to see him snap his fingers. Pust! The sword stuck in Nan Ming's chest exploded violently, sending pieces flying and blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Nan Ming could only let out a wail, after which he was churned into a bloody mist by the fragments of the long sword. All that was left in the spot was a huge bloody head with eyes full of unwillingness. Nan Ming was killed by Qin Shao just like that, without a moment's hesitation, or sadistically. The Nan Ming! A heartbreaking cry came from Yi Bingru, and even Yi Bing Tian frowned. The celestial pride on the high platform was about to drop their jaws in shock. This kid really killed someone, or killed someone in the ring. Qin Shao, you've gone too far. What kind of place do you treat my Yaoqi as? You can be as wild as you want? The Yaoqi deacon guarding the ring shouted angrily. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Nan Ming, but he had no way to do it either. It was as if an invisible force had held him in place just now. Immortal martial body. You've gone too far. A loud and clear male voice came from the deepest part of the Yao Pond, carrying the pressure of a saint, spreading out across the sky, wanting to suppress Qin Shao. Qin Shao's expression was as usual as he turned his head to look at the distant attic, not being startled by the mighty pressure. Clank! Just as that saintly pressure was about to press down on Qin Shao, a sword chi that cut through the sky came from the direction of the distant pavilion, directly dispersing that saintly pressure. Not only that, a huge sword that looked like a heavenly punishment appeared in the sky, pointing directly at the people present. Lu Hongyu's lazy voice came out. Sorry for not confiscating the sword. Chapter 61, Qin Shao is more rampant. Lu Hongyu's true colors. Lu Hongyu's voice turned into ripples and spread across the Yao Qi, causing everyone to be shaken. Qin Shao stood at his original position looming over him. Before he went up to the stage, he had received a voice transmission from Lu Hongyu. Tell him, feel free to make a fuss, make a big deal out of it, and if anything happens Lu Hongyu will carry it. So Qin Shao took this opportunity to kill Nan Ming. However, what puzzled him was that Lu Hongyu was so wild that she wasn't afraid of the Yaoqi Holy Lord's wrath. Or does Lu Hongyu have something up her sleeve? Lu Hongyu, you're bullying people too much. Aren't you afraid of offending our Saint Lord? The Saint Elder in the depths of the Yao Qi roared across the sky. Then just let her come. Killing a servant is just a servant. It's not like she killed any of you Yao Qi people. What's the rush? Really? Lu Hongyu didn't budge and looked indifferent. You, the Elder was about to say something, then immediately stopped, as if he had received a transmission. Lu Hongyu, just this once, or else I, Yao Qi, will not spare you. That Elder snorted coldly, and the pressure suddenly dissipated. Returning to the depths of the Yao Qi, the crowd was relieved, and they all gasped for air. The way they looked at Qin Shao now changed, becoming somewhat scornful, daring to openly provoke the majesty of Yao Qi, even though she had her people to help her. This boldness was not something that an ordinary person could have. However, there were two exceptions, and that was the Yi family's twin sword body siblings. You actually killed Nan Ming. Yi Bingru gritted her teeth, tears in the corners of her eyes. Even Yi Bingtian's face became gloomy and his tone was cold. Brother Qin, it's fine for you to duel, but your sneak attack is a bit excessive, isn't it? Qin Shao raised an eyebrow and said unapologetically, when did I sneak attack? That's clearly because he wasn't prepared himself, and when it comes to a real fight, who cares what kind of approach you have? as long as you can defeat the other person. As he said that, he laughed again and looked at Yi Bingrua, who was already pearly. Why are you crying when I killed your brother's servant? Or do you have another story? Oh, said Qin Xiao with her mouth wide open and a shocked expression. No wonder you look at Nanming's eyes a little strange. Wouldn't it be? Hiss, it's understandable. Life can't live a miserable life. Be course satisfied, isn't it? Qin Xiao also didn't forget to cast a sympathetic gaze at Yi Bintian on the opposite side. Brother Yi, why don't you just pretend that she went to practice her skills? It's no big deal. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air, the heart belly aching. This little is everything to say not afraid of being killed? If the Yi family was completely offended, I'm afraid that one Lu Hongyu wouldn't be able to protect Qin Xiao, unless the cloud-soaring patriarch steps in. This kid really doesn't know how to be scared? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Mingfei laughed his head off and banged the table. Elder brother Qin, you really are a talent. Ha ha ha. He had already been looking at the Yi family siblings in a bad light, and now that it was the other party's turn to be defeated, his heart was very happy. Qin Xiao stood in the ring with a light smile on his face, appearing relaxed and at ease. Qin Xiao, I'll kill you. Yi Bingrua shouted, her beautiful eyes turning red. Her heart felt a twinge when she saw Nanaki's head falling to the ground. Come back, you might not be a match for him. Yi Bingrua was quickly pulled back by her own brother and transmitted a voice to signal her to calm down. Brother, is it possible to let Nanming die like this? Yi Bingrua's expression was hideous, contrasting with her demonic looks. Yi Bingtian looked at his sister's heartbroken appearance. He also felt a little bad, especially after hearing Qin Xiao's words. It was even more hateful to kill Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao could naturally sense the other party's killing intent and said, I'll give you guys the chance to come down and duel with me, life or death. How about it? Ha! As soon as Qin Xiao's words came out, whether it was Zhang Mingfei, or the specter who had been silent, or even by Susu who was sneering in her heart, everyone was surprised, and afterwards came to a unified conclusion. Qin Xiao was either really crazy, or she still had some plans with Lu Hongyu. Qin Xiaoyu. Yi Bingrua's murderous aura was on the verge of congealing into an entity, but she was quickly gagged by her own brother. We have no intention of engaging in a battle today, so I hope brother Qin will bear with us. Yi Bingtian's face was gloomy to the extreme, and with great difficulty, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. Afterward, he pulled his sister and wriggled away. Yi Bingtian was afraid not of Qin Xiao, but of Lu Hongyu, who was surprisingly abnormal today, and he had to be soft. Elder brother Qin, you're invincible. You've become famous in one battle. Ha ha ha. Zhang Mingfei gave a wild thumbs up. Not only him, even the others were jealous of Qin Xiao. To be able to make the Yi family's twin lifetime sword body avoid its sharpness, this son must not be simple. Qin Xiao had some regrets. He had wanted to test the waters on the Yi siblings first, but now he could only give up. However, he was still curious about what rewards the system would explode when he cut down the twin sword body. It should be able to be pretty good. It's much better than his waste of a senior brother's natural sword bone. With a smile on his face, Qin Xiao left the ring and continued to drink with the others. This time no one ostracized him, and some even began to attach themselves to him. This could make Bai Susu, who was beside her, angry enough, but she couldn't disobey her master's order, so she could only stay beside Qin Xiao and be touched by him. What made Bai Susu furious the most was that Qin Xiao's expression when he touched her was surprisingly strange. It's like making a comparison with a woman who doesn't know who she is. After the comparison, Qin Xiao shook her head one after another and muttered something general. Bai Susu was about to explode with anger. She felt that her dignity as a woman had been trampled on viciously. Qin Xiao quickly followed Zhang Mingfei and mingled with the crowd as if what had just happened had not happened. At the same time his mind sighed. Sure enough, dignity is fought with fists. Today without the battle of the ring and Lu Hongyu's clamor, he himself otherwise would not know what to be taunted by others. Meanwhile, inside the attic in the distance, Lu Hongyu put away the long sword in her hand and sat in front of Yun Yang, and Yun Yang, the pale old crone, was now several years younger by Lu Hongyu's anger, spilling her guts in her face, and there was nothing she could do about it because she simply couldn't fight. She couldn't even fight Dan Qingzi, let alone Lu Hongyu, the number one immortal of the desolate domain's sword Dao. The corners of Lu Honyu's mouth under her veil rose slightly as she said, "It seems that my guess was indeed correct. The Holy Lord of Yao Qi is indeed nearing the end of her life. Even this marriage alliance is also your attention, right? You really do have intentions." Yun Yang's tone trembled and his face became complicated. Willow Honyu pestled her chin. Before she came here, she had a feeling that something was very wrong with Yao Qi. Because of this time Qin Zhao's union, Yao Qi was very satisfied and did not oppose it at all. This was different from the past, when yo-yos hated to dig a piece of meat off of each other. Moreover, it seemed that the one who suffered from the marriage with Qin Xiao was still Yao Qi. This is very wrong. coupled with the fact that the Holy Lord of Yaoqi hadn't been able to show up for a long time. There were even rumors that the Holy Lord of Yaoqi had long since sat down, so she planned to take this opportunity to bring Qin Shao to test Yaoqi's bottom line. Now it seems that what was said was true. Lu Hongyu said, "Tell me about it." Yun Yang sighed for a moment. "Yes, you guessed right. We are here to make a good relationship with the cloud-soaring sect, and also pave the way for Yaoqi's future." Lu Hongyu looked into the void and seemed to be able to see a white-haired old crone within the hall of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. "Alas, I will pass it on to the patriarch. Many thanks." Yun Yang's lifted heart finally dropped. "Now it's time to talk about me." Lu Hongyu raised her hand and laid hundreds of prohibitions around her, feeling that it was not safe, and then inspired the magic treasure with the ability to isolate prying eyes. After further hesitation, she slowly removed the veil she wore over her face. Yun Yang's pupils shrunk slightly, and she, who was also a woman, felt sad, because there was a scar on Lu Hongyu's otherwise perfect face. The size of the scar nearly covered the left side of her face, as if it had been scorched by flames. The smooth, soft face contrasted with the hideous, horrible scars, so that Lu Hongyu's fox charming looks, which was originally an internal spirit body, was destroyed. Yun Yang retracted his gaze with an unforgiving face. This was injured by Daichinga's cultivator Ice Flame, right? Chapter 62 Lu Hongyu lamenting, by Susu humiliated by Qin Shao. Lu Hongyu reached out her hand to caress the scars on her face. Her red pupils lit up with flames, and a stern sword intent erupted around her body due to her anger. That's right, it was Daichinga who did it. The aftermath of the cultivator Ice Flame, even I can't eradicate it. Your alchemy is even better than Danqingzi. Do you have a solution? Yun Yang frowned as he stared at the hideous scar and couldn't help but lament for Lu Hongyu. At the same time, he was also deeply afraid of Daichinga's strength. To be able to beat the rampaging Lu Hongyu to disfigurement, how strong was Daichinga? It wasn't something she could compete with anyway. Said thoughtfully, "There's nothing I can do. Daichinga's cultivating Ice Flame's origins are too mysterious to be cracked by unusual medicines." Lu Hongyu's eyes became dull and expected it. She had even tried treating it with divine medicines before this, but none of it worked. Butterfly Chinga's cultivating Ice Flame was very different, hiding a mysterious and unpredictable power within it. Not even a sovereign of the Saint King realm could see it clearly. Is there really no way out? Lu Hongyu lamented and smiled to herself. In fact, it wasn't just her face that had scars, but her upper body as well, and they were even more hideous and horrific. Cultivators of my generation cultivate thoughts of understanding, and your obsession with yourself as well as Daichinga is too deep, which will eventually affect your path to advance to Saint King. Yun Yang couldn't bear to look any further and reminded. Lu Hongyu put on her veil and resumed her proud stance as she looked out the window at Qin Shao, who was climbing with the crowd, and muttered, "That's not necessarily true." After that she turned and walked away as if nothing had just happened. On the high platform, Qin Shao put his hand on Bai Susu's jade leg under her skirt in a dignified manner, and pinched it every now and then, causing a ripple. Bai Susu's face darkened completely. Being played with her most proud position in public, she gritted her teeth and endured it. After all, it is the object of the union. But Qin Shao's face was actually hung with disappointment, as if she was not satisfied with the jade leg in her hand and could only make do with touching it. "Mr. Qin, you're finished." Bai Susu was furious and shook the hand on her leg away. "Che, average." Qin Shao's mouth had to be skimming the sky. Bai Susu was on the verge of crying with anger. How did this denizen have the face to say this? "Yo, brother Qin, Fairy White looks a bit shy. Ha ha ha." Someone laughed and joked from the sidelines. Who knows? A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. Alas, Qin Shao took out a helpless expression, but in his heart, he was sneering. Of course he knew that Bai Susu wanted to keep him on a leash, but what Daichinga couldn't do, could a little girl do? "You can find whoever you like to join forces with, and don't touch me." Bai Susu was truly furious, and after straightening her dress, she sat down where she was, not even taking a look at Qin Shao. "Fairy Bai, you're causing brother Qin to lose some face." Someone from the side whispered a reminder. "So I have no face?" Bai Susu's eyes were red, just like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Qin Shao frowned and didn't take it seriously, turning his head and continuing to climb up with Jiang Mingfei without the slightest intention of trying to coax Bai Susu. "Brother Qin, this is your future Dao couple. Aren't you afraid that you won't have a daughter-in-law in the future?" Jiang Mingfei kindly reminded. Even Bai Su, who was far away, thought the same thing. "Thinking I'm like this and you're still not coming over to soften up. Let's see how you'll end up later." Qin Shao poured a mouthful of wine and said, "Who am I to coax? I have nothing to do, right?" When Bai Susu in the distance heard it, her face turned green and purple. She didn't know that the other purpose of this union was to pull in the Cloudsoar sect. She only thought it was the innate Dao fetus that Qin Shao needed to heal the wounds of the heavenly condemnation. Therefore, she wasn't even afraid in her heart and waited for Qin Shao to come over. but an hour had passed, and even the evening sun was climbing up into the sky. Qin Shao hadn't come over to Bai Susu yet, and Bai Susu sneered, "I'll see how long you can pretend," but she soon stopped laughing, and instead felt a green hat glittering on her head. See only. Qin Shao's face was agitated as he took out a stone from his arms, a stone that emitted a cold aura and shone with a dazzling light. Lover's Rock. Bai Susu's gaze froze and finally became murderous. Before she came here, she had heard Qin Shao say that she had two favorite women, but she hadn't expected to even exchange lover's stones. And it looks like it's been some time. You're playing. You're messing around, but greening me to my face is over the top. However, Qin Shao did not care about Bai Susu's gaze and carefully responded to the fluctuations coming from the lover's stone. This is the lover's stone left behind by Han Shui, which can receive information about each other in real time. However, due to the great distance between them, coupled with Qin Shao's low cultivation level, lover's stones can only contact each other, and cannot exchange substantial information, only feel each other's existence. Senior sister has broken through to the late stage of the Dao Palace. Qin Shao was surprised as the lover's stone emitted fluctuations of the late Dao Palace stage. Before he came, he thought that Han Shui would have to be in seclusion for several months to recover, but he didn't expect that she would recover so quickly and even break the boundary. With that, Qin Shao held the lover's stone in her hand in front of everyone, a soft smile on her face. The crowd looked at Qin Shao and then at the red-faced Bai Susu. The male cultivator looked at Qin Shao with a face of adoration, greening someone else's Yao Qi heavenly pride in front of him. This boldness is not something that ordinary people can have. Female cultivators look at Bai Susu as a face of sympathy. The little girl is quite good, but unfortunately, even their own men cannot see, but also by others green. Qin Shao, you've gone too far. Bai Susu completely couldn't help herself. Disregarding her reserve, she overturned the table in front of her, her delicate features becoming distorted. What are you doing? Qin Shao hurriedly shielded her lover's stone in front of her chest and chided. What's the madness in a large crowd? What's the behavior? It's not like that. Bai Susu's face was green with anger. You green me in public and expect me to look good. How can you be such a backwards asshole? Asshole. Denizens. Pervert. Bai Susu shouted and cursed without any regard for her image. Afterward, she turned around and walked away, the polar opposite of the strong woman she was when we first met. Elder brother Qin, go coax it. If it continues like this, you'll lose your happiness for the rest of your life. Zhang Mingfei reminded while admiring. Qin Shao nodded his head, feeling that he had pretty much extinguished Bai Susu's arrogance, and said, thanks for reminding brother Jiang. I'll go now, old brother. After saying that, Qin Shao excused himself to the crowd before catching up with Bai Susu. Looking at Qin Shao's departing back, the crowd felt that they had lost a lot of fun, but the all-time silent specter suddenly transmitted his voice to Zhang Mingfei. Brother Jiang, what do you think of Qin Shao? Zhang Mingfei frowned and replied matter-of-factly, it's a talented person with a lot of guts. The specter transmitted another voice and asked, and what do you think of the Yi siblings? Zhang Mingfei's frown deepened, and without hesitation, he transmitted his voice back, it's just a despicable villain. The two of them are the only ones in the younger generation of the Yi family who can make it to the stage. If they die, it will definitely create a heavy blow to the younger generation of the Yi family. The voice of the spectral transmission was calm, but the words that came out made Zhang Mingfei's tiger's torso shake. It looks like you and I have the same purpose, both wanting to kill the Yi siblings. Zhang Mingfei's pupils trembled slightly as he hurriedly denied. Don't misunderstand, I didn't think so. Spectre shook his head. His tone was certain. There's no need to deny it. It's not like I'm asking the two of us to join forces to get rid of the Yi siblings, but rather to kill them with a borrowed knife. Who? Spectre looked in the direction Qin Shao had left. Qin Shao. I can clearly feel his killing intent towards the Yi siblings, so he's a good candidate. Chapter 63, Resurrected Ergot. Lu Hongyu's true purpose. What do you mean? You're going to make a move against Qin Shao? Zhang Mingfei's face looked bad as he sent a warning look to the underworld. I won't make a move against him. The three of us have the same goal. We're just one chance away. Qin Shao has Lu Honyu to protect him, and there's also the Cloud Sky sect, the number one force in the desolate domain, behind him. It would be more than appropriate to let him. Spectre replied matter-of-factly. I don't agree. You let him face the Yi family siblings alone. Are you crazy? Zhang Mingfei was on the verge of fury. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to him. I still want to recruit him to our hidden star hall and make him my senior brother. The Spectre got up and left the high platform alone, finally transmitting his voice to Zhang Mingfei. I'll organize some people to hunt in the Twilight Forest tomorrow, so I'll leave it up to you, brother Jiang, to keep Qin Shao safe at that time. Me? Why should I be the one to do what you've arranged? Are you sick? Zhang Mingfei, who was an old acquaintance of the underworld, was indignant at the moment, but the Spectre didn't respond to him. That's just it. When the time comes, we have to bail out old brother Qin. This is a talent that can't die. Xin Xiao knew nothing about this, and did not mean to coax by Susu. Instead, he ran to the guest room with a strange look on his face. He was at first prepared to go and coax by Susu for a while, for show, but plans are not as good as changes, and now there is something that makes his head spin. Bam! After arriving at the guest room that was solely his own, Xin Xiao unlocked the door and waved his hand to lay down several more prohibitions before sitting down on the chair with confidence. He slowly took out a jade bottle from his storage ring and opened it, and black smoke filled the air. There seemed to be something writhing in the black smoke. Humph! Xin Xiao coldly grunted. His hand filled with Dao lines and grabbed at the black smoke. Squeak! What sounded like the screams of bugs came, but Xin Xiao didn't let go and raised his hand to grab a slimy object and opened his mouth to absorb all the black smoke. Finally a fist-sized, pitch black, slime-covered worm appeared in his hand. Xin Xiao stroked his chin, his face oddly colored. This worm was obtained after killing Lu Luo in the Medicine Valley back then, and it was also this worm that turned Lu Luo into an inhuman appearance. Strangely enough, the bug had already died along with Lu Luo at that time, and Xin Xiao gradually put the matter behind her. But now it's surprisingly alive again. How can something that is clearly dead come back to life? After careful probing, it was discovered that the bug didn't have any scent from Lu Luo's body. It's just that it's weaker now, like a major illness. What the hell is this? Xin Xiao rummaged through the pitifully small amount of knowledge in his brain, trying to explain the bug's origin, but nothing came to mind. Yo, Doom Bug, where you been? A clear, cold and suspicious female voice sounded quietly from behind. Who? Xin Xiao was so shocked that she almost jumped up, and when she fixed her eyes, she broke out in a cold sweat. Lu Hongyu? At this moment, Lu Hongyu was wearing a red gauze skirt, lazily sitting on a chair, her delicate body strips calling out, her red-eye pupils staring at the bug without blinking. Senior, what brings you here? Xin Xiao retracted his gaze from the white peaks. I said I would come to you at night, Lu Hongyu asked as she yawned and walked to the bedside to sit down on her own bare feet. Is this what you got from the Valley of Medicine? Yes. Does Senior know what this is? Xin Xiao took the opportunity to ask. Since I know, Lu Hongyu said in a commanding tone as she flung the hem of her skirt, her white thighs nearly to be completely bare. Come here and rub my legs. The corner of Xin Xiao's mouth twitched again and again. This woman really had two sides, nor did he say much. To him, as long as Lu Hongyu no longer struck out at him, the snow-white long legs were placed on Xin Xiao's knees, playing and kneading them to her heart's content. Lu Hongyu let out a long, soothing moan that nearly made Xin Xiao lose her grip. The so-called doomworm, whose origin is anyone's guess, only knows that after swallowing it, it can explode with overwhelming battle power, just the same as your demonization. Xin Xiao's eyes flashed with brilliance as he heard this. Demonization could raise his battle power to nearly the level of the late god condensation stage. If we add the doomworm in our hands, is it possible to fight against the pilgrimage stage? But after thinking about it, it felt a little shaky. Lu Luo was just dominated by this doomworm, and in the end, it was hard to die. And although Xin Xiao could resist the poisonous smoke, she might not be able to resist the backlash of the doomworm, and she still didn't know. That's why it's better not to swallow a doomworm until you have to. Rumor has it that the doomworm will appear to be in a state of false death. It was resurrected just now? Lu Hongyu twisted her jade leg. Yes. Xin Xiao was stimulated by her, and was instantly refreshed. You performed well today. Say it, what reward do you want? A mysterious smile hung on the corner of Lu Hongyu's mouth. Xin Xiao's eyes flashed with essence, retracted his gaze from the half-displayed graceful arc, and said thoughtfully, I just want to ask one question. Why did Senior have to be in such a hurry to enter the Saint King realm? It was rare for Xin Xiao to look directly at Lu Hongyu, and he was curious to know why this was. Lu Hongyu was clearly at the bottleneck of breaking through to Saint King. If she were to settle down for a few more decades, she would definitely be able to break through to Saint King. But why should he now disregard the face of being an elder and hit out at Xin Xiao, who was only at the god condensation stage? Lu Hongyu was lying flat on the bed, her jade body spread out, her proud peaks looming large, and she could even faintly see a bit of spring light. Her red lips parted lightly. Because of myself, and because this side of heaven and earth is running out of time. Xin Xiao's head grew big as she listened, but the movement of her hand didn't stop, instead reaching inward a bit. Lu Hongyu glanced at it and didn't stop it. The end times are coming to an end. I need to break through to Saint King as soon as possible to be qualified to compete with my peers. Ha! Xin Xiao was so shocked that her hand couldn't help but slide inward. If you dare to touch that place of mine, you can go to hell. Lu Hongyu looked as normal as she retracted her beautiful legs that were like white jade pillars. Xin Xiao was jolted and surprised at the same time. The end times are coming to an end. That meant that the aura was about to be restored, which would help one's cultivation in the future. But Lu Hongyu's next words splashed him with cold water. You are now an excellent cauldron for the future for me, and you are still qualified to yearn for the end of the end times? Xin Xiao took a deep breath, thinking that Lu Hongyu's temper was really changeable and eccentric. Lu Hongyu said thoughtfully, "In fact, you have a chance to succeed as the saint son of the clouds, so that you and I will be equals within the sect, and I won't touch you." Qin Shao sighed lightly. This was the only way to go about things now that he had the patriarch's mark on him. Lu Hongyu couldn't move him now, but if it was after the saint's son competition, it might be possible. "Don't worry, whether you become a saint's son or not, I will protect your life." Lu Hongyu was stretching her back towards Qin Shao, her loose gauze skirt slipping down partially from her shoulders, revealing half of her white beautiful jade. Qin Shao stared with wide eyes. This scale, one hand could not hold it. No wonder Lu Hongyu always hit people with the ball. This would be great if used. Lu Hongyu noticed Qin Shao's bottom and the almost invasive gaze, and didn't care about the half-slipped sarong. She caressed the veil on her face and with a mysterious smile, she said, "Want? Then you want to see me for what I really am." The veil half hung over her face, revealing the white but feminine right side of her face. Only the left side of her face, which bears the scar, is hidden under the veil, which falls off at the slightest moment. Lu Hongyu's body exuded a fragrance with a seductive intent. It made Qin Shao's blood run cold and his eyes become infatuated. Lu Hongyu stretched out her jade finger and lifted Qin Shao's chin, her demonic red pupils radiating an evil light. "Want to see?" Qin Shao quickly realized that something was wrong and immediately bit the tip of her tongue to force her way back to her senses. The late generation's destiny is too shallow to withstand the senior. Lu Hongyu's jade face contained anger, directly clamping down on Qin Shao's neck, the corner of her mouth hanging a cold smile. "Do you think I'm ugly? Or are you afraid I won't be able to satisfy you? Answer me." Chapter 64 Master's feud with Lu Hongyu. Going to the Twilight Forest. Elder by no means has this intention. Elder in Elder's heart is like the 9 heavenly maiden. Elder does not want to desecrate Elder, Qin Shao said with difficulty, his mouth dry, saying all the good things he could say in his life. He didn't want to be held by Lu Hongyu. The inner spirit body was too terrifying. As long as he had one, he would fall completely. By then, it would really be Lu Hongyu's personally acquired items, not to mention being some kind of holy son. It would be good if the Taoist heart wasn't crushed by this woman's play. After hearing this, Lu Hongyu's face dispersed most of her anger and slowly loosened her hand, but she was still a little depressed. The mark left behind by the patriarch could indeed protect Qin Shao from high-level cultivators, which was why she didn't overpower her. But it would be different if Qin Shao had taken the initiative. Then she could rightfully hold Qin Shao. But now Qin Shao was acting as if he had entered a sage moment, and was actually able to resist the charms of the inner spirit body. This caused Lu Hongyu to feel a wave of frustration. "I've only done a few spells, and I've used them all on this kid, and they don't work? Could it be that Dai Qingya had moved on this kid? Or is this kid resisting the temptation with perseverance?" Lu Hongyu quietly looked at Qin Shao, wanting to see what was going on. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door of the room. "Sir Qin, young Master Jiang has something he wants to say to you, so he asked me to come over and deliver the message." Bai Susu's impatient voice came from outside the door. Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like she was finally saved. "Obstructive fellow," Lu Hongyu frowned, putting her sarong on and sitting on the chair, after which she raised her hand to open the barrier outside the door. "Come in." Bai Susu pushed open the door to her room and was greeted by a coolly dressed Lu Hongyu, as well as a red-faced Qin Shao. It was a moment to realize something. She felt that the cuckold on her head was even bigger, and considering that Lu Hongyu was still here, she could only forcefully suppress her anger and said, "Young Master Jiang said that the younger generation is going to hunt in the Twilight Forest tomorrow, so he came to invite you, and made a point of saying that the Yi family siblings will be there as well." Bai Susu finished with an expressionless face, after which she threw the door shut and twisted her head away without the slightest bit of lingering. Twilight Forest. Yi siblings. Qin Shao muttered to himself as he regained his state, feeling that this was a special message left for him. Ever since they met today, he had wanted to kill the Yi siblings and use it to trigger the system reward. Now the opportunity is in front of us, but the more it looks like a deliberate setup. As soon as Qin Shao raised her head, she saw Lu Hongyu standing expressionlessly in front of her, after which she raised her hand and pointed a finger at Qin Shao's brow. A red mark was engraved in Qin Shao's sea of consciousness. "Senior, this is," said Qin Shao with a strange expression on his face. "The Imperial clan's children will all have life and death brands on their bodies, monitoring their life and death, and if they die, the brand will follow the murderer forever. This seal can counteract the life and death brand when you kill someone, lest you be tracked." Lu Hongyu loosened her hand and replied, "Thank you, senpai." "Aha," Lu Hongyu guffawed. "Then did you give me?" Before the words were finished, Lu Hongyu stopped and her beautiful eyes looked towards the Holy Lord's Hall in the center of the Yaoqi. She glanced regretfully at Qin Shao and said, "I'll spare you today. I'll come back later." Lu Hongyu turned into a red stream of light and disappeared into the room. Phew, Qin Shao was like being pardoned. Both of her legs were a bit soft, and she silently recited the clear heart technique several times in her mind before she suppressed that nameless evil fire. The inner spirit body is truly terrifying. How did Master Teacher mess with Lu Hanyu? Qin Shao lay helplessly on the bed, feeling a pang of fear. About Lu Hanyu, he had heard Dai Qingge talk about it. That year, Dai Qingge and Lu Hanyu were still only in the Pishi realm. In addition to Lu Hanyu having a senior sister at that time, the talent of Lu Hanyu's senior sister was very high, even higher than Lu Hanyu. The three were very close at the time and could talk about anything, until something happened and everything changed. That was when Dai Qingge killed Lu Hanyu's senior sister with her own hands. The reason given was that Lu Hanyu's senior sister had gone off the deep end, emanating a black aura, and had begun to kill innocents indiscriminately. Dai Qingge was also forced to kill senior sister Lu Hanyu with her own hands, but Lu Hanyu didn't believe this and only thought that Dai Qingge was jealous of her senior sister's talent. Thus, these two turned against each other and fought all the way from the other side realm to the sage realm. There's no winner till now. Ugh, these old guys are so troublesome with their grudges. Qin Shao slurred. He didn't think that his master would kill indiscriminately just because of jealousy. This wasn't his master's style. Alas, it's still important to find a way to raise our strength, and it's best to poke around for information on the harmonization flower. Qin Shao emptied her thoughts and quickly fell asleep. The next day, the sun rose and the sun shone through the windows and onto faces. Qin Shao lazily climbed up from the bed and just pushed open the door. She saw the cold-faced Bai Susu. You're finally awake. Bai Susu realized that Qin Shao now looked like he had overindulged, and her tone couldn't help but turn icy cold. She now felt like her man, who was bored with himself, and afterward went outside to find a woman, and only knew to come home after she was comfortable, and end up with a smile on your face yourself. She had asked her master yesterday to break off the engagement, but had not received consent. The response he got instead was, "Hold back, the sea is wide open, and it will be fine when we are truly married to the Tao. What are you looking at me like that for?" Qin Shao also had a cold face. He had forced out his heart's blood yesterday in order to resist Lu Hanyu's seduction. It's a wonder we're not weak right now. As for the explanation, he was too lazy to explain. And anyway, he didn't have any relationship with Bai Susu now. Humph, I'll take you to meet the others. Bai Susu snorted coldly and turned around to leave. What a throwaway face. Qin Shao skimmed her lips and had a step to follow. The duo soon arrived at a huge teleportation array. Here, Bai Susu said as she handed the great shift order to Qin Shao. The Twilight Forest is a secret area of our Yaoqi. This is the first time it's open to outsiders. There are a lot of demonic beasts as well as prohibitions inside, so just don't die when the time comes. Thanks for the reminder. Qin Shao replied with disinterest. Poof. Bai Susu was dissatisfied with Qin Shao's dead appearance, and with her hand, she galvanized the teleportation array. A greenish-blue color emanated from the teleportation array and shot straight up into the sky, taking the duo to the surroundings of the Twilight Forest. Inside the light and strange space passage, Qin Shao probed his divine thoughts towards the storage ring and realized that after a night of recuperation, the Doomworm had become refreshed. The Yi siblings must die. If you really can't beat them, swallow this bug, but of course you can't use this trick until it's absolutely necessary. Qin Shao secretly nodded his head and added a few more prohibitions to the sealing Doomworm jade bottle. Here we are, Bai Su said. A blinding bright light came from the end of the teleportation tunnel. When Qin Shao came back to her senses again, she realized that she was standing before a dark forest. There was only boundless darkness in front of him, a sign of polarization with the sunny Yaoqi behind him. The entire forest was like the huge mouth of an ancient demonic beast, and all those who traveled to and from it were swallowed up, forming an independent space here. Qin Shao frowned and muttered, "Why don't we just call it the Dark Forest?" "Senior sister," a male voice came from behind. Looking back, he realized that it was actually Yang Lansong, who had been beaten up by Qin Shao back in the Cloud Sect. Yang Lansong hurried over when he saw Bai Susu. Yang Lansong. Cultivation, early condensation, origin, eternal immortal body. Qin Shao stroked his chin and stared dead at Yang Lansong, thinking in his heart, he's actually advanced to the early stage of God condensation. Why don't we find a chance to cut him down after entering the forest? Chapter 65 Inside the Twilight Forest, encountering black smoke again. Senior sister, I've also come to join you in the Twilight Forest. Yang Lansong walked towards Bai Susu with a smile on his face. Qin Shao felt a pang of contempt when he looked at Yang Lansong's demented face, so he went forward and swept Bai Susu into his arms, moving intimately like a real couple. Mr. Qin, what are you doing? Bai Susu squirmed around in Qin Shao's arms in annoyance. I'm just hugging. You're the object of my union. Qin Shao shamelessly placed his hand on Bai Susu's waist. Now you know I'm the one you're coupling with? Bai Su fluttered even more, and Qin Shao didn't even have the intention of letting go, but instead wrapped her arms tighter. Snap! Qin Shao slapped at Bai Susu's soft arse, causing a light shudder. You, Bai Susu was on the verge of crying with anger, like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. What are you doing to my senior sister? Yang Lansong roared, his eyes wide with rage. He just couldn't stand to watch. The Bai Susu, whom he had originally admired, was now lying in another man's arms and being humiliated. What's the difference between that and bulldozing him in the face? Do you still want to be beaten? What does it have to do with you if I touch your senior sister? Xin Xiao said contemptuously. Xin Xiao, you bully people too much. Yang Lansong stepped forward, his body erupting with a stern killing intent. Lansong, no rudeness, Bai Susu said with a helpless face. She was also speechless at this senior brother. Knowing that she couldn't beat the other party, she still went forward. Senior sister, said Yang Lansong, wanting to speak. Listen. Bai Susu took the original seriousness and made Yang Lansong listen to him. Xiao Bai, let's go. It's time to find Brother Jiang and the others. Qin Xiao spoke softly. I'll take you. Bai Susu forced herself not to have a fit, allowing herself to be held by Qin Xiao as she walked towards the interior of the Twilight Forest. Yang Lansong followed behind, and could only watch his senior sister being desecrated by a dog, his nails deeply embedded in his palm. Hated that the man was himself. The forest seemed to be a different dimension, with an overcast wind, and the bright sunlight in the sky was covered by the lush canopy of trees. Qin Xiao just entered the forest and couldn't help but shiver, feeling like he had fallen into the abyssal maw of a savage beast. This is Sumeru space. Qin Xiao was stunned. The so-called Sumeru space was actually a great power using monstrous greatness to open up a small world on top of the original world, including the Cloud Sky Sex Heaven Ceiling Tower, which was rumored to have been created by the Cloud Sky Emperor. However, what made Qin Xiao feel stunned was that the Twilight Forest was simply too big. It's not like it was carved out at all. It's like it was already there. The origin of the Twilight Forest is anyone's guess. Rumor has it that it was dug up from the outside world by the predecessors of the Yaoqi a long time ago. Bai Susu could see Qin Xiao's doubts and replied from the sidelines. Qin Xiao nodded his head and wrapped his arms around the delicate body in his arms as he continued to walk through the dark forest. He frowned frequently as he sensed a strange aura that caused the immortal martial origin in his body to become disgusted. Did you feel it? Qin Xiao asked Bai Susu. What did you say? Bai Su frowned. Nothing. Qin Xiao looked left and right trying to find out what was going on, but didn't find anything. This was strange. The normally extremely exuberant immortal martial body was actually showing signs of disgust at this moment. This resistance from instinct caused Qin Xiao to become alert, while becoming even more curious about the exact origin of the Twilight Forest. Before long, the figures of Jiang Mingfei and the others came into view. Elder brother Qin, come here. Jiang Mingfei beckoned enthusiastically. Sorry gentlemen, Mr. Qin is late. Qin Xiao walked up to the crowd. It's fine, we haven't discussed it yet anyway, Jiang Mingfei said with a big grin. The number of people who came wasn't too many, and together with Qin Xiao, there were only 20 people. Aside from Jiang Mingfei and Spectre who were outside of the pilgrimage, the rest of the cultivators were at the condensation stage. Therefore, the crowd decided to split into two teams of 10 people each, led by Jiang Mingfei and Spectre respectively. Each of them rounded up the demonic beasts in the Twilight Forest, and at the end of the day, whichever team hunted more demonic beasts would be the winner. Set a bet. Spectre spoke up. This is my Yaoqi's secret realm, so the bet naturally has to be paid by Yaoqi. Bai Susu smiled, took out a jade bottle that emitted vibrant vitality, and spoke. The bet is a bottle of ginseng Taoist dew. Bai Susu opened the jade bottle, and immediately an aura overflowing with the essence of life spread around. Harmonized flower essence. The Spectre's eyes blossomed with essence. Regardless of him, everyone present, including Qin Xiao, looked sideways at the jade bottle. Qin Xiao's face showed surprise. Bai Susu had also given him a bottle of ginseng Taoist dew before this. However, in terms of effect, it was not at all comparable to this bottle in Bai Susu's hand, which was the true essence of the harmonized flower. Not that breath can compare. The harmonization flower is different from many divine medicines in that it can't prolong a cultivator's lifespan, but it can allow a cultivator's cultivation to directly break through to the sage, or even the Saint King realm, which is truly miraculous. Jiang Mingfei sighed. Yeah, rumor has it that it can also allow cultivators whose foundations have long been broken to regain their peak battle power, even stronger than before. The Spectre glanced at Qin Xiao as he said this. Qin Xiao frowned, feeling that the Pantheon likely knew about the internal affairs of the Cloud-Soaring sect. If that was the case, it might be unfavorable for the Cloud-Soaring sect, but he didn't show it either, just smiled in response, while being alert to the Spectre. Consider that the Spectre has a deep heart. Alright, that's it, I'll see you in 10 hours. We'll talk then. Jiang Mingfei waved his hand. Qin Xiao was in a group with Jiang Mingfei, Bai Susu, Yang Lansong, the Yi family siblings, and 4 cultivators from second-rate forces. The Spectre, on the other hand, left with 9 cultivators from second-rate forces. Strange, how did the Spectre give us the main force? Baisu cocked her head. Who knows, they'll all follow me, so they'll have something to look out for when the time comes. Jiang Mingfei shrugged his shoulders and led the crowd through the dark forest like a big brother. Qin Xiao walked beside Jiang Mingfei, her afterglow keeping an eye on the Yi siblings walking behind, trying to find a chance to get these two killed. Regardless of whether the two of them were the ones contacted by the myriad voice peak master, it was because of the twin life sword body. Qin Xiao then became determined to kill the siblings. As for Bai Susu and Yang Lansong, Qin Xiao chose to look at the situation. After all, he still had to inquire about the harmonious flower. Now Bai Susu's arrogance was almost worn away, which was exactly what Qin Xiao wanted. If not, then we will have to resort to unnatural means. Ha, why is it foggy in front? Yi Bingru said as she leaned into her brother's arms, only to see that a mist like black smoke had appeared on the path not far ahead at some point. The mist spread quickly towards the crowd. Bai Susu's pupils trembled slightly as she said, "Everyone be careful. This is ghost fog. Once inhaled it will damage our roots." Jiang Mingfei breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's go around it then. Just don't touch it." "Aha." Bai Su nodded in response. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, had his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared dead on at the ghostly mist spreading over, feeling somewhat familiar. It's very similar to the black smoke we encountered when we were in the Medicine Valley. Qin Xiao's gaze condensed slightly, recalling the black smoke he encountered when he and Han Shui were trapped by the illusionary formation while in the Medicine Valley. At that time, in order to successfully escape, Qin Xiao had not touched many walls, and now, the aura emanating from the ghostly mist not far away was practically the same as the black smoke in the Medicine Valley. Qin Xiao probed his divine thoughts into the storage ring and realized that the Doomworm was rioting at the moment and seemed to have some sort of connection with the ghost fog. Lu Luo was the one who fused with the Doomworm in the first place, after which he was able to control the black smoke as well as the illusion formation. Could this ghost fog be the same thing as the black smoke in the Medicine Valley? Chapter 66, Dispute within the team, forced prying into the ghost mist. Elder brother Qin, what are you waiting for? Go! Jiang Mingfei shouted. Got it. Qin Xiao retracted his gaze from the ghostly mist and followed behind the crowd, speaking to Bai Susu again. Do you know the exact origin of the ghostly mist? Bai Susu dodged Qin Xiao's big black hand that was placed on her arse, and said in a bad mood, I'm not sure. I only know that it originally existed here and would pop up from time to time. What happens when you inhale the ghostly mist other than being damaged at the root? Qin Xiao recalled when the black smoke in the Medicine Valley would help turn people into puppets, and an alarm rose in his heart. So he asked. Replied Shiresu, cocking her head in thought. If a cultivator with a weak mind comes into contact with the ghost fog, he will also be controlled over his body and mind and become insane. Qin Xiao nodded his head, thinking that the ghostly mist here was definitely inextricably related to the black smoke in the Cloudsex Medicine Valley. When he had returned from the Medicine Valley, he had also asked Daichinga and Danqingzi to find out what that black smoke was, but the answers were all no. Have you ever gone deep into the depths of the ghost mist? And are there any living things inside? Qin Xiao recalled that Lu Luo was hiding in the black smoke to manipulate the big formation. Could it be that there is something else in the ghost fog? Baisu was a little impatient with the barrage of questions being asked. Some elders have gone in before, but they didn't find anything. Are you done asking? How annoying. Qin Xiao didn't take it seriously, but in her heart, she was on the alert, and her expression became serious for a few moments. Brother Qin, you can't be afraid, can you? It's no wonder. It's probably because you've been hiding too well under Senior Lu's thighs and don't know the perils of the secret realm. Yang Lansong finally found a chance to start making fun of Qin Xiao. Even the Yi family siblings began to chime in, their faces showing contempt. Yeah, Brother Qin hasn't even been out of the cloud sect a few times, so how would he know that this world is as big as it is? Brother is right. Brother Qin can hide behind us if he's afraid. We'll protect you. He. Qin Xiao snorted and looked at the Yi siblings who were acting intimately in front of him and said, I wish you both, in the future, to have crooked-looking imbeciles. He pointed again to Yang Lansong who was peering at Bai Susu's thighs from the sidelines. You little Yakuza, why do you keep looking at your senior sister? You're only worthy of looking, you're just a dead out. You don't even have the qualifications to go up to the top. The faces of the Yi family siblings and Yang Lansong immediately turned a pig's liver color. None of them thought that Qin Xiao could be so unqualified to say such dirty words in front of so many people. Scum! My senior sister marrying you has truly tarnished the facade of Yao Qi. Yang Lansong shouted angrily, the unwillingness in her heart climbing to the extreme. Snap! Without saying a word, Qin Xiao went up and slapped Yang Lansong, knocking his mouth askew and doubling over several times before stopping. Looking like a human being, but the words that come out of his mouth aren't human. He deserves to be beaten. Qin Xiao wiped her hands in disgust. Qin Xiao, don't go too far, my senior brother. He's still young. Bai Susu stopped in front of Qin Shao, her face somber. If you say one more word, it's you I'll slap. Qin Shao and Bai Susu looked straight at each other with a flash of red in their eyes. Anyway, he didn't have any substantial relationship with Bai Susu. It didn't matter if the other party died or not. But of course it was best if he could get the information about the harmony flower out. Old brother Qin is fine. Give my old brother a face. Let's just hurry up and hunt the demonic beasts. Don't be compared to that guy from the underworld. Zhang Mingfei grinned and pulled his punches from the sidelines. Qin Shao pointed at the Yi family siblings as well as Yang Lansong, who was sitting on the ground and vomiting blood. For the sake of elder brother Jiang, I won't beat up the three of you. When the three of them heard this, they all froze, thinking that Qin Shao was too arrogant, while the anger in their hearts climbed to the extreme. If not for Zhang Mingfei's presence, the three of them would have been afraid that they would have struck out at Qin Shao at the same time. Qin Shao continued to walk beside Zhang Mingfei, and as for the matter of tracking the demonic beast's traces, it was left to the 4 god condensation cultivators from the second-rate forces. The high-level demonic beasts in the Twilight Forest had been cleared out by the many elders of Yaoqi a long time ago. The highest of the demonic beasts left behind now didn't exceed the pilgrimage stage, so the crowd didn't worry too much. Those 4 cultivators also moved very well and quickly spotted a late-stage god condensation demonic beast. The crowd flew to the place, and when they saw the demonic beast's look-alike appearance, they were all stunned. That was a pig demon. Just by landing on all 4 limbs, it was a few heads taller than a human being, with bristles like sharp needles standing upright, and eyes red as if it had gone mad. This is a pig demon? It looks a bit strange. Bai Susu frowned, realizing that this pig demon was very wrong, as if it had gone off the deep end. Don't worry about that. The ghost fog has already spread here. Settle the pig demon and let's go. Zhang Mingfei looked towards the ghostly mist that was approaching not far away, and a look of gravity appeared on his face. Good. Then my brother and sister will make a contribution. The Yi family siblings rose up with the momentum, their bodies erupting with sword intent in unison, which turned into substance and intertwined like fine threads. It eventually formed a giant blue and red sword in the sky. Open! As the Yi siblings simultaneously shouted lowly, the giant sword slammed down, slashing straight at the pig demon's massive body. The pig demon's face was cut out of a gully, and some of its morose white skull was visible. But this instead enraged the pig demon, only to see its whole body muscles tense up, directly charging towards the Yi family siblings. And dare to be wild. The Yi family siblings shouted in unison, their sword chi taking shape and condensing into long swords in their hands as they fought the pig demon. Twin-born sword body, truly magical. Jiang Mingfei, who stayed in the shadows and observed the surroundings, murmured in a low voice and looked at Qin Shao from time to time. As for Qin Shao's attention at the moment, it was not on the crowd at all. As he gazed at the ever-approaching ghostly mist, the doubts in his heart intensifying. Strange, why is it that the closer we get to the ghost fog, the aversion of the immortal martial origin becomes more severe? Qin Shao's right hand is on his chest. Although the black smoke in the cloud sex medicine valley resembled the ghost fog, it did not give Qin Shao such a strange feeling. Could it be that there's something in this ghostly mist? Qin Shao stood at the edge of the ghost fog, exhausting his eyesight to look into the depths, even going so far as to unleash his twisted demon eyes, wanting to see the spatial aura in the ghost fog. Elder brother Qin, what are you waiting for? The pig demons have all been eliminated. Let's get going. There was a shout from Zhang Mingfei in his ear. Qin Shao didn't pay any attention to it, only to see the golden Dao lines representing the spatial laws in its eyes flickering, and the spatial aura of the ghostly mist becoming visible. What exactly is this ghost fog that can resist the demon eye of distortion? The twisted demon eyes were hindered and emitted a tremor, and Qin Shao's pears were covered in blood, but he didn't give up and mobilized the mana in the sea of chakras to forcefully drive the demon eye. He had a feeling that there must be something in this ghostly mist. Finally, Qin Shao saw a strange thing through the ghost fog. It was like 2 lamps, emitting a turquoise light in the ghostly mist, and it seemed to have noticed Qin Shao, its turquoise light initiating a violent tremor. No, that's not a light, that's an eye. Qin Shao shrieked out in shock and hurriedly retracted his sight, but it was too late, only to see a pitch-black spear stabbing along his line of sight. The target is exactly his brow. The ghost fog rioted at this moment, sending out waves like a tsunami. Damn it, it's a big deal. Qin Shao felt bad and turned back to yell at the top of her voice. Run! Something's coming out of the ghost fog. Chapter 67, Sage Talisman Present. Exploring the ghost mist world alone. Qin Shao turned around and yelled, trying to warn the people behind him, only to find that nothing could be seen behind them, only endless ghostly fog. Zhang Mingfei and the others had long since disappeared, and even their voices could not be heard. Damn it, the damn thing takes it every time. Qin Shao stifled a grunt as the spear that shot from the depths of the ghostly mist had kept closing in, causing his brow to crack and spill blood. Inescapable. Xin Xiao forced his body to move and offered the life-preserving talisman given by Dan Qingzi. The talisman quickly burned, dispersing the surrounding ghostly mist and forming a 10-foot-sized circular barrier around Xin Xiao. Click! Under Qin Zhao's gaze, the pitch-black spear stabbed at the golden barrier with a decrisp sound. Cracks appeared in the golden barrier while the spear quickly turned into flying dust. Phew! Xin Xiao sat paralyzed on the ground, wiping away the blood from her brow, feeling a sense of fluke in her heart. If not for Dan Qingzi's talisman, that spear would have pierced through his sea of consciousness. What the hell is inside the ghost fog? Xin Xiao felt a pang of fear as he looked at the golden barrier that was already cracked. This talisman was wrapped with the might of a saint inside, but now it was cracked. What would be the strength of what's in there? Doesn't Yo-Yo know that something isn't right inside the Twilight Forest? Xin Xiao hid within the barrier, feeling that something was wrong. The stuff inside was so strong. Yao Qi should have known about it. Looking at the reaction of Bai Susu just now, she had already taken the ghost fog for granted, and seemed to have long since decided that there were no living beings in the ghost fog. But now it was discovered that there was an extremely powerful being in the ghost fog. Alas, perhaps Yao Qi doesn't know about this either. Xin Xiao raised his eyes and looked around through the barrier. It was a terrible silence to realize that there was nothing else out there but a dark, ghostly fog. All that could be heard was the sound of his own breathing and the clicking of the shattered barrier. I've been here so long myself, and I haven't chased anything out of the inside yet. Most likely it was forced. Then again, it was trapped by something. I also don't know how Jiang Mingfei and the others are doing. Xin Xiao forced himself to think calmly. It was still important to find the crowd. There was strength in numbers. And then if you don't meet a strong enemy, you'll have someone to back you up. Xin Xiao took a deep breath and sucked the ghost mist into his abdomen. Thankfully, the ghostly mist didn't harm him, as the black smoke did last time. It wouldn't hurt him. The difference was that this time, the ghost mist wouldn't help him raise his cultivation, but would be directly forced out of his body by the immortal martial origin. Much like black smoke, yet somewhat different, more like a modified version of black smoke. Xin Xiao nodded her head, and her heart was quite peaceful. At least she wouldn't be eroded by the ghostly mist like the others. The guardian barrier couldn't last long and dissipated into place in no time. Xin Xiao stood quietly amidst the ghostly mist, as if he had returned to the original medicinal garden, and to the feeling he had when he was being secretly observed by others. Only this time, the enemy may be much more powerful than the last one. Hopefully, Lu Hongyu will know I'm in danger. Xin Xiao walked alone in the forest covered with mists. The mists were too big, compressing his sight to within 10 feet. Even his divine thoughts were compressed to a great extent. At times like these, hearing becomes the biggest thing to rely on. It was so quiet around them that all that could be heard was the rustle of the wind blowing through the canopy. Xin Zhao's face did not change. A blood-red killing sword appeared in his hand, and a pair of clean white chaos flame wings spread out behind his back, ready to deal with incoming offenders at any time. To Xin Zhao's regret, the visibility was really bad, plus he had gone too deep when he came. Now he couldn't even recognize where he was coming from. One can only scurry around like a headless fly. There was nothing Xin Zhao could do about it, so he could only try his luck and head off into the distance, trying to find the crowd. Jiang Mingfei and the others disappeared without warning, and it was then that Xin Zhao turned around and realized that there was only the presence of ghost fog. It could even be said that Jiang Mingfei and the others would most likely have already not known whether they were dead or alive before Xin Zhao unleashed his demonic eye, just trying to kill people honestly and getting into all this. Xin Zhao's attention was focused on the storage realm, where the jade bottle that sealed the evil worm was currently emitting violent tremors. The state of the doom bugs inside seemed to be getting better and better, even stronger than ever. Could it be the reason for feeling the ghostly mist? Xin Zhao took out the doom worm after a slight thought and held it in his hands to check it out. In his cognizance, since the doom worm could help Lu Luo control the black smoke, he thought that there must be more than what Lu Hongyu said about simply adding battle power. The way to break the game could very well be in this doom bug. Sure enough, the doom worm kept twisting its body in Xin Zhao's hands, its thumb-sized head desperately looking to the left. There seemed to be something to the left that attracted it. I don't know what to do anyway, so I'll just go over there and check it out. Xin Zhao sighed softly, cupping the slimy worm in her hand and following the guidelines to the left. At first it was fine, until later, when he frowned frequently. There's blood on the floor. The blood contained complex Tao rules and looked like one of the extremely powerful bloodlines. Eternal immortal body. The corner of Qin Zhao's mouth raised in an inexplicable smile. Originally he was still planning on how to kill Yang Lansong, but now it looks like Yang Lansong has been injured. Even the eternal immortal body's essence blood had bled out, and it was definitely not in a good state right now. But Qin Zhao wasn't careless either. Yang Lansong was at least a heavenly pride at the early stage of god condensation. There weren't many people who could defeat him. Qin Zhao put away the wings behind his back, gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, restrained his own aura, and slowly walked forward according to the Doom Worm's guidance. Boom! A large tree in front of them was cut off at the waist and smashed directly into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Qin Shao squinted his eyes. There were very intense aura fluctuations in front of him. It looked like someone was at war. After thinking about it, Qin Shao still decided to use the demonic eye of distortion to check the situation ahead in advance. He had wanted to use it, but he was afraid of angering the monster in the depths. But now, just to be on the safe side, he decided to use his magic eye on a small scale. Everything around them became much brighter, and an inexplicable chakra outlined the original appearance of the forest. As the magic eye observed, a strange image was reflected in Qin Shao's eyes. It was Yang Lansong in the picture, but he looked strange. He was covered in black smoke, as if he had gone off the deep end. He swung the killing sword in his hand and kept splitting it on a dead body. Not only that, there were also 4 dead bodies lying on the ground, which were the 4 second-rate power cultivators who were in the same group as Qin Shao. At this moment, all 4 had become dead under Yang Lansong's sword. Qin Shao's frown deepened as he could sense that the current Yang Lansong was no longer the original person. It's like the living dead you met in the Medicine Valley back then. No! Qin Shao exclaimed in shock as the internal condition of Yang Lansong's body was clearly seen by him under the twisted demon eye. That's not Yang Lansong anymore. At this moment, inside Yang Lansong's body, there was another divine soul living. That god's soul emitted black smoke, and its intense fury overflowed out of its body, corrupting the flowers and plants under its feet. After Qin Shao saw that divine soul, the origin within his body shuddered, and it seemed to be letting out roar after roar, wanting to tear that divine soul apart. The so-called Yang Lansong noticed Qin Shao and quickly turned his head to reveal a sardonic smile. Qin Shao's winced and asked in a trembling tone, "You're the thing that lives in the ghostly mist? What's your relationship with that green eye?" Chapter 68, Beheading the Eternal Immortal Body. Fusing the demonic eye of retrospection. Yang Lansong's body had long been occupied by another divine soul, and at this moment, there was only a tyrannical color on his face, and a pale voice came out of his mouth. "It's you, the one who disturbed the Lord's slumber." Qin Shao frowned, feeling that the adults the other party was talking about were those green eyes. "I don't care what you say, Lord. I've got my eye on this body of yours. Bring it to me and lend it to me." Qin Shao put down his heart. Since the other party was not something from the depths of the ghostly mist, it could be killed. A pure white chaos flame ignited on the longsword in his hand, and as he slashed out with his sword, the killing aura intertwined with the chaos flame, forming a red and white sword light in the air. He had wanted to kill Yang Lansong for a long time, but he had been surrounded by outsiders. Now that Yang Lansong had been taken away from his physical body, his divine soul might even have been swallowed by others. "If you don't kill now, when will you wait?" It is beautifully called ridding the people of evil and defending the way of the devil. Yang Lansong's pupils trembled. He didn't expect Qin Shao to make a move so unhesitatingly, raising his hand to try to ward off the red-white sword light. But as soon as his hand touched it, the burning sensation deep in his marrow made him wail out. "Ah!" Yang Lansong hurriedly retreated backwards, but Qin Shao would not give him a chance, only to see Qin Shao's wings behind his back shaking as he rushed straight forward, his body crawling with blood-red demonic lines, followed by a punch that struck out the heavenly phoenix and the true phoenix void. "What is this flame?" Yang Lansong shouted hoarsely, raising his hand to break the heavenly phoenix and true phoenix. But in the end, he couldn't withstand the scorching of the chaos flame and kept retreating backwards. Qin Shao had no intention of stopping. He could tell that the other party was fusing Yang Lansong's body even more, and his foundation was very unstable. So, definitely take advantage of his illness. "You're an immortal martial body." Yang Lansong lost his voice. His pupils shrunk into the shape of needles. His face was incredulous, and he completely lost his mind to engage. "Did I let you go?" Qin Shao bellowed, remembering in his heart what Lu Hongyu had said about focusing on replicating a sword. He unleashed pseudogenesis with all his might, only to see that a morose white killing sword suddenly coalesced in the air. Chop! Qin Shao drank lowly and maneuvered the huge sword that looked like a divine punishment to fall, aiming at the very Yang Lansong who had escaped. Boom! The giant sword wrapped in surging aura smashed into the ground. The earth trembled, the tall trees were snapped by the airwave, and even the ghost mist was dispersed. Put! Half of Yang Lansong's body had been shattered. Lying motionless on the ground, his eyes filled with horror. Might as well have the original owner of this body. Qin Shao walked to Yang Lansong's side expressionlessly, pressed one hand on the top of Yang Lansong's head, and directly began to search his soul. Ah! Yang Lansong screamed in pain, and finally with a bang, his head exploded like a rotten watermelon. Qin Shao wiped her face to clean up the red and white objects on her face. Her eyebrows knitted into a pimple. He originally wanted to get the news of the harmonious flower from the other party's sea of consciousness, but he didn't realize that the strange divine soul had completely eroded Yang Lansong's sea of consciousness. Yang Lansong's memory has long been erased. What surprised him the most was that there was nothing in the memories of that strange divine soul. It's just nothing, like a blank sheet of paper. That's odd. As long as you're a living being, you have memories. But the other party surprisingly had nothing. Not even the image of the battle with Qin Shao just now. Weird stuff. Qin Shao murmured in a low voice and opened the system panel. Host kills eternal immortal body. Rewarded with the magic eye of time retrogression. Can foretell the past and present future. Ouch. Qin Shao covered her eyes and let out a strange cry. And when she opened her eyes, she realized that the scene in front of her had become brand new. One of his eyes was the demonic eye of distortion, which represented space. And the other was the demonic eye of time tracing, which represented time. The two eyes were red and blue, and the two strands of law power collided with each other, after which they intertwined, forming a new strand of law power in the end. That's time and space. It was only that Qin Zhao's cultivation level was too low right now, so he could only feel it, but could not utilize it. Qin Zhao blinked as the image of the fight just now suddenly appeared in front of him, and as his mind moved, he saw another branch fall from the tree not long afterward. I can foretell the future as well as go back in time. Qin Zhao sucked in a breath of cool air. This surprise could be too big. It meant that he could be one step ahead of his opponent's actions and anticipate his opponent's movements in advance, but only for a few seconds. But in a fight, a second can be the difference between life and death. Qin Zhao fully activated his two demonic eyes, and the ghostly mist that originally had a visibility of less than 10 meters now looked as if it had disappeared to him. The power of the law. It's truly magical. The ghostly mist can't stop my way anymore. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth rose as he felt a surge of pleasure, casually flinging out a pure white flame that burned Yang Lansong's corpse cleanly. He stood in the very center of the ghost fog, scanning the surroundings as if he could see through everything in the world. An inexplicable smile appeared afterward, and he shouted into the distance, "White, it's time to come out after watching for so long, isn't it?" Qin Zhao's gaze was placed behind a large tree in the distance. After a long time, a pleasant sigh came from behind the tree. Ugh! Bai Susu, in a clean white lotus dress, slowly stepped out from behind the tree, sadness on her delicate face as she glanced at Yang Lansong, who had already been burnt to ashes. Afterward, he stared at Qin Zhao dead in the face and squeezed out a sentence with difficulty from his mouth. "You killed him." A killing sword once again appeared in Qin Zhao's hand, and the two pupils of his eyes blossomed with red and blue light, like two bright lights in the ghostly mist. He said with an expressionless face, "He's not your senior anymore, don't you know? I still helped him by doing this. Or do you want to fight me?" The killing sword in Qin Zhao's hand clanked as it erupted with a shocking killing aura. He wouldn't kill Bai Susu until he had to, but if the other party didn't know better, he wouldn't mind triggering the system reward again. As for the information on the harmonized flower, after killing Bai Susu and searching her soul, she would be able to get it as usual. Bai Susu's beautiful eyes contained teardrops, her showy fists clenched tightly, and her delicate body trembled. Naturally, she could also tell that Yang Lansong was very wrong. So she had been observing from the shadows until Qin Shao arrived, and she could only watch as her senior brother was killed. Don't be hypocritical here. If you really wanted to save him, you would have already made your move. Qin Shao sneered. He now disliked Bai Susu from the bottom of his heart. He raised the killing sword in his hand and pointed it at Bai Susu from afar, his tone cold. "Now, when I ask a question, you answer it. Understand?" Bai Susu lowered her head and said with a bitter smile, "Do I have the qualifications to object? It's good that you know." Qin Shao took a step out and suddenly appeared in front of Bai Susu's eyes, his two pairs of demonic pupils staring at the weak woman in front of him. "Why are you still fine at all after coming into contact with the ghostly mist?" Bai Susu raised her head, her eyes became red, forcing her tears not to fall, and said with a sobbing voice, "I'm an innate Tao fetus. I'm in harmony with the great Tao. I'm invulnerable to all poisons. The ghost fog can't help me." Qin Shao nodded his head, thinking that what was said made some sense, but he did not lower his guard either. Reaching out his hand to lift Bai Susu's white and tender chin and asked, "Do you know what's occupying Yang Lansong's body?" "I know." Bai Su nodded. "Speak." Qin Zhao's voice was cold and unfeeling, and he couldn't trust anyone under such circumstances. "That's called the Doom Demons. They don't belong to this world. They are the remnants left over from the ancient era, the great war of the gods," Bai Susu replied. Qin Zhao's hands trembled a little as she listened, her tone tinged with surprise. "A battle of gods? There really are gods in this world? Then where did this group of doom demons come from?" Bai Susu looked up at the sky, seemingly able to look through the ghostly mist and the canopy of the trees and see the blue-colored sky outside, and slowly opened her mouth. "It's rumored to be the world of eternal life above our world, the god realm, the divine realm, the legendary world where the gods reside." Qin Zhao's eyes gradually widened. Above the great emperor was the god realm, and it was rumored that that realm was immortal and lived with the ages. But this was just a rumor. No one had ever seen the so-called gods at all. Not even the demigods. Qin Shao had also asked Daichinga about the divine realm beings, but the answer she received was that she didn't know. But as far as Bai Susu said, these doom demons were actually related to the gods, and were even the product of a great war between the gods. Qin Shao said in a commanding tone after adjusting her emotions. Tell me everything you know. Chapter 69, The Truth of the End Times, Accidentally Meeting the Underworld. Bai Susu broke away from Qin Zhao's big hand and said with a light sigh, I've only read about it in Yao Qi's ancient books. It was a war of unknown age, rumored to have two gods fighting with their own ministries. Countless great emperors fell in that battle, and even the river of ages dissipated several times, and even the world we live in became fragmented as a result. And these doom demons, they are the minions of one of the gods. They advocate exterminating the world and slaughtering all living beings. As long as one crosses paths with them, then one has to pay the price in blood. Qin Shao couldn't calm her heart for a long time after listening, because what Bai Susu said was really reasonable. The world they live in is indeed broken, not even half as big as the most original world. Daichinga had told Qin Shao that beyond the desolate domain, there were also the heavenly domain, Xian domain, and other domains. These domain surfaces were all separated by boundary barriers, and one had to be a saint to break through the barriers. According to Daichinga, the reason the major domain surfaces were separated was because of a great battle that nearly destroyed the entire heaven and earth, grinding out the original laws of this heaven and earth. The absence of the law has even led to the present age of the end. You said that this group of doom demons are the remnants of that divine war, so how did they survive for so long? Qin Shao quickly sensed that something was wrong. That divine war had happened for an unknown number of years, and the doom demons who participated in the war could have survived until now? I don't know exactly why. Bai Susu was about to say something, but in the end, she couldn't resist Qin Zhao's pressing gaze and replied, The Twilight Forest is a piece of spatial relics left behind by that war, and it was later acquired by a former great sage realm cultivator of Yao Qi before it was moved to Yao Qi. But, as for why there are doom demons surviving, I'm not sure. After all, I haven't found any before. Qin Shao reached out and lifted Bai Susu's good-looking face, looking at Bai Susu's expression as if she wasn't lying. And when he came, Bai Susu said that the Twilight Forest was open to outsiders for the first time, but it was on the contrary that he encountered the doom demon. Not only that, the depths of the ghostly mist might be hiding something even more terrifying. When something this bad happens the first time, anyone in their right mind would be suspicious of Yao Qi. Qin Shao secretly thought for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Either Yao Qi had known that something would go wrong today, so they opened up the Twilight Forest and sent Qin Shao and the others to die. But this would not be beneficial to Yao Qi. Instead, it would offend many people. There was also the possibility that Qin Shao and the others were indeed unlucky and stumbled upon this awful thing by mistake. But with both of these conclusions, there are unexplained parts. Forget it, let's just figure out how to get out. Qin Shao shook his head vigorously, feeling a little itchy in his head, and decided that it was important to run away. Anyway, he could now run away without the ghostly fog obscuring his vision, which was a good time to run away. As for the group of doom demons, those were likely old things that had survived the ancient wars, and Qin Shao wouldn't dare to mess with them again. Follow me. If you dare to think of anything else, I'll send you to meet your senior brother. Qin Shao's tone did not hold any emotion. The most important thing that Daichinga had taught him was not to trust anyone completely, not even Daichinga. Bai Susu winced, feeling that the current Qin Shao and the usual Qin Shao were simply two people. The usual Qin Shao was cheeky and somewhat shameless, but the current Qin Shao could be described as cold and ruthless, and even somewhat murderous. Which one is the real you? Bai Susu followed carefully. With the addition of the two magic pupils, Qin Shao no longer had to worry about being blind with his eyes open, and could now be said to be walking like a man. He pulled Han Shui and ran through the forest at speed. What kind of eye pupils are those? Bai Susu felt surprised. Just now she realized that under Qin Zhao's pair of red-blue alien pupils, she didn't even have the courage to look directly at them. It seemed that one more look and his own sea of consciousness would explode. Qin Zhao's speeding footprints suddenly stopped and he looked up to a short distance away. Under the effect of his magic eye, he saw a fluctuation of aura not far away. What's wrong? Baisu asked in a low voice as she hid in the back. There's someone fighting there, Qin Shao said. So, we're going to check it out? Baisu asked tentatively. What are you looking at? It's important to run away. I don't want to get involved blindly. Qin Shao didn't have the good sense to say. If it had been before, he would have chosen to check it out, but now it was better to forget about it. Although he didn't know what was inside the ghost mist, but just because those green eyes almost broke Dan Qingzi's talisman, it was not something he could afford to mess with. He didn't want to be stared to death by someone's eyes, so he pulled Bai Susu and was about to run off into the distance. But that's when a familiar male voice came from not far away. Is that Brother Qin? It's great that you're still alive. Qin Zhao's face instantly turned into a bitter melon color, which could be said to be as ugly as it could be. It was the voice of the specter. After further hesitation, Qin Shao turned back, pulled out a smile, and shouted into the distance. So it's Big Brother Underworld. You're here too. What a coincidence. Spectre's figure gradually manifested from a distance. He was dressed in a white robe, and there was a deep sword wound on his chest that ran directly from his heart to his back. Xin Xiao narrowed her eyes and asked in a worried tone, "Big brother Underworld, you're in the pilgrimage realm. Who could injure you like this?" Alas, unaffected by the ghost fog, the specter walked straight to Qin Xiao and let out a light sigh with a chagrin tone. It was the Yi family siblings. The two of them combined their efforts to sneak attack me. Otherwise I wouldn't have been injured. Yi family siblings? Qin Xiao was puzzled and a little confused. Why did they sneak up on you? Did you mess with them? Shen Yu swallowed an elixir and the large hole in his chest healed instantly. I didn't mess with them, but they've already defected to those doomed demons. Qin Xiao frowned and his face became grave as he asked, "It looks like Big Brother Underworld also knows about the existence of the Doom Demon. I just like to read more on weekdays." A smile raised on the specter's clear face. Qin Xiao didn't think so. In his perception, the Underworld was the most deep-minded of these people, and thus could not be ignored. "Brother Qin, we need to be on the same page now. I suggest we eradicate the Yi siblings first," Spectre said. Qin Xiao thought for a moment, shook his head, and flatly refused. "I'm sorry, Big Brother Underworld. Little brother, I just want to get out of here now." The specter seemed to have anticipated this answer, staring straight at Qin Xiao and saying, "What if I say we can't get out?" Qin Xiao took a few steps back warily, ready to swallow the doomworm at any time, with indifference in her tone. "Is Big Brother not joking?" Still in the same clouded posture, the specter said slowly, "What if I say that this is a seal, and right now we're in a seal?" Qin Xiao expressed his disbelief. How could Yao Qi allow a seal to appear in its own secret realm? And opened his mouth to laugh. "Big brother, don't scare little brother. Little brother has to go beforehand." After Qin Xiao finished speaking, she turned around and was about to leave, but she was tightly pulled by the specter from behind. "Brother Qin, are you not trusting me and have to leave?" Qin Xiao's turned around, already prepared for a fight to the death, clutching the doomworm tightly in her hand, her tone cold. "Big brother specter, are you forcing me?" But what I didn't expect was that the specter was immediately like an enemy when he saw the doomworm, and immediately retreated a few steps and shouted with an agitated expression, "How did you get the bugs raised by the doom demons? Could it be that you've defected to them as well?" Qin Xiao frowned and looked at the doomworm in his hand, his expression turning strange. "A bug is just a bug. Can it scare a pixie realm specter into this ghostly state? If outsiders knew, they could probably laugh their asses off." Qin Xiao forced a smile and asked, sensing that something was wrong, "You said that this doomworm was farmed by the doom demon. You seem to know the doom demon very well. Brother Dao, shouldn't you explain yourself properly?" Qin Xiao's tone became serious, and a pure white chaos flame ignited on his body, ready to strike at any time. Although the cultivation gap between himself and the other party was too great, he could not be slaughtered. Besides, with the doomworm in hand, it was a good time to try to see if he could blackmail the other side. Chapter 70, The Truth About the Forest. Spearheading the Yi family siblings, Qin Xiao confronted the specter, clutching the doomworm in his hand and not giving an inch, and said, "What did you mean just now? That the doom bugs are connected to the doom demons?" The specter carefully observed Qin Xiao and found no abnormalities and replied, "Yes, I personally saw the doom demon use this worm to control the Yi siblings." Qin Xiao was a bit unconvinced. Before this, Lu Hongyu had told him that ergot worms were something that could add to his battle power. Now it has actually become something that controls people. But when he thought of how miserable Lu Luo was back then, he was also a little uncertain. Moreover, looking at the specter, it didn't look like he was lying, and Lu Hongyu wouldn't lie to him about this matter. Doom Worm, Doom Demon, these two names are indeed somewhat similar. Qin Xiao nodded and said, "Don't worry, I didn't defect to them, and the Doom Worms were also snatched by me from other cultivators, and have nothing to do with the Doom Demon." The specter didn't say anything for a long time, only staring at Qin Xiao, not knowing what was on his mind. "You just said that this place is a seal. Is that true or false? And how did you know that?" Qin Xiao asked. How could a cultivator from the Hidden Star Hall, the underworld, know so much about what was in the Yaoqi mysterious realm? It also swore that this place was a seal. "It's a wonder there aren't ghosts. I heard about it from my master. His old man likes to study ancient things, and from that, he judged that there is an ancient seal underneath the Twilight Forest in Yaoji," the specter said with a flat face, unable to find the slightest break in his expression. "As for what exactly is sealed, I don't know, but as far as I can see, 9 times out of 10, it's related to the Doom Demon." After hearing this, Bai Susu was also a bit skeptical. The Twilight Forest had been in the Yaoqi for so many years, and the Yaoqi itself hadn't even noticed the difference, and the Hidden Star Hall master judged that there was a seal under the Twilight Forest just by speculation. This argument is clearly untenable. Spectre shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I know you can't trust me, but think carefully. After you were covered by the ghost fog, Did you feel the sky spinning around? As if you had entered a teleportation array. That's exactly what was in there, pounding on the seal, causing it to reveal a gaping hole and sucking us in as well. In short, what we're in now isn't the Twilight Forest at all, but the inside of the seal, and as for the way back, it's long gone. The specter uttered a large phrase in one breath. The more Qin Shao listened, the deeper his eyebrows furrowed, and when the ghostly mist came, he was being stared at by those green eyes, and the feeling of impending fall overpowered the vertigo. So he looked at Bai Susu next to him, wanting to ask Bai Susu how she felt at that time. Indeed, there was a wave of vertigo that came over me and I lost consciousness, and when I woke up again, I realized that you had all disappeared. Bai Susu frowned tightly at her agar eyebrows and nodded slightly. Brother Qin, this time you are credible. Are you willing to join me in dealing with the Yi family siblings? The specter focused his attention on Qin Shao. Qin Shao stroked his chin and asked after half a day's thought. I have one last question. How did you manage to resist the ghost fog? The specter smiled faintly and shook his head again. I can't fully resist. I can only allow the ghost mist to enter my body. So in order not to harm my own foundation, I can only exert my strength at the late stage of god condensation. Qin Shao nodded his head and revealed a harmless smile. I can help you deal with the Yi siblings, but I have to make a trip back to the entrance afterwards. No problem. Happy cooperation. The specter smiled as if relieved. The Yi siblings just fled to the east. Let's go after them. Aha. Qin Shao and Bai Susu exchanged glances and followed behind the specter, rushing towards the east. Qin Shao was still skeptical of the specter's words, but not wanting to get tough with the specter. He could only reach cooperation with the other party first. Anyway, Qin Shao had long wanted to kill the Yi siblings, so it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to do so. As for the underworld, it was still unknown whether it was a foe or a friend. This person had a meticulous mind. It was better not to be easily offended. The other thing is Bai Susu. Qin Shao is holding the attitude that he can be killed or not. As long as Bai Susu dares to make a dirty trick behind the back, then Qin Shao would definitely have made a move to get rid of Bai Susu. Brother Qin, the Yi family siblings have swallowed the ergot worms. Thus their strength has increased rather than decreased, so we must be careful when the time comes. Spectre reminded. Thanks for the reminder. I'll be careful. Qin Shao smiled and did not ask what the reason was for the Pantheon wanting to kill the Yi siblings. With no words along the way, the three of them turned into three streams of light and flew away. Meanwhile, inside a dark cave, the tops of the water vapor caked into droplets that ticked on the smooth cobblestones. Ahem. Yi Bingrua covered her white chest. Her face was painful as she kept coughing, spitting out pitch-black colored unknown objects from her mouth. Sister. Yi Bingtian gently patted his sister's back, his face filled with pity. Brother, the bugs those guys fed us are eating away at our flesh and blood. What should we do? Yi Bingru wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and became pearly. Just bear it a little longer. They said that as long as we help their master get out of the trap, they will let us go free. Yi Bingtian took out a handkerchief and wiped away his sister's slipping tears. And you really believe that? That's just a bunch of inhuman, ghostly things. They asked us to find a monolith, and they asked us to kill the outsiders. Don't you feel that we are their slaves? Yi Bingrua cried out, wanting to vent out the aggression in her heart. Don't worry, sister. They said that as long as they find the formation spirit tablet, they can release their master, and everything will be fine then. Yi Bingtian pulled out a heart-restoring smile and held his sister in his arms, softly comforting her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. When we return to the clan, we'll officially become Dao couples, okay? After Yi Bingro heard this, her delicate body shook, her small head rubbed one after another, and she responded slightly shyly. I'll listen to you. The two were already immersed in their future fantasies, and seemed to have seen a future full of children and grandchildren. But a male voice with a snicker broke the cozy scene. Egu, that's quite a favor. I wonder, how many imbeciles can be born in the future? Who? The Yi siblings held hands and stood up, suddenly as if they were enemies. It's been a long time. You too. Qin Shao leisurely stepped into the view of the duo, in addition to Spectre and Bai Su. You guys. The Yi siblings' faces turned pale. How could they not expect that Qin Shao and the others would take the initiative to come to the door and come so quickly? Underworld. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. My siblings didn't mean to take a shot at you, so please bear with me. Yi Bingtian knew that he couldn't resist the three people's siege and took the initiative to soften, but the specter pressed on, ignoring them, and turned his head to Qin Shao. Brother Qin, leave Yi Bingtian to me, and her sister to you. Hearing this, Qin Shao put a helpless look on his face and said, but I don't really want to strike out at women. My master taught me to be compassionate to women. The words were said, but Qin Shao disappeared in front of everyone's eyes in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared was in front of Yi Bingro. He only saw Qin Shao clench his fist with one hand, after which he punched Yi Bingro's soft heart. The originally petite Yi Bingruo was sent flying directly to the stone wall, and her mouth was continuously spitting out black blood. With a faint smile on his face, Qin Shao hooked his finger and said, "Ye's sister, broken ribs? Brother, I'll take you to the orthopedic department. He. Chapter 71, Beheading the Yi family siblings, Legendary God Realm Fragment? Sister." Yi Bingtian's eyes were glazed over, wanting to fight Qin Shao to the death, but he was knocked back a long way by Spectre's slap. "Brother Yi, that sword you stabbed me with was very painful." An ink-black longsword appeared in the Spectre's hand, and he chopped out several channels of Sunluo Qi when he raised his hand, beating Yi Bingtian into a retreat. "Brother!" Yi Bingrua hissed, but in the next second her pupils tightened, and the amber-like pupils of her eyes reflected Qin Shao, who was full of sardonic smiles. Qin Shao's body was filled with pure white flames, and his fists rained down on Yi Bingro without a hint of compassion. He had originally suspected that the Yi family siblings were the ones contacted by the Myriad Peak Master, and it was a good time to take this opportunity to get the other side killed. "Qin Shao, you and I have no grievances. We can totally join forces," Yi Bingru shouted as she covered her chest. "I don't want to be a slave to doom." Qin Shao coldly grunted and swung the killing swords in his hands one after another. Yi Bingru's originally tantalizingly delicate body was soon drenched in blood by Qin Shao's hacking, and could not bear to look at it. This scene could make Yi Bingtian, who was his older brother, look at him with a great deal of heartache, and he roared out, "Sister, stimulate the twin-life sword body with all your might." Only Yi Bingtian's surroundings were filled with sword chi, transforming into a thin thread, and Yi Bingro also made up her mind in general. Her body completely faded and flew to Yi Bingtian's side. The two of them completely fused into one at this moment. This change occurred in an instant, and Qin Shao was simply too late to stop it. A blinding white light blossomed in the cave. Fixing his eyes, he found that Yi Bingtian's hand had an additional long sword, while Yi Bingru had long disappeared. Qin Shao raised her eyebrows and surveyed the long sword in Yi Bingtian's hand, actually detecting Yi Bingru's aura from the sword. "Turn your body into a sword." This was the special sensation between the twin sword bodies. What a pair of little swordmen. Qin Shao laughed coldly and instantly turned on demonization, secretly using pseudo-creation to copy the longsword that Yi Bingrua had transformed into, after which he violently swung out. Madaka! The two swords collided, and an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. Yi Bingtian's eyes widened as he looked at his sister in his hand and then at the sword in Qin Shao's hand, and hastily retreated, yelling, "How do you copy everything?" Qin Shao bristled, charging up again and said with a smile, "Yours is a female, mine is a male, and it's not good enough to see me." The underworld and Qin Shao combined their efforts and struck out one legal seal after another, but they were all blocked by Yi Bingtian with his sword, and Yi Bingtian's state increased instead of decreasing, and even his cultivation had a tendency to break through the Paisher stage. This is the talent of the twin sword body. We need to separate them as soon as possible, otherwise we will definitely lose now. Spectre transmitted a voice. Qin Shao also knew this, so he directly rushed up with his bare hands, wanting to snatch the sword transformed by Yi Bingrua. A bright silver outer armor coalesced outside of Chaos Flame's body, adding to his current demonized state. The strength of Qin Shao's fleshly body had increased to an unimaginable level in a short period of time. He used his physical body to resist Yi Bingtian's attack, and the powerful sword she slashed at his body, emitting the sound of metal friction and even erupting into sparks. Under the eye of the demon of retrospection, Yi Bingtian's movements were extremely slow at the moment, and only a very few attacks would land on his body. Qin Shao seized the moment and grabbed the longsword that was hacking away, not letting go of it for dear life, and shouted to the rear, "Spectre, do it!" The spectre appeared behind Qin Shao like a ghost, followed by violently swinging the ink-black longsword in his hand. Click! With a crisp sound, Yi Bingtian's sword-wielding right arm was cut straight down. "Got it! He. Qin Shao hugged the long sword that Yi Bingrua had transformed into and quickly retreated. "Give my sister back to me!" Yi Bingtian, who had lost an arm, shouted and wanted to rush over to fight for his life, but he was stopped by the spectre. Being seriously injured, he was no match for the spectre, and blood continued to flow from his mouth. "Lend it to me first, and then I'll give it to you when I've had my fun." Qin Shao wore an evil smile on his face as he reached out and stroked the long sword that Yi Bingrua had transformed into. "Since you like your brother so much, I'm going to kill him hard." "Ha!" Qin Shao's voice echoed like a soul-detaining song from the Nine Ghosts, after which he turned around carrying a long sword and swung it at Yi Bingtian. "Ah!" The long sword in his hand let out a burst of painful hissing sound, but it was all useless, leaving Yi Bingtian's control. Yi Bingro was now a killing sword available to everyone. "Qin Shao, what do you want? Don't hurt my brother." Yi Bingrua's tone was humble as she transmitted her voice, no longer having the bratty strength of a young lady. "Don't beg me. I'm also following Big Brother Spectre. Go beg him." Qin Shao's tone was cold, without a trace of compassion. "Qin Shao, as long as you're willing to spare us, I'll give you whatever you want." Yi Bingrua's voice that transmitted the message was already tinged with tears. You can't give me what I want. I have to get it myself. Qin Shao sighed softly as a pattern of a celestial phoenix and a true phoenix competing for glory surfaced on his arm, and he formed a claw with one hand, finally squeezing the sword tightly. At the same time, spatial laws filled his eyes, and the sword distorted for it. With a click, the sword shattered, and a woman's wail sounded from it. In the end, the broken sword turned into bits of starlight and disappeared into the world, and Yi Bingru fell with it. A seal suddenly appeared in the air, seemingly searching for something, but found nothing and eventually disappeared. Luckily, there was a mark left by Lu Hongyu, or else she would have really been marked by the life and death brand. Qin Shao, who had done all this, was expressionless as he turned his head to look at the other of the Yi siblings. Yi Bintian, sister. 2 lines of blood tears flowed from the corner of Yi Bingtian's eyes as he cried out in despair, and the underworld saw the right moment and punched Yi Bingtian's chest through, after which he placed his hand on Yi Bingtian's heavenly soul cover and directly began to search his soul. The pain of being soul-searched was tantamount to having one's soul extracted and refined, and the agonizing screams echoed within the cave. As the specter searched his soul, his frown deepened, and finally his hand pinched Yi Bingtian's head along with his soul with a force. The Yi siblings fell at the same time. The same seal rushed out, this time seemingly with boundless anger, trying to find the murderer and ultimately finding nothing. It can only turn into nothingness and disappear into the world. Qin Shao straightened the corners of his mouth. He would have liked to do it instead of Spectre. Regretfully, what's in his memory? The Spectre sighed softly and replied, his sea of consciousness is sealed. I can only see a small portion of it, he said and raised his hand a little, sending a flash of memory stream to Qin Shao. After a slight hesitation, Qin Shao checked up on that memory, and his eyebrows instantly twisted into a Chuan shape. This is indeed a seal, and the Doom Demon is sealed underneath. As for the cultivation of the sealed Doom Demon, it was not mentioned in the memory. It was only known that some Doom Demons had taken the opportunity to escape the seal with the aim of finding the center of the seal. It was also a stone tablet that was called the Formation Spirit Tablet, and as long as one found the Formation Spirit Tablet one could completely break the seal and release the Doom Demon below. Qin Shao didn't say anything for a long time. Things were a bit not quite what he had imagined. Spectre said, Brother Qin, don't you feel that the environment here is a bit different? Qin Shao sniffed and looked around. There was indeed something different. It wasn't the scenery, but the aura here was even more dense than the Cloud Sect. The Spectre's expression was grave. Do you think a place with a rich aura like this would appear now in the end times? What do you mean? I don't understand. Qin Shao frowned, because this place isn't even in the end times. The Spectre took a deep breath and said, or maybe the time and space here is not the same as the time and space we are in. What? Qin Shao exclaimed. You mean we traveled through time and space? The Spectre sat down and said with a flat expression, those demons should have died a long time ago, but why have they survived until now? Then there are only 2 possibilities. This is either a time and space from endless ages ago, or it's a fragment of that legendary god realm. After hearing this, Qin Shao was unable to calm down for a long time and thought that there were a few truths. How can it be that easy to bring down beings from endless years ago? But rumor has it that there are eternal substances in the god realm that can make a cultivator live forever. The Doom Demons sealed here are also the product of the divine war and the ministry of one of the gods. This is all inextricably linked to the divine realm. Qin Zhao's eyes grew whiter and whiter, and her tone trembled a little. Could this really be a fragment of the god realm? Chapter 72, Deciding to Search for the Formation Spirit. Latest news on harmonized flowers. That's just one of the possibilities. Our only goal now is how to get out. Spectre added from the sidelines. Qin Shao nodded his head, knowing from Yi Bingtian's memories that the Doom Demon was searching for something called the Formation Spirit Tablet. Obviously the Formation Spirit Tablet was the key to the seal. As long as one found the Formation Spirit Tablet, one might be able to control the seal and be able to escape. I've seen the introduction of the Formation Spirit Tablet in the ancient books. Its form is not fixed. It could be a stone tablet, or it could be a living being. Bai Susu, who had been silent, interjected. Well, the Formation Spirit Tablet, as the name suggests, is made from the formation spirits that make up the sealing grand formation, and has its own independent consciousness, with the duty of stabilizing the seal. Spectre said. Qin Shao sat in place, stroking his chin. The current situation was obviously a problem with the formation spirit that had caused the seal to loosen. It looks like the only way to do that is to find the formation spirit, put it where it was, and have it send us out in the process. Qin Shao was filled with helplessness. How easy was it to let a faulty formation spirit send someone out? It's all we can do. There's no other way. Spectre shook his head and sighed. It's not too late. Hurry up. Qin Shao spread his wings and lifted them up. Bai Susuo and the Spectre then chose to follow. The trees in the twilight forest were tall, and the thick canopy covered the sky, making the entire forest look like night. The trio traveled through the trees, seeing several coming to be the remains of their companions along the way. There was no doubt that those cultivators were the god-condensing cultivators who had followed the underworld back then, but they were all dead now. Some of them were controlled by the Doom Demon, and some of them were killed by the Doom Demon. Spectre explained. Aha! Qin Shao didn't ask more questions. He always had doubts about the Spectre. Sir Qin, what do you think about this place? Bai Susu secretly transmitted her voice. Of course it's important to find a way to get out. Qin Shao responded. Just now, I said that the seal is likely to be in a time and space different from our world. Have you ever thought about what year it would be if we got out? Bai Suo's voice transmitted was quite serious. Qin Shao suddenly froze in a cold sweat. Yeah, the theory of space and time is so mysterious that it is not something that an ordinary cultivator can understand, though it was normal to say that the time that had elapsed was normal when one was currently in the seal. And is it normal time out there? Time and space don't change for one person. It only moves in its own way. Gollum. Qin Shao swallowed and felt a gush of fear. He couldn't imagine what the world would be like when he got out. Maybe only a day would pass. Maybe hundreds of years. If hundreds of years had passed, would Master Shifu still be around? A purple silhouette appeared in Qin Shao's mind. He forced down his mind and transmitted his voice to Bai Susu in a forced tone. Let me ask you, does your Yaoqi have any harmonization flowers? Bai Susu frowned, her eyes full of caution, but she was startled by Qin Shao's beast-like eyes and replied, no, it disappeared about a year ago. What did you say? Qin Shao maintained her flying maneuver, a hint of despair rising in her heart as she asked, you didn't lie to me? Bai Susu shook her head repeatedly and transmitted her voice back. I swear on my Dao heart that I didn't lie to you. All I know is that a year ago the harmonized Dao flower suddenly flew away as if it had been summoned. It suddenly flew away. Qin Shao gritted her teeth, naturally not believing it, but looking at Bai Susu's expression. She didn't mean to lie. He had come to the Yaoqi event to inquire about the clues of the harmonization flower, but now the clues were obtained. It was the Hapkido flower that flew away, and the useful information was not obtained at all. It's not the last moment yet. It's not like the harmony flower is gone. It just flew away. Besides, it's still uncertain whether this is the previous time and space, or a fragment of the God realm. Everything still has a chance. Qin Shao consoled himself in his mind and regained his spirit as he opened the system panel again. The host kills the dual-life sword body. Rewarding the battle skill, Imperial Power, can force the manipulation of magical treasures for his own use, even including the original life magic weapon. Another battle technique. Two different Dao rules appeared in Qin Shao's left and right hands at the same time, with his left hand representing pseudo-creation and his right hand representing Imperial Power. An ordinary cultivator would be considered a genius if he could have one battle technique in his life, but Qin Shao had two at the same time. Moreover, both of these were extremely nasty battle techniques, and just copying the weapon was enough to make other cultivators drink a pot, not to mention an Imperial Power that could plunder the enemy's magic treasures. You can even forcefully manipulate your own magic weapon? Qin Shao's gaze swept over the Spectre, recalling the ink-black longsword in the Spectre's hand. When a cultivator reaches the pilgrimage realm, he needs to refine the instinctive magic weapon that is connected to his mind. For example, there was the ink-black longsword of the underworld, as well as Dai Chinga's cultivating ice flame, both of which were classified as being intrinsic magic weapons. A good selection of the native magic weapon can exponentially increase a cultivator's combat power and even affect the path of cultivation in the future. And the Imperial Power could forcefully plunder the rest of the cultivator's original magic artifacts, which was equivalent to scrapping the cultivator's lifeblood. It's not all bad news. Qin Shao secretly nodded his head, feeling that he didn't need to swallow doom worms right now, and that he could defend himself under the pilgrim cultivator just by virtue of his demonization. Speaking of the doom worm, he recalled that a wisp of breath had appeared at the time of Yi Bingruo's death. That wisp of breath was very similar to the doom worm. The only difference was that wisp of breath was rejected by the immortal martial body, and the doom worm didn't. On the contrary, the immortal martial body was still eager to fuse with the doom worm. Qin Shao glanced at the doom worm that was sealed in the bottle. This was the last card. He wouldn't use it as a last resort. At this point, another transmission from the Spectre came to his ears. Brother Qin looks preoccupied. Could it be that he's thinking about the missing harmonization flower from Yaoqi? Qin Shao's body trembled violently as he turned his head to look at the smirking Spectre and chuckled. Dao brother has misunderstood. The harmonization flower is a divine medicine. It's not something I can covet. Ha! There was certainty in the Spectre's voice. Brother Qin doesn't have to deny it. My hidden star hall is known for relying on intelligence, so I naturally know about Peak Master Butterfly's Dao injury. Furthermore, when I searched Yi Bingtian's soul just now, I learned that he was entrusted by the cloud-soaring sex myriad Peak Master, and that he made this trip in order to strike a blow against you. Qin Zhao's face turned bad and she didn't deny it. What do you want? I want to make a deal with Brother Qin. As long as Brother Qin agrees, I'll tell him where the harmonization flower went. Spectre replied. You know where the harmonization flower is? Qin Zhao's pupils shrunk slightly, and although he was surprised inwardly, he didn't show it and asked, Tell me, what do you want? What I want you can't give me now. You have to wait until you become the saint son of the clouds. The spectre walked through the forest with a calm demeanor. I want you to take me to see someone who was the old sect master of your cloud sky sect. Qin Zhao frowned. He had seen the old patriarch's incarnation when he was a child. As for the old patriarch's realm, Dai Qingge told him that the old patriarch was a quasi-emperor, and probably even a supreme. But why did the spectre want to see the old patriarch? Qin Zhao pondered and then said, You're so confident that I can obtain the position of saint's son? There's nothing to believe or not. I'm just taking a gamble. Spectre waved his hand and said in a ghostly tone, So do you agree? Or do you not? I agree. Qin Zhao replied without hesitation. Very good. The spectre nodded in satisfaction and threw in a jade slip that contained information, saying, According to the information obtained from my hidden star hall, the harmonization flower is in a place called Annihilation God Valley in the Xian domain. Ha! Qin Zhao's face turned a bitter melon color. He had run all the way from the cloud sect to Yao Qi in order to inquire about the information of the harmonious flower. In the process, one must also always be wary of being eaten dry by Lu Hongyu. Now finally inquiring about the exact news of the Hapkido flower. But the answer he got was that it was not in the desolate domain. It was in the Xian domain. There was a boundary barrier separating the desolate domain and the Xian domain, and it was impossible to break it until one reached the sage realm. If he wanted to go, he had to rely on a special teleportation array to get there. Said Qin Zhao, who now wanted to break into a rage. He now felt like life had given him a big hard nosebleed, and then he had to laugh and talk himself into being strong. Damn! The spirit stone spent to go to the Xian domain is not enough to sell my master's baby, but also take a hammer to go to the Xian domain? Play with me. Chapter 73, Trading with the Underworld, Capturing the Demon of Doom and Forcing it to Ask for Information. Qin Zhao's face showed bitterness, feeling that she was truly ill-fated. You have nothing to lose, Spectre said, shrugging his shoulders. This contains information about the harmonization flower, and I will visit you the day you become a saint's son. Qin Zhao received the jade slip and sighed softly. It is true that he has nothing to lose, and the price he pays is just a promise. It seems like everything will have to wait until after becoming a saint's son. Qin Zhao continued to rush forward. The teleportation array to the Xian domain would cost a massive amount of spirit stones, which he couldn't afford right now. Even if he could afford it, in that unfamiliar place in the Xian domain, he didn't even have the power to defend himself. Even if he was lucky enough to find the harmonization flower, it would be hard enough for him to have the life to bring it back. Only by becoming a saint's son and having one's own status and power could one travel to the Xian domain with peace of mind. Master is right. Only when one becomes stronger can one not fear strong enemies. Qin Zhao's gaze became firm. He must go out, no matter what the outside world would become. Both of you, we seem to have reached the exit. Bai Susu said. This is the way we came? Qin Zhao blushed strangely and cocked her head at what was in front of her. When he came, the outside of the twilight forest could be described as bright sunshine and surging immortal aura. It was not too much to say that it was a paradise. But now, outside was a dark swamp, with only endless black water as far as the eye could see, and the water was as calm as a mirror, reflecting Qin Zhao's face. Is this the full extent of the seal? Spectre lamented. Are we going in or not? Bai Susu leaned toward Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao glanced at the twilight forest behind him and said with a flash of blue in his eyes, We've searched the entire forest and haven't found any clues about the array spirit, so we can only go into the swamp and take our chances. He exchanged a look with the spectre, after which they flew into the swamp in unison. Bai Susu clenched her teeth and chose to follow Qin Zhao. After the trio left, two figures appeared at the edge of the forest. Their pupils were scarlet red, their bodies emitted black smoke, and their cultivation levels were all in the condensing spirit realm. It was clearly two doom demons. One of them said with a hesitant face, These three even dared to enter the depths of the seal. Should we follow them? The other person frowned. We've already searched the forest and we haven't even found the formation spirit tablet. It seems that we were in too much of a hurry and didn't pay attention to the inside of the seal, so that means that we have to go in. But what's strange is that there were many other clansmen who came out with us, but now there are only two of us left. It's a bit strange. That's just it. Let's go in and take a look. As long as we find the formation spirit tablet, we'll be able to go out completely. And by the way, we'll find a chance to get rid of these three people. The two demons nodded in unison and got up to fly towards the swamp, but were held in place by a male voice. Two fellow Taoists, in such a hurry to leave. Qin Zhao's figure suddenly appeared in front of the two doom demons, curiously surveying them. In addition to him, Bai Susu as well as the underworld, also manifested their figures one after another. On the way here, Qin Zhao noticed that someone was following behind, but the forest was covered in ghostly mist. It was extremely inconvenient to move, so when they came within the swamp where there was no ghostly mist, they created the illusion that the party had left. The purpose was to confuse the two doom demons. Brother Qin's eye pupils are truly magical. Spectre marveled. A huge killing sword appeared in Qin Zhao's hand and slashed directly at the two demons. Drinking. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and do it. The remaining two didn't hesitate, and offered up spells to pelt the doom demon below. You guys. The two doom demons screamed in agony. They were only at the god condensation stage. How could they withstand the three heavenly pride's joint efforts? And they soon died. Directly beaten by the trio, he lost consciousness. Qin Zhao slammed punch after punch into Doom Demon's face, a deep resistance emanating from his essence, causing him to develop a sense of disgust. Disgusting looking. Disgusted. Shirase dropped Doom on the bouncy swamp. There's something interesting about this swamp. Qin Zhao smiled, stepping on the bouncy swampy surface and not sinking in. The specter pressed his hand on the head of one of the demons and started searching his soul directly, but he didn't get any information. Doom's sea of consciousness was like a blank sheet of paper with nothing in it. Qin Zhao stated that this was expected. The last time he encountered the Doom demon that searched and invaded Yang Lansong's body was also like this. The sea of consciousness was empty. Couldn't find any information. Looks like we can only use primitive methods. Qin Zhao shrugged his shoulders and picked up a dagger and stabbed it into the stomach of one of the Doom demons. Ah! The Doom demon was awakened by the hard pain and let out a miserable wail. Tell me everything you know. Qin Zhao's face was expressionless as he stirred the dagger, but Doom clenched his teeth and refused to divulge half the information. You can't. Leave it to me. With an expressionless face, Baisu took the dagger and pulled Ermu towards the distance. After that, one heart-rending wail after another could be heard, and even Qin Zhao as well as the specter frowned frequently. Brother Qin, this woman is not easy to subdue. Spectre joked. Qin Zhao did not reply, and could tell that Baisusu was actually venting her dissatisfaction in her heart for the death of her senior brother, but he couldn't make a move against Qin Zhao, so he could only lash out at the Doom demon. There's something wrong with that. It's not like Yang Lansong died in my hands. Qin Zhao turned her head sideways. After an hour or so, the screams finally stopped, replaced by grunts. Baisusu held two clusters of memory streams in her hands, and gave them to Qin Zhao and the underworld respectively. Not bad, using torture tactics to ask for information. Qin Zhao joked, but Baisusu didn't answer, and only froze in place, as if she was frightened. Qin Zhao didn't say anything more and directly probed his divine sense into the memory stream. The result was so good it didn't make his jaw drop. The seal here was even more massive than imagined, and this place actually existed as a sukiyaki space within a sukiyaki space. The so-called Twilight Forest was nothing more than a cover. The real purpose of the seal was actually underneath the swamp. There were countless armies of doom demons down there, all of which were remnants of that divine battle from back then. The higher cultivated doom demons couldn't escape because of the seal. Therefore, he could only release a few doom devils of lower cultivation out with the purpose of searching for the formation spirit tablet. The further Qin Zhao looked down, the paler her face became. In the deepest part of the swamp, a quasi-emperor realm doom demon was sleeping. He hadn't fully awakened yet, but once he fully awakened, the seal would be unbreakable. At that time, Yao Qi and even the entire desolate domain would suffer heavy losses. Qin Zhao's face could be described as quite ugly. He had thought that there would be something terrifying under the seal, but he hadn't expected it to be a paragon emperor. If he let the quasi-emperor doom demon go out, even Lu Hongyu wouldn't be able to protect him. Qin Zhao hastily shook her head to dispel her fear, her tone unprecedentedly grave. We must find the formation spirit tablet, or we will surely die. Chapter 74, The Abnormal by Susu. Seeing Jiang Mingfei again, Qin Zhao blasted the remaining doom demon into smithereens with a single punch and looked towards the pitch-black swamp. I didn't expect a paragon emperor to exist beneath the calm swamp. Let's go. The only way to save ourselves now is to find the formation spirit tablet, Spectre said with a soft sigh. Aha! Qin Zhao and Baisusu nodded at the same time. The three of them explored the swamp in silence, but the group found nothing but endless black water. Qin Zhao recalled what Dai Qingge had said. Wherever there is a seal, there must be a landmark building that exists for the purpose of applying the operation of the laws of heaven and earth to play a role in suppressing it. As far as iconic objects go, there are a variety of them, from a stone statue to a rock and so on. In the boundless swamp, as long as an alternative object was found, there was a high degree of certainty that it was a formation spirit monument, and even if it wasn't, it would definitely be connected to the formation spirit monument. Qin Zhao operated both types of magic eyes at the same time, and his sight instantly became much wider, but he couldn't see the scene below the swamp no matter what. Of course he didn't dare look. He was afraid of scaring himself to death. Baisusu's voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Mr. Qin, are you willing to stay in Yao Qi? Qin Zhao continued her search, answering perfunctorily, no. Bai Susu's voice became bleak, with a hint of sadness. Yes, you have someone you like, how could you stay? As she spoke, a tear actually fell from the corner of her eye, but she quickly wiped it away. Qin Shao lightly raised his eyebrows at this scene. What is this girl crying about? Just now she was that cold look, now she is a weak woman. Could it be that he had received too much of a blow and had been frightened by the paragon beneath the swamp? No, there could be a trick. It's likely that he's playing pathetic on purpose to lower my guard. In his mind, he recalled that when Dai Chinga pretended to be pitiful, that acting skill was really pure, tricking people to the point that their hearts were melting. Fear not, the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to cheat. Don't worry, Mr. Qin, you and I are just joined in marriage. I won't ask you anything. I only ask that you don't embarrass me too much in the future. As a woman, I also have dignity. What Bai Susu said was actually true. After this series of events, she could sort of see that Qin Shao was very strange, obviously having a lustful heart, but not wanting to be constrained, only seeking that sense of freedom without restraint. Anyone who got in his way would be brutally stomped to death, and no one was an exception. It even includes a coupling that can help him heal his dawning injuries. Bai Susu's gaze glanced at Qin Shao if anything, and she sighed in her heart. Would you kill the woman in your heart if she got in the way? Qin Shao didn't know what was wrong with Bai Susu, so he proceeded to say perfunctorily, you can break off the engagement. I have no objection. Seeing this, Bai Susu pursed her lips lightly and did not say anything more. There's something up ahead, Qin Shao exclaimed, spreading her wings behind her, turning into a white stream of light that quickly flew ahead. There was a humanoid object in front of it, lying silently on the ground as if it had lost its vital features. Due to the distance, only the outline could be seen and it was impossible to tell exactly what it was. Qin Shao operated his battle power to the extreme, and the killing sword in his hand clanked. When he got closer, his expression couldn't help but become strange, and finally became even more shocked. That was actually a large living person, and Qin Shao recognized it. It was Jiang Mingfei, the young master of the Jiang family. Brother Jiang. Qin Shao hurriedly put away his killing sword and came to Jiang Mingfei, who was already seriously injured and unconscious, and helped him up. After checking it out, Qin Shao even sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a miracle for Jiang Mingfei to be alive right now, only to see that two large holes were open in his chest. One of his arms had disappeared, and nearly all of the bones in his body were broken. One can only imagine what a great battle was fought. Qin Shao stuffed a healing elixir into Jiang Mingfei's mouth before using his aura to help it melt away. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Mingfei's tattered body began to heal rapidly, and the sound of crackling bones reorganizing came from within his body. Brother Jiang, wake up. Qin Shao even resorted to using the slap and wake technique in order to speed things up. Jiang Mingfei opened his eyes with difficulty, and when he saw Qin Shao, his eyes became pleasantly surprised. Elder brother Qin, how did you run here? It's hard to say. Let's start with you. How did you get your ass kicked like that? Qin Shao bitterly smiled and shook his head. In this environment, he was still happy to see Jiang Mingfei. This stupid big man, Jiang Mingfei said through gritted teeth as he struggled to stand up with assistance. Don't mention it. That's when I was taken away by the ghostly mist, and when I came back to my senses, I saw several guys who called themselves Doom Demons trying to kill me. This violent temper of mine can't stand it, so I ed with them, but I didn't realize that those guys didn't talk about martial arts and found another group of minions. I fought them as hard as I could and fought them all the way to the swamp, where they were all killed and I became like this. Qin Shao pulled the corners of his mouth straight after hearing this, feeling that the other party was really a reckless person. How dare one person engage a large group of demons? This courage was all worthy of Qin Zhao's admiration. Well, let's not talk about that. Let's just get our own affairs in order. Jiang Mingfei's eyes became shadowy, and his tone turned cold as he stood face to face with Spectre. Underworld, regarding your hidden star hall pressuring Yao Qi to develop the Twilight Forest, shouldn't you explain? As soon as these words came out, Qin Shao and Bai Susu's gazes fell on the Spectre in unison. The Spectre had always been suspicious, and just from knowing about the Doom Demon, and even knowing that this place was a seal, the Spectre had uncountable suspicions. At first, Qin Shao didn't have an absolute chance of winning and didn't make a move against the underworld, but now that Jiang Mingfei had directly put words into the open, the hidden star palace behind the underworld had actually forced Yao Qi to open the Twilight Forest, and now the Spectre, who was the young hall master, was here, plus a series of changes. If we say that there is no problem with the Spectre, the ghosts won't believe us. The three of them, Qin Shao, had a haunted gaze and were always ready to make a move. Alas, the Spectre sighed softly, and knowing that it was useless to deny it, he admitted it. You're right. I was the one who used the order of the Hidden Star Hall's Hall Master to suggest that Yao Qi open the Twilight Forest. Why did you do it? Do you know how many people you've killed? Bai Susu hid behind Qin Shao and chided. The Spectre laughed a sprightly laugh. I had intended to leave a few of us behind. And isn't it just as well now? We're all still alive. It's just that the plan went a little awry. The crowd didn't say anything, waiting for Spectre to finish his sentence. I originally intended to open a corner of the seal here and take something afterward, but I didn't expect to stir up a big mess. Qin Zhao's pupils quickly shrunk into needles as he asked, "Did you open the seal here?" "Yes, I did." Qin Zhao squeezed a paragraph out of his teeth. "You're a ing maniac." It took him a moment to see that the Spectre was the real madman. With his pilgrimage realm cultivation, he tore open a corner of the seal and even nearly released the quasi-emperor. No, it's not crazy enough to describe it. This is warmongering for the sake of the world. Chapter 75, The Underworld's True Purpose. The Idol Inside the Stone Tower. Spectre pressed his hand, signaling to calm down first, and his expression turned serious. Now that it's come to this, there's no point in hiding it, so I'll tell you all. With the talisman given by the old hall master of the Hidden Star Hall, I forced the seal to be torn open. In fact, in order to obtain the one thing inside the seal. But I didn't think I'd miscalculated. Not only did I not get the thing myself, but I'm still trapped inside. Ha, it's really ridiculous. Jiang Mingfei blocked in front of Qin Zhao and the two of them and asked, "What do you want?" Spectre replied faintly, "Space origin." Qin Zhao's expression was stunned at his words. He had obtained the killing origin left behind by the Cloud Emperor when he was in the Cloud Sect's Heaven Sealing Tower, and at that time, he still relied on the system to fuse it successfully. And here surprisingly, the space origin appeared again. Even Jiang Mingfei and Bai Susu were stunned. Space origin. That was an origin that had been birthed by the heavens and earth, and was not comparable to the origin within a cultivator's body. The Spectre broke the seal. But it was for this. I know you may not believe me. Spectre's tone was laced with sincerity. This is what our old hall master said. Think about it. A seal of this magnitude, which may even serve to isolate space and time. Would it be simple to form a seal with the materials consumed? Qin Zhao nodded silently, thinking that the other party had a point. I can swear by my Tao heart that I have no intention of harming you, only for you to trust me once more. The Spectre swore. Qin Zhao's voice transmission from Jiang Mingfei suddenly rang in his ears. Elder brother Qin, your head is quick. Think quickly. Should we believe him or not? If not, let's fight with him. After thinking for a long time, Qin Zhao responded, trust him one more time. It won't be too late to fight him then. When the Spectre spoke just below, Qin Zhao utilized the demonic eye of retrospection to constantly observe the Spectre's micro-expressions, and found that there were no signs of lying. Now, although there was Jiang Mingfei of the pilgrimage realm by his side, the injuries Jiang Mingfei had sustained were too severe and would not be healed for a while. If he fought hard with the underworld, the winner would be unknown. The most important thing is still how to escape out, and the Spectre all dared to swear by his own Tao heart. If he breaks the oath, then his cultivation path in this life is even broken. Qin Zhao sighed in his heart. This person's heart was too deep, even head and shoulders above those old things. In the future, he should deal with him less, or else he would probably have to count the money for him if he was sold. Seeing as you're sincere, I won't kill you first, Jiang Mingfei said after some thought. You should be looking for the center of the seal. I've seen a stone tower when I was sparring. I'll take you there. The Spectre was relieved to hear it. He also didn't want to engage the three at the same time, and he didn't want to harm them. 3 heavenly pride deaths at the same time would have too much of an impact on the desolate domain, and he couldn't afford it. Spectre said politely, then please show Brother Jiang the direction. I would like to take the lead. Humph, count on you to have some conscience. Let's go. Jiang Mingfei snorted coldly and added, don't let your guard down just yet. When you guys weren't here, I had sensed an aura of the pilgrimage stage roaming around here, but he didn't attack me, so all in all, it's better to be careful. Many thanks, Brother Jiang, for the reminder. The group, each with their own thoughts, once again flew within the swamp. Along the way, the remains of dozens of doom demons were lined up horizontally, and among them, there were also 3 pilgrimage stages. Without a doubt, all of them were killed by Jiang Mingfei. Qin Zhao retracted her gaze from the wreckage, feeling that Jiang Mingfei's combat prowess really wasn't something to sneeze at, except for his brain being a bit dumber. To fight against so many doom demons with one's own strength, one is truly worthy of being the young master of the Jiang family. The crowd was guided by Jiang Mingfei and soon arrived in front of a stone tower. The shape of the stone tower was very ancient, with a total of 9 floors. The tower was covered with dense patterns, and Qin Zhao did not recognize any of the words written on it. Dark chains held the stone tower firmly in the swamp, like a lighthouse in the ocean, standing still in the calm waters. It has been washed away by the years, and it stands tall. This is a building from how many years ago? Bai Susu lamented. Seeing this scene, even with her chest, she could not discern what the words on it meant. Elder brother Qin, come and give me a hand. Jiang Mingfei and the underworld were pushing the door of the stone tower as hard as they could, but it was like there was some kind of prohibition on the stone tower. any of their Pishon cultivation, they still couldn't push it. I'm a god-condensing child. How can I still help you guys? Qin Shao shook his head and also placed his hand on the stone door to give it a hard push. Boom! Unexpectedly, as soon as Qin Shao touched the stone door, even before he exerted any force, the door made a rumbling sound of movement. The stone door opened. This, old brother Qin, what kind of milk did you eat as a child? The strength is so great. Jiang Ningfei was dumbfounded. Even the specter couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. Ah, said Qin Shao as she looked at her clean hands and tapped her head again. I grew up on powdered milk. He himself didn't know what was going on. Obviously he didn't even exert any force and the stone door opened by itself. Let's go in first. The interior of the stone tower was only the size of a room, with all sorts of strange and bizarre inscriptions carved into the floor. The inner wall was carved with one human face after another, densely packed, and the expressions of the faces were incomparably solemn, as if they were praying. Following their gazes, a statue was seen sitting in the very center of the interior. It was a woman, her hands clasping her orchid fingers, sitting on a high platform, and even though she was separated by endless years, her majesty could still be felt. Strange, why can't you remember her face? Jiang Ningfei rubbed his eyes hard, after which he exhausted his sight trying to see the face of the stone statue. Young Master Jiang, you'd better withdraw your gaze. Bai Susu's lips trembled and her face became agitated. What's the matter? You still won't let me see it. Old brother Qin, you hurry up and control your mother-in-law. Jiang Ningfei shouted with a big grin, but Qin Shao didn't respond because he was now becoming agitated as well. A statue made from an emperor's face can inherit the emperor's might, thus guarding the inheritance, Qin Shao said with a dry throat. But if a statue is made of a god's face, it is an offense, and even if it is made, the likeness of that statue will not be remembered by the world, and that is the rule. Ah! Jiang Ningfei shrieked out with an incredulous expression. You said, this is a god above the great emperors? It seems likely that it can be so now. The specter wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, clearly shocked as well. As things stand, they feel like their worldview has been turned upside down. The god whose existence had been doubted now stood before the eyes, if only as a statue. Qin Shao sensed that something was wrong, and after hesitating for a moment, he took a step towards the statue with a suspicious look on his face. Elder brother Qin, what are you doing? Come back. Ignoring the crowd's astonished gazes, Qin Shao gently placed his hand on the statue. See only. A bit of light blue firelight burst out, like the sparks that erupted when iron was being beaten, and it was gone in a flash. However, the flame's aura was still keenly captured by Qin Shao, cold to the touch, and with the unique burn of the flames, with a hint of a mysterious aura in it. Qin Shao's eyes grew large. This feeling was more than familiar to him. He was basically exposed to it every day. This is Master's Shura Ice Flame, Chapter 76, Shura Ice Flame Alienation. Finding another stone tower, Qin Shao felt around on the idol, trying to trigger the strange strand of ice flame again. He couldn't feel wrong. It was definitely the Shura Ice Flame, and it was not the same as the cultivation ice flame he practiced, but rather the same as Dai Chinga's cultivation ice flame. All of them contain a mysterious power. The only difference was that Dai Chinga's ice flame was purple, while the ice flame here was blue. When Qin Shao first cultivated the cultivating ice flame technique, the flame that condensed out was also blue in color. For this reason he even asked his master, but the answer he received was vague. It seems that Master's Shura Ice Flame has a close relationship with the ancient gods. Upon observation, it was found that there was a pair of wings on the back of the idol, with dots of ice crystals on the wings, and even though they were separated by endless years, the cold could still be felt. Ice Phoenix, the name of a kind of true spirit, appeared in Qin Shao's mind. At first, he had a feeling that the Shura Ice Flame technique was not a human technique, and now it seemed that he had guessed correctly. This was actually a technique from the true spirit Ice Phoenix lineage. No wonder it confused with the heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Dharma. So that's why. The doubts that had plagued Qin Shao for a long time were finally solved as he secretly operated the Shura Ice Flame skill in an attempt to create a connection with the idol. But the result was not what he had hoped for. The idol did not give a response, but only sat quietly in its place. Mr. Qin, come down quickly, Bai Susu shouted. She now thought that Qin Shao might really be a madman. That was a statue of a god. How could it be allowed to be desecrated by a low-level cultivator? But Qin Shao not only touched it, he was even a bit unsatisfied, looking like he wanted to move the idol. I may have a way to find the location of the formation spirit. The specter, who had been silent, spoke up. The rest of the people's eyes glistened, and even Qin Shao stopped moving. The specter crouched down and stroked the ancient characters on the floor as he slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this place should be utilizing the power of faith of the two deities, thus acting as a suppressor. You recognize these words? Jiang Ningfei said suspiciously. I know some of them from the ancient books of the Hidden Star Hall, and given time, I can surmise the location of the other stone tower. and even the location of the formation spirit. Spectre replied. Jiang Mingfei and Qin Xiao looked at each other and said, okay, we don't have any other way anyway. Let's wait first. Good. Spectre's gaze never left the floor, muttering something under his breath. The others had the good sense not to interrupt. While Qin Xiao had been stroking his chin and looking around, Bai Susu's voice transmission suddenly rang in his ears. Mr. Qin, do you think the words of the spectre are trustworthy? Qin Xiao didn't move and transmitted his voice back. Rumor has it that there have been gods in the hidden star hall. It's only normal that the pantheon understands some ancient scripts, and besides, he has already sworn with his Tao heart, so there's no fear of him making another mistake. Aha! Baisu had been in a state of low excitement. In today's line, the blows she received were not ordinary, starting with the unusually powerful Doom Demon. Seeing the statues of the ancient gods again, these caused her spirit to go into a bit of a trance. Moreover, she detected something strange in the words of the underworld, that the hidden star hall would actually put pressure on Yao Qi, and that Yao Qi had actually softened and opened up the Twilight Forest. If it were in the past, Yao Qi would resolutely not do this. At first, she was a bit puzzled when she heard her master say that Yao Qi was going to open the Twilight Forest, but she didn't ask why. Now she might have guessed some of it. First, there was Lu Hongyu's big show at the Heaven's Remarkable Gathering, and the Holy Lord of Yao Qi hadn't even stepped forward yet. Again, she wanted to break the union, and the master was slow to agree. Lastly, then there was the fact that the Holy Lord of Yao Qi hadn't shown up for many years, and it was even rumored that he had already fallen. Now it seems that what was said was true. Bai Susu's head wasn't stupid, so she could naturally guess something. After all, Yao Qi had experienced several great battles and had lost them all miserably, and the accumulated heritage was naturally not as deep as that of the cloud-soaring sect. Even the great saints of the older generation, and even the quasi-imperial cultivators, had already fallen one after another. Only Saint Lords of the Saint King realm were left struggling to hold on. Now that the Holy Lord was also about to fall, Yao Qi was about to declare its demise. Bai Susu looked out at the dark ink-like water outside. A rueful smile raised on her face. She guessed what the purpose of the marriage with Qin Xiao was. It was to pull in the cloud-soaring sect. To put it bluntly, it was similar to the princesses sent to make peace in the mundane world. Her fate was not in her hands now, let alone having any rights to speak of in front of Qin Xiao. Bai Susu's eyes gradually became dull, and every now and then, she looked over to Qin Xiao, who was messing around blindly, and smiled bitterly. Although, since entering the Twilight Forest, Qin Xiao had given her a lot of care, but she keenly sensed that Qin Xiao was just using her. She might even die at Qin Xiao's hands if she lost value. She hugged her knees and curled up in the corner, like an aggrieved little beast. I found it. The spectre stood up violently, looking excited. The other stone tower is not far away. That's very good. Please lead the way. Dao brother. Qin Xiao descended from the idol. Well, come with me. The formation spirit is most likely within the other stone tower. The spectre turned and walked out of the stone tower, and the crowd followed. Qin Xiao turned into a stream of light and flew away after taking one last look at the idol. His eyebrows furrowed as he always felt that something wasn't right. It was logical that the ancient writing on the floor was recognized by the spectre. Doom should also recognize it, so did it not occur to Doom that the formation spirit might be inside the other stone tower? Or are those Doom demons out of their minds? Qin Xiao was suspicious and looked around from time to time on the way, but he did not find anything strange, until they came to a stone tower. The stone tower here was exactly the same as the one just now. Even the inscriptions on the tower were the same. Brother Qin, please open the door. Spectre made a gesture of invitation. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes. There was no way around it. The door to the stone tower could only be opened by him. Boom! Effortless. Qin Xiao merely placed a finger on it, and the stone door opened in response. You can't be the reincarnation of a god, right? Jiang Ningfei looked Qin Xiao up and down. Go in and take a look. Qin Xiao was the first to enter, and what met his eyes was also a statue of a god. This time the statue was a man by the look of his figure. He held a halberd and stood on the high platform, wearing battle armor, not angry and powerful, with monstrous battle intent bursting out from his body. The crowd was so overwhelmed by that battle intent that they couldn't lift their heads, and they didn't even have the courage to look at the idol. Hurry up and find out if the formation spirit is really here. Jiang Ningfei was sweating profusely. The crowd quickly searched the interior. Hee. A sound like a baby's giggle came. The crowd froze in unison and looked at the idol standing in the center, their faces turning strange. The idol is alive? Jiang Ningfei's eyes widened and he said hurriedly, Old brother Qin, you're bold. Why don't you go and take a look? Qin Xiao was planning to do just that, so he tiptoed behind the idol. Strangely there was nothing, and again he laid his eyes under the cloak of the idol. Ha! Qin Xiao's mouth was open and her face was brilliant. Only, under the cloak of the idol, hid a small female child of the size of 2 or 3 years old. The little girl child was dressed in a red dress, all dirty, two big watery eyes blinking. After seeing Qin Xiao, she even directly stretched out her short little arms, her mouth emitting a milky sound. To cuddle. Spirit of formation, cultivation, peak quasi-emperor, no different from mortals. Origin, space origin. Chapter 77, The Fate of the Formation Spirit, the appearance of the demon quasi-emperor's incarnation. Peak quasi-emperor. Qin Xiao's jaw dropped to the ground. Before he came he thought that something might have gone wrong with the formation spirit, but I didn't realize the problem was so big. A peak quasi-emperor formation spirit was now surprisingly no different from a mortal. Qin Xiao looked to the specter, a lion hidden in her eyes. The specter, apparently also recognized as the little girl, took a few deep breaths before recovering and said, I only tore open a corner of the seal and didn't move the formation spirit. It's likely that she had a problem on her own. Qin Xiao let out a light sigh and picked up the little girl child with both hands, his heart unable to calm down for a long time. A little girl child was actually an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years, with a spatial origin in her body. However, Qin Xiao didn't dare to slash down. Whether or not it could be hacked to death was another matter. If it couldn't be hacked to death, it would definitely anger a peak quasi-emperor, and I was afraid that it would be difficult to die at that time. Space origin detected. Does the host choose to fuse? A panel of the system surfaced before your eyes. Qin Xiao frowned slightly. It was the same last time in the heaven ceiling tower, but the system issued rewards after fusing the origin. Instead, all of his origin was snatched away by the blood crystals in the Sea of Wheels, and even he himself almost went off the deep end. Qin Xiao thought for a moment, and his eyes erupted with red and blue luster as he looked through the little girl's body to check out the internal situation. As it continued to deepen, the red and blue light illuminated the darkness within the girl, until he saw a woman in a plain dress, who lay still in the endless darkness, as if asleep. Ah! Qin Xiao let out an agonizing scream as 2 lines of blood slid down from the corners of his eyes, the pain that drilled through his heart making him unable to think of anything else. Even the little girl child in his hand almost fell to the ground, but luckily Bai Susu caught it. Qin, old brother, you are really not afraid to die, ah? How would all dare to see Lu? Jiang Mingfei's straight grin. A formation spirit that could suppress a quasi-emperor realm doom demon must not be weak, and Qin Xiao, a cargo that was not afraid of death, even wanted to pry into its secrets. It's a good thing I prepared and reacted beforehand, or I would have been blind in both eyes. Qin Xiao wiped the blood from the corners of her eyes dry while feeling a pang of fear. It was fortunate that he hadn't forcefully peered into the idol's face in the first place, or else he wouldn't even know how he died. What are you going to do with her? Bai Susu sent a message to the crowd, while holding the little girl in her arms and carefully wiping the ashes from the girl's face with a handkerchief. According to the writing on the ground, besides the 2 stone towers, there should be another mouthful of whirlpools within the swamp, and that's exactly where the formation spirit should stay. Spectre said with a sideways glance, you mean we're going to throw her into the vortex? Baisu's face showed a look of intolerance. Or else, when the doom demon inside awakens, not only will Yao Qi suffer, even the desolate domain will suffer. Jiang Mingfei sighed lightly. Bai Susu looked at Qin Xiao with a hint of hope in her eyes. Qin Xiao, on the other hand, shook his head, not bothering to look at the female child, and said, we have no choice. Yeah, there's no choice. Bai Su stroked the girl's small head and put her head down. Qin Xiao scanned everything within the stone tower and detected a hint of abnormality. It's different from the outside world. There's none of that repulsive odor, whether it was the twilight forest or within the swamp. The scent on the demon was present. The only thing that wasn't inside the stone tower was that it was like an oasis, which could also be the reason why the little girl had been hiding here for a long time and hadn't been caught by the doom demon. What's your name? Baisu pulled out a motherly smile and asked the girl in her arms. My name is Daryl, the little girl said in a milky voice, her little hand clutching Baisu's collar and hiding in Baisu's warm embrace. Ruashi, it's a good name. It just doesn't match the sunless swamp. Ah. Qin Xiao shook her head inside. As pathetic as the girl was, something had to be done, and with the path of life in front of her, there was no reason not to choose it. Qin Xiao walked up to the open stone door, his back to the door, and was addressing the crowd. Now that it's come to this, the way out is in front of us. Let's hurry up and take action. Bai Susu's protection of Daryl is all yours. Big brother Underworld, you find the location of that vortex. Qin Xiao said a bunch of things, but surprisingly, no one paid attention to him. The opposite trio's mouths were open so wide that even their eyes were about to fall out. It's horrible. Oh, said Daryl as he fell into Baisa's arms and lost his voice. Am I that scary? Qin Xiao looked at Ruoshi with a strange expression, but Jiang Mingfei's anxious shouts resounded inside the stone tower. Elder brother Qin, behind you. Qin Xiao frowned, and only now did he realize that there was another person's shadow on the ground. Shadows reflected on the ground, turning the interior of the stone tower even more gray. Qin Xiao's body suddenly froze, and a panicked expression appeared on her face. If the shadow is this big, how big must the body be? and the owner of that shadow was standing right outside the door, which was behind Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's lips were dry and stiff as she turned back, the appearance of the shadow's owner slowly appearing before her eyes. What the hell? It was an 8-foot-tall man with muscles across his body, half naked, fangs high in his mouth, dark pupils in his eyes, and hair as hard as a sword. The Demon Emperor's incarnation. Cultivation, late Piscian stage. Origin, mortal. Why is it another Paragon Emperor? Qin Xiao screamed in agony. Although the other party could only exert Pixie strength, he gave him a feeling that he was even stronger than Pixie and Jiang Mingfei combined. Before this, Jiang Mingfei had said that there might be a pilgrimage realm here, but he hadn't expected that it would be a quasi-emperor incarnation. He has no self-consciousness and has been in a state of confusion. The specter sent a message to the crowd. Qin Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, this demon's eyes were lifeless, and the fact that he was able to escape the seal must not have been too much of a drain on him. After all, it was the incarnation of a quasi-emperor, and the seal would not allow him to escape easily. Hand over the formation spirit. With a wooden expression, Doom said in an unquestionable tone. Qin Xiao quickly retreated, clutching the Doom worm tightly in his hand. Daryl definitely couldn't hand it over. If we hand it over, I'm afraid the crowd will die even faster. The two sides, one inside and one outside, faced each other like this, and Doom stood in the doorway, with no intention of coming in. Woohoo! All that could be heard inside the stone tower was Daryl's cries, irritating the crowd. The specter's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura as he transmitted. He can't come in. Qin Xiao nodded his head. That's right. So much time had passed and the Doom Demon still had no intention of coming in. Apparently it was afraid of what was inside the stone tower. And with the Doom Demon just blocking the doorway, the crowd couldn't get out. Qin Xiao's light fell on the idol standing in the center, and she made up her mind. He can't come in, so we'll let him in. The people looked at each other and understood what the other meant. As things stand, this battle is unavoidable. You win. You get the hell out of here. You lose. You stay here forever. It's just a quasi-imperial incarnation that can exert the strength of the other side of the world. What's the point of being afraid of him? Let's fight. A light erupted in Qin Xiao's eyes as his body ignited with chaotic flame, swallowing the doomworm in one gulp. The fresh doomworm passed through the throat to the sea of chakras, and the otherwise immersed golden ocean instantly boiled. The aura on Qin Xiao's body rose, unexpectedly arriving at the late condensation stage in one fell swoop. Not enough. Not nearly enough. The late stage of God concentration simply couldn't deal with the late stage of the pilgrimage, and besides, the other party was still a quasi-emperor incarnation. The drilling pain caused Qin Xiao's face to distort. It's now or never. Come on. Qin Xiao bit the tip of his tongue and ignited the immortal martial origin in his body, and immediately the chaotic flame aura on his body became even more powerful than before. The early days of the other side. Qin Xiao's eyes bloomed with cold electricity, and it was only now that he had the qualifications to briefly engage the other party. With a wave of one hand, he shot out chains from his hand, binding them directly to the arms of the Doom Demon, after which he pulled them inward with force. Qin Xiao looked frantic and yelled in a low voice, "Get in here!" Chapter 78, The Three Fierce Battles Against the Incarnation of a Paramount Emperor. Imperial power destroys the Paramount Emperor. After the Doom Demon's hands were bound, his wooden face became a hint of panic, immediately stabilizing his body and trying to break free from the chains. But the chains were filled with chaos flame, and it wasn't something that could be broken free in a moment. The underworld and Jiang Mingfei also grabbed the chains and sacrificed their own innate magic weapons in an attempt to help Qin Xiao. As Qin Xiao fought against Doom, the origin in his body was rapidly draining away. At this rate, even if he managed to survive, he would have to spend many hours recovering his origin later on, if not impossible. He then looked at Yuming and Jiang Mingfei and realized that they were not in a good state either. Both of their faces were pale. While being bound, the Doom Demon also had to face the attacks of the two intrinsic artifacts, so he threw out several punches in succession. Spectre's ink-black longsword unexpectedly cracked under the attack, and even the golden longsword offered by Jiang Mingfei had a vague tendency to break. "Get your ass in here!" Qin Xiao roared and pulled half of the Doom Demon's arm inside, and immediately the Doom Demon's arm caught a blazing fire and soon turned into a skeletal arm. The Doom Demon ate the pain and became conscious for a minute, and the bound hands gave a push, directly yanking the three of them, Qin Xiao, out of the interior of the stone tower. "This is the peak of the pilgrimage? I'd believe you if you said he was at the heavenly silence stage." Jiang Mingfei spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed. A quasi-emperor has his entire body washed by the power of the laws, and even his incarnation is not something that can be compared to an ordinary pilgrim. The underworld was ruthless and rushed straight up to strike an arcane spell, striking hard against the Doom Demon. Qin Xiao knew this all too well. Just now, he desperately launched the two types of demonic eyes, only to realize that they were useless against the Doom Demon. The laws of time and space were counteracted by a mysterious power in the Doom Demon. Human unhuman. Ghost unhuman thing, suffer death. Jiang Mingfei's original magic weapon had suffered a wound and held his breath, so he directly rushed forward and fought close to the ground. Unwilling to show weakness, Qin Shao condensed a huge killing sword that continuously left a gully on the doomed demon's body. Within the gray swamp, the dark and silent waters were torn apart, instantly stirring the waves. Bai Susu and Ruoshi, on the other hand, hid in a corner within the stone tower, watching the great battle. Roar! The doomed demon was, after all, in a muddled state, and under the combined blows of the three, his tall body became drenched in blood, and his fanged mouth emitted a beastly low roar. With a flash of red in his eyes, he opened his mouth and spat out a pitch-black ghostly mist. Get out of the way! It's ghost mist! Spectre shouted, but it was already too late. The ghost fog spread so fast that it quickly surrounded the three. Even the stone tower was invisible in the dark ghostly mist. Jiang Mingfei and Spectre were tired of fending off the ghostly mist, and their combat power plummeted. Only Qin Shao was still standing peacefully in the same place. Immortal martial body. A look of surprise and resentment appeared on the doomed demon's face as it aimed its spear at Qin Shao. It seems that the person who sealed you in the first place had a connection with the immortal martial body. Qin Shao twisted his neck as the killing sword in his hand haunted the heavenly phoenix and the true phoenix, constantly chopping out eerie white sword light while dodging attacks. Pretend we don't exist? Jiang Mingfei held a long sword and slashed out a golden shadow, directly cutting off one of the doomed demon's arms. Black blood soaked his burly body. Asterisk. Doomed demon roared low and punched, but another sword stabbed by the spectre pierced through his other arm. The two who had done all this were unable to support themselves and half-kneeled on the ground. They had used all their strength and the damage done to them by the ghost fog had gone deep into their roots. The pupils of the doomed demon's eyes turned turquoise, and a sword tire shot out from them, directly smashing half of the bodies of the underworld in Jiang Mingfei. If it wasn't for the spectre inspiring his own life-preserving talisman, I'm afraid that both of them would have died. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into those turquoise eyes. Something from the depths of the ghostly mist. It really is you. There is no turning back now. Spectre and Jiang Mingfei had lost their resistance, and only Qin Shao was still able to fight. The doomed demon also inexplicably developed an innate hatred for Qin Shao, and you straightened up and attacked. But one killing sword after another suddenly appeared in the air, constantly stabbing at the Earl Devil's scarred body. The killing chi contained in the killing sword was even more rampant within the body, eating away at every inch of flesh and blood. A few moments of anger appeared on Doomed Demon's wooden face. He couldn't get close to Qin Shao no matter what. A hallowed quasi-emperor incarnation couldn't even take down a pseudo-physical realm. Qin Zhao's face also grew paler and paler. The origin flame was about to be extinguished, and if it continued like this, even the realm might fall. It made him anxious. Immortal martial arts all deserve to die. The doomed demon roared, and the broken weapons within the swamp answered the call, forming a suit of armor on his body. The killing sword slashed at the armor with a clanging sound, then broke, unable to pierce it in the slightest. The essence in Qin Zhao's eyes flashed, as if he had remembered something. However, the doomed demon made an instantaneous appearance in front of him, after which a punch was thrown towards Qin Zhao's face. Boom! A look of doubt appeared in the eyes of the doomed demon, and that punch did not land on Qin Shao. Instead, it hit a golden barrier. Luckily it was used in time. A talisman in Qin Zhao's hand was burning rapidly, and the barrier made a cracking sound. Seeing that it was unsuccessful, Doomlord threw punch after punch at the ruptured barrier. You don't have a chance. However, Qin Zhao's face was flat as he reached forward with one hand and lightly bellowed, Imperial power. Doom's attack stopped instantly, and the armor on his body began to rise out of control, controlling him as he flew towards the stone tower at great speed. Armor was also coalesced with magical artifacts and also belonged to the category of magical artifacts. Qin Shao had utilized this to unleash imperial power, wanting to use it to exterminate the doomed demon. Xianwu, the doomed demon's mouth let out a furious cry, and his body emitted a thick ghostly mist due to his anger, but he still flew towards the stone tower uncontrollably. That armor was like a maggot attached to the bone, stuck to the body and could not be torn off, until he came to the door of the stone tower. Half of the body of the doomed demon had already disappeared into the stone tower, which was now ablaze with a blazing fire, but he remained firm, clinging to the stone doorframe, trying to climb out. But that's when Bai Su, who had been hiding inside, moved. She tugged on one side of Doom's body as she pulled him into the stone tower. The body of the doomed demon completely disappeared into the tower, covered in nameless fire, and soon turned into a streak of ashes. Phew! Qin Shao fell from a high altitude, his origin flame quickly extinguishing, and even his gaze became dim. Luckily, I didn't fall off the realm, and I can slow down after recuperating for a while. But the words were just finished. The calm marsh rippled again, this time more turbulent, and even a pair of turquoise eyes could be seen beneath it. Spider-like cracks appeared in the surrounding space, emitting gusts of clicking sounds. Xianwu. Roar after roar could be vaguely heard in his ears. That Paragon Emperor has awakened. Qin Zhao's tone trembled, his body sweating coldly as he was gazed at by those turquoise eyes. He looked towards little Daryl, who was hiding under the idol, and his tone was cold. The little wench must be thrown into that vortex. Chapter 79, taking little Daryl away. Paramount Emperors and Formation Spirits fighting. Qin Zhao dragged his weak body and stepped towards Ruoshi, who was hiding under the idol. What are you doing? Baisu guarded Daryl like a chicken guarding its food. Qin Zhao's expression was calm as he placed the killing sword in his hand at Baisu's white neck and said, I'm sure I won't move her if you have a way to save us, but if you don't, get out of the way. Baisu's showy fists hidden in her sleeves were clenched, slowly giving way, and after a final glance at the cute little Daryl, it turned into a soft sigh. Sorry. Qin Zhao walked over to directly hold the pink Daryl in his arms, and after confirming it again and again, he turned around and walked out of the stone tower. Two big brothers, you guys stay here with Xiao Bai. I'll be right back. With a wave of his hand, Qin Zhao threw the battle-less Spectre and Zhang Mingfei into the stone tower. Both of them had been too badly eroded by the ghost fog, and at the moment it was a struggle to even stand up, and even if they could recover later, it would still take a lot of time. The Spectre sighed softly and didn't bother to look at Daryl, only leaving a word of caution, after which he told Qin Zhao the location of the vortex. Zhang Mingfei was also silent, putting his head down and clenching his fists to the point of bleeding. Ka-chi! Shattering sounds came from under the swamp. Obviously the band was about to be torn apart. In addition to the pair of turquoise eyes, there was a succession of blood-red pupils, and their gazes fell in unison on Qin Zhao through the pitch-black water. It can't be delayed any longer. Knowing that now was not the time to be merciful, Qin Zhao spread his feathers, carried little Daryl, and flew through the riotous swamp. Big brother, what's your name? Little Daryl shrunk into a ball, sniffing his nose vigorously and asking in a milky voice, Qin Zhao, are you taking me home? Little Daryl cocked his little head. Aha, but I want to go outside. Little Daryl's voice grew smaller and smaller, deflated, his interest becoming low. Qin Zhao didn't respond, only lifting her wings. He kept reminding himself in his mind that this was either a child or an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years, and not to be merciful, or die yourself. The entire swamp space was like a broken tile jar at the moment. The sound of shattering was endless, and the gray sky was strewn with spatial cracks. Countless eyes blooming with tyrannical colors opened under the swamp. They were deep in the quagmire under the swamp, and at this moment, they gradually broke free from their restraints, wanting to rush out of the water to make a big killing. The doom-worm in Qin Zhao's body had already been burned to the ground by the origin fire, but the after effects came one after the other. Exhaustion wrapped him up, but the bones in his body were breaking and the intense pain made him fight again. Negativity. Qin Zhao grumbled bitterly as the intense pain fought against the exhaustion, forcing him to fight. Finally, a huge whirlpool like an abyss appeared ahead, like a black jewel, and the pitch-black water did not hide its darkness. Instead, it makes it appear brighter and darker. Qin Zhao stood beside the vortex, gazing at the dark space below for a long time. I'm home. Little Daryl's gaze became dull, his tiny body moved as if summoned, and he muttered, I want to see the outside world. I don't want to go back. Ugh. Qin Zhao's throat was dry, unable to say anything else but sigh. He doesn't feel guilty about it though, he's just trying to stay alive. There's nothing wrong with that. Man is not for himself, God is for him. In this world of deceitful cultivation, Qin Zhao thought that he was already merciful enough. I was made to suppress what's down here. Two female voices came out of little Daryl's mouth at the same time. A milky child's voice on one side and a cool female voice on the other. You should go home. Knowing that he couldn't hesitate any longer, Qin Zhao picked up little Daryl with both hands and prepared to say something. But little Daryl didn't have a trace of panic. She looked at Qin Zhao, a smile on her tender face that didn't belong to this age, and her words were laced with remembrance. Immortal martial body. You are truly a paradoxical person, much like the one who created me. Don't worry, I will let you leave safely as a way to repay the immortal martial lineage's favor. After saying that, she directly broke away from Qin Zhao's hands and allowed her body to fall into the endless abyss. When Qin Zhao reacted again, he only saw a little more redness in the ink-like abyss, and right below the abyss, a bit of light blue light actually rose up, merging with the reddish figure. It turns out that what's at the bottom is the essence of the spatial origin. It dawned on Qin Zhao that it was only now that he understood the principle of the seal's operation, fusing the formation spirit and the spatial origin with each other to produce an independent space, trapping the doomed demons below together. It seems like there was really a great battle of extermination back then. Qin Zhao marveled at the means of the cultivators from endless years ago, and was also deeply curious about that divine battle. But a sudden roar from below disrupted the thoughts. Formation spirit, why did you come back? You want to be free? Then don't trap us here. Qin Zhao was in a cold sweat and her hair trembled. That voice was too terrifying, like a soul-detaining song from the nine hells, echoing throughout the entire space. It's that Earl Devil Quasi-Emperor. Another soft sigh from a woman soon came from below. Freedom is a good thing, but I can't disobey the mandate of heaven, and even when I leave, there are still people to bring me back. As the female voice sounded, a light blue light blossomed below the abyss, and spatial laws filled the air, repairing the broken sky as before. Good, you were already seriously injured in the battle back then. I'll see what you can do to stop me this time. Quasi-Emperor Doom roared, and what came at any time was a mountainous roar of shouts. The army of doom demons hidden beneath the seal awoke in unison, and the dark water lit up with countless blood-red rays. Alas, the last battle then. The woman sighed, and the power of the laws came in like a tidal wave, only to see the blood-red point of light below quickly being submerged. A light blue lotus flower made of spatial laws blossomed supremely within it. Formation Spirit. Quasi-Emperor Doom's voice carried boundless anger as a pitch-black demonic lotus was birthed. The two lotuses collided with each other. The swamp, which had hardly calmed down, was now flooded with waves once again. The surrounding space shattered and reorganized, making the entire space light and strange. Put. Qin Shao spat out blood one after another, and his body was on the verge of collapse. He had thought that the array spirit would send the party out after jumping, but he just didn't realize that the array spirit was going down to fight. If you went down there to fight, then you said you'd keep me safe and leave? As the saying goes, when the gods fight, the brats suffer. Qin Shao now deeply realized it. Although the aftermath of the exchange below was isolated by seals, there was a slight fluctuation that reached the outside world, and these fluctuations were enough for Qin Shao to drink a pot of water. It was important to know that he was only in the condensation realm now. Pust. The aftermath was invisible, but it did great damage, and Qin Shao was beaten to a bloody pulp without realizing it. Stop it, you guys, stop fighting. Chapter 80 Air Demon Commodore explodes. Desolate realm interface barrier broken. The two quasi-emperors below were fighting in the dark, while Qin Shao above was holding his head. Are you sure you're bailing us out? The aftershocks turned into ripples in the space, and as long as it was an object, it would be affected. Let's hope you guys get through the fight fast. Qin Shao raised his hand and offered the last talisman left behind by Dan Xingzi. The golden barrier isolated a safe zone within the turbulent space, while Qin Shao hid within the barrier and shivered. He was now covered in injuries both inside and outside his body, and with the damage from the aftermath, he was even more miserable. All in all, it was a miracle that Qin Shao survived. I want to go home. The battle below intensified, and the two lotuses were vaguely seen constantly colliding, erupting with monstrous greatness, nearly tearing apart the seals. But Qin Shao had no intention of prying, and could only swallow a large amount of pills, wanting to recover his injuries as soon as possible. No! Qin Shao quickly sensed that something was wrong. Through the swamp he could see that the lotus flower transformed by the formation spirit was already faintly showing signs of decay. In comparison, the black lotus transformed by the doom demon was actually slowly growing at the moment, wanting to swallow the light blue lotus of the formation spirit in one piece. Bad! Qin Shao suddenly stood up, giving birth to the feeling of incompetence and inaction. The large seal relied on the spatial origin of the formation spirit for support. If the doom demon was allowed to obtain the spatial origin, the seal would break without attack. It would even increase the power of doom to an unimaginable level. For example, elevating to a supreme being, or a great emperor. If that happens, I'm afraid that not only the desolate domain will suffer, but even the entire cultivation world will suffer. There were no great emperors in existence in this era now, and it was uncertain if there were any supreme beings. Not to mention having to face a great emperor doom demon. That would be a catastrophe for the cultivation world. What the hell do you want? Qin Shao's eyes were wide with anger as he looked down at the formation spirit that was tending to be at a disadvantage, but was moving forward. Formation spirit, hand over the spatial origin and you and I will both live. Quasi-Emperor Doom shouted. Alas, it is my destiny to subdue you all. I cannot defy it. The formation spirit sighed, his voice extremely weak. It would be fine if it was just the Earl Devil Paragon, but she had to face an entire army of Earl Devils at the same time. Furthermore, she had escaped the seal a short while ago and her state had become weakened as a result, and at this moment, she would not be a match for the Doom Demon at all. Now you know to follow heaven's order. That's not what you said back then. Quasi-Emperor Doom laughed coldly, his expression frantic as he tried his best to manipulate the Black Lotus. Having been sealed for so long, the Doom Demon and the Formation Spirit had actually long since been reduced to part of the seal, and the spatial origin was the core of the seal. Quasi-Emperor Doom desperately wanted to fuse the spatial origin at this moment, not wanting to be suppressed by the seal anymore. You want the spatial origin, but it's connected to you and me. Aren't you afraid that I'll destroy it and die with you? The Formation Spirit weakly threatened. Humph, you're just a puppet. All your power comes from it, so how can you destroy it? The doomed demon coldly grunted and increased his attack, but he wasn't in a very good state either. Being suppressed for too long caused his strength to be much less than before, together with the consumption of the array spirit. At this moment, he also came to the end of his strength, and could only pin all his hopes on breaking the seal. The formation spirit suddenly stopped, a sly smile appearing on her delicate face. Yes, I can't destroy it, but what if it's someone else? After saying that, she reached out and inserted her hand into her chest, and even directly pulled out a piece of light blue light orb, followed by her endeavor to throw the orb out of the swamp. The orb cut out a stream of light, pierced through the seal, and landed at Qin Xiao's feet. On the other hand, Qin Xiao outside the swamp was dumbfounded, staring straight at the light blue orb under his feet. Space origin essence detected. Does the host choose to fuse? The beautiful voice of the formation spirit suddenly came to his ears. Use the world seed to fuse the spatial origin. It's the only way to kill the doomed demon right now. I've already dragged the doomed demon into a serious injury, so I don't have to worry about him overreacting. Qin Xiao suddenly realized that this was the case, so it was no wonder that the formation spirit was in a hurry to make a move with the doomed demon. It turns out that they want to die together. System, fuse me. Qin Xiao placed his hand on the orb and mumbled in his mind. In an instant, the light blue orb passed through his flesh and fused with the blood crystal immersed in the depths of the Sea of Wheels. A cool sensation flowed throughout his body, and the injuries on his body were rapidly healing, and the deficient immortal martial origin was rapidly recovering. Driving Qin Xiao's cultivation all started to loosen, and a shattering sound was heard in the underworld. Qin Xiao, cultivation level, mid-stage god condensation, origin, immortal martial body. Qin Xiao revealed a smile, not expecting that not only had the injuries on his body healed, but even his cultivation had come to the middle stage of god condensation. Now he felt just one step away from the late stage, but unfortunately, the blood crystal had snatched most of the spatial origin again this time, leaving him with only a wisp of breath. Just like the last time he fused the killing origin, the system didn't even issue a reward. How dare you, harlot! The doomed demon quasi-emperor almost didn't react because the speed of Qin Xiao's fusion was too fast, nearly a blink of an eye. The formation spirit was stunned. She had originally planned to stall for Qin Xiao for a few more years, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Quasi-emperor Doom's state plummeted, and his body began to disintegrate inch by inch. As the core of the seal disappeared, the seal began to crumble, gradually revealing the bright sunlight outside, and the swamp was disappearing, replaced by loose land. It's not over. Quasi-Emperor Doom saw that he had been defeated, or twice, at the hands of a god-congealing child, so with a clench of his teeth, he tuned out all the spiritual energy in his body that hadn't been depleted yet and burst out at the same time, wanting to pull the entire desolate domain with him by blowing himself up. Do you think I'm helpless without my spatial origin? The words of the formation spirit resounded eerily. Boom! The body of the doomed demon exploded, but it was quickly wrapped up by a touch of Huma, and the two entangled with each other, twisting and crushing the entire space. Qin Xiao seemed to have lost her vision for a moment, and when she came back to her senses again, she froze in place. The sky, as well as the ground, was cracked open with several large holes, and the interior of the holes was actually connected to another space. That's the interface outside the desolate domain. Qin Xiao's consciousness became blurry, but she was still shocked. I didn't realize that the fight between the doomed demon and the formation spirit had shattered the interface barrier. Holes connect to other worlds. The people of those worlds looked up in shock, and they all saw the scene on Qin Xiao's side, and they could not help but cry out in shock. That's a paragon emperor fighting. How come there's still a god-condensing little child? No, he's an immortal martial body. What? Isn't that the desolate domain next door to our Xian domain? Qin Xiao's eyelids gradually closed, and in his last vision, he noticed a woman from another interface. She had bare jade feet with a touch of red rope around her ankles. Her jade legs were white and smooth. The jutting peaks held the red skirt up high, and the flawless, foxy face had a pair of scarlet eyes. Willow red flame, cultivation, peak sage, origin, embodied spirit. Lu Hongyan also noticed Qin Xiao. An unbelievable color appeared in her eyes as she stood in a daze. Qin Xiao said in a daze, Lu Hongyan, Lu Hongyu. These two seem like. Chapter 81, Formation Spirit Wants to Die. Encountering Lu Hongyu again. I don't know how much time has passed. By the time Qin Xiao opened her eyes again, the surroundings had returned to calm, with only a cool breeze as well as a thick forest. Awake? The voice of the formation spirit rang out. Qin Xiao looked around, trying to find the traces left behind by the doomed demon's self-destruction, as if it had never happened. There's not even a pit around it. There was only the Jin who hugged his knees and sat leaning against the tree. It feels like a dream. Qin Xiao shook her head. Even he would not dare to think that he could witness a quasi-emperor fight and still survive the quasi-emperor's self-destruction. The doomed demon's self-detonation is certainly terrifying, but it's not like I don't have a way. only the cost is a bit high. The formation spirit revealed a smug smile. Spirit of formation, training, mortal, origin, none, the cost is not small. Qin Shao nodded his head, not expecting that this battle had directly knocked out the array spirit's quasi-emperor cultivation, but at that time, the formation spirit had already lost its spatial origin, and it was already strong enough to resolve the self-detonation of the Doom Demon. Yeah, my life is coming to an end too. He. The formation spirit looked at the azure-colored sky and smiled heartlessly. What? Qin Shao stood up violently and stared at the red-skirted woman in front of him. How can you smile so happily when your life is about to end? The formation spirit stood up, patted away the dust on its body, and said, my life is given by the spatial origin, and without it, I cannot live. Qin Shao froze, looking inward at the crystals within the chakra sea that had been transformed. The original crystals were blood red in color, while now they were half red and half blue, with the two origins intertwining with each other. Makes more space inside the crystal. Don't worry, I don't want your world seeds. It's not like they can renew my life. The formation spirit rolled its eyes. There's no way to save you? Qin Shao asked. This was a peak quasi-emperor formation spirit. If he were to snub it to his home, just the quasi-emperor's insights alone would be enough for Qin Shao to learn for hundreds of years. Maybe there is, but I don't want to. Gustavo shook his head and opened his arms as if he wanted to hold the whole world in his arms. After living with that group of doom demons for an unknown number of years, I can finally die. And now I just want to see the world before I die. It's good to live a few more years. Qin Shao dissuaded, curious to know what that divine battle was like. My sorrows and joys are in the past, not in the present, and there is no need to stay. The array spirit's tone was unconcerned, even picking up a small red flower and putting it on his head, and putting on a cute gesture as he asked, was it good? Good looking. Qin Shao sighed and didn't force it down. Your friends are here. The formation spirit pointed to the distant heights, only to see that dozens of streams of light pierced through the sky and shot this way in unison. The first thing that caught his eye was Lu Hongyu, who was wearing a red dress and a veil. As soon as she arrived here, she had a gloomy face and grabbed Qin Shao by the neck with a cold tone. White-eyed wolf, where have you been for so long? Give me an explanation or else. Ha! After Qin Shao broke free to no avail, he blinked back. Senior, do you believe me when I say that I went to fight with the Paramount Emperor? Lu Hongyu froze upon hearing this and extended her divine sense to probe up Qin Shao's brain again, her face becoming even more gloomy. I think you've been beaten, silly. You're just a lousy piece of, and you're looking for Quasi-T to fight. I'll give you time. Make up another excuse. I'm telling the truth. Ask her if you don't believe me. Qin Shao pointed to the formation spirit that was running all over the ground. Lu Hongyu looked over, and immediately her agar eyebrows knitted. At first, she thought that the formation spirit was just a mortal, but after probing with her divine sense, she realized that it wasn't even human, more like a sentient puppet. White-eyed wolf, tell me clearly what's going on. Lu Hongyu brought her face up, her expression becoming serious. Qin Shao also directly informed all the things that had happened since entering the Twilight Forest, all together in a voice transmission. But there was something about the spatial origin that was not said. When Lu Hongyu heard this, her expression was extremely wonderful, and when she heard the words Doom Demon, her expression turned into a rare shock. He also looked Qin Shao up and down. This brat, he had actually destroyed the incarnation of a Paragon Emperor and was still able to bounce around under the hand-to-hand combat of a Paragon Emperor. By now not only did he not die, but he had also raised his cultivation level. What kind of a thing did Dai Chinga teach you? Is he more powerful than that, master? Lu Hongyu gave birth to an intention to strip Qin Shao clean and study him some more. Elder, what year is this evening? Qin Shao asked the question that had been troubling him for a long time. Lu Hongyu wrapped her arms around herself and put a smug smile on her face. You've been missing for a year. That's right, there's still a year to go before the Holy Sun competition, so you should be prepared. Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately only a year had passed. There was still time. As long as you can advance to the pilgrimage stage within a year. You seem to have a lot of confidence. Then I'll have to help you check your body properly tonight. Lu Hongyu licked the corners of her reddish mouth. Qin Shao felt a coldness in his lower body and forced a smile. Senior, are Jiang Mingfei and the others still safe? They're okay. It's just, halfway through her words, Lu Hongyu was interrupted by an old voice. Dare I ask you, young friend Qin, by whose hand did my young master and Miss die? An old sage walked out from the crowd, his dim old eyes radiating a ghostly cold light as he stared at Qin Shao without moving. Qin Shao's face revealed a pained look. Unable to bear to look at that saint any longer, his tone clipped with grief. Brother Yi and Fairy Yi were controlled by the Doom Demons. Who knew that the group of Doom Demons did not speak of martial virtues, but even controlled the two to kill each other? So it was. Qin Shao's expression turned twisted, his teeth clenched and squeaked, and at the end of his words, his body even erupted with a stern killing intent. The acting skills in the wood made the Yi family's old sage a bit dazed, and even Lu Hongyu next to him frequently glanced sideways. This was the rhetoric that Qin Xiao had discussed with Pixie and Bai Susu beforehand in order to dispel the Yi family's suspicions. Little friend Qin didn't lie? The Yi clan's old sage was a bit unconvinced and pressed the question, still exuding a wisp of sage's might. What do you mean? Are you doubting the disciples of my Cloud Source sect? Red aura flashed in Lu Hongyu's eyes as monstrous sword chi pressed down on the old man. Fellow Daoist Lu, the old sage never meant that. The Yi clan's old sage hurriedly begged for forgiveness, fearing that Lu Hongyu would make a move. Humph. It's good that there isn't any. Those two unashamed gadgets get together and give birth to something in the future. It's still uncertain. Just your Yi family offer them as treasures. Lu Hongyu's mouth was sharper than even the sword in her hand, and she didn't care if she offended anyone at all. After which she pulled Qin Xiao and the formation spirit away. There was no point in staying any longer. Phew. Finally safe. Qin Xiao was thrown on the deck of the warship by Lu Hongyu, comfortably basking in the long-lost sun. The formation spirit, on the other hand, was running around on the deck, not at all what a quasi-empire should look like, and those who didn't know thought it was someone's little girl. Life is short, so let's have fun. Qin Xiao looked at the array spirit and felt a lot of emotions in his heart, and he couldn't help but think of that silly little senior sister from Guanghan Peak. A year had passed, and it was time for little sister to come of age. Time to trigger the system reward for being a dragon rider for once. But as she thought about it, Qin Xiao realized that she was being moved by someone else tugging on the back of her neck. Looking back, it was actually Lu Hongyu. Senior, what are you doing? Qin Xiao felt that something big was not good. Lu Hongyu turned back, smiled sweetly, straightened her proud peaks. Her ferocious weapon forced her to say, like I said, I'm going to check you out physically and see if you've grown up a bit. Qin Xiao struggled desperately, shouting no with her mouth, but it was no use. Lu Hongyu became impatient, her expression unprecedentedly serious, and said, I'm telling the truth. Your body really needs a checkup right now, don't you think? Chapter 82. Lu Hongyu checks her body, finally removes her veil. Puff. Qin Xiao was thrown onto the bed by Lu Hongyu. Senior, you're not doing it right. Qin Xiao was really scared, and kept backing up on the large, wide bed, her head shaking like a rattle. Lu Hongyu's face showed contempt, the corner of her mouth raising a smirk of disgust. I'm helping you. Look at your chakra sea first. The Sea of Wheels? Qin Xiao was a bit puzzled, but he still probed his divine thoughts into the sea of golden chakras, and the result was so shocking that his jaw dropped. The original golden sea of chakras now had an extra touch of dark black, like contaminated dyed cloth, and the dark blackness was expanding. It's left behind by the Doom Bug. Qin Xiao's face was unsightly. When he had swallowed the Doom Worm, he had already prepared himself for the backlash, but he didn't expect that the residual power of the Doom Worm would want to assimilate away his chakra sea, and if he succeeded, then he would most likely become similar to the original Luluo. That power was like a maggot attached to the bone, deeply rooted in the depths of the Sea of Wheels, and even the chaotic flame was difficult to force back. Humph, this body of yours is tough. You can still act like nothing after swallowing the Doomworm, but you're also about to die. Lu Hongyu sneered out. Senior, what should I do? A color of hope bubbled up in Qin Xiao's eyes. Lu Hongyu showed a sneer on her face and sat on the chair unperturbed. Now you know to beg me? What did you do long ago? This virtue is the same as your master. Qin Xiao's eyes tittered around several times and said smilingly, Senior doesn't remember the small man's faults. Besides, doesn't Senior want me to stay alive for the time being as well? Lu Hongyu's eyes were haunted, and she suddenly smiled, her tiny tongue swirling around her lips as she said, Sure, I'll help you. Take off your clothes first. Ha! Qin Xiao froze and was slow to move. It would be fine if it was someone else, but this was the tigress Lu Hongyu. Seeing that Qin Xiao had no intention of moving, Lu Hongyu became anxious first. Grind it out. Listen to me if you want to live, or I'll keep you out of bed for the rest of your life. With a wave of her jade hand, Lu Hongyu slapped the robes on Qin Xiao's body into ashes, and after that, with a flash of her body, she even directly pounced Qin Xiao onto the bed. Elder, you. The body fragrance with the scent of flowers was inhaled into Qin Xiao's nostrils, and the soft and delicate body on his body squirmed, driving a nameless evil fire to rise in his lower abdomen. Don't move or I'll turn my head and leave. Lu Hongyu blew hot air through her veil onto Qin Xiao's face. She pointed in the air and condensed dozens of silver needles in the air, finally stabbing at Qin Xiao's abdomen in unison. Hiss! Qin Xiao sucked in a breath of cool air from the pain, and the nameless evil fire underneath her body became even more intense than before, and she began to raise her head. Lu Hongyu, who was sitting on Qin Xiao and manipulating the silver needles, stalled in her movements. Her eyes swept downward, her face under the veil turned a little red, and she angrily snapped, You've got a lot of nerve pointing that thing at me. Senior is the 9 heavens Xian Nu. and Junior was unable to help herself. Qin Shao silently recited the mantra for clearing the heart, but found that it was of no use at all. Instead, it became worse under Lu Hongyu's jade hands. Lu Hongyu's slender jade hands wandered over Qin Zhao's body, leaving densely packed runes on that slim body, and her voice became pasty as she spoke. You said not long ago that you wouldn't dare to desecrate me, and now you do? Men really are all lower body thinkers. Qin Shao didn't dare to respond, doing her best to resist the desire that was about to erupt, fearing that she would be pressed down on the bed and viciously depraved. Lu Hongyu didn't speak again either. The backlash of the Doomworm was too strong, and it contained laws that even a peak sage had to be careful of. The slightest mistake would destroy Qin Zhao's chakra sea. During the process, she kept peeking downward, and her mind became restless. This little white-eyed wolf's capital was not small. No wonder he was able to bully Daichinga to death. But soon she sensed something was wrong, and the scarlet pupils of her eyes began to flicker. Damn it! Then I'll have to use Daichinga's leftovers? Qin Shao, who was immersed in tenderness, felt the pain in her abdomen begin to disappear, replaced by a sense of comfort. It was as if the filth in the body was being drawn away by an invisible suction. The meridians of the body were stretching, and the spiritual world was greatly satisfied. Coupled with Lu Hongyu's gentle movements in carving the runes, each finger was like soft cotton, loosening the hard body. Qin Zhao's hand couldn't help but slide down, resting on the alabaster-like thigh that sat across her body, and began to knead it. You're getting bolder and bolder. Lu Hongyu's movements stopped and she frowned. I was worried about Senior's hard work and wanted to rub Senior's legs for him. Qin Shao froze at his own boldness and rounded off the conversation. Lu Hongyu did not object. After all, Qin Zhao's technique was indeed good, so she simply continued to start moving, letting her thighs be kneaded. While enjoying himself, Qin Shao suddenly remembered the woman named Lu Hongyan and asked, Elder, do you have any sisters? For some reason, even though he only looked at Lu Hongyan from afar, a feeling was born in Qin Zhao's heart. Lu Hongyan was definitely related to Lu Hongyu. This duo was really too much alike. Although they had never seen Lu Hongyu's full face, the scarlet pupils of her eyes, and her delicate body, and even her clothing, the two of them were practically identical. It's like twin sisters. Lu Hongyu's good-looking eyebrows furrowed together as she thought for a moment and replied, I only have one senior sister, and she was also killed by your master. Qin Shao was speechless, and remembered that his master had said that when senior sister Lu Hongyu died, she was covered in black smoke, as if she had become a different person, and had started to indiscriminately kill the innocent. It couldn't help but resemble Yang Lansong in the ghostly mist. Only Yang Lansong was forced to take over her body by an unknown Doom demon, while senior sister Lu Hongyu, after hesitating for a moment, Qin Shao said boldly, Elder, perhaps there was some hidden agenda back then. I have also seen people covered in black smoke and losing their sanity when I was in the Twilight Forest. Lu Hongyu's movement stopped as she grabbed Qin Zhao's lifeline, her tone icy cold to the extreme. Do you think you're so familiar with me that you can talk nonsense? It's not your turn to meddle in the matters between me and Butterfly Chinga. You god-congealing little child. Lu Hongyu's force gradually became stronger. It was so hard to yank off a piece of Qin Zhao's flesh. Ah! Cried Qin Shao, tears coming down his face in pain. It's the junior who has been abrupt. I hope the senior will bear with me. This is the great treasure of Qin Zhao's caretaker, so he can't let Lu Hongyu ruin it, or else Master Baby and senior sister Han Shui can cry to death. Lu Hongyu realized that she would still be able to use words Qin Shao in the future. Her small hand loosened, and after looking at Qin Shao a few more times, she let out a light sigh. Alas! I didn't expect you to have ignited the root flame after swallowing the Doomworm. This is going to be difficult. Where could Qin Shao respond? He hurriedly checked up on whether he was missing parts or not. Lu Hongyu's face was hesitant, and finally seemed to make up her mind as she said, That's just it. Let's consider it a bargain for you. After saying that, she waved her jade hand and two spell seals disappeared into Qin Zhao's eyes. Well, Qin Shao covered his eyes and stifled a grunt, but his eyes were still pitch black. He couldn't see any objects. He couldn't even open his eyelids, and his divine thoughts couldn't leave his body. Only after seeing this did Lu Hongyu put her heart down, after which she slowly removed her veil, revealing half of that hideous and frightening cheek. She cupped Qin Zhao's face with both hands, carefully examined it, and nodded in satisfaction. I didn't look at you properly before, but now you seem to have good looks. Qin Shao, who was already blind, suddenly thought of something, and the pupils of his eyes under his eyelids turned red and blue. Finally, he saw the true face of Lu Hongyu. He froze as the hideous scar on Lu Hongyu's face came into view, a face that looked like rough unpolished jade. However, one could still see the overwhelmingly beautiful face, and if there were no scars, the title of the Desolate Domain's first fairy might have to give way. Lu Hongyu did not notice that her biggest secret was exposed as she reached out and pressed her hand on the back of Qin Zhao's head, followed by a mouthful of Qin Zhao's lips. Sucking greedily, Qin Shao was confused. His hand could not help but unconsciously wrap around Lu Hongyu's thin waist, his fingers entangled in the lubricated hair. As the two of them kissed, the red object in the sea of Qin Zhao's chakra was gradually inhaled by Lu Hongyu. Lu Hongyu, on the other hand, kissed uncontrollably, and when she was in the depths of her feelings, she even put her hand under Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao savored the sweet and soft tongue in his mouth, not caring at all about Lu Honyu's already disfigured face. It's not just disfigurement, it's not much of a delay. Chapter 83, Hua Qinglu was scheming. Formation Spirit's last deal. Boo. The two's lips parted, a thin silver thread hanging between them. Gollum. Lu Honyu's throat surged as she swallowed the doomworm breath sucked from Qin Zhao's body. However, her body did not change, and she directly transformed the doombug's breath into part of her own mana. You should be glad I'm an inner spirit body, or else you'd be in trouble. Lu Hongyu's face was flushed, her charming eyes were like silk, her voice was tingling to the bone, and she barred her mouth. Not yet finished. Is that what a man tastes like? Not bad either. Qin Zhao's head was buried in Lu Hongyu's fragrant and soft embrace, and she could still feel the smell of milk through her dress. A wet and hot sensation suddenly came to his ears, and Lu Hongyu's slurred voice rang in his ears. Want it? Stay by my side from now on and don't worry about people bullying you. Lu Hongyu's voice carried a sense of compulsion, and her mouth sucked on Qin Zhao's earlobe, stretching it out. Afterward, she let go and licked the ear canal with her soft little tongue, finally sucking on the earlobe again. Lu Hongyu unleashed her charming techniques to the best of her ability, trying to make Qin Zhao take the initiative. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's expression became dull, and she herself was about to completely lose consciousness. But at that moment, a sky-blue seal suddenly lit up in the depths of his sea of consciousness, and a slightly helpless female voice came from within. Hongyu, that's enough. He's just a kid. Sovereign, how is that possible? The flush on Lu Hongyu's face instantly faded, her eyes carrying scorn. The voice that came from that seal was none other than the voice of cloud-soaring sect leader Hua Qingluo. Before coming, Lu Hongyu had approached the patriarch several times, asking Qin Zhao about the matter on the side, but each time, she was perfunctorily passed over. It was as if the patriarch didn't care about Qin Zhao at all, and that seal was like it was dispensable, unable to guard Qin Zhao at all times. But it was only now that Lu Hongyu realized that the mark left behind by the patriarch was very unusual, and was completely different from the unusual marks. Not only could it guard Qin Zhao, but it could also monitor the condition of Qin Zhao's body at all times, and it could even be keenly aware of Qin Zhao's location. This was not the treatment of a Saint's Son candidate at all. It was more like the treatment of a future Saint's Son. The clever Lu Hongyu instantly figured it out. Qin Zhao's biggest problem was his Taoist heart, and in the past, he was even more dependent on Dai Qingge's peak master status, so he simply didn't have the ability to survive on his own. And the patriarch's constant half-assed attitude towards Qin Zhao wasn't a cold shoulder, but rather, he was forcing Qin Zhao to utilize external forces so that Qin Zhao could quickly stabilize his Dao heart. And one of the external forces even included Lu Hongyu. Lu Hongyu now suspected that the fact that she had compelled Qin Zhao was all within the patriarch's expectations. In any case, Hua Qingluo's method was successful, and Qin Zhao's progress was indeed miraculous, even resisting Lu Hongyu's immature enchanting technique several times, and still managing to keep her Dao mind intact. You can't touch him until the Holy Sun is elected. Hua Qingluo's voice came out at the end, after which it transformed into a seal hidden in the depths of Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness, and Qin Zhao was completely unaware of everything that had happened, still with that dull look, lying comfortably in Lu Hongyu's arms. Lu Hongyu's face was green for a while and purple for a while. Her plan had all gone down the drain, and now it seemed that Qin Zhao could not be moved no matter what. At least they couldn't be moved before the Sacred Sun competition, so they could only hope that Qin Zhao hadn't obtained the position of Sacred Sun. Alas, you had better get the sunship. Lu Hongyu sighed softly and reattached her veil, undoing the charm technique and the band blocking her eyes on Qin Zhao's body. So soft. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Zhao's face as he kept rubbing his face against Lu Hongyu's body. Get the down. Lu Hongyu became infuriated and threw Qin Zhao out a long way, smashing into the wall before stopping. Ouch. Qin Zhao shook his head and raised his eyes to see the gloomy-faced Lu Hongyu. Seniors, put on your clothes and then immediately disappear in front of my eyes. Lu Hongyu got up and straightened her dress, her eyes flashing with unwillingness. Oh, although Qin Zhao didn't know what was happening, she knew that she had to run quickly or she might get beaten up. Not caring whether Lu Hongyu resembled Lu Hongyan or not, he quickly put on his clothes and ran out the door afterward. Looking at Qin Zhao's flustered back, Lu Hongyu stroked her wet lips as a blazing fire rose in her eyes. Why should I not be able to get what Dai Qingge can get with her raised hand? Qin Zhao ran all the way to see the bright sunshine on the deck before she put her heart down. You have a woman's lipstick on your face that you didn't wipe off. The voice of the formation spirit came from her, and at the moment, she looked like a carefree little girl, sitting on the edge of the boat, pegging her chin and sizing up Qin Zhao. Qin Shao dried the hickey on her face and asked, "You don't blame me for taking you back?" The Jin shrugged his shoulders, picking his toes with a big grin. "Why should I blame you? I'm symbiotic with the seal. Even if I leave the seal, I won't be able to live for long. In fact, I should thank you. If it wasn't for you, the Earl Demon Quasi-Emperor wouldn't have died." Qin Shao sighed, sat down next to the formation spirit, and said, "You still have a few days left. What are you going to do in the meantime?" 3 days, the formation spirit replied, and when it came to what it wanted to do, it suddenly froze, its good-looking eyebrows twisting together, unable to speak for half a day. There was a hint of pity in the way Qin Shao looked at the array spirit. The formation spirit had been locked up with the murderous Doom Demon since endless years ago, and now that he had finally escaped his bondage, he didn't know what for, and just wanted to see the world as it was now. But her mind looked like she was only as old as a teenager, and she probably hadn't even been exposed to the outside world before. "Actually, I wanted to go home for a visit, but it seems like it's too late." The Jin's voice became frustrated, drawing circles on the ground with a wooden stick. "I just asked some people and they said that my family's current location is not in the desolate domain, but in a place called the Xian domain. Indeed, it's too late." Qin Shao shook his head, wanting to help but unable to do so. Going to the Xian domain, removing the preparation time. One would have to spend 3 days within the teleportation array alone, not to mention having to help the formation spirit find a home. There was no time to spare. Qin Shao, who couldn't do anything about it, could only draw circles with the wooden stick together with the formation spirit. The formation spirit suddenly had a bright idea and rubbed itself against Qin Zhao's side, wrapping its arms around Qin Zhao's neck and saying, "How about we make a deal?" Qin Shao raised her eyebrows, looked at the old monster in front of her, and asked, "What deal? I see that you have a piece of broken world seed in your hand. Do you want to get the other half?" The formation spirit lay on Qin Zhao's ear, whispering, "Seriously? What do you want?" Qin Zhao's eyes glistened at once. Magicalization was one of his greatest reliances right now, and magicalization depended on the tattered world seed. If the world seed was replenished, then not only would the demonization be enhanced, but even one's own cultivation would increase. The formation spirit tilted his head, looked at the sky, and inexplicably smiled. "I'll become a doll when I die, and I want to make a trip to the Xian domain when you're strong. Afterward, give the doll I've transformed into to a place called the Valley of the Annihilation God, and the people there will give you the other half of the world seed as payment." Xian domain, Annihilation God Valley? Qin Zhao's expression was stunned, inexplicably somewhat familiar, like he had heard of it somewhere. He quickly took out a jade slip from within his storage ring. The jade slip was left behind by the underworld, recording the latest news about the harmonization flower, and it was written inside, "The harmonization flower exists in the Annihilation God Valley of the Xian domain." Chapter 84, Fate of the Immortal Martial Immortal Spirit. Daryl's last words. Qin Shao cocked his head, becoming more and more curious about the Xian domain, the harmonization flower, the other half of the world seed, and the home of the formation spirit were all in the Xian domain, were all in the Annihilation God Valley. From the looks of it, no matter if it was for the master, for the sake of the formation spirit, or for his own sake, he would have to make a trip to the Xian domain's Annihilation God Valley. "Hey, do you agree?" The formation spirit bumped Qin Shao with his shoulder. "Of course I agree." Qin Shao grabs the array spirit's small hand and high-fives himself, then asks, "Hey, by the way, what's your name?" "We can't call you formation spirit, just call me Daryl. That's what my master named me." A bright smile lifted up on the array spirit's face. The two of them chatted about one thing or another until the warship sailed into the Yaoqi. Yaoqi was still like a bright pearl, lying quietly among the mountains. Only this time there were many less warships. A year had passed. The Yaoqi event had long ended. The guests had long left, and the only people seen were the disciples of Yaoqi. Qin Shao had some regrets about this. It couldn't be helped. The seal in the Twilight Forest was too strong for the current Yaoi to break. Pak Su-Su? Qin Shao looked downward and saw Bai Su-Su in a white lotus dress standing below. The two of them looked at each other with their gazes. Qin Shao saw sorrow in Bai Su-Su's eyes, while Bai Su-Su saw plainness in Qin Zhao's eyes. "Wow, innate Dao fetus. Hey, why don't you two have a child?" Daryl poked Qin Shao with his finger. "You're sick, aren't you?" Qin Shao squinted her eyes, feeling that the other party was not in his right mind. How could anyone let someone have a child right off the bat? "Who's kidding you? My master is the immortal martial body. He had an innate Dao fetus that gave birth to a son. That kid is ridiculously strong." Daryl's tone was tinged with remembrance. "Immortal martial body?" Qin Shao raised his eyebrows, suddenly remembering what Lu Hanyu had said, and asked Ruashi again, "Which of your eras has an immortal spirit body? How did it end if there was?" Daryl's face suddenly froze, and his beautiful eyes dimmed as he said, "I know what you want to ask. It's about the destiny of the immortal martial immortal spirit. Right, then I can tell you that it's true. In our time, there was indeed an immortal spirit body, but in the end, she died, and she was my master's Tao partner. Qin Shao's mood was a bit heavy. Earlier, Lu Hongyu had said that the creator of the Yunxiao sect, Emperor Yunxiao, had killed his own Taoist couple before he was able to achieve greatness. Now that he had learned that even longer ago, there had been the coexistence of immortal martial spirits, it could not have been a good end. While Qin Shao was the immortal martial body, Dai Qingge was the immortal spirit body. Qin Shao was afraid that something bad would happen. He didn't think he was a good person, but if he killed his master personally for the sake of proving his path, he couldn't do it. He wasn't cruel enough for that. May I ask about your master's realm? Qin Shao looked at Ruoshi. Daryl nodded and shook his head, frowning for a long time before speaking. It could be an emperor, or it could be a god. He left when he became an emperor, leaving only me and the others here. But listening to the later speak of the divine war, I think that one of the gods in it is likely to be my master, who can beat the long river of time until it dissipates. And I'm afraid that there is he who is known as the Lord of Time. Qin Zhao's eyes glazed over, not to mention whether the other party's master was a god or not. Just being called the Lord of Time and Space, his strength could be imagined. But even the gods failed to fight against the fate of the immortal immortal spirits, and in the end, they could only end miserably. What's the point of thinking so much? My master said that he once looked through the river of time and saw a cultivator breaking the destiny of the immortal immortal spirit. It might be you, Daryl comforted. Hopefully. Qin Shao sighed. Aya, let's go. Why don't you go find your daughter-in-law? Ruoshi pulled Qin Shao out of the warship and went straight to Baisusu's side. Greetings, Mr. Qin. Baisusu was more polite than ever and took out 2 more tokens and handed them to Qin Shao. Jiang Mingfei and the Spectre were too heavily injured and left first, and before they left, they asked me to give this to you, and it says that if Mr. Qin encounters difficulties in the future, holding this token will allow him to obtain help from the Hidden Star Hall and the Jiang family. Qin Shao grabbed 2 fist-sized tokens with Jiang and Hidden Star Hall written on them. At least 2 allies were gained. Qin Shao nodded her head. At least if she couldn't mix it up in the future, she would be able to find herself a good place to go. Daryl's big watery eyes blinked and blinked, a sly smile hanging at the corner of his mouth as he crossed his arms and said, I saved a few of your lives. Are you two going to thank me and do something for me? What do you want? I agree to everything except having a child. Qin Shao was worried that the other party would say something crazy. Give birth to your big head. Ruoshi rewarded Qin Shao with a chestnut and said, I only have 3 days of life left, and I'm not greedy, so you two can stay with me for 3 days. I'm fine with that. Qin Shao rubbed his head. He was supposed to collect the body for Daryl. Waiting for 3 days was inevitable. I have no problem with that either. Baisusu nodded, but never dared to look directly into Daryl's big innocent eyes. Good, let's go then. Ruoshi sandwiched herself between Qin Shao and Baisusu, pulling the hands of the 2 of them and leaving with a bounce. The 3 of them strolled all over the Yaoqi, and Daryl was dazzled, holding a string of ice candy gourds in his hand and licking them mindlessly. It was as if she was not the one who was going to die. As if she was not the one who was going to die. As if she was not the one who was going to die. Even Qin Shao began to wonder if Daryl was lying. Just as Daryl was about to jump into the spirit lake of Yaoqi to take a bath, she suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Daryl! Baisusu rushed forward to help up, but Daryl was now very strange. His body was actually slowly shrinking. The young girl who originally looked 17 or 18 years old had now transformed into a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Oops, the side effects are back. Daryl shook his head helplessly, bracing himself to stand up. Qin Shao opened his demonic eyes and observed Daryl's body, realizing that it looked like a spirit stone that was about to be depleted, and all aspects of his body were shrinking. It even included the sea of consciousness, and if it continued like this, it wouldn't be long before it turned into a baby that didn't know anything, until it turns to dust. Looks like it won't take 3 days. Daryl braced himself and stood up, continuing to start bouncing around. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao also felt a little bad. A peak quasi-emperor would actually fall in this way in the end. 2 days in a row. Qin Shao and Baisusu both stayed by Ruoshi's side, watching her transform from a young girl into a toothy little girl. Lu Hongyu had also come here once to ask something about the gods, but after seeing Daryl in this state, she couldn't say anything. Even Lu Hongyu couldn't do anything about this. The spatial origin had already been fused by Qin Shao, and even putting the world seed into Ruoshi now wouldn't solve the problem. Besides, Daryl didn't want to live in the first place. He just wanted to end his life quickly, for a hug, as if it was back to the first time they met. Daryl's little face was dirty as he stretched out his short little arms to Qin Shao. Good. Qin Shao held the itty-bitty Daryl in her arms, and it went on like that for the rest of the night. Daryl went from a 2 or 3-year-old baby girl to a baby under Qin Shao's eyes. Her big bright eyes gradually dimmed, and she kept staring at Qin Shao, suddenly gaining a little more clarity, and her mouth made a sound that didn't belong to a baby. The voice was weak to the core. but overflowing with joy. Master, this generation of Xianwu looks a lot like you. Is it the one you were talking about? Chapter 85, The Deepest Obsession of the Heart. Farewell to Bai Susu. Under Qin Zhao's gaze, Daryl's body continued to shrink until it completely lost consciousness, turning into a palm-sized pure white doll. Daryl, Baisu's voice was tinged with sobs, but the mannequin would not respond, only quietly being held in Qin Zhao's hands. Quasi-Emperor Ah. Qin Zhao touched the simple doll, trying to see Daryl's appearance from it, but the doll's features were painted on, and were lifeless at the moment. I'm sorry. Bai Susu sat across the table, her petite body trembling. The guilt in her heart was like water bursting out of a dike. At least in the last moments, she was happy. Qin Zhao took a deep breath and placed the figurine inside the jade box, finally sealing it. I'll do what I promised you. The Annihilation God Valley in the Xian domain. There would definitely be the secrets of the fall of the gods there, and it would even have the secrets of the immortal martial and immortal spirits. Whichever way you look at it, a trip there is necessary. In just 3 days, witnessing the fall of 2 paragon emperors. I'm really lucky. Qin Zhao laughed to himself, after which he patted Bai Susu's fragrant shoulder and turned to leave, leaving behind only one sentence. Go back and rest. I'm almost gone. Bai Susu didn't respond, only staring blankly at the rippling water of the Yaoqi. Qin Zhao flew all the way up to the roof of the building, holding a wooden stick and drawing circles on the tiles, not knowing what he was thinking in his mind. What? A soft heart? Lu Hongyu's voice sounded quietly, suddenly appearing at her side. The veil on her face moved with the wind, and even though she could only see the side of her face, under the illumination of the morning sun, she exuded a holy radiance all over her body. Can she still be resurrected? Qin Zhao's voice was tinged with anticipation. Lu Hongyu caressed her dress. Her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio manifested itself, and sat directly on the roof of the building, shaking her head. Not as far as I know. She can't. She's just a puppet that lives with the seal, and when the seal breaks, it's good enough for her to live for 3 days. Ugh. Qin Zhao bowed her head, feeling sad for Daryl. Indecisive. Just like your master. Lu Hongyu snorted. Qin Zhao raised her head and said unconvincingly, I'm just too tired. My spirit has been highly strained, and now my head has become confused. It wasn't really a lie. After a long continuous battle and being exposed to the gods from Daryl's mouth, the condensed god realms, he couldn't carry on any longer. Lu Hongyu blinked her beautiful eyes, sighed lightly, raised her hand and patted her straight jade legs, saying, come here, lie down. What? Qin Zhao was skeptical, his gaze occasionally glancing at the jade legs that glowed with a white luster. I won't touch you within a year. What are you afraid of? Lu Hongyu said as her eyes became fierce. Want to reward you some? You still dislike on. How many people want to touch still can't touch it? Don't know good and bad white-eyed wolf. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Zhao slowly lowered her body and rested on her fluffy jade legs. The scent of the flowers rushed into his nose and his thoughts relaxed considerably. Qin Zhao couldn't help but grunt out, closing her eyes in comfort, feeling 2 soft and tender fingers, pressing her temples for her. As his fingers pressed, the cool aura surged in, dispelling the feeling of exhaustion and replacing it with a hearty, smooth feeling. Lu Hongyu probed Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness in the process of relaxing him, but the results surprised her. In the depths of Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness, there existed a deep mass of obsession, which was very abnormal. Last time, Lu Hongyu had discovered this when she tested Qin Zhao's worry, and thus also reminded Qin Zhao that the obsession in her heart was too deep. One would have thought that as Qin Zhao's Dao heart improved, that obsession would dissipate, but it didn't. The mass of obsession was still as firm as ever. Your obsession is still too deep. If you don't resolve it yet, you won't even be able to pass the immortal seeking question during the Holy Sun competition. Lu Hongyu reminded. Obsession? What obsession can I have? Qin Zhao replied in a daze. Instead of obsession, it's more like resentment. It might be related to your previous life. I'm not sure about the specifics. It's up to you. Lu Hongyu's good-looking eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Qin Zhao fell into deep thought and did not respond. The old life? Seeing that you're quite high in sword Dao talent, when you return to the clan, come to the Heavenly Sword Peak and I'll send you some opportunities. Lu Hongyu said. Qin Zhao instantly sobered up and tried to stand up. Going to Heavenly Sword Peak to get a chance. What a joke. That was Lu Hongyu's territory. Not to mention anything else, Yi Wuchen alone could cut Qin Zhao alive. The two of them have a son's murderous revenge. Come back here. Lu Hongyu pulled Qin Zhao back with a firm attitude. Don't be ungrateful. Hurry up and sleep for me. We'll go home afterward. Qin Zhao wanted to say more, but the comfort made him unable to move, and his consciousness subsided as sleepiness wrapped around him. The evening sun climbed into the sky and it was vaguely dark. So much water. Qin Zhao rubbed her head, her face hot and wet underneath, but quickly realized something was wrong. He sat up quickly, wiping the drool that ran down the corners of his mouth carelessly. Looking back, he saw Lu Hongyu with a sneer on her face, and on the hem of her yen-red skirt, there was actually a wet puddle. Unsurprisingly, it was all saliva left behind by Qin Xiao. If you sleep properly, and your mouth is screaming for milk. Disgusting. With a wave of her hand, Lu Hongyu cleaned up the stains on the edge of her skirt. Qin Xiao's old face blushed. Usually when he slept at night, he hid in his master's arms, so, no worries about food either. But this was Lu Hongyu. He didn't dare to open his mouth indiscriminately. He could only say a few words in his sleep, and he was still caught by others. It's a real shame. Go say a proper goodbye to Bai Susu. I'll be waiting for you on the warship. Lu Hongyu's figure gradually dissipated, leaving behind only one sentence. Gotta go. Qin Xiao looked at the surface of the lake where the aura was steaming and quickly spotted Bai Susu who was standing below. Bai Susu's gaze was a bit mournful. She had been waiting down there and had seen Qin Xiao huffing and puffing on another woman's lap with her own eyes, and she couldn't do anything about it. She didn't even dare to say a word more, just because that woman was Lu Hongyu. Qin Xiao took a step out and appeared in front of Bai Susu, sizing up the beautiful woman in front of him for several moments and said, I'm leaving. How did you discuss this with your master? I won't break off the engagement. Bai Susu's gaze was sad. It wasn't that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. The current Yao Qi had no qualifications to negotiate with the cloud-soaring sect, let alone a major event such as the dissolution of a marriage. When the time came to anger the Yunxia sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fine. I don't have the ability to undo it anyway, so if I don't have anything else to say, I'll be on my way. Qin Xiao shrugged his shoulders, spread his wings, and was about to fly high into the air on the warship when Bai Susu suddenly called out, Mr. Qin, I'll be waiting for you at the Yao Qi. Got it. Qin Xiao replied, feeling a bit awkward for a moment, and without thinking too much about it, the wings on his back shook, and he flew straight to the warship. After holding the evil fire for so long, you're not looking for someone to vent it out? Lu Hongyu leaned against the side of the boat and looked at Qin Xiao who had just gotten on board. I want it now. Will you let me touch her? Qin Xiao bristled. The innate Dao fetus was able to heal the wounds of the heavenly wrath, but that could only be used when one waited for the heavenly silence stage. If you have to have intercourse with them now, it will be of no use at all, and you will waste urine for nothing. Humph, this is my good intentions for you. Lu Hongyu spoke at length. Click, the void ahead shattered, and the warship transformed into a stream of light, quickly entering the void rift. Bai Susu stood below, watching the healing of the void crack for a long time. In the void passage, Qin Xiao sat in the bow of the ship, her eyes filled with anticipation. But that's when an unprecedented sense of crisis struck Qin Xiao, and his body trembled with sweat. At the end of the void passage, a golden longsword stabbed straight at him, aiming at none other than Qin Xiao, who was sitting at the bow of the ship. Qin Xiao couldn't move his body and his eyes overflowed with blood. That killing sword was so terrifying that the void channel collapsed as a result. Saint King's Attack. Chapter 86 Yi Tsunhai's Killing Chance. Lu Hongyu's thief's heart is not dead yet. Qin Xiao's eyes were wide with anger as he watched the killing sword approaching, but he had no power to resist, and he couldn't even move. Don't you dare! Lu Hongyu was furious as she dodged and blocked in front of Qin Xiao, a long red sword suddenly appearing in her hand. The sword dance of fame, she lightly shouted in her mouth, and the long sword was divided into two, and the two were divided into hundreds, guarding around the warship, forming a red barrier. Poof! A cold snort came from the underworld, and the foremost golden longsword pierced the blood-colored barrier with a click. Barrier rupture. The golden longsword was as powerful as a bamboo, bypassing Lu Hongyu and stabbing straight at Qin Xiao. Yi Tsunhai, do you want to provoke a war between the Cloud Sky sect and the Yi family? Seeing that she couldn't stop it, Lu Hongyu could only utter threats. However, the golden longsword did not stop and continued to stab at Qin Xiao in its own way. Well, Qin Xiao stifled a grunt, his brow cracking in inches, his soul on the verge of shattering, his consciousness beginning to drift off, his eyes reflecting the blade of the golden longsword as it approached. Yi Tsunhai, how dare you! From the depths of Qin Xiao's sea of consciousness, a very majestic female voice was emitted, carrying boundless anger, and transformed into a brand that rushed out of Qin Xiao's body. Madaka! The brand was only the size of a fingernail, but it resisted the golden longsword with a murderous aura. Under Qin Xiao's gaze, the brand continued to expand and quickly turned into a valiant woman. She was dressed in a white lotus dress, stretching out a finger and easily resisting the attacking golden longsword. Patriarch! Qin Xiao's pupils reflected the flower pouring down the color back. The shock within his heart was incomparable. He didn't expect the brand left behind by the patriarch in the first place to be so strong. It was actually able to easily withstand the Saint King's killing machine. Hua Qingluo turned back to look at Qin Xiao and confirmed that she was unharmed before putting her heart down. After that, her beautiful eyes contained ice and she sent the incoming golden longsword flying out with a palm strike. Your Yi family is really bold, daring to kill in front of me. Could it be that you think I'm easy to bully? Flower Pouring's voice shattered the void channel, turning into ripples that echoed through the desolate domain. You, the golden longsword, was speechless. It was only hosting a wisp of its master's divine sense. It was not a match for Hua Qingluo at all. What shocked it was that a small immortal martial body would cause Hua Qingluo to use a brand whose strength was no weaker than that of its own. I don't know what you're talking about. An indistinguishable male and female voice was emitted from within the golden longsword, which then split the void and quickly disappeared in place. Old thing, you're surprisingly still alive. Hua Qingluo muttered under her breath as she watched the golden longsword leave. Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Through the conversation between several people just now, he had already learned that the owner of the golden longsword was most likely someone from the Yi family. It was also the family of Yi Bingtian and Yi Bingruo, who had now come to Qin Shao to take revenge. Doubtfully, Qin Shao had clearly done a very covert job before killing, and even had the mark given by Lu Hongyu. According to reason, it would not be discovered. And how did the Yi family find out about Qin Zhao's head? Spectre was also a participant, so it was impossible to say anything, while Bai Susu didn't dare to offend the Yunxia sect, so she couldn't say anything either. The Yi family has always been tricky. You should be careful in the future. Hua Qingluo said to Qin Shao. Yes, many thanks to Sovereign for saving my life. Qin Shao replied respectfully. Aha. Hua Qingluo didn't say much and transformed into a brand back into the depths of Qin Zhao's sea of consciousness. Put. Lu Hongyu's figure staggered a bit and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the veil worn on her face red. Senpai. Qin Shao hurriedly ran over. Even Lu Hongyu would be injured. The strength of the owner of that golden long sword could be imagined. I'm fine. Lu Hongyu exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, the blood on her veil suddenly disappearing into thin air, her voice gradually freezing. That's Yi Tsanhai, the grandfather of the Yi siblings. I didn't think he was still alive. Qin Shao sighed in his heart. Really hit the small to the old. Today if it is not Hua Qingluo, otherwise really accounted for in this. The Yi family has always been at odds with the Cloud Sky sect, so you should pay attention in the future. Especially Yi Tsanhai. He is tricky and his cultivation is at the peak of Saint King. Lu Hongyu sat on the bow of the boat, checking if there were still enemy forces around. Later generation understands. Qin Shao nodded. Lu Hongyu turned around and smiled sweetly, saying in a seductive tone, or maybe you have another option, and that's to serve as a furnace for me. As long as you feed me well, when I advance to Saint King, I'll be the first to kill him. How about that? Qin Shao trembled and shook her head repeatedly, forcing a smile. Elder is joking. Senior does not dare to think blasphemous thoughts about senior. Don't dare? Lu Hongyu pouted, her voice turning from icy to seductive. Did you forget when you pointed that thing at me? Qin Shao backed up in a row, not knowing what to say. Lu Hongyu pressed step by step, her ferocious weapon forcing Qin Shao into a corner, picking Qin Zhao's chin with her finger and said, You don't dare to blaspheme me, so you dare to blaspheme your master? Or, in your eyes, is Daichinga a raggedy thing that you can just ride? Qin Zhao's face became displeased as he looked straight at Lu Hongyu's scarlet pupils. Lu Hongyu's face also turned bad. Every time she mentioned Daichinga, Qin Shao looked like she had lost her mind. This time, he came to Yao Qi also for Daichinga. Lu Hongyu just couldn't figure out what was so good about Daichinga that it could make so many people surround it. Qin Shao looked out the window, and suddenly his eyes were shining brightly as he staggered and shouted, Elder, we're home. Lu Hongyu frowned and looked over, realizing that the warship had already sailed into the sky above Yunxia sect. The mountains below towered. Countless buildings and pavilions were situated within the mountains, and 5 peaks stood in the center, like 5 sharp swords, thrusting into the clouds. As it was a dark night, the cold and clear Guanghan Peak was obvious at the moment. Lu Hongyu's beautiful eyes stared, as if she could see Daichinga sitting alone on top of the mountain through the air. Suddenly she smiled, a sly smile, caressing Qin Zhao's handsome face. You remind me, I have to meet your master once more. He. Qin Shao listened uncertainly, but sensed a hint of something wrong, feeling that Lu Hongyu might be trying to mess things up again. But in the next second, a sensation of heavenly rotation came, and Qin Shao could not help but cry out, Elder, put me down. I can walk by myself. As if she didn't hear it, Lu Hongyu carried Qin Shao in one hand and took a step out of the warship, exercising the shrinking ground and weaving her way through the Cloud Sky sect. Qin Shao was screaming in agony. With his cultivation at the condensed spirit realm, how could he resist the side effects of shrinking earth? He felt like his brain was being shaken to mush now, his stomach turning over as he forced down the urge to vomit. We're here. Lu Hongyu's voice was tinged with laughter. Qin Shao staggered to stand still as the scene of Guanghan Peak appeared before his eyes. He tried to run towards Guanghan Peak as if he sought his savior, but he was pulled back by a hand. Senior, what are you doing? Qin Shao frowned at Lu Hongyu. I'll send you up.
Lu Hongyu's smile gradually became dangerous as she took another step and disappeared in place with Qin Shao.
Vom. Qin Shao couldn't hold back any longer and fell on the ground, vomiting continuously. Apprentice. A familiar and reassuring voice came. Qin Shao hurriedly dried the corners of her mouth and raised her eyes to see Dai Qingge in a purple dress. Butterfly Qingge is still as beautiful as ever, with a plain dress, under the moonlight as if she were a fairy in the dust. Senior, I'm back. Qin Shao revealed a smile and wanted to walk forward, but he was pulled back by Lu Hongyu, only to see that Lu Hongyu, in front of Qin Shao, with lotus steps, walked towards Dai Qingge, using her most proud position towards Dai Qingge. Butterfly Qingge didn't know what Lu Hongyu was up to, and didn't show any weakness as she held her head high and disliked her. The two women were in close contact, comparing their sizes in front of Qin Shao. Lu Hongyu smiled evilly, leaned over to Dai Qingge's ear, and said in a provocative tone, "You're really blessed to have such a great apprentice. I tried it for you, and well, it's moist." Dai Qingge's purple pupils tightened, her tone was icy cold, and the entire broad cold peak emitted a shattering sound, vaguely trending towards self-explosion. Her eyes were filled with murderous aura as she glared at Lu Hongyu, her tone cold and icy. "What have you done with my apprentice?" And as if Lu Hongyu couldn't detect the danger, she barred her mouth and showed a reminiscent expression. "Not much, just a taste of your apprentice's saltiness while you were away. Not bad, very good." Chapter 87, Meeting Dai Qingge again. Long Cherry interrupts spell casting. Qin Shao looked at the Guanghan peak that was about to collapse, and then looked at the two women who were comparing their sizes, not knowing what to do for a while. Lu Hongyu ignored the furious Dai Qingge and turned her head towards Qin Shao to throw a wink, her voice crispy. "Little fellow, I'll be waiting for you at Heavenly Sword Peak tomorrow." After that, he came over with a twist, hating to twist his waist to the sky, and even touched Qin Shao twice in front of Dai Qingge. Another provocative look was thrown towards Dai Qingge before he finally left reluctantly. Looking at Lu Hongyu's disappearing figure, Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head to find Dai Qingge's eyes misty with water at the moment, looking like she was about to cry out. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Qin Shao took Dai Qingge's slender waist and surveyed the good-looking face. "What did she do to you?" Dai Qingge's tone was tinged with sorrow. "Ha?" Qin Shao froze, then laughed and replied, "Elder Lu was healing my wounds. We both didn't do anything." Dai Qingge hit Qin Shao's chest hard with her head and said fiercely, "Then how does she even know your size?" She felt like something was lost in her heart, and she could take it as well as Han Shui could take Bai Su Su, but only Lu Hongyu could not be accepted. But it's still a special situation. Qin Shao brainstormed all the things that had happened along the way. During this time, Qin Shao skillfully undid Dai Qingge's sash. Dai Qingge didn't resist and listened carefully to Qin Shao's narration. When she heard about the divine seal, her pupils trembled and she scanned Qin Shao up and down, somewhat in disbelief. "You fought with the Quasi-Emperor incarnation, and managed to bounce back and survive when the Quasi-Emperor fought, and then at the end of the day, you call the Quasi-Emperor your brother?" Butterfly Qingge's jaw dropped to the ground. These few things, casually taking out one of them, was alarming. It was the peak of her. She didn't dare to do it. But not only did Qin Shao do it, but now she could talk about it eloquently. "What kind of monster is this? What's with the big life?" Dai Qingge was shaken to the core just by listening. When he thought that Qin Shao had done all of this in order to find the harmonization flower, a warm feeling rose again at the tip of his heart. "You really didn't do anything with him?" Dai Qingge asked in an interrogative tone. "No, if master doesn't believe me, you can check me out." He. Qin Shao laughed evilly. "Humph, beautiful you." Dai Qingge leaned in Qin Shao's arms. She originally thought that Qin Shao would be right there in Yaoqi forever, so after meeting each other today, her heart was a little tickled. Where's little sister?" Qin Shao scanned around and did not find Long Cherry's figure. "She has advanced to the Dao Palace and went out to practice not long ago. You don't have to worry. She has something on her that can save her life," Dai Qingge said. Qin Shao nodded her head, a little curious in her heart as to what Long Cherry would be like now. "You're an adult. You shouldn't be able to be as stupid as you used to be, right? Tired?" Dai Qingge's voice was like a fine mosquito, with a hint of anticipation. Qin Shao squinted and grinned when he noticed that Dai Qingge's purple pupils were tinged with longing. "Not tired, huh?" Dai Qingge was confused, so she beamed and said, "I'm tired." This time it was Qin Shao's turn to be confused. Master Teacher was being pampered? Is this Master Chief? The old Master Chief did nothing but scold and rebel. "What's gotten into you now?" Qin Shao realized that the current doe-eyed and pouty Master Teacher was inexplicably somewhat similar to a person. Han Shui. The current master is very similar to Senior Sister Han, just short of Senior Sister Han's colorful little eyes. Could it be that, during this year, Senior Master and Senior Sister Han started learning from each other? "I'm sleepy." With 2 fingers, Dai Qingge pulled on the corner of Qin Shao's coat. "Alas, it seems that my disciple must get rid of the devil today." Qin Shao smiled evilly, and his large, evil hands suddenly clenched with force. Aha! Daichinga frowned straight away in pain, lying weakly and bonelessly in the adversary's arms, allowing herself to be bullied. The blazing fire in Qin Zhao's eyes had already ignited, so he intercepted and hugged his master teacher, striding towards the room. Crackling sounds came from the room all of a sudden, as well as Daichinga's satisfied voice. Butterfly Love Song had stayed within Guanhan Peak for a year, and her heart had long been itching, and Qin Zhao, who had been doing nothing but fighting and being beaten along the way, was now finally able to get comfortable. Master and disciple can be described as dry wood meeting fire, each giving vent to the feelings in their hearts. As for the rest, it has long been left behind, and under Guanhan Peak, Long Cherry, who had already grown up, was currently bouncing on the road home. A year has passed. I don't know how senior brother is doing. I heard that he's going to marry by Susu, and I don't know if he'll be able to come back. Long Sakura beamed, a large storage ring held in her hand. After a year of growth, she became more mature, but the childishness of her face could never fade away. Still a baby face with baby fat. The figure was also becoming more and more desirable. The pink dress was being held up to a dimpled shape, and with each bounce, the body became up and down. It was dying to jump out of the dress. Senior sister Han Shui like senior brother, then senior brother should be able to return. Dragon Sakura nodded adorably and continued to bounce to the top of the mountain as she looked at the storage ring in her hand. I've gained so many treasures. Master teacher should be praising me. Long Cherry smiled smugly and took small steps to the door of Daichinga's room. She was about to knock on the door when she suddenly heard a strange noise inside. It was a tiny sound, but it was clearly caught in her voice. It's Master's voice? Dragon Sakura's lips trembled. The voice was familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. It sounded like Daichinga's voice, but at the moment it sounded a little strange. It's more like pleasing someone. I told you to bite me. Still biting or not? No more bites. No more bites. Another low growl from the man came from the room, along with the woman's pleas for mercy. Long Sakura completely froze in the doorway. Her small hands were trembling slightly, and her eyes became ice cold. Is that brother's voice? No, brother hasn't come back yet. Whose voice is that? Whoever it is, someone is definitely bullying master teacher. I'm going to save him. With a long knife in his hand, Long Sakura carefully pushed open the door to the room, after which he tiptoed in. Realizing that she couldn't afford to startle the snake, she moved extra gently. She took a deep breath and looked into the deep bath. The sound of lapping water tingling nerves. You rebel. Almost there. Daichinga's voice came again. This time it seemed to be exhausted and sounded more like she was dreaming. Damn it! Dragon Shadow clenched his teeth tightly. The long sword in his hand clanked, directly bypassing the decorations and walking towards the bath with a murderous spirit. Qin Zhao, who was sweating profusely, suddenly stopped and looked at a short distance away in alarm. He sensed a familiar aura approaching, and it carried a monstrous killing intent. That's the aura of little sister. Chapter 88 Long Cherry's first glimpse. How to dispose of junior sister. What's wrong with you, adversary? Daichinga turned around and said with lust, twisting her waist again. Senior sister is here. Qin Zhao put his master down and his mind raced, after which his hand pinched the spell. His figure gradually faded and hid inside the bath. Senior, you fool around with senior sister first. I'll hide first. Ha! Daichinga felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on her, and felt a wave of fear. She was Fairy Chinga. If her disciples saw that she was doing something indecent, what would happen to her face? We can't say that Qin Zhao is here to enter into filial piety, can we? There was nothing in the bath, and she didn't bother to get dressed, so she ducked right into the water, revealing only a small head. Long Cherry's petite figure appeared in front of her. Dai Lovesong glanced at the long knife in Long Cherry's hand and swallowed her saliva. Long Cherry, you came back so quickly. Nothing dangerous happened, right? Daichinga's body was curled up underwater, and she asked with forced composure. Dragon Sakura didn't reply and scanned the surrounding area, but didn't find anything. Her nice eyebrows furrowed as she asked, Master, is someone bullying you? No, who can bully me, right? Ha ha. Daichinga shook her head repeatedly. Then why did you just make a weird noise? Long Sakura tilted her little head, even more puzzled. She was just stupid, not brainless. There were some things she could still distinguish. You put the knife away first, then I'll tell you. Daichinga looked at the shiny long knife, and her heart was in a frenzy. If Long Sakura knew that Qin Zhao was here, Long Sakura would have to cut the knife into Qin Zhao's brain. At that time, according to Qin Zhao's nature, he would not fail to beat up Long Cherry, and there was also a possibility that he would casually clean up Long Cherry as well. That would be a loss, and the master and disciple would go in together. Butterfly Lovesong coldly shivered, and her mind floated back to the scene of Qin Zhao with an evil smile on his face, his left arm around her, his right arm around Long Cherry, and a Han Shui in between, scratching his head.
Long Sakura decided to put the knife away after some thought and asked,
Master, why are your legs shaking? Is it hurt? Ha! Butterfly Love Song said as her jade legs hidden underwater were out of control and had long been numbed by the adversary's bullying. It's nothing, it's just a cramp. Go ahead and get out later, I have something to talk to you about. I'm not going out. I'm going to protect Master. Long Cherry's clear eyes became firm. Butterfly Chinga wanted to cry and said, Silly child, this is in Guanghan Peak. Who can bully me? I'm taking a bath. Good boy, you go out first. It wasn't that she didn't want Long Cherry to stay, but she didn't dare. She could clearly sense that Qin Zhao's aura hadn't left yet. As for why he hadn't left yet, he knew with his ass that he was hitting on something he shouldn't have, and 9 times out of 10, it had something to do with Dragon Cherry. Long Sakura frowned, feeling that her master's appearance today was strange, and said suspiciously, Alright, I'll leave first, call me if you need anything, Master. Aha! Long Sakura turned to leave, glancing at the clothes scattered on the bed on her way out, shock flashing in her eyes, but still leaving the room. Phew! Daichinga let out a sigh of relief. Junior sister has grown beautiful. Xinjiao's figure appeared and swept Daichinga's delicate body from behind. What do you want to do to your senior sister? Daichinga's body tightened. Nothing, am I that kind of person? Xinjiao bristled, burying her head in her purple hair, mentally pondering. He didn't know what to do with Dragon Sakura for a while. If he killed it, the master would definitely make a scene and would even break with himself. Besides, Long Sakura hadn't messed with himself, and there was no reason to kill him necessarily. However, Dragon Cherry's origin was one of the remnants of the Dragon Empress. The rewards triggered must be very rich, and might even allow one to break through to the other shore in one fell swoop. Although the system's rewards won't directly help the host break through the realm, they will subconsciously enhance the host's abilities in all aspects. Ultimately, the effect of breaking the boundary is achieved. This was something Qin Xiao knew well. For example, the twisted demonic eye. At first the system did not show the origin of the demonic eye. Qin Xiao thought that he hadn't fused with it, but then he realized that the origin of the demon eye had actually fused with the immortal martial origin. This caused the origin in his body to grow abnormally strong, his foundation to become even stronger, and his cultivation path to become even more open. Qin Xiao played with the sheep's white jade in her hand, thinking in her mind whether she should forcefully take down Long Cherry. It's just a matter of looking at the situation. It's not the only way. If I can't rely on cultivation alone, I can also break through to the other side. After all, she was her own senior sister, and there were some things she couldn't do too much. Qin Xiao carried Daichinga out of the bath. After this mess, the two of them lost interest in their hearts and replaced it with sleepiness. Go to sleep. Butterfly Love Song wrapped herself in the quilt, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Oh, Qin Xiao obediently burrowed into the quilt, then arched it like a cabbage. Do you still want to have a face? Butterfly Love Song held her head in her arms, and at the moment, she was helpless. This rebel likes to have something in his mouth every time he sleeps? Sleep. Qin Xiao hid under the covers, her mouth slurring. Were you not fed as a child? Butterfly Love Song cursed angrily and hugged the head in her arms tighter again. There was no talk all night. Qin Xiao woke up from the tenderness, realizing that his master's father was still awake. There was still a smudge of drool left at the corner of his mouth, and there was nothing fairy-like about it. What a first fairy of the desolate domain. Qin Xiao smiled favorably. It seemed that master teacher was exhausted last night. Seeing this, Qin Xiao could only extinguish the thought of abusing his master again. So carefully, he got dressed and walked out of the room. The bright sunshine on his face inexplicably gave him a warm feeling of coming home. The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth lifted into a smile, a feeling he hadn't seen in a long time, at least not in his previous world. Just when he wanted to go down the mountain to play with Han Shui, he was suddenly attracted by a pink figure. Little sister. Long Cherry was standing not far away, her cute little face filled with disappointment and anger, tears in her eyes, itching to immediately split Qin Xiao alive. She walked forward with large strides and grabbed Qin Xiao's collar, saying without showing any weakness, "You bullied your master?" Qin Xiao sighed. Now that it had come to this, having been caught in the act, there was no need to hide it. Nodding her head, she replied, "You can understand it that way as well. You're shameless." Long Cherry burst into tears, her shell teeth biting and squeaking. "Have you ever thought about senior sister Han Shui? What did you let her do?" Qin Xiao pulled away Long Cherry's soft and tender little hand and helplessly said, "Senior sister Han knows. If you don't believe me, go ask her." "What? You're bad." Long Cherry pushed Qin Xiao away as soon as she could, her heart just starting to feel bad for Han Shui. But now she was told that Han Shui had always known about Qin Xiao's affair with her master, and instead of not caring, she had been treating it as if she couldn't see it. "How can you?" Just as Long Cherry wanted to ask the question in her heart, a female voice came from the bottom of the mountain. "Senior brother, Peak Master Lu asked you to make a trip to Heavenly Sword Peak. saying that he wants to reward you properly. Qin Shao frowned, recognizing that it was Luo Qingyu's voice.
Lu Hongyu had asked Qin Shao to come to Heavenly Sword Peak yesterday, but Qin Shao had no intention of going. Heavenly Sword Blade was a wolf's den,
and going in and coming back alive was questionable.
Qin Shao was planning to play dead and muddle through,
but Luo Qingyu's voice once again came from below. Peak Master Lu said that if you don't go, she'll pick you up in front of Peak Master Dai. Qin Shao was surprised by Lu Hongyu's crazy language. Taking me in front of your master? This top wants to play a handful of minotaurs. Chapter 89, Luo Qingyu's cynicism. Heavenly Sword Peak meets Lu Hongyu. The expression on Qin Shao's face was extremely wonderful, which eventually turned into a resigned sigh. I'll go. Senior brother, you're going to find Lu Hongyu.
A worried look appeared on Long Cherry's face.
Wait here until I get back. Qin Shao rubbed Long Cherry's furry head, after which he turned around and walked down the mountain alone. The road down the mountain wasn't too far,
but Qin Shao froze and walked for an hour.
Just as he stepped out of the prohibition, he saw Luo Qingyu's figure. She had a red dress, a chiseled figure, and black hair that moved in the wind. At first glance,
there was actually some resemblance to Lu Hongyu in terms of posture.
As usual,
she had the same haughty demeanor,
only this time, there was curiosity in her eyes. You really surprised me, being able to survive a quasi-emperor encounter. You're much stronger than that wasteful look from before.
The corner of Luo Qingyu's mouth lifted into a smile.
Senior sister isn't bad either. It looks like she got a lot of benefits from Senior Lu.
Qin Shao retracted her gaze with contempt.
Luo Qingyu laughed lightly and did not refute, turning around and saying, come with me. I'll take you to Heavenly Sword Peak. Qin Shao obediently followed. Even if he didn't go, he would probably be caught by Lu Hongyu later. There is even the possibility of being given by Lu Hongyu in the presence of the master. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Luo Qingyu stepped lightly, deliberately slowing down her walking speed, shoulder to shoulder with Qin Shao, her voice crisp. Senior brother doesn't need to worry. Senior brother Yi has already been knocked into the thought cliff by the master, and won't be able to come out for a while. Oh, Qin Shao did not let up. The current him was not Yi Wuchen's opponent. Although Yi Wuchen had been sent to the thought cliff, there were still many of his men at the Heavenly Sword Peak, and there were many of them in the pilgrimage realm. Trying to trip up the current Qin Shao was simply more than enough. Don't worry, senior brother. With me here, no one can hurt you, Luo Qingyu said as if she was teasing. After all, I'm also one of the candidates for the Holy Maiden, and I still want to beat you in the grand competition a year from now, provided of course that you're able to advance to the other side. Qin Shao didn't say anything, but his heart was already on alert. The Cloudsoar Sect's Holy Son and Holy Daughter competition was held at the same time. Therefore, in the process, if you want to compete for the position of the Holy Son, you have to face the threat of not only the Holy Son candidate, but also the Holy Daughter candidate. It can be described as a belly flop. Qin Shao scanned Luo Qingyu. Although this woman was in a mortal body, she was able to obtain the position of Holy Maiden. Her talent was certainly not bad. This was something that Qin Shao had learned before Luo Qingyu had even left Guanghan Peak. Oh, I almost forgot. Senior brother's problem with his Dao heart doesn't seem to have been solved yet. Don't think that you won't even be able to resist the heart-seeking questioning when the time comes. The corner of Luo Qingyu's mouth hung in mockery. In her opinion, heart-seeking questioning was Qin Zhao's greatest nemesis. Heart-seeking questioning would display the most painful things in a person's life, thus achieving the effect of breaking a cultivator's moral heart. When the Taoist heart collapses, the cultivation path of the cultivator is broken. Lu Hongyu came back this time, had told Luo Qingyu not to worry. Qin Zhao's obsession in his heart was too deep, and he would probably not be able to carry the heart-seeking question. What is the obsession in senior brother's heart? Could it be? Luo Qingyu's gaze glanced at Guanghan Peak. If anything, I don't need senior sister to worry about it. Qin Zhao's face turned cold. He didn't believe that his future path would be trapped by unknown obsessions, and if it was, it would be shattered through and through. Humph. A couple jokes and you're still angry. No fun. Luo Qingyu snorted coldly and without saying any more, she brought Qin Shao to the foot of Heavenly Sword Peak. The surface of Heavenly Sword Peak was surrounded by immortal mist, and the aura even turned into substance, falling to the ground. A peaceful scene, but the interior came from a murderous aura, and anyone who approached would be shocked by this murderous aura and tremble. It really fits the image of Lu Hongyu. Qin Shao grinned straight, and after half a day of hesitation, he obediently followed behind Luo Qingyu. At the same time, there was some curiosity. The Heavenly Sword Peak could be considered completely different from the other spirit peaks. That sword chi with a solemn killing intent became deeper and deeper the higher one went. But strangely enough, after Qin Zhao's observation, he realized that the root of the sword chi was not at the top of the mountain, but rather inside the mountain. Qin Zhao opened his demonic eyes, wanting to observe the mountain's interior through the Heavenly Sword Peak's restrictions, but it didn't work out in the end.
and there was still blood dripping from the corner of my eye because of it. There's no need to look. Later you'll know what's underneath Heavenly Sword Peak. Lu Hongyu's voice came quietly. Qin Shao raised his eyes and looked up, just in time to bump into a mass of softness, the powerful elasticity causing him to back up and almost roll all the way down. Humph, good you white-eyed wolf, coming up and taking advantage of me. Lu Hongyu scolded as she rubbed her chest. Greetings, senior. Qin Shao hurriedly saluted. Well, follow me. Lu Hongyu smiled mysteriously and turned on the steps. Qin Shao followed behind, and as far as her eyes could see, there was only the two petal arcs hidden under the red skirt. Lu Hongyu seemed to have done it on purpose, and as she walked, the arcs behind her trembled even more. Qin Shao couldn't help but recall the milky scent she had smelled when she was lying in Lu Hongyu's arms. On the way, they encountered numerous disciples of Heavenly Sword Peak, and when they saw Qin Shao, their expressions were uniformly wide-eyed, as if they were all saying the same thing. This kid, why is he still coming to the door by himself? Many of the disciples were Yi Wuchen's men, and at this moment, they were even rubbing their fists together, itching to rip Qin Shao's head off. All want to die? Lu Hongyu's majestic voice transformed into ripples that echoed. Peak Master, rest in peace. The disciples' knees went weak and they knelt on the ground, their mouths desperately shouting. Poof! Lu Hongyu snorted coldly and walked straight to the top of the mountain. Qin Shao sneaked a look at Lu Hongyu. Feeling strange, Lu Hongyu obviously wanted to captivate herself, but why did she often give herself a hand? How about it? The scenery here, it's better than your Guanghan Peak, right? Lu Hongyu asked with a smile. Well, it was pretty good. Qin Shao nodded her head, but in her heart, she was casting aspersions. Just on the way here, he had seen several disciples from the former Broad Cold Peak, who had a ferocious look on him. One didn't need to think about it to know that those were 9 times out of 10 the undercover agents that Lu Hongyu had left at Guanghan Peak in the first place. No wonder Butterfly Chinga wall down rats scattering sinking ship speed of fast. Certainly not Lu Hongyu layout. Come on, the chance I sent you is inside. Lu Hongyu's lotus steps lightly led Qin Shao into a large hall, through the corridor, and appeared in front of a huge stone door. The stone door was densely engraved with runes, flashing with scarlet light. Qin Shao looked at the runes on the stone door and fell into deep thought. Feeling somewhat familiar, when he was trapped in the Twilight Forest, he had entered the stone tower that sealed the Doom Demon, and the runes on that stone tower were extremely similar to the ones here. Cover your chin, don't scare your tongue off later, Lu Hongyu kindly reminded. Qin Shao frowned. Can you scare your tongue off? What is it? Can it be as terrifying as a peak quasi-emperor Doom Demon? Qin Shao felt that Lu Hongyu was looking at him for a joke, so he didn't take it too seriously, but soon he froze. Only Lu Hongyu struck out a spell, and with a rumble, the stone door opened in response. The scene inside came into view. It was a separate space that was so dark that only the gray sky could be seen. As far as the eye could see, there was a mountain, which was pitch black and filled with swords, and the solemn killing aura emanating from each killing sword converged together and spread around. Qin Shao felt her skin tingle as if it was going to be torn apart just by standing outside, and her body involuntarily stepped backward. Lu Hongyu, on the other hand, moved a chair like it was nothing, sat down by herself, crossed her legs, and said, Qingyu, take your senior brother Qin inside and see how long he can last. Ha! Qin Shao almost jumped up. Are you kidding me? Just standing outside is a shiver. If you go in, you will not be torn into pieces. Humph, not going? That's not up to you. Luo Qingyu's face wore a perverted smile as she pulled Qin Shao up and walked towards the stone door. Qin Shao flailed playfully, but ultimately to no avail, shouting, You call this chance? Chapter 90. Qin Shao breaks into Sword Mountain. Dan Qingzi and Han Shui come. Senior brother, just don't struggle. Master is indeed helping you. Luo Qingyu carried Qin Shao and took a step into the stone door. At once, the cold and piercing sword intent met his face, and Qin Shao couldn't stop his muffled grunt. Elder sister, what are you getting? Luo Qingyu stood in the middle of the sword chi, laughing and talking, and threw Qin Shao Wang towards the mountain of swords, shouting, Senior brother, feel free to move up. Sensing the sword intent in it will be very helpful for you to condense your sword heart. I believe that with your divine quality perseverance you should be able to succeed. He. After Luo Qingyu finished speaking, she turned around and left, and threw a gloating look at Qin Shao. Put. Qin Shao wanted to let out a loud curse, but he simply couldn't do so, and just after taking a step into the sword mountain, the stern sword intent wrapped him. The cold sword intent drilled into the body, destroying the meridians all over the body, as well as the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and even the sea of chakras was invaded by the sword intent, and a wave rose from the golden ocean. Qin Shao kept spraying blood from his mouth and quickly calmed down, recalling what Luo Qingyu had said. Sensed the sword intent in it and condensed the sword heart. The chance that Lu Hongyu had mentioned turned out to be this, but Qin Shao had never practiced the sword before, So what was there to talk about condensing the sword heart? The reason why he used the pseudogenesis to replicate the killing sword was purely because it was convenient to kill people. In terms of swordsmanship, he could be said to know nothing about it. Now letting him walk the sword mountain. What's the difference between that and taking his life? Crazy, all crazy. Qin Shao braced himself and stood up, wanting to retreat back. But in the next second, a sense of crisis that he was about to fall struck him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. No backing up. The not-so-high sword mountain in front of him seemed to be testing everyone's unrelenting faith that as long as one step backward, it would be a fall. It's true that 9 out of 10 sword cultivators are crazy, and there's another one who's struck by heaven. Qin Shao remembered what the cultivators had said about sword cultivators and felt that what was said was true. Who in their right mind would risk their life? There is no way to avoid it, only to go forward. Sensed the sword intent and condensed the sword heart. Qin Shao forced himself to endure the rush of sword chi as he stepped out with a foot, and a sea of sword intent poured out, forcing back the foot he had just stepped out with. One must sense the true meaning before taking the next step. Looking at the black sword mountain in front of him, Qin Shao knew that complaining would not solve the problem, and he could only walk up to the top of the mountain by sensing the sword intent. Isn't it just a sword mountain? Break through. Qin Shao's mind settled as he took a step out once again, and this time, even though there was said to be a sword intent blocking him, it didn't cause him to step back. The kick that landed solidly on the ground. Seeing that it was effective, Qin Shao took another step, but a stronger sword intent came, forcing back the foot he had just taken, and even his original footsteps began to loosen. If you can't do it once, do it twice. If you really can't, do it 100 times. There's always a step out. Qin Shao fell into a certain state of mind, his eyes blossoming with radiant light as he fought his way across the mountain of swords. As he continued to move forward, the sword intent he was greeted with became even stronger, cutting all over his body even with his strong immortal martial body. But Qin Shao did not take a step back. As long as he did, the sense of crisis that he would fall would come. One can only keep moving forward. Qin Shao was forced back one after another, from needing 10 attempts in the beginning before he could take the next step, to needing 100 attempts now before he could take the next step. But the light in his eyes was always bright, and without realizing it, he was nearing the halfway point. It's almost halfway there. Qin Shao was on a roll. He no longer cared about the injuries on his body surface, and he couldn't remember how many times he had failed. In the darkness of the sword mountain, only Qin Zhao's staggering figure could be seen. Outside the stone gate, Lu Hongyu played with the long sword, nodded, and said, "It's a bit slow, but at least it's progressing. Not bad, Peak Master Lu. This brat has never practiced the sword before, so practicing him like this is a bit too much, isn't it?" A middle-aged man's voice came from behind. Looking back, it was actually vast Mist Peak Master Dan Xingzi, while he was followed by a woman with a head full of white hair, who was clearly Han Shui, who had been pining for Qin Shao for a whole year. "Peak Master Hao Miao, what wind blew you here?" Lu Hongyu said with a smile. Dan Xingzi, on the other hand, shook his head and said with a slight sense of helplessness, "This disciple of mine, when he knew that Kid Qin had returned, he ran to Guanghan Peak with great joy, only to learn that Kid Qin had been brought to you. So let me come and see if Kid Qin has caused any trouble for Peak Master Lu." Hearing this, Lu Hongyu placed her gaze on Han Shui, who was filled with anger, and said, "Little girl, you look like you hate me. Late generation wouldn't dare. I'm just worried that senior brother Qin has bumped into Peak Master Lu." Han Shui looked towards Qin Shao, who was staggering alone. There was joy in her eyes and more worry. "You'd better take a good look at your man," Lu Hongyu sneered, and Han Shui didn't pay any attention at all, only looking at Qin Shao. Dan Xingzi shook his head and said, "Peak Master Lu, stop at the right time. I heard that Kid Qin has been stuck at the last step for almost 3 days. Hurry up and let him come down." Dan Xingzi felt that Lu Hongyu was having a fit, throwing a cultivator who hadn't practiced the sword onto Sword Mountain. What's more, it was still Qin Shao, who was extremely poorly enlightened. Throughout history, there had been a handful of people who had climbed Sword Mountain, but it was the first one who was as slow as Qin Shao. The slowest records used to be walking halfway up a mountain in 3 days, and Qin Shao had been traveling for almost half a month, and just this hadn't even made it halfway up the mountain. "You don't believe he can condense a sword heart?" Lu Hongyu frowned and asked with slight dissatisfaction. Dan Xingzi shook his head repeatedly and replied, "It's not that I don't believe in it, but it's simply impossible. With his enlightenment, trying to condense a sword heart is near impossible." "Then we'll see." Lu Hongyu turned her head sideways, not wanting to communicate with it. Dan Xingzi was also a bit anxious. He actually didn't want Qin Shao to die, but Qin Shao's enlightenment was here. It would be strange if he could succeed. "Peak Master Lu, please still let senior brother Qin out," Han Shui pleaded. Lu Hongyu's face turned unpleasant as she stared dead at Han Shui. "You don't believe he can succeed either?" "I," said Han Shui, wanting to speak.
You are the closest person to him, and you don't even choose to believe in him, and you still want him to become a Taoist? Lu Hongyu instantly came to fire and said, you guys don't believe me, but I do. You don't necessarily need to be highly enlightened if you want to be successful in cultivation. Lu Hongyu's words gave Han Shui a blank stare. He wanted to say something else, but he was pulled back by Dan Xingzi. Dan Xingzi knew that he couldn't be stubborn to Lu Hongyu, and could only hope that Qin Shao would be able to ascend halfway up the mountain. Once you get halfway up the hill, you can back up and walk down safely. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Shao stood still for a long time. It seems to be giving up, but the next second, Qin Shao's left foot stepped out, taking a solid step out, and the entire person arrived halfway up the mountain. The sword intent of the Black Sword Mountain began to tumble, and the sword intent below the mountainside suddenly disappeared, leaving a safe zone. Great! Han Shui was on the verge of jumping up and down with joy. Dan Xingzi's eyes widened. This kid actually did it again. Is the divine fortitude really this strong? Or was I mistaken? Lu Hongyu also wore a faint smile on her face and nodded in satisfaction. Her heart slandering. All said, Daichinga that can't teach anything, look at me. Once taught, Daichinga is a mediocre teacher. Just when everyone thought that Qin Shao was going to follow the trend, but Qin Shao didn't back off. Without hesitation, he went straight forward, 1 foot halfway up the mountain, and the safety zone behind them quickly disappeared into a zone that was more dangerous than ever. He's crazy, Dan Xingzi exclaimed. Originally he had lamented that he had misjudged, but now he thought that Qin Shao was definitely crazy. Even Lu Hongyu was fuming. It's over, Luo Qingyu exclaimed, both hands holding her head, her eyes glaring. I forgot to tell him that he could come down after ascending halfway up the mountain. What? Dan Xingzi and Han Shui's jaws dropped to the ground. So what should he do now? Lu Hongyu's complexion was shaken, her eyes gleaming, her tone tinged with anticipation. He has only one option now, and that is to reach the top. Chapter 91, Climbing to the Top of Sword Mountain. Internal space of the stone tablet. Qin Shao's body shook, but each of his downward kicks was sturdy and powerful, and even after failing hundreds of times, he did not take half a step back. Every time he landed, he was forced back by the sword intent. The top of the mountain was right in front of him, but that distance of a few hundred feet was like a mote in the sky. Concentrate and feel with your heart. Qin Shao forgot about the pain on his body, and his mind vaguely resonated with the sword intent around him, but the feeling was fleeting. There was an extra ball of bright light in his chest, like a sword tire that was taking shape after being polished by sword intent. The sword intent coming from the top of the mountain was like a flood that broke the dike, turning into crimson waves that washed over Qin Shao, who was swimming against the current. And as if he couldn't feel it, Qin Shao took another solid step, but in the next second, the crimson flood became even more furious, causing Qin Shao's next kick to be delayed and unsuccessful in landing. This scene could make as the Dan Xingzi and the others outside the door look dumbfounded. It's been a month, how come he hasn't collapsed yet? Han Shui's beautiful eyes lightly trembled, looking at Qin Shao, who had fought his way up the sword mountain. She felt that her worldview had been shocked. A person who hadn't practiced sword techniques had gone even farther than a sword cultivator. Qin boy now, is there no turning back? Dan Xingzi looked at Lu Hongyu. The shock within him was incomparable, and for some reason, a feeling rose in his heart that Qin Shao could reach the top. Yeah, there's no turning back. Only by reaching the top can he come down alive. Otherwise he'll be reduced to a withered bone on Sword Mountain. Lu Hongyu's rare look of excitement. Her scarlet eyes blossomed with anticipation. Since she became the Heavenly Sword Peak Master, there were a few disciples who wanted to summit Sword Mountain, but they all ended up dying on the way. Qin Zhao's arrival allowed her to see a glimmer of light. Divine quality perseverance. I wonder if you can conquer Sword Mountain. Lu Hongyu murmured in a low voice. Senior, what's at the top of Sword Mountain? Luo Qingyu asked as she withdrew her shocked gaze. I don't know. Rumor has it that the Sword Mountain doesn't belong to our time, and no one has been able to reach the top since ancient times. Even the Cloud Emperor failed to make it. The more Lu Hongyu spoke, the more agitated she became, and in the end, her face under the veil had changed to the color of madness. No one has reached the top, Luo Qingyu murmured in a low voice, her eyes resting on the staggering Qin Shao. Alarm rose in her heart. It was fine for Qin Shao to fail, but if he succeeded, he would definitely be a great enemy in life and death in the future. Just what is it that can make you metamorphose so quickly? Luo Qingyu narrowed slightly, gazing at Qin Shao. Sword Mountain. Qin Shao had already lost the concept of time, and the only thing in his eyes was the view from the top of the mountain. Unconsciously, he was only a few dozen feet away from the top of the mountain, which seemed to have a stone monument that attracted attention, and the road around them was full of dead bones, which were in a uniform posture, all of them maintaining the posture of running backwards before death. But all of them were quickly obliterated by an invisible force as they fled, leaving behind only their corpses. Click! There was nowhere to put his foot down around him, so Qin Shao stepped on a piece of leg bone and took a step.
The wave formed by the sword intent intensified, creating shocking waves. Qin Shao was like a small boat drifting alone, still standing proudly and weaving in and out of the waves as they lapped at him. "Why did you swing your sword?" There was a whisper in his ear. Qin Zhao's footsteps that were placed in midair suddenly stopped, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. "Why did you swing your sword?" The voice sounded again. Qin Shao gazed and took a step, but he was quickly bounced over as the devastating sword chi came crashing down on him, nearly crushing his body. Well, the pain this time was more intense than before, a double torture of the soul and the flesh. Qin Shao couldn't help but crouch down. He was deeply cognizant that he couldn't carry this kind of ordeal a few times. The question must be answered again. Can't take that step otherwise. "Why did you swing your sword?" The voice echoed like a demonic whisper. Qin Shao pondered for a long time and replied, "In order to cultivate." Afterwards, he took that step, but an even more terrifying sword intent struck again, this time nearly forcing Qin Shao back. "To protect those close to you." "Ah." Qin Shao uttered several answers back and forth, but none of them were what Jian Shan wanted, and after a few rounds of attacks, even his consciousness began to lax. If this continued, even the divine soul would be strangled away by the sword intent. "What is senior brother Qin doing?" Han Shui placed her hands on her chest, her pretty eyebrows twisted together as she was a bit flustered. "The position where Kid Qin is standing right now is very wrong. There are too many dead bones under his feet. There must be something wrong there." Dan Qingzi also became a bit worried, so he looked at Lu Hongyu, hoping to get an answer, but Lu Hongyu didn't know what was going on, and at the moment she was also confused and a little worried in her heart. The withered bones are mainly clustered at his feet, while there is nothing in front of him, so it seems that by taking this step, he will succeed in reaching the top. Lu Hongyu nodded her head. Over the years, she had also studied the construction of the Sword Mountain, and had come to the conclusion that the true test of the Sword Mountain was actually within these last few dozen feet. If you step over it, the sky is the limit, but through the ages, no one has succeeded. Sword Mountain. There was almost not a single piece of good flesh on Qin Zhao's body. The white bones were exposed, and a tiny crack appeared in his divine soul. If he experienced another shock, his divine soul would rupture. "Why did you swing your sword? Are you bored?" Qin Shao had had enough. Being attacked by Jian Shan in a succession of teasing-like attacks reminded him of some dark memories deep inside. Those memories he originally didn't want to recall, but at this moment when he was triggered, it was as if he had changed into a different person. Becoming paranoid, his eyes became red, and his body radiated resentment. To not be bullied by others. Qin Zhao's face twisted as he took another step forward. The last answer he came up with and the one that was deep inside his heart. A foot lands on the ground, but the sword intent at the top of the mountain was even more furious, which was clearly not the answer Jian Shan wanted. With destructive sword intent rushing into Qin Zhao's body, the divine soul made a shattering clicking sound. "My path, my future, there's no need for you to ask." Qin Zhao's face was twisted and his eyes were furious. The obsession in his heart was being vented at this moment, and as if he had gone off the deep end, he stepped out again despite the sword intent. But the next second, the more powerful sword intent did not attack, and even the sword intent that surrounded Qin Shao was dissipating. As far as the eye could see, there was only a flat mountain path, and a stone monument appeared ahead. It worked! Lu Hongyu sat up violently, her eyes staring at Qin Shao in a daze. Not only her, but everyone else as well. I couldn't believe that a person who had never cultivated a sword could conquer Sword Mountain. Qin Shao was also a bit dazed. For a moment just now, he felt that the obsession in his heart had dissipated a bit. Sword Mountain, nothing more. Without the blockage of the sword intent, the distance of several dozen feet was quickly traveled by Qin Shao. He stopped in front of the stone tablet and scrutinized it. The engraving on the stone tablet was a painting of a man with a halberd, and a woman with a long sword. Qin Shao Mo placed his hand on the stone tablet. At once, an inexplicable suction force came, and it was as if Qin Shao was swept into an inexplicable space. It was pitch black, with only a river of unknown length. That's... Qin Zhao's eyes froze from surprise. The river is not water. It can be seen through the river, and there exists within it a landscape of unknown age. Every wave in the river is a tattered piece of ancient history. The River of Time. Chapter 92, Feet on the River of Time. Looking at the Lord of Time, Qin Zhao's gaze always remained on the long river of time, but he didn't expect that the space inside the stone tablet was actually the long river of time. No, how could the long river of time be seen by ordinary cultivators? That was an existence that even great emperors could not look up to. Perhaps it was not really a long river of time, but a projection of a piece of endless years ago. Quite possibly. Qin Zhao's knowledge of himself was clear. With his God condensation stage realm, it was questionable whether he could survive after seeing the long river of time. The space was vast and boundless, and Qin Shao no longer cared about the situation inside his body, his gaze always on the long river of time. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared on the long river of time.
a man in battle armor.
He held his halberd and stood above the long river of time. The laws of time did not erode his body. Instead, the long river of time surged and rippled because of him. Who's that? Xin Xiao couldn't tell if she was falling or rising in the pitch-black space, and could only feel that the man was very far away. It seemed to be several eras apart, and no matter how desperately he struggled, he was never able to cross that step. The man on the long river of time seemed to notice Xin Xiao and looked sideways. He just stood there, yet he exuded supreme divine might that seemed to be able to strike the 9 heavens above and the 9 ghosts below. You are the Time Lord. Xin Xiao's tone trembled, remembering the last words uttered by Daryl. My master once saw an immortal martial body from a certain time and space break the shackles of destiny through the river of time. Daryl's words echoed. The immortal martial origin that was immersed deep within his body let out a tremor of excitement. This feeling only happens occasionally when one is with the body of an immortal spirit. And at this moment, the immortal martial origin trembled as if it had seen a family member.
And a crying voice came from the underworld. Are you an emperor? Or are you a god? Xin Xiao couldn't see the man's true appearance even with her exhaustive eyesight, as if there was a layer of mist between them. Invisible. Invisible. The emperor can't do invisible either. Is it really a god? Xin Xiao's lips were dry. How could he not have expected that another dimension existed at the top of Sword Mountain? And looked to the gods. The man's gaze lingered on Xin Zhao's face before looking at the storage ring on Xin Zhao's finger. A soft sigh came from the underworld. The man made a point with one hand. A stream of light crossed the river of time and shot into Xin Zhao's brow before disappearing. Before Xin Zhao had the chance to perceive that stream of light, the long river of time gradually faded away, and the man's figure faded with it. Xin Zhao watched, not uttering a word, but only looking at the man as he disappeared. He wanted to ask the man the truth about that divine battle, but he didn't dare to open his mouth. He had also asked Daryl before this, and Daryl's answer was vague, only knowing that the opponent was the Doom Demon, but Daryl couldn't say exactly who the gods in Doom were. It was as if that memory had been erased from the underworld, and even the memories about the Time Lord faded a lot with it. As the man and the river of time disappeared, space shattered. Xin Xiao was also driven out of that space and returned to Sword Mountain once again. Boom! The stone monument exploded into smithereens, and the Sword Mountain lost its supply and began to collapse inch by inch as well. The space where the Sword Mountain was located was in a state of disintegration at this moment, collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye. This movement resounded throughout the entire Cloud-Soaring sect. The elders and peak masters looked at Heavenly Sword Peak in shock. The myriad peaks. Cloud-Soaring sect patriarch Hua Qingluo sat in front of an old crone who had a wooden expression as she looked at Heavenly Sword Peak for a long time. Hua Qingluo also looked towards the Heavenly Sword Peak, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had learned of everything Qin Xiao had done on the Sword Mountain from the very beginning. It was even more shocking for Qin Xiao to reach the top. However, when Qin Xiao entered the space of the stone monument, it was as if the branding she had left behind had lost its effect, and she was unable to see Qin Xiao's side of the scene even when she tried her best. Myriad Peak Master, are you still harboring thoughts about Qin Xiao? Hua Qingluo turned back to the old crone. The old woman sighed softly, retracting her gaze from the Heavenly Sword Peak, and said, it's really not right for the old body, as the head of a peak, to cross the line with a junior. That's good. Hua Qingluo laughed lightly, looking sideways as if she could see Qin Xiao through the void, whispering to herself, not bad. It's not in vain that I made a big fuss over the Yi family not long ago. It seems that my method of high-intensity pressure is still quite useful. Myriad Voice Peak Master's face was filled with self-deprecation. He was really a bit disrespectful for his old age when he was competing with a future upstart for the sake of a descendant who had been separated by an unknown number of generations. Is divine grade perseverance really this strong? The Myriad Voice Peak Master shook his head in bitter thought. It's not the surface that's truly powerful, but his own heart. Hua Qingluo whispered. Heavenly Sword Peak. Lu Hongyu carried the already unconscious Qin Xiao in one hand and cursed as she looked at the already collapsed Sword Mountain. Black-hearted white-eyed wolf. I sent you the opportunity and you even smashed my Heavenly Sword Peak. Why don't you go die? After saying that, she casually tossed Qin Xiao aside like a piece of trash. She looked at Qin Xiao's chest, where a small glowing sword was condensing into shape. Well, when you condense your sword heart, you'll be able to break through to the late stage of God condensation, or even a half step to the other side of the world. I just don't know what kind of sword heart you'll be able to condense. Lu Hongyu's words were tinged with jealousy. She had spent decades in order to condense her sword heart in the first place. This was still the reason why her sword Dao talent was extremely high, but Qin Xiao had actually condensed a sword heart within a few months' time. Are you a genius or a mediocrity? Even Lu Hongyu was in deep self-doubt at the moment. She felt like she was the waste. Is this a sign of poor enlightenment? Is this a sign of poor moral character? The scene of Qin Xiao's final resistance to the sword intent was engraved in her mind. And to be honest, if she were to face the scene at that time, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have fought as bravely as Qin Xiao did. Senior brother. are you alright? Han Shui squatted on the ground, extended her finger, and poked Qin Zhao's face. He can't die for a while, but if he drags it on, he will really die. Lu Hongyu waved her hand in annoyance. Scram, take this little. I'll leave Heavenly Sword Peak, don't get in my way.
Then we'll take our leave first. Seeing that Lu Hongyu was about to lose his temper, Dan Xingzi hurriedly fled Heavenly Sword Peak with Qin Xiao and Han Shui.
On the way back to Vermilion Peak,
Han Shui was holding Qin Xiao in her arms, her face flushed. After a year of longing for each other, now that she had finally met her beloved, it didn't stop her from thinking about it. Her eyes glowed green as she caressed Qin Zhao's handsome face and said, "Senior brother, I'll come and heal your wounds later." He. Qin Xiao, who was in a coma, fell into the stage of enlightenment as his consciousness appeared in the depths of his sea of consciousness. A red and blue crystal settled in the golden ocean. The space inside could be seen through the surface to be filled with swords, surprisingly similar to the scene on Sword Mountain, but several times larger. Qin Xiao looked again to right above the Sea of Wheels, where there was a sword emitting a seven-colored glow. The seven-colored light was incomparably bright, shining like the sun on the Sea of Wheels. That's my sword heart. Chapter 93, Backhanding Sister Han. Comprehending the Green Lotus sword skill, the light emanating from the seven-colored longsword carried a faint force of law. That unknown sensation caused Qin Xiao to become immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. The law is deficient and needs to be replenished.
Qin Xiao nodded in understanding. His body was unable to contain the power of the laws therein at the same time, and he had to rely on a medium to do so. Just like before when fusing the killing origin and space origin, it relied heavily on the world seed to succeed, and only a small portion of it was distributed to his body. But the world seed would also feed power back to him for a short time through demonization. That's good. As I advance and grow stronger, there won't be a problem of unstable foundations. Qin Xiao nodded and observed the Sea of Wheels. The golden ocean was on the verge of breaking a moment ago, but now it was slowly being repaired. Obviously, someone was out there healing Qin Zhao's wounds. Qin Xiao relaxed his mind and invoked the power of the sword heart, focusing on breaking through the barrier of the late condensation stage. All of this was watertight, and Qin Zhao's Sea of Wheels expanded rapidly, nearly in the blink of an eye, to the level of the late condensation stage. Qin Xiao didn't relax and continued to try to break the boundary, wanting to rush to the half-step other side. He didn't know how long he had stayed in Sword Mountain, only remembering that if he didn't hurry up and cultivate, he wouldn't even be qualified to participate in the Holy Sun competition. Chaotic flames filled the Sea of Wheels, and the light emanating from the seven-colored longsword blossomed extremely brightly. The Sea of Golden Wheels was slowly expanding. Outside Vermilion Peak, Han Shui took a handkerchief and carefully wiped Qin Zhao's sweat, the love in her eyes almost overflowing. This scene could make Dan Xingzi tired enough. Apprentice, I'm also exhausted from trying to fix this kid's divine soul well. Don't you care about me? Dan Xingzi asked tentatively. Who knew that Han Shui didn't even look at him at all and said without a care in the world, then go out and take a rest. No, Dan Xingzi wanted to speak, feeling that Han Shui had been completely abducted by Qin Xiao. When Han Shui needed him, she shouted master in one mouthful, and when she didn't, calling him old and undead was considered light. Poof! Dan Xingzi arrogantly flung his sleeve robe and huffed out of the room, not forgetting to close the door in his hand. Senior brother, it's just the two of us. Han Shui's small face was flushed, and she immediately straddled Qin Zhao's body, her pair of jade legs curled up, her 10 toes curling and stretching at times due to her excitement. History is always strikingly similar. Last time, Qin Xiao was also in a coma, and Han Shui was straddling Qin Xiao. After that, they gave Qin Xiao to Senior brother, I miss you. Han Shui skinned her small mouth, lying on Qin Zhao's chest, listening to the familiar heartbeat, a happy smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. After just learning that Qin Xiao had come back but didn't come to see vast Misty Peak and instead stayed at Guanghan Peak for the night, Han Shui was very unhappy. Honestly, any woman would be jealous. Not to mention that Qin Xiao was staying by Daichinga's side. What the two of them could do could be imagined. But after seeing Qin Xiao in this state, Han Shui's mood inexplicably softened. But a little compensation is in order. Senior brother, Butterfly Peak Master isn't as good as me. I'm going to love you today. Han Shui raised her hand and laid hundreds of prohibitions in the room, and afterward, with a little bit of chest, the clothes on her body instantly disappeared, leaving only her white jade-like torso. Her breathing became rapid, and her small hands trembled as she undid the clothes on Qin Zhao's body. Alas, what have you been through in this year? Senior brother, why do you still have dark wounds on your body? After Han Shui saw the injuries on Qin Zhao's body that hadn't completely healed, tears of heartache flowed down from the corners of her mouth. Heartbreaking as it is, what needs to be done still needs to be done. But Qin Zhao's voice sounded quietly, with a teasing tone. Elder sister, what are you doing? Han Shui's face was dumbfounded as she met Qin Zhao's face with a sneer. before letting out a piercing scream of surprise. Ah, why are you awake? Senior sister didn't think I didn't know anything, did she? He. Xin Xiao couldn't help but laugh out softly. Well, you hate. 1 hour later, Han Shui was limp on all fours on the bed. Her two big bright eyes narrowed into slits at the moment, and her face was filled with the color of satisfaction. Senior sister, you're playing too wild. Xin Xiao put on her clothes, her mouth full of emotion. He'd never seen such madness. It was eye-opening and varied. Where did you learn so much? Xin Xiao looked at a book on the table called Away's 18 Styles and fell into deep thought. And also sister, just a good learner. Han Shui couldn't respond at all at the moment. Wrapped in her blanket and falling into a sound sleep. Xin Xiao, cultivation, late condensation, half-step, origin, immortal martial body. Not bad, finally coming to a half-step to the other side. Now just one last step away from the other side realm. Xin Xiao suddenly remembered that the Time Lord had finally struck a stream of light, and that stream of light was within the sea of consciousness. What the gods left behind should be strong. As Xin Xiao's mind moved, the massive light that lurked in the sea of consciousness blossomed and transformed into a substance like spring water that nourished the sea of consciousness. This is a sword technique. The bloom of the light mass was also accompanied by the unfolding of a gong method that was as if it was engraved in Xin Zhao's brain, and could be used directly without the need for enlightenment. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Xin Zhao constructed an arcane gong method in his mind. The Green Lotus Sword Technique, which required the casting of 108 flying swords to be used as a native magic weapon and tempered with true fire. Ultimately, the enemy can be chopped in an instant, and 108 flying swords can also be used to form a sword array for trapping and killing the enemy, so as to do 1 against 100. Xin Zhao's eyebrows knit into a pimple. Refining 108 flying swords as a life magic treasure. This sounded a bit like a pie in the sky. The better the materials used to cast the instinctive spell weapon, the higher the cultivator's future achievements would be. However, if one were to cast more than 100 flying swords to be used as a life magic weapon, the requirements for materials could not be too high. Otherwise, even if the Cloud Sect's treasury was emptied, it would be hard enough to come up with half of the materials, but it wouldn't work if it was made of poorly graded materials. According to the Green Lotus Sword Secrets, the material used to cast the flying sword must be one of the extremely hard materials, preferably at the immortal gold level. If Qin Shao wanted to advance to the pilgrimage realm, he would have to refine his innate magical artifacts, and now whether or not he should cultivate this merit law became the biggest question. Ugh, that's not right. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up as a killing sword was suddenly replicated in his hand. Yeah, I've got pseudogenesis. Pseudo-creation can duplicate weapons it has seen. That of course includes its own native magic weapon. In that case, it was actually only necessary to refine one flying sword, and with Qin Zhao's current cultivation level, he could completely replicate 108 flying swords at the same time. Plus, when forging the intrinsic artifact, it was quenched with the chaos flame. The power emitted by that flying sword was certainly no weaker than an unusual cultivator's original magic weapon. This gongfu looks like it was prepared just for me. Qin Shao was instantly excited and wanted to find Han Shui to renew the battle, but Lu Hongyu's voice came from outside the door. White-eyed wolf, have you had enough? Come out and meet me, and if I'm in a good mood, I can give you a good time too. Chapter 94, Making a Deal with Lu Hongyu. Getting eternal sacred gold. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth pulled straight up. Why did Lu Hongyu always like to come at critical times? The gun was loaded and it wouldn't fire. More or less suffocating. Couldn't you have come a few moments later? Having no choice but to do so, Qin Shao pushed open the door of his room after getting dressed and saw Lu Hongyu at a glance. She stood right in front of the door to her room and opened it, cocking her head to see Han Shui, who was lying on the bed, huffing and puffing, drooling straight from her mouth, and she was grinning. TSK. This bullies people. Is that thing of yours really that powerful? Qin Zhao's white eyes rolled up to the sky as she helplessly walked out of the room, carefully closing the door behind her, and said, "What is it that senior seeks out the late generation for?" Lu Hongyu twisted her slender waist, came to the stone table and sat down, saying sweetly, "I also want to have a good time. You let me have a good time." Qin Shao unconsciously backed up, joking. Lu Hongyu fell cool. Then I guess I have to adult. It's not worth putting your life on the line for a few shivers. Not interesting. Lu Hongyu skimmed her lips and stepped directly into the topic. Let me ask you. I was the one who brought you to walk the Sword Mountain and allowed you to condense your sword heart. Are you going to thank me now? Qin Shao nodded. It was indeed the case that all of this was driven by Lu Hongyu. But if we're talking about thanks, we can't thank you with our own big baby, can we? Lu Hongyu crossed her legs and added, "Nonetheless, you also destroyed my heavenly sword peak Sword Mountain. So do you, a white-eyed wolf, still have to compensate me?" Qin Shao swallowed his saliva and could only say, "What exactly does senior want?" The corners of Lu Honyu's mouth under the veil hid a cunning smile, and with a small hand, she said,
You must have gotten some kind of chance on top of Sword Mountain.
Show me. I want it. Qin Shao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it wasn't directed at anything else.
Seeing that Qin Shao didn't say anything,
Lu Hongyu didn't get angry and said, "Don't worry, I won't take it for nothing. I'll give you something good."
With that, she reached into her bosom and pulled out a piece of immortal gold emitting a 7-colored immortal aura from her bosom and handed it to Qin Shao.
"This is eternal holy gold."
Qin Shao's eyes reflected 7-colored light. The piece of immortal gold was only half the size of a fist, but the light it emitted was like the stars in the sky, darkening all the substances in the world.
"That's right, there's still some eyesight." Lu Hongyu nodded in satisfaction, her voice becoming compelling. "Now that you've come to the half-step to the other side of the world, I'm sure you'll need to refine your innate magic weapon, and the eternal sacred gold is very suitable for you, so I'll exchange this with you for the chance on Sword Mountain. How's that?"
However, Qin Shao hesitated and touched his nose.
"Senior, is there anything bigger?"
This piece of eternal sacred gold was a bit small for Qin Shao. According to the sword recipe, the materials he needed to refine a flying sword would need to be at least the size of a fist to do so.
Lu Hongyu froze. This wide-eyed wolf was disliking the eternal sacred gold for not being big enough? Back then,
the Cloud Emperor had traveled all over the surrounding interfaces before finding a palm-sized piece of eternal sacred gold.
And this kid,
he even thought that half a fist-sized piece of eternal holy gold wasn't big enough. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders. According to the Green Lotus sword recipe, each flying sword cast had to be carefully selected and was extremely material intensive,
requiring at least a fist-sized piece of eternal sacred gold to do so.
No. Lu Hongyu's face turned bad as she tugged on Qin Shao's collar and said,
"Greedy little. I didn't even bother to use the things to give you. You still dislike on it. You still change it or not? Believe it or not, I castrate you? Change." Qin Shao nodded her head like garlic, her eyes emitting a sincere light. "Humph. That's more like it." Lu Hongyu pouted,
cupping Qin Shao's face with both hands as her entire body kept leaning forward,
head to head with Qin Shao.
Qin Shao was at a loss for words for a moment, and the tingling female voice came back to her ears.
"Empty your mind and recall that chance you got. You can resist, then I can only search your soul."
When Qin Shao heard this, he hurriedly closed his eyes and constructed the details of the Green Lotus sword technique in his mind.
The depths of the black as ink sea of consciousness suddenly lit up with a greenish-colored glow, and a gong method unfolded in it.
What level of gongfu was this? Lu Hongyu probed a strand of her divine sense into Qin Shao's sea of consciousness and just came in stunned by the scene. She thought that she had seen a lot,
and after years of cultivation,
she had seen a lot of great emperor scriptures,
true spirit techniques, and so on.
But the wonders in the Green Lotus sword technique made her marvel.
Just the technique alone could give off a mysterious aura.
This wasn't the great emperor scriptures,
nor was it a true spirit technique. Could it be a technique practiced by a god?
When she saw that it was a sword skill,
Lu Hongyu,
who was a sword cultivator, was so ecstatic that she could not wait to pamper Qin Shao on the spot. So she took up the sword skill on the spot, but her face was getting darker and darker. The casting method of the flying swords inside blew her mind. 108 flying swords, the materials used when the world is difficult to have.
This, Selmy, is not enough.
Not to mention the need to cast with real fire.
As soon as Lu Hongyu pushed Qin Shao away,
she had the feeling of a eunuch going to a greenhouse, only being able to watch,
but not being able to use it.
Her eyes glazed over.
"Kid, you didn't lie to me?"
Qin Shao smoothed his collar and said sincerely, "Senior swears that he has never deceived Senior." There was a hint of jealousy in Lu Hongyu's eyes,
simply because, by the looks of it,
the Green Lotus sword technique was meant for Qin Shao. Pseudo-creation could solve the problem of the high number of flying swords created,
and besides,
there was the chaos flame to cast the flying swords.
"Elder, that?" Qin Shao asked tentatively,
keeping his gaze on the eternal sacred gold.
"Here."
Lu Hongyu kept her promise and fondly threw the eternal sacred gold over.
He.
Qin Shao hurriedly received the eternal holy gold that still gave off a body odor.
His mouth heatedly happy, and after thinking about it, he asked again, "Senior, do you still have news of the eternal sacred gold?"
Lu Hongyu exasperatedly wrapped her arms around herself,
casting a sidelong glance, the corner of her mouth hanging up in sarcasm. "What? Just a waste of space like you also want more eternal saint gold snatchers?"
The latecomer was only for casting his own innate magic weapon for himself. Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders,
not at all angry.
Having been scolded by Lu Hongyu for so long, he had more or less immunized himself.
Lu Hongyu's scarlet pupils tittered and said, "Indeed there was.
I just don't know if it's still there now." Qin Shao's eyes lit up as he walked straight to sit beside Lu Hongyu and asked,
"Please also ask Senior to elaborate."
Lu Hongyu obediently rested her jade leg on Qin Shao,
enjoying the massage as she replied,
"This was originally a whole piece of eternal sacred gold,
while the other half is actually in your master's body."
Qin Shao's hand that was kneading her jade leg stalled. Master was so poor that he was only human. How could he still have such a good thing? Lu Hongyu had a sneer on her face.
Don't underestimate your master's mind. I know more about her than you do. As far as I know,
it's likely that she wants eternal holy gold in order to forge an innate magic weapon for herself.
Xin Zhao's face wore disbelief. Master's innate magic weapon was clearly the cultivating ice flame. Why would he still need to forge an innate magic weapon? Lu Hongyu could see that Xin Zhao didn't believe her and explained. Do you think that the Shura ice flame was really cultivated by Dai Qingge herself? What if I said that it wasn't her original flame?
She said as the scars on her face and even on her upper body began to sting and her eyes grew resentful.
Butterfly Qingge's cultivating ice flame is most likely a fire left behind by a great emperor, or even a strand of origin left behind by a god. Chapter 95, Jealous Han Shui. Immortal Martial Body Transition Preparation. Master's Shura ice flame is extraordinary?
Xin Zhao recalled the ice phoenix idol in the Twilight Forest, and the first time he would come into contact with it, the aura emitted by the idol was nearly identical to that of his master's Shura ice flame, and the cultivation ice flame that he cultivated was different from his master's. At first, Xin Zhao also felt puzzled, but did not ask. After all, in the cultivation world everyone has secrets. Even the closest Dao couples and even family members would choose to hide them. There were no decent rules in the cultivation world, and it was perfectly normal to kill people for treasures, or even betray friends and family. Lu Hongyu's eyes became cunning and her voice was seductive.
If you bring Dai Qingge's cultivating ice flame to honor me, I will reward you heavily.
Xin Zhao nearly lost his guard when he was made to feel this way, and righteously refused.
Senior is joking.
Senior is not a regicide traitor.
Lu Hongyu's feet pushed harder.
Her voice carried a flirtation.
Master's lair wouldn't dare, but Master Punch would dare.
You worship me as a master.
I can make you comfortable too, can't I?
May I allow Senior to respond to Senior after participating in the Saint Sun competition?
Xin Zhao silently recited the clear heart mantra, trying to resist Lu Hongyu. Rubbish, giving you a chance doesn't work, Lu Hongyu said as she withdrew her jade foot and cast a provocative look towards the doorway. I'll wait for you, and if you don't succeed, you'll be an honest ghost under my skirt. After that, her figure quickly faded and disappeared into vast misty peak.
Phew, Xin Zhao twisted his waist, so that he didn't blow up his chest from this upside-down playing. Squeak, the door to the room was opened,
and Han Shui, wrapped in her quilt,
stood inside the door with a jealousy on her face that could be smelled from a distance.
Sister?
Poof. Han Shui beamed her little mouth and huffed as she turned her head sideways.
Did she make you feel good?
Xin Zhao walked up and gathered Han Shui in her arms,
her hand reaching into the quilt, and said, it's not as cool as elder sister. Disgusting.
Han Shui twisted her body to resist, but her mouth was unforgiving.
Don't get a crooked mind. What's the point of coming to me now when you've been pissed off by another woman?
She definitely still had resentment in her heart.
Dai Qingge she could tolerate.
That was Xin Zhao's master teacher.
And besides, it was Dai Qingge who came first.
She was in no position to say otherwise.
As for Bai Susu, she gritted her teeth and endured.
That could help Xin Zhao in the future after all.
But Lu Hongyu's existence is the only thing that can't be tolerated. Not to mention Lu Hongyu's repeated provocations to his face.
Let's just say that Lu Hongyu will throw Xin Zhao away as garbage when he's done using it.
Based on that alone, Han Shui couldn't accept Lu Hongyu.
What surprised Han Shui the most was that during this year, she often stayed with Long Cherry and often mentioned Xin Zhao. But as time passed, she vaguely realized that Long Cherry might have some meaning for Xin Zhao. It was because every time the matter with Xin Zhao was mentioned, Long Cherry's face did not look too good. That silly girl wouldn't be able to hide herself at all. How could she escape the experienced Han Shui?
Tell me, what's your relationship with Dragon Cherry? Did you eat the master and disciple fried rice? Han Shui looked like she was interrogating. Xin Zhao wondered, what does this have to do with the little sister? Weekday contact with the little sister is very little. Want to eat also cannot eat No, don't worry about it, senior sister. Of course, it's followed by the statement that you won't know later. With an evil smile on his face, Xin Zhao put his hand in again, but it was dodged again. Go take a shower and come back and touch me. I don't like the smell of Lu Honyu's body. With a look of disgust, Han Shui turned around and walked to bed. Xin Zhao had no choice but to go and wash himself before he climbed into bed and bullied Han Shui several more times. It didn't stop until it turned dark, proclaiming one day in vain. Han Shui, you've fallen. Han Shui paralyzed on the bed, talking to herself in a daze. Xin Zhao put on her clothes and squinted at the woman with a head full of white hair. Sister, you've fallen long ago. You know more than I do. I'm leaving. Xin Zhao dropped a kiss on Han Shui's forehead covered in fine sweat, his voice intimate. Well, remember to come find me. Han Shui loosely released her hand from Xin Zhao. Now that there was only half a year left before the Holy Sun competition, Xin Zhao had to be on guard, and there was no room for sloppiness. Xin Zhao asked for some more favors on Han Shui before leaving reluctantly. Walking on the road back to Guanghan Peak, Xin Zhao was also thinking, now that there were still 2 things left to be completed. Refining the intrinsic spell weapon wasn't really that difficult. The hardest part was the thunder tribulation at the Pishy stage. The immortal martial body was different from other physiques. After advancing to the Pishy realm, one had to cross the heavenly tribulation at every major realm. The end result of not being able to cross it was, at best, a loss of cultivation, and at worst, the loss of one's life. Don't say anything about failing once and giving up all your previous achievements. It's so unfair. Cootie. That's why you say that. Cultivators are supposed to go against the grain, so what's fair about it? Xin Xiao was well aware of this, so the Thunderbolt was really the biggest obstacle. After all, it was the work of the Thunderbolt that allowed Daichinga to end up where she is today. You can't promote savagely this time. You have to be completely sure of what you're doing. Just walked up to the top of Guanghan Peak, and met with the sight of Long Cherry, who was wiping her tears. Under the bleak moonlight, she was like a fairy who had fallen to the mortal world, which made people feel pity. Xin Xiao was puzzled. I haven't even touched you yet. Why are you acting like you've lost your virginity and looking at me with the eyes of a scum? However, when he thought that Long Cherry's brain might only be the size of a fingernail cap, Xin Xiao was relieved. The bad guys, colorful embryo. Long Cherry turned around and ran when she saw Xin Xiao, cursing as she ran. Xin Xiao was scolded. This little girl knew so many words? No, how is this kind of like what Master Shifu shouts out when he's being bullied? You're back. Daichinga walked out of her room and stood not far away like a virtuous wife, carefully sizing up Xin Xiao with a smile on her lips. Making a mess of Lu Hongyu's heavenly sword peak is really something. Although she had no cultivation, not long ago, she clearly perceived that heavenly sword peak had finally blown up. When she learned that it was all Qin Zhao's doing, she couldn't stop feeling good in her heart. Sword Mountain was the place where genius sword cultivators in Heavenly Sword Peak aspired to be, and for this reason there were quite a few sword cultivators who had died on it. But Qin Xiao just blew up the Sword Mountain by playing with it, which was not much different from digging up the Heavenly Sword Peak's ancestral tomb. It was estimated that the disciples of Heavenly Sword Peak now hated to slaughter Qin Xiao. After all, there was still the corpse of their old ancestor on Sword Mountain. Lu Hongyu, you've had your share of losses, or you've just smashed your own feet with a rock. Ridiculous. Qin Xiao let out a light laugh and walked over to Daichinga with an incredibly serious expression as he asked, Master, do you have any eternal sacred gold? Daichinga froze violently and gazed at Qin Xiao, which eventually turned into a sigh. It was Lu Hongyu who told you, right? I did, but I can't give it to you now. Why? Qin Xiao frowned, slightly puzzled. Because it's inside me. As soon as the eternal sacred gold leaves, I'll die. Do you want it? I'll give it to you now if you want it. Daichinga still had that gentle expression as she quietly looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao didn't know what to do. It looked like his master was not lying, but you can't cut down your master for half a piece of eternal holy gold. If it was someone else, Qin Xiao could make a move without hesitation, and even if it was by Susu, Qin Xiao would at most hesitate and eventually make a move. But this is Daichinga. Senior, isn't there any other method? Qin Xiao asked with slight anticipation. Daichinga hesitated for half a day before answering. Yes, but the process might be a bit brutal. What? I wanted to use the eternal sacred gold to refine an intrinsic artifact to break through to the Same King, but I failed, and it stayed in my body forever. It is one with me, and there is only one way to remove it without harming me, and that is to find someone to die in my place. Chapter 96, Utilizing Daryl's Puppet. Being honest with Master Teacher. What are the requirements for the person to be killed? A hint of viciousness flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes. Daichinga slowly said, this is actually a sacrifice. The object must be a woman. The higher the cultivation the better. Otherwise it will not be able to withstand my Sage Dao rules. Any living being of the same sex as me is fine. Demon races, formation spirits, or even certain puppets are fine, but the cultivation level must be high enough to facilitate the transfer of the side effects from me to its body. Qin Zhao's brows furrowed as he listened. Listening to his master's meaning, the object being sacrificed had to be more than a saint, but he was now a half step on the other side of the world, and he could take down an early stage on the other side of the world if he made some effort. So how could he get a saint to offer a sacrifice? But this was a difficult question. Other than that, it seemed that the only thing left was to kill the master. But Qin Xiao would never do it, and so on. Qin Xiao was keenly aware of Daichinga's words. As long as it was a living female being, the object was not limited. A bold idea came to mind, but doing so might desecrate her person. Master, are you saying that puppets will work as well? Qin Xiao asked. Aha. Daichinga lowered her head, feeling that all this was unlikely. How could a puppet of the saint realm allow Qin Xiao to reach it? After further hesitation, Qin Xiao took out a jade box from his storage ring and lifted his hand to remove the prohibition on the box. After letting out a light sigh, Qin Xiao opened the jade box and took out the puppet that Ruwashi had transformed into. Master, does this puppet match what you said? Xin Shao didn't want to do this either, but it was the only way to go about things. Doing so might hurt the puppet, but Xin Shao didn't want Dai Chinga to die, and besides, he had only promised to bring Daryl home in the first place. As for the process, he didn't say anything. Dai Chinga's beautiful eyes glared when she saw the puppet. Xin Shao hadn't told her too much about Daryl before. The purpose was so that she didn't want to make her think too much, but now after seeing a Paragon Emperor puppet, she was shocked. This rebellious disciple, he even brought the Quasi-Emperor puppet with him. It should be fine. Dai Chinga nodded. She couldn't tell the puppet's current state, but this was a Quasi-Emperor puppet. It should be much stronger than a Saint puppet. Master, can you give a clear answer? Xin Shao was helpless. What do you mean it should be okay? Is it okay or not? Even if it's a living saint, I'm not completely sure, and with a Quasi-Emperor puppet, I can only make sure that the puppet will be fine. Dai Chinga smiled bitterly. Said Xin Shao, wanting to speak. Alright, it's not too late, let's gamble. Dai Chinga pulled Xin Shao's hand and walked towards the back hall. It was true that she didn't have absolute confidence, but for Xin Shao, she had to take a gamble. Come to the back hall. Before Xin Shao could speak, without hesitation, Dai Chinga directly slashed her wrist with her dagger and used her own blood to carve arcane patterns on the ground. Master, why don't we discuss it again? Xin Shao looked at Dai Chinga, who was writing furiously, and was a little afraid. How sure are you? Dai Chinga counted on her hands and replied, 40%. Steady. 40%. Xin Shao exclaimed in shock. 40% certainty. What's the difference between that and sending someone to their death? Mother-in-law, I really don't blame Lu Hongyu for disliking you. Are you still a man? Now time is tight to allow you to be sloppy. Dai Chinga's face turned pale, her voice resounding, taking out the attitude of a strict teacher that was hard to come by. If you want to help me, use your immortal martial blood to carve runes for me, so that you can still have a few more chances of winning. The eternal fate spell was important, and Dai Chinga knew that half a piece of eternal sacred gold wasn't enough for Xin Shao. Xin Shao, seeing his master's tenacious appearance, didn't say anything else and directly slashed his wrist, carving runes on the ground. Scarlet-colored runes spread across the entire floor of the back hall, with only two blank spaces, one holding Daryl's puppet and the other lying with Dai Chinga. Butterfly Chinga nodded in satisfaction, after which, in front of Xin Shao, she undid the sash and faded the clothes one by one until she revealed her showy torso. In the gray back hall, her concave, convex, and resilient body shone like a star, reflecting in Xin Shao's eyes. What are you looking at? You also take off your clothes and come over to help me activate the spell formation. Dai Chinga stood in front of him greatly, without any avoidance. Oh, Xin Shao answered, and with a snap of his fingers, the clothes on his body instantly disappeared. It's all like this. Still a little pervert. Dai Chinga's gaze was on the bottom, spreading her hands and opening the tenderness of her arms, her tone soft. Come over and hug me, and use your immortal martial origin to pull my immortal spirit origin. Xin Shao forced down the dryness of his heart and walked over to Dai Chinga, embracing each other tightly. Adversary, begin. Dai Chinga kept looking at Xin Shao, wanting to engrave this scene in her memory. Xin Shao took a deep breath as the immortal martial origin surged at this moment, forming a streak of golden chi around his body, while the immortal spirit origin echoed it, forming a blue chi. The runes on the ground were stimulated and bloomed with gold and blue light, and the runes automatically sorted themselves so that the two blank floors were connected. A dazzling light emitted from Daryl's puppet and Dai Chinga, but the light on Dai Chinga was gradually dying out. Master, Xin Shao shouted in panic. Don't be afraid. This is a normal phenomenon. The grand formation is pulling the eternal sacred gold away. Dai Chinga leaned her head on Xin Shao's shoulder and whispered in her ear. Don't say anything, just hold me like this and don't let go. Just for the last time. Xin Shao's eyes trembled slightly as he held the delicate body in his arms tighter. The delicate body in his arms was very soft. Xin Shao had touched it many times before, but this time it felt unusually warm, like a bird returning to its nest, removing all defenses. But the trembling coming from his delicate body told him that his master was enduring great pain without screaming out. It was strange. The master had trembled in his arms several times, and clenched his teeth like this, forcing himself not to make any sound. But now, Xin Shao can't afford to have a trace of blasphemy, and all he can think about is holding her tight. Time passed for an unknown amount of time, and the origin within Xin Shao's body had completely fused with the immortal spirit origin. Consciousness feels like it's come to the heavens, and the sensation of floating sweeps away all the negative emotions from your body. All that could be heard in the trance was a gentle whisper. Sleep. Xin Shao hugged her master teacher and fainted. It wasn't until the sunlight from the sky came through the window and shone on his face that consciousness returned. Master. Xin Shao sat up in a hurry, wondering where it was. Boing boing. A grunting sound came from his side, and Xin Shao looked over to find that it was none other than his master. Dai Chinga's snow-white skin glistened in the morning light,
Her purple hair was casually draped, and she was still drowsy with her arms resting on her head. Okay. Qin Shao felt a pang of fear and gently pulled her arm out, gently smoothing out her master's scattered hair. However, not far away, the Ruwashi puppet emitted a seven-colored light that echoed the eternal sacred gold in the storage ring. Qin Shao looked over and saw half a fist-sized piece of eternal sacred gold laying by the puppet's side, so he hastily took out the other half of the piece from his storage ring. The two pieces of eternal sacred gold merged together as if summoned, and the crack at the intersection disappeared in an instant, leaving only the fist-sized eternal sacred gold behind. Qin Shao raised her hand and grabbed it, a joyful smile spreading across her face. A complete eternal sacred gold is not far from refining an intrinsic spell. Chapter 97, Going to Vast Misty Peak with Dragon Cherry. Dan Qingzi transmits weapon refining. Currently, the problem of the materials for the essence spell weapon had been solved, and all that was left was how to fight against the lightning tribulation of the pilgrimage realm. At this time, Dai Qingge, who was lying on the ground, woke up leisurely, touched his dantian, and breathed a sigh of relief after realizing that the eternal sacred gold had disappeared. She looked at Qin Shao, who was in the middle of her beauty, and said with determination in her tone, "Your first time crossing the lightning tribulation is bound to be rough. Do you have confidence?" Qin Shao thought for a moment and turned back. Now there is a 50% certainty. Dai Qingge put on her clothes and looked out the window. Maybe there is someone who can help you. Who? Qin Shao was puzzled. Other than the innate Dao fetus, there was someone else who could help him cross the tribulation. Butterfly Qingge pondered for a moment and replied, "Your junior sister, Dragon Cherry. She is a true dragon remnant soul. Her nature is thunder. Her Yuan Yin helps you eliminate part of the thunder tribulation." Master, you know. Qin Shao stroked his chin. At first, when he learned of Long Cherry's true identity, he had also wondered if his master knew. Now it seems that the master not only knows, but understands. When I took Long Cherry as my disciple, my initial purpose was to have her help me withstand the lightning tribulation. But in the end, I still didn't have the heart to do it. Self-mockery hung on Dai Qingge's pale face. You can touch her now, but be careful that she doesn't get rebellious or there will be serious consequences in the future. Also, I'll pretend I can't see what you do with her in the future. But that's your senior sister after all, so please don't kill her. Well, disciple understands. Qin Shao nodded his head. Since master said so, then there was definitely a possibility that Long Cherry would recover her memories in the future. If she offended Dragon Cherry now, it was not certain if she would go on a killing spree when she regained her memory. The residual soul of the Dragon Emperor was not something that could be held by ordinary people. This should be quite easy for you. Just cheat like you cheated Han Shui. Dai Qingge pouted and despised. Am I that kind of person? I'm trying to give the girls of the world a warm home. Qin Shao helped Dai Qingge to rest on the bed, after which she planned to leave, and tucked in the corner of the quilt before she left. Watching Qin Shao leave, Dai Qingge had a complicated look on her face. It felt a bit strange to push her man to the disciple she raised, still letting the adversary have his master and apprentice fried rice. Alas, Qin Shao walked out of the room, holding Daryl's puppet in his hand, and only breathed a sigh of relief after checking that it was fine. Unexpectedly, the puppet was not only undamaged, but there was also an additional strand of the immortal spirit body's aura on it. The light blue blood of the immortal spirit's body dotted the surface of the puppet with a touch of lotus flower imprint. Luckily I didn't break you. Qin Shao put the puppet back into the jade box, feeling a sense of fluke in his heart. There was some uncertainty when he thought about the mark on the golem, and the possibility that it was a consequence of the sacrifice. But fortunately, the puppet wasn't broken, and in the future, it would be able to deal with the Annihilation God Valley. As soon as Qin Shao looked up, he saw Long Cherry's arms holding a small three-flower-colored she-cat, which was currently looking at him with a furtive gaze. The poor little she-cat was caught in the middle, her furry face becoming distorted. This big flower cat, it's really big and white, Qin Shao appreciated. Disgusting, Dragon Sakura muttered, turning around and heading down the hill. Where are you going, senior sister? Qin Shao asked. I'm going to look for senior sister Han. It has nothing to do with you. Long Cherry's tone was impatient. Just in time. I'm going too. Qin Shao followed. He didn't have many friends in the Cloud sect, so he could only go to Haomao Peak besides Guanghan Peak. Now that master is weak, of course he's going to go and play with sister. Moreover, the casting of the original life magic weapon was very crucial. A little carelessness would result in a backlash in the future. This aspect was just the right time to ask for advice from Dan Qingzi. Along the way, the two didn't say a word more. Qin Shao pondered on how to forge the intrinsic spell weapon, while Long Cherry stole glances at Qin Shao from time to time. The big fancy cat in his arms, on the other hand, was looking left and right, uncertain for a while. The two of them walked towards the summit of Vast Misty Peak, and on the way there were many people who came over to get close to Long Cherry, but all of them were forced back by a look from Qin Shao. There was no way around it. Qin Xiao's advancement was simply too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. In less than 3 years, he had come to the half-step in one fell swoop. This speed, it didn't even look like what a Fei Qian's immortal martial body should have. Shidoshi, Han Shui seemed to have been sitting on the top of the mountain, and when she saw Qin Xiao, she rushed up in a bear hug, wrapping herself around her body like an octopus dying. Qin Xiao was so smothered that she was nearly breathless, and the only thing in her nose was the cold, fragrant breeze. At the same time, there were some doubts in his heart. Senior sister's initiative today was a bit abnormal. It looked like she was swearing sovereignty. This scene was all watched by Long Sakura, and she couldn't help but hold the big flower cat in her arms tighter as a pleading like cat cry came from her arms. Senior sister, come down quickly, I'm going to find Senior Dan, Qin Xiao said vaguely. Oh, Han Shui came down beautifully, not forgetting to greet Long Cherry. Senior sister, we meet again. Yeah, hello again. Dragon Sakura lowered her head and deflated her small mouth. Qin Xiao didn't know what these two were up to, so he walked directly towards the Dan Pavilion. Dan Xingzi was sitting in the center of the Dan Pavilion as usual, holding a huge pestle and mortar, pounding it with one stroke. When he saw Qin Xiao, his face flashed with dismay, thinking that Qin Xiao had come to torment him again, and his tone was a bit soft. Kid, what are you doing here? I don't have alchemy to teach you. Qin Xiao laughed awkwardly and obediently sat down next to the huge medicinal jar, took out the eternal sacred gold and said, Senior, I would like to refine an intrinsic magic artifact, so I hope to be instructed. He also wanted to look for Daichinga, but first of all, not to mention that Daichinga was now weak, but even Daichinga's original magic weapon was not considered his own. At best, it was considered to be refined from someone else. In terms of the experience of refining the original life magic weapon, it was still Dan Xingzi. After all, the difference between refining pills and refining weapons was not that big. You boys are lucky. Dan Xingzi was a bit surprised to see the eternal sacred gold, but he quickly recovered and explained to Qin Xiao what to pay attention to while pounding the medicine to refine his own life magic weapon. Qin Xiao was enlightened after hearing this. This was much simpler than alchemy. He actually understood it. Refining an intrinsic spell weapon was not strictly speaking difficult, as long as one managed to resonate with the intrinsic spell weapon. Then the speed of refining would be much faster. This was naturally not difficult for the immortal martial body of the Great Tao Fusion. Qin Xiao nodded his head repeatedly, and finally, when he had thoroughly grasped it, he excused himself. Thank you, Senpai. Dan Xingzi was like an amnesty, afraid that Qin Xiao would ask some more questions. He wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead and muttered and whispered, It took all morning to understand it, and there's no one else to understand it. Qin Xiao walked out of the Dan Pavilion in high spirits and found Long Cherry standing outside, looking like she was waiting for someone. Senior sister, what are you doing here? I'm waiting for you. Long Cherry's small hands clenched tightly, and it took a great deal of determination before she locked eyes with Qin Xiao, her voice milky and questioning. Senior sister Han said that you have thoughts about me. Is she telling the truth? Slightly surprised, Qin Xiao spread his hands and said, Yes, I want to double cultivate with you. Long Cherry's eyes dropped to the ground when she heard this, covering her collar and constantly backing away, trembling and pointing at Qin Xiao. You asshole, it's not enough for you to bully your master, but you even tried to bully me. Chapter 98 Su Qianyu, the human emperor's first lineage, negotiating an alliance. When you did this, did you consider the feelings of your master? Long Cherry's expression was agonized, and large tears fell down like they didn't need money. Master, she acquiesced because you can help me alleviate the damage of the lightning tribulation. Qin Xiao was stupefied by Long Cherry's teary-eyed appearance. It felt like he was the adult scum who had pushed the delicate little sister in front of him down, put up his pants and said it was okay, and then left afterward. That's weird. I'm not doing anything to her right now. What did you say? Dragon Sakura felt incredulous that the revered master was going to share a man with herself. No way. Absolutely no way. Qin Xiao didn't say anything more, only shrugging his shoulders and heading down the mountain. Ugh, forget it. You can't always pin your hopes on others. Often the most difficult to deal with, in fact, is the people around them. So Qin Xiao on the dragon cherry with the attitude of let it be. Cannot kill, cannot be forced, can only go with the flow. He also didn't want to do something useless and possibly waste time when the time came, so he might as well spend some time cultivating. Walking in the wide square, a person suddenly caught Qin Xiao's attention. It was a woman in a plain dress. She had a dignified and flashy appearance and stood out conspicuously in the crowd. Qin Xiao locked eyes with the woman, who revealed a smile with curiosity in her gaze, her bright, large eyes flickering with golden Dao patterns, and Qin Xiao's expression was staggered as he stared at the system panel above the woman's head. Su Qinyu. Cultivation level, early stage of Pishong. Origin, direct lineage of the Emperor of Man. Human Emperor? Qin Xiao recalled the mythological stories she had heard before, but in this world,
There didn't seem to be any 3 emperors and 5 emperors. So where did the first line of the human emperor come from? Senior brother Qin, may I borrow a step to speak? Su Qianyu transmitted her voice. Good. Qin Shao left the square and arrived at a gazebo. Su Qianyu followed suit, standing demurely in front of her and said with a smile, I am Miaoyin Peak Su Qianyu. Miaoyin Peak? Han Ning is your senior brother? Qin Shao was slightly surprised. Miaoyin Peak did not have a very good relationship with Guanghan Peak before, and the disciples seldom communicated with each other. And if it wasn't for Han Shue's brother, Han Ning, Qin Shao wouldn't have known that Miaoyin Peak still had disciples. Exactly. In a way, we are still relatives. After all, you and senior sister Han Shui. Su Qianyu covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Elder sister came to find me and wanted to say something. Qin Shao rolls her eyes. It's helpless enough that she can even climb into a relative. I want to cooperate with senior brother Qin, in order that half a year later, you and I can become both saint's son and saint daughter at the same time. Su Qianyu sat on the opposite side of the table, talking and laughing in a generous manner. Looking for me to cooperate? Qin Shao frowned. It was no surprise that Su Qianyu was looking for someone else to cooperate with, but Qin Shao hadn't advanced to the other side of the world yet, and whether or not he would be able to participate in the Holy Sun competition by then was a question, and it would be strange to say that there were no problems when he came to seek cooperation at this time. Su Qianyu continued, when competing for Saint Son and Saint Daughter, we are all the same. We all have to walk through the Heartseeker and ask questions, and then climb the heavenly ladder afterward. And eventually a man and a woman who reach the top will become Saint Son and Saint Daughter. There are many people who can ascend the heavenly ladder. Of course, there is no shortage of swords. The clan also allows such things to happen. After all, they want only 2 people. It does not matter if the rest of the people die or not. That's why I'm looking for someone who can help each other while climbing the ladder. Why is senior sister cooperating with me? Isn't she afraid that I won't be able to advance to the pilgrimage stage? Qin Shao wanted to know what the other party was playing at. Su Qianyu wore a faint smile on her face. This is my master's order. Her old man wants to take a gamble. Qin Shao nodded in understanding. So that's how it was. The myriad voice peak master had initially targeted himself, but now he realized that he was progressing at a rapid pace, so he wanted to take a gamble with his own disciple. If the bet was won, the grudge with the future saint's son would dissipate and start anew. There was nothing to lose if the bet was lost, and with the myriad peak master's means, she was able to protect Su Qianyu in the dark. Good. I can't wait to have an ally. Of course I agree. Qin Shao readily responded, and after thinking for a moment, he asked, does senior sister know about the human emperor? After hearing Qin Zhao's agreement, Su Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief, but after hearing the words human emperor, her expression suddenly changed to one of doubt. Human emperor? What's that? It sounds like the title of a mortal emperor. It's nothing, I'm just curious to ask a question. Don't mind senior sister. Qin Shao felt disappointed. Looking at the other party's expression, it didn't look like she was lying. Alright then, I'll leave first. I'll come back to see you when you advance to the other shore. Su Qianyu left with lotus steps, seemingly remembering something and turning her head again. Your former senior sister, Luo Qingyu, has also found an ally, or a mixed sword body, so you should be careful when the time comes. Qin Shao looked at the distant silhouette and clasped the corner of his mouth with his hand, thinking alone. The human emperor could not possibly be the title of a mortal emperor. In cognition, that was something that only the 3 emperors and 5 emperors could afford. Moreover, the system could show the human emperor bloodline, so it must not be weak. When he had just faced Su Qianyu, Qin Shao felt the immortal martial origin stirring and emitting excited tremors. This was something that Su Qianyu obviously didn't perceive, and she might not even know that she had a human emperor bloodline. This cultivation world is really interesting. Qin Shao walked out of the gazebo. First, it was Hua Qingluo, who was a mortal body but could make the body of an immortal martial artist sense, and now it was Su Qianyu, who was a direct descendant of the human emperor. Every one of them is not bad. Thinking of Luo Qingyu's alliance with the mixed sword body, a hint of alertness rose in Qin Shao. Luo Qingyu alone was already strong. With the addition of an ally, it was still unknown how strong Su Qianyu was, so he had to be prepared to fight the 2 alone. Let's kill Luo Qingyu when the time comes, and Yi Wuchen will be next. Qin Shao had long had murderous intentions towards these 2, and it was a good idea to kill one of them. Alas, when the time comes, I guess I'll have to offend that upside-down Lu Hongyu again. If he became a saint's son, he wouldn't have to be too afraid of Lu Hongyu. In the Cloud Source sect, the saint's son had the same status as the Peak Master, and the saint's son would also be blessed with the Cloud Source sect's chi luck. At least within the Cloud Source sect, no one dared to injure the Holy Sun. Even the Patriarch had to think twice about it, and the slightest mishap would damage the Cloud Source sect's chi. A Holy Sun, one must be, only then can one have the qualifications to speak equally to others. Qin Shao sighed darkly.
A large part of the reason he was able to talk and laugh with the underworld Zhang Mingfei was because he had once shared the same life and death. But without these, Qin Shao and those of them always fell short of some gap that was not very big but could make people look down on her. Old man Dan is right. In the cultivation world, those without strength and background are doomed to be reduced to grass. Qin Shao became firm-eyed as he walked on the road back to Guanghan Peak. And the wide peaks. Long Cherry was lying in Daichinga's arms and lost her voice, crying, venting out all the aggression in her heart. Daichinga hugged the disciple she had watched grow up and was ashamed for a moment. Still, he decided to help Qin Shao out. She helped Raya Sakura dry the snot and tears from her face, pulling out a smile and softening her tone. Apprentice, actually your senior brother is very good. Why don't you make do? Ha! The large sniffle underneath Dragon Cherry's nose stopped in the air, his expression frozen. I thought that the master would soften his heart and then say a few words of apology, but it didn't seem to be the case. Master really wants me to serve a man with her. The man I serve is still my own senior brother. Well, you're all big and bad. Chapter 99 Master enlightens Dragon Cherry, successfully taking down the youngest senior sister. Butterfly Chinga's heart inevitably had some bad feelings, although in the beginning it was for Long Cherry to help herself to block the thunderbolt, but in the end, she didn't do that. Long Sakura was different from Qin Shao. Long Sakura was raised by Daichinga from infancy, as if she was a daughter. But now that he was actually going to let Long Cherry carry his own rebellious disciple, it would be hard for anyone's heart. Daichinga was well aware of the dreadfulness of the heavenly tribulation, and Qin Zhao's advancement was also too fast and overconfident, always thinking of resisting the lightning tribulation hard. It was hard for Qin Shao, who had been cultivating for a few years, to carry it off. And Daichinga could tell that when Qin Shao had said that he was 50% sure of surviving the thunder tribulation, he was actually lying to her. That's why she said what happened to Dragon Sakura. Long Cherry, although your senior brother is not a good person, he pours his heart out to those around him. Daichinga spoke bitterly. I won't listen. I don't want to steal my senior brother from my master. Long Cherry frantically shook her head. Daichinga quickly sensed that something was wrong. You want to steal my man? When did I say I'd give you the adversary? It's not right. It's very much 12% wrong. Daichinga's mind was spinning frantically, always feeling that something had been left behind. There were many people who bullied Long Sakura in the past, and after that, Long Sakura never paid any attention to those people. Only Qin Shao. After Qin Shao finished bullying Long Cherry every time, Long Cherry looked like she was going against the grain, and after a few days, she would run to Qin Shao again in a beautiful manner, and then proceed to be bullied. Week after week, the bullying goes on. Even sometimes when Qin Shao was annoyed, Long Cherry would still foolishly come over. It means something like, if you don't bully me until I cry today, you're not going anywhere. Hiss. Butterfly Chinga, who wanted to understand, sucked in a breath of cool air and felt a pang of guilt at the same time. After sorting out her emotions, Daichinga cupped Long Cherry's crying red little face and said, Do you like your senior brother? Ha! This time it was Raya Sakura's turn to froth. Her crying stopped abruptly and she said dolefully, Master, how do you know? Ah, not so. The experienced Daichinga's heart thumped. Bad guess. This little girl really likes to go against the grain, and it doesn't look like it's been a day or two. The point was, how could this little girl like being bullied by Qin Shao? Does that road have any special fetish? But that's just as well. Butterfly Chinga nodded secretly. Her face was filled with seriousness. Long Cherry, your senior brother needs you. Without you, he might have been split alive by the heavenly tribulation. Master I. Long Cherry, who didn't realize in the slightest that she had been recognized, wanted to speak. If you like it, boldly go after him. The more you let him go, the more he'll think you're worthless and won't even care about you in the end. Daichinga passed on her experience of holding a rebellious disciple to Long Cherry on the spot. These lessons, which Han Shui had asked for many times without getting, were now learned by Long Cherry. And Long Sakura actually forgot to cry for a while and listened attentively. Daichinga had some contempt in her heart. Just this, and you still say you don't like your senior brother? Usually when you are practicing, you don't even listen so carefully. But she also knew to ride the wave and began to bait up Raya Sakura with a clear conscience. Dragon Sakura didn't notice any of this, and every now and then she even nodded her head, signaling that she understood and could start on the next paragraph. And just like that, what started out as a master-disciple ethical drama has now turned into preaching and teaching. Qin Shao was so confused when he returned to Guanghan Peak that he couldn't help but get together. When you listen carefully, you realize that every sentence has something to do with you. Senior, what are you doing? Qin Shao asked. Ha! The master and disciple who were having a good time speaking snapped to their feet, picking their fingers together, not knowing what to say. Qin Shao looked at Daichinga's chest and realized that it was actually wet, and then he looked at Long Cherry and realized that his face was covered in tear tracks. The corners of his mouth twitched dozens of times. Little sister, really? Cry, just cry. Have to the master's arms to tie. Why?
That is my exclusive mask. That. Your senior sister is looking for you for something, as well as I'm leaving first. Daichinga quickly finished her sentence and ran back to her room, carrying her skirt. Qin Shao sized up Long Cherry, always feeling that something was different. At this moment, Long Cherry appeared delicate and colorful, without the naive and silly look from before. Sister? Dragon Sakura replied softly, pulling out a smile, like the falling leaves of an autumn day, with sadness in her tone. Senior brother, am I the only one who can help you? Aha! Qin Shao frowned and nodded, before circling around Long Cherry. It was very familiar. This expression and tone of voice was simply the exact same as the expression of Master Teacher when he had dual cultivated with him for the first time. It was very capable of stimulating a man's desire for protection, and Qin Shao had planted himself on this in the first place, before allowing Daichinga to plant a mark in his body. Then does senior brother want me? Long Cherry's large eyes flickered, containing teardrops, and her body trembled with fear. Think! Qin Shao forced a smile and lamented in her heart. The current Long Sakura was basically coming from a place of truth, and was better than the master's acting at the time. Then can you promise me a condition? Dragon Shadow's expression was mournful, as if he was accusing fate of being unfair. You say? Qin Shao nodded. Good lord, even the exact same words as what master said in the first place. Such a blatant plagiarism. My condition is that you can't harm Master Teacher in the future. Long Cherry's tone was unusually firm as she locked eyes with Qin Shao. I won't harm Master Teacher. Qin Shao smiled, although the last sentence, too, bore a great deal of resemblance to the Master Teacher at the time. It could be seen that Long Cherry was serious. If it really helps, then take me. Dragon Sakura put her head down, her fingers picking at her blisters. Just now, after hearing Daichinga say that Qin Shao would die if he didn't become a holy son, the naive and foolish Long Cherry, although she somewhat hated the current feeling, couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Shao go to his death. Qin Shao also adhered to the principle of eating when there is food, and tenderly picked up the tiny Long Cherry and walked towards the room. Long Sakura's room is covered with the style of a young girl. Without knowing it, I thought it was someone's child's room. Not at all like a young girl of a wonderful age of 18. There were countless various kinds of lovely hangings in the room, and Qin Shao picked up a portrait and fell into contemplation. The man in the portrait was spirited, with a brash brow, exactly the same as the current Qin Shao. Sister, when did this happen? I don't know. Dragon Sakura sat on the edge of the bed, her body shaking like a sieve. She's a little confused now. How did she just get lured into bed by someone else? Qin Shao walked up to Long Cherry, cupped the baby fat face, and finally dropped a kiss. Dragon Sakura's beautiful eyes first widened, then slowly closed, her mouth responding clumsily, only feeling her body heating up. Qin Shao also got up and down and stripped Long Cherry clean. Good man, that's a generous size. You take off too. Dragon Sakura said as she was about to undo the two large ponytails on her head, but Qin Shao stopped Long Sakura's movement, after which he pounced on her in one go. Senior sister, you should never cut your hair in the future. Why? Dragon Sakura was puzzled, but quickly understood. You bad boy, don't yank my hair. Qin Shao finally touched the reins of his heart, while Long Cherry was in agony. Qin Shao, who was finally sound asleep, wrapped his arms around the soft Dragon Cherry and fell asleep. Long Cherry was lying on her back in Qin Shao's arms, her eyes tightly closed, her pretty eyebrows twisted together, and she couldn't stop drooling at the corners of her mouth. His nose unconsciously sniffed around Qin Shao's body. It smells so good. Brother smells so good. Do you want a bite? It should be delicious, right? Another voice suddenly appeared in Long Cherry's head, telling her to eat Qin Shao. No, this is a senior. You can't eat it, but it really smells good. So take a bite. It's not like senior brother is going to die. Dragon Sakura's eyes suddenly opened and her pupils mutated. The pupils of his eyes, which were originally black and shiny, had now turned golden, and the shape of his pupils had become vertical like those of a snake. I'll just take a bite. Long Cherry's small mouth opened, oozed saliva, and slowly bit into Qin Shao's arm. Chapter 100 Dragon Cherry's tyrannical nature emerges. Closed door casting of magic weapons. Wet, hot saliva dripped from the corners of Dragon Sakura's mouth, and as if she had lost her mind, she opened her small mouth wide and bit into the only food in front of her. But then, a soft voice sounded quietly, causing her movements to stall. Elder sister, what are you doing? Dragon Sakura instantly came to her senses, her pupils turning back to normal, and hurriedly sat up on her knees, wiping the drool from the corners of her mouth. It's nothing, I just didn't wake up. Qin Shao opened her eyes and surveyed Long Cherry, who had come to hide her spring light in the moonlight. Elder brother, let's sleep. Long Cherry noticed Qin Shao's gaze on her most proud place, and jumped headfirst into Qin Shao's arms. Okay, go to sleep. Qin Shao gently patted the fragrant and soft Dragon Cherry, like coaxing a child, and in no time, he heard the sound of subtle snoring, and Qin Shao didn't drop his guard. Something was very wrong just now. In his sleep, he suddenly sensed a feeling of being targeted by a fierce beast, causing him to wake up. Could it be that the true spirit habit is reviving? Or maybe it's been reviving for a long time, but I didn't notice it. When Qin Shao awakened his immortal martial body, Dragon Cherry was strange and kept sniffing at Qin Shao as if she had smelled something delicious. At first, Qin Shao didn't care, only thinking that Long Cherry had committed another silly disease. Now it seems not to be so. The current Dragon Cherry resembled the true dragons recorded in the ancient texts, with occasional flashes of tyranny in his eyes. I thought you were so mad you'd dig a hole and bury yourself, but I didn't think you'd try to eat me. Qin Shao hugged Long Cherry and went back to sleep, deciding to ask his master tomorrow. There was no talk all night. The rising sun shone on Long Cherry's delicate body, glowing with a tantalizing luster, and her fat and thin just right body shrank in Qin Shao's arms like a small beast. That's quite a show. Qin Shao inexplicably wanted to raise his gun and mount his horse again, galloping around with the reins in his hands. But there were more important things right now. He gently withdrew his arm and tucked Raya Sakura in again, finally dropping a kiss on the fleshy face before turning away. Sitting on the top of Guanghan Peak, Qin Shao felt that there was a power of thunder and lightning within his body, guarding the sea of chakras. Sure enough, it can resist some thunderbolts. Qin Shao nodded in understanding and opened the system panel again. The host mingles with the residual soul of the Dragon Empress, issuing the true spirit technique, Heavenly Dragon Thunderbolt technique, manipulating all thunder. Thunder and lightning take shape, destroying all things. At once, a clear stream flowed into the sea of consciousness, and a gong method inexplicably appeared in Qin Zhao's memory. Another true spirit technique. I'm really related to the true spirit lineage. With a spread of Qin Zhao's hand, a tiny blue thunder dragon emerged, flying around his palm with delight. With another retraction, the thunder dragon returned to the sea of wheels and coiled itself around the red-blue world seed wrapped in chaotic flame. Annihilation thousand thunders. Excitement blossomed in Qin Zhao's eyes as he raised his hand and waved his hand. Dark clouds covered the sky and hundreds of wrist-thick blue thunderbolts fell, splitting the jumble of rocks below into charred black, and leaving hundreds of large craters. It's so strong on the first execution. It really deserves to be a technique from the true dragon lineage. Thunder and lightning raged on Qin Zhao's body, and as he clenched his fist with one hand, the sound of crackling thunder and lightning came from his joints. Little sister is really a treasure girl. Behind him suddenly came Dai Qingge's voice that was tinged with sorrow. How about your little sister? She should be better than me. Qin Shao turned around and was met with those violet beauty eyes filled with exhaustion. Her tone soft. Master, you look so tired. Poof. Dai Qingge didn't say anything and turned around to sit on the ground on a nearby rock. After thinking about it, Qin Shao ran over to press her shoulders with Dai Qingge and inquired, Senior, did you know that senior sister is awakening her true spirit habits? What? Dai Qingge's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. The master teacher in front of him didn't know, so Qin Shao told what happened last night as it was. Butterfly Qingge heard. Good-looking eyebrows twisted deeper and deeper, until twisted into a Chuan shape. Things were out of the blue, and she hadn't expected Long Sakura to turn out like this, or even try to eat people. Senior, what should we do now? Qin Shao asked worriedly. Dai Qingge pondered for a moment before replying. She is still in control now, and is only holding on to her overreading habits towards you, so let's leave it alone for now. We can't control it now. Also, don't let anyone else know about this. It might not be favorable to Dragon Cherry. The attraction of the Dragon Emperor's residual soul to cultivators is no less than the immortal martial origin. After hearing this, Qin Shao nodded repeatedly. His current self had no solid forces. It wasn't like Spectre and Jiang Mingfei, who had the Emperor clan behind them. The only thing that could be done at the moment was to take the Sacred Sun position and have the qualifications to talk to the Peak Master on an equal footing. Master, I'm going to close the door. Qin Zhao's eyes were firm. Well, go ahead. Dai Qingge organized Qin Zhao's clothes for him while sighing in her heart. But it is really a loss. Not only to put himself in, the youngest disciple also took in. Master, don't worry. Qin Shao lightly kissed Dai Qingge's forehead before turning around and walking towards the retreat room in the back hall. Looking at Qin Zhao's distant back, Dai Qingge sighed lightly. Other masters are protecting their apprentices, while I have to rely on my apprentice. It's ridiculous to say. The back hall was still the same clean look. Qin Shao walked straight into the retreat room, and after laying a ban on the doorway again, he sat in the center, tuning into his own situation. Suddenly, his body shone with red and blue Dao lines. The former demonization changed drastically after the world seed absorbed the space origin. Not only was there an extra trace of law power, but even the battle power of the enchantment was increased a little. Qin Zhao's eyes bloomed with cold lightning, and eternal sacred gold surfaced in his hand. A small seven-colored sword condensed in front of his chest, echoing with the eternal sacred gold through the air, permeating with the power of arcane laws, and sword chi that carried a solemn killing intent. Qin Shao opened his mouth and spat out.
The chaotic flame flew out and circled around the eternal sacred gold as he began to forge his own life magic weapon. The intrinsic phantasmal artifact was the second origin of cultivators above the pilgrimage, and could not be forged sloppily. As long as the intrinsic phantasmal artifact was forged successfully, Xin Xiao would be able to advance to the pilgrimage realm. Xin Zhao's eyes were tightly closed, and the aura on his body was gradually growing as the instinctive phantasmal artifact took shape. Time passes by. Heavenly Sword Peak. Thoughtful Cliff. Luo Qingyu frowned and walked inside a stone room, saying, "Senior brother, what are you looking for me for?" A feminine-looking man walked out of the gloomy stone room, his face haggard and a sinister light emanating from his eyes. It was none other than Yi Wuchen, who had been knocked into the Thoughtful Cliff by Lu Hongyu. "I heard that Qin Xiao will be participating in the Holy Sun competition soon?" Yi Wuchen's voice hissed. "Yes," Luo Qingyu replied faintly. Yi Wuchen's face was grim as he suddenly laughed fiercely and took out a talisman that emitted the aura of a Saint King from his pocket. "This is a talisman I obtained in the Xian domain, forged by a Saint King, which can cause the obsession in a cultivator's heart to backfire on the original owner. Isn't Qin Xiao deeply obsessed? You entrusted someone to bury a talisman during the heart-seeking questioning, so that Qin Xiao could never walk out of the heart-seeking questioning again." Chapter 101 Luo Qingyu's helpless move. Qin Xiao breaks through the realm and transitions to the tribulation. "You're going to use such despicable tactics?" Luo Qingyu's face was filled with disgust at the way the victory was won. But Yi Wuchen, who happens to be sinister and cunning, sneered, "If Qin Xiao becomes the sacred son, do you think the two of us will still have a chance to live? If he has to target us, do you think Lu Hongyu will protect us?" Luo Qingyu lightly pursed the corners of her lips. Indeed, the current Qin Xiao was vindictive. If she really wanted to settle the score afterward, Lu Hongyu really wouldn't necessarily be able to stop her. When Lu Hongyu first took Luo Qingyu and the two of them as her disciples, it was only to be angry with Dai Qingge and to find Dai Qingge's weakness. Now that the two had long since lost their usefulness, with Lu Hongyu's nature, it was impossible to offend the Holy Sun for the sake of two useless people. What Lu Hongyu wanted most was the current Qin Xiao. Even if Qin Xiao became a saint's son, there was no exception. When the time came, it would be good if Lu Hongyu didn't kill the two of them and give Qin Xiao a boost. Moreover, the two of them were originally rebels who had defected from their division, so it was only right that Qin Xiao would take action if he wanted to, and no one could say anything about it. "What about you?" Luo Qingyu asked. Yi Wuchen waved his hand. "Just mind your own business. A thoughtfulness cliff can't trap me yet. I've already contacted the people from the Xian domain. Take it." Sending a disciple who isn't smart in the head to get his hands dirty in the heart-seeking questioning is not a difficult task for someone like you who is good at socializing. Yi Wuchen handed out the talisman. Luo Qingyu hesitated for half a day and slowly took the talisman, after which she said nothing and turned around to disappear inside the stone room. Yi Wuchen had connections in the Xian domain, and even if he left the cloud-soaring sect, he would still be able to live a good life. But Luo Qingyu was different. She wasn't strong enough to dominate in the regions outside the desolate domain. She would even less expect Yi Wuchen to take her with him, and based on Yi Wuchen's cold personality, it was not certain if he would send her out when the time came. A female cultivator like her, who had low strength and was still in a mortal body, would most likely become a human elixir or even a furnace pot for someone to take. She had no choice. She had to defeat Qin Xiao. As for the means, she could care less. Which person in the cultivation world dared to say that they were magnificent? Even Dai Qingge was no exception. Luo Qingyu sighed softly and turned into a stream of light, flying into the distance. Broad cold peak. Immortal light surged within the retreat chamber. 7 colored rays of light shone brightly as Qin Xiao sat cross-legged in the middle, a long sword gradually taking shape beside him. Last step. Condense. Qin Xiao drank lowly as the longsword blossomed with 7-colored holy light, resonating with the sword heart in front of his chest. And arcane Dao rules filled the body of the sword and gradually disappeared into the longsword's interior. It's done! A massive amount of aura rushed into Qin Xiao's body. The sea of golden chakras rapidly expanded, and the world seed trembled, also undergoing a metamorphosis at this moment. Until the sea of chakras expanded to its limit, the aura on Qin Xiao's body climbed upward until it stopped at a certain apex. The sky on Guanghan Peak was covered with dark clouds, and there were thunderbolts breeding in it, but they were slow to fall, as if they were locking onto a target. Everyone in the cloud-soaring sect looked at Guanghan Peak in shock, with unbelievable colors in their eyes. "Master, what is that?" Han Shui looked at the dark clouds of Guanghan Peak from afar and immediately felt her scalp tingle, tugging on Dan Qingzi's coat and asking. The other side thundered tribulation. "It's really called this kid's success." Dan Qingzi's gaze was stunned. "But, this lightning tribulation is too terrifying." Han Shui hid behind Dan Qingzi, just looking at the thunderbolt. She felt a pang of fear, and in her heart, she was worried about Qin Xiao. His path in the future will be much tougher than this. Dan Qingzi's face was grave.
The heavenly apocalypse would count all intruders together as transgressors, and even he who was a saint would not dare to enter the thunderbolt, but could only watch from afar.
Lu Hongyu from Heavenly Sword Peak held her chin in a pestle and laughed.
Worthy of you, the commotion is even greater than Daichinga back then. You mustn't be chopped to death. While Luo Qingyu, who was beside her, looked at the scene with a complicated face. Myriad peaks.
Han Ning and Su Qianyu stood beside the Myriad Voice Peak Master.
Kid, if you die, you'll be leaving my sister widowed. Han Ning's face showed concern, and as the Myriad Peak Master looked in the direction of the thunderbolt, he somewhat regretted allowing Su Qianyu to ally with Qin Shao. The range of that thunderbolt was too large, even larger than when Daichinga first crossed the threshold. What has this kid done that's so outrageous?
Caused the Heavenly Dao to want to get him killed so badly.
As for Guanghan Peak,
Long Cherry was shrinking in Daichinga's arms, very afraid of the thunderbolt in the sky.
It was Daichinga who also showed scorn, her lips trembling.
It's more than 5 times bigger than my original robbery cloud.
How did you do it? The sky of the robbery cloud. Qin Shao since consents,
but his heart is not half fear. But there is a hint of expectation. A 7-colored longsword emerged in his hand, its body suffused with an eternal luster that would not be extinguished for eternity. Qin Shao looked at the long sword in his hand and remembered his experiences in these 2 lives.
While the last one was like a dream, the future you will accompany me on my conquests, and on behalf of this life, I will call you Amazing Dream.
The long sword emitted a tremor and seemed to like the name.
Good, follow me across the river.
Qin Shao turned his state to the extreme and spread his wings, shooting straight up into the air to cross the threshold on the spot. But at that moment, a large hand reached over, hardened against the backlash of the robbery cloud, and threw Qin Shao into the distance.
Hua Qingluo's helpless voice came out. You still want to cross the tribulation at Broad Cold Peak? Aren't you afraid of splitting your senior sister as well as your master? Qin Shao was speechless. Just now his battle spirit was so high that he didn't consider this. When he looked up, he realized that this was none other than vast Misty Peak, while Dan Qingzi stood below with a darkened face. Senior, long time no see. Qin Shao smiled. Transition at ease. Dan Qingzi squeezed out 4 words from between his teeth. Boom.
The heavenly tribulation seemed to be enraged by Qin Shao's petulance, so it descended a bucket-thick thunderbolt that struck straight at Qin Shao.
Humph. Qin Shao coldly grunted and directly turned on demonization,
a red and blue light blooming in his eyes, followed by a sword slashing out a 7-colored sword light. The brilliant sword light swept across,
colliding with the lightning and exploding in the air.
The power of just one sword caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to shatter, and the cultivators were too chilled to raise their heads and look up. It really is worthy of being a thunder tribulation.
The power is just not small.
Qin Shao rubbed her somewhat numb wrists and an excited smile spread across her face.
However,
this scene seemed to have angered the sky's robotic clouds again, and the pitch-black sky instantly surged and the robotic clouds tumbled,
emitting a deafening roar. You unknowing brat! Don't you know that you shouldn't provoke the heavenly tribulation?
Dan Qingzi was so anxious that he shouted from his spot.
Qin Shao fumed. He indeed didn't know.
His master told him that he just needed to punch through the robbery cloud, and not to worry about anything else.
Besides, he just said one thing. How can you call that provoking? But it's already too late.
The robbing cloud respawned more thunderbolts, and with a continuous rumbling sound,
dense buckets of thick thunderbolts fell. Upon closer inspection, there were actually more than 3,000 thunderbolts, and their target was none other than Qin Shao below. The unavoidable Qin Shao looked at the robbery cloud, his face gloomy to the extreme. The more I'm afraid of you, the more you stomp on me, so let's see if you can chop me to death.
Qin Shao shouted angrily, holding his killing sword as he charged straight at the falling thunderbolt.
Chapter 102, Weird Heavenly Tribulation.
Green Coiling Sword Formation vs. World-Destroying Devil Lotus. The thunder of the heavenly tribulation carried a destructive power to annihilate all offenders. Qin Shao knew this, but he also knew that the more he feared it, the less likely he would be able to defeat it. Annihilation Thousand Thunders. With a low cry, dense lightning appeared around Qin Shao, fighting against the heavenly tribulation. However, the heavenly tribulation's thunder was simply too much, and the bucket-thick thunderbolt struck down fiercely against the top of Qin Shao's head. Drilling pain spread throughout his body, and it took Qin Shao a great deal of effort to stabilize his body, and the lightning in the sky was still falling continuously. After disappearing one, the next one would immediately appear. There was no space to dodge. If it wasn't for the lightning-resistant trait he had previously obtained from Dragon Cherry, Qin Shao would really have had a hard time resisting it. But even if he had superior means and was also running the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method to restore his own chi and blood, his body was still drenched in blood at this moment. There were even several times when he felt a crisis of imminent fall, and if he hadn't reacted fast enough, coupled with the hardness of the surprise dream material, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Qin Shao recalled what Daichinga had said, that there were only 2 ways to defeat the heavenly tribulation. either by dragging it out until it dissipated, or by breaking the tribulation cloud. When will this resistance end? Boom! Another thunderbolt struck his body, and Qin Shao poo-pooed out a mouthful of blood as he desperately swung the shocking dream in his hand, splitting the incoming thunderbolt to smithereens. The wonders of the Green Lotus sword technique did not only lie in the sword formation, but also in the stance, and Qin Shao even relied on this as his body was as light as a falling leaf as he waded through the raging sea of thunder. Gotta find a way to get rid of the hijacking cloud. The consumption of mana for a long period of time, even an immortal martial body couldn't carry it. Qin Shao's mind was spinning rapidly trying to find a way to break the situation. The same hand replicates hundreds of startling dreams and guards them. What an ethereal stance, but unfortunately it doesn't suit me. Lu Hongyu was also observing the battle over here, and after seeing Qin Shao's miserable state, she was also a bit worried. But don't die, at least let me use it before I die. Broad cold peak. Long Cherry hid in Dai Chinga's arms, very afraid of the thunder in the sky, and couldn't help but worry. Sneaking a look at Qin Shao in the sea of thunder, Dai Chinga gently patted Long Cherry's back, but the look of worry on her face deepened. There has to be a way to break up the robbery cloud. Having crossed the heavenly tribulation a few times, she could tell at a glance that Qin Shao's heavenly tribulation was out of place and had no intention of dissipating at all. This was very abnormal, not like what happens when you offend the heavenly tribulation, but more like an object that is not tolerated by heaven and earth and must be annihilated. This was the same as when she crossed the Saint King's tribulation, only that she didn't expect Qin Shao to be so heaven-defying that he was listed as obliterated in the Pishang realm. Qin Shao, who was in the Sea of Thunder, also realized that the heavenly tribulation had no intention of dissipating, so he also launched himself fiercely and desperately rushed high into the sky. However, the amount of lightning was too much, splitting the replicated surprising dream with cracks, and even Qin Shao's body injuries could not be recovered in a short period of time. Even when running the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana technique, the lightning carries a destructive power that resists all means of healing. The dense lightning descended faster and faster. Qin Shao used two kinds of magic eyes, trying to predict the next move of the lightning, but every time it was unavoidable. Restrained to death, Qin Shao chopped out a seven-colored swordlight with his sword, cutting down the dozens of incoming thunderbolts, but more thunderbolts ended up falling. There's something inside the robbery cloud. The grayish robbery cloud in the distance seemed to contain something that would glow, different from the color of the thunder and lightning, and from a long way away, one could feel the fierce destructive power emanating from it. Could it be the core of the heavenly calamity? Qin Shao moved towards the glowing object, and strangely enough, the lightning power over there was much less powerful than the rest. This point further confirms the conjecture in his heart that the luminous object is definitely inextricably linked to the heavenly calamity. Congeal. Qin Shao clenched his hands and operated the Green Lotus sword technique, the flying swords forming a spell formation around him to guard his body. Although the lightning in this area was weak, Qin Shao knew that he couldn't afford to be careless, and the wings behind his back vibrated violently, running his speed to the extreme, turning into a stream of light. It shot straight towards the robbery cloud. The sword formation was vaguely tending to dissipate under the siege of the heavenly tribulation, and Qin Shao continued to fly forward. When he flew to a place nearer to the robbing clouds, Qin Shao raised the surprising dream in his hand, and the heart of the sword in front of his chest blossomed with light, after which he heavily chopped towards the sky. Open the sky! Hissing, a sound of fabric tearing came from the sky, and the robber cloud cracked open under the sword. What is inside is revealed to the world. A lotus flower? A huge red and black lotus flower unfolded before his eyes. Qin Shao froze, but the lotus flower suddenly bloomed with a blinding light, and before Qin Shao could sense it, he was knocked down high into the air and stopped with great effort. The cracks in the robbery cloud quickly healed and were replaced by raging thunder. That's the exterminating demon lotus. Dan Qingzi, who stayed below, exclaimed out in shock. It is rumored that that is the source of the world's destructive essence. How could it be here? At the same time, he felt a pang of fear. Destroying the source of the origin. This was simply not something that the current Qin Shao could withstand. How did this kid invite this kind of stuff out? Did you destroy the world in your last life? No, that's not the exterminating demon lotus. A female voice that only Qin Shao could hear came from the depths of the Yunxia sect. The female voice said, Little Qin Zi, that's just the shadow of the demon lotus of extinction. Smash it and you'll be able to get through this calamity. Old Patriarch. Qin Shao was surprised and recognized that it was the voice of the old Patriarch. But there was no time to think about it, so he could only do what the old Patriarch said. Exterminating devil lotus. I wish it was the main body you came with. Qin Shao laughed coldly. If it was the original body, he would have just directly used the system to fuse with it. But it's good to at least know who the enemy is. Then I'll use the sword formation to destroy you. With a burst of energy, Qin Shao once again transformed into hundreds of flying swords and charged straight up into the sky. Hundreds of flying swords were rapidly arranging themselves around them. and Qin Zhao's divine thoughts were rapidly depleting. Success or failure? It's a fight here. Qin Zhao's state had become depressed after the previous rounds of exertion, and now, if he unleashed a large-scale sword formation, his divine thoughts would be exhausted. But he didn't have a choice. He had to smash the magic lotus in the air, or the thunderbolt wouldn't stop. Qin Zhao once again resisted the thunderbolt and came to the front of the robbery cloud, only to see him one-handedly pointing, and along with Amazing Dream, hundreds of flying swords shot out in unison. It was nailed on top of the robbery cloud with a hissing sound. Green coiling sword formation. Now, as Qin Zhao let out a low cry, the 108 flying swords trembled in unison, and Dao patterns connected the flying swords together. In the end, it even formed a green-colored coiled dragon shadow. Go on, Qin Zhao pushed in the air, and a violent color flashed in the eyes of the green-colored coiled dragon, after which it tore through the robbing clouds with the force of a bamboo. The red and black world-destroying devil lotus manifested once again, and without a moment's hesitation, the coiling dragon bit down on the devil lotus. The devil lotus wanted to resist, but Qin Zhao had already poured all of her mana and divine thoughts into the sword formation, preparing for a fight to the death. With a click, the devil lotus was crushed by the coiled dragon's bite. With the breaking of the demonic lotus, the robbing cloud slowly dissipated and the sunlight spilled down once again. While Qin Zhao stood high in the sky, the coiled dragons surrounded him, holding up the exhausted figure. As the robbing clouds dissipated, Qin Zhao was weak at the moment, but felt like he had stepped into a realm he had never been in before. The sense of the aura between heaven and earth was even better than before. Qin Zhao, cultivation level, early stage of Pishong, origin, immortal martial body. Qin Zhao stroked the huge head of the coiled dragon and revealed a joyful smile. Finally the Pishong realm. Chapter 103, Successful Transition Breaks the Other Side. Half a month's time. It's a done deal. It's really made this kid a done deal. Dan Qingzi shook his head and laughed bitterly. And now, he had to admit that he had looked away in the beginning. The first time he crossed the tribulation, he was able to cut down the world-destroying devil lotus, although it was only a shadow, but if he put it on other people, he was estimated to die several times earlier. Han Shui, on the other hand, crossed her arms and looked at Dan Qingzi with contempt. It's like saying, see, I told you I wasn't wrong about the guy. You old thing just has bad eyes. Not bad, there's still one last fight left. Lu Hongyu nodded repeatedly as she sat on the throne of Heavenly Sword Peak, but soon realized that something was wrong. Why would I want this white-eyed wolf to become a holy sun now? Qin Zhao stood at a high altitude and shook his head repeatedly. The depletion of his divine thoughts made the entire sea of consciousness feel like it was being torn apart. The green-colored coiled dragon slowly dissipated, using the last of its strength to send Qin Zhao back to the ground. Just as he stood still, Qin Zhao almost fell to the ground, but he was supported by a large hand, and when he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually Dan Qingzi. At this moment, Dan Qingzi's face was filled with helplessness as he looked at the ground that had been split into charred black, and then at Qin Zhao who was covered in blood. Do I owe you? Why am I always wiping your ass for you? I have a destiny with Senior. Qin Zhao bared his large teeth and straightened up, after which his eyes rolled over and he fainted. Dan Qingzi had no choice but to carry the unconscious Qin Zhao and return to the top of Vast Mist Peak. Inside the Patriarch's Hall, Hua Qingluo stood on top of a high platform, looking away from the place where the thunderbolt occurred, and murmured in a low voice, to be able to invoke the world-destroying devil lotus. What kind of freak is that? This kid is extraordinary. A pair of huge eyes floated around the temple, and the female voice was tinged with helplessness. Old Patriarch, you're awake. Hua Qingluo was surprised. I didn't want to wake up, but this kid made so much noise that he woke up all of us old things. The female voice yawned, but it's getting close. I sense that the old things from the rest of the forces have also woken up and have all sensed the commotion that Qin Zhao has caused. Hua Qinglu frowned. This was not good news. For those old guys, the immortal martial body was a great medicine that could prolong their lives. Keep an eye on Kid Qin, don't let him mess around. Especially the Yi family, don't mess with them until you have an absolute chance of winning. And if Yao Qi, help them a bit if you can. The female voice came again. There's less than a month left before the selection of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter. It's time to send invitations to the other forces to come and watch the battle, or else in the future, when the Saint Son and Saint Daughter go out, they won't even recognize who they are. Yes, old Patriarch. Hua Qingluo nodded her head in response. Qin Zhao lay quietly on the bed, the injury on her hand having been repaired by Dan Qingzi. During the process, Dan Qingzi continuously showed his teeth. This kid's life is really hard. The Sea of Wheels is almost pierced, but he can still stand up. Senior, aren't you tired? Go rest for a while. Han Shui blinked her big eyes from the side. Dan Qingzi was instantly furious. Do I owe you guys? If you need me, you can call me Senior and Master, but if you don't need me, you can just let me die. Ouch. Qin Shao struggled to sit up and moved her body as a sense of euphoria surged through her body. Senior brother, why are you awake? Han Shui rushed forward to help Qin Shao up. There was still a hint of disappointment in her eyes. How much time is left? Qin Shao asked. You still have half a month left. Hurry up and prepare. Don't even go through the heart-seeking questioning by then, Dan Xingzi said in a good-natured manner. Qin Shao nodded his head, not realizing that this retreat had taken so long, and several months had passed. At the same time there is some concern about the search for the heart asked. Lu Hongyuold said that his obsession is too deep, but he is clearly nothing. What obsession can be said? Forget it, it's better to consolidate your cultivation first. Qin Shao stood up to take his leave, and Han Shui escorted him all the way, worry on her pretty face. Senior sister, don't worry, no one can kill me yet. Well, but you must be careful. As long as you can summit the ladder, it's not necessary to kill anyone. I know, see you in half a month. Qin Shao waved his hand backward and strutted down the hill with a bitter smile on his lips. There is no bloodless fight, and moreover, it is the ladder of ascending to heaven. Just the original Saint Sun candidate, Lu Luo, was already strong enough, and although the other candidates weren't special physiques, there was no shortage of the best like Luo Qingyu. The overall strength was not to be underestimated, and even though Su Qianyu had Su Qianyu as an ally, Qin Shao still liked to pin her hopes on herself. Other people are so variable that only you can be trusted. I'm really either in a fight or on my way to one. Qin Shao stretched his waist and continued to walk on the road, attracting a group of disciples to look sideways, after which they avoided the line, and the place they passed through was very empty. When he arrived at Guanghan Peak, he did not find Long Cherry's shadow, only Dai Chinga was waiting at the top of the mountain. Where is senior sister? Qin Shao looked left and right. How come you haven't had enough? Dai Chinga rolled her eyes and said, she went out. Oh. Qin Shao went straight forward and dove headfirst into her master's warm fragrance, smelling the familiar aroma and relaxing her spirit. Why are you just like your little sister? You just love to go into other people's arms. Dai Chinga tugged on Qin Shao's ear. Apprentice didn't eat enough when I was a child. Qin Shao naturally undid her master's sash and leaned her head in. Butterfly Chinga was also helpless and could only hold the head of the rebellious disciple for a long time before saying, eat your fill. Hurry up and go consolidate your cultivation. Not bad. Qin Shao wiped her mouth with intent. You're still disgusted on it. You go eat Long Cherries go. Dai Chinga huffed and tied up her sash. Wait for me to get out. Qin Shao walked towards the back hall and once again fell into seclusion. A seven-colored longsword was hanging high above the sea of golden wheels, reflecting with the heart of the sword and blooming with light, causing the silent sea of wheels to emit a peaceful aura. Qin Zhao's mind settled, and the fragile edges of the sea of wheels gradually stabilized. The Yi family. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged within the stone room, a golden longsword lying by his side. If one looked closely, one could find that this golden longsword was exactly the same as the longsword that had attacked Qin Shao last time, and this old man was also the former head of the Yi family. Yi Songhai. Cough. Yi Songhai coughed out a mouthful of blood and cursed in a low voice. Hua Qingluo, you crazy woman, how dare you lay such a heavy hand? He was holding an invitation in his hand, the very invitation that Hua Qinglu had personally inspired the pen to write, inviting all the major powers to participate in the cloud soaring sect ceremony. I didn't expect to really let Qin Shao ascend to the other side realm. Yi Songhai frowned. Hua Qingluo dared to openly notify the world that the immortal martial body was in the cloud soaring sect, which was a bit abnormal, and obviously had some cards up her sleeve. Could it be that those old guys inside the cloud sect have woken up from their sleep? Yi Songhai was well aware of the terrifying nature of the cloud sect, yet he still laughed coldly. Then, if I use people within your ranks and have them kill immortal martial bodies, such as Yi Wuchen. Chapter 104, Master gives seal. Encountering the underworld in Jiang Mingfei again. Hidden Star Hall. The specter stood in a large hall, the invitation in his hand, some disappointment in his expression. Alas, I originally wanted to draw you into the Hidden Star Palace, but now that you're going to become a saint's son, the plan will have to go out the window. An old man sat on his throne with doubt in his voice as he asked, are you so convinced that Qin Shao can become the saint's son of the clouds? In a battle at the same realm, I'm not sure I can defeat him. The specter shook his head inside, then arched his hand in salute. Senior, I'm going to attend the grand ceremony at the cloud sect. Well, if Qin Shao truly becomes a saint's son, don't forget the agreement between the two of you. The old hall master has words for the old patriarch of the Cloudsoar sect. Yes, the Ginger family. It's still elder brother Qin Ah. So soon in the Pishang realm, Jiang Mingfei shouted staggeringly, not caring in the slightest about the seats full of guests. Father, I want to go to the cloud soaring sect. I want to see old brother Qin kill the four directions. Got it. Hurry up and get lost. Don't bother me. A middle-aged man waved his hand repeatedly. Yao Qi, Bai Susu's face was complex, and she was carrying the invitation that had been delivered in her hand. Yun Yang sighed softly and said, "Disciple, come with me to the cloud ceremony. It just so happens that I'm looking for the cloud sect for something." "Yes," Bai Su Su answered. "Cloud soaring sect, Guanhan Peak, back hall." Qin Shao snapped his eyes open, his spiritual light surging around his body, shaking away the dust on his body. 1 day to go. The joints crackled, and thunder seemed to be bred inside as Qin Shao stood up and walked outside the hall. When they came face to face, they saw Dai Qingge and Dragon Cherry clinging to each other under the tree. Qin Shao felt a bit awkward. If it was before, he would have found this scene very cozy, but now the more he looked at it, the more awkward it became. It was as if he had imprisoned a pair of sisters and forced the pair to roleplay with him, and the object of the play is the master and apprentice fried rice. "You're out." Dai Qingge wore a smile on her face, while Long Cherry hated digging a hole to bury herself in. "Follow me into the house. I have something for you." Dai Qingge pulled Qin Shao and headed for the house. Suddenly realizing something, she added to Long Cherry behind her, "Dragon Sakura, wait a moment, when I'm done, I'll give him back to you." "Ha!" Long Sakura's 2 eyes stared as if they were copper bells, and her heart was inexplicably flooded with sourness. It's amazing that Master likes to green others to their faces. Qin Shao was also a bit overwhelmed, and in the blink of an eye, she was pulled into the room. "Master, this isn't good, is it?" The words were said, but the hands couldn't stop, and Qin Shao skillfully undid her master's dress. "Adversary, what are you thinking?" Dai Qingge was helpless and hugged Qin Shao and kissed him. Qin Shao also cooperated by picking him up, but quickly noticed that something was wrong. A seal was being transferred from Dai Qingge's mouth into Qin Shao's body, before disappearing. "Master, what do you want again?" That seal couldn't be more familiar. It was none other than Butterfly Qingge's Saint Seal, which had just been retrieved a short while ago, and now it had actually come into Qin Shao's body. This time, it might actually save your life. Dai Qingge's face was flushed and she was wrapped around her beloved like an octopus. Qin Shao thought about it, and his master had no reason to harm himself, so he could only give up. But his hands were definitely still not honest. "Stop it, your senior sister is still outside the door." Dai Qingge struggled and jumped down, straightening up her clothes. After thinking about it, Qin Shao had a bright idea and said, "Why don't we call the senior sister in together? You don't want to eat master and disciple fried rice." Dai Qingge stepped back repeatedly, then pushed Qin Shao out of the room. "Hurry up and find your senior sister. She's always chanting about you." Then the door slammed shut with a bang and there was no movement inside. One by one, "It's okay." Qin Shao skimmed her lips and locked eyes with Long Cherry, who was waiting outside. "Good morning, senior sister." "Good morning, elder brother." Long Cherry's thighs tightened together, a little ashamed and a little excited in her heart at the thought that both she and her master had been bullied by that thing. Qin Shao stepped forward and pinched her fleshy little face with her hand, and then surveyed her little sister, who was only up to her neck. "Senior sister, let's go out for a walk." "Aha!" Long Sakura followed the other's example and took Qin Shao's arm in her arms as she followed towards the bottom of the mountain. Her heart was deer in the headlights, and her mind floated back to that night, and she blushed. Qin Shao brought Long Cherry to the plaza, but it could be described as a big change now. The road originally paved with green stone steps had now turned into a lake, and in the very center of the lake appeared a staircase higher and larger than a mountain, leading to the sky. "Is that the stairway to heaven?" Qin Shao looked up and could see through his demonic eyes that there were 2 tokens at the very top of the heavenly ladder. The condition for becoming a holy son is to capture one of these tokens. That lake, it looks like it's what's called a heart search. Under the gaze of the demon eyes, the interior of the lake was covered by a layer of arcane Tao rules, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Qin Shao looked back and realized that the heaven ceiling tower was standing not far away, and he could not help but be dumbfounded. When he thought of his cautious appearance when he participated in the heaven ceiling tower, he was still almost scared to death by Lu Hanyu before entering the tower. "Elder brother Qin." A familiar male voice came from the distance. It was none other than Jiang Mingfei, who at the moment was running over cheerfully, followed by a group of attendants. "Big brother Jiang, goodbye." Qin Shao was enthusiastic about catching up with him and soon spotted another familiar face. "You're really not easy to find." With a faint smile on his lips, Spectre walked over. "Yeah, we had planned to go to Guanhan Peak to look for you, but we learned that you are still in seclusion," Jiang Mingfei said helplessly, quickly noticing Long Cherry hiding by Qin Shao's side, questioning, "Which one is this?" "This is my senior sister, Long Cherry. She's rather scared of life," Qin Shao explained. But Jiang Mingfei quickly realized that something was wrong. Senior siblings can usually hug each other like this? Hiss. As expected, he is worthy of being old brother Qin. A Bai Susu is not enough, but even took down the youngest sister. Awesome, this is a human being. Jiang Mingfei gave thumbs up after thumbs up. In his mind Qin Shao was a genius like no other in the ages. The Spectre, on the other hand, stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. This little girl doesn't look like she is very smart. Could it be that Qin Xiao is even a little cutie? Is Qin Xiao even a little cutie? Qin Xiao didn't know what these two were thinking. She only felt strange. Why are they all looking at me like I'm a pervert? But another woman's figure appeared in sight. She stood not far away and locked eyes with Qin Xiao, several times wanting to speak but unable to do so. Luo Qingyu. Qin Xiao's gaze turned cold as she locked eyes with her former senior sister. But after Luo Qingyu noticed Qin Xiao's gaze, she turned away as if fleeing. Qin Xiao felt strange. In the past, Luo Qingyu would have come back to sneer, but now it was surprisingly leaving. And looking at that look of wanting to say something seemed to be trying to say something. The impressionable Luo Qingyu wouldn't do that. Could it be that she and Yi Wuchen were calculating something? Chapter 105, The Holy Sun Competition begins. Seeking the heart and remembering the past. Qin Xiao rose to alertness. Luo Qingyu had always disdained the use of underhanded tactics, but Yi Wuchen loves to use them. One has to be careful. Now there is only one day left, and it is too late to prepare any measures, so we can only take one step at a time. Don't forget the agreement between you and me, Spectre reminded. Don't worry, as long as I become a saint's son, I'll do it. Qin Xiao nodded his head and looked not far away again, realizing that there were a few beings who were not of the human race who were talking to each other about something. That's the demon race from the 10,000 Demon Valley. This bout of trouble with the Yi family, even Yao Qi, which is caught in the middle, has been affected, Jiang Ningfei said. Qin Xiao nodded his head in understanding, realizing that there were no people from Yao Qi around. Yao Qi had a special geographical location, sandwiched between the two behemoths of the 10,000 Demon Valley and the Yi clan. It can be said that life and death are in the hands of others. After talking with Jiang Ningfei and the underworld duo for a few moments, Qin Xiao took his leave. Senior brother, tomorrow looks dangerous. I see many people eyeing you. Long Cherry hugged Qin Xiao's arm and whispered. Along the way, she alone had detected several unfriendly glances, even slightly murderous ones, not to mention the extremely perceptive Qin Xiao. Don't worry, when the time comes, just cut it with a sword. Qin Xiao's gaze was grim, not realizing that there were so many people with crooked ideas. However, these he hadn't put in his eyes. Only Luo Qingyu and that mixed sword body. These two were extremely threatening, both now and later. If there was a chance, these two had to be killed, or else I'm afraid that there would be no peace in the future. In addition to these, just now, Qin Xiao had also detected a powerful will falling on him, but it was quickly knocked back by another, even more powerful will. Yi Songhai. That will was familiar, identical to the will carried by the golden longsword that had attacked Qin Xiao within the void passageway. Both of them. It looks like the Yi family is going to participate as well. Qin Xiao coldly swept his eyes at the surrounding Yi family disciples, and none of the disciples dared to meet his gaze. However, he understood in his heart that the Yi family could not possibly dare to make a move in the cloud-soaring sect openly, and could only bribe the rest of the disciples participating in the grand competition. In that case, even Hua Qingluo couldn't say anything. After all, they were all for the sake of being elected as a saint's son. They couldn't disqualify others just for the sake of Qin Xiao. And as far as Qin Xiao knew, under Yi Wuchen alone, there were two saint's son candidates. How dare you invite a bunch of bedbugs to come at me? Qin Xiao laughed coldly and looked into the void, as if he could see Yi Songhai's aged face. Qin Xiao arrives at Hao Mao Peak and finds that Dan Changzi is actually not there. Only Han Shui is guarding the Dan Pavilion. After seeing that Long Cherry was hugging Qin Xiao's arm and still looking dainty, Han Shui instantly understood what was going on. Yeah, I'm really letting you have your master and disciple fried rice. But she didn't say anything now. She didn't want to pressure Qin Xiao at this critical time. You mustn't die, Han Shui said worriedly. Don't worry. Qin Xiao took the small, cold hand. But after Han Shui glanced at Long Cherry, her eyes rolled and she leaned over to whisper in Qin Xiao's ear. Do you want to try a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes? I want to play 3 phoenix. Qin Xiao shamelessly and very consciously counted his master as well. You're going to die. Han Shui chased after Qin Xiao and hit him. After some more fooling around, Qin Xiao leisurely left Vast Misty Peak and returned to Guanghan Peak again. This time, he didn't go looking for Dai Qingge, and only sat down under the tree and stayed for the night. The next day followed. It's coming. Qin Xiao got up, craning his neck with a high level of wariness, and turned around to find Dai Qingge standing behind him. Master, wait for me to return. Aha. Dai Qingge replied with a smile and walked forward again, cupping Qin Xiao's face with her hands in a serious tone. Don't be afraid of your obsession. Try to accept it. You are one. There is no need to separate from each other. Remember? Qin Xiao was a bit unsure, but still nodded. I know. After taking one last look at his master, Qin Xiao's wings behind him shook as he rushed towards the square. The square has long been crowded. The representatives sent by all the major powers sat around the square, and Hua Qingluo sat in the sovereign hall, observing everyone's movements. Old Patriarch, Why don't you let me take care of the tampering done by Luo Qingyu?
Hua Qingluo frowned.
Luo Qingyu's tampering with the heart-seeking question could not be hidden from her eyes, but just as she wanted to take charge, she was interrupted by the old patriarch. Xin Xiao isn't sure what his obsession is,
and these trials and tribulations will precisely help him, and will even help Butterfly Girl.
The woman's voice came quietly.
Don't let a momentary gain or loss overshadow the results later. Seeing this,
Hua Qingluo also stopped speaking, her beautiful eyes staring down at the people of the Yi family.
Why hasn't seen your brother come yet?
Han Shui frowned her pretty eyebrows and looked not far away. Then a figure was reflected in her eyes.
Senior Qin. This cry instantly attracted all eyes. Even the candidates waiting on the sidelines looked up at the figure in the air. Steadily stepping on the ground with a flat face, Xin Xiao scanned the crowd and nodded hello to Su Qianyu, who was standing not far away. Elder brother Qin, there's a very crazy mixed sword body over there. Please take the time to cut him down. I want the sword bone inside him. Zhang Mingfei stood in the crowd and shouted at the top of his voice. I have the same intention. Even the gaze of the specter beside him became gloomy. Xin Xiao looked over and found a man wearing a mask, standing next to Luo Qingyu, and although he was separated by the mask he could still see that untamed gaze. After glancing at Xin Xiao, he continued to stand still, seemingly not putting anyone in his eyes. EGA, cultivation, late Pishan stage. Origin, hybrid sword body. What a bull ****** name. Xin Xiao withdrew her gaze and looked at the duo of Yijie and Luo Qingyu like they were dead people, and Luo Qingyu's gaze averted, not meeting it. Okay, all of you, collect your worthless pride. Lu Hongyu's figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd and said after glancing at Xin Xiao, the great competition begins. Enter the Heartseekers. Upon hearing this, the candidates rushed into the lake in the center of the square like chicken blood. Xin Xiao also took a step out and stepped onto the smooth water, and at first nothing happened. But soon, a golden-red talisman quickly burned at Xin Xiao's feet. The lake boiled and rose in a burst of vapor, covering the figures of the people, and those outside couldn't see the scene inside. Xin Xiao frowned. His first feeling told him that the talisman just now was very uncomplicated, but there was nothing he could do about it. Let's see it first. Walking through the white vapor, you couldn't even see your fingers. It was like entering a world of nothing but white. Soon a flash of darkness catches the eye. That's my obsession? Xin Xiao walked forward, but before he could take a few steps, a sense of heavenly rotation came. When he came back to his senses again, the scene in front of him changed drastically. The original white world had long since disappeared, replaced by a black night. The sky was so cloudy that no stars could be seen, only the hazy moon. A small farmhouse appeared in front of me, the simple big iron gate creaking in the wind, two big dead trees standing behind the house. Xin Xiao's breathing became rapid, fear filled her eyes, painful memories surfaced in her mind, and her voice began to tremble as she spoke. This is my home, my former home. Chapter 106, Xin Xiao and Xin Chuan, Memories that have been forgotten. The house in front of him Xin Xiao was more than familiar with. That was exactly his home in another world, and also the last thing in his mind that he wanted to recall. Tinkerbell. The sound of pots and pans being smashed suddenly came from inside the house, and a man and woman could be heard cursing at each other. Fake. It's all fake. These are all illusions, not real. Xin Xiao's breathing sounded unnatural, and she took a stiff step toward the open door. Xin Lu, I've had bad luck with you. Other men take money home. You, all you do is drink all day long. How much money have you earned? Your mom's next door. You want to argue, fine. Can you care about the child? The child is still sleeping in the house. I care about him? Does anyone care about me? A pair of men and women erupted into a heated argument in the living room, while Xin Xiao didn't even dare to raise her head and drilled into the bedroom as a reflex. On the bed lay a boy, the size of a teenager, tightly wrapped in the covers, seemingly asleep, but the fluttering eyelids, and the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes deceived him. Xin Chuan. Xin Xiao softly called up the long-dusted name, her hand gently resting on the boy's long unwashed head, but it didn't work. It was like he didn't belong in this world, unable to touch anything and invisible to others. All you can do is watch what is happening and be powerless to change it. None of this is real. It's just an illusion of seeking the heart. Xin Xiao sat on the end of the bed and looked at the clock. It was already 4 in the morning, but the quarrel in the living room intensified until a slamming door was heard. The woman came into the bedroom aggressively, looked at the boy pretending to be asleep, and growled, "It's time, get up and go to school. All you know how to do is sleep all day long, just like your lazy father." The boy rubbed his reddened eyes and tried to look like he had just woken up, and without a word he walked out of bed to change his clothes. Obviously there's still 2 hours until school time. Xin Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, glaring at the woman who couldn't see her, but she couldn't do anything now. "Mom, I'm going to school." The boy unexpectedly dawdled for over an hour before washing up. In fact, he didn't even wash his head. Alas, go to school well. get into a good university in the future, and bring your mom to a good life. Your mom and I have had bad luck following your dad. Aha. The boy answered nicely and then walked out of the house. It was the middle of winter, and the cold wind blew head on the boy's rough face. His eyes were lax, and he didn't know what was on his mind. Xianxiao followed behind, wanting to use his mana to dispel the cold wind, but he couldn't even use his mana right now, guarding the boy's side like a lone ghost. Master said to try to accept the obsession, but I simply can't do it. Without realizing it, we came to a humble school. The boy was the first to arrive, and he skillfully opened the window and jumped into the classroom. Open the teacher's desk again, take a set of papers out of it, flip to the very end, and start copying the answers to today's test. As long as I get good grades on the exams, Mom and Dad shouldn't fight. The boy laughed at his own clever behavior. I was a talent back in the day. Xianxiao was dumbfounded. The boy quickly copied the answers and everything seemed to flow, without exception. I also achieved excellent results in today's exams. 95 points. Pretty good. Still knows how to press the score. Xianxiao felt like losing the adults. The surrounding classmates seemed to know the boy's tactics, and they all smiled contemptuously, but the boy was still giggling and happy, not ashamed of it at all. When it was finally time for school to end, the boy clutched his test paper tightly in his hand and walked quickly home. Suddenly, a rock hit back, and the stone struck the boy in the back, turning him around in pain and forcing a familiar response. Stop it! The country roads were strewn with sharp stones that would have given birth to a wound if they had struck, but the boy put on an air of unconcern. It seemed like the only way to show his backbone. Qin Chuan, don't go. Play with us, we'll fight and you'll take it. A number of students followed and threw stones at the boy. The boy didn't shoot back, only told himself in his mind that he just needed to get home. The family has no money and can't afford the consequences of a fight. Damn, a bunch of cheap bastards. The blood in Qin Zhao's eyes intensified, and he rarely burst into foul language. If I had mana, I'd have to tear you raised bastards apart. Looking at what had happened to him in his youth, the obsession within Qin Zhao grew stronger, nearly polluting his mind. The boy finally returned home and rubbed his swollen and aching back, after which he dutifully placed his 95-point paper on the desktop. Mom will see it first thing when she gets home, right? Ha ha ha. After everything was done, the boy dutifully went to chop wood, hoping his mom would see this. Mom and Dad are off duty, but it didn't seem as if they saw the 95-point paper, only heard one deafening argument after another. The boy hid in the doorway, watching what was happening in front of him, but as the days passed, the boy did not stop stealing the answers. The only thing that could give him a shred of comfort in his heart. Rather persistent. No wonder I'm a divine quality of perseverance. Xianxiao was all but helpless, inwardly vowing never to let others know. No, we have to find a way to break the game. Xianxiao lowered his body and looked at his former self that was still slightly young. I've resisted this memory in my mind, and now I'm being asked to accept it. Xianxiao let out a light sigh and sat down on the ground on his knees, wanting to quiet his mind. Snap! A crisp slap sounded, interrupting Xianxiao. Looking around, I realized that it was the same boy, who was now standing in front of his mother with his face covered. It's only 99 points on the test. Are you that close? All those tutoring I enrolled you in, you're doing it for nothing. What else are you doing but wasting money? Mom's roar was deafening, causing the surrounding neighborhood to look over. Without exception, they looked at the boy with pity. The boy froze and covered his face, bean-sized tears rolling down his face, and he didn't know why. Obviously he got a high score on the test, but he had to take a beating. People can get 100 points, but you get 99. I think you just don't learn your lesson. The mom dragged the boy into the house like he was a piece of rotten meat. This was followed by the boy's pleas for mercy, and the woman spitting. Mom, stop hitting. I'll get a perfect score next time. There's no next time in this world. You'll never know a long lesson until you're beaten. Snap. The sound of the palm smacking against his face was crisp, stimulating Qin Zhao's nerves at all times. The inner obsession turned into substance at this moment, condensing into a hideous and incomparable demonic pattern on Qin Zhao's body. Qin Zhao couldn't hold back any longer. His eyes were completely taken over by the color blood red, and the long-lost shocking dream surfaced in his hands. Due to this monstrous resentment, and the fact that he had already gone off the deep end, wild winds swirled around him, and the sky was dominated by blood-red dark clouds. Unexplained fellow, might as well kill, once and for all. Qin Zhao had a fierce smile on his face, his murderous aura surging around him as he carried surprising dream towards the house. Chapter 107, Qin Zhao awakens. If the arrow leaves the string, never turn back. It's all a lie anyway, it's all a hallucination, so consider it an account of your youthful self. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with tyrannical colors, the devilish aura around him surged, and even the immortal martial origin was slowly being corrupted by the resentment. Pushing open the door to the room, he was met with the sight of the little boy lying on the floor begging for mercy. intertwined with humiliation and anger.
Qin Shao raised the startling dream in her hand high to kill.
Stop it, that's the mother who raised you.
A sudden roar resounded within.
Shut up,
The me of this world died a long time ago.
the one who raised me was Daichinga.
Qin Shao shot back at the past in her mind, the few remaining good thoughts nearly crushed. Sunny's voice was as weak as a candle in the wind.
Do you want Daichinga to see you like this?
The shocking dream in his hand stopped in mid-air.
Qin Zhao's face grimaced,
Unable to imagine what he would become if he actually chopped down with this sword.
but there were too many distractions in his mind to allow for much thinking anymore.
Vowing to tear the woman in front of him apart.
Ah!
Qin Shao roared up to the sky as all sorts of pasts surfaced in his mind.
Domestic violence by parents, bullying by classmates, differential treatment by teachers,
and difficult treatment by supervisors at work, as well as the ending where he himself saves the girl who falls into the water, only to be dragged underwater and drown himself. All the pasts of this world, as well as his own past life,
came out like a flood from a broken dike. I'm going to kill them, those who have bullied me.
all of them must die. Amazing Dream's originally brilliant 7-colored sword light was now covered by a red and black demonic aura.
Just when that sword was about to fall,
a seal hidden within Qin Zhao's body suddenly lit up with a brilliant light,
protecting Qin Zhao's last bit of lucid sanity. Some vague memories came to mind. The tiny Qin Zhao stood frozen in front of a purple-haired fairy. Sister Fairy, you are so beautiful. What is your name? Can you be my master?
Qin Zhao's small face was dirty, holding the buns he picked up in his arms,
and said foolishly.
The purple-haired woman smiled sweetly and rubbed Qin Zhao's hardened hair.
Her tone soft. My name is Daichinga. Do you really want to be my disciple? Aha! Little Qin Zhao nodded like garlic.
Her eyes were filled with anticipation.
This fairy was very nice.
Not only did she not dislike him, she also looked beautiful.
Daichinga took out a handkerchief and wiped the dirt off Qin Zhao's face. Don't you have a name? I only know that my surname is Qin. I've forgotten everything else.
Qin Zhao covered her small head,
recalling painfully. I can't think, so I don't want to.
Daichinga looked at the little boy with mediocre qualifications in front of him and felt compassion for a moment.
After glancing at the red-skirted woman next to her, she said,
Then you'll be called Qin Zhao.
Qin Zhao. Smile diligently. Smile more. Come and give your master a smile. He.
Qin Zhao smiled from the bottom of her heart.
It seemed like she finally had a family. So good.
If only it had stayed like this. Daichinga dotingly scratched the tip of Qin Zhao's nose.
Remember, no matter what you become in the future,
you must keep the last vestige of goodness in your heart.
Okay, Master? I know, Master. Qin Zhao, who recalled everything, dropped the startling dream in her hand to the ground. Her thin body trembled and went limp. Big brother, here.
The little boy whose face was red from crying handed Qin Zhao a rag.
Qin Zhao touched the corners of her hot, wet eyes and looked around at the empty space.
The woman had long since disappeared, leaving only the little boy as well as Qin Zhao.
Big brother, what's your name?
The boy blinked his big red eyes from crying and looked at the somewhat familiar big brother in front of him.
My name is Qin Zhao,
also known as Qin Chuan. Qin Zhao looked at his weak self in front of him and revealed an amiable smile.
Qin Chuan? My name is also Qin Chuan. We both have the same name, yeah. The boy smiled, but his face, which was swollen high up, looked disproportionate at the moment.
Qin Zhao reached out to cover the boy's face and a cool sensation traveled away. The boy's face instantly recovered.
Big brother, are you a fairy? Then can you change lots and lots of money? That way mommy won't have to worry every day.
The boy said cheerfully. Qin Zhao's nose turned sour as she dragged the boy to her face and said seriously.
Don't pray for those vain things. Only one's own strength can overcome all difficulties, you know? Oh, the boy nodded in confusion, somehow always feeling familiar with the older brother in front of him. Remember, don't pay attention to what others think. Just be yourself. And when faced with bullying, don't be afraid. Fight back. Even if you can't beat them, fight for yourself. And let them know we're not to be messed with.
Qin Zhao said all the words that had been pent up in his heart for a long time in his head, and the demonic qi in his body was gradually dissipating along with the seal. The boy listened attentively,
nodding his head every now and then, taking these words to heart. Soothing sensation. Under the effect of the imprint,
the last big stone weighing down her heart shattered, and Qin Zhao relaxed and smiled. Sequestering a part of your past life before caused you to remain a halfwit.
Ha!
What a ridiculous act of cowardice.
At this moment,
he was reconciled with himself, and the obsession in his heart had now become a part of his Tao heart, which was also much stronger than before. It turns out it wasn't the outsiders who crushed me,
but myself.
So how can I blame the fault on a group of people I haven't seen in a long time? Qin Zhao smiled to himself.
Instead of blaming others,
he should improve himself.
The Taoist heart was complete,
and seeking the heart was no longer a constraint. At this moment,
Qin Zhao could go out at any time. Big brother, are you leaving?
The boy deflated his little mouth.
reluctance rising even though it was the first time they had met.
Qin Shao rubbed the boy's long unwashed head and said lovingly,
I still have important things to do. This world is not for me. Remember, I am you, past and future.
Along with Qin Zhao's words,
his figure was fading away, gradually disappearing before the boy's eyes. Bye, big brother.
The boy waved vigorously.
Bye.
Qin Shao released a smile. The boy's figure disappeared from sight, and the scene around him quickly faded to white. Qin Shao withdrew her gaze, stepped on the soft water under her feet,
and looked around again.
The white mist was seen through like an illusion with the consummation of the Taoist mind. Several cultivators who had collapsed on the surface of the lake came into view. They looked hideous and were obviously experiencing something extremely frightening.
You guys haven't woken up yet? Clank!
The surprising dream that emanated a 7-colored glow floated in his hand, and Qin Shao sighed softly as he stepped over the unconscious person. The sound of a fierce fight could be heard faintly from the front. Someone had already ascended the heavenly ladder and had begun a great battle. Qin Shao looks around and realizes that there is no figure of Su Qianyu. It seems that she has already walked out of Seeking Heart.
Looks like I'm counting on being slow.
Qin Shao withdrew his gaze from the unconscious disciples and walked forward with determined eyes.
You guys go back to sleep. I'll go first. I have a long way to go. If the arrow leaves the string, I'll never look back. Chapter 108, Shocking the Outside World. Solo battle against 2. Contest for Saint Sun. Outside. Underworld. Do you sense that something is wrong? Why hasn't old brother Qin come out yet? Jiang Mingfei grimaced. Obviously Luo Qingyu and that mixed sword body have come out, but Qin Shao hasn't come out yet. That's very abnormal. The specter stared unblinkingly at the white mist below. Could it be that someone has done something about it? The specter's gaze rested on the Yi family. Han Shui tugged on Dan Xingzi's clothes with a sprawling look. Senior, what's wrong with him? Say something. Dan Xingzi didn't reply, only looking at the sovereign hall. From the very beginning, he had realized that the talisman at Qin Zhao's feet was quite something. He originally thought that the patriarch would take care of it, but the patriarch acted as if he didn't see it, and even secretly told him to keep it quiet. Even Lu Hongyu's willow brows were furrowed. She had also seen it just now, yet she had also been ordered by the patriarch not to make a move. White-eyed wolf, don't you go off the deep end. An immortal martial body is nothing more than that. The Yi family members sitting in the guest seats laughed coldly. He originally thought that the immortal martial body was going to shine, but now he hadn't even walked out of the heart-seeking questioning. If you wait any longer, you'll be locked up in the Heartseeker forever. It's still your Yi family that's powerful. Even the 2 young masters died for unknown reasons. But it's good. At least you can't give birth to a monster. Lu Hongyu grimaced. Peak Master Lu should still be concerned about the immortal martial body. But don't disgrace not only the cloud-soaring sect, but also the immortal martial lineage when the time comes off. The Yi family sage disliked back. Do you want to fight? Lu Hongyu carried out a long sword with a clang and was about to split the Yi family saint alive. You. The Yi family saint winced, not daring to raise his head to speak. Look guys, Qin Shao has come out. Someone shouted. The crowd sidelong glanced at the person who stepped out of the white mist, and it was none other than Qin Shao. At this moment, Qin Zhao's pace was calm and steady, his gaze deep and profound, and surprising dream emitted an ear-piercing sword chime in his hand. Finally out. Hua Qingluo, who was sitting in the patriarch's hall, wiped her sweat and said with worry again, Old patriarch, but the price for Qin Shao to come out is a bit too great. This is exactly what Butterfly Girl and Qin Kid need. An unknown female voice sounded quietly. Qin Shao looked towards the heavenly ladder not far away, his body erupting with monstrous battle intent, and the lake trembled as a result. The people who were fighting in front of them turned around and met Qin Zhao's cold and ghostly gaze. Senior brother Qin. Blood spilled from the corner of Su Qianyu's mouth, and in front of her stood the duo of Luo Qingyu and the mixed sword body Yijia. Qin Xiaoyu, how is it possible? Luo Qingyu retreated back and forth, her beautiful eyes glaring, her spine crawling with cold sweat. What are you worried about? We're almost at the top. We just need to finish off Su Qianyu. Hurry up! Yijia sneered and attacked Su Qianyu once again. Qin Shao withdrew his gaze from the high ground and looked at the 10 or so cultivators near him. All want to kill me? Then come together. Save me the trouble of killing them one by one. It's weird. The 10 or so pishy cultivators in front of them stopped fighting and looked at the people of the Yi family outside the field, after which they rushed towards Qin Shao with a brain like they had made up their minds. Amazing dreams. Go ahead. Qin Shao smiled contemptuously and directly flung out the surprising dream, instantly splitting into hundreds of flying swords that shot towards the crowd in an all-encompassing manner. Ah! The field issued one miserable scream after another, although the same pishy stage cultivators, but in the Blue Lotus sword skill under all were pierced. Even the original magic weapon was shattered to pieces under the attack of the frightening dream. With this group of scum, they are also worthy of killing me? Qin Shao glanced at the Yi clan's crowd outside the arena.
after which he spread his wings and rushed up.
Annihilation thousand thunders. Boom! Hundreds of thunderbolts fell, shattering all the cultivators in the field,
while Qin Shao stood in the center of the corpses as if he had done something trivial and insignificant.
You've gotten stronger again, Lu Hongyu murmured in a low voice. Senior brother Qin, go for it.
Han Shui shouted despite her image.
Can you be more reserved? Dan Xingzi hated it. You old thing, shut your mouth. With an icy expression.
Qin Shao stomped on the head of a cultivator, after which he dodged a few times to catch up with the three people who were fighting high above.
How is that possible? EG's pupils tightened, but in the next second, he was blown out by Qin Zhao's punch.
Pust! EG kept spitting blood out of his mouth. His face was filled with incredulity. He couldn't believe that he was at the late stage of the pilgrimage, but he was actually knocked out by Qin Shao, who was at the early stage of the pilgrimage,
and unopposed. Later on,
I'll dig out your sword bones and make strings, Qin Shao said contemptuously before looking at Luo Qingyu.
Senior sister, isn't it time to settle the score between us? Luo Qingyu swallowed her saliva, unable to believe that Qin Shao could still escape under the Saint King talisman. Don't worry, I'll definitely send your head to master.
Qin Shao violently swung his surprising dream,
and with a loud boom,
the sword light that caught the chaotic flame and lightning chopped out.
How did you become so strong?
Luo Qingyu raised her sword to resist, but the sword was attacked and cracks actually appeared.
Qin Shao, Jia roared.
His body erupted with stern sword intent. The heart of the sword in front of his chest glowed with bright sword light, and he stabbed over with his sword.
However, Qin Shao only glanced back,
and spatial laws filled his eyes.
Pust! Jia's arm, along with his own magic weapon, was twisted by an invisible force,
and blood splattered into the surrounding area.
Humph! So it's an acquired transplanted mixed sword body. If it was native, I would still be able to look at you squarely. A bastard is still qualified to be rampant?
Under the observation of the demonic eye, Qin Shao realized that the sword bone in Jia's body did not belong to him,
and there were even signs of backlash. Qin Shao, you're bullying people too much.
Jia hurriedly ran his mana to repair his injuries, after which he rushed in as if he didn't want to die. Luo Qingyu also clenched her teeth and cooperated with Jia to form a pincer attack on Qin Shao.
Just as well,
then I'll kill you both together.
Qin Shao laughed fiercely, instantly turning on demonization. Surrounded by lightning with the power of silence,
his flying sword shot out frequently, the heavenly phoenix hovering in his left hand, and the ice phoenix haunting his right hand. Every blow struck was wrapped in a solemn killing aura,
and the heavenly ladder roared. Standing on the side, Su Qianyu's mouth opened into an O shape. Originally, he thought that this alliance was to help Qin Shao, but now it seemed to be the other way around. The current Qin Shao was 1 against 2,
and still had a solid advantage. This made Su Qianyu feel that she was of no use at all.
It was not right to go up and help. It was not right to stand on the sidelines. So I'm leaving? You want to be a holy son even with your dead face? Do you deserve it?
Qin Shao broke the mask on Jia's face with a punch, and the face inside was bared for all to see.
Vomit! Su Qianyu directly vomited, simply because the face underneath the mask of Jia is not even a face anymore. Instead,
it's mangy skin that gives you goosebumps just looking at it. The old face has to look like it's been struck by lightning.
It looks so ugly. Do you still want to have a face?
Qin Shao looked disgusted.
Just as Jia wanted to say something,
suddenly a sharp pain came from his heart, and he looked down to see a slender jade hand reaching out from his chest. His sword bone was still clutched tightly in his hand.
Luo Qingyu.
Jia's eyes dimmed as he met the stunning face behind him. How could he not expect his allies to betray him at a critical moment?
And so dryly?
Luo Qingyu's beautiful eyes were icy cold as she picked up the piece of sword bone and stabbed it into her chest.
The power in her body continued to expand, causing cracks to spread all over her body. The cultivation level came to the half-step heavenly silence realm in an instant. Senior brother, I'll give you a choice. As long as you kill Su Qianyu, how about you and I become holy sons and daughters together? Luo Qingyu said with a hideous face.
The one she was just now was unable to fight against Qin Shao. Only then could she have a chance to defeat him.
Qin Shao looked at Luo Qingyu, who was about to turn into a monster in front of her, and couldn't help but let out a light sigh.
I'll call you sister for the last time.
No matter what the reason is, I must kill you. So, I refuse.
Qin Shao would not allow the future reign of the Holy Maiden to be higher than his, and it would obviously be detrimental to him if he agreed to Luo Qingyu's request.
Only Su Qianyu, whose strength is low and still has no opinion, is the best choice. Instead of being a threat to himself, he might even be of use to him.
He didn't want allies who would backstab him at any moment,
but controllable saints. So, Luo Qingyu must die. Chapter 109 Battle Half-Step Heavenly Silence. Luo Qingyu, one sword to settle the world. Luo Qingyu's body couldn't withstand external energy,
and forcibly transplanting the mixed sword bone in a short period of time would only force her into a desperate situation.
If you don't get medical attention, you're likely to explode and die. As for Lu Hongyu, after glancing at the battle situation on the heavenly ladder, she lightly sighed and withdrew her gaze, with no intention to dissuade her. Luo Qingyu, between you and me, it's time to make a deal. Qin Xiao and Luo Qingyu locked eyes, their eyes as plain as water. Although the senior sister in front of him had looked down on him in the past, she had never bullied or insulted him, and had even helped him in secret in the past. But this is a ladder, and only two people can win. When Luo Qingyu chose to leave Daichinga and join Lu Hongyu, the two were already on opposite sides. Lu Hongyu already had a lot of power in the sect, and if another saintess was added to the mix, then Qin Xiao and Daichinga would be in a dangerous situation. Well, you sure have grown up. Luo Qingyu sighed. Then her eyes blossomed with a refined aura, and her protective body erupted with a stern sword intent as she attacked with her sword. The other party was a half-step heavenly silence at the moment. Qin Xiao did not dare to be careless at all, and directly ran his body's combat power to the extreme, picking up the surprising dream that emitted a seven-colored radiance and attacking. Several kinds of power intertwined on the heavenly ladder. Chaotic flames filled the air, lightning streaked across the sky, and the rumbling sound was deafening. The heavenly phoenix and the ice phoenix competed for glory, fighting against the sword chi emanating from Luo Qingyu. Qin Xiao utilized the advantage of his strong physical body to harden himself against the half-step heavenly silence's Luo Qingyu, but even so, he was frequently thwarted, and several large holes were opened up in his chest. Luo Qingyu wasn't much better. She was also shocked by Qin Xiao's life-threatening fighting style. She was cloaked in hair and no longer had her previous haughty appearance. On top of that, she had to suppress the raging power within her body so that she wouldn't be forced to self-destruct. Su Qianyu, who had been watching the battle from the side, also joined the battlefield and fought against Luo Qingyu together. During the process, she also paid attention to Qin Xiao from time to time, fearing that Qin Xiao would secretly give her a sword. The battle situation on the ladder was stalemated, and it was difficult to distinguish between winners and losers for a while, and the situation of 2 against 1 was formed, with no one being able to help each other. Boom! Qin Xiao and Luo Qingyu sparred a sword. The sound of the two swords colliding with each other resounded in the air like explosive thunder, the sound waves turning into ripples spreading outside the arena. Good lord! The heavenly ladder has been cracked. This Qin Xiao can actually shake a half-step heavenly silence with his own strength. The faces of the Yi clan were filled with incredulity. Even the eyes of the Yi clan sage became gloomy, but after looking at Dan Qingzi and Lu Hongyu, he could only give up and finally sneered. That female doll won't last long. In all probability she'll explode herself, and at that time, she'll even drag Qin Xiao along with her. Zhang Mingfei Inspector fell into deep thought in unison, somewhat unfamiliar with the current Qin Xiao. Underworld, old brother Qin's progress is too fast. It's not like he just entered the other shore at all. Indeed, it's as if there's something more to him, and yet I can't tell. Hua Qingluo sat in the Patriarch's hall and nodded appreciatively as she looked at Qin Xiao, who was bathing in blood on the heavenly ladder. Tao-centered and flawless. Today you are truly the leader of your peers. She was still a little puzzled, though, while her high-pressure tactics had worked, they hadn't worked too well. Qin Xiao's current Dao heart was simply several times stronger than that of a cultivator of the same rank, and this was like something that had been done in a short period of time? Could it be the same as Qing Gu, utilizing the obsession to transform the Dao heart? Hiss, both master and disciple are crazy. Madaka, on the heavenly ladder, Qin Xiao once again executed the green coiling sword formation. Hundreds of flying swords circled, forming a coiled dragon that swooped straight downward with monstrous pressure. As for Luo Qingyu, she was in a very bad state, suppressing the self-detonation while also resisting the attacks of Qin Xiao and Su Qianyu, and her body was sending out shattering sounds. Senior brother Qin, she might be about to explode herself. Be careful at all times, Su Qianyu reminded. Well, I know. Under the observation of the demonic eye, Qin Xiao could easily see the condition of Luo Qingyu's body. It could be described as miserable. The sword intent entrained by the hybrid sword body was close to bursting the we'll see. If it wasn't for Luo Qingyu's strong endurance, I'm afraid it would have exploded. Qin Xiao also knew the principle of striking the iron while it was hot, manipulating the green-colored coiled dragon and cooperating with Su Qianyu to strike one killing blow after another. Senior sister, Long Cherry hid behind Han Shui, looking at the former fellow senior sister, who was fighting with her own senior brother in a bloodbath. Her heart was very bad. She will eventually become a hindrance to senior brother Qin, whether it's her intention or not, Han Shui said as she glanced at Lu Hongyu in the distance. Oh, Dragon Sakura deflated her little mouth and put her head down, not wanting to look at the sight on the stage. The four extremes of the Thunder Road. Qin Xiao stood on the celestial ladder and let out a furious cry as a light blue lotus flower pregnant with thunder emerged, wrapping Luo Qingyu in it. Boom! What followed was an earth-shattering ringing sound. The void trembled, the sky and the earth lost color, and all that could be seen was blue thunder. When the lightning dispersed,
Only Qin Shao and Luo Qingyu were left in the same spot. As for Su Qianyu, she had long since fallen into a coma and was tossed aside. Senior brother, do you really want to be immortal with me? Luo Qingyu's eyes were lax as she stood shakily. I won't tolerate an uncertainty around. You know what I'm talking about. Qin Shao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. You and I both only have the power of one sword. As usual, one sword will determine the winner. Luo Qingyu's expression was stunned at the words. Remembering her previous past in Guanghan Peak, her tone trembled a little as she said, Fine, as usual, but you don't cry this time. Qin Shao dispersed all the flying swords around him, leaving only the surprising dream in his hands, and finally gazed at his mind, pouring his surrounding mana and mind into the surprising dream. Luo Qingyu did the same. This was a sword that she often taught Qin Shao when she was at Guanghan Peak, but Qin Shao used to lose a lot. Now it was to determine the life and death of the two in such a way. One sword to settle the world. One sword to settle the world. The two of them shouted softly at the same time, both turning into a stream of light and rushing towards each other, and in their pupils, the other's long sword kept approaching. Imperial power. Madaka. Pust. The sound of a body being stabbed through reached his ears. Luo Qingyu looked at the broken sword in her hand, then at the seven-colored longsword that had pierced into her chakra sea, and let out a bitter smile. Senior brother, a sword to set the world in motion doesn't seem to be how you use it. Qin Shao also laughed bitterly. He had left his mind before making his move, leaving a portion of his mind outside, and at the critical moment, he utilized his imperial power to resist the killing sword, after which he stabbed out this overwhelming sword. You've really grown up. Luo Qingyu's pupils laxed at a speed visible to the naked eye as she surveyed Qin Shao's face with her last lucid gaze. Suddenly she smiled, like she was seeing the little kid again who followed her ass around, hugging her buns and only sniffling. Watch out for Yi Wuchen. Luo Qingyu was just about to say something, but her body suddenly erupted with dazzling sword light from the inside out, and the light was so bright that it couldn't be forced upon her. You're going to blow yourself up. Qin Shao was stunned, not expecting the mixed sword body to self-destruct under such circumstances. You're still not cautious enough, Luo Qingyu said weakly. Suddenly, Qin Shao felt a gentle push on his chest and was actually pushed out of the explosion range. Looking back, he found that Luo Qingyu had actually jumped off the heavenly ladder in a single leap, plummeting towards the white mist below. Sister! Qin Shao chased after him to the edge of the celestial ladder and looked at the world that kept falling. Luo Qingyu was also looking at him, and by the end of the day a flash of clear tears slid down, her voice trembling as she said, Say sorry to Master for me. Boom! The explosion looked brighter and brighter in the white mist before finally returning to calm. The host kills the mixed sword bone, rewarded with wind and thunder wings, dual attributes of wind and thunder, the first in speed, the best in the ancient world. Click! One of Guanghan Peak's fateful tags shattered. Haruna! Daichinka's face was pale and extremely weak as she lay on the bed. Her beautiful eyes contained tears as she lowered her head and looked again at the intact fate card she held in her arms. The word Qin Shao was written on it. Chapter 110, Saint Son of the Clouds. Qin Shao. Qin Shao stood at the edge of the heavenly ladder and did not pay attention to the system rewards, looking at the white mist for a long time. Senior brother Qin, we should go. Su Qianyu struggled to climb up. Retracting his gaze from the white mist, Qin Shao turned back with a start and was confronted with the scarlet pupils of Lu Hongyu's eyes high in the sky. Lu Hongyu was also not willing to show weakness and locked eyes with her. Poof! Qin Shao snorted coldly and turned around to walk step by step up the heavenly ladder, with Su Qianyu quickly following, unobstructed. With all the enemies cleared, Qin Shao stood at the top of the heavenly ladder, looking at the Saint's Son's peyote order reaching out in front of him and slowly reaching out to grab it. So this is the Sacred Son's order of perpetuation? Is there nothing strange about it? Qin Shao surveyed himself and realized that nothing unusual had happened. Hua Qinglua's majestic voice came out, vastly spreading throughout the cloud sky sect. The ladder of ascension ends with Sacred Son Qin Shao and Sacred Maiden Su Qianyu. With the fall of the voice, an imperceptible chi fortune rose from the ground of the Yunshao sect and surged into Qin Shao and Su Qianyu. Is this the Yunshao sect's fortune? The chi surged into his body, and with the effect of healing, Qin Shao's injuries instantly recovered, and his body had an inexhaustible strength. Greetings, Holy Son. Greetings, Holy Maiden. The cloud-soaring sect disciples at the bottom lowered their bodies to salute, and Mo did not dare to meet the eyes of the two above them. Great! Finally I don't have to look people in the eye. Han Shui smiled brightly, looking as if mesmerized at the tough and upright figure on the high platform. Senior brother is quite handsome. Long Cherry's small face was flushed, drooling involuntarily falling from the corners of her mouth. Dan Qingzi looked at the two women in front of him, also shaking his head repeatedly, and then looked at the spirited Qin Shao on the stage, and suddenly smiled again. Looks like I'm really getting old. Brat! And all. Luckily the bet was right. The myriad voice peak master wiped his sweat. Even Hanning, who was beside him,
breathed a sigh of relief and hemmed and hawed again. I've become Saint Sun's great-uncle? Hey! Lu Hongyu, on the other hand, had a complicated expression and her face under the veil was tinged with sullenness. White-eyed wolf, you've grown bold. How dare you stare at me? Are you blaming me for Luo Qingyu's death? Finally, I can stand alone. Qin Shao looked down at the crowd of disciples on the stage. Among them were numerous goods that had taunted him, all of whom had their heads lowered at the moment, not even having the courage to look at him. Accompanied by a burst of immortal sounds, Hua Qingluo walked out of the sovereign hall with lotus steps and appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Greetings, sovereign. Hua Qingluo took a step out onto the celestial ladder and arrived in front of the Qin Shao duo. The two of you will be the holy sons and daughters from now on, merging with a part of the Yunshao sect's qi, and also representing the future of the Yunshao sect. You will also have great power, but remember not to break the rules. Disciples honor the teachings. Qin Shao and Su Qianyu replied in unison. Aha! Hua Qingluo nodded slightly and tapped her fingers, and two identity jade tags appeared in front of Qin Shao and Su Qianyu. In the future, you can use this jade token to travel freely in the Cloudsoar sect, and may the two of you take over as me, the patriarch, as soon as possible. Thank you, sovereign. Hua Qingluo's figure gradually vaporized, and Qin Shao just wanted to leave, but Hua Qingluo's voice came from her ears. Tomorrow night, come find me at the patriarch's hall. Qin Shao looked back at Su Qianyu and realized that the other party did not seem to have heard. Why is the sovereign looking for me alone? The holy sun is mighty. The stage erupted into a tsunami of applause, and there were even women who began to make secret glances. So this is what it feels like to be worshipped. No wonder Yi Wuchen likes to disguise himself so much. Qin Shao rushed directly below and appeared in front of the crowd. Senior Qin. Han Shui dodged a few times and increased her speed to the extreme, directly pouncing on Qin Shao. Senior Sister Han. There are so many people. Qin Shao washed her face with milk, dragging the octopus on her body to keep it from falling off. I'm happy. Boo-hoo. Han Shui excitedly kissed Qin Shao several times on the face. Qin Shao was dumbfounded and managed to put down the octopus on his body. And then he saw Long Cherry standing aside with a deflated little mouth. So he raised his hand and rubbed it several times on Dragon Cherry's furry head, soothing it. That Dragon Cherry squinted. Qin, old brother, you're awesome. Hard to shake half-step heavenly silence. Ah, old brother, I do not dare to do so. Really is a talent. Ah. Zhang Mingfei and the Spectre walked over and said words of congratulations. The two old brothers should stay in the Cloud sect for some more time. I still want to get together with the two of you. Qin Shao said. That is natural. We recently want to do a big ticket. Just lack of individuals. This is not to find you well. Zhang Mingfei said smilingly, and Qin Zhao's eyes dropped as she looked at Zhang Mingfei and then at the underworld. You've got a lot of guts. Zhang, you almost didn't get killed by the underworld last time, and now you still dare to follow him to do something. Do you not know how to spell death? Last time, he fought the Earl Devil Quasi-Emperor, but this time, was he going to fight a great emperor? He. Look, old brother Qin, the Yi family's faces are going green with anger. He. Qin Shao looked over and realized that the Yi family members were all gritting their teeth, their expressions as unpleasant as if they had eaten, especially the Yi family saints, who directly flung their sleeve robes and left the Cloud Sky sect. Yi Songhai, when I find an opportunity, I'll definitely kill you. Qin Shao and Spectre exchanged glances, both reading hearts in each other's eyes. You should have other things to be busy with, so we'll leave you alone for now. Spectre pulled Zhang Mingfei away. Qin Shao would smile and lead Han Shui to Danxingzi. Many thanks to Senior for preaching in the past. Qin Shao arched his hand in obeisance. Danxingzi had taught him a lot, and although it was for Han Shui's face, this obeisance absolutely had to be done. Well, it's quite understandable. You just need to make my disciple happy, Danxingzi said with a smile. Elder, don't worry. Qin Shao turned her head to try to find Lu Hongyu's figure, but she did not find it. Lu Hongyu returned to Heavenly Sword Peak after Qin Shao became a saint's son, perhaps seeing what Qin Shao was thinking. Danxingzi worriedly transmitted his voice to Qin Shao. Kid, don't go too far with some things. Lu Hongyu started to go crazy, just like your master. She can't recognize her 6 relatives. Is my master teacher that crazy? Qin Shao didn't believe it and didn't want to argue about anything. After drinking and rejoicing with Danxingzi at the vast mist peak, he left alone. Qin Shao was in a rare mood of relaxation as he walked through the Yunshao sect at night wearing the Saint Sun's unique and gorgeous robes. Finally, I don't have to worry about the machinations of others. But his expression grew somber. There's still one person left to kill. Qin Shao walked alone to the front of Heavenly Sword Peak, and unlike before, this time, he didn't need anyone else to escort him. Looking around himself, Qin Shao sighed and continued walking towards the top of the mountain. Qin Shao still harbored the feelings of a fellow disciple towards Luo Qingyu at first, but she had none towards Yi Wuchen. No matter if it was before or now, Yi Wuchen must die. There was a sun-killing feud between the two, and Qin Shaoruo killing Yi Wuchen was clearing the door. so outsiders couldn't say anything. If Yi Wuchen didn't die, Xin Xiao's thoughts wouldn't get through. Chapter 111 Heavenly Sword Peak meets Lu Hongyu. Killing chance against Yi Wuchen. Xin Xiao walked in the Heavenly Sword Peak in a dignified manner, and none of the passing disciples dared to look at him. A male disciple who had been at Guanghan Peak appeared in his eyes. Come here. Xin Xiao hooked a finger at him and said in a teasing tone, Senior brother Qin. Qin, no your highness the holy son. The male disciple walked over with trepidation, fearing that Qin Xiao would kill him if he didn't pay attention. Where is your peak master? In the great hall. Never came out. When Qin Xiao realized the answer, his face was expressionless and he turned around. Holy, the male disciple directly paralyzed to the ground. His legs and stomach starting to cramp. The door to the main hall was open, and after frowning slightly, Qin Xiao walked straight in. This was the first time he was emboldened to seek out Lu Hongyu, and nowadays, he was untouchable within the Cloud Sky sect. Qin Xiao looked around Zhou and did not find any silhouettes, and then looked at the dark corridor next to him. If you know I'm coming, why won't you come out? After further hesitation, Qin Xiao decided to walk in and take a look. Deep in the corridor was a woman's boudoir. Just as he approached, an incomparably familiar floral scent greeted him. The aroma from Lu Hongyu's body. Peak Master Lu. Qin Xiao seeks an audience. There was an unbelievable silence, and it was a long time before a sound came out of the room. Come in. Yes. Qin Xiao pushed open the door of the room, and what met his eyes was a large bed covered by a bed curtain, from which he could hazily see a delicate silhouette. The interior of the house was simply decorated with nothing more than a few basic supplies. You came to see me laugh? Lu Hongyu's voice sounded behind the bed curtain. Qin Xiao sniffed his nose and frowned. In addition to the charming floral scent, there was also a hint of alcohol odor, but did not make a sound. Elder is joking. The late generation came for a person. Who? Yi Wuchen. I want him dead. Qin Xiao's voice was flat, but it revealed a murderous intent. Lu Hongyu's figure stood up straight on the bed, and through the bed curtains, she looked down on Qin Xiao in a condescending manner, her voice tinged with anger. Do you really want to kill my disciples cleanly? Qin Xiao laughed, tilting her head to meet her eyes through the bed curtains. Yi Wuchen is a traitor to Broad Cold Peak. As a holy son, isn't it right for me to clean up after my master? Or is Senior trying to stop me? Due to her anger, Lu Hongyu's delicate body trembled. The brat who had treated her with respect a few days ago now dared to blatantly try to kill her disciple. What's the difference between that and writing her neck and taking a? I can give you compensation for Yi Wuchen's life. Lu Hongyu tried her best to suppress her inner anger. If she made a move against Qin Xiao now, it was expected that the patriarch would suddenly rise up and slap her to death. Qin Xiao laughed happily and sat directly on the chair, saying, I don't want compensation. I just want Yi Wuchen to die. If he doesn't die, my days are not solid. Asshole, don't forget who saved you so many times. Lu Hongyu gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing red. Senior has saved me several times, and I am grateful, but Yi Wuchen must die. Whether it's for the sake of my sacred son's majesty, or for the sake of my master. Qin Xiao had a strong attitude, not giving any room for discussion at all. He did thank Lu Hongyu for giving a helping hand several times, but this had nothing to do with Yi Wuchen. If Yi Wuchen didn't die, his majesty as a holy son would definitely be damaged. Non-negotiable? Can't negotiate. Lu Hongyu sighed. Fine, then I'll take you there. After saying that, the sound of putting on clothes came from behind the bed curtain, and Lu Hongyu actually changed her clothes in front of Qin Xiao. Humph, what's with the blushing? Forget about lying in my arms and saying you wanted it. Now come over and show off. You're a maggot with a black heart. Lu Hongyu scolded as she changed her clothes. Qin Xiao was scolded for a moment, then said, Senior, if there is any trouble in the future, Senior will certainly do his best within his own scope. Fine, then come in and sleep with me as a way to repay my favor to you. Lu Hongyu paused in her movements and sneered, of course without jeopardizing the latecomer's own life. Qin Xiao rolls his eyes. Why does this woman think about how to eat him day in and day out? Rubbish thing. You can only take liberties with master teacher and those two silly girls. Lu Hongyu proceeded to change her clothes. Qin Xiao was also too lazy to argue about anything. After such a long time, he had long gotten used to the other party's venomous tongue. Go. Lu Hongyu put on her clothes and opened the bed curtains, still in a red dress with a veil. Only this time, she looked at Qin Xiao with detachment and disgust in her eyes. Qin Xiao didn't care about anything, and followed behind, walking towards the thoughtful cliff. Along the way, the two did not speak again, and Lu Hongyu surprisingly did not squirm around. You seem to be blaming me for recruiting Luo Qingyu in the first place. If not for that she wouldn't have died, right? Lu Hongyu suddenly turned around. No, Senior took care of Luo Qingyu. This is a great favor. Qin Xiao's face was expressionless. But she was killed by you now. So are you afraid that I will use her to seize power? Lu Hongyu stood in place sneering repeatedly. Just like your master. Hypocritical to the extreme. Disgusting. Senior, please lead the way.
I have no grudges with Senior.
I only want to kill Yi Wuchen.
Qin Shao locked eyes with those scarlet eyes.
Humph. Lu Hongyu was infuriated by the present-day Qin Shao,
but there was nothing she could do.
The duo quickly arrived at the thoughtful cliff,
a dark mountain wall that towered over the darkest corners of Heavenly Sword Peak, such as a separate space where no sound could be heard, in front of a stone room.
He's in there. His cultivation is sealed, but it's letting you pick up the slack. The corners of Lu Hongyu's mouth kept a sneer on it. Clank!
Qin Shao took out his startled dream and pushed open the stone door with a single push, his eyebrows twisting into a pimple. There was no Yi Wuchen inside the stone room, and the only thing visible was a section of shackles.
Qin Shao turned around expansively and looked at Lu Hongyu with a forced gaze. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Lu Hongyu was also a bit confused. Her face became gloomy and she glared back without showing any weakness. Are you doubting me? Would it do me any good to let him go?
The atmosphere was at a stalemate for a while,
and in the end, it was Lu Hongyu who broke the silence. I might know where he is. Where? Xian Domain.
I had heard that he had some power in the Xian Domain,
and probably chose to run away after learning that you had become a saint's son. Xian Domain? How is it Xian Domain again?
Qin Shao sized up Lu Hongyu and realized that she had no need to lie and make a scene.
In the past,
he had also heard something about Yi Wuchen having some power in the Xian Domain,
but I didn't realize it was all so coincidental.
The harmonious flower was in the Xian Domain, Ru Shi's home was in the Xian Domain,
and now even Yi Wuchen had run away to the Xian Domain. What's so rare about this Xian Domain? But in the present,
it seemed that the matter of going to the Xian Domain could not be delayed and had to be speeded up.
In terms of the master alone,
the cultivation has not recovered the master, ultimately not enough prestige, by virtue of his own identity as a holy son,
can only barely keep the master from Lu Hongyu persecution. But at that moment, Lu Hongyu spoke, playing with her fingers and flirting. You want to go to the Xian Domain now? I advise you not to.
The peak masters of the entire Cloudsoar sect,
other than your punk master, only Dan Xingzi will embrace you.
Now that your power isn't consolidated, it's expected that Su Qianyu's side will take advantage of this moment to put you on the shelf,
and by then you'll be someone else's puppet. Lu Hongyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a cunning light. If you can rest on your laurels with my support, what do you think, Your Highness, the Holy Sun? Chapter 112, Lu Honyu's Olive Branch. Dai Qingge encountered crisis.
Lu Hongyu slowly walked over and skillfully straightened Qin Zhao's collar.
How about my proposal? Yi Wuchen left the Heavenly Sword Peak and is considered a defector.
I'm lacking a disciple by my side right now and you're very suitable.
The late generation is not interested.
Qin Zhao turned around and left.
I'm always waiting for your reply.
Lu Hongyu's voice sounded behind her.
Qin Zhao did not respond and left Heavenly Sword Peak on his own. Lu Hongyu was right.
Right now Qin Zhao was weak and needed to quickly gather forces that supported him. But now that the master is no different from a mortal, and the Myriad Peak Master is the power of the Holy Maiden Su Qianyu,
only Dan Xingzi will be on his side.
The two sides can be considered to be checks and balances on each other.
The only exception was the existence of Lu Hongyu, who fell to either side and broke the deadlock. Qin Zhao didn't have the ability to check and balance the other party, and didn't want to start working with without being sure. After getting along so many times, he had long since seen Lu Honyu's character. In fact, the two are very much alike in that neither will allow things to exist that are not under their control, and if they do, then they will be extinguished. If he cooperated with them, he would definitely fall into Lu Honyu's meat on the board in time.
How can a dictator share power with a dictator?
Qin Zhao sighed. His master couldn't get better for a while, so he could only think of a way on his own. Looks like it's going to be an external search for power. Unconsciously, he had already arrived at Guanghan Peak.
Qin Zhao straightened his robes and said smugly, "Let the master see that even a rebellious disciple like me can become a saint's son."
He. When he thought of the first time he met Dai Qingge,
the soft spot in his heart would be touched.
Master, thank you for giving me my name. Originally, he thought that Dai Qingge would guard the house, but this was not the case, and just after arriving at the top of the mountain, he saw Long Cherry, who was whimpering, "Elder brother, you can finally come back. Elder Zun Shi." Woo.
Qin Zhao trembled and rushed into the house,
and after seeing the scene inside,
her heart felt like it was clenched tightly by a large hand.
Butterfly Qingge was lying on the bed like she was terminally ill, and under the observation of the demon eye, Qin Zhao was surprised to find that the qi in Butterfly Qingge's body was decaying. "Master."
Qin Zhao hurriedly stepped forward to hold the soft little hand,
understanding something in her heart.
When he himself was revolted by his obsession, he still relied on his master's imprint to defend himself at the critical moment.
But how could the current master not have cultivation? How could he easily activate the seal? He must have paid a huge price. "You can finally stand on your own." Dai Qingge smiled in relief,
reaching out to caress the man she had watched grow up.
"How much longer?"
Qin Zhao's voice trembled.
not daring to look directly into those purple pupils. In almost 20 years, I will return to nothingness, Daichinga said without any qualms, as if she had anticipated her death. Qin Zhao's face was grave. He had to find the harmonization flower as soon as possible. He couldn't put it off any longer. Your power is unstable right now. Consolidate the position of the Holy Sun before you think of anything else, okay? But, Master, you, be good and obedient. Only when you become stronger, you can save me. If not, then you can seal me. That can delay the injury. Qin Zhao did not reply, only waving his hand for Long Cherry to leave, after which he got into bed and held the soft petite body in his arms. You rebellious disciple, I thought you would only burrow into my arms. Daichinga rubbed around in her arms, her heart like honey. That was me tasting the saltiness for our future child. Qin Zhao ran her hand through her slightly dry purple hair. Adversary, who wants to give you children? Daichinga's voice got smaller and smaller as she blushed and said, you want to marry me? Aha, aha. Qin Zhao nodded his head repeatedly. This thought had risen in him since the first time he met with Daichinga. Even though he was still young at that time, he still couldn't resist the stunning fairy in front of him. Shameless, what about Long Cherry and the others? Daichinga beamed her little mouth, very dissatisfied. If Master Teacher doesn't mind, then let's go together. He. Qin Zhao hugged a little tighter, smelling the unique body fragrance of his Master Teacher. His body and mind relaxed. Daichinga rolled her eyes and bumped her head hard against the adversary's chest before finally saying softly, if you completely surpass me in cultivation, I will marry you. Qin Zhao sniffed, his eyes dripped, arched his back, and asked with a smile, then am I considered to have surpassed my master now? What? Daichinga was a bit confused for a moment, but feeling that her stomach was being pushed up against her at the moment, her pretty face suddenly turned red. You rebel, you have no sense of decency all day long. He. Qin Zhao laughed and slowly said again, Senior, before she died, Senior sister asked me to say sorry to you on her behalf. Daichinga's body suddenly froze and muttered to herself in a low, imperceptible voice, I never blamed her, I only blamed myself for not being able to teach my disciple. Master, go to sleep. Aha. Qin Zhao knew that his master's body couldn't withstand being tossed around, so he didn't do anything excessive. The two embraced and slept together. Early the next morning, Qin Zhao carefully climbed out of bed and dried the saliva at the corners of Daichinga's mouth before lowering her head and kissing her twice before she was willing to leave. After a night's observation, it was found that the master was in a much better state, but the remaining lifespan was almost only 20 years. It was imperative to find the harmonization flower as soon as possible, and if that wasn't possible, we would have to seal the master for the time being, and we can't leave our little sister out in the cold. Qin Zhao tiptoed into Long Sakura's room. Having been cold-shouldering Long Sakura not long ago, he could feel that the little girl was a little upset, but the sight inside the house almost made him laugh, only to see, Long Cherry was lying on all fours on the bed. The quilt had long been kicked under the bed, and the blood-curdling spring light was so greatly displayed. What made Qin Zhao helpless was that Long Cherry was still holding a bunch of sugar gourds in her hand, her little tongue unconsciously sticking out and licking the sweet and sour food. How did it manage to eat and sleep at the same time? Qin Zhao was very curious about this, and decided to go up and discover the talents of her genius little sister. Boing! The sleeping Long Sakura felt a large hand kneading her body, and opened her eyes to instantly wake up in shock. Senior brother, why are you here? I'll pass on a technique to you. Qin Zhao pointed with one hand and a thunder dragon emerged. Stars began to appear in Long Cherry's large watery eyes, the sense latent in her bloodline causing her to unconsciously shout out the name of the technique. Sky Dragon Royal Thunder Skill. Want to learn? Aha! Dragon Sakura nodded, her eyes remaining on the Brontosaurus. Okay, then you can help Senior brother first. Senior brother is on fire right now. What? Elder brother, get off of me. It had to be said that Long Cherry looked small, but practically speaking, it wasn't small at all, and even had the tendency to surpass the master. Qin Zhao was very happy about this. After eating the left side, eat the right side, or almost the little sister eat poor. Senior brother, I'm really dying, please let me go. After a whole day of great battles, Dragon Sakura cried out that she couldn't stand it. Well, I'll teach you when I get back. Qin Zhao reluctantly left Long Cherry's body, and in his heart, he lamented that the youngest senior sister was still too tender, and in this regard, he should learn from senior sister Han, who was a ruthless person who could tire Qin Zhao out. It was getting late, and Qin Zhao remembered what the patriarch had said before he left. What in the world is the patriarch up to? Hua Qingluo had asked Qin Zhao to go to the patriarch's hall tonight during the sacred sun ceremony, but did not say why. Go take a look. Qin Zhao put on his clothes and left Guanghan Peak. There were many questions in his mind that needed to be answered. For example, during the heart-seeking questioning, it was impossible for the patriarch's cultivation to not see that there was a problem, but nothing was done.
which caused the master to become like this. It all seems to be going to plan, setting the master and disciple on an extremely difficult path. Xin Zhao's face was grave as he looked towards the Tai peak that stood in the center of the cloud sect. Patriarch, I'd like to see what you're up to. Chapter 113 Wind and Thunder Wings Specific Uses. Hua Changlu gives guidance. Xin Zhao, who was just about to take off, moved his mind and a pair of greenish-blue wings appeared behind him. These were the Wind Thunder wings that the system had distributed after he killed Luo Qingyu. Wind Thunder? The feathers on the wings are as hard as sharp blades and all seem to be good weapons. Xin Zhao was inspired to infuse the thunder from the Heavenly Dragon Royal Thunder skill within his wings. At once, the wings flashed violently, erupting into a roar of thunder and lightning as a burst of blue electricity flashed through the air in a graceful arc. Stop, stop, stop. Xin Zhao felt dizzy and both eyes were dim, and for a moment she forgot who she was. Good guy, so fast. I don't have to worry about being chased by others in the future. After concentrating and calming his breath, Xin Zhao poured the wind-attributed green lotus sword technique into his wings, and another green light pierced through the night sky. After several experiments, it was found that the only ones that could manipulate the wind and thunder wings were those with the two attributes of wind and thunder, and the rest of the techniques would even be counterproductive. This is simply customized for me. But, from whom were these wings cut off? It can't be the true spirits, right? Xin Zhao didn't come up with an explanation, and at this time, he also arrived in front of Tai Peak. A spirit peak even taller than Guanghan Peak stood, and the grand hall at the top of the mountain could be vaguely seen. Greetings, Holy Sun. The personnel of Tai Peak was relatively sparse, and the only ones who could come here were the deacons, elders, and other management personnel, and when they saw Xin Zhao, they all showed a look of surprise, after which they greeted each other. Is the Patriarch available? Xin Zhao asked modestly with a light smile on his face. Yes, Your Highness the Holy Sun. I'll take you there. A demonic-looking woman walked out. Then thank you, Elder, for leading the way. You're welcome, Saint Sun. My name is Demon Moon. The female elder finished walking in front of Xin Zhao, her flavor swaying as she walked towards the patriarchal hall. People like their appearance. Demon Moon just walking. I'm afraid that can make the soul of the unusual male cultivator, the roundness under the body with the shaking, become a tremor. From time to time, she even turned around and threw winks, asking Xin Zhao if there were any difficulties in her cultivation. Xin Zhao was dumbfounded at this. He certainly understood what the other party meant, but to be honest, the Demon Moon and Lu Hongyu difference is not a half a star. Lu Hongyu twisted up that is straight to the heart of the people. Just standing there can make Xin Zhao want to get into the wrong. Saint Sun, we've arrived. The Patriarch is inside. People are leaving first. As Demon Moon left, she also secretly left Xin Zhao with a transmitting note. You may know a lot, but you definitely don't know as much as Senior Sister Han. Xin Zhao muttered to himself and adjusted his emotions before arching his hand in the direction of the Great Hall. Late generation Xin Zhao, I beg to see Patriarch. You finally come. I thought you were going to come back after having some fish and water with Demon Moon. Hua Qingluo's flirtatious voice came out, and the door to the hall opened. Xin Zhao rubbed his nose and walked in. The hall was opulent and magnificent with a huge mirror on the floor in the center, reflecting the condition of the cloud sect in real time. The top of the hall wasn't a roof either, but a sea of stars, with each shining star representing the fate card of an inner disciple of the cloud sect. At the end was a tall immortal gold throne, on which Hua Changlu was sitting cross-legged. Her beautiful eyes looked like they were hiding a side of the world, able to see through everything in the world. Greetings, Sovereign. This was the first time Xin Zhao had come to the Patriarch's hall, and he was also startled by the scene before him, so he forced down the shock in his heart while calming the raging immortal martial body. What was going on with the Sovereign? He was actually able to make the immortal martial body go berserk with his mortal body. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Hua Qingluo looked at Xin Zhao standing below. The disciple is foolish and does not know. You're not like a little cutie. Among the younger generation when it comes to urbanity, I think only the underworld can compare to you, so it's best not to hide in front of me. Hua Qingluo's voice carried the majesty of a saint king. Xin Zhao sighed lightly. The feeling of being seen through at a glance was unpleasant, but this was an old monster older than his master. His own tricks might not really be worth mentioning in the other party's eyes. The disciple has the audacity to perhaps guess some of it. Say, alas, was the Patriarch intentionally forcing his disciple before, so that he could perfect his Tao heart by achieving nirvana in a desperate situation? Yes, Xin Zhao sighed. Ever since the last time Yi Sanhai tried to kill him, he had a vague feeling that the Patriarch's motives were subtle, but there was still a point that bothered him, so he asked, what about my master teacher? Why didn't the sect help her? Was it within the Patriarch's expectations that my master's father would lay down his life to protect his disciple when he was searching for his heart? This time it was Hua Qingluo's turn to be speechless, and only after a long time did she reply, Xingga's matter is not as simple as you think, but don't worry, At least I won't harm her. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, not understanding why the patriarch didn't say anything, but the difference in strength was here, and the patriarch indeed had no reason to fool him. A little child from the other side of the world. You should be in a bad situation right now, looking for the harmonization flower while at the same time pulling together your own forces. Hua Qinglu blinked her eyes and smiled. Perhaps, I can show you a path. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up at his words. I still ask the patriarch to clarify. Consolidate your own power first, and then think about the harmonization flower afterward. Hua Qingluo smiled with flirtation. You can start with your little petite wife. Oh, Stepford wife? Qin Zhao's face was strange, under the impression that he didn't seem to have any wives. Of course it's by Susu. Hua Qingluo helplessly rolled her eyes and explained. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi is about to be seated, and Yaoqi is in the middle of a dispute between the Yi family and the 10,000 Demon Valley, so it can be considered to be on the verge of breaking up right now. Qin Shao realized, without saying it, he had almost forgotten that he still had Bai Susu as his explicit fiancée, and even during the Holy Sons competition, he didn't even notice Bai Susu, the Yaoqi matter. On the contrary, he had heard Jiang Mingfei and the underworld talk about it some. Could it be that Patriarch wants me to take Yaoqi under the Yunxiao sect and incorporate it as my own power? Qin Shao asked tentatively. You are indeed very smart. Hua Qingluo nodded appreciatively. Not long ago, Yaoqi and the others came to me, wanting the Cloud Source sect to lend a helping hand. So if I were to give this task to you, would you be able to accomplish it? Disciples have no reason to fail. It's success or failure. Qin Zhao's tone was firm. Not bad. If you say you are absolutely confident, I definitely don't believe you. There is only so much I can do. The rest is up to you. Hua Changlu raised her hand and prepared to send off. Yes, thank you for your guidance, Patriarch. Qin Shao got up and excused himself, but suddenly remembered something and added. There is one more thing that Disciple asks for. Tell me about it. Disciple had promised the underworld that he would bring him to meet the old Patriarch once, so I'd like to ask the Patriarch to make a decision. Hidden Star Hall's Pantheon. Interesting. Bring him to me tomorrow. Hua Qingluo nodded slightly. Yes. Disciple excuses himself. Looking at Qin Zhao's back, Hua Qingluo sighed. You may be tired in the future, but this side of the world is giving you little time. Well, poof. Hua Qingluo suddenly covered her mouth and spat out a mouthful of corrosive black blood. Oh, looks like I'm running out of time. 2. A pair of delusional eyes emerged behind her, and the female voice that came from her carried a note of intolerance. Perhaps, refining the immortal spirit immortal martial arts into one at the same time will save your life. Hua Qingluo looked at Qin Shao, who had already disappeared, and shook her head with a bitter smile. If it were before, I would have done it, but now, I won't. Chapter 114, Strange Yellow Springs Ghost Fetus, by Susu willing to be concubine. Alas, I hope that the Cloud Source sect will achieve a Saint King after you. Us old guys just can't manifest ourselves. There was a note of helplessness in the female voice. Don't worry, I'll do it within the time I'm alive. Hua Qingluo leaned back on her throne and gazed at Qin Zhao's back across the void. You're a lot like me back then. Only a bit luckier than me. She asked the pair of delusional eyes again. Old Patriarch, what is the Hidden Star Hall trying to do this time? Void Eyes didn't reply anything for a long time, and finally replied uncertainly. 9 times out of 10, it's related to the Human Emperor. Rumor has it that the Human Emperor is the one who fell in the Hidden Star Hall, and they've been trying to join forces with us to open the Human Emperor's cave all these years. Qin Shao frowned as she walked along the road, thinking in her mind what she should do to successfully stow away the Yaoqi. The Yi family and the 10,000 Demon Valley were both two behemoths that even the Cloud Soaring sect didn't dare to confront them in the open. So you can't come out in the open. You can only make small moves in the dark. Just as he lowered his head and thought hard, a delicate silhouette appeared in front of him. Pak Su. Her long, crisp white dress was bulging with support. Her long, delicate white legs were exposed at the opening, and the only thing that was lacking was a somewhat haggard complexion, like a strong woman who has finally been beaten down and is looking for someone to lean on. Congratulations to Mr. Qin for becoming the Saint Son of the Clouds. Bai Susu stepped forward to congratulate him, and even deliberately pressed her body closer. Looks like you've also become the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, haven't you? Qin Zhao's gaze rested on the jade pendant at Bai Susu's waist. A holy woman? It's just a lingering thing. Bai Susu laughed to herself. Find a place to rest. You look tired. Qin Shao brought Bai Susu to an attic. The attic was very neat, a room used exclusively for gatherings, without a large table. Qin Shao and Bai Susu sat opposite each other, looking at the white moonlight outside the window. Qin Shao asked, pretending not to know, what did you come to find me for? I'm sure that Mr. Qin already knows about the Yi clan in 10,000 Demon Valley, so I'd like to ask Mr. Qin to preserve the roots of Yaoqi, that's all, Bai Susu said as if she was relieved. Qin Shao didn't respond. pondering in his heart, it looks like the patriarch has already informed Yaoqi that this matter is in my hands, or else Bai Susu wouldn't have come. I want to know what the Yi family in 10,000 Demon Valley are up to. Can you tell me? It's natural. Baisu sighed and began to narrate. It turned out that not long ago, the heavenly abyss near Yaoqi suddenly rioted, and a force of origin permeated from it. This point quickly attracted the attention of the Yi family and the 10,000 Medicine Valley, and Yaoqi had also investigated deeply, but the results surprised the three forces. Beneath the heavenly abyss, there was actually the existence of the time origin, and there was even the possibility of the legendary Yellow Springs ghost fetus. These two things alone made the Yi family and the 10,000 Demon Valley fight for red eyes, but this could be bitter for Yaoqi. The original base was insufficient, and now the Holy Lord will be sitting down. Moreover, Yaoqi had a special geographical location, sandwiched between the Yi clan and the 10,000 Demon Valley, as well as around the heavenly abyss. If both sides fought, they were bound to damage the Yaoqi, or even destroy it completely. Xinjiao's fingers lightly knocked on the desktop. Her surface was quite calm, but in actuality, her heart had been shocked beyond repair. Even if it was the time origin alone, there was even a Yellow Spring ghost fetus. That thing Qin Xiao had heard Dai Chinga talk about. Rumor had it that the Yellow Springs ghost fetus had no origin, only flesh. However, the strength was ridiculously strong, rumored to be even stronger than a true spirit. And there were even rumors that the Dragon Clan, back in the day, was nearly beaten to extinction by a Yellow Springs ghost fetus. Fortunately, the Yellow Springs ghost fetuses generally did not have enough brains, and their spiritual intelligence was at most as big as that of a human's 10 or so years old, so it was better to tame it. And if there was a Yellow Springs ghost fetus in the clan, then its future status would definitely get a leap, and it might even become an imperial Dao inheritance. No wonder the Yi clan and the 10,000 Demon Valley are acting like they're crazy. The temptation is indeed not small. Qin Xiao stroked his chin as his gaze became hot. He himself had a system. Fusing the time essence was not a difficult task, and the most important thing was to tame the Yellow Springs ghost fetus and collect the Yaoqi. Time origin, Yellow Spring ghost fetus, Yaoqi, I want them all. Qin Xiao's hand under the table clenched. How bold people are. How productive the land is. Not only that but also find a way to pit the Yi family wave. Why not? He had killed the Yi family's young master, and there was no way to reconcile the conflict between them, so he might as well find a chance to mess with the Yi family and make that old den of Yi Tsunghai shed some blood. As for the 10,000 Demons Valley, in the deserted area, the relationship between the human race and the demon race is not good. It doesn't matter if they die or not. It is best to be able to pit a wave of death. Qin Xiao didn't reply and just looked at Bai Susu quietly, perhaps seeing what was going through Qin Xiao's mind. Bai Susu sighed in resignation. I know that Mr. Qin wants to break off the engagement, but I'm sorry, I can't agree to that. It's the key to whether or not our Yaoqi can survive. But, I also know that the person that Mr. Qin really likes is not me, so I can be a concubine, and I only ask that Mr. Qin can say yes. Qin Xiao sniffed and was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the always arrogant Bai Susu to be able to degrade herself. It seems that in her heart Yaoi's status is very high. This is good. Save really in Bai Susu marriage, to Bai Susu's temperament. Must not because of Han elder sister and little sister things with their own trouble. This aspect was still the most suitable for the master teacher. Not crying, but capable of calming things down at home, so that senior sister Han and Dragon Cherry did not dare to make a fuss. Qin Xiao has never considered himself a decent person, selfish or hypocritical, but as long as he can protect the people around him, then whatever he does is right. As for good thoughts, just like what Master said, retaining the last ounce is enough. This is the world of cultivation, not the world of harmony. Even the harmonious world had a dirty side, and besides, Qin Xiao hadn't done anything to hurt the world. Alright, I promise you, Fairy White, happy cooperation, Qin Xiao said with a smile. Today's incident made his view of Bai Susu no longer killable, but looking at Bai Susu looks a bit strange. Bad. It's not possible that the heart of the Tao is in the dust, is it? How? About sending it to the master for some enlightenment? Just as Qin Xiao was about to get up and leave, Bai Susu suddenly called out to him. Sir Qin, wait a minute, can you tell me who your favorite person in your heart you are? I'd love to know. Bai Susu looked straight at Qin Xiao. She wasn't willing. Her dignity as a woman wouldn't allow herself to be compared to others. She wanted to see who the woman was who could hold the unruly Qin Xiao in check, and where she herself fell short. Qin Xiao sighed as he surveyed Bai Susu in front of him and replied with a sigh. I can't tell you who she is. She may not be considered the most beautiful woman in the world, but she saved me in my darkest hour. Bai Susu listened and fell into deep thought. Not the prettiest, having saved her life, and then thinking about everything that happened to Qin Xiao and Yaoqi. The woman's figure gradually took shape in her mind. Lu Hongyu, you like Lu Hongyu? Bai Susu shouted in surprise.
Lu Hongyu perfectly fit this persona and was still intimate with Qin Shao. It was obvious that it was her. Who? What does this have to do with Lu Hongyu? But not bothering to say anything, Qin Shao then opened the door and tried to run out. But a pile of soft meat appeared in front of him, and Qin Shao didn't pay a single bit of attention. Again, he was pulled by the man in front of him, and his center of gravity was unsteady as he plunged headlong. So fragrant and soft. Qin Shao washed her face with milk and quickly realized that something was wrong. The scent was familiar. When she looked up, she was confronted with those scarlet pupils, and her veiled gaze had both cunning and tenderness. Lu, Senior Lu, why are you here? Qin Shao slumped into the soft-scented treasure, her tone trembling. Lu Hongyu licked her reddish lips, and there was a persecution in her gaze. Is this little girl right? You really like me? Chapter 115 Lu Hongyu's tough attitude. Meeting the old patriarch. Qin Shao opened his mouth. ABA couldn't say a word. He really didn't expect Lu Hongyu to like squatting in the corner. Bai Susu, who saw this scene, sucked in a breath of cool air while feeling a pang of fear in her heart. The original unconvincedness in his heart also suddenly dissipated. Robbing a man with Lu Hongyu? What difference was there between this and sending him to his death? Don't you feel that you're a bit of a hindrance here? Lu Hongyu glanced at Bai Susu. Yes, the late generation will leave now. Bai Susu hurriedly left, and Qin Shao was ready to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but she was pulled by Lu Hongyu. I want to talk to you. Qin Shao had no choice but to sit back in her original seat, while the opposite seat was replaced with Lu Hongyu. What is it that elder wants to talk to me about? I know that you want to go to the Xian domain to kill Yi Wuchen, and I want you to call me when the time comes. I'll go too. Lu Hongyu's eyes were flat as she added. Don't worry, I'm also going to kill him. He now belongs to us defecting from the division. I also need to clean up the door. What do you think? Qin Shao felt surprised. What kind of drug was in Lu Hongyu's gourd? The trip to the Xian domain was not only to kill Yi Wuchen, but also to find the harmonization flower. If Lu Hongyu was there, it would definitely not go well. The Xian domain is not the desolate domain, where you're not the saint son of the cloudy heavens. You need a helper, don't you? Lu Hongyu made a flash and came to sit beside Qin Shao. Qin Shao moved his position to the side. Senior hasn't thought about going to the Xian domain yet. Senior is too hasty. Humph, hypocrisy. Lu Hongyu came in front of her and cupped Qin Shao's face with her hands, saying in a gentle and undeniable tone, I'm informing you, not discussing with you. Besides, don't worry. The people that Yi Wuchen left at Heavenly Sword Peak have all been cleared by me. As soon as the words fell, Lu Hongyu's figure gradually faded and eventually disappeared from sight. Qin Shao felt strange in his heart. The way he got along with Lu Hongyu had changed drastically, making him a bit uncomfortable now. What's the point of thinking about it? There's so much left to deal with. Qin Shao went back to Guanhan Peak, woke up Long Cherry from her sleep, and began to teach the Heavenly Dragon Imperial Thunder skill. Senior brother, where did you get this technique? Long Cherry seemed to be caught up in memories, but she couldn't recall anything. The wool comes off the sheep's back, so hurry up and learn. Oh, Long Cherry's cultivation speed was unexpectedly fast, causing Qin Shao to marvel at the fact that racial talent was just awesome. Senior brother, I'm awesome, right? Dragon Cherry was surrounded by lightning and stood with her chest out in front of her, begging for compliments. It's quite impressive. Qin Shao skillfully began to undo Long Cherry's dress. Senior brother, you're bullying me again. Senior sister, don't you like food? Come, I have something delicious here. Elder brother you. Well, early the next morning, Qin Shao gently left Long Cherry's body and got dressed and walked out of the room. Qin Shao arrived at the welcome house and found the phantom. The patriarch promised you something, but can you tell me what you're looking for the old patriarch for? Regarding the matter of the underworld, Qin Shao had always been puzzled. What was it that had to be found in the old patriarch? I don't know. It's my master who asked me to deliver an item. Spectre shrugged his shoulders and followed Qin Shao, and the two of them arrived at the great hall of the patriarch of Taiyi Peak together. Then why didn't your master come himself? He wouldn't dare. Looking at the great hall of the patriarch in front of him, a flash of scorn flashed across the eyes of the underworld. Qin Shao, on the other hand, frowned. Wasn't the cloud-soaring sect a famous and righteous sect? How come it was so terrible in the eyes of outsiders? The hidden Star Hall master, a hallowed Saint King realm cultivator, didn't even have the courage to meet with the Cloudsoar sect leader. We're supposed to be famous, right? Qin Shao led the underworld into the patriarch's hall. Hua Qingluo was still sitting high above the throne as usual, looking down on the two below. Underworld, what is your hidden Star Hall trying to pull again? Don't be offended, Senior. Senior is just following orders and needs to hand over one thing to the cloud-soaring sect's old patriarch. The underworld hurriedly bowed his head and replied, not daring to slack off one bit. Interesting. A female voice suddenly rang out, and just as Qin Shao felt horrified, a pair of huge and indistinguishable black eyes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Greetings to the old patriarch.
The crowd hurriedly saluted. Qin Shao sneaked a look at the pair of false eyes, and his own 2 pairs of demonic eyes were trembling, as if they had encountered a natural enemy.
What realm is the old patriarch in?
In the past, I had heard Dai Qingge talk about how the old patriarch was likely to be supreme.
So how did she survive until now? It's a bit unbelievable.
Qin Shao also tried to use the system panel to recognize the old patriarch's realm, but it didn't work because what was coming now wasn't an entity at all. It was merely a projection.
But even the projection gave Qin Shao an irresistible feeling of powerlessness.
Instead of this being a suppression from the realm, it was more like a suppression from the great Tao. As long as the old patriarch wanted to, a single thought would be able to exterminate Qin Shao and the underworld under the stage.
Bring out the stuff.
The old patriarch's voice sounded quietly.
Yes.
The specter wiped away a cold sweat, took out a jade slip,
and handed it over.
Qin Shao frowned as he looked at the jade slip and realized that it was covered with dense prohibitions.
Click.
The jade slip suddenly shattered, and a flash of memory streams flew out of it and surged into the pupils of those false eyes. Silence fell in the great hall until the old patriarch uttered slightly mocking words.
Humph.
Your hidden star hall really is a thief and is still hitting on the human emperor.
This is what our old hall master wants. Spectre replied. Human emperor?
Qin Shao quickly catches the point of information that Su Qianyu is the human emperor's direct lineage, and now the hidden star hall is surprisingly related to the human emperor. This relationship is really messed up. Qin Shao wanted to ask something about the human emperor, but the old patriarch had no intention of saying more and directly sent the guest away.
I know the matter.
I will discuss it with those old guys. You guys leave first. Yes. Qin Shao and the underworld hurriedly left the patriarch's hall.
Your elders are horrible. Spectre grumbled. I've met the old patriarch just once.
Qin Shao's face was grave. He had a feeling that the old sect master was even stronger than Daryl back then,
and might even be a supreme being. Hey right, aren't you and big brother Jiang preparing to plan something big? Tell me about it. Qin Shao took the initiative to digress. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me.
Spectre took out a scroll from his arms and handed it over. The elder of the Hidden Star Hall brought back a portrait from the Xian domain not long ago.
I feel it resembles a person. Take a look. Like a man?
Qin Shao took the scroll and spread it out, and the person drawn inside was a woman. She wore a red dress, held a long sword, her pupils were scarlet red, and she had a face that was a scourge.
Even if it was a painting,
it made Qin Shao's pupils tighten.
This is Lu Hongyu.
No. The eyes rested again on the top left of the scroll, where the woman's name was written.
Annihilation God Valley Master, Lu Hongyan, Early Stage Saint King, Internal Spirit Body. Chapter 116 Lu Hongyu's Real Mother? Dan Qingzi as a Taoist Protector. Lu Hongyan. Qin Shao's thoughts traveled to the Twilight Forest back then,
where the fight between the Earl Demon Quasi-Emperor and Ruoshi had shattered the interface barriers of the desolate domain. Several people from the Great Domains saw the scene over here, and one of them attracted Qin Shao's attention.
That person was none other than Lu Hongyan,
who was at the peak of Saint at that time, but was now at the early stage of Saint King.
Most importantly, Lu Hongyan was extremely similar to Lu Hongyu in both physique and even appearance. Qin Shao had seen Lu Hongyu's appearance under the veil, and although she was disfigured, she could still tell that she was a stunning beauty amongst people. The name, physique, and appearance are all so similar.
This is not a coincidence at all. The two are definitely related.
The first thing to rule out is Lu Hongyu's senior sister. Qin Shao has seen Lu Hongyu's senior sister's portrait, and the two do not look the same at all. Twin sister? That wasn't right either.
Lu Hongyu had said she only had one senior sister.
Could be the biological mother. The more Qin Shao thought about it, the bolder she became,
feeling that this guess was most in line with reality.
Lu Hongyan is actually the Annihilation God Valley Master. It's a bit difficult to deal with.
The relationship between Lu Hongyan and Lu Hongyu is unclear and silly, but the harmonization flower is in the hands of the Annihilation God Valley. If the two daughters were to meet each other and have a blood drop scene right there,
the sky would fall for Qin Shao. Lu Hongyu couldn't wait to personally kill Dai Qingge,
so how could she possibly give the harmonization flower to Qin Shao?
Lu Hongyu absolutely cannot go to the Xian domain, and even if she does, she cannot be allowed to learn about the Annihilation God Valley.
Qin Shao was on the verge of pulling his hair out, and he wondered if he owed Lu Hongyu something in his past life.
How is it that every time you get a little karma with that upside down? Seeing Qin Zhao's sadness,
the underworld patted Qin Zhao's shoulder.
You and Elder Lu are truly destined to be together. You laugh at me? He.
That, Zhang Mingfei and I were going to go to the Xian domains to pull together forces,
so we were going to call you up. It just so happens that it would be convenient for you to fetch the harmonized Dao flower,
Spectre said as he forced a smile.
In a hurry?
I still have things to take care of here. Qin Shao sighed helplessly.
Don't worry, we are not in a hurry. After you have fostered your cronies, we will go again. The Spectre thought about it, his expression suddenly serious, and reminded,
Be careful of the Yi family and the 10,000 Demon Valley, especially the Yi family. Yi Sanhai doesn't do things in a disciplined manner. Don't fall into his hands. Qin Shao frowned and looked at the specter. Don't worry, we're not interested in the time origin or the Yellow Springs ghost fetus, but I'll remind you that the Yellow Springs ghost fetus is hard to control. Sometimes it's better to just kill it. The specter looked serious. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Qin Shao sighed that the Hidden Star Hall's news was really fast. What I want has been accomplished, and I'm leaving. Farewell, but I hope that the next time I see you, I'll be able to sit firmly in the position of Saint Sun. Spectre clasped his fists in farewell. I'm borrowing your advice. I'll see you again sometime. The spectre pulled Jiang Mingfei away, and before he left, Jiang Mingfei clamored for Qin Shao to introduce a few demonic elders for him to take home. However, all of these assholes coincidentally were heard by Hua Qinglu, so a prime jade finger suddenly appeared in the sky above the cloudy sky sect, and with a single finger, it sent the Jiang clan's crowd flying out a long way. How is this brain able to hang out with the underworld? Qin Shao held his forehead with his hand and sighed that Jiang Mingfei was just a rash person, and without his family he could probably be tricked to death. But there weren't many people in the cultivation world who could be this open-minded. I have to find myself a protector, or else I'll designate that I can't fight the Yi clan and the group of old things from the 10,000 Demon Valley. This trip to Yaoqi is treacherous. It is best to find a saint by your side. Lu Hong, you definitely can't. That upside down hates to peel the skin down for Qin Shao. We'll just have to find old man Dan. Qin Shao clenched his teeth, bought a few jars of good wine, and with another ruthless move, looked towards the 9-leaf swordgrass that had already taken shape in the medicinal field. I can't use it now anyway, just keep a root. After doing some thinking, Qin Shao took off the fruits of the 9-leaf swordgrass and finally strutted up to the Haomao peak. Little brat, what do you want again? Dan Qingzi looked at Qin Shao, who was carrying a large bag, and was a little frightened in his heart. It's not right. This kid is usually like a brave man, thinking about eating dry things. Now that gifts are being given, how can a weasel pay homage to a chicken? I want to find Senior to do a favor. Qin Shao smiles and puts his face on it, recounting about Yao Qi and wanting to ask Dan Chengzi to come out. No, absolutely not. Old me is not good at fighting. Dan Chengzi shook his head repeatedly. He just wants to mingle and die, and it's impossible for him to find someone else to fight for his life. Is Senior really not going to help? Qin Shao threw the large bag onto the ground. No help. Go find whoever you like. Don't come over and bother me. Dan Qingzi got up and was about to run. That's fine. Qin Shao's mouth grinned as he left in big strides, shouting, then I'll go find Senior Sister Han and talk to her about what happened in the Pill Valley back then. Dan Qingzi's expression was stunned at his words and his tone softened. What else is going on in the Medicine Valley? Qin Shao turned back, revealing a conspiratorial smile. I've always been curious about why Senior didn't come to look for Senior Sister when I was trapped in the Medicine Valley with Senior Sister, when so much time had clearly passed. This issue, in fact, Qin Shao had long wanted to say, but had been hindered by the lack of strength and status. There was no way to tear his face off with Dan Qingzi. If one were to say who wanted Qin Shao to die in the Pill Valley the most in the first place, Dan Qingzi definitely counted as one. You brat, you are not stupid. Dan Qingzi's face was green for a while and purple for a while. He was only acquiescing to the attitude in the first place, but he didn't expect that he was still seen by Qin Shao. If I were stupid, I would have been counted to death long ago. Qin Shao walked back and stood in front of Dan Qingzi. Then Senior, are you helping or not? Dan Qingzi's old face suffocated red, trembling and pointing at Qin Shao. It was not easy to hold back a sentence. You little brat, then your master will be calculating. I'll help is not okay. In that case, thank you Senior Dan. He. Qin Shao shook his head and left. As for what was used, it was just to make a face. It can't just come up and threaten. Dan Qingzi had only acquiesced to the attitude in the first place, and hadn't helped Qin Shao much afterward, and the two had actually gotten even long ago. Besides, Qin Shao had abducted someone else's disciple, so in the end, he had earned a lot. Why does it feel like I'm bullying middle-aged people? Well, but it's good to see the protector problem solved. Qin Shao hummed a little song and strutted to Han Shue's residence, and unexpectedly, he saw Bai Susu here. Bai Susu was currently staring at the lover's stone in Han Shue's hand. Han Shui, on the other hand, was all high and mighty, with an expression that was like saying, your man is good, but unfortunately I used him, and it tastes pretty good. What are you two doing? Qin Shao asked. Mr. Qin, Shidoshi, the two women answered at the same time. Han Shui's more senior sister directly jumped onto Qin Shao's body, her upper body rubbing around one after another, and from time to time, she also gave Bai Susu a provocative look. Good sister, so what if you're his fiancé? You're still at my mercy. Senior brother, your fiancé is here. You won't be angry if I seduce you like this. Han Shui blinked her big eyes and took out a pitiful look. Xin Xiao felt a wave of dismay and patted the arse she was holding in her hand. Well, Sister Han Shui seems to have made a breakthrough, advancing from a white lotus flower to become a small green tea. But how does this look somewhat like Master? Chapter 117 Han Shui transforms into little green tea. Dragon Empress First Awakening. Elder sister, stop it. I need to do my business. Xin Xiao put down Han Shui, who was spilling her guts in her arms, and walked over to sit down in front of Bai Susu. Han Shui, on the other hand, sat next to her in a well-behaved manner, and those who didn't know thought she was the hostess. I'm ready, we'll leave in 3 days, and we'll talk about the rest when we get to Yaoqi. Xin Xiao said. Thank you, Mr. Xin, my concubine is grateful. Bai Susu's eyes were full of joy as she rose to salute. There's no need to thank me. It's just a matter of each getting what they want, so wait here until I tell you. Senior brother, you're going to Yaoqi? Han Shui asked worriedly. That's right, don't worry, Senior Dan will go with me. Xin Xiao did not hide it. Han Shui's eyes darted around and after glancing at Bai Susu, she hugged Xin Xiao's arm and pampered him. Then you take me too. Okay. Xin Xiao frowned. Going to Yaoqi could be a fight against two major forces, not a place to talk about love. I have my master by my side, and if I really can't, I'll just hide inside the Yaoqi without delaying you. Han Shui deflated her mouth, her large eyes containing small pearls that were about to fall off. Actually, what Fairy Han said is quite right. In terms of management, Fairy Han can also help Gengzi a bit. Bai Susu suddenly said. Xin Xiao and Han Shui turned their heads at the same time and looked at Bai Susu with slight confusion. Bai Susu would even allow her love rival to stay by Xin Xiao's side? Xin Xiao also thought for a second. This trip, to bring many people to go, is not bad. Han Shui won. Han Shui head is also smart. Free time can also help himself to manage his men. Alright, then counts senior sister as one. I knew you were the best. Boo-hoo. Han Shui gave a kiss to Xin Xiao's face. This scene is the side of the Bai Susu putty enough, but there is nothing to do. Can only put the show fists under the table tightly clenched. I'll take my leave. Bai Susu couldn't stand Han Shui's cloying behavior and hurriedly fled the grounds. Hey, it's just the two of us. Han Shui's eyes were glowing and she was swallowing her saliva. Xin Xiao laughed bitterly and sat with Han Shui on his lap, finally leaning his head into a pair of softly scented jewels as his thoughts emptied. Suddenly, it felt like the cultivation world wasn't much different from his previous life, and after doing one thing, new troubles appeared. Might as well hit the little one and then the old one. That way at least the problem is solved by killing all the time. Senior brother, rest when you're tired. Han Shui reached out and cradled her head in her arms. Elder sister, that's nice of you to say. Xin Xiao rolls her eyes helplessly, her sights on the bottom, but can you take your hands out of my clothes? Han Shui's shy little face reddened. Her hand was pouring something underneath without knowing what, and then thought of something else and huffed. I don't care. You haven't been with me in a long time. You need to make it up to me. Xin Xiao was speechless. He had indeed left Han Shui out in the cold during this period of time when he was focused on his master and little sister. Elder sister is right. I want the feeling of ice and fire too. So Xin Xiao picked up Han Shui with one hand and walked into the house with great strides, after which came Han Shui's heartfelt cries of contentment. Good guy. The senior sister is really extraordinary. This didn't even tire her out. Xin Xiao opened his eyes. An immortal martial body striking with all its might is nothing more than that. Han Shui panted as she lay on the bed. Still dare to look down on me. Xin Xiao carried a pair of long white legs. As the sun set and dusk fell, an air of extravagance filled the room. Han Shui, who had finally eaten her fill, felt that her soul had long since come to the ninth heaven, and even then, she still relied on Xin Xiao like an octopus. Xin Xiao had no choice but to sleep for the night holding Ice Cold's delicate body. But when it came to morning, Han Shui started to make a demon again, and before Xin Xiao woke up from her nap, she turned on the fully automatic mode. Xin Xiao didn't even move, just looked at the beauty on top of him with a helpless face. Senior brother is awesome. Han Shui slumped down limply. Oh senior sister, if you play like that, you'll hurt yourself over time. Xin Xiao climbed up, fought to put on his clothes, and after recovering Han Shui, he left Hao Miao Peak. It's said that 3 women make a drama, but how come there's not a single normal one among the 3 women around me? First, it was the belly dark fairy master, and now it's the female rogue sister. There was also an eating little sister. This one was the most powerful and even tried to eat Xin Xiao. There's something strange about little sister's symptoms. We have to find a way to contain them. Xin Xiao returned to Guanhan Peak, and in his heart, he was a little worried about his senior. And the fact that his senior sister wanted to eat him was largely due to the fact that he was an immortal martial body. In this way, the master was also dangerous. The immortal spirit immortal martial arts were of the same origin, and the aura and Tao emanating from them were all very similar. It was likely that maybe one day, the little sister would accidentally starve herself out of both eyes and recognize the body of immortal spirit as the body of immortal martial arts,
and that would be disastrous. With no cultivation right now, master teacher would only be eaten in the hands of a hungry and crazy little sister. Xin Xiao inexplicably shivered,
recalling the scene when he returned home and his little sister pointed to her stomach and said,
"Master is in there. It's better to experiment with the senior sister." Just after arriving at the top of the mountain, the figures of Long Cherry and Dai Chinga came into view,
and at this moment, Long Cherry was like a child who hadn't grown up, lying on her back in Dai Chinga's arms and huffing and puffing.
"Senior, lend me the little sister for a bit." Xin Xiao transmitted his voice. "Lend you a hand?" Dai Chinga's face looked strange. "You don't even have my back? I'll explain it to you later."
Xin Xiao reached out a little and planted a brand within Long Cherry's sea of consciousness.
And by the way,
completely hypnotized Long Cherry, preparing to starve her for a few meals to force out her tyrannical nature.
"Is it useful for you to do this?" Dai Chinga's face was intolerant. "I have to,"
Xin Xiao replied. It was only a matter of starving for a few meals,
not days, and for a dragon like Dragon Sakura, who could eat 6 meals a day, that could be fatal. Sure enough,
it wasn't long before Long Cherry's petite body began to wriggle continuously,
as if it was desperately trying to suppress something. "It's only been a morning without food?"
The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth tugged back and forth a dozen times,
backhanding Long Cherry's body and sealing it again,
after which he just quietly observed.
Poor Raya Sakura didn't get to eat at noon either, and squirmed desperately, until her eyes suddenly opened and blossomed with a tyrannical color. Her pupils turned prismatic, and her cute tiger teeth lengthened to stick out of her mouth in a visible way.
Qin Zhao hurriedly pulled his master teacher behind him and carefully observed Long Cherry.
Dragon Sakura's body was bound, and she could only let out a roar, and at the moment, she looked like a different person,
her eyes widening in anger. The slightly childish face became twisted to the extreme.
Saliva couldn't stop falling from the corners of his mouth,
and his mouth released a voice that didn't belong to Raya Sakura.
"Immortal Marshal, how dare you? It's not enough to desecrate this emperor's body.
How dare you toy with this emperor?" Qin Zhao's voice trembled a little as goosebumps fell all over her body.
"You're the empress of the true dragon lineage." Chapter 118, Torturing the Dragon Empress.
Adversary masters and teachers all together. Long Cherry was bundled like a dumpling lying on the ground.
The face is no longer before the stupidity, replaced by tyranny and mockery. "Xian Wu, you'd better let me go,
or I'll hang you in the Dragon Palace and let my kinsman share you."
He. She looked again at Dai Chinga, who was hiding behind her, and the saliva in her mouth flowed even more.
"There's also a fairy spirit.
I just wonder what will happen to the child born from you dog couple. It should be delicious. Ha ha ha."
The violent color in Qin Zhao's eyes flashed, but he could only stop after considering that the other party was his little sister. Butterfly Chinga narrowed her eyes,
seeing something, and tugged on Qin Zhao's coat corner, saying in a thin voice, "She's not quite an empress, or we couldn't trap her."
Qin Zhao opened his magic eyes and realized that the internal structure of Dragon Cherry was the same as before,
and there was no abnormality. Could it be another personality? In other words, Dragon Sakura's current state was much like suffering from schizophrenia and separating into the personality of a dragon empress. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he didn't play a big game. If he really awakened the remnants of the empress's soul, I'm afraid that the Cloud Sky sect would have to be leveled by her. So it's a seizure. I thought you were so good. With a scornful look on his face, Qin Zhao changed the ropes on Long Cherry again and hung him from the crooked neck tree next to him. Xian Wu, if you dare to insult me, I will raise you like A and eat your offspring clean.
With her cultivation sealed and her body bound,
Dragon Cherry kept roaring in anger,
hanging from a rope on a tree branch,
swaying around. "Say, how did you die?"
Qin Zhao took a wooden stick in her hand and poked Long Cherry, who was stomping her legs. ************** R. Shameless masters and disciples.
Long Cherry did not respond and struggled even more, her mouth directly greeting Qin Zhao's ancestors. "I'll give your whole family." "Well, you shut up."
Qin Zhao tore off a piece of fabric from the edge of Long Cherry's skirt and shoved it into her mouth with a handful of it, while at the same time holding back some of the anger in his heart. He'd seen a lot of women cursing, but he was a little pissed off when it came to his own turn.
If someone else,
not hang her on a tree and smoke for 10 days and 10 nights, but this is their own little sister,
cannot be scolded. Why is this empress like a shrew,
almost catching up to my violent mom in my previous life?
Qin Zhao belabored in her heart. Dai Chinga walked up to Long Cherry and reached out to smooth her messy hair.
But this was not appreciated, and the only thing that responded to her was an angry scowl.
It looks like her memories are tattered. She can't remember many things and only knows that she's an empress. Dai Chinga fell into reminiscence.
When I picked Long Cherry up back then, I realized that she had 2 personalities. I didn't notice it at first, but I didn't expect that as her cultivation increased, her other personality also grew stronger.
then what do we do? We can't let senior sister stay like this.
Qin Xiao looked at Long Cherry who was still whimpering. You can only feed her to prevent another artificial from coming out.
Dai Qingge shook her head, her face compassionate.
Qin Xiao's eyebrows twisted into lumps. It was fine for him to be by his master's side, but if he wasn't, who knew what would become of Long Cherry? If Long Sakura really took advantage of her inattention and ate her master in her stomach, there would be no place to cry. Qin Xiao came to Long Cherry, took out the fabric stuffed in her mouth,
and said, how about making a deal?
Who knew that Long Cherry opened her mouth to scold, and her little mouth was so sweet.
What can you do if I don't do it? Lowly human race, kill me if you can. My current body is this maid's. Let's see what you can do to me. Alas, Lord Empress is just extraordinary. When she gets angry, she even scolds herself. My junior is ashamed to be inferior.
Qin Xiao showed an evil smile on his face, loosened his collar and turned his head to Dai Qingge.
Master, hold her for me. Don't let her move around. I'll teach her what etiquette is today. That's not good. The words were said, but Dai Qingge wasn't idle at all and went straight up to fix Long Cherry in midair. What are you guys doing? Don't mess around.
Long Cherry watched as Qin Xiao walked behind her with an evil smile on her face,
and instantly her legs tightened, associating bad things.
Why are you closing your legs so tightly?
Master,
help me peel her legs apart.
Oh, then be gentle. You too.
Qin Xiao played with Long Cherry's slightly trembling jade foot in his hand and raised his hand to yank out a dog-tail grass from the grass.
Empress-sama, it's not good to be angry all the time. Smile more. He. After saying that,
Qin Xiao took the dog's tail grass and started to ravage the tiny foot.
You, ha, I'm going to get you. Ya ha.
The itch coming from the center of her feet made Long Cherry laugh maniacally, and all she could do was to keep twisting her body so that she could get comfortable.
However,
Qin Xiao struck another spell on her, amplifying her senses several times, and the itch coming from the center of her feet was too much for her to endure.
Ha. Despicable human race, shameless master and disciple. I can't do it anymore. Ha.
Qin Xiao stopped her movements and played with another jade foot as she asked,
Lord Empress, can you talk to me about a deal now? Dragon Sakura was panting.
Her pink dress was soaked with fragrant sweat, and even her body was beginning to twitch in a playful manner. Her gaze was lost, her big watery eyes held teardrops, her hair stuck to her face, and she looked like a big girl who had just had her innocence taken away.
What do you want?
Dragon Shadow's voice was weak at the moment.
A wave of humiliation surged through her heart. A generation of female emperors. Now she was desecrated by an ant. I'll ask a question and you answer. Do you understand? Qin Xiao asked. Aha. Raya Sakura strained to turn back,
glancing at the dogwood before dropping her head again.
When did your memory finally stop? At the time I became an emperor.
I have no memories before or after that.
Really?
Qin Xiao took the dog's tail grass and gently rubbed the center of Long Cherry's foot,
causing Long Cherry to shudder. Really? I didn't lie to you. Didn't you say you wanted to make a deal? Well, okay, I trust you. After thinking for a moment, Qin Xiao said, the deal I want to make is that you don't hurt the people around me. Can you do that? You dream. I can't wait to eat you alive. Dragon Sakura turned around and glared angrily. Alas, that can't be helped. It seems that the Empress-sama is not into oil and salt, so I can only force you to enter for a moment.
Qin Xiao slapped at Long Cherry's arse and finally lifted the hem of her skirt with one hand. I'm still a little curious about what it's like to be an empress.
What are you doing? Long Cherry realized what was going on,
so she desperately struggled to get rid of Qin Xiao,
but her body was bound, and in desperation, she could only look at Dai Qingge. Aren't you his first woman? Hurry up and control him. You're just going to watch him cheat in front of you? Dai Qingge's small face reddened,
and she said with determination,
no matter, you're his anyway, I'll pretend I can't see it.
She turned her head sideways and cried out, adversary, be gentle. Your senior sister is still young.
Ha! Dragon Sakura froze in place, tears falling uncontrollably.
What kind of master and disciple is this?
To watch his disciple make love and not care? At this time,
Qin Xiao had already stood behind Long Cherry with a big horse and said,
Master, you control her. I'm going to start. Chapter 119, The Naive Long Cherry Awakens. I really can't tell the difference.
Long Cherry's petite body struggled desperately. She could feel that Qin Xiao was playing for real. The look in Qin Xiao's eyes was familiar. She was bullied to death by that very thing,
so she didn't want to experience it. As a dragon empress,
she would more than likely not permit herself to have her body desecrated by a mole.
At least not while she was awake. I agreed. Don't you let it in. Ooh. Dragon Sakura broke down and yelled, tears falling like no money. What do you agree to? Qin Xiao asked,
raising her hand and slapping it on her soft buttocks,
causing a ripple. I would never hurt someone close to you. Dragon Sakura shouted super loud, not caring about the pain in her ass. Then you make a dowsing oath that you will not be allowed to harm anyone around me. Not even Dragon Sakura. Xin Zhao's tone was hard. The Dao oath had a great impact. It would affect the cultivator's life. If the Dragon Empress wanted to return to the top, she wouldn't dare to disobey the Dao oath for at least a short period of time. You are a... Dragon Sakura burst into tears and opened her mouth to silently recite the oath, only stopping as if she was dead in the face when she felt a force from the underworld fall upon her. Well, what a good boy. Xin Zhao nodded in satisfaction and asked again, what should you do to go back? I'm hungry. It would be nice to be fed. Dragon Sakura said accusingly. Xin Zhao was all amused. The only thing the two personalities resembled was their gluttony, but at least they knew how to get the real Dragon Sakura to come back. That's what mattered. Just as Xin Zhao wanted to go and prepare the food, Long Cherry suddenly called out to stop him. Wait, I don't eat anything else. I want to drink your blood. Dragon Sakura swallowed. Xin Zhao's complexion was icy cold. The other party wanted the immortal martial body like this. Their motives were definitely impure. Your blood feeds me and will keep me out for a long time, Dragon Sakura explained. You don't want to come out and take Dragon Cherry's body by force? Xin Zhao asked suspiciously. This was the first time he had heard about another personality trying to seal himself. You think I want to come out? That girl is part of me? I don't have to ostracize her. Dragon Sakura glared angrily. The biggest reason she didn't want to come out was that she didn't want to be bullied by Xin Zhao. Just watching her other self being bullied made her tingle. Not to mention herself. She wouldn't bother coming out if she wasn't starved out of her mind. Xin Zhao looked at Dai Chinga, who nodded slightly. Your bloodline and mine are excellent blood food for the true spirit, and should have the effect of inhibiting her. Xin Zhao nodded his head and slowly lowered Long Cherry, who was hanging from the tree, and then under Long Cherry's expectant gaze, he slit his wrist, flowing out crimson red blood. After that, he passed his hand in front of Long Cherry. If you dare to make a small mind, I'll treat you like a little sister. Long Sakura shivered violently when she heard this, and a wave of disgust rose in her heart as she remembered the satisfying feeling of dying and living. However, he could not resist the temptation of the immortal martial arts, and rushed up like a stray beast that had gone mad with hunger and began to suck on Xin Zhao's wrist, and from time to time, he even sneaked a look at Xin Zhao. It's not a solution to go on like this. Xin Zhao patted Long Cherry's back and exchanged another look with Dai Chinga, simultaneously seeing worry in each other's eyes. The Empress personality would continue to grow stronger as Long Sakura's cultivation increased, and in the end, it might even take over Long Sakura's personality. If it was an ordinary upside-down disease, it could be cured, but for an upside-down disease like this, even if a dance saint like Dan Qingzi came, there was nothing he could do. The only way to restrain Raya Sakura right now is to keep her locked up and not allow contact with outsiders. No, that would be too unfair to little sister. Xin Zhao shook his head repeatedly. If he really locks up Long Cherry, to put it nicely, it is a golden house to hide a girl. To put it badly, it is a captive fowl. Alas, now it seems that I can only take my blood to feed this little glutton. Gollum gollum. Long Sakura was drinking more and more vigorously, while Xin Zhao's face was getting whiter and whiter. Why are you sucking so hard? You think you're drinking milk? Xin Zhao went up to the little pouting ass high on her side and slapped it again. Don't hit me. I'll drink for a while longer, Dragon Sakura said vaguely, no longer having the arrogance of an empress. At first glance it looked somewhat similar to the naive and foolish Dragon Sakura. 1 hour later, finally, the little glutton was also full, and slept contentedly. You're such a little ancestor. Xin Zhao poked the tender little face and finally sighed in relief when she realized that it was still unconscious. Alas, it's not clear whether this is good or bad for her. Dai Chinga picked up Long Cherry and tenderly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. It's a curse that can't be avoided. Xin Zhao stood up and suddenly felt a blur in front of her eyes, nearly failing to stand still. How much blood has this little glutton drank from me? I remember the last time I was this weak. It was because I was sucked blood by Han Shui. Are you alright? Dai Chinga's face was worried. It's fine. Xin Zhao operated the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana technique to recover the lost essence and blood, and then waved his hand to undo the restrictions on Long Cherry's body. Boing! With a grunting sound, Dragon Sakura woke up leisurely and opened her eyes to see two faces disliked in front of her. You're awake? Xin Zhao and Dai Chinga spoke in unison. Aha! Dragon Sakura nodded nervously. Xin Zhao observed again and again, realizing that there was no more tyranny in the eyes of the youngest sister in front of him, and that there was only clarity at the moment, so he nodded his head in reassurance. Long Sakura quickly realized that something was wrong. She felt like she was having a dream in which she cursed her master and her elder brother piece by piece, and nearly tied to a tree by a senior brother and given from behind. She felt a pang of fear. How could she have turned into a cannibalistic monster? But that residual tyranny wouldn't lie. What's wrong with me? You have a disease. A brain disease. And it's not light. Xin Zhao squatted on the ground and pointed a finger at his head, explaining for him. Nonsense. I'm not sick. Those are all fake. All fake. You can't fool me.
Long Cherry shouted excitedly and started flopping around in Daichinga's arms.
How can you tell that's fake? Look at the cuts on my wrists that haven't healed yet. Xin Xiao said. Things can't be deceived any longer.
We must let Long Cherry recognize itself.
Otherwise, if others know, the result will be disastrous.
Long Cherry looked at the wound on Qin Zhao's hand and began to bar his mouth again.
There was a fishy odor, and suddenly stood up and backed up in a row. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Butterfly Chinga's face was intolerant, and slowly stood up, taking the dying Long Cherry back into her arms and coaxing her up like a child. It's okay, really you can't just pretend it was a hallucination. You don't have to take it seriously. But, why was the illusion so real? Dragon Sakura's small mouth deflated.
She couldn't imagine that she could turn into a monster that wanted to eat her senior brother.
But it really didn't feel like an illusion. Senior, I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Which one is the real me? Dragon Sakura felt dizzy and couldn't tell who she was for a moment. No, it must be elder brother bullying me. Things like this, elder brother hadn't done much before. Tell me, senior brother, did you do this? You're lying to me again.
Qin Xiao sighed helplessly.
Senior sister, you're caught in the act. What is true? What's not true? You're all lying to me.
Long Cherry collapsed and pushed Daichinga away, after which she turned her head and ran down the mountain.
It's bad. We can't let others know her true identity. Daichinga stood up from the ground with a panicked expression.
Qin Xiao hurriedly chased after him.
Bad. Shouldn't it be completely crazy? Chapter 120, Long Cherry's bloodlust trapped in confusion. Qin Xiao bleeding to nirvana again.
Dragon Sakura ran down the road lost in thought, her mind in a deep daze.
Who the hell am I? Am I really an epileptic?
She tried to refute the thought in her mind and was reminded by the taste of blood in her mouth that it was real.
Why did I get the urge to eat elder brother and master together? The Empress's personality had receded, but the tyranny lingered for a long time. She was afraid, worried that she would someday be tyrannically controlled again and end up eating the master who raised her. In that case, will elder brother kill me, with nowhere else to go? Ryu Sakura crouched on the ground, large tears falling one by one. The distance between her and Guanghan Peak was like a mote in the sky, wanting to go back and lie down in her master's arms to continue to huff and puff heartlessly, but also afraid that she would do something that she would regret for the rest of her life. The passing disciples came over, showing puzzled looks, wanting to care about Long Cherry. What's the circle for? Get out of the way.
Qin Xiao's warning voice came from behind her.
The crowd of disciples looked shocked and bowed respectfully to Qin Xiao before retiring. Senior.
Long Sakura wiped her eyes and tasted back the blood in her mouth, her heart inexplicably restless.
Senior sister, come home with me.
Qin Xiao spoke softly.
I don't want it. Dragon Sakura reacted to resist,
a look of horror on her face. Qin Xiao looked at the small face in front of him that had already been blossomed by crying.
His heart softened,
but he had to let Long Cherry recognize himself, and it was not a solution to keep escaping.
You don't have to resist. Senior sister, it's not just about eating a few people. It doesn't matter as long as you don't eat our sidekicks. Dragon Sakura would have a hard time trying to suppress the Empress personality,
much like Qin Xiao who was deep in the heart-seeking question.
But Dragon Sakura at least had a choice now. If he really wanted to eat people, Qin Xiao wouldn't mind catching a few unlucky people. I'm not listening. That clearly wasn't me. Dragon Sakura shook her head desperately,
tossing her two large braids around.
Qin Xiao sighed and took a step forward,
trying to hug Long Cherry but being dodged.
But that's part of you. You were born that way, and you can't escape it even if you want to.
Qin Xiao appeared to be extraordinarily patient. She understood that Long Cherry had a kind heart and was the complete opposite of the Empress.
But sooner or later,
this kindness would harm her. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the eventuality. In the world of cultivation where there is a lot of danger and deceit, no one knows what will happen in the future.
Don't resist her. The two of you are one.
There's no need to separate from each other. You need her evil thoughts to protect yourself, Qin Xiao said in a serious tone.
Then you can't protect me forever? Long Sakura questioned, resisting the urge to bawl.
Qin Xiao shook her head and said,
I can keep you with me all the time, but that way?
What's the difference between you and a canary that has lost its freedom? Relying too much on others only leads to inertia.
And is that an outcome you want?
If he forced Long Cherry to stay by his side, then Qin Xiao would not be a good person, but a rotten person who boasted of his innocence.
Dragon Sakura was a free spirit, not one's henchman, much less a tool, which was true for Qin Xiao, who also aspired to freedom. The more you resist the other you, the more you are turned back on her, a feeling I know firsthand.
Long Cherry's petite body shook like a sieve, not knowing how to retort, but also knowing that her senior brother was doing it for her own good. Every time she saw Qin Xiao come back covered in blood,
her heart inexplicably ached, wanting to help, but unable to do so. She didn't have Han Shui's nimble head,
nor did she have her master's profound knowledge. and she only had endearing looks. But what good was that? It would only invite trouble. If she hadn't had the protection of her master in recent years, I'm afraid she would have died a long time ago.
Senior sister, come home with me.
Qin Shao pulled up the soft and tender little hand. Long Cherry symbolically struggled a few times and wanted to pounce on her, but then she thought of something and pushed Qin Shao away.
No, what if I eat you?
Qin Shao shrugged and said without a care in the world.
Then you can eat it, I can grow it back anyway. Saying that,
Qin Shao pulled up her sleeves again and stretched her smooth jade-like arms in front of Long Cherry.
Eat? Who wants to eat? Dragon Sakura swallowed and ducked,
and when Qin Shao saw the opportunity, he directly went forward to hold Long Cherry in his arms and softly said,
"It's fine for you to eat me, but don't move the others around you, okay? I don't eat anyone." Dragon Sakura couldn't help but rub her head and relax her body. Then let's go home. Don't resist that power. Learn to utilize her,
and exterminate her afterwards. Qin Shao pinched Bouncy's little face in front of her.
But I'm not sure. The tone of Rasusaku's voice was full of uncertainty.
But Qin Shao didn't care that much and was about to bring Long Cherry back to Guanghan Peak.
There is no other reason. Simply because the current Dragon Sakura is too weak.
It is still necessary to let her have the ability to distinguish between right and wrong first, otherwise people will be deceived by the Empress personality sooner or later. But a sudden female voice interrupted the two.
I say, can you two get a grip? Can't you see me?
Qin Shao looked back and realized that Han Shui was standing not far away.
Senior sister, why are you here? Long Sakura was like seeing a natural enemy,
but her senses told her not to wimp out, so she rubbed herself into Qin Shao's arms again.
Han Shui's face showed dissatisfaction,
and she could also see that Long Cherry wasn't right now, forcing herself not to have a fit and said,
"My master told you to hurry up. He's still in a hurry to do something else." After saying that,
Han Shui huffed and turned her head away.
Senior sister Han seems to be angry.
Long Cherry tilted her little head with an innocent face,
not knowing what she had done wrong. Let's go home first. I'm also going to Yaoqi.
Qin Shao sighed and pulled Long Cherry back to Guanghan Peak.
Dragon Sakura didn't resist and allowed herself to be pulled back to Guanghan Peak. But after seeing Dai Qingge,
Long Cherry was obviously much more restrained, afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and eat her beloved master. Qin Shao and Dai Qingge exchanged a look before returning to the room.
It was best to leave such things as enlightening people to the master.
And with the master in place,
Long Cherry's inner problems should be alleviated. It's better to be prepared for anything.
Qin Shao took out hundreds of jade bottles,
and without hesitation,
he slid open his wrist and forced out his own essence blood,
depositing it into the jade bottles. This trip to Yaoqi about danger. I don't know when I can come back. I have to save up enough of my little sister's remaining food. Time passed by until the sunrise rose 3 days later. Hundreds of jade bottles were placed across from Qin Shao,
and his state had dropped to its lowest point. The massive loss of his essence blood had made his face as pale as paper,
as terrifying as a severe ghost. It should be enough for little sister to drink. Looking at the sunlight coming in through the window,
Qin Shao swallowed several pills and revolved the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method again.
Suddenly, an inexplicable feeling of dryness came from all over his body, and as the sea of chakras began to boil, Qin Shao hastily looked within himself. It was discovered that a very strange substance was being condensed in the sea of chakras. Indescribable, but familiar. This is the substance that was produced when my body automatically fell into nirvana after I forcibly duplicated the pilgrimage instinctive phantasm in Pill Valley back then?
Qin Shao's face looked strange as he recalled this strange sensation, when he was still in dual cultivation with Han Shui in order to expel this strange thing from his body.
I don't seem to need to get this out of my system.
Chapter 121 Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana breaks the middle stage.
Holy sons and saints struggle for power and plots.
Qin Shao looked internally at the unknown substance in the sea of wheels, and the expression on his face became puzzled.
Previously,
he had thought that this was the nirvana of the immortal martial body,
the substance produced, but now it was not so.
So it seemed that it was actually the substance produced by the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method.
Could it be that after I expelled the impurities from my body, the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method actively drove the immortal martial body in your nirvana? After thinking and thinking, Qin Shao finally came up with a more reliable answer.
After Han Shui absorbed this substance in the first place, she didn't have any major problems. Instead, her cultivation increased quite a bit,
so I should be fine as well. Putting his heart down,
Qin Shao operated the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method with all his might, his body's essence and blood rapidly returning, and a golden mass of light knitted in the sea of chakras.
The body is even radiating heat,
and steam exits the body through the clothing.
If we absorb it, we should be able to break through to the late stage of the pilgrimage, right?
As Qin Shao's mind moved, the light mass began to transform into wisps of streams of light, dispersing around the sea of wheels, and the cultivation bottleneck really showed signs of loosening. I should have known I would have absorbed this in the first place. Qin Shao felt a great sense of regret. Which was no wonder. Anyone who had an extra thing in their body that they couldn't name would be more than a little concerned. Although it is their own nirvana out, but at the time of Qin Shao thought it was their own body impurities, so it was cheap Han Shui. The sea of chakras was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye as the mass of light disintegrated, gradually expanding to the zenith of what it could currently reach. Qin Shao, cultivation level, mid-period on the other side of the river. Origin, immortal martial body. Isn't the speed of my advancement a bit too fast? Qin Shao looked at the rising sun. He had only advanced to the early stage of the Pishi not too long ago, and hadn't even gone through a few days before he came to the middle stage of the Pishi in a haphazard manner. This is something to be envied if you say it out loud. I also wonder if I can nirvana a few more times. It was unanticipated that the Heavenly Phoenix nirvana method could actually resonate with the immortal martial body. Qin Shao made several attempts to enter the state of nirvana again, but in the end, he was unsuccessful, so he could not help but bury his head in bitter thoughts. Could it be that it was only possible to run the Heavenly Phoenix nirvana method while seriously injured? His own first nirvana was due to the side effect force of forced projection, and this time he had suffered a lot of injuries due to excessive bloodletting, and then again before that, coupled with the fact that last time in the Twilight Forest, he was shaken into serious injury by the aftermath of the Quasi-Emperor's battle, and then when he fought with Luo Qingyu during his ascent of the Heavenly Stairs, he also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. The dark wounds accumulated from the 2 times. Qin Shao hadn't cared about, but he had heard Dan Qingzi say that cultivators would more or less leave behind some Dao rules in their bodies whenever they were seriously injured. These Dao rules are not fatal, but they may suddenly recur in future engagements and are hard to detect and hard to get rid of. It looks like the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana method automatically repaired the dark wounds and triggered Nirvana as well. Qin Shao nodded his head in understanding. Just now when he was in Nirvana, he realized that a lot of pitch-black substances flowed out of his body from places he didn't care about. Those substances eventually converged to become the massive light that helped one breakthrough. Interesting. This was not documented in the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana laws, but it looked like the cost of Nirvana was increasing. The first time was just a backlash, but this time, it was actually 2 serious injuries combined in order to achieve Nirvana. So I'm sure that the conditions for Nirvana afterward will become more and more stringent. It's better to play it safe. It's not like you have to go to Nirvana. Qin Shao stood up and stretched, collecting the jade bottle on the floor and striding out of the retreat room. This time of day, Long Sakura was still awake, which just made it easier to move around as well. And as usual, Daichinga was sitting alone at the top of the mountain, looking at the scenery below. Master. Qin Shao hugged Daichinga from behind and buried her head into her waist-length hair. Are you leaving again? Daichinga asked with reluctance. Yeah, either in a fight or on the way to one. Only this time it's not going to be a chase. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and took out hundreds of jade bottles loaded with his essence blood and said, Master, in the future, when Long Cherry eats, mix this into her meal. She hasn't had enough experience. For now it's better to let the Empress out less. I'm not around. I'm worried that she'll eat you up. You actually forced out so much essence blood. Daichinga snapped back and caressed Qin Shao's face. I'm an immortal martial body with majestic blood qi. So what's the point of being afraid of this? Qin Shao shrugged his shoulders. Guilt flooded Daichinga's heart, and she spoke out again to remind. Don't rely too much on your bloodline. The strongest ones tend to harm you. Oh, Qin Shao nodded, feeling that he did seem to be relying too much on the immortal martial body, as well as the 2 types of demonic eyes. It always felt like his battle power would be greatly reduced now that he was away from his immortal martial body. And let's not even talk about those 2 pairs of magic eyes. Every time I used them, they felt weirdly awkward. One eye is space, one eye is time. The 2 chakras mix together. Sometimes it's like having glaucoma. It's easy to see wrong. We have to think of a way to completely merge these 2 types of demonic eyes into one, or else it'll be bad sooner or later. Qin Shao nodded secretly. He had asked Daichinga before, but the reply he got was that she couldn't do anything about it, and she didn't have a magic eye, so naturally she wouldn't consider these issues. However, according to Daichinga, Yaoqi's Western Emperor scripture should help with this. It turns out that too many decorations are not always a good thing. Qin Shao sighed, loosened his hands, and walked down the hill, turning back before leaving. Senior, when I return, I'll find a way to cure you and little sister. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Qin Shao would smile, after which he went straight to vast Misty Peak. Your Highness the Holy Sun, the Peak Master has prepared everything and is waiting for you to depart. A male disciple waited at the foot of the mountain. Old man Dan is really acute. Lead the way. Qin Shao shook his head with a bitter smile. Yes, Your Highness the Holy Sun. This way please. Qin Shao was led by the male disciples to the back of the Haomao Peak, and he was greeted by the sight of a preoccupied by Susu. Why is your face like a bitter melon? Smile more. How can I laugh? Su Qianyu is also going to follow.
saying that she doesn't feel comfortable with you going out.
Bai Susu hurriedly walked forward and pulled Qin Zhao's arm to complain.
Su Qianyu?
Qin Zhao's face was grave. His original alliance with Su Qianyu had ended after the Saint Sun competition. It was now a relationship of secret rivalry, and now he had to enlist the power of Yao Qi.
Su Qianyu even wanted to follow along.
What was in her heart was self-evident.
It's trying to steal food from me. Qin Shao nodded.
The power struggle between the holy sons and holy daughters had existed throughout the generations,
all aiming to become the patriarch.
Although Qin Zhao's ambition was not that of any sect leader,
he had to get involved again, or else he would be erased by Su Qianyu sooner or later.
As for showing Su Qianyu that he didn't want to be a sect leader,
even if he said it,
it would be useless unless he made a Dao oath.
Of course, Qin Shao won't do that, and neither will Su Qianyu.
As the saying goes, cut off the roots.
Only cuties. It's only the ones who keep people they may not be able to control.
Qin Shao craned his neck and wore a faint smile on his face.
Let's go.
Then we'll go and meet Her Highness the Holy Maiden for a while, and see if she'll be the first to give in,
or if I'll beat her into submission first.